Upon awakening from his slumber, he was met with the absurdity of life. The community was compelled to traverse through extreme environments, with each household assigned a construction panel and a daily survival score. More terrifyingly, every 30 days, a gruesome confrontation with another neighborhood was mandated, with the defeated facing elimination and death leading to annexation. In a desperate bid for survival in the impending 30-day showdown, the neighbors succumbed to madness. Alliances were formed to seize resources. Some began rigorous training and crafting weapons. Others delved into the intricacies of the score panel, resorting to any means necessary to gain an extra point, transforming the entire neighborhood into a chaotic frenzy. Meanwhile, Ming Dao lay leisurely at home, observing their antics with a detached amusement. After all, he had awakened to the singular daily settlement system. Ding! Today's score, 99 points. Reward, a fusion power bank. Reward, a compressed biscuit production line. Reward, a nine-tailed fox spirit. Effortlessly securing the highest score, his rewards were bountiful. Gargling with cola and soaking his feet in milk was now his reality. What does Tang Chinny Pin or Country Garden even mean? What are you barking about? Chapter 1, Construction Panel. Mom, why are you still awake at this hour? Ming Dao wedged his phone between his shoulder and ear, straining with his left hand to tear open the seasoning packet of the old jar pickled noodles while deftly using chopsticks to pry open the metallic ring of a sausage with his right. It was already 3 in the morning. You're criticizing me. Yet didn't you just post finally off work on your social media? Staying up late every night. How can your body endure? Have you eaten? Stop relying on takeout. It's lacking in nutrition. His mother's voice came through the phone, laden with familiar admonitions. I ate. I cooked the noodles myself, and even added an egg. Ming Dao sniffed, glancing down at the solitary sausage in his bowl, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his eyes. 3 years post-graduation, he found himself either working overtime or commuting to work. This metropolis, known as High City, was so exhausting that it nearly obliterated the taste of home from his memory. His mother's late-night call was one of the few comforts he had left. Fortunately, his hard work was finally paying off. He was on the verge of a promotion, and furthermore, his colleague Xiao Mei had. That's good. Then you should rest early. Sizzling, don't sizzle. The signal is. His mother's voice abruptly turned intermittent, mixed with an irritating electric static. Hello? Mom? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Ming, beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. Immediately, a wave of indescribable, violent tremors surged from beneath his feet. Rumbling. It was not an earthquake. Earthquakes sway side to side, but this force felt as though some power had yanked his entire building, along with the surrounding land, violently from the crust of the earth. The bowl of instant noodles on the table toppled over with a clatter, spilling its broth everywhere. The American drama playing on the computer screen froze in an instant, and then with a sharp crack, all the lights in the room plunged into darkness. The power had gone out. The tremors lasted less than 10 seconds before ceasing abruptly. Mom! Ming Dao frantically redialed on his phone, but all that greeted him was a busy tone. Mom! No response. An unfamiliar dread seized his heart. He stumbled to the window and yanked open the curtains. What the? The sky bore 2 moons of differing sizes, one large and one small, casting a pale purple glow. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the boundless, dark green primeval jungle below. Towering trees surged from the ground, their canopies blocking out the sun. The view extended to the horizon, with no end in sight. And his community, Blue Bay Peninsula, appeared as though it had been carelessly discarded, completely cut out, and embedded within this wild forest. Roar! A deep, resonant roar echoed from the depths of the distant forest, causing the window panes to tremble slightly. Ming Dao shivered, his mind blank. Had the community traversed dimensions? This absurd notion was the only explanation he could fathom at that moment. His parents, his home, his life of 25 years, his promotions and salary increases, all severed abruptly by this inexplicable transmigration. Damn it! Daylight broke. Or rather, the 2 suns, one large and one small, rose in the sky. It was approximately 6 o'clock. The cacophony of voices drifted up from below, a chorus of panic and confusion. Ming Dao dressed hastily and stepped out of his apartment building. In just a few hours, he had been forcibly thrust into the melodramatic reality of transmigration. He had read countless novels, yet when the plot materialized into reality, it was undeniably surreal. Why did it have to be now of all times? Ming Dao muttered a few curses, his thoughts drifting outward. As he exited the hallway, he beheld the entirety of the Blue Bay Peninsula community, along with the outer fence and 2 grand gates, having been completely cut out and placed upon this alien terrain. A throng of over 100 individuals had gathered in the open space, young and old alike, their faces etched with confusion and bewilderment. Clearly, they had no understanding of what had transpired. There's no signal on my phone. Not a single bar, a young man exclaimed, shaking his device frantically. My wife went back to her parents' house yesterday. What about her? What is going on? A middle-aged man crouched on the ground, surrounded by a scattering of cigarette butts. Where's the government? Where's the military? They must come to our rescue. A woman cried, gripping the arm of a nearby person, her voice tinged with desperation. The government? Look at the two suns in the sky. We might not even be on Earth anymore. In the center of the crowd, a burly middle-aged man in a security uniform held a megaphone, shouting loudly to the assembly. Everyone, please calm down. I am Lu Guodong, the captain of the neighborhood security team. The situation is unclear, so do not panic. Staying within the community is the safest option. Beside him, a bald man adorned with a gold chain expressed his impatience, saying, Safe? Old Lu, the water, electricity, and gas have all ceased. How can you assure us of safety? The perishables in our refrigerators will spoil by today, and with so many of us here, we will surely starve or die of thirst within 2 days. Lu Guodong's face flushed with indignation. It is far more perilous to venture outside. None know what lurks in the forest beyond. Ming Dao refrained from joining the argument, silently observing from the outskirts of the crowd. Compared to these middle-aged individuals, he had come to terms with the established reality of his transmigration. Presently, he was plagued by two pressing questions. First, why had he transmigrated? To what world had he arrived? Was it one of cultivation, futuristic technology, or perhaps a particular region of Earth? Did he possess any special abilities? Was there a system or an elderly mentor? All remained shrouded in mystery. Secondly, how was he to survive? With the internet, electricity, and water severed, it was evident that survival took precedence. He noticed a man, appearing to be in his 50s and clad in work attire, engaging in hushed conversation with several neighbors. He moved closer. The water pump has undoubtedly ceased functioning, but there should still be some water stored in the rooftop firewater tank. It is a high-level tank that supplies water through gravity. If we open the fire hydrant at the end, we should be able to release some water. However, we cannot drink it without boiling, as we do not know how long it has been there. The man gestured toward the rooftop. Old son, are you certain? I have worked as a plumber for 30 years. I cannot be mistaken. The issue lies in how to retrieve the water and how to boil it. The man known as Old Son replied, his brow furrowed with concern. Ming Dao mentally noted the terms firewater tank and boil. At that moment, a young mother burst into the crowd, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Lu Guodong's arm. Captain Lu, my son Xiao, who is missing. He went downstairs to play with friends last night and hasn't returned. Do not panic, do not panic. What time was it last night? Around 10 o'clock. It should have been around 10. 10 o'clock? You allowed him to go out so late. The young mother faltered, and her tears flowed anew. He occasionally stays at a classmate's house. She pointed toward the towering trees outside the community, her voice trembling. Who could have imagined that the outside world would transform into this? Lu Guodong sighed in empathy. Do not worry. Which building does that classmate live in? We will search every household together, just in case he hasn't left the neighborhood. All right. The crowd fell silent, a chill rising from the depths of each heart. They all had families to worry about. Not being in the community could be either a blessing or a curse. In this life, it seemed difficult to reunite. Ming Dao sighed as well. He refrained from speaking further, scanning the crowd for familiar faces. Turning away from the group, he hastily returned to his apartment building. Upon reaching his home on the 8th floor, he closed the door, sealing out the clamor below. Since the situation was so unclear, he decided to assess his supplies. Food: 5 packs of Lao Tan sauerkraut instant noodles, 5 Shuanghui hot dogs, half a bag of opened Oreo cookies, 9 boxes of pure milk, 2 dozen Qingdao beers, half a bag of rice, various seasonings for eggs, a head of lettuce with slightly wilted edges, half a bottle of Lao Ganma, and a small bundle of red string-tied noodles. The freezer held over a dozen bags of 500-gram chicken breasts, along with an entire box of coffee in his study. This meager stock could barely last for 10 to 15 days. Drinking water: over half a box of Nongfu Spring, totaling 9,900 milliliters. Tools: a multifunctional army knife, a toolbox gathering dust on the balcony containing a hammer, screwdriver, wrench, and a rusty crowbar. Others: a Haisher Hainua first aid kit containing alcohol, cotton, bandages, and some common medications. 2 lighters and several rolls of sturdy packing rope. After completing his search, Ming Dao wiped the sweat from his brow. Survival hinged on water above all else. He gathered every container capable of holding water: a kettle, 2 thermoses, and several small red buckets, all empty. Outside the community lay a forest with no rivers in sight. The only means of obtaining water was to wait for rain, an uncertain prospect. He needed more water and methods to purify it. Ming Dao grasped the half-meter-long crowbar, weighing it in his hand. It felt substantial, made of hard steel, with a flat tip suitable for both a weapon and a tool. He swung it a couple of times, appreciating its balance. He tucked the crowbar away. Just then, something caught his eye out of the corner of his vision. What was that? A faint blue light? Ming Dao abruptly turned his head. No more than half a meter away, a light blue screen, approximately 1 square meter in size, floated quietly in the air. It was semi-transparent, allowing him to see the wallpaper pattern on the wall behind it. At the center of the screen was a line of pulsating white digits. 14 hours, 21 minutes, and 55 seconds. 14 hours, 21 minutes, and 54 seconds. 14 hours, 21 minutes, and 53 seconds. It was a countdown. Ming Dao instinctively reached out to touch the screen, but his fingertips passed through without resistance, as if it were merely a projection, a holographic image. He withdrew his hand and tried again, only to receive the same result. The screen was illusory, yet it undeniably existed within his field of vision. He turned his head, and the screen remained fixed at that point, not shifting with his gaze. Construction panel. For delicate characters in song, font hovered above the countdown. A golden opportunity? Was this his unique advantage? As an avid reader of web literature, the thought sprang to mind almost immediately. The standard perk for a time traveler had finally arrived. However, was this singular to him, or did every household possess it? This question was crucial. If everyone had access to it, then it would no longer be an advantage, but rather a new rule where all stood on equal footing. If he alone possessed it, then it would be his greatest bargaining chip for survival in this unfamiliar world, one he must never reveal to anyone. He hurried to the window, cautiously pulling back a corner of the curtain to peer across at the windows of the opposite building. Most were shrouded in darkness, with only a few showing flickering shadows, yet none emitted that distinctive pale blue glow. Chapter 2. Unboxing the Mystery. The countdown continues. This signifies that for the next 14 hours or so, this so-called construction panel is merely a decoration. A tangible yet intangible glimmer of hope. He inhaled deeply, recognizing that hope is a promise of the future, but the crisis looms ominously in the present. He understood clearly that the true peril does not lie in the here and now, but rather in 3 days, a week hence, when all the household reserves are depleted. When hunger overwhelms reason, one can only imagine what this small island will devolve into. Thus, it is imperative to seize the moment. While everyone still clings to a thread of unrealistic fantasy, while order has not yet completely unraveled, and gather supplies to the best of his ability, time is of the essence. With this realization, Ming Dao shifted his focus from the panel back to the matter of survival. He had 2 primary objectives. Firstly, the community's Fengchao Express delivery lockers. The Blue Bay Peninsula is a mid to large residential complex, boasting 15 high-rise buildings, with a smattering of villas scattered throughout the northern area. However, as this is a new district, the occupancy rate remains low, totaling perhaps around 1,000 households. Considering an average family of 3, the entire complex houses approximately 3,000 souls. When he chose to rent here, it was precisely for the new facilities and pleasant environment. Now, these have become harbingers of doom. 3,000 mouths. How much food and water do they require daily? An astronomical figure. Each household stockpile may last a few days, at most a week or 2. And then what? Without the skill to hunt in the mysterious forest beyond, the chaos and pillaging within the community are practically a foregone conclusion. Knocking on doors? Utter folly. It would take too much time and pose too great a risk, especially since every household has its doors tightly locked. Though his crowbar could pry open the delivery lockers, it could not breach reinforced security doors. Therefore, the Fengchao lockers presented the optimal solution. They were akin to a series of unopened mystery boxes, each containing an array of surprises, with a high probability of yielding food and daily necessities. The second objective was the underground garage. Many families habitually stored infrequently used items and supplies therein. Some garages are open, while others are equipped with simple rolling doors. With determination, a thorough search would surely yield substantial rewards. With clear thinking and a detailed plan, Ming Dao wasted no time. He extracted the half-meter-long steel crowbar from the back of his waistband, adjusted it to a more advantageous position for exertion, and firmly grasped his multifunctional Swiss Army knife in his right hand, without a hint of hesitation. He unlocked the door, secured it, and proceeded with swift efficiency. His silhouette melded seamlessly into the dim shadows of the corridor, targeting the express locker beside the electrical room of Building 9. Unboxing. Within the entire Blue Bay Peninsula complex, there are 3 Fengchao Express lockers. The largest one lies adjacent to the security office at the main entrance, bustling with foot traffic, where a crowd is currently attempting to connect to the already defunct network with their phones. The second one is deep within the villa area, too far and uncertain. Where the wealthiest means are beyond imagination. Reckless intrusion would be unwise. The third locker, however, is conveniently located beside the electrical room in front of Building 9. This location is relatively secluded, distanced from the throngs. Ming Dao lowered his stance, swiftly maneuvering through the shadows of the building and the fringes of the greenery. He circumvented the few dazed residents scattered along the main thoroughfare and soon reached his destination. A row of gray-green metal lockers stood against the wall, completely unoccupied. Excellent. Not wasting a moment, he quickly scanned his surroundings, confirming safety, and approached. He selected a medium-sized locker. The flat tip of the crowbar slid precisely into the gap of the locker door, tightly interlocking with the metal. Taking a deep breath, he applied his weight, pressing down and channeling all his strength into the end of the crowbar. Creak. The lock at the door visibly bulged outward. Success. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ming Dao's eyes. This method indeed worked. He swiftly yanked the door open, revealing a box the size of a fist nestled inside. Ripping open the cardboard, he discovered a familiar golden package, Ferrero Rocher chocolates, a box of 16. A smile crept across his face. In times of peace, this would be an ordinary snack, but in this moment, it was a life-saving treasure. Chocolate, rich in energy density, composed of cocoa, sugar, and fats, can quickly replenish the body with sugars and calories, sustaining vitality. In the harsh reality of survival, a bite of high-calorie chocolate could, at a critical moment, mean the difference between life and death. More importantly, it stimulates the brain's release of dopamine. In this desperate environment, the joy brought by a hint of sweetness can serve as a vital psychological support for survival. A promising start. Without hesitation, Ming Dao stuffed the chocolate into his backpack, which, though not large, was sufficient to contain today's anticipated bounty. He did not pause for breath, his gaze sweeping to the next locker. He needed to open as many of these mystery boxes as possible before others could react. The second locker. Creak. This time, armed with experience. His movements were more decisive and fluid. Inside was a small cardboard box, which felt substantial when shaken. Ripping off the tape, Ming Dao's eyes lit up. A whole box of compressed biscuits. Military green packaging, 20 packs, each containing 4 biscuits. This sustenance is high in calories, compact, and easily stored. An ideal survival food. Oh, how fortunate today is. Striking gold. The third locker. Creak. A brand new pair of Nike sneakers, size 36. Too small, Ming Dao grimaced and casually closed the door. This item was of no use to him at present. The fourth and fifth lockers yielded nothing of value. The sixth and seventh, he mechanically repeated the prying motions. A bottle of men's facial cleanser. A women's dress. A textbook titled 5 Years of College Entrance Examination and 3 Years of Simulation. Most of the deliveries were trivial items, but he remained unfazed. Unboxing is, after all, a game of chance. As long as the sample size is substantial, good items are bound to emerge. Creak. Another locker swung open. Inside was a hefty brown paper bag. Ming Dao reached in and felt an odd expression cross his face. He pulled out the bag, opened it, and found 5 large packets of sanitary napkins. A luxurious assortment complete with day use, night use, extended night use, and panty liners. Ming Dao fell silent for half a second. Although he had no use for them, these would undoubtedly be a valuable commodity in the apocalypse. Their absorbency and sterility make them even more effective than standard gauze for treating wounds. He collected them without hesitation, stuffing all 5 packets into his already half-full backpack. Just then, a commotion of footsteps and voices echoed from around the corner not far away. I see some movement over there. Let's go take a look. Ming Dao's heart raced, and his movements halted instantly. He immediately crouched down, concealing himself within the shadows cast by the corner of the delivery locker, while tightly gripping the crowbar in his hand. His heart raced, accelerating dramatically in that moment. Chapter 3. The Sausage Test of the Heart. The footsteps drew ever closer, not that of a single individual, but rather a group, approaching from around the corner, moving inexorably towards his hiding place. Ming Dao's heart leapt to his throat. His muscles tensed instantly, fingers around the crowbar, turning pale from the pressure. He had braced himself for the worst, ready to spring into action at any moment. However, the footsteps did not halt before him. Instead, they brushed past the edge of the delivery locker and surged directly towards the entrance of Building 9. Stop! You damned fool! Halt! A voice rang out, laced with urgency and frustration. Why do you have to claim it all for yourself at a time like this? Another sharp voice retorted defiantly. A quarrel? Ming Dao's curiosity piqued, and he stealthily peered out from the side of the delivery locker towards the source of the commotion. At the entrance of Building 9, 2 factions were engaged in a fierce standoff. One group consisted of a family of 3 residing on the second floor. The male head, a thin middle-aged man adorned with spectacles, was currently flushed with rage, fiercely guarding an iron rack laden with numerous items in the corridor. The opposing faction was his neighbor across the hall, a burly man with a bare torso, his rotund figure accompanied by 2 young men who appeared rather intimidating, presumably his children. Their altercation attracted a smattering of nearby residents, and soon enough, a small crowd gathered at the entrance. Ming Dao slowed his breathing, straining to listen intently. Brother Wang, for the sake of reason, yes, that cured meat is indeed yours, but look at the circumstances. The power is out. Surely your refrigerator's contents will spoil as well. Can your family possibly consume all that meat? Why not share it with everyone so we can weather this crisis together? The bare-chested man, spitting his words with righteous indignation, made his case passionately. Enough of your nonsense. Li Lao-san, this is meat specially prepared for me by relatives back home. Each piece costs dozens. Why do I have to share it with you? Weather the crisis? I see you as trying to take advantage of my misfortune. The bespectacled man, referred to as Brother Wang, refused to budge, gripping the iron rack with a tenacity that suggested he was ready to fight tooth and nail. Ming Dao's gaze wandered past both disputants, landing upon the iron rack. Good heavens! It was a simple drying rack, but at that moment, it bore not clothes, but strings of glistening, enticingly glossy, cured sausages and meats. A quick count revealed dozens of sausages and several strips of fatty pork belly under the morning sunlight. They appeared as if coated in a layer of golden beeswax. No wonder there was such a quarrel. Ming Dao instantly comprehended the situation, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. In times of peace, it was common for neighbors to place items in the corridor. However, the value of this batch of cured meat at this moment equated to a treasure trove of gold bars. What do you mean by taking advantage of misfortune? Let us have everyone weigh in. Li Lao-san turned to the gathering crowd, inciting them with fervor. They hoard all this meat while my family of 3 is left with nothing. What about us? We have elders and children at home. If we finish this meal, where shall our next meal come from? Are we just meant to starve? Exactly. It should be distributed fairly. A young man at his back immediately echoed. The crowd began to stir. An elderly woman cradling a child hesitated before saying, Xiao Wang, Li Shifu has a point. You can't possibly eat all that meat. If it's left for too long, it will spoil. Indeed, now is not the time for private property. Share it with us. It's better than letting it go to waste. The gazes of the onlookers shifted. Initially, they were merely spectators, but as they beheld the rack laden with cured meats, a glint of greed flickered within each pair of eyes. Several young, robust men unconsciously took a step forward, their throats bobbing with anticipation, harboring ulterior motives. You're robbing us. Brother Wang's wife, clutching her crying child, quavered. Brother Wang himself quaked with anger. Yet as he surveyed the predatory eyes surrounding him, his previously resolute demeanor waned. He realized he could not hold his ground. Seeing this, Li Lao-san wore a smug smirk, extending his hand toward the rack of sausages. Stop! A resonant shout rang out. The crowd parted to make way for Captain Lu Guodong, flanked by 2 security guards. As they strode forward with purpose, the black megaphone in his hand symbolized authority at that moment. What is all this ruckus about? What are you all congregating here for? Planning a rebellion? Lu Guodong glared with a menacing gaze, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Li Lao-san's outstretched hand froze in the air, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face, yet he defiantly retorted, Captain Lu, you've arrived just in time. You must arbitrate. This Wang family has hoarded so much meat and refuses to share. Isn't that selfishness? Lu Guodong furrowed his brow, approaching the iron rack for a closer look, his eyes widening involuntarily. So much meat could sustain a dozen people for a week. He discreetly averted his gaze, turning to Brother Wang with a slightly softened tone. Old Wang, is this indeed your property? Yes. Captain Lu, it's mine. I purchased it. Brother Wang exclaimed, as if a savior had appeared. Lu Guodong nodded, clearing his throat before addressing the assembly loudly. Since it belongs to Master Wang, it is his private property. No one shall lay a hand on it. We are not at that stage yet. Brother Wang's family breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Guodong shifted his stance, glancing at Brother Wang with a hint of evasion in his eyes, his tone taking on a more conciliatory tone. However, old Wang, given the current circumstances, everyone is indeed in need of food. Look at all that meat. Your family cannot consume it all, and with the heat rising, it will spoil. Why not set aside a portion as a gesture of neighborly support? As he spoke, his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. Since the previous night, the security team had not savored a warm meal. The guard shack held only a few packets of instant noodles, and with 6 grown men, a single bite each would suffice. They had no idea when their next meal would come, and the very foundation of their authority was being eroded by hunger. Brother Wang's expression darkened once more. He was about to refuse when Li Laosan seized the opportunity. "Did you hear that? Captain Liu has spoken. Hand it over." With that, he reached out again, this time directly grasping for the largest piece of pork belly. "How dare you?" Brother Wang bellowed, lunging forward to block him. The scene erupted into chaos. The two young men behind Li Laosan surged forward, while several residents, incited by the spectacle, began to encircle Brother Wang's family. It was on the brink of devolving into a riot. "Everyone, cease this at once." Just then, several authoritative shouts rang out. From both the south and north entrances, the remaining 3 security guards rushed to the scene. Alongside Lu Guodong and his 2 companions, 6 uniformed guards, wielding batons, formed a line to separate the conflicting parties. Who would dare challenge 6 sturdy young men? The previously eager crowd instinctively took 2 steps back. Lu Guodong surveyed the scene, sighing inwardly. He understood that mere reasoning would no longer suffice. Approaching Brother Wang, he lowered his voice. "Old Wang, I beg you, if you do not share this meat today, they will take it. I can stop you once, but I cannot do so a second time. My brothers here are also patrolling on empty stomachs. If you share some meat, I, Lu Guodong, will owe you a favor, ensuring your family's safety today. Otherwise, when people's hearts scatter, I can no longer take responsibility." This declaration served as both a threat and a stark reality. Brother Wang gazed at Lu Guodong and the 5 security guards behind him, all of whom bore equally hungry expressions, then shifted his gaze to the restless neighbors surrounding them. Finally, he glanced at his trembling wife and children, and the anger and resentment in his eyes ultimately transformed into a desolate ash. He understood he had no choice. An innocent man may hold no guilt, yet possessing wealth can invite trouble. That dripping sausage had become the source of discord. Dejectedly, he released his grip on the iron frame, muttering, "A deal is a deal." Chapter 4. The early bird catches the worm. A seemingly amicable negotiation quickly unfolded under the witness of 6 security guards. In the end, this precious stash of cured meat was divided into 5 portions. As the original owner, Brother Wang retained 2 shares. The instigator, his neighborly Laosan, secured 1 for himself as well. The remaining 2 portions were, quite naturally, borrowed by Lu Guodong under the pretext of serving as emergency rations for the security team. Although the onlookers felt envious, they dared not voice their complaints, ultimately dispersing in discontent under the intimidation of 6 nightsticks and the security captain's presence. Ming Dao, shrouded in shadows, observed the entire spectacle with a subtle shake of his head. Order was unraveling. The so-called rules were merely another expression of brute force. The security chief, Lu Guodong, perhaps intended to maintain order, but in the face of survival instincts, he could only opt for the most advantageous means to persuade the weak using collective strength. This farce served as a wake-up call for him. Provisions must never be exposed to the public eye. He averted his gaze, dismissing the farcical division of spoils. As the crowd had been drawn elsewhere, an opportune moment for him to proceed with his own actions. Turning back, he faced a row of gray-green metal cabinets once more. The crowbar slipped into the crevice again. Click! Another cabinet door sprang open. Inside lay a square cardboard box adorned with the logo of Dazhuang's hot pot base. Ming Dao's eyes sparkled. This was a treasure. While he lacked the means to enjoy hot pot at the moment, this product was rich in oils and flavors, capable of enhancing any dish, whether noodles or boiled water, while providing precious fat. He seized it without hesitation, stuffing several large packages of hot pot base into his backpack. Next, click, vacuum-sealed braised beef. 2 hefty packages, each weighing a pound. Damn! Ming Dao nearly burst into laughter. His luck was nothing short of miraculous. Beef is a prime source of protein, vital for maintaining muscle strength in an environment fraught with potential conflict. Physical strength is life. He quickly shoved the braised beef into his backpack, feeling its weight increase further. Click. Empty space. Click. This time, he unveiled a box of pure Tinsu milk, 12 cartons. Each 250 milliliters snagged. Click. Several large bags of Lay's potato chips in original, cucumber, and barbecue flavors. Though they're junk food, their high oil, salt, and carbohydrate content make them energy bombs in a post-apocalyptic world. Snagged. Ming Dao's movements became increasingly swift. A box of long-lasting Durex condoms. A Romos power bank. A set of children's picture books. Most of it was still useless, but he paid it no mind. Regardless of its utility, free stuff is still a gain. As the last cabinet door was pried open, revealing an empty interior, Ming Dao straightened, adjusting the shoulder straps of his bulging backpack. It was filled to the brim, heavy beyond measure. Observing his spoils, he wore a contented smile reminiscent of a hamster preparing for winter. This wretched sense of security was intoxicating. Chocolate, compressed biscuits, sanitary napkins, hot pot base, braised beef, milk, and chips, items once commonplace in peaceful times, had now become his lifeline. No longer could he linger. He scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one noticed him in this corner, then swiftly lowered his posture, tucking the crowbar back into his waistband as he stealthily made his way along the greenery's shadow back to his apartment block. Ming Dao's figure vanished in less than 2 minutes, only for a cacophony of hurried footsteps to arise. 3 young men, seemingly in their early 20s, wandered aimlessly through the community, searching for something to dissipate the anxiety of impending doom. Damn, this cursed place, I can't find a single thing. The lead youth with bleached hair kicked a stone in frustration. Don't be hasty, Feng Gu. There will be a way, reassured a tall, bespectacled friend, though his tone was equally filled with uncertainty. A way? What way? Just waiting to die? Feng Gu shot back with an irritated glare. Just then, the slightly overweight youth at the back suddenly halted, raising his head with uncertainty as he pointed toward the wall near the power distribution room. Feng Yi, doesn't that seem a bit off over there? What's off about it? Feng Gu snapped, turning to follow his finger. There, a row of gray-green delivery cabinets stood with dozens of doors ajar, as if violently pried open and carelessly closed. Scattered beneath the cabinets were flattened and torn delivery boxes and packaging bags, resembling the aftermath of a recent plunder. What the hell? Feng Yi exclaimed, the first to react as he dashed forward. The other 2, stunned for a moment, quickly followed suit. They reached the delivery cabinets, breath quickening at the sight of the chaos. Someone has pried open the delivery cabinets. The bespectacled youth shouted in shock. Damn it! Which son of a dog was fast enough to do this? Feng Gu, realizing the situation too late, kicked one of the pried open cabinet doors in frustration and jealousy. They had just been fretting over their next meal, yet someone had already beaten them to the punch and raided this substantial supply point. Anything that could fit in a delivery cabinet, even if not food, surely contained valuable items. How had I not thought of this? Feng Gu, look, there are still some that haven't been pried open, the slightly overweight youth pointed out. Feng Ji's eyes lit up instantly. He rushed forward to pull at the cabinet door, but it wouldn't budge. Damn it, we need tools. He glanced back toward the direction of the main entrance. Let us go. The guardhouse must have tools. Bruce. There's a whole row of larger delivery cabinets over there. The 3 exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. Exactly. This is just one spot. There's a whole row at the front entrance. Maybe that hasn't been touched yet. Go. Quick. Run. They sprinted toward the guardhouse at the community's main entrance. Chapter 5. Lu Guodong's Schemes. Outside the guardhouse, a peculiar aroma wafted through the air, a blend of rice porridge and the charred scent of burning firewood. Lu Guodong squatted before a large iron pot of unknown origin, cautiously using a stick to stir the smoldering cardboard and dry twigs beneath it. In the pot, the white rice porridge bubbled and simmered, the grains floating and sinking within, exuding an alluring aroma. The 5 security guards surrounding him gazed longingly at the pot, their mouths almost watering. The 2 portions of cured meat borrowed from Brother Wang hung like treasures in the security room's window, strictly off-limits to all. However, the rice was procured by Lu Guodong in exchange for half a sausage from an elderly lady on the 3rd floor. On the first day of his journey through time, he had managed to retain some semblance of integrity. The necessary dignity was still intact. Captain, is it almost ready? It smells divine. A young guard could no longer contain his eagerness. What's the rush? Let's simmer a bit longer. The softer it gets, the better it will be. Lu Guodong scolded, as he had planned to relish this pot of porridge for 2 days. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached rapidly. Lu Guodong's expression shifted, suspecting another disturbance. He stood up, ready to intervene, only to see 3 young men rush past him like a gust of wind, not sparing them a glance. Their target was the adjacent row of larger, more numerous express delivery lockers. Lu Guodong was taken aback, his mind racing as comprehension dawned. He turned sharply to watch the 3 young men. They reached the lockers and immediately began to act. The one referred to as Brother Feng, with his yellow hair, produced a wrench seemingly from nowhere and struck down fiercely at the gap of one locker door. Bang, bang, bang. The bespectacled youth pulled out a multifunctional screwdriver, attempting to pry it open just like the yellow-haired one. Meanwhile, the slightly plump young man, the most ridiculous of the trio, lagged behind, luckless and toolless. He could only scavenge a plastic stool abandoned on the roadside and, clutching a pair of red wooden chopsticks, began to jab at a lock hole with fervor. This sudden commotion immediately drew the attention of those nearby. The residents, who had previously been troubled over food and water, looked on in confusion at first. Then their faces lit up with joy. The lockers. Of course. How had they not thought of that? They contained all manner of goods. Moreover, people nowadays lack the habit of taking things immediately. Opening one was almost certain to yield something useful. With a loud clang, the yellow-haired youth succeeded first, smashing the lock of one locker open with his wrench, causing the door to spring ajar. He eagerly reached inside and pulled out a cold foam package. Upon tearing it open, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he let out a bizarre scream. Yogurt. It's Tianrun yogurt, and it's ice cold. In a frenzy of delight, he tore open the packaging and gulped it down. There's food. Quick, hurry and pry it open. There's food inside. The crowd erupted instantly. Who could resist the allure of free supplies? Those residents closest to the scene instinctively surged forward. Some, empty-handed, scraped at the lockers with their nails, while others charged in with their bodies. Some reacted swiftly, turning to dash home in search of any tools that could be of use. Wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers, kitchen knives, and even some brandished rolling pins and high heels. The entire scene spiraled into utter chaos. Dozens of people surrounded the row of gray-green metal lockers, clanging and banging. This one's mine. Get lost. Damn it, who has snatching my stuff? It's open. It's open. Is it a book? To hell with your book. Amidst the pandemonium, lockers continued to swing open. Someone yanked out a box of chips, which was immediately overwhelmed by a swarm of hands, the packaging torn to shreds. Another person retrieved a pair of rackets, only to be met with furious curses. Yet another managed to extract a bottle of shampoo, hesitating for a moment before tucking it away in their coat. Watching this frenzied scene unfold, Lu Guodong felt his eyes redden. This was all valuable supplies. How dare these residents pilfer in front of him, the captain of security? This simply could not stand. More critically, these lockers were situated right beside his security room. By the principle of proximity, they rightfully belonged to the security team. It was the perfect opportunity to take a chance and secure some food. A surge of anger and greed welled up within him. Everyone stop right now. Lu Guodong seized a megaphone and bellowed at the crowd. The 5 guards behind him quickly snapped to attention, abandoning the fragrant pot of porridge to grab their batons and charge forward. Stop it. Everyone stop. Do you hear me? 5 burly men in uniforms, wielding batons, plunged into the throng, unceremoniously shoving and shouting, forcibly separating the residents from the lockers. What's all this noise? What are you stealing? Do you wish to rebel? Lu Guodong glared with fury, his voice booming. This is public property of the community. It doesn't belong to anyone who wishes to take it. From this moment on, this area is under the jurisdiction of our security team. All supplies will be centrally managed and distributed. He spoke with such righteous authority, as if he were the embodiment of order itself. The yellow-haired youth, clutching half a box of yogurt, was confronted by a guard pointing a baton at him. A flicker of indignation crossed his face. But upon seeing the guard's weapon and the menacing presence of the surrounding security, he ultimately dared not utter a word. Those who had managed to snag something exchanged furtive glances, feeling guilty as they noticed Lu Guodong was too preoccupied to address them, and quietly slipped away from the crowd, hastily making their exit. A bargain not taken is a fool's lot. What in hand is one's own. Meanwhile, those who had come away empty-handed wore expressions of regret and resentment, glaring at Lu Guodong and then at those who had escaped, silently cursing themselves for not seizing the opportunity sooner. Under the intimidation of 6 batons, the tumultuous scene was finally subdued. Satisfied, Lu Guodong surveyed the cleared area, cleared his throat, and waved to the remaining guards. Come, let's pry them open. Leave no locker unchecked. All of this unfolded without Ming Dao's knowledge. He had returned to the base of his building, having not rushed upstairs but instead pausing in the shadows of the flower bed below, carefully observing the windows and balcony of his own unit, 802. Everything appeared normal. Only then did he step into the building, his footsteps light, tinged with a hint of guilt as if he were a thief. The elevator had long ceased to function, leaving him to ascend the stairs. The dimly lit corridor was illuminated only by the faint green light of the emergency exit sign, casting elongated shadows and creating an eerily strange atmosphere. He climbed to the 8th floor in one breath, arriving at his door. He did not immediately pull out his keys. Instead, he crouched down to closely inspect the lock. Before he left, he had deliberately taken some fine salt from the kitchen and carefully sprinkled a thin layer over the dust surrounding the keyhole. This served as a simple yet effective alarm system. If anyone attempted to pry the lock, even if only to test it, they would inevitably disturb the layer of salt and dust, leaving traces behind. In the dim light of the corridor, He could clearly see that the white grains of salt and gray dust remained undisturbed, showing no signs of having been touched or blown away. No one had tampered with his door. Only then did Ming Dao feel a sense of relief wash over him. He retrieved his key, gently inserted it into the lock, turned it, and opened the door. Once inside, he promptly locked it again and wedged a heavy crowbar between the doorknob and the floor, creating a makeshift doorstop. Double insurance provided him with an added layer of security. He exhaled deeply, shedding the weight of a burdensome backpack that he carelessly tossed to the ground. The relief was palpable, as if he had unshackled himself from an immense load, leaning against the door while gasping for breath. Although he had merely stepped outside, the mental strain he experienced eclipsed the fatigue of running a marathon. Chapter 6. Beverage for water. After a brief respite, hunger surged within him. Having endured a sleepless night without breakfast, he was quite famished. He rummaged through his bedroom and retrieved a package of preserved vegetable instant noodles. Lacking the means to boil water, he tore open the packaging and bit into the dry noodle block. The crunch echoed in the silence as crumbs cascaded down, the hard and arid texture painfully scraping against his mouth. He chewed, reaching for a bottle from the half-empty case of Nongfu Spring, twisting off the cap and gulping down a generous mouthful. The icy mineral water coursed down his throat, finally washing away the unpalatable fragments into his stomach. Lunch was thus brutally simplistic. He refrained from indulging in the precious beef jerky and chocolate. Now was not the time for such pleasures. These dry noodles and biscuits would serve as his sustenance for the foreseeable future. After finishing an entire noodle block and nibbling on a few Oreos, a semblance of satiety settled in his stomach. However, with this moment of relaxation came an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He cast a glance at the blue holographic display floating in the center of the living room. 120,815. 12 more hours remained. He needed to conserve his energy. No one could predict what might transpire when the countdown concluded. Furthermore, the perils of night were exponentially greater than those of the day. Without hesitation, he placed the crowbar within reach on his bedside table and collapsed onto the bed, fully clothed, succumbing to sleep. Outside, the two suns scorched the earth, and the cacophony below seemed to have quieted considerably, perhaps due to exhaustion or a temporary truce. Yet one thing was certain. No one dared to venture beyond the confines of the community, fearful of unforeseen calamities. Time passed. Thud, thud. Unaware of how long he had slept, a rapid knocking on the door jolted him awake. Ming Dao sprang up from the bed, his body reacting instinctively before his mind could fully awaken. Grasping the crowbar beside him, he tensed in anticipation. Who could it be? At this hour? Who would dare knock on his door? Was it the security chief, Lu Guodong, seeking to organize his supplies? Or perhaps those crazed individuals, emboldened by their previous successes, intending to plunder house by house? Countless thoughts flickered through his mind, coalescing into a singular, chilling resolve. He remained silent, deliberately slowing his breath. Stepping cautiously towards the door, he held his breath and pressed his eye against the peephole. The world beyond was distorted. A rotund face, magnified and filling his view, loomed large. It was his neighbor from apartment 801. Ming Dao's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized this individual, Wang Chu, a corpulent recluse who spent his days writing web novels. They had shared a nodding acquaintance for over a year, exchanging no more than 10 words in total. Their only connection was that they both rented from the same landlord. He recalled Wang's perpetually greasy hair, oversized pajamas, and slippers as he shuffled downstairs to collect takeout, his demeanor evasive and socially awkward, an archetypal socially anxious hermit. Yet at this moment, the face in the peephole radiated a sense of urgency and panic that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Something was amiss. Ming Dao's suspicion heightened. In such a perilous time, a neighbor who rarely interacted suddenly appeared at his door, visibly distressed. His intentions were undoubtedly suspect. Was it for food? Water? Or had he stumbled upon something and sought to probe? Perhaps he had merely just awakened? All possibilities lingered. Ming Dao tightened his grip on the crowbar, deciding to observe the situation before taking further action. Wang Chu, seemingly unprepared for the lack of response, paced anxiously outside, raising his hand as though to knock again, only to hesitate and ultimately lower it. He likely understood that a forceful knock would only provoke hostility from the resident. Leaning his lips against the door crack, it appeared he wished to speak, but was uncertain if anyone was home, rendering the scene somewhat comical. Ming Dao pondered briefly. If Wang truly harbored any ulterior motives, feigning absence would not suffice for long. Thus, it would be prudent to discern his intentions. He lowered his voice. "We want." The sudden sound startled Wang Chu, causing him to jump back half a meter, nearly losing his balance. Clutching his ample chest, he gasped for breath, finally realizing it was the occupant responding. Ming Dao. It's me, Wang Chu. Your neighbor. Wang Chu quickly pressed his ear against the door, speaking in a hushed yet urgent tone. Ming Dao, are you home? That's wonderful. I need to discuss something with you. I'm just a novelist, so I don't usually cook and rely entirely on takeout for my meals. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that I have no rice or vegetables at all. However, I do have plenty of instant noodles and various fast foods. So I 1T starve. At this point, he hesitated, as if struggling to articulate his request. I was hoping to trade with you. I have a stock of beverages, Coke, Sprite, iced tea, but not a single drop of proper drinking water left. Ming Dao, could we perhaps exchange some drinks for a bottle of mineral water? The proposition of resource exchange sparked a flurry of thoughts in Ming Dao's mind as he quickly grasped Wang's intent. This was a fundamental form of barter common at the onset of the apocalypse, exchanging surplus for necessity. However, before proceeding, he had one crucial task to accomplish. His gaze swept across the living room, landing on the softly glowing blue holographic display. This represented his greatest secret, one that must remain undisclosed to anyone. He did not respond to Wang Chu immediately. Instead, he turned and silently retrieved the backpack he had discarded on the floor, along with a dusty suitcase from the corner. He propped the suitcase upright, placing the backpack atop it, cleverly positioning this makeshift barrier in the line of sight between the entrance and the holographic display. Even if the door opened a crack, no one outside could discern any anomalies in the living room. Having completed this task, he returned to the door, his voice steady as he inquired, "How shall we trade?" Upon hearing those words, Wang Chu was elated, as if he had received divine revelation. 2 bottles. I'll trade you 2 bottles of beverage for 1 bottle of mineral water. Any drink will do, Coke, Sprite, orange juice, take your pick. This exchange rate, at the beginning of the apocalypse, was quite fair, even favoring Ming Dao. After all, beverages were essentially water mixed with sugar, and in some respects, they could be considered a decent form of sustenance. Yet, Ming Dao did not rush to acquiesce. He glanced at the remaining half-case of Nongfu Spring in the corner. For the moment, he lacked for water. What mattered more was that through this transaction, he could ascertain Wang Chu's character and intentions. Who can predict what the future holds? The more friends one has, the fewer enemies one faces. Chapter 7. The Joy of the Homebody. All right, Ming Dao stated succinctly. That's wonderful. Just a moment, Brother Ming. I'm going to fetch it immediately. Following this, the sound of slippers pattering away echoed in the distance. Before long, a heavy, dragging noise approached. Wang Chu seemed to have brought an entire box of beverages with him. Brother Ming, I brought it. Instead of knocking, Wang Chu directly pulled out 2 cans of Pepsi from a box and carefully placed them on the ground at Ming Dao's doorstep. Ming Dao confirmed this through the peephole. He took a deep breath, gripping the doorknob with his left hand while his right hand firmly clutched a half-meter-long crowbar, not relaxing in the slightest. Click. The door lock turned, and the security door opened just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. In the blink of an eye, Ming Dao, wielding the crowbar with a cold gaze, appeared before Wang Chu. Wang Chu was eagerly awaiting at the door when he unexpectedly encountered such a fierce appearance, causing him to gasp in shock. His plump body, propelled by inertia, plopped down onto the ground. "You," he stammered, pointing at Ming Dao, his lips trembling. Unable to articulate a word, Ming Dao ignored his terror, his gaze first sweeping over the 2 cans of cola on the ground before quickly scanning both ends of the corridor, ensuring there were no hidden threats. He spread his hands, indicating that he was alone. Realizing this, Wang Chu hastily scrambled to his feet, waving his hands in a gesture of goodwill. "Brother Ming, please don't misunderstand. I just came to exchange for water, nothing else." Seeing Wang Chu's cowardly demeanor, Ming Dao's guard lowered slightly. His gaze returned to the cola on the ground. "I thought it was bottled. Cans, 3 bottles for 1. This was not mere penny pinching, but rather a statement of control. He intended to convey that the initiative in this transaction lay firmly in his hands, with the value of the water defined by him. Huh. Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the other party to raise the stakes. However, when his gaze fell upon the crowbar in Ming Dao's hand, he promptly swallowed any thoughts of bargaining. "Fine, 3 bottles it is." He nodded vigorously, as if fearing Ming Dao might change his mind, hastily retrieving another can of cola from the box to place alongside the other 2. Once this was done, he rubbed his hands together and looked at Ming Dao with a sycophantic smile. "Brother Ming, I still have half a box left, a total of 6 cans. Could you perhaps exchange for 2 more? I'll trade them all. You certainly won't be at a loss." He was parched. Since the water had been shut off last night, he had consumed a bellyful of sugary drinks, and now his throat felt as if it were coated in syrup. He dreamt of a refreshing sip of pure water. Ming Dao nodded in agreement. He did not immediately close the door, but maintained the gap, turning to walk into the living room. Just as he turned, The usually submissive Wang Chu's eyes glinted with a barely perceptible light. He instinctively tiptoed, straining his neck to glimpse through the door crack and peer inside. However, as soon as his gaze ventured in, it was obstructed by a large suitcase and a pile of bags stacked atop it. Apart from a small patch of empty space in the entrance and a neatly arranged pair of sneakers, he saw nothing else. The dim light within only added to the air of mystery. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Chu's eyes, quickly replaced by the joy of the mineral water that was soon to be his. Ming Dao returned swiftly, holding 3 550 milliliters bottles of Nongfu Spring. He placed the water on the ground at the door and pointed the crowbar. Wang Chu understood immediately, hastily pushing the remaining box of cola forward. 9 cans in total. Ming Dao bent down, separating the 3 bottles of water with one hand, picking up one, and then bringing the box of cola inside, all the while keeping the crowbar firmly in his other hand. The transaction was complete. He accepted the cola, the coolness of the cans invigorating him. He did not close the door right away, instead observing the deeply grateful expression on Wang Chu's face, as if inadvertently offering a kind reminder. I don't have much purified water left either, so make it last. Drinking too many sugary drinks is unhealthy and can lead to dehydration. If you run out of water, just use a few larger plates or bowls and leave them on the balcony. Who knows, it might rain one day. This advice sounded like a friendly neighbor's counsel. Yet to Wang Chu, it bore an unspoken implication. First, my water supply is limited, so do not expect more from me. Second, I have pointed you towards a viable solution, which I consider my utmost kindness. Wang Chu nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Ming. Thank you for the reminder. I understand. I understand. With no further words, Ming Dao decisively closed the security door with a thud, followed by the sound of it locking. The footsteps outside faded away, and Wang Chu seemingly returned to his home, clutching the 3 precious bottles of mineral water. Ming Dao placed the box of cola in the corner, repositioning the crowbar behind the door, then hurried to the balcony to peek out towards the neighboring unit. The layouts of their apartments differed. From the balcony, he could just catch a glimpse through the kitchen window opposite him. Ming Dao vaguely saw a plump figure pacing back and forth inside, exhibiting an unusual exuberance. The figure even jumped up and down, appearing quite bizarre. This transaction left Ming Dao with an unsettling feeling. A socially anxious homebody, who was also a novelist, surely possessed a thought process distinct from the ordinary. The water exchange might be secondary. He likely sought to acquire something of greater significance. This fellow was not to be underestimated. Ming Dao silently elevated Wang Chu's threat level in his mind. He chose not to dwell on such thoughts any longer, turning his gaze to the blue holographic screen suspended in the center of the living room. 083345. It was still early. No, not early at all. Afternoon. The sky darkened rapidly. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the outside world had already succumbed to gloom, as if dusk had arrived prematurely. The 2 suns, one large and one small, had long since dipped below the horizon of the distant forest. Just as Ming Dao contemplated taking a chance in the underground garage before nightfall, he reached the door only to discover that it was pitch black outside. Without power, the streetlights were extinguished, and even the moonlight timidly hid behind the clouds. The entire world seemed shrouded in a vast black cloth, inducing a sense of unease. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. Nighttime was too perilous. Venturing out in such near-zero visibility was akin to placing oneself in an unknown peril. Any hidden threat lurking in the shadows could cost him his life. For the sake of uncertain gains, incurring unnecessary risks was not worth it. He resolutely secured the door, refraining from going outside, and focused on awaiting the countdown of that blue holographic screen. As night deepened, the community sank into complete silence. Ming Dao lay in bed, fully awake, unable to find sleep. He could only stare at the pale blue screen floating in the living room. Where had the time gone? Chapter 8. Strong versus Weak. 00003. 00002. 00001. 000000. At the very moment the countdown reached its conclusion, the translucent light screen trembled ever so slightly. Immediately thereafter, a brilliant radiance erupted. A dazzling blue light instantaneously illuminated the entire room as brightly as day. Ming Dao instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes, the blinding glow even penetrating his eyelids, rendering his vision a blinding white. The brilliance arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the light rapidly converged, reforming into the 1 square meter screen. However, the content displayed had undergone a monumental transformation. The four delicate characters of the construction panel that were previously suspended above the countdown had now expanded to occupy the center of the screen, the font becoming bolder and imbued with an aura of unknown technological sophistication. Beneath these four grand characters, a brand new list emerged. Survivor, Ming Dao. Status, subhealthy. Today's score, unsettled. Cumulative score, 0. Unlocked, no. Unlocked, no. It has arrived. Ming Dao's heart raced as he swiftly rolled over and sat up in bed. Is this his golden finger? The construction panel? It sounds reminiscent of a simulation management game. Is he to engage in infrastructure development in this wretched place? But what does the score signify? Unsettled? Just as Ming Dao pondered this, a distinctly different voice resonated unexpectedly deep within his mind. Daily settlement system activated. A line of clearer subtitles gradually materialized in his consciousness alongside that voice. This was entirely distinct from the construction panel floating in the living room. This was uniquely his own. Ming Dao gasped. A dual system? What the hell? Before he could fully grasp this overwhelming shock, a new stream of information refreshed in his mind. Scoring based on your actions today. Action 1. Resource collection. Pried open 37 express lockers, obtaining food, water, medicine, and other survival essentials. Evaluation. Efficient action, precise timing, granting you an advantage in the survival competition. Score, 15. Action 2. Establishing preliminary social connections. Completed a fair trade with neighbor Wang Chu, acquiring information and non-essentials. Evaluation. Cautious probing, successful value exchange. You have initially grasped the rules of trade. Score 1. Action 3. Survive for a day. Evaluation. Surviving is the foundation of everything. Score 1. Overall score, 17 points. Evaluation. For a novice arriving in a different world on the first day, your performance has been commendable. Please continue to maintain this momentum and do not slacken. As he gazed at the clearly listed items in his mind, Ming Dao suddenly understood. So that's it. Everything he had done today was meticulously observed by this daily settlement system and converted into the most intuitive scores. Prying open the lockers earned him a whopping 15 points. This was undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of his decisive actions. And although his trade with Wang Chu only netted him a couple of cans of cola, it still earned him 1 point, with the system even highlighting the value of information and non-essentials. Even the most fundamental achievement of merely surviving garnered him 1 point. Just then, a new stream of information surged into his mind once more. Scoring completed. Rewards are now being distributed. Please select one of the following 3 reward options. 1 survival supply package. Small contains compressed biscuits X2, purified water 500 milliliters X1, random can food X1. 2 building blueprint. Random unlocks the construction permission for a basic building. 3 weapon. Random obtains a random cold weapon or tool. Observing the 3 options emanating a faint glow before him, Ming Dao felt little hesitation. The first option, the survival supply package, was immediately dismissed. He had just scavenged an entire express locker, his backpack brimming with food and water. He did not require additional supplies at the moment. The third option, the random weapon, was also disregarded. He already possessed a suitable crowbar, an implement that could both strike and pry, sturdy and durable, far more practical than any randomly generated axe or machete. Unless it yielded a firearm, it held little significance. Only the second option remained, the building blueprint. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Ming Dao's eyes. Food and water would eventually be consumed, and weapons could only guarantee temporary safety. However, buildings represent sustained benefits and long-term development. Whether it be defensive structures providing shelter or workbenches producing resources, their value far exceeds mere survival. Moreover, the very name of his panel is Construction Panel. This blueprint undoubtedly aligns perfectly with his aspirations. I choose option 2, the building blueprint, Ming Dao silently affirmed. The instant his thought crystallized, the options interface in his mind shattered into countless points of light. Subsequently, a scroll, seemingly composed of starlight, slowly unfurled. Upon the scroll, a complex 3-dimensional blueprint began to rotate, accompanied by clear lines of text. Blueprint acquired, water purifier. While Ming Dao immersed himself in studying the blueprint, he remained oblivious to the fact that, at that very moment, the entire Blue Bay Peninsula community was in an uproar. In Building 9, on the 2nd floor, Unit 201, the Wang family, having become the center of attention due to a batch of cured meats, sat gathered around the dining table, gnawing on cold bread by the flickering light of a half-burnt candle. The remnants of the cured meats, too precious to consume, were carefully wrapped in plastic bags and hidden beneath the bed. Suddenly, a blue light illuminated the living room out of nowhere. Brother Wong was startled. Dropping the bread, he held onto the floor. He gazed in horror at the floating screen, which clearly displayed a line of text. Survivor, Vang Defa. Status, sub-healthy and repressed. Today's score, 5, Action 1, Display of assets. Evaluation, are you so desperate for others to know you have meat? When everyone else is starving. Hanging cured meats in the corridor is akin to lighting a lamp while defecating in the dark, a surefire way to invite disaster. You are not merely escalating tensions. You are handing others a knife with your own foolishness. Score 3. Action 2. Surrendering assets. Evaluation. One moment, you bark like a protective wild dog. The next, you cower like a kicked rabbit. Is your backbone merely for show? Not only did you expose your supplies, but you also revealed your weakness. Prepare for the next wave of friendly negotiations. Score 3. Action 3. Lingering on. Evaluation. Congratulations, you are still breathing. This is the minimum requirement for a living organism. You barely meet the standard. Congratulations. Score 1. Evaluation. The worst of the worst, starting off with a deficit of 5 points. Do not tarnish the community's reputation. Consider ending it all. Cumulative score, 5. What the hell is this? -5 points. Wong Defa stared at the glaring negative number, utterly bewildered. And this scathing evaluation. Why? Meanwhile, in the adjacent Unit 202, the burly manly Lao San was thoroughly enjoying a large chunk of greasy cured meat, savoring every bite. His 2 sons devoured their portions beside him. The blue light flickered on. Li Lao San squinted at the display. Survivor, Li San. Status, satisfied. Today's score, 5. Action 1. Opportunistic provocation successful. Evaluation. You have astutely detected the greed inherent in human nature and transformed your neighbor's hunger into your own weapon. A textbook example of villainous maneuvering. Well done. Score 2. Action 2. Profiting from violent intimidation. Evaluation. It has been proven that in this new world, a robust neck is far more effective than reason. You and your 2 inept sons exemplify the essence of simplicity, brutality, and efficacy. Score 2. Action 3. Surviving for a day. Evaluation. Survival is the foundation of all. Score 1. Evaluation. From the outset, you understood the necessity of seizing resources. You are a born villain. Keep it up. Cumulative score. 5. 5 points? Li Laosan grinned. Engaging in mischief could yield scores, and this felt secure. Although uncertain of the utility of this score, it undoubtedly held extraordinary significance. In the security office, Captain Liu Guodong and his 5 comrades huddled around a large pot, sipping warm rice porridge. The row of delivery lockers had been thoroughly ransacked. Fortune smiled upon them as they scavenged several boxes of bread, biscuits, and bottled water, alleviating their immediate hunger. Blue light illuminated before the 6 men, and each was presented with a personal panel. Liu Guodong gazed at his panel. Survivor, Liu Guodong. Status, exhausted. Today's score, 8. Action 1. Initial maintenance of order. Evaluation. You shouted a few commands into a loudspeaker, temporarily calming a panicked group of sheep. Do not overestimate this uniform. It is merely a tattered piece of cloth with a hint of authority. Score 3. Action 2. Seeking power it. Evaluation. Under the guise of mediation. You turn a neighborhood conflict into the security team's first revenue. You exhibit the nascent traits of a warlord, albeit in a miniature form. Score 4. Action 3. Surviving for a day. Evaluation. Survival is the foundation of all. Score 1. Evaluation. You are the only one who recognizes the importance of community. Persevere and actively exert your initiative. Cumulative score, 8. 8 points? Not too shabby. He glanced at his subordinates, whose scores fluctuated between 3 to 5 points. Clearly, as a leader, one's score ought to be higher. Liu Guodong understood this, further solidifying his resolve to maintain firm control over the security team. Yet he was equally perplexed. What was the purpose of this score? No rewards, no hints, merely a cold, hard number. Was this a game? In a community, over 1,000 families, a myriad of blue screens illuminated simultaneously in the darkness. Darling, look, what on earth is this? My goodness, why is my score 0? Starvation 1? I lose points for dieting? I helped my neighbor move today, and my score is 1. Does doing good deeds grant points? What are the scoring rules? Nonsense. I snatched a bag of chips today, and my score is 3. Clearly, stealing is the way to go. What is the purpose of this score? The sudden emergence of a construction panel and daily scores unleashed a tempest of emotions among all survivors. On the first day of the apocalypse, a new rule had descended. In room 802, Ming Dao received the blueprint, materializing the information. Acquired blueprint, water purifier, white. Type, constructed building. effect. Through multi-layered physical filtration and adsorption, it can convert murky, mildly contaminated surface water or stored water into clean drinking water. Require materials: large capacity water storage container, 50L, X1, activated carbon, 2 kilograms, quartz sand, 5 kilograms, clean gauze, 2, pipes and valves, several. Note: water is the source of life, especially when you are unsure when the next rain will arrive. Remember, a stable water source is more valuable than a mountain of gold. Note: the blueprint is permanently owned and can be traded. Placing the required materials on the blueprint will automatically generate the corresponding building. The structure is not complex. It could even be described as somewhat rudimentary. However, after mentally traversing the entire construction process of this device, Ming Dao instantly grasped its value. Inestimable. In this community, where water and electricity have ceased and isolation reigns, the reserve of drinking water is diminishing at a visible rate. His half-box of Nongfu Spring, rationed, would barely last 2 weeks. What the others? They would have even less. When all face the dire straits of water scarcity, a device that can continuously provide clean drinking water is not merely a simple purifier. It is power. It is leverage. High scores equate to substantial rewards. Ming Dao's eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance. His prior conjectures and actions were vindicated in that moment. The core logic of the scoring system encourages survivors to take initiative, to explore, to acquire, and to establish an advantage, rather than passively waiting or indulging in trifling exchanges. Constructing the water purifier not only resolves his own drinking dilemma, but also serves as the optimal means to boost his score for the next settlement. Realizing this, Ming Dao could no longer remain seated. He began frantically searching his modest rental room by the faint moonlight streaming through the window. None of the materials outlined in the blueprint were readily available. A large capacity water storage container? The largest items in his home were a kettle and 2 thermos cups, totaling less than 5 liters, woefully inadequate. Clean gauze? He rushed to the bathroom and rummaged through the emergency kit from Haishir. Opening it revealed a small roll of medical gauze, which, when unfurled, presented a pitifully small area, at most 0.2 square meters. Not enough. Far from sufficient. As his gaze swept across the bathroom, it suddenly fixated on a familiar packaging bag in the corner. Sanitary napkins. A spark of inspiration illuminated Ming Dao's mind. He recalled the 5 grand packages of luxurious combinations he had scavenged from the delivery lockers today. The essence of these items was indeed non-woven fabric and high polymer absorbent resin. The outer layer, designed for breathability and skin friendliness, utilized a clean non-woven fabric similar to gauze. Moreover, its absorbency was exceptional, making it a perfect substitute. He dashed to the entrance, rummaging through the stuffed backpack, and retrieved several packages of sanitary napkins. Tearing open a pack of night use, he pulled apart the outer layer, revealing a layer of fine, soft white fabric, ample in area and pristine. The gauze issue was resolved. Yet, the more critical materials, activated carbon and quartz sand, eluded him as he turned his home upside down, finding not a single grain. These items are rarely stocked in modern urban households, save for a select few enthusiasts. The final pipes and valves yielded only a few PVC short pipes left forgotten in the corner of the balcony toolbox, remnants from the original renovation. Their insufficient length and varying diameters rendered them incapable of forming an effective circulation system. After an exhaustive search, the results were disheartening. Besides uncovering a perfect substitute for gauze, he had found none of the other essential materials. Chapter 10. Treasure Hunting in the Garage. Ming Dao stood resolutely in the midst of a disheveled living room, undeterred by the chaos surrounding him. Instead, he exuded an air of calmness. Approaching the window, he parted the curtains slightly, revealing a persistently eerie forest, where occasional sounds of unseen creatures echoed. It was evident that he must venture out once more. Relying solely on the scant supplies at home would not suffice. Not only was constructing a water purifier a distant dream, but merely surviving the upcoming week seemed an extravagant aspiration. In his mind's eye, a distinct destination crystallized: the underground garage. The remnants of renovation, sand, gravel, discarded fish tanks, car parts, and even makeshift storage spaces erected by previous owners. Items once regarded as refuse in peaceful times could now transform into indispensable components for his water purifier. Quartz sand. Many large fish tanks utilize quartz sand in their filtration systems. The community undoubtedly housed numerous aquarists, and abandoned fish tanks were likely strewn in some corner of the garage. Activated carbon. This was even more straightforward. Almost all automobile air conditioning or air filters contain layers of activated carbon, employed to absorb odors and filter impurities. Dismantling a single vehicle could yield enough for him to amass 2 kilograms. As for pipes and valves, the garage has fire suppression system and drainage pipes, while not directly removable, certainly concealed usable materials among the heaps of renovation debris. His thoughts crystallized with clarity. In critical moments, meticulous planning was paramount. Ming Dao returned to his study, rummaging through a drawer for a stack of A4 paper and a ballpoint pen. Illuminated by the soft blue glow emanating from the construction panel, he leaned over the desk, meticulously sketching the water purifier blueprint that unfolded in his mind. He rendered the drawings with exceptional detail, including not only the overall structure, but also disassembled diagrams of each component. Beside the diagrams, he annotated each material's name, specifications, and possible alternatives. 1 water storage container, primary plastic tank of over 50 L capacity. Alternatives: large water dispenser bottles, ceramic jars used for pickling, multiple small containers pieced together. Search locations: underground garage storage area, hallways on each floor, rooftop terrace. 2 filtration layer A quartz sand, primary over 5 kilograms. Alternatives: bottom filter sand from large fish tanks, clean river sand for construction, requiring multiple washes, crushed glass, edges must be smooth, posing risks. Search locations: underground garage, abandoned fish tanks, communities' abandoned building material storage points. 3 filtration layer B activated carbon, primary over 2 kilograms. Alternatives: car air conditioning filter, incompletely burned hardwood charcoal, requiring crushing and screening, replacement filter cartridges for water purifiers. Search locations: underground garage, core target. 4 filtration layer C gauze, primary over 2 pieces. Alternatives: top layer non-woven fabric from sanitary napkins, already resolved, clean old cotton clothing. 5 piping system, primary PVC PPR pipes and matching valves, elbows. Alternatives: windshield washer spray hoses from cars, internal soft hoses from discarded appliances. Fire hoses, requiring cutting and modification. Search locations: underground garage, abandoned building material storage points, fire cabinets on each floor. A meticulously detailed action list gradually took shape beneath his pen. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a shabby pen. This was not merely a materials list, it was an exhaustive action plan and risk memorandum. After inscribing the final word, Ming Dao exhaled deeply. He carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. Subsequently, he restructured his action route for the following day. The target was the underground garage. However, he could not descend directly from the entrance of their building. The entrance to the garage of Building 5 faced the unit door, bustling with passersby, making it too conspicuous. The success of his operation today relied on leveraging information asymmetry and stealth. Once discovered, unnecessary trouble and covetous eyes would surely follow. His gaze fell upon Building 14, the farthest and most secluded from Building 5. It was adjacent to the community wall, seldom visited, with a very low occupancy rate. Entering the underground garage from that entrance would undoubtedly be the safest choice. He decided on an action time of 5 o'clock the following morning. At that hour, as dawn barely broke, most individuals, having endured a day filled with panic and turmoil, would inevitably succumb to sleep. Even if someone were awake, they would likely be mired in confusion and fear about the future, their motivation at its weakest. Having completed these preparations, a profound fatigue washed over Ming Dao. He refrained from pushing himself further, placing the crowbar and military knife beside his pillow, and lay down fully clothed. This time, he fell into a remarkably deep slumber. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, at precisely 4:30 in the morning, before the alarm rang, Ming Dao's eyes fluttered open. His biological clock was unfailingly punctual, always rousing him before the alarm sounded. Without a hint of delay, he rolled out of bed, donned dark clothing, and slung his backpack over his shoulders. He consumed a piece of chocolate for energy. Approaching the door, he cautiously moved the crowbar, which served as a doorstop, and unlocked the door. The corridor was enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the faint green glow of emergency lights. Descending quietly, his footsteps nearly inaudible, he opted not to use the entrance of his building, but instead followed the route he had meticulously planned the night before, skirting the shadows of the community's greenbelt. After a considerable detour, he arrived at the most secluded Building 14. Due to the early hour and insufficient light, the entrance to the underground garage loomed dark and foreboding, exuding a chilling air. It was vastly quieter and far more perilous here than above ground. The dangers above were human, visible, and audible, whereas here, peril could lurk in the shadows of any concrete pillar or beneath any dust-covered vehicle. Taking a deep breath, Ming Dao retrieved his phone and activated the screen. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a safety radius of merely 2 to 3 meters ahead of him. He did not rush forward, but instead paused at the entrance, straining to listen. Apart from his own breathing and the occasional distant ticking sound, there was no other noise. Upon confirming temporary safety, he began to move, weaving between vehicles. His objective was clear. Priority was the storage room. Underground garages often house some unlocked storage rooms for fire safety and pipeline maintenance, making them the ideal repository for construction waste and discarded items. Chapter 11. A chance encounter with allies. The beam of light swept across rows of parking spaces, and finally, behind a load-bearing pillar, he discovered an open iron door. The door was already rusted, and inside, it was crammed with various debris, nearly overflowing. This was it. Ming Dao felt a surge of joy as he hurried over. The light streamed into the storage room, revealing heaps of discarded wooden planks, damaged plasterboard, rolled wallpaper, and assorted plastic packaging. He unloaded his backpack, gripping the crowbar firmly for precaution, and began to search meticulously with the aid of his phone's illumination. Before long, his eyes lit up. In a corner, he spotted a forgotten bundle of white pipes. Upon closer inspection, they were precisely the PVC pipes he urgently needed. Roughly estimating, their total length was around 7 to 8 meters. While the diameters varied, they could undoubtedly be cut and modified to suit his needs. A fortuitous start. This discovery greatly encouraged him. He leaned the PVC pipes against the wall and continued to delve deeper into the pile of debris. This place is nothing short of a treasure trove, a veritable wasteland abandoned by modern civilization, yet concealing the most precious resources in the aftermath of an apocalypse. After searching for a further 10 minutes, he unearthed a small half bag of quartz sand, the packaging indicating it was meant for the substrate of a large aquarium. Weighing at least several dozen pounds, this discovery directly addressed the most elusive component required for filtration. Shortly thereafter, amidst a dilapidated cardboard box, he stumbled upon a plastic water tank, seemingly a component of a household appliance, with a capacity of approximately 60 to 70 liters. Although it bore a conspicuous crack along its side, the damage was not critical. With a bit of repair, it could be rendered usable. Ming Dao carefully transported these crucial materials to the entrance of a storage room, his heart brimming with joy, nearly spilling over. He had already gathered half of the essential components for the water purifier. Just as he was preparing to haul these items away in batches, a sudden, jarring sound of metal scraping erupted from the depths of the garage. The noise resonated as if a blunt instrument were being dragged across metal, piercingly clear. Following that, 2 heavy breaths could be heard. Someone was there. Ming Dao's spirit surged. His instinct was not to flee, but to extinguish the light from his phone immediately. Darkness enveloped him as he swiftly ducked behind a towering black SUV, pressing his body tightly against its frame while drawing out a crowbar from the small of his back. Gripping it firmly with both hands, he held his breath, pressing his ear against the car window, straining to discern the faint sounds in the distance. "Damn this sturdy car," growled a coarse voice, laden with impatience. "Father, keep your voice down. Don't attract attention," urged a voice, slightly more youthful and tinged with anxiety. "What are you afraid of? Who the hell would dare to come down to the garage at this hour? Everyone's up there sleeping like dead pigs. Hurry up, pry it open." 3 burly men, having consumed more than their fair share, lamented that the meager provisions at home barely sufficed to fill the gaps in their teeth. That voice sounded eerily familiar. Ming Dao's pupils dilated in recognition. It was a robust man from yesterday who had tried to seize the cured meat, Li Laosan, and his son. In the shadows, 2 indistinct figures emerged from the depths of the garage. They had not turned on any flashlights, seemingly relying on the faint morning light and their familiarity with the surroundings to navigate. Leading the way was the imposing Li Laosan, clutching what appeared to be a steel rebar, likely pilfered from a construction site. His son followed closely behind, wielding a sizable pipe wrench, nervously scanning their surroundings. Their target was a white Honda sedan. "Father, is this going to work? If we break it, we can't drive it away," the son questioned, hesitantly. "Of course. Who the hell wants to drive this piece of junk? It's what's inside. In the trunk, there must be food and drink. Some people hoard supplies in their cars, bottled water, biscuits, instant noodles. There has to be something. Hurry up. While no one's around, let's get to work." Li Laosan Nisha, shoving the pointed end of the rebar forcefully into the crevice of the trunk. Ming Dao crouched in the shadow of the SUV, observing. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications and did not want anyone to discover his presence. He had already witnessed the ferocity and greed of this father-son duo the previous day. Confronting them directly would yield no benefits. "Hey!" Li Laosan barked, his corpulent frame shaking as he exerted all his strength on the rebar. With a resounding clang, the trunk's lock was forcibly pried open, the lid flying up violently. The duo's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they rushed forward. However, the trunk was barren, containing only a solitary child's safety seat, a few scattered car maintenance manuals, and some rags. Not a morsel of food or a drop of water. Not even a packet of tissues. Damn it, what terrible luck! Li Lao-san exclaimed, viciously kicking the side of the white sedan. Bang! The car emitted a dull thud, the door caving insignificantly. Let's go check over there. I refuse to believe we can't find something worth taking. The duo muttered curses as they grabbed their tools and made their way towards another exit of the garage. Their footsteps and invectives gradually faded into the darkness. Ming Dao remained in place for several more minutes, ensuring they had indeed departed before cautiously peeking from behind the SUV. He had read enough novels to prepare for the worst in that fleeting moment. With danger temporarily averted, he dared not linger. He quickly gathered the PVC water pipe, quartz sand, and the damaged plastic water tank, stuffing them into an empty backpack. The tank was too large to fit, so he cradled it in his arms. Just as he was about to vacate this perilous place, his peripheral vision caught sight of an abandoned toolbox nearby. It was a rusted red metal box, its lock broken, the lid slightly ajar. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he approached and gently prodded the lid with the tip of the crowbar. It creaked open, revealing a sight that made Ming Dao's eyes widen in astonishment. A nearly pristine roll of silver-gray waterproof tape lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Beside the tape was a pipe wrench that appeared to be in decent condition. This was nothing short of providence. The waterproof tape was the perfect tool for mending the damaged water tank, while the pipe wrench would be essential for handling and connecting the variously sized PVC pipes. With risk and reward intertwined, Ming Dao did not hesitate to tuck the tape and wrench into his backpack, then cradled the water tank and swiftly turned, vanishing into the morning light at the garage entrance. Chapter 12. The Devourer of Panels. Ming Dao emerged from the entrance of Building 14, hunched over and clutching the half-height plastic water tank. He was only missing the final essential component for the water purifier, activated carbon. He had initially intended to call it a day, planning to return these spoils to the safe haven on the 8th floor. After all, his recent encounter in the garage served as a stark warning. Individuals like Li Lao-san, willing to resort to any means for survival, were far from rare. As he prepared to leave, stealthily navigating back along the wall shadow, an unexpected thought crossed Ming Dao's mind as he glanced up at the brand-new Building 14. The entire structure was shrouded in darkness, with not a single window illuminated. Situated on the outskirts of the community, its occupancy rate was virtually zero, predominantly consisting of freshly renovated, unventilated vacant units. Vacant units just renovated. A thought flashed through Ming Dao's mind. Formaldehyde. Newly renovated houses notoriously suffer from excessive formaldehyde levels. And what is the most common method for eliminating formaldehyde? Aside from ventilation, the use of activated carbon bags and air purifiers is paramount. Nearly all modern air purifiers rely on activated carbon layers as their core filter. With this realization, Ming Dao's mind lit up. He glanced at the cumbersome water tank in his arms, and then at the tightly shut unit doors of Building 14. A daring plan swiftly formed in his mind. Without further hesitation, he concealed the water tank and backpack deep within the dense foliage of a nearby shrub, carefully camouflaging them with the abundant branches and leaves. Having completed this task, he brushed the dust off his hands, drew the half-meter-long crowbar from his lower back, gripping it tightly, and strode directly towards the darkened entrance of Building 14. The unit door was unlocked, swinging open with a gentle push. A heavy scent of fresh paint assaulted his senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. Indeed, it was newly renovated. The corridor was devoid of any presence, with even traces of life scarce. Determining whether a household is inhabited is a straightforward endeavor. One merely needs to observe if there are any imprints on the doormat, or if there are shoe racks or other domestic items positioned by the door. Ming Dao commenced his investigation from the first floor, ascending with deliberate slowness. The entrances of the two units on the first floor gleamed as if newly polished, devoid of even a speck of dust. The second floor reflected the same pristine condition. The third floor remained equally desolate. Excellent. He felt certain in his assessment and turned back toward the second floor. Adjacent to the stairwell on the second floor, there existed a cement platform extending outward, approximately 2 meters in width, presumably intended for the placement of air conditioning units. He surveyed the terrain and effortlessly vaulted over it. Stabilizing himself on the platform, he noticed a small window in the unit to his left. It was a kitchen window, seemingly of fixed pane, lacking a handle and thus impossible to open from the outside. He leaned closer to the glass, peering inside through the increasingly bright morning light. In the kitchen of room 201, the brand-new cabinets still bore their blue protective film. Through the kitchen doorway, he could see a complete set of new fabric sofas in the living room, even covered with a protective plastic sheet. Indeed, there were no signs of habitation whatsoever. Without further hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised the crowbar in his hand. He opted not to strike the center of the glass, as that would not only create a loud noise, but also risk sending shards flying inward, leaving a mess that would be difficult to clean. Instead, he aimed for the four corners of the window. Clang! The tip of the crowbar struck precisely at the upper right corner of the glass edge. A crisp sound resonated, and cracks swiftly radiated outward from the point of impact. Clang! 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 He moved with remarkable speed, striking the other three corners in succession. Once the corners lost their support, he gently pried with the flat end of the crowbar along the fissure, and the entire pane silently collapsed inward. Ming Dao meticulously cleared away the remaining shards clinging to the window frame, ensuring he would not injure himself, before pushing himself up and deftly slipping inside. As his feet touched the ground, he instantly scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Safe. He did not linger in the kitchen, but traversed the corridor, searching each room in turn: master bedroom, secondary bedroom, study. To his dismay, he found no air purifiers, nor even a hint of activated carbon bags. Perhaps the homeowner had not yet had the opportunity to acquire these items. Just as he was about to abandon his search, intending to try his luck in the last utility room, his gaze swept over the walls of each room, where air conditioning units hung. Wait, air conditioning. Ming Dao paused. A previously overlooked detail surged to the forefront of his mind. Many new models of air conditioning now come equipped with air purification functions, featuring built-in filter nets that often include a layer of activated carbon sponge, or even a separate activated carbon filter. With this realization, hope rekindled in his eyes. He hurried into the master bedroom, fetched a dining chair, and stepped up. The crowbar once more proved its worth, as its flat tip easily inserted into the gaps of the air conditioning unit's casing, and with a gentle pry, click, the white plastic exterior popped open, revealing layers of filters within. He reached inside and extracted the outer dust filter, and behind it, indeed, lay a layer of black, sponge-like netting. This was it. The activated carbon sponge filter. Ming Dao's heart soared, and without hesitation, he pulled out the black filter. He replicated the process with the air conditioning in the secondary bedroom, successfully retrieving another filter. Although the two filters were not large, they contained a significant amount of activated carbon. Weighing them in his hands, he sensed they still fell short of the 2 kilograms specified in the blueprint, yet they had certainly resolved the fundamental issue of availability. After scouring both bedrooms, he discovered no other items of greater value. Just as he felt satisfied and intended to return through the living room, his footsteps abruptly froze in place. He stared intently at the center of the living room. There it was. Suspended in midair was another faint blue light screen, identical to the one in his own home. Construction panel. This place also possessed a construction panel. A chill coursed through him. Could it be that construction panels were standard in every household? What about the settlement system from last night? Did everyone possess it? If that were the case, then his so-called advantage would merely be a farce. No, wait. He immediately recalled the assessment from the settlement system regarding himself and the composite score of 17 points. Unless their system differed from his? Or perhaps the construction panel and the settlement system were two distinct entities? Countless questions exploded in his mind. He suppressed the turmoil within and curiously approached. Extending his hand, he attempted to touch the gently glowing blue screen. Just like the one in his home, his fingertips passed through without obstruction, as if it were a phantom projection. However, this time, when his palm covered the screen, the content changed. The 4 prominent characters of construction panel shifted upward, revealing 2 lines of new information below. No homeowner. Can be annexed. Can be annexed? Ming Dao's pupils constricted, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. What did this mean? Instinctively, he extended his index finger and gently pressed upon the glowing blue words, "can be annexed." At the moment his fingertip made contact, an unexpected event unfolded. The construction panel that had been hovering in his own living room suddenly materialized beside him. It then swiftly surged toward the construction panel of room 201. The 2 panels began to merge, ultimately coalescing into a brand new panel. At the center of the panel, a countdown abruptly appeared. 235,959, 235,958. Chapter 13, Synthesis, Water Purifier. A 24-hour countdown. Ming Dao stared in bewilderment at this surreal scene, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. Annexation was indeed this meaning, transforming another's panel into his own. He was utterly uncertain about the ramifications of a successful annexation, yet an instinctual voice within him assured that it could only yield benefits, never detriments. This might truly represent the real utility of the construction panel. Then, what are these ownerless resources scattered throughout the community? With this realization, a fire ignited within Ming Dao's eyes. He hesitated no longer, swiftly turned around, and dashed to the door of room 201, flinging it open. Following suit, he ascended to the third floor, employing the same technique to violently breach a vacant room's window. Sure enough, in the center of the living room, another, no homeowner, construction panel hovered. Without hesitation, he reached out, intent on annexing once more. However, when his finger pressed against the words "can be annexed," a new prompt appeared on the panel. Annexation cooling down, cannot execute new annexation command. Indeed, there were limitations. Ming Dao understood, albeit with a hint of regret. Yet he was not disheartened. He comprehended the wisdom of not overreaching. To successfully annex one was already a tremendous gain. In the early stages of his journey, everyone was walking barefoot, and the advantage came solely from the disparity in information. He remained undeterred, since the immediate prospect of annexation was unattainable. He resolved not to squander time. With purpose, he commenced a meticulous search within the confines of the room, his target being the air conditioning filter. Fortune did not favor him, for this room too lacked an air purifier. Nevertheless, he deftly disassembled the air conditioning units in the two bedrooms, extracting the activated carbon sponge filters within. Next, he ascended to the fourth and fifth floors. An hour later, Ming Dao emerged again through the second floor window. His backpack bulged with a plethora of black activated carbon filters. A rough estimate suggested that the extracted activated carbon weighed well over 2 kilograms. With this, he had successfully gathered all the materials needed for the water purifier. More significantly, he had ascertained that within this building, there were at least a dozen vacant units, each with a construction panel suspended in the living room, awaiting his conquest. These would serve as his future assets. Clutching the water tank to his chest, Ming Dao cast a vigilant glance around, ensuring no one had detected his movements, before crouching low and stealthily making his way back home along the shadows of the building. Time was of the essence. Most residents were already awake. Climbing the 8 floors was indeed no easy feat. The presence of an elevator had made it manageable before. But now he was left to ascend solely by stairs, drenched in sweat. Moreover, without water to bathe, he felt utterly grimy. However, with no one around to notice, the distinction between fragrant and foul became irrelevant. Survival was the priority. Ming Dao caught his breath. The moment he stepped inside, he swiftly locked the door behind him, then extracted the crowbar from his lower back, wedging it diagonally between the doorknob and the floor to form a sturdy, triangular brace. Safety at last. Within this cramped sanctuary constructed of reinforced concrete and layers of locks, he could finally experience a semblance of security. Ming Dao unceremoniously dumped the plastic water tank and his heavy backpack onto the living room floor, causing various items to roll about with a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Among the scattered contents lay a damaged water tank, an assortment of PVC pipes of varying lengths, half a bag of heavy quartz sand, a roll of pristine waterproof tape, a pair of pipe pliers, and a dozen dusty black activated carbon filters salvaged from the air conditioning units. The first step was to repair the container. He seized a roll of silver-gray waterproof tape, tearing off a length and meticulously applying it to the 20-centimeter crack in the plastic water tank. His movements were deliberate, pressing down firmly to ensure the tape adhered seamlessly to the surface, leaving no air bubbles. Layer upon layer, 5 in total, he applied until the edges could not be pried loose even with his fingernail, at which point he nodded in satisfaction. The second step involved cutting the pipes. He drew forth a sharp, multifunctional knife, measuring the lengths in his mind, and expertly cut the PVC pipes to size, ensuring there was no excess waste. Everything was now prepared. Ming Dao inhaled deeply and retrieved the blueprint from his pocket. This sheet, having been materialized from the system the previous night, had transformed into a tangible parchment-like document, its texture resilient, adorned with the intricate schematic of the water purifier's design. He laid the blueprint flat upon the floor. He then carefully placed the repaired plastic water tank, the cut PVC pipes, the half bag of quartz sand, all the activated carbon filters, and the remaining components atop the blueprint, piece by piece, with utmost caution. A miraculous event unfolded. The moment the last activated carbon filter was positioned upon the blueprint, the entire sheet suddenly radiated a gentle white light. The materials piled atop, it seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, slowly levitating into the air. Subsequently, Their forms began to blur, edges softening, as they were absorbed into the blueprint below. In a mere span of seconds, all the materials on the floor were completely consumed by the schematic. The brilliance emanating from the blueprint reached its zenith. With a hum, a blinding white light erupted. Ming Dao instinctively shut his eyes and raised his arms to shield himself. The radiance came swiftly and departed just as quickly. When he opened his eyes again, a rudimentary yet structurally complete manual water purifier stood serenely upon the floor before him. This was the wonder of the blueprint. No cumbersome assembly or calibration was required. As long as the materials were complete, it could generate directly. The water purifier stood approximately half a meter tall, its main body being the repaired white plastic water tank, now serving as the reservoir. Connected to one side were several PVC pipes of varying diameters, forming a complex filtration system, with the connections so precise that it appeared seamless. At the lowest point of the apparatus extended a slender outlet pipe, thoughtfully equipped with a small valve switch. Success. Chapter 14, Heart of the Community. Ming Dao's heart raced as he hastened to the balcony. Beneath the clothes-drying rack lay a long, metallic trough designed to collect rainwater and prevent dripping. At that moment, it was filled with a murky layer of yellow water, the surface dotted with dust and the remains of unknown tiny insects. This was the perfect specimen for his experiment. Carefully, he detached the trough and, cradling this basin of foul-smelling wastewater, returned to the living room. He positioned a clean kettle beneath the outlet of the water purifier and, taking a deep breath, poured the murky yellow water from the trough into the reservoir of the purifier. With a gurgling sound, the sewage entered the tank, causing the water level to rise rapidly. Ming Dao performed no further actions. The water purifier began its operation autonomously. He could hear a faint sound of flowing water from within the device as the murky yellow liquid was drawn into the pipes, passing through layers of filtration, quartz sand, activated carbon, and gauze. 1 drop, 2 drops. In less than half a minute, clear water began to flow slowly from the outlet, cascading into the kettle below. The speed was astonishing, far from the ordinary physical filtration reliant on gravity. It felt as though some invisible force was accelerating the process. This was evidently not a product of earthly technology. The flow intensified, ultimately forming a steady stream, pouring into the kettle with a delightful rush. In merely 3 to 5 minutes, the entire basin of contaminated water was purified, filling the kettle to a substantial degree. He closed the valve, lifted the kettle, and poured out half a cup. Gazing closely at the water emanating from the construction panel, he noted its clarity and brilliance, devoid of any visible impurities. Indistinguishable from the bottled spring water he had previously stored. He brought it to his nose and inhaled. The faint, unpleasant odor had vanished entirely. Rather than drinking immediately, he dipped a finger into the water and tasted a drop. No off flavors. Only then did he feel reassured enough to take a small sip. It was sweet and crisp. A refreshing chill coursed down his throat into his stomach, instantly dispelling the heat within him. The taste of this water surpassed any bottle variety he had ever consumed. He had succeeded. Ming Dao clenched his fist, an indescribable joy swelling within him. He had triumphed. As long as he could find ample sources of contaminated water, he would possess an unending supply of clean drinking water. He tilted his head back and drained the remaining clear water in his cup. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from downstairs. The noise seemed to emanate from the center of the community. Something has happened. A shiver ran down Ming Dao's spine. He momentarily set aside his artistic endeavors and hurried to the balcony. Gazing towards the flowerbed square at the heart of the community, his pupils constricted in alarm. Below him, a sea of heads swarmed together. Almost all the surviving residents of Blue Bay Peninsula were gathered there. Strangely, everyone maintained an astonishingly uniform posture, their heads tilted back. Mouths agape, faces etched with shock as they stared skyward. Following their gaze, Ming Dao slowly lifted his own head. Goodness! Right above the central flowerbed, an unimaginably colossal light screen, bathed in a pale blue hue, hung suspended in mid-air. It dwarfed the 1-meter construction panel in Ming Dao's living room by more than 100 times, like a curtain descending from the heavens. It nearly enveloped the entire central square. The edges of the light screen exhibited a translucent quality, strikingly similar to the construction panel. A father and son. Do not approach. Remain calm. Everyone, stay in place, do not panic. Amidst the crowd, the figure of security captain Lu Guodong was particularly conspicuous. He had somehow procured a large megaphone and was desperately trying to maintain order. A few security personnel beside him formed a fragile human barrier, straining to separate the frontmost crowd from the area beneath that eerie light screen. At that moment, the immense screen flickered with shifting light and shadow. A line of colossal white text, large enough for every corner of the community to see clearly, gradually materialized. The heart of the community. Following that, beneath the 4 large characters, a sequence of numbers began to count down in seconds. 032146, 032145, 032144. Another countdown. What on earth is that? The heart of the community? What does it mean? The heart of our community? 3 hours and counting. What will happen when the countdown ends? Will we perish? I knew it. This cursed place is anything but benevolent. We are all doomed to die here. A young woman, already on the brink, completely broke down. Crouching on the ground with her head in her hands, weeping uncontrollably. She did not want to stay here. She longed to return to Earth. The myriad expressions of humanity revealed their true nature. An elderly man gazed around in confusion, mumbling in a dialect that no one could comprehend. A young man futilely attempted to capture the spectacle with a phone that had long lost signal. Even a few men, their eyes gleaming with ambition and greed after the initial shock, began to emerge from the crowd. Amidst this chaos, a series of urgent knocks echoed once more. Bang, 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 bang. Ming Dao swiftly retreated from the balcony to the living room, his brow furrowed. He quickly moved to the door, grasping the crowbar tightly in his hand. Who is it? He whispered. Ming Ye. It's me. Wan Zhu. Something major has happened downstairs. Did you see it? That blue screen. Wang Chu's breathless voice came from outside. This time, his tone bore no trace of the pure fear from yesterday, replaced instead by an urgent plea for refuge and alliance. Ming Dao hesitated to open the door, his mind racing. At this moment, Wang Chu's visit could not be purely coincidental. Clearly, the shock from the enormous screen below had driven this socially anxious recluse out of his home. He needed a companion who could provide him with a sense of security, or perhaps a pillar of strength. And yesterday's self, armed with a crowbar, had undoubtedly become his prime choice. After a moment's contemplation, Ming Dao decided to open the door. Firstly, he sought to extract more information about the construction panel from Wang Chu. Secondly, he wished to observe the so-called heart of the community up close, knowing that having another person nearby would provide extra cover. He unlocked the door and opened it just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Upon seeing the door ajar, Wang Chu's face lit up with joy. But in the next moment, his gaze darted past Ming Dao's shoulder, fixating on the center of the living room. Instantly, he froze. His round face turned pale. Eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape in an O shape, large enough to fit an egg. Trembling, he raised a shaking finger, pointing at what lay behind Ming Dao. Stuttering in shock. You have a system too? Chapter 15. A fate that can never be the protagonist. Ming Dao's heart stirred, feigning astonishment as he retorted. You mean the construction panel? Yes. That it. Wang Chu's reaction was even more fervent than Ming Dao's. He slapped his thigh, a complex expression washing over his face. I thought I was the chosen one, the only protagonist in this world. I never imagined everyone has one too. He let out a long sigh, visibly deflated. Leaning against the doorframe, he self-deprecatingly lamented. Sigh, when I saw this thing pop up last night. I was so thrilled I couldn't sleep, already plotting how to establish a harem and dominate the world. But damn it, everyone has one. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, even with a hint of a sob in his voice. It's true, a fat loser like me can never be the protagonist. Even a golden finger is a common commodity everyone has. Listening to Wang Chu's complaints, Ming Dao's spirits began to lift. If that were the case, the construction panel was public, a new rule imposed on everyone in this world. Yet, the daily settlement system, which provided specific scores and rewards, must belong solely to him. He could hardly suppress the upward curve of his lips. He pressed on with his inquiry. So what was your score yesterday? Did you receive any rewards? This question served as his final confirmation. Score? Wang Chu shook his head in confusion, his expression one of complete incredulity. I scored 2 points. I got 1 point for surviving a day, and then I exchanged cola for water with you, and the system said I made an effective material exchange, giving me another point. As for rewards, there were none. I spent all night studying that panel, and apart from that score, there was nothing else. What is the use of a score? Nothing at all. Those 5 words rang like celestial music in Ming Dao's ears. He struggled to contain his impulse to laugh uproariously, nodding with feigned calmness as he replied solemnly. I experienced the same. Only the score, no rewards. I knew it. Wan Duet Gleam. Feeling as if he had found his tribe, his sense of loss dissipating significantly. It seems this thing is merely a decoration, a tool for intimidation. He continued, pointing downstairs, his face once again adorned with fear and curiosity. Ming Dao, enough about this. Should we go take a look at that giant down there? I'm a bit scared to go alone. Let us go. Ming Dao replied succinctly. He hesitated no longer, stepping out from behind the door and locking it behind him. Wang Chu eyed the crowbar in Ming Dao's hand, instinctively swallowing hard, subtly edging away to maintain what he considered a safe distance. The two descended swiftly, one following the other. In the dimly lit corridor, Wang Chu trailed behind Ming Dao, gazing at his upright figure, and an inexplicable sense of safety surged within him. Perhaps not being the protagonist wasn't so bad after all. Being a loyal follower could have its merits. After all, with a neighbor who exuded decisiveness and strength, the odds of survival would surely be greater. As they exited the residential building, they were met with a throng of people gathered around the central flower bed, all engaged in hushed conversations, exchanging inquiries. What score did you get yesterday? I got a 3. I managed to snag a whole box of instant noodles. No way. You're impressive. I only scored 1 point, just the survival point. My wife received a -2. She gave our rice to the neighbors, and the system deemed her foolishly kind. Captain Liu has 8 points. I just heard him tell the security guard. 8 points. What did he do? Ming Dao and Wang Chu merged into the crowd, instantly becoming engulfed. Wang Chu was taken aback by the sheer number of people before him. Typically, the community's central flower bed was merely a venue for the elderly ladies to perform their dance routines. Yet now, it was teeming with people. A sea of black heads stretching as far as the eye could see. At a glance, there were at least 2,000 individuals of all ages, though upon closer inspection, the majority were middle-aged, around their 40s and 50s. This was to be expected, as Blue Bay Peninsula was a mid to high-end residential area, primarily inhabited by prosperous individuals in their prime. Ming Dao, this is quite the spectacle, Wang Chu muttered, instinctively inching closer to Ming Dao, his rotund figure feeling particularly cramped among the throng. Ming Dao paid him no mind, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. He recognized several familiar faces. The Wang Defa family, who had clashed over the bacon the day before, were huddled at the edge of the crowd, the man's countenance dark with evident displeasure. In contrast, his rival, the burly Li Lao San, stood proudly at the front, flanked by a group of intimidating youths, boasting about his impressive 5-point score. The majority of the crowd, however, appeared bewildered. Most were city dwellers, accustomed to the monotony of daily commutes, and this sudden upheaval had left many in a daze. The boundless wilderness around them was fraught with peril, forcing them to cluster together in a futile quest for a semblance of safety. At that moment, a robust figure ascended the decorative stone beside the flower bed. It was Lu Guodong, the head of security. The black megaphone in his hand resembled a scepter of authority, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. Let us settle down. The raucous crowd miraculously hushed. All eyes turned upward to the man standing above them. Lu Guodong relished the sensation of being the center of attention. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a serious demeanor. Dear neighbors, friends, as you can all see, we are in quite a predicament. He gestured broadly, pointing to the vast blue screen overhead. No one can explain why we have found ourselves in this dreadful place. Can they? A ripple of agitation surged through the crowd, with voices rising in agreement. Yes. What exactly is happening? Can anyone provide an explanation? Lu Guodong raised his hand to calm them further and continued, I have heard various theories. Some say it is a tear in the fabric of time and space that has ensnared us. Others claim it is the work of foreign spies wielding advanced technology to whisk our entire community away. Some intellectuals even suggest it might be a case of mass hysteria, and we are merely hallucinating. With each theory he presented, discussions erupted among the crowd, clearly reflecting the rampant speculations that had circulated in private. Ming Ye, what do you think it is? Wang Chu inquired in a hushed tone, curiosity evident in his voice. Ming Dao shot him a glance. Does it truly matter? The important thing is that we cannot return. Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback by this statement, falling silent. On the platform, Lu Guodong's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with fervor. Regardless of the reason, now is not the time for blame. I, Lu Guodong, am a veteran and a proud member of the party. At this declaration, the expressions of several older men in the crowd shifted to one of respect and trust. In this critical moment, I, along with our party organization, must step forward. We must exemplify the role of our organization as a vanguard among the masses. Lu Guodong straightened his posture, his voice growing in confidence. No matter what unfamiliar environment we find ourselves in, one thing is certain. We, 1,000 strong, are now a singular collective. We may very well represent the last embers of human civilization, Therefore, we must unite and stand as one. His impassioned speech ignited a fervor among the crowd. Well said. A man in a gray jacket, also in his 50s, stepped forward, waving his arms excitedly. Captain Liu is right. I'm also a veteran party member. My name is Zhang Jingguo, and I live in Building 7. I wholeheartedly support Captain Liu's call to action. This is no time for individualism. Indeed, I support this too. Another bespectacled middle-aged man, seemingly mild-mannered, chimed in. We must help one another. Times have changed. Neighbors must look out for each other. The scoring system we've all seen. Though we may not comprehend its exact purpose, it is clear that scores lead to rankings, and rankings will inevitably yield rewards. Once the heart of this community in the sky is unlocked, those rewards may well manifest. Rewards. The mere mention of the word resonated more profoundly than any rallying cry. That's right. High scores must bring benefits. We must perform well. How can we earn points? By doing good deeds? Or by seizing opportunities? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation once more, but this time, despite the varied motives, a semblance of camaraderie lingered in the air. Ming Dao observed with a detached demeanor. He noted that those fervently supporting Lu Guodong were predominantly older individuals, their eyes reflecting a natural trust in community and organization. In stark contrast, the truly young and ambitious among them remained silent, their gazes calculative as they assessed both themselves and their rivals. Their silence stood in stark relief to the surrounding fervor. On the platform, Lu Guodong took in the scene, understanding that mere rhetoric would not suffice. Tangible actions were imperative. Everyone, please be quiet. He called through the megaphone once more. I have dispatched personnel to every building to knock on doors. We must ensure that all residents gather here for a meeting. We need to conduct a comprehensive population survey. We need to ascertain how many of us there are. How many men, women, elderly, and children. How many doctors, engineers, and skilled workers we have. Moreover, we can wait together to see what this heart of the community in the sky truly entails. His words garnered widespread agreement among the crowd. Seizing the moment, Lu Guodong continued, I understand that everyone's primary concern right now is food and water. The provisions stored in every household will undoubtedly not last long. When we reach a point of utter depletion, we shall inevitably venture into the nearby forest in search of sustenance and water sources. At that moment, it will require the collective wisdom and effort of everyone. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice from the crowd, half in jest, exclaimed, Why not leap straight into a communist society? Let all resources be surrendered and distributed according to labor and need. What began as a jest struck a chord, igniting a torrent of enthusiasm. What a splendid proposal. An elderly woman cradling her grandchild exclaimed, This is precisely how it should be. It serves no purpose for families to hoard supplies. We must share for our survival. Indeed, I concur, especially the young, who are strong, should contribute more by foraging for food. We, the elders and women, can tend to the children and manage logistics. This is the essence of labor distribution, isn't it? Allocating according to need is even better. My child is small and in need of more milk and meat to grow. This suggestion resonated profoundly with the most numerous yet vulnerable group in the crowd, the middle-aged and elderly lacking survival skills, alongside women and children in need of protection. For them, unified distribution signified safety and security, allowing them to avoid confronting unknown dangers while still partaking in the communal resources. In an instant, expressions of agreement flooded the space, nearly drowning out the entire square. Wang Chu stood aghast, leaning toward Ming Dao, his voice trembling. Ming, are we truly heading toward a people's commune? Are my soda and instant noodles to be surrendered? His plump visage was a canvas of distress and reluctance. Ming Dao, too, was deep in thought. Distribution according to labor? According to need? It sounded appealing. But what of reality? In the absence of absolute deterrence to maintain order and sufficient resources to satisfy all, the so-called unified distribution would inevitably devolve into a sanctioned plunder orchestrated by a select few strong individuals at the expense of the many weaker ones. Who defines labor? Who determines need? Is it not Lu Guodong, standing on high with a megaphone, who calls the shots? Unless every individual present acts selflessly. But is that even feasible? It was hard to say. Ming Dao's gaze swept across the crowd once more. He noticed, behind those jubilantly cheering for unified distribution, the silence of the younger individuals. Their expressions growing colder, lips curling into sardonic smiles. Even Huang Maofeng, who had clashed over a delivery cabinet just yesterday, leaned against a tree, arms crossed, smirking at the unfolding farce. Ming Dao understood. The seeds of conflict had been sown, and confrontation was inevitable. He must carve out his own position in the struggle. No, he must create his own space. He recalled the water purifier at home that transformed waste into treasure, and his golden finger, daily settlement system. His lips curled subtly in a semblance of a smile. Let them revel in their chaos for now. Chapter 17. A turbulent beginning. As the last second ticked down to 0, the world fell into a profound silence. A ripple emanated from the heart of the community, expanding outward. It swept over the square, enveloping every individual. Immediately, before everyone, regardless of age or gender, a pale blue construction panel was forcibly projected. These panels, once confined to their respective homes, now illuminated simultaneously as if summoned by an unseen force, establishing a bizarre connection with the colossal screen suspended in the sky. My panel. What is happening? It appeared on its own. Look at the sky. Amidst the crowd's astonished exclamations, the enormous light screen of the heart of the community suddenly dimmed. Countless stars converged, light and shadow swirling until a familiar dynamic image gradually materialized. It was a cerulean planet, Earth, their homeland. The recognizable contours of land and a vast expanse of azure ocean brought tears to the eyes of many present. Then, a more shocking spectacle unfolded. The surface of the blue planet abruptly illuminated with myriad tiny points of light. These points, densely scattered across every continent and even some isolated islands, began to detach. Transforming into streams of light, they flowed into the endless void beyond the planet. Each point represented a human settlement. Communities, villages, towns, dormitories, military bases. Every place where humans congregated was, in that moment, bundled together and cast into an unknown dimension. A colossal text slowly materialized in the center of the screen. Global Synchronized Transmigration. Welcome to the Eden Project Phase 1, Civilization Selection. A survival competition. Wagering the continuation of civilization and species begins in earnest, organized by community. Global Synchronized Transmigration. A voice within the crowd uttered those words, their complexion paling. No, it's impossible for everyone worldwide to. What is this? A divine game? Or an alien conspiracy? This was no accident. It was a selection process targeting all of humanity. They had been ensnared by extraterrestrials. The image of Earth on the giant screen gradually faded, giving way to new rules. Rule 1. Community points. The total points for a community are accumulated from the daily ratings of all survivors within the area, with both positive and negative scores factored into the total. The leaderboard will refresh automatically at midnight each day. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. What? Daily ratings will be included in the total? I had -2 points yesterday. Am I dragging everyone down? Damn it. Those who stole are now the heroes. Li Laozhan, who had reveled in his high score just yesterday, now laughed even more maniacally. Meanwhile, those who had been penalized for their misguided goodwill suddenly found themselves the targets of ire. People instinctively began to distance themselves from one another. Before they could ponder further, the second rule swiftly followed. Rule 2. Matching mechanism. Every 30 days constitutes a competitive cycle. At the beginning of each cycle, the heart of the community will randomly match communities of similar strength to engage in a 30-day points competition. At the end of each competition cycle, all communities will undergo random teleportation to a new survival area: forest, desert, wasteland, island, swamp. Similar strength? 30 days. New survival areas. A cascade of keywords refreshed their understanding. This indicated they would not only compete against unknown opponents, but also continually adapt to new and potentially harsher natural environments. An unending odyssey, an everlasting struggle. Lu Guodong's face turned ashen. The slight leadership authority he had just established now seemed utterly ludicrous in light of these rules. The so-called unity of purpose, the so-called last ember of humanity, is but a beautiful illusion. The subsequent emergence of the third rule is even more terrifying. Rule 3. Rewards and punishments. At the end of the cycle, those with higher scores will annex 20 initial buildings and land from the opposing community and receive a reward of random cards. Annexation. The mere utterance of this term ignites a spark of excitement in some. If they triumph, their community could expand, brimming with resources. However, the fruits of victory are sown by the sacrifices of the vanquished. At the end of the cycle, those with lower scores will be randomly eradicated, losing 20 initial buildings and survivors. Should the community's area and population be insufficient to meet the eradication quota, all will be obliterated. Panic begins to spread. In the square, over 2,000 individuals stand in silence, randomly erasing 20 survivors. This is a death sentence. a 1 in 5 mortality rate, a deadly roulette spinning every 30 days. No, no. A young mother clutches her infant tightly, her eyes darting between her child and the terrified faces around her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Among the crowd, several previously silent youths flicker with a contrasting light in their eyes. Ming Dao stands amidst the throng, lost in thought. Beside him, Wang Chu has gone pale, mumbling incessantly, "It's over, 1 in 5 of us will die. We are surely doomed." In the midst of this despair, the image of the heart of the community shifts once more. A panoramic view of a modern industrial park emerges on the grand screen. Uniform factories, towering smokestacks, and alongside them, somewhat dilapidated dormitories for employees. Match successful. The first cycle of competition is against Jinxing Industrial Park's affiliated community. Immediately, under the name of the opposing community, a glaring number slowly materializes. Initial total score, 33-20. Such a staggering figure. Countless individuals instinctively glance at their own construction panel, seeking their community's newly calculated initial total score. Blue Bay Peninsula. Initial total score, 32-20. A deficit of 100 points at the outset. An uphill battle from the start. How are they to proceed? Chapter 18, Weekly Task, The Call of the Forest. Yet this is not the end. A wave of intangible energy sweeps across the arena. The construction panel is summoned once more. 1 piece, 2 pieces, thousands of pieces. From the blinding 5 to the mundane 0 or 1. And then to the striking high scores, everything is laid bare. A heart-wrenching revelation. I have but 1 point. I too possess merely 1 point. Thank goodness. Damn it. I merely had a bite to eat and a nap yesterday. How is it that I have 0 points? Look over there. That person's score is 8 points. It's Captain Liu. Amidst the commotion, all eyes begin to instinctively scour their neighboring panels. This is an instinct, a primal urge to quickly ascertain one's position within a collective. High scorers signify contribution. Low scorers, even those with negative scores, are seen as burdens. Just then a shrill, piercing female voice rings out. 5. -5 points. An observant elder, having uncovered what she perceives as a heinous criminal, suddenly points a finger accusingly at a cowering figure on the edge of the crowd. It's you, Wang Defa. You're the one who caused our community to lose a whole 5 points. All gazes immediately converge upon the man named Wang Defa. He is the very owner of yesterday's batch of cured meats, and at this moment, the glaring 5 on his panel is a mark of disgrace. Wang Defa is left dumbfounded, instinctively retreating a step, attempting to conceal his panel, but the luminous screen follows him, rendering concealment impossible. So it was you, the harbinger of misfortune. Damn it, I toiled to snatch a bag of cookies just to gain 2 points, yet you have effectively cost us 5 points. Useless. Truly a waste. You cannot even safeguard your own possessions, and yet you drag everyone down with you. A torrent of invective crashes down upon him. Soon after, a witch hunt targeting all negative scores erupts with a deafening roar within mere seconds. There's another. 2 points. Grab him. Don't let him escape. Just moments ago, the crowd, rallying under Liu Guodong's call for unity, fractures entirely. People frantically search for those encumbered by negative and low scores, as though by unearthing them, they could absolve the community of its shameful standing. A young woman, who had earned 2 points for sharing food with her neighbors, is violently shoved to the ground, her half-full bottle of water spilling out. She gazes in horror at those who had greeted her with smiles just yesterday, now regarding her with the hostility reserved for an enemy. You self-righteous hypocrite, what are you pretending to be a good person for? Now you've harmed us all. Are you satisfied? Shoving, cursing, isolation. The fragility and selfishness of humanity, provoked by the specter of death, are laid bare. Amidst this chaos, Wang Chu instinctively glances at Ming Dao's panel. In the next moment, the color drains from his face, his rotund form trembling violently, his small eyes widening like saucers. 17 points? Ming Dao furrows his brow and swiftly covers Wang Chu's mouth, hissing, "Be silent." Fortunately, the surrounding clamor is so overwhelming that Wang Chu's stifled scream does not draw significant attention, merely prompting a few nearby individuals searching for negative scores to glance curiously in their direction. Ming Dao quickly pulls Wang Chu back discreetly into the crowd. 17 points. Captain Liu, the highest scorer, has only 8 points. What on earth did this fellow do yesterday? Just as a larger conflict is on the verge of eruption, all forcibly ejected construction panels suddenly flicker and vanish simultaneously. The dazzling blue screens disappear as if they had never existed. The surrounding uproar momentarily halts. Without the most tangible evidence of guilt, the aggression of the crowd begins to wane. Yet, The seeds of hatred and suspicion have already been deeply sown in every heart. Those accused and shoved, the negative scorers, silently rise from the ground, distancing themselves from the crowd, their eyes filled with fear and resentment. Lu Guodong seizes this fleeting opportunity. He ascends once more onto the elevated scenic stone, cranks the volume of the loudspeaker to its maximum, and with all his might, bellows, "Everyone, stop this madness. We cannot turn against each other." His voice booms, successfully regaining the attention of all. It's merely 100 points. We are only 100 points behind. This trivial score is of no consequence. Lu Guodong's face flushes red, spittle flying. What purpose does it serve to turn on one another? Can we restore the score through infighting? No. We must reclaim our lost points from the outside. He thrusts his arm forward, no longer pointing at anyone in the crowd, but instead gesturing toward the vast, uncharted wilderness beyond. Everyone must contribute to the community. Those who evade their responsibilities and hinder us are the true enemies. He deftly redirected the conflict, channeling the internal fury towards an unknown external force. From this moment forth, we can no longer linger here, like headless flies awaiting our demise. We must take the initiative. The instant Lu Guodong's words resonated, as if responding to some unseen cue, the colossal screen of the heart of the community, high above, shifted once more. A new line of grand characters gradually emerged. Weekly task, the call of the forest. Task requirements. At least 50 adult residents, aged 18 to 50, must enter the forest and remain there safely for 1 hour. Current completion rate, 0. The task has arrived. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixated upon the screen. Subsequently, the terms for rewards and penalties swiftly followed. Task reward, 200 points for the community. 200 points. Completing this task would not only eradicate the 100-point deficit with our adversaries, but also allow us to surpass them by 100 points. Failure penalty, randomly eliminate 3 residents with the lowest scores in the community. Damn, another elimination. Randomly erasing 3 residents with the lowest scores. Good heavens. Wang Defa's legs weakened. His score stood at 5, the lowest in the entire community. And what of his wife and child waiting at home? All 3 of them scored 5 points. If the task were to fail, those 3 would be among the eliminated. He dared not contemplate further. If everyone refrained from participating, his family of 3 would surely meet a grim fate. This task, Ming Dao narrowed his eyes. 50 adult residents, based on the demographic structure of Blue Bay Peninsula, amounted to approximately 1,500 individuals. 1,500 souls entering that unknown forest for a mere hour. It sounded simple enough. Yet the crux lay in what lurked within that forest. From the very first day of their crossing, no one had dared to step outside the community's confines. The deep, ominous roars emanating from the forest's depths, along with the eerie silhouettes that flickered at night, served as grim reminders that it was no benign territory. And now, the system demanded they willingly march into its jaws? Chapter 19. I have several questions. Ming Dao's gaze swept across the crowd. Indeed, the reactions of the masses were the most genuine. 50? Does that mean I can choose whether or not to go? Enter the forest? What a joke. I refuse to go. Not even if you kill me. There are monsters in there. The sounds I heard last night were definitely not from any ordinary creature. But if we refuse to go, we face elimination. The lowest scores would be erased. I had 2 points yesterday. Surely, I should be safe, right? Your 2 points are meaningless. I have 2 points. I'm most endangered here. Wang Defa has 5. You 2 are mere fledglings. Enough. Lu Guodong's voice reverberated through the loudspeaker, the only one maintaining a semblance of reason amidst the chaos. Now is not the time to argue over right and wrong. The task has been issued. We must complete it. He took a deep breath. The call of the forest demands that 50 adult residents enter the forest. We have no retreat. If the task fails, 3 lives will be lost. But if we do nothing and wait for 30 days until the end of the point competition, it will not be 3 lives, but rather 1/5 of us all. Indeed, even if we evade this task, can we escape the death wheel awaiting us 30 days hence? Therefore, Lu Guodong's voice rose dramatically. We must take the initiative. We must be the first to complete the task, to claim that 200-point reward. Only then do we stand a chance to surpass that wretched industrial park in the first round of competition. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the assembly, finally landing on several robust young men at the fringe of the crowd. I know everyone fears death. Yet, someone must step forward. I, Lu Guodong, as a veteran and a party member, am willing to be the first to enter the forest. At this declaration, a smattering of applause erupted from the crowd. However, many merely regarded him in silence, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Lu Guodong paid it no mind. He turned to the few security guards beside him. You lot, come with me. The guards exchanged glances, apprehensive, yet under Lu Guodong's authoritative presence, they nodded hesitantly. And Lu Guodong surveyed the crowd once more. Every male resident between 18 and 50 must participate. This is for the community and for your own sake. Female residents and the elderly may volunteer. Those who complete the task, I, Lu Guodong, guarantee will receive priority in future resource allocations. The phrase resource allocation struck a chord with some. A few young individuals, previously indecisive, began to waver. Yet the majority remained rooted, unmoving. Enter the forest? Absurd. That could mean death. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice suddenly broke through the crowd. I will go. The voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity in the silence. All eyes turned towards its source. It was a burly man, bare-chested. Li Laozhan. He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Captain Lu is right. We cannot escape this. Rather than await death, we should take the initiative. Besides, I scored 5 points yesterday. Even if the task fails, I won't be eliminated. Moreover, my family of 3 is running low on provisions. Hunting in the forest might be beneficial. As he spoke, he cast a glance at those with negative scores, chuckling ominously. You lot, the deadweights, better pray this task succeeds. Otherwise, he left the threat hanging, its implications unmistakable. The faces of those with negative scores darkened further. After a moment's contemplation, a few individuals finally stepped forward. Count me in. Damn it. Let us do this. These individuals, without exception, had scored below 0 the previous day. They dare not gamble. If the task succeeded, they might win favor with Lu Guodong, gaining an advantage in future resource allocations. It was a deal worth making. Lu Guodong observed more and more people stepping forward, a satisfied smile finally gracing his face. Good. Excellent. This is the spirit we, the residents of Blue Bay Peninsula, ought to embody. He counted the numbers, estimating around 30 or 40 participants. Still insufficient. The task required 50 adult residents, equating to at least 1,500 individuals. This number barely scratched the surface. Lu Guodong's expression darkened once more as he raised the loudspeaker, his tone becoming stern. I shall reiterate. All male residents between 18 and 50 must participate. This is not a request. It is an order. Anyone daring to evade will be regarded as an enemy of us all. Do not blame me, Lu Guodong, for lacking compassion. The threat was palpable in his words. The crowd began to stir. Some murmured discontent, while others attempted to retreat, hoping to blend into the masses. Yet Lu Guodong was prepared. With a wave of his hand, the security guards and participants dispersed, weaving through the crowd, forcibly gathering those eligible by age and ushering them to the center of the square. Let me go. Why are you grabbing me? I refuse to go. I have a wife and children at home. Lu Guodong, this is tyranny. You have no authority to do this. Voices of dissent rose and fell. Yet under the looming threat of several police batons, their fervor diminished significantly. Before long, hundreds had congregated in the heart of the square. Lu Guodong nodded in satisfaction. While the count had not yet reached 1,000, it was close enough. With the mobilization of a few more women and the elderly, he believed they could amass sufficient numbers. Just as he prepared to continue inciting the crowd, a calm voice emerged from within the throng. Wait a moment. Lu Guodong paused, turning to locate the speaker. It was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, wielding a half-meter-long crowbar. Ming Dao. He stepped forward from the crowd, his expression serene. Captain Lu, I have a few questions. Lu Guodong furrowed his brow. What questions? Ming Dao pointed skyward towards the heart of the community. The task requires us to enter the forest and remain safely for 1 hour, correct? Indeed. Then how do we define safety? At this question, Lu Guodong was taken aback. What exactly did safety mean? Did it refer to the absence of death, or merely the absence of injury? Or was it simply about entering the forest and returning alive? Irrespective of the circumstances, Lu Guodong opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Ming Dao pressed on. Furthermore, the task states that at least 50 adult residents from our community must participate. How do we count them? Is it based on the number who enter the forest, or those who return alive? If someone goes in but does not come out alive, does that count toward task completion? And what if someone exits before the hour is up? Does that count? With each successive question, Lu Guodong's expression darkened. He realized he had never considered these critical details. The crowd began to stir. What if those who enter perish? Does that still count as completion? If not, wouldn't their deaths be in vain? Yet if it does count, could we send those with negative scores to die instead, since they wouldn't be a loss? Such remarks cast a shadow over the faces of those with negative scores. Damn it, why shouldn't you be the one to die? Lu Guodong took a deep breath, suppressing his growing agitation. Brother, what are you trying to accomplish with these questions? Ming Dao sighed. I merely wish to remind everyone that before we act blindly, we should clarify the rules. A person surviving a day guarantees 1 point. With our community's population of 3,000, that amounts to a daily base score of 3,000 points. Setting aside other factors that may detract from this, the more individuals we have, the greater our daily accumulation of points. If we recklessly lose lives, we would forfeit that substantial base. No matter how well we perform, it could never surpass the base score, and we would inevitably lose the competition. Thus, human life is of the utmost importance. His words transformed the expressions of many. Yes, right. If someone dies, everything is lost. What good is a high score then? Hell, we almost got swept into a trap. If a large number of us die, our daily base score would plummet. The crowd's sentiment shifted dramatically. Alarm bells rang in Lu Guodong's mind. Amid the emotional turmoil of the crowd, this young man maintained a remarkably clear perspective. He was no ordinary individual. Yet Lu Guodong remained impassive. Now is not the time to clash with this young man. On the contrary, he must embrace his proposal, for it was both reasonable and advantageous to him. Excellent, Lu Guodong exclaimed as if awakened. He pointed at Ming Dao, a look of approval crossing his face. This young brother is correct. I was indeed muddled. Human life is our most precious asset here at Blue Bay Peninsula. Many in the crowd softened their gazes toward him. Now, young brother, what do you suggest? Ming Dao was earnest this time. He too feared losing the competition and facing potential erasure. I propose we send a small team to scout the forest. 20 individuals will suffice. We should start with 10 minutes, gradually increasing the duration. Let them enter, observe the conditions within the forest, ascertain any dangers, and clarify the specific criteria for task completion. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals should be prepared for rescue. If they can safely remain for a full hour, then the progress displayed in the sky will increase by 1. After that, we can determine our next steps. In essence, we should explore the unknown risks at the least cost. Lu Guodong frowned. Scouting? What if those 20 individuals enter and do not return? Ming Dao met his gaze. Then that would indicate a genuine danger in the forest. We would then have the opportunity to create more detailed arrangements and plans. In summary, we must mitigate our losses. It is far better than sending in 1,500 people to perish together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, rather than risk the entire group, it was wiser to allow a few to test the waters first. Lu Guodong fell into silence. The reasoning was sound, yet the dilemma remained. Who would go? Who would volunteer to face death? As he hesitated, a knowing smile crept across Ming Dao's lips. Lu Guodong blinked, suddenly enlightened. Those with negative scores were the perfect candidates. I declare, Lu Guodong raised the megaphone once more. We shall proceed according to this young brother's suggestion. We will first organize a scouting team to ascertain the conditions of the forest at the least possible cost. His gaze swept over the faces of those with negative scores among the crowd. However, scouting carries risk. We cannot compel anyone to venture forth to their demise. Therefore, I have decided that this scouting action will be voluntary. Voluntary? The crowd erupted in murmurs. Who would willingly choose to face death? However, since it is for the benefit of the community, there must be some incentive. I propose that we prioritize selecting those among us who have hindered our progress. You have caused your scores to fall below 0 for various reasons, dragging down our community's total points. Now is your best opportunity to redeem yourselves. If you are willing to step forward and scout for the community, then regardless of your previous scores, I, Lu Guodong, representing our temporary management organization, will overlook your past transgressions. This not only allows you to avoid the risk of erasure, but may also significantly boost today's scores. Moreover, if you return safely, you will be hailed as heroes. In the future, you will be prioritized in resource distribution, and your families will receive the best care. Lu Guodong certainly understood the art of persuasion. He positioned a blade at their throats, coating it with honey. All eyes turned once more toward Wang Defa and the others. Wang Defa trembled, realizing he had no choice. To refuse meant failure, and his family would likely face erasure. To accept offered a glimmer of hope. I'll go. Excellent. Wang Defa, you are a man of courage. Lu Guodong immediately praised him, fearful he might change his mind. I hereby announce that the captain of the Blue Bay Peninsula's first exploration team will be Comrade Wang Defa. Wang Defa stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Captain, is this bastard trying to hasten his demise? Once the first man stepped forward, the second and third quickly followed. Soon, 19 men stood up, all of whom were yesterday's losers. They dared not gamble, nor entrust their lives to the nebulous randomness of annihilation. Well, it seems our heroes have gathered at last. The first exploration team of Blue Bay Peninsula is now established. A smattering of applause erupted from the crowd. There was sympathy, pity, but more so relief. Relief that the individual standing in the ranks was not oneself. Ming Dao stood at the back of the crowd, observing the scene with a cold gaze. Lu Guodong had played his hand brilliantly. Not only had he seamlessly adopted his suggestion, but he had also seized the opportunity to transform all the losing participants into sacrificial pawns seeking redemption, thus resolving the issue of who would lead the charge while further solidifying his own authority and influence. Throughout, he maintained the moral high ground. At this moment, several veiled glances fell upon Ming Dao. It was Lu Guodong, along with a few middle-aged men who had echoed his sentiments yesterday. Their gazes now held more than mere scrutiny. There was a hint of intrigue. To devise so much in such a short span indicated that this young man possessed a quick wit as well as a chilling composure. Such a person, if harnessed, could be immensely valuable. Many began to harbor thoughts regarding Ming Dao. Chapter 21, Danger? Ming Dao sensed these gazes upon him, yet he merely averted his eyes, feigning ignorance. He was well aware that he had entered the sights of certain individuals. However, this was anticipated. The tallest tree sways in the wind. Yet sometimes, a judicious display of strength serves as a form of self-protection. The game mechanics were at play here. It was time to alter the strategy. Let's depart. Lu Guodong commanded, personally escorting the team of 20 heroes towards the community's entrance, flanked by several security personnel. The crowd parted to create a pathway. Wang Defa led the way, a makeshift iron rod forcibly thrust into his hands from the fire safety box, ostensibly to bolster his courage. In retrospect, it bore a certain resemblance to the ominous winds at the banks of the Yi River. The community's entrance, normally bustling with vehicles, now stood open. Beyond the gate lay another world. A mere 10 meters, just 10 meters away, was the domain of the eerie primordial forest. On one side lay familiar concrete, while on the other loomed the vast, sun-blocking canopy of trees. That 10-meter distance seemed a stark demarcation, a clear divide. Lu Guodong halted, unwilling to advance further. Go. He pointed towards the forest. Remember, linger at the forest's edge for 10 minutes. Time yourselves. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Wang Defa took a deep breath, glancing back at his building. God bless. Xiao Bao, Hui Hui, I love you both. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, only determination remained. He bent down and stepped beyond the community's barrier first. The others followed suit. As their feet touched the soft earth, everyone felt a jolt in their pupils. They crouched low, ever ready to flee. Meanwhile, an array of bizarre insect chirps and bird calls echoed from all directions, their sources unseen, adding an air of foreboding. Gulp! A young man behind Wang Defa nervously swallowed. Captain, shut up and keep up. Wang Defa snarled through clenched teeth. After casting caution to the wind, he had acquired a modicum of masculine bravado. The group hesitated, huddling closely together, forming a defensive circle just under 3 meters from the forest's edge, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Each heart raced, muscles tensed, poised to confront any threat. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Aside from the unknown insect and bird sounds, silence reigned. 5 minutes elapsed. No feroces vistes. No legendary monsters. 10 minutes. Every individual's back was drenched in cold sweat. The watch's hands finally completed the first 10 minutes. Nothing had occurred. Was the forest truly safe? Is it time? Someone in the team quivered, voice trembling. Wang Defa affirmed with a nod. He glanced back at the community entrance, where the onlookers remained, expressions grave. Should they return? Await Lu Guodong's next command, forcing them to stay for 20 minutes? 30 minutes? An hour? Rather than passively accepting orders. Why not take the initiative? A thought flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth and turned to his teammates. I believe there's no real danger here. Why don't we stay a little longer? The proposal stunned everyone. Yet, they quickly grasped Wang Defa's intent. Whether they died sooner or later, they would die eventually. Why not complete the task in one go? If they could endure a full hour, they would be heroes. Upon returning, they could hold their heads high and enjoy priority in resource distribution. All right, I agree. Damn it, let's go for it. We haven't seen any monsters. Let us do it. Fortune favors the bold. Everyone expressed their agreement. Time continued to pass. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. The forest remained tranquil, with only shadows shifting gently with the passage of time. The team members taught, nerves began to relax, and they started to converse in hushed tones. Hey, do you think there's anything edible in this forest? Who knows? But given how lush these trees are, there should be fruit, right? Stop dreaming. What if it's poisonous? Just surviving to get out would be a blessing. Just as everyone believed this mission might conclude without incident, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 40 minutes. A faint rustling sound suddenly emanated from the nearby bushes. The noise was soft, as though something was traversing the dry leaves. Who? What is that noise? The previously relaxed team members jolted upright like startled birds, weapons once again aimed in the direction of the sound. Every heart raced anew. The rustling did not cease. Instead, it grew nearer and clearer. The bushes began to sway. Oh my God! It's coming. Something is approaching. Run. Quick, run. Whoever shouted first triggered an instinct for survival that eclipsed all else. The team members screamed, abandoning all semblance of formation and command, turning on their heels, scrambling chaotically towards the community entrance. Their disheveled appearance was more terrified than if they had encountered a ghost. At the entrance of the community, the gathering crowd was startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively retreating, fearful that some monstrous creature might emerge. Lu Guodong's expression shifted dramatically. He tightened his grip on the baton, fixating intently on the quivering bushes. Just then, a small, gray, furry creature sprang forth from the thicket. It shook its long ears and, with its ruby-like eyes, curiously surveyed the panicked humans before lowering its head to nibble on the tender grass beneath. It was a wild rabbit, a plump, seemingly harmless wild rabbit. Lu Guodong exclaimed, "Ming Dao." The crowd murmured in disbelief. Lu Guodong's facial muscles twitched as he struggled to catch his breath. "Everyone, stay put," he bellowed into the megaphone. "What's the fuss? It's just a rabbit. A wild rabbit. You lot. A bunch of grown men, scared witless by a mere rabbit. You've all lost face." The fleeing team members, upon hearing his voice, instinctively halted. Their hearts still racing, they turned to look, and indeed, they saw the gray rabbit leisurely munching on grass, showing no inclination to attack. An awkward silence ensued. Team members exchanged glances, their faces shifting from red to white, particularly the one who had screamed first and led the charge in retreat. Wishing he could vanish into the ground, Wang Defa, both furious and exasperated, shot a glare at the timid souls but ultimately refrained from saying anything. Taking a deep breath, he turned and called out to Lu Guodong at the community entrance. "Captain Lu, it's safe. Completely safe." After shouting, he turned back to his team, gritting his teeth in a low growl. "Get back to your positions. Stand firm. No more overreactions." One by one, the team members returned to their original spots, re-establishing their stance. Although they had just suffered an embarrassing moment, this minor incident had alleviated much of their fear. The presence of a rabbit suggested that perhaps this was merely an ordinary primeval forest. Time ticked by, 50 minutes, 55 minutes. The wild rabbit, having feasted, bounded away into the depths of the forest. No further incidents occurred. Finally, under the watchful gaze of all, the watch on Wang Defa's wrist emitted a chime. 1 hour. Exactly 1 hour. They had succeeded. Almost simultaneously with the completion of the countdown, the colossal screen high above, known as the heart of the community, flickered slightly. The digits representing task, progress, finally changed. Current completion, 1, it was done. Truly accomplished. The crowd at the entrance erupted into fervent applause. They had succeeded. 1%. The progress had indeed increased. How wonderful. Hope was rekindled. Meanwhile, the 20 team members in the forest, upon witnessing the change in the progress bar, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. They had survived. Chapter 22, Orange Cap Boltu. These 20 living souls were like 20 reassuring talismans. They had proven to everyone that the seemingly ominous forest was not so terrifying after all. Fear stems from the unknown. And when a glimpse of the unknown reveals not fangs, but a plump rabbit, the reverence for the forest swiftly transforms, fermenting into a more primal desire for exploration. "I saw a rabbit so fat," one exclaimed. "Imagine it stewed in soup, my goodness." The forest surely harbored more treasures. Wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits. A single rabbit could provide a hearty meal for a family. The crowd's gaze shifted. That lush green sea was no longer a chasm, but a vast, easily accessible treasure trove. Food, resources, points, everything appeared to beckon them. Lu Guodong stood elevated, taking in the scene, knowing the moment had arrived. He raised the megaphone once more, summoning all his strength and proclaiming, "Fellow citizens, neighbors, the evidence has shown that the threat level of the forest is far lower than we imagined. Danger exists, but opportunities abound. The task is within our grasp. The reward of 200 points is calling to us. We can no longer wait. Instead of lingering here, passively awaiting judgment, in 30 days, let us strike while the iron is hot and take the initiative." A swift resolution. He pointed decisively towards the forest, his voice infused with fervor. "I propose. Everyone, Let us enter the forest immediately. Complete the task. Agreed. Let us do it. Damn it. I'm starving. Let's go find something to eat. Exactly. Swift resolution. Let us earn those 200 points and surpass them. Under Liu Guodong's direction, the crowd began to surge towards the forest in groups. Ming, shall we join? Wang Chu's face was alight with curiosity, his corpulent form struggling to navigate through the throng. Ming Dao nodded, maintaining utmost vigilance, his right hand clutching the crowbar. He was acutely aware that the rabbit was not the only inhabitant of the forest. In such moments of collective, unconscious revelry, the potential for danger loomed larger. The two mingled among the second wave of people, stepping beyond the confines of the community. The soft earth beneath their feet, infused with the unique aroma of humus and grass, instantly transported them into an entirely new realm. Upon entering the woodland, the crowd erupted into a flurry, scattering. Most dared not venture deep, instead combing the forest's edge in small groups, like treasure hunters. Some attempted to snap off dry branches from trees for firewood, while others bent low, searching the underbrush for any edible finds. Here, shepherd's purse. And this is purslane. Edible. Just blanch it for salad, it's delicious. A few experienced women, having produced plastic bags from who knows where, squatted down skillfully to begin foraging for wild vegetables. Their movements were practiced, their expressions focused, as if transported back to a time of scarcity decades ago, with the setting shifting from rural fields to this otherworldly forest. Ming, shall we venture deeper? Wan Zhu, clearly uninterested in the wild greens, eagerly cast his gaze towards the depths of the forest. Ming Dao glanced at the chaotic crowd before nodding. There were too many people here. Even if something good were to be found, it wouldn't fall to them. The two moved forward, avoiding the crowd, heading deeper into the woods. The light in the forest dimmed significantly, towering trees obscuring the sky, with only patches of light filtering through the gaps. The air grew more humid, carrying a slight chill. After walking about 100 meters, near a shady, damp thicket, Wang Chu suddenly halted, his eyes sparkling. Ming Ye, look! Ming Dao followed his gaze and was equally transfixed. At the base of the thicket, a vibrant cluster of mushrooms was flourishing. As if a palette of paint had been spilled, reds, yellows, oranges, and whites, an array of colors and shapes densely packed together, strikingly vivid against the dim forest backdrop. Wow! We've hit the jackpot, Wang Chu exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, rubbing his hands together as he reached out to pick one. Don't move. Ming Dao tightly grasped his wrist, the force so intense that Wang Chu let out a pained exclamation. Brother Ming, what are you doing? Wang Chu looked at him in confusion. Ming Dao's expression was grave as he fixated on the vibrant mushrooms, and he spoke in a low voice. The more peculiar the color, the faster it can lead to death. Do you understand? This was a piece of knowledge ingrained in him from various survival shows and documentaries. A truth etched into his very bones. The allure of these mushrooms, with their striking hues, clearly signaled danger. They were undoubtedly toxic. Wang Chu paused for a moment. Then a peculiar smile spread across his face. He wriggled free from Ming Dao's grasp, pointing at the most flamboyant cluster, a dazzling golden mushroom with a wavy-edged cap. He retorted. Then tell me, is this one poisonous? The mushroom gleamed with an almost golden brilliance, dazzling in the dim forest light. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming Dao declared, nonsense. That color is akin to being painted. It must be highly toxic. Touch it, and you might just meet the king of hell on the spot. Suddenly, Wang Chu erupted into laughter, doubling over, his rotund body shaking. Brother Ming, you are embodying the quintessential urban mindset. Ming Dao frowned. What do you mean? Wrong. Utterly wrong. Wang Chu reined in his laughter, a newfound confidence illuminating his face. This is called the chicken fat mushroom, also known as the apricot mushroom, despite its alarming appearance. It is one of the world's renowned delicacies. If you get closer, you might even catch a subtle hint of apricot fragrance. This cannot be cultivated artificially. It is entirely wild. In our market, a pound of dried ones can fetch over 1,000 yuan. Apricot fragrance? Ming Dao, skeptical, leaned in to take a whiff. Indeed, a faintly sweet aroma wafted into his nostrils. His expression stiffened slightly. Observing this, Wang Chu's pride swelled further, and he gestured towards another nearby mushroom. This one boasted a vivid orange-red cap, adorned with a layer of white scales, its stem a pale yellow, equally ostentatious. And what about this one? Wan Zhu Guidi? Testing Ming Dao's knowledge. This time, Ming Dao was cautious, hesitating before responding. This one also seems rather perilous. Wrong again. Wang Chu shook his finger, enlightening him. This is the orange cap boletus, also known as the Caesar mushroom. The name itself reveals that it was a favorite of the ancient Roman Emperor Caesar. Like the chicken fat mushroom, it is a top-tier edible with a crisp texture and exquisite flavor. Ming Dao found himself at a loss for words, staring at Wang Chu as if seeing his neighbor for the first time. This portly figure was no longer the timid, socially anxious recluse he once thought. In his area of expertise, he radiated brilliance. The confidence and knowledge emanating from him felt almost alien to Ming Dao. He realized that his seemingly inconsequential neighbor was, in fact, a hidden treasure trove of wilderness survival knowledge. Can we eat all of these? Ming Dao surveyed the vibrant array of mushrooms, his worldview shaken. Of course not. Wang Chu's expression grew serious again as he pointed to a cluster of unremarkable white mushrooms in the corner. These mushrooms were small, with flat caps and a hint of bluish gills, blending in among their more flamboyant counterparts. Wang Chu's tone took on an unprecedented weight as he warned, this one, and that one, are the true death caps. This is the Amanita phalloides. It is responsible for 90% of mushroom poisoning incidents across the nation. The danger lies in its resemblance to an edible white mushroom, luring many to pick it, only to suffer severe consequences, vomiting, diarrhea, liver and kidney failure. And no deity can save them. Wang Chu's gaze met Ming Dao's, and he earnestly cautioned, so, Brother Ming, in the wild, one must never rely solely on intuition or so-called common knowledge to judge whether something is edible. Sometimes, the most lethal hazards are disguised beneath the most ordinary exteriors. Indeed, Ming Dao nodded in agreement. This plump fellow, though perhaps a liability in combat, possessed an irreplaceable value in knowledge and resource identification. By the way, aren't you a novelist? How do you know so much? Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback by the question, then sheepishly scratched his greasy hair, chuckling, well, I studied geography in university, focusing on natural geography and botany. Later, as a novelist, to make the plot believable, I had to learn a bit about everything: astronomy, geography, history, and wilderness survival. These seemingly useless bits of trivia, I ended up memorizing quite a lot for research purposes. Who would have thought they'd actually come in handy today? Ming Dao nodded in understanding. This explanation was reasonable. In a way, online novelists were indeed polymaths, often delving into extensive research to enhance their narratives. All right then, I'll be relying on you today, Teacher Wang. Ming Dao teased lightly. Please, Brother Ming, don't call me that. It gives me the creeps. Wang Chu hastily waved his hands, though he could not conceal his pride. Under Wang Chu's expert guidance, their foraging efforts became remarkably efficient. They swiftly removed their t-shirts, tying the sleeves and necks with vines to create makeshift bags. This one, the porcini, is edible and tastes like meat. That one, the coral fungus, looks like coral and is superb for soups. And this, the morel. My goodness, this is a prize find. Wow, you're right. This forest is incredible. It really has everything. Wang Chu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like a child in a candy store, reciting his discoveries. He had a remarkable ability to uncover edible treasures from among the seemingly ordinary flora. Meanwhile, Ming Dao remained vigilant, deftly placing the mushrooms Wang Chu identified into their fabric bags. Their professional and efficient actions quickly drew the attention of scattered onlookers. Some, seeing their bountiful harvest, began to imitate their efforts, rummaging through the nearby bushes. However, most lacked the discerning eye, carelessly collecting whatever resembled mushrooms, resulting in an assortment of colors in their baskets. Ming Dao casually glanced back, his gaze sharpening. Not far from them, a man in his 30s, brimming with excitement, was placing a cluster of mushrooms into his basket. The caps were flat and exhibited faint bluish gills, precisely the deadly Amanita phalloides Wang Chu had just warned about. The man seemed pleased with his find, boasting to his companion. Look at these white mushrooms. They look fantastic and must be edible. Ming Dao opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He silently committed the man's face to memory, then turned back to continue gathering. A vague thought flickered through his mind, fleeting and elusive. Brother Ming, over here. Wang Chu's call broke his reverie. With the writer's extensive knowledge as a foundation, Wang Chu's radar for edible plants expanded significantly. He not only recognized mushrooms, but had also led Ming Dao to uncover several starchy tubers resembling a blend of yam and taro. Amidst a thicket of brambles, a small patch of wild blueberries was discovered. Though the fruits were diminutive, their tart sweetness was sufficient to soothe the restless souls amidst the apocalypse. The burlap bags of the two men grew heavier, and the joy of their harvest emboldened Wang Chu, who even began to hum a tuneless melody. Just as the residents of the community were relishing this fleeting, picnic-like moment of foraging, a shout filled with ecstatic triumph erupted from the depths of the forest. I got it! Ha ha ha! I caught it! The fervor and mania in that voice captivated everyone's attention. Following the sound, they beheld a figure stumbling out from the dense woods 100 meters away. It was Wang Defa. Even more astonishing was the sight of him clutching a squirming gray fur ball tightly in his arms. It was the rabbit, the very same plump rabbit that had previously sent 20 brave souls fleeing in terror. At this moment, its hind legs were bound tightly with a vine, while its front paws flailed helplessly in the air, its ruby-like eyes filled with sheer terror. In an instant, all gazes were drawn towards the spectacle. In this world ravaged by extreme food scarcity, the allure of meat was utterly irresistible. The primal craving for fat and protein ignited the flames of greed within each heart. Yet, reason still prevailed. After all, the rabbit was captured by Wang Defa, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was not prudent to voice discontent. However, the intense, searing stares pierced Wang Defa like daggers, leaving him feeling exposed. He felt the weight of those gazes and tightened his grip on the rabbit. The initial euphoria of reclaiming his prize was swiftly replaced by a wave of dread. Clutching the rabbit, he stumbled towards the community entrance, desperate to return home. Yet, the very person he least wished to encounter stood directly in his path. Ah, if it isn't the great hero Wang. Quite the catch you got there. Li Lao San's robust figure loomed like an iron tower, his bare arms glistening with muscle, and his small eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. His two sons flanked him, resembling sentinels, effectively blocking all of Wang Defa's escape routes. Li Lao San refrained from snatching the rabbit. Instead, he scrutinized it with a sardonic gaze, smacking his lips. Goodness, what a hefty rabbit. Must weigh 7 or 8 pounds, I reckon. Brother Wang, you've truly done our community a great service. He emphasized the words our community with deliberate weight, the implication unmistakable. Wang Defa harbored a deep-seated grudge against Li Lao San. The humiliation of having his cured meat stolen just yesterday, still fresh in his mind. Now, faced with this renewed provocation, the old grievances surged forth. Coupled with the newfound confidence of having captured the rabbit, he straightened his neck and roared, Li Lao San, what the hell do you want? This rabbit is mine. I caught it. Yours? Huh. Li Lao San sneered, the flesh on his face quivering. Have you forgotten what Captain Lu said? We are in a collective society. All resources must be distributed equitably. You caught the rabbit, that's your skill, but how it's divided is not solely your decision. Shut your mouth. Wang Defa trembled with rage. I nearly lost my life in the woods for this rabbit. Why should I share it with you? Just because I'm stronger than you? Finally shedding his facade, Li Lao San stepped forward, his massive hand reaching for the rabbit. Today, you're going to share this rabbit, whether you like it or not. You dare. Wang Defa retreated, clutching the rabbit. But Li Lao San's sons seized him from behind, rendering him powerless. Chapter 24. Mission accomplished. As the confrontation escalated, a commanding voice rang out just in time. Everyone, halt! Lu Guodong, accompanied by several security personnel, approached briskly. His expression was grim as he parted the crowd and stood at the center of the discord. Old Li, what are you doing? Lu Guodong initially rebuked Li Lao San sharply, then turned to Wang Defa, adopting a gentler tone. Little Wang, do not be agitated. Let us discuss this calmly. First, hand over the rabbit to me. I'll hold it to prevent it from escaping. His tone exuded concern, as if genuinely considering Wang Defa's well-being. Wang Defa looked at Lu Guodong and then at the predatory stares surrounding him, feeling a chill wash over him. He inwardly lamented his foolishness. Why had he shouted? Lu Guodong's voice bore an undercurrent of pleading. Fear not. Lu Guodong patted his shoulder, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. I, Lu Guodong, assure you that your efforts will not go unrewarded. This rabbit is the first catch of our community, and it holds great significance. I will take it back and hand it over to the logistics team. When it comes time for rewards, you, Wang Defa, shall receive the most substantial share. Do not feel shortchanged. Think of your wife and children. It is contributors like you who enable them to eat. His words, grandiose and reassuring, not only placated Wang Defa, but also provided an explanation for the onlookers, and more importantly, seamlessly transferred ownership of the rabbit to this temporary authority figure. Li Lao San chuckled to himself, fully aware that once Lu Guodong intervened, the matter was settled. He ceased his harassment, merely casting a victorious glance at Wang Defa, as if to say, Kid, you're not ready to challenge me. Under Lu Guodong's benevolent gaze, Wang Defa ultimately released his grip. The plump rabbit slipped from his hands into Lu Guodong's possession. On the periphery of the crowd, Wang Chu observed this scene and quietly leaned towards Ming Dao, whispering in disbelief, see? Human nature cannot withstand temptation. especially in front of a running source of protein. Ming Dao remained silent. The atmosphere was charged with tension. He tugged at Wang Chu's arm, signaling him to retreat. Bearing 2 heavy bags filled with mushrooms and tubers, the pair quietly slipped back to the edge of the crowd. As all eyes remained fixed on the rotund rabbit and Lu Guodong, no one noticed the 2 fortunate foragers stealthily departing from the main group, slipping away into the shadows of the buildings. Just as they turned to leave, a sudden silence enveloped the boisterous woodland edge. Moments later, a visible blue ripple emanated from the massive heart of the community light screen above the square, rapidly expanding. The wave silently swept through the forest, caressing every tree and every person. An hour had passed. Almost simultaneously, the digital display above began to surge dramatically, indicating the progress of their mission. Current completion rate, 100. Everyone remained unscathed. Success. The text on the screen morphed once more. The status of the weekly mission. The call of the forest transitioned instantaneously from in progress to completed. Then, a brilliant line of golden text emerged with a resounding flourish. Task reward distribution. Community total points 200. Before the echoes of the announcement faded, the number representing Blue Bay Peninsula on the scoreboard began to fluctuate wildly. 3220, 3280, 3350, 3400. Ultimately, under the gaze of all, the number stabilized at 3,420. Beneath it all, the once dreaded adversary, Jinsheng Industrial Park, with its glaring score of 3,320, appeared at this moment both blinding and absurd. They had reclaimed the lead. Within less than a day, they had surged ahead by 100 points, overcoming a deficit that had seemed insurmountable. Victorious. We have triumphed. We have surpassed them. We have gained 200 points. The crowd gradually returned to the square. Yet, joy is often fleeting. As the initial wave of exhilaration receded, a starkly pragmatic question resurfaced in everyone's minds. How shall we divide this bounty? The cheers gradually faded, and a multitude of gazes converged upon Lu Guodong, or more precisely, upon the rabbit he held, along with the substantial piles of wild vegetables, mushrooms, and berries that had been brought out from the forest and stacked at the edge of the square. The crowd quieted, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense and delicate. Lu Guodong absorbed it all, fully aware that the true test was only just beginning. He cleared his throat, handed the rabbit to a nearby security guard, and raised a megaphone. Dear neighbors, please, lend me your ears. I understand the thoughts that occupy your minds. This harvest is the fruit of our collective effort. However, we must recognize that we find ourselves in a post-apocalyptic world. Absolute fairness is a myth. It would be the gravest injustice to those who have toiled the hardest. He paused, gauging the reactions of the crowd. Therefore, I declare, all gathered wild vegetables, fruits, mushrooms, and other resources shall be temporarily managed by our collective committee. When the time comes for distribution, each individual and each family's bounty will be meticulously recorded by designated personnel. This record shall serve as the foundation for future allocations. I cannot guarantee absolute fairness, but I can assure you of relative fairness. Our objective is not merely to fill one person's belly, but to ensure the survival of many, to maximize the collective benefit. His words were impeccably crafted, occupying the moral high ground of collectivism while promising a principle of distribution based on contribution, instantly garnering the approval of the majority of neutral parties. Yet, dissenting voices always lingered. By what right? A sharp voice erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned to see a 20-something young man with disheveled blonde hair stepping forward, his face a mask of indignation. Clutching a hefty bundle of freshly dug wild vegetables, he was none other than Brother Fong, the very individual who had clashed with Lu Guodong before the delivery locker. Behind him stood 3 or 4 other, similarly youthful and defiant figures, each holding varying amounts of bounty. I've toiled for half a day in the woods, my hands covered in cuts, only to gather this meager amount. Why should your word compel us to surrender everything? Brother Fong defiantly glared at Lu Guodong on the platform. What is mine is mine. That is only right. I have no desire to take from others, nor should anyone take from me. Exactly. Who knows how your so-called distribution by contribution will end up? Don't let it be that we work ourselves to the bone, only to receive less than what your security team scrapes off the ground. A companion of his chimed in, igniting a ripple of laughter through the crowd. This outburst tore through Lu Guodong's tender facade of collective goodwill, laying bare the issue of trust for all to see. How outrageous! Before Lu Guodong could respond, a security guard beside him could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Brother Fong. How dare you speak to Captain Lu like that? Without his leadership, You wouldn't even have the courage to enter the forest. And now you have the audacity to question the distribution? Fuck you. Brother Feng spat on the ground, seething. Whether I enter the forest or not is none of your business. I'm fighting for my own survival, not to support you worthless blowhards. You're asking for trouble. The security guard, furiously enraged, grabbed his baton, ready to charge down. Stop. Lu Guodong's sharp command halted his subordinate's impulse. He squinted at Brother Feng, his tone now devoid of the earlier cordiality. Young man, it appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the current situation. I shall reiterate. This is a collective command. We are not negotiating with you. A command? Brother Feng laughed derisively, as though he had heard the grandest of jokes. What are you? That you think you can command me? Based on your ragged attire? Or that pathetic megaphone? Based on this. Another coarse voice boomed from the crowd. The burly figure of Li Lao San emerged, wielding a thick wooden club, flanked by his two equally menacing sons, as they positioned themselves firmly beside Lu Guodong. Kid, don't overstep your bounds. Li Lao San pointed his club at Brother Feng, his entire countenance trembling with rage. Captain Lu is our community leader. His words are law. If you refuse to comply, you'd best ask my club if it agrees. Brother Feng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Li Lao San, who had clashed with Lu Guodong just yesterday, would now come to his defense. Yet, he quickly understood. Li Lao San was not supporting Lu Guodong. He was safeguarding the new order that favored him. Under the regime of unified distribution, individuals like him, who possessed strength but lacked the initiative to exert themselves, would reap the greatest rewards. In an instant, the dynamics on the square grew more convoluted. The labor privatization faction, led by Brother Feng, stood in stark opposition to the centralized distribution faction represented by Lu Guodong and Li Lao San. Meanwhile, many residents in the square had become silent onlookers. Some resonated with Brother Feng's sentiments, but remained mute, intimidated by their minority status. Others, especially the elderly, women, and children who had returned empty-handed from the forest, staunchly supported Lu Guodong, vocally condemning Brother Feng's selfishness. Young man, how can you act this way? We must stand united. Indeed, Captain Lu is acting in our best interests. Can't you show a little understanding? Hand over your bounty. Don't let your selfishness jeopardize our unity. The waves of moral coercion surged towards Brother Feng and his companions. Fine, if that is how you want to play it. He clenched his teeth, casting a fierce glance around. I'll lay it out plainly. No one is taking my belongings. If you have the guts, you'll have to step over my dead body. With that, he clutched his wild vegetables and turned to leave. Block him. Lu Guodong's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he issued a stern command. The 5 security guards alongside him, together with Li Lao San and his sons, lunged forward like wolves, encircling Brother Feng and his companions in an instant. Batons and clubs were raised, and a bloody clash was on the brink of erupting. Meanwhile, far from the square's clamor, in the 5th building's 8th floor, emergency lights cast an ethereal green glow, elongating the shadows of 2 figures. With a rustle, Ming Dao and Wang Chu untied 2 fabric bags fashioned from t-shirts, and a bountiful array of spoils cascaded onto the floor. In an instant, the corridor was filled with the distinctive aroma of earthy soil mingled with fungi. A vibrant array of mushrooms has formed 2 small hills, the golden chanterelles, the ochre of the porcini, and the tender white of the broom mushrooms, scattered alongside several tuberous plants resembling yams, caked in soil. Such a bountiful harvest. Wang Chu gazed at the scene before him, his eyes alight with excitement. He plopped down onto the ground, rubbing his hands together, nearly drooling. Brother Ming, we have struck it rich. So many mushrooms, and these tubers. How long can we feast on this? Half for soup, half for grilling, my heavens. This life is nothing short of divine. Immersed in visions of future culinary delights, he remained oblivious to the escalating argument faintly resonating from downstairs. Ming Dao, however, maintained a much calmer demeanor. He crouched down and began meticulously sorting through the spoils, swiftly separating the various types of mushrooms and tubers. Don't just think about eating, he said without looking up. With so much at hand, if we don't handle it properly, it will spoil in a couple of days. The mushrooms need to be sliced and dried or salted. These tubers should be stored in a cool, dry place. Yes, you're absolutely right, Brother Ming. Wan Jue Gleam. As if awakening from a dream, slapping his thigh, they must be dried. Dried mushrooms and chicken soup will taste even more exquisite. Chapter 26, Lin Yifu. The atmosphere in the center of the square appeared far from cheerful. Li Lao San raised a hefty wooden club high, and a bloody confrontation over survival and dignity seemed poised to erupt at any moment. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, their faces a tapestry of excitement and numbness. They feared being caught in the fray, yet secretly anticipated that this chaos might bring them something. Just as tensions reached a critical point, a calm and powerful voice rang out. Everyone stop. If this continues, we won't even be killed by the game. We will self-destruct first. A figure slowly emerged from the rear of the crowd. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, clad in a faded old shirt, sporting the most ordinary black frame glasses. His features were unremarkable, his demeanor mundane, easily overlooked in a crowd. However, as he stepped forward, recognition quickly spread among those present. Dr. Lin, someone in the crowd instinctively gasped. Lin Yifu, the sole doctor at the community clinic. In this isolated place, he was practically the only medical security for everyone. Known for his amiable demeanor and fair charges, he held considerable respect within the community. Lin Yifu's stride was steady as he disregarded the raised clubs and wooden sticks, making his way directly to the heart of the conflict. He briefly surveyed the tense standoff, his gaze lingering on the gash on Fenggu's arm before shifting to Li Laosan. Ultimately, his attention settled on Lu Guodong and Fenggu. Captain Lu, your intentions are noble. You wish to establish order for the greater good. Lu Guodong was taken aback, not expecting such affirmation, and opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Without waiting for a response, Lin Yifu turned to Fenggu, his tone equally calm. Young man, I can understand your perspective. It is not wrong to wish to protect the fruits of your labor from being unjustly taken. Fenggu, still holding his ground, softened slightly, though he remained vigilant. Lin Yifu adjusted his glasses and surveyed the assortment of residents, sighing. Since our goals and demands differ, there is no need to force a union. I propose a solution that allows for freedom of choice. All ears perked up. From now on, I suggest we formally divide the community into two factions, the collective and the lone wolves. Everyone may freely choose which side to join based on their preferences. However, once a choice is made, responsibilities and consequences are clear. Lin Yifu extended a finger toward Lu Guodong. First, those who choose to join the collective must contribute a portion of their gathered resources, which will be uniformly registered and distributed by the collective committee. In return, you will enjoy the protection of the collective, including safety patrols, information sharing, and, most importantly, he emphasized the humanitarian medical assistance provided by me, Lin Yifu. Whether injured or ill, as long as you remain a member of the collective, as long as I have a bandage or an antibiotic, I will do my utmost to help. Upon hearing this, many families clutching children and assisting the elderly transformed their expressions. In this primitive and perilous world, an injury equated to infection, and infection meant death. The doctor's promise was akin to a lifeline. Lin Yifu then directed his finger toward Fenggu. Second, those who opt to become lone wolves will retain complete ownership of all their gathered resources. You will not need to surrender a single blade of grass or a single fruit. You can live entirely according to your own will, unbound by anyone. A glimmer of hope flashed in Fenggu and his companion's eyes. Was this not precisely what they desired? However, Lin Yifu's tone shifted abruptly in the next moment. However, choosing to be a lone wolf also means you will completely sever ties with the collective. You will not receive any resources, information, or protection from the group. Most importantly, his voice turned cold. I am a doctor, but first and foremost, I am a human being, a person who wishes to survive. My medicines, my knowledge, my energy are finite. They're my greatest assets for survival in this apocalypse. For those willing to band together, who are prepared to contribute to the collective and weather this storm, I will consider them companions, family, and will strive to heal them. But for the selfish, who only seek to take without giving, the lone wolves, he warned. If you're injured out there, whether by beasts or by your own missteps, let me be clear, I will provide no form of medical assistance. Not a single bandage, not a drop of alcohol will be available to you. Please, take heed of your own choices. A contemplative silence enveloped the crowd. You may disregard Lu Guodong's authority. You may fear not the fists of Li Laosan, but can you guarantee your own safety from injury? Can you assure yourself that in this treacherous forest, you will never be stung by a venomous creature or cut by thorns? You cannot. No one can. And once injured, Lin Yifu's words would be tantamount to a death sentence. Those who had previously shouted in condemnation fell silent, casting glances at Lin Yifu filled with newfound meaning. Meanwhile, Fenggu and his followers found themselves ensnared in indecision. They could bleed, they could fight, but they feared death. What if a minor injury or illness struck? Excellent. Simply marvelous. Lu Guodong exclaimed, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he slapped his thigh, nearly leaping with excitement. Dr. Lin, I, Lu Guodong, on behalf of our temporary management committee, fully endorse your proposal. You are absolutely right. This is how it should be. Responsibilities and rights must be clear. To enjoy rights, one must fulfill their obligations. He was utterly enamored with this sudden emergence of Dr. Lin. This plan was tailor-made for him. He wielded his baton and security team to establish a violent deterrent, while Lin Yifu utilized medical resources to forge a rule-based deterrent. One was overt, the other covert. One was hard, the other soft. Together, they would render his collective unassailable. This was nothing short of a perfect complement and consolidation of his power. Lu Guodong immediately faced the crowd and declared loudly through a megaphone, "I consent. From this moment on, those willing to join the collective come forth to register. For those unwilling, no one will restrain you. I will join. I too will be part of the collective. Count me in. I have elderly and children at home. I cannot be without medical security." The crowd, each with their own needs, erupted into a fervor. One by one, residents surged towards Lu Guodong, almost jostling for position. Their actions were not the result of a profound political decision, but rather a primal instinct to seek benefits and evade harm in the face of survival. Observing the thronging masses, Feng Ji's complexion shifted from ashen to a deep shade of gray. A young man behind him, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, glanced at Feng Ge and then at Lin Yifu, ultimately gritting his teeth and murmuring, "Brother Feng, I'm sorry, but my mother is unwell." With that, he discarded the wild vegetables he was holding and plunged into the tide of those heading towards the collective. With one, there followed another. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 3 or 4 companions left behind Feng Ge remained. A potentially bloody conflict that loomed was deftly diffused by Lin Yifu's seemingly casual remarks. Ultimately, caught between the pressures of survival and the absurdity of personal pride, Feng Ge chose not to yield. He unclenched his tightly held fists and muttered defiantly, "You got guts. I choose to be a solitary wanderer." With that, he abruptly turned and pushed through the crowd, striding away towards his home without a backward glance. His silhouette was imbued with a sense of tragic heroism. Feng Ye, the last remaining companion, hurriedly chased after him. Among the crowd, other young individuals, equally unwilling to be constrained, after a brief moment of hesitation and struggle, made the same choice. "Damn it, why should I? My family has medicine. I will not join. I'll fend for myself and thrive. I refuse to believe I cannot survive without you." One after another, over 20 more young individuals quietly detached from the raucous crowd, following in Feng Ji's footsteps towards an uncharted path. Thus the storm subsided. Chapter 27. Population Census and Material Registration. Lu Guodong stood high above, surveying the entire scene. The first step was accomplished. Next, he would need to unite the remaining 2,000 voices, each with their own disparate thoughts, into a single cohesive force. He took a deep breath and raised the megaphone to his lips. "Comrades who have chosen to stay." He skillfully altered his address, using the term comrades to swiftly bridge the psychological distance between them, endowing the nascent collective with a layer of sanctity. "The turmoil has passed. I believe that each of us remaining is genuinely concerned for the well-being of our family here at Blue Bay Peninsula. From this moment on, we must abandon all past identities, forgetting that we are neighbors or strangers. We shall embrace but one identity, comrades in arms, to win this battle for survival. I declare the immediate commencement of a formal population census and material registration." Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Guodong seized the moment. Leveraging the newly established authority and the collective enthusiasm that surged within the hearts of the people. "Bring forth the office furniture. Clear out the tables and chairs. The more, the better." He waved his hand, commanding the nearby security personnel. "Understood." Several security guards promptly took their orders, racing towards the nearby property management building accompanied by a dozen eager young men. Their efficiency was astonishing. Within merely 10 minutes, several old office desks and stacks of plastic chairs were transported to the center of the square, neatly arranged to form a temporary registration station. You, and you." Lu Guodong pointed at 3 seemingly astute security guards with commendable penmanship. "You 3 will be responsible for recording. The rest, maintain order. Let everyone line up by household." One at a time, the crowd began to slowly stir, instinctively forming several long lines under the guidance of the security personnel. Lu Guodong took his position behind the first desk, personally overseeing the process. He picked up a visitor registration book found in the property management office, opened a fresh page, and solemnly inquired of the man at the front of the line. "Name?" "Zhang Jianguo." The man, somewhat anxious, adjusted his glasses. "Age?" 56. "How many family members do you have? What are their names, ages, and health conditions?" "There are 3 in my family. My wife, Wang Guifan, is 54 in fair health, though she has a bit of hypertension. My son, Zhang Wei, is 30 years old, without any ailments. As Lu Guodong posed his questions, he diligently recorded the answers. He lifted his gaze, asking the most critical question, "What was your occupation before retirement? Do you have any specialties?" Upon hearing this, the initially reserved Zhang Jiangwo's face lit up with a hint of pride. He straightened his posture, his voice growing more robust, reporting to Captain Lu, "Before retirement, I was the chief engineer at the Hongxing Machinery Factory. I hold the title of senior engineer. I am proficient in turning, fitting, riveting, welding, and electricity. The decades-old German machines in the factory were maintained and repaired by my apprentices and me. Given the right parts and blueprints, I could replicate even a tank engine." Excellent. Lu Guodong's eyes ignited with fervor as he slammed his hand on the desk, springing to his feet to personally grasp Zhang Jiangwo's calloused hands. "Engineer Zhang, you are a treasure to our community, a stabilizing force." This unexpected honor left Zhang Jiangwo astonished, his face flushed with excitement. The surrounding crowd erupted in admiration, their gazes towards him filled with envy and respect. Lu Guodong's gesture not only conveyed the value he placed on talent, but also served as a demonstration for all to witness. He intended to make it clear that, within this new collective, a unique skill would outweigh wealth or status. Proceed with the registration. Next, a somewhat plump, middle-aged woman approached, wearing a smile that sought approval. "Captain Lu, my name is Li Xiaomei. I'm 45. I don't have any remarkable skills, but I worked for 20 years as a pastry chef at the best restaurant in the city, proficient in both Chinese and Western pastries, and I've won awards." "A pastry chef?" Lu Guodong's eyes sparkled once more. In this post-apocalyptic world, someone capable of transforming limited ingredients into delectable dishes held value equal to that of an engineer. This was not merely about satisfying appetites. It was about morale. "Wonderful. Sister Li, we need you." Next, a tall, dark-skinned young man stepped forward, standing straight with a piercing gaze, exuding an aura of stark seriousness that contrasted sharply with those around him. "Zhao Hu, 32, single. My profession? A veteran. Former reconnaissance soldier in the Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade, served for 8 years. Proficient in combat, firearms, wilderness tracking, and trap making. That is all." Snow Wolf Special Operations Brigade. Lu Guodong, being a military man himself, fully understood the weight of those 4 words. They signified a true elite forged in the fires of conflict. He gazed at Zhao Hu, his eyes ablaze as if beholding a rare gem. "Comrade Zhao Hu, welcome back to the fold." Lu Guodong's voice trembled slightly. Each seemingly ordinary profession in peacetime now gleamed with the luster of gold upon the registration forms. "Wang Tao, 38. Deputy Chief Surgeon at the 3rd Municipal Hospital. Sun Dehai, 42, Senior Electrician, holder of a high-voltage electrician certification. Chun Fong, a 29-year-old kindergarten teacher, possesses a remarkable ability to care for children." Before Lu Guodong, a vast tapestry of social division gradually unfurls. He gazes at the names and corresponding professions inscribed in the register, a tide of uncontrollable ecstasy and ambition surging within him. What he holds in his hands is not merely a list of over 2,000 ravenous survivors. It is, in fact, the foundational framework of a complete industrial society. Engineers, doctors, soldiers, chefs, electricians, teachers. If he can judiciously organize these individuals, he might even reconstruct a miniature version of modern civilization upon this primitive land. A civilization forged by none other than Lu Guodong himself. Of course, amidst the genuinely earnest, there are those with ulterior motives. "I am Lu Ergu." A man as slender as a monkey pushes his way forward, puffing out his chicken-like chest and spitting as he boasts. "I was the vice president of the 8 Extremes Fist Association in our city. No less than 7 or 8 strong men could approach me. Captain Lu, you can absolutely entrust the security of the community to me." The security officer responsible for registration furrows his brow, scrutinizing Lu Ergu's spindly arms and legs. Unable to restrain his curiosity. 8 Extremes Fist? Why don't you show us a few moves? Lu Ergu's expression stiffens, and he coughs awkwardly. That true skill is lethal. It should not be easily revealed. Besides, I haven't eaten well these past few days and feel a bit weak. Laughter erupts from the surrounding crowd. Lu Guodong merely waves his hand, signaling the security to note the self-proclaimed martial artist and allow him pass. He understands well that individuals like this exist in every collective. There's no need to take them too seriously. Chapter 28, A Warning of Temptation. The registration process is proceeding with great fervor, while concurrently, the submission of supplies officially commences. Large waterproof sheets are laid out on the ground, where all the harvests brought back from the forest must be counted and submitted. Let me reiterate the rules. A security officer shouts into a megaphone. All harvests must voluntarily submit half. The more you contribute, the higher your family's contribution points. You will be prioritized during future distributions. Is that clear? Understood. Most individuals comply willingly, parting with half of their hard-earned wild vegetables and mushrooms, their faces displaying a mix of reluctance and compliance. Under the collective pressure and the implicit threat from Dr. Lin, who does not extend treatment to lone wolves, no one dares to openly resist. Soon, several small mounds made up of various plants rise upon the waterproof sheets. Yet, there are always those who relish testing the boundaries of rules. Oh dear comrade, look here. I've only dug up this little bit. It's hardly enough to fill the gaps for my wife and children. A woman in a floral shirt presents a plastic bag filled only to the brim, the withered greens within drooping sadly, some even sporting rotten leaves. The security officer in charge of counting frowns, his keen eye catching sight of a bulging cloth bag hidden in the woman's back pocket, revealing fresh green foliage. That bag behind you is also from your harvest, correct? According to the rules, you must submit half of that as well. What? The woman immediately tightens her backside, her voice rising an octave. That is for my grandson. He is only 5 years old, in need of nourishment. You officials can't possibly rob a child of his food. Besides, at my age, it's no easy task to venture into the woods. I feel like I'm falling apart, she exclaims, patting her waist, feigning a victim of great injustice. Such antics naturally do not escape the watchful eyes of the security officer. His expression darkens, prepared to reprimand her, but Lu Guodong's voice resonates from nearby. Let it go. Let her pass. It's only right to allow the elderly and children a little more. The officer is momentarily taken aback. Though reluctant, he complies. The woman in the floral shirt beams with gratitude towards Lu Guodong before scuttling away, clutching her rear. Similar minor disputes frequently arise during the submission of supplies. Some mix in subpar or even toxic mushrooms to inflate their contributions. Others grossly exaggerate their numbers, concealing the bulk of their harvest. Lu Guodong observes all of this. Yet he often chooses to turn a blind eye. Water that is too clear harbors no fish. What he seeks is stability and the goodwill of the people. As long as the vast majority adhere to the rules, this nascent collective shall not falter. As for the clowns, it is not yet time to deal with them. Once his rule is firmly established, he will have ample means to make them regurgitate what they have consumed. Brother Ming, remember our agreement. We split it down the middle. Wang Chu wipes the sweat from his forehead, flashing a grin that reveals 2 rows of slightly yellowed teeth. I'll pick out the best specimens. And we'll feast at noon. A little reward for ourselves. All right. Ming Dao nods succinctly. Like a miser, Wang Chu meticulously divides the mushrooms and tubers into 2 piles. Fearful of taking even the slightest advantage over Ming Dao. Once the spoils are divided, Wang Chu clutches his half and skips away to his apartment. Elated like a child weighing 200 pounds. Before long, Ming Dao hears a series of clattering noises from the neighboring balcony. Curiosity piqued. He peers over to see Wang Chu humming a tuneless melody, hanging strings of processed mushrooms on the clothesline, wearing a look of satisfaction and bliss. As if he were stringing up gold bars instead of mushrooms. Ming Dao chuckles softly, shaking his head, and retreats to his own balcony. In this apocalyptic world, preserving food is far more crucial than procuring it. Unlike Wang Chu, who is so meticulous, Ming Dao simply rummages through the storage room, retrieving a few discarded wooden slats and some wire. In a matter of moments, he constructs a simple yet sturdy drying rack. Next, he pulls out a military knife and slices the slightly inferior mushrooms, threading them neatly onto the wire, hanging them on the rack. Sunlight filters through the window, casting dappled patterns on the mushroom slices, as if gilding them with a golden edge. In just a few days, these fresh delicacies will transform into easily stored dried goods. Having completed all this, Ming Dao straightens up, releasing a long sigh of relief. The growling in his stomach reminds him that he has hardly consumed a drop of water since morning, sustained solely by sheer willpower. It is time to treat himself. He turns and strides into the kitchen, pulling open the refrigerator door. The cold storage has long ceased to function, but the freezer retains a trace of chill. At the very back, several pieces of chicken breast, tightly wrapped in cling film, lie quietly, their surfaces beginning to turn pale, with signs of slight thawing at the edges. This is his final reserve of fresh meat, likely good for another 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, it will soon become a piece of spoiled flesh. He retrieves a small iron pot from the cupboard, sets it up in the kitchen, and drags out some firewood collected from the forest. With a flick of the lighter, a burst of orange flame licks the dry shavings, crackling softly. After completing this, Ming Dao, feeling slightly uneasy, stuffs a folded sheet into the door crack and the air conditioning vent. Then, he twists open a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and under the heat of the fire, it quickly begins to bubble. The water has boiled. Ming Dao tears open a package of instant noodles, placing the golden brick into the boiling water. The noodle cake unfurls rapidly, releasing an enticing aroma of wheat. Next comes the seasoning packet. The aroma of the old pot sauce is irresistible. The powder and pickled vegetable packets follow closely behind, infusing the broth with soul. Finally, the main ingredient of today. Ming Dao meticulously sliced the freshest orange cap, boletus, and chanterelles he had just selected into thick pieces, generously tossing them into the pot. The pristine white flesh of the mushrooms and the golden caps danced in the bubbling broth, their essence of the wilderness gradually infusing into the soup. Finally, he added several chunks of chicken breast, which upon contact with the boiling water, instantly contracted and turned white, sealing in the succulent flavor. The harmonious amalgamation of the rich aromas of meat, mushrooms, and noodles, mingled with the unique chemical fragrance of instant noodle seasoning, created an indescribably robust scent. This aroma, catalyzed by the flames, audibly seeped from room 802, wafting through the corridor, ascending and descending in a fragrant haze. Chapter 29. Who is poisoning us? On the 7th floor, in room 703, a 30-something office worker, Li Ku, sat at the dining table with a dazed expression. Before him lay his meager lunch, 2 dry, compressed biscuits, and half a cup of water. He had lacked the courage to venture outside that morning, remaining cooped up at home. Mechanically, he picked up a biscuit, opening his mouth, prepared to gnaw on it like it was a stone. At that moment, an aroma so rich it felt almost tangible invaded his nostrils. What was that scent? Zhang Wei's actions froze instantaneously. It was meat, undoubtedly the scent of meat. And mushrooms? No, it was instant noodles, the flavor of pickled vegetables. The amalgamation of these scents made his mouth water uncontrollably. Gulp! A stream of saliva, completely beyond his control, trickled from the corner of his mouth, soaking a small patch on the hard biscuit. His eyes instantly reddened. He dashed to the window, fervently inhaling the tantalizing aroma. Yes, it was indeed wafting from upstairs. Who was it? Who on earth was indulging in such a feast? In this time, when everyone could only sustain themselves on dry rations and wild vegetables. Who the hell was eating instant noodles upstairs, and adding chicken and mushrooms to boot? The flames of jealousy ignited within him. Why should it be? On the 6th floor, in room 601, a 4 or 5-year-old boy lay languidly on the bed, crying weakly with a pale face. His young mother, Sister Wang, sat by the bedside, tenderly wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, soothingly coaxing, "Baby, be good, and you won't feel hungry after a little nap. Once you fall asleep, Mommy will conjure up chicken legs for you." Just as her words fell, the enticing aroma of meat and mushrooms wafted in. The boy's cries ceased abruptly. He bolted upright, his little nose twitching fervently, and his bright eyes sparkled with excitement. "Mommy, Mommy, do you smell that? It's chicken legs. Did you really conjure up chicken legs for me?" Sister Wang's face turned ashen. Were there any chicken legs? What about human legs? She too had caught the scent. For a famished adult, it was a torment hard to resist, let alone for a child. "No, sweetheart, that's not." Yes, yes. It's the smell of chicken legs." The boy threw off the covers, determined to leap from the bed, crying, "I want chicken legs. Mommy, I want chicken legs." Watching her son's flushed face and hearing his heart-wrenching wails, Sister Wang felt as though her heart was being gripped tightly by an unseen hand. She bit her lip hard, casting a resentful glance out the window. Who was it? Who on earth was eating meat at a time like this? How dare they? On the 8th floor, in room 802, Ming Dao remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil below. He held a steaming pot of instant noodles, sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, leaning against the sofa, unable to restrain his eagerness. The golden broth shimmered with a thin layer of red oil, while the pristine chicken pieces and tender mushroom slices nestled amongst the hearty noodles, with a few dehydrated lettuce leaves for garnish, presenting a visually stunning dish. He picked up a handful of noodles, blew on them, and then slurped the piping hot strands into his mouth. The noodles, saturated with broth, offered a chewy texture and rich flavor, while the chicken was succulent. The mushrooms provided an unexpectedly exquisite taste, their crispness bursting with the essence of the wilderness with every chew. Delicious. Ming Dao devoured his meal with fervor, as if a tempest had swept through. He scarcely noticed the heat of the noodles, continuing to eat without pause, consuming the entire pot, soup, meat, and mushrooms, until not a drop remained. Burp. A resounding, satisfying belch escaped his throat. A warm wave of contentment surged from his stomach, dispelling the fatigue and chill that had plagued him for days. An overwhelming sense of fullness and satisfaction washed over him like a tide. Drowsiness enveloped him. He did not resist. After tidying up the pot and bowl, he walked to the bedside and laid down fully clothed, conserving his strength for the potential actions of the afternoon. As he drifted into a deep slumber, the collective registration efforts organized by Lu Guodong in the community square continued fervently. The food piled on the waterproof cloth was being systematically transported back to the property office, guarded by several security personnel, with no one allowed to approach. Meanwhile, in another building, Brother Feng returned home alone, kicking the door open with a loud bang. The interior was utterly bare. No water, no electricity, no rice, no flour. Only a few wilted wild vegetables remained, his sole harvest from the forest. Gurgle. A loud protest emanated from his stomach. Listening to the ruckus from the square below and catching a whiff of that elusive meat aroma in the air, a fierce determination darkened his gaze. In this world, one must ultimately resort to stealing. Chapter 30. Fetch water. The afternoon sun carried a lazy disposition. Ming Dao was roused from his slumber by the faint clamor from outside the window. He slowly opened his eyes, stretching languidly, his joints cracking with a series of satisfying pops. A sense of unprecedented clarity enveloped him. Glancing at the countdown, 142,156, he rose and walked to the balcony, surveying the scene below. Most of the crowd in the square had dispersed, leaving only Lu Guodong and a few newly recruited corps members huddled around the tables and chairs that had been brought out from the property office, seemingly planning something. The curtain had fallen on one farce, and a new order was beginning to take root in a crude yet efficient manner. Ming Dao was uninterested. He shifted his gaze back to the corner of the living room where a humble yet crucial apparatus stood. The water tank of the purifier was empty. Beside it, the last few bottles of bottled water sat quietly, and water had once again become an urgent issue. It was imperative to execute a plan to procure a new water source immediately. The rooftop firewater tank was naturally the first choice, but it was locked behind an iron door, its structure unknown, and acting recklessly posed too great a risk. Ming Dao's gaze pierced through the walls, envisioning deeper into the community, the northern district, the villa area. An idea he had previously overlooked flickered through his mind. There lay a vast ornamental rock fountain. Before the time travel, the fountain was a prominent feature of the community, with water flowing gently throughout the day. Although the water and electricity have since been shut off, the pool has accumulated a staggering amount of water over the years, an astronomical figure. The reservoir likely surpasses the combined total of the fire water tanks atop a dozen buildings. Despite the dubious quality of the water, teeming with green algae, the carcasses of flying insects, and unknown sediments, possibly even tainted by thoughtless residents' indiscretions, none of this poses a challenge for his water purifier, endowed with extraordinary purification capabilities. With a clear objective in mind, he rummaged through the storage room to retrieve 2 pristine red buckets, their surfaces still bearing the scent of fresh plastic from the factory. These were issued to him when he first arrived, and he had yet to use them even once. Each bucket could carry at least 50 liters of water, precisely the amount his purifier could handle. However, 50 liters equates to 100 gene. The straight-line distance from the villa area to his building exceeds 1 kilometer, with the added challenge of navigating stairs and flower beds. It would be a daunting task for one person alone. Having an extra pair of hands would not only provide assistance, but also an additional set of eyes for vigilance. A rotund figure immediately sprang to mind. Wang Chu. This neighbor had astonished him with his knowledge of wilderness survival, although his combat skills were virtually non-existent. He was the perfect candidate for support and logistics. Without further hesitation, Ming Dao tucked the crowbar behind his waist, seized the 2 empty red plastic buckets, and stepped out the door. Thud, thud, thud. Inside room 801. A rustling sound was followed by the dimming of the peephole. Who is it? Wang Chu's cautious voice came from behind the door, thick with nasal tones and morning rasp. It's me, Ming Dao. The sound of breathing on the other side of the door faltered momentarily, followed by a flurry of frantic lock clicking. Creak. The door opened a crack, and Wang Chu's large head appeared, his tousled hair resembling a bird's nest, with faint red marks on his face from just waking up. Upon realizing that it was indeed the composed Ming Dao standing before him, clutching 2 large red buckets, his wariness dissipated. Ming Ye, what brings you here? Ming Dao wasted no time. His gaze swept past Wang Chu's shoulder, taking in the cluttered living room filled with various supplies, and he asked point-blank, how much water do you have left at home? Water? Wang Chu hesitated, his face flushing with embarrassment as he scratched his head. There is still a bottle and a half left, the one I traded with you last time. What's up, Mingo? Are you short on water? Seemingly fearing that Ming Dao might think him stingy, he quickly stepped aside, fully opening the door, and gestured toward the corner of the living room, where boxes of drinks were piled high. If you're thirsty, I've got 2 cases of drinks. Iced tea, green tea, cola, Sprite, whatever you want. As he spoke, he turned and solemnly pulled out a 1-liter bottle of iced tea from an already open box, thrusting it into Ming Dao's arms without a second thought. Here, Ming Dao, this will quench your thirst. His gesture was quite generous. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Ming Dao's eyes, and he accepted the offering without refusal. Just as well, he was parched. He twisted off the cap and took several hearty gulps. The icy, sweet liquid slid down his throat, alleviating the afternoon heat. Quite impressive, my friend. Ming Dao set down the bottle and wiped his mouth, half-jokingly assessing Wang Chu's living room, resembling a small supermarket. I suspect among all the residents, you possess the most formidable resources. Wang Chu, momentarily taken aback by the playful jab, felt an inexplicable thrill surge within him. He chuckled and waved his hands dismissively. Oh, it's just junk food, hardly a meal. Compared to you, Ming Dao, this is just child's play. He understood that the shift in address signaled a budding relationship evolving in a new direction. Ming Dao, no longer beating around the bush, recognized that Wang Chu had expressed his willingness to cooperate through action, and there was no need for further concealment. Demonstrating his capabilities appropriately would solidify this valuable neighbor's allegiance. Looking at Wang Chu, he stated, drinking beverages as a substitute for water is not a sustainable plan. I intend to address the drinking water issue. Address? Wang Chu was momentarily confused. How will you resolve it? Haven't those people downstairs registered and submitted all the wild vegetables and mushrooms? Are you planning to trade as well? Trade? Ming Dao scoffed lightly, shaking his head. I never rely on others. He paused, fixing his gaze on Wang Chu's bewildered eyes. I've constructed a water purifier myself. What? Wang Chu's smile froze on his face. A simple manual water purifier, Ming Dao elaborated, capable of filtering out the vast majority of impurities, bacteria, and heavy metals. As long as we have raw water, the purified water will suffice for drinking. Therefore, as long as we can find a stable water source, the issue of drinking water should be resolved. Wang Chu's mouth slowly fell agape. A water purifier? Incredible. You made it yourself. My neighbor is a genius. This hardcore technical prowess struck a chord with Wang Chu's knowledge blind spot. Now, the water source is a problem. Ming Dao, ignoring Wang Chu's astonished expression, continued analyzing. In our community, there are essentially 2 water sources. First, the fire water tank on the rooftop. However, figuring out how to open it and retrieve the water is a dilemma. Second, his gaze shifted towards the villa area, a slight smile playing on his lips. It's that enormous faux mountain fountain outside the northern villa district. The water volume there is substantial, and while the quality is likely poor, it poses no challenge for my purifier. He shook the 2 red plastic buckets in his hands. Do you have plastic buckets? If so, come with me to fetch water. Wang Chu suddenly jolted yes. Yes, absolutely. He dashed into his storage room, where a cacophony of rummaging ensued. Clang, crash, found it. Within mere seconds, Wang Chu emerged from the storage area, also carrying 2 brand new small red buckets. Let's go, Ming Dao. Time to fetch some water. Chapter 31, the Eerie Villa District. With one person carrying 2 empty buckets, Ming Dao and Wang Chu's figures resembled 2 cautious raccoons, stealthily making their way along the narrow path on the edge of the community, partially obscured by greenery, towards the northern villa district. As they walked, Wang Chu lowered his voice and remarked, Ming Dao, it's eerily quiet here. I senti it? Ming Dao did not turn back, merely responding with a non-committal He too had noticed. The closer they approached the villa district, the more unervingly silent it became. Previously, even from hundreds of meters away at the forest's edge, a chorus of unfamiliar insect chirps and bird calls filled the air, brimming with primal vitality. But here, those sounds were entirely muted. Even the rustle of leaves in the breeze had vanished. An unsettling stillness weighed heavily upon them. The sun shone brightly, and the temperature was pleasant. It should have been a tranquil afternoon, yet it sent chills deep within their bones. At last, an elegant row of European-style wrought iron fences came into view. They had reached the villa district. The intricately carved electric gate, wide enough for 2 cars to pass side by side, was firmly locked, as if resisting all that lay beyond. Yet beside the grand gate, a small iron door for pedestrian passage stood ajar, revealing a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to slip through. You stand guard here, keep an eye on the rear. Ming Dao gently set the 2 empty buckets he held on the ground, signaling Wang Chu to be vigilant. Huh. Ohat, anzai, wan chu never sin swallow. Placing his own bucket down as he emulated Ming Dao, pressing his back firmly against the fence, his small eyes scanning the path ahead with caution. Taking a deep breath, Ming Dao extracted the half-meter-long crowbar from behind his waist, gripping it tightly in his right hand. He turned sideways, cautiously approaching the slightly ajar door, and gently pushed it open with the tip of the crowbar. Creak! The door swung open. The sight that greeted Ming Dao caused his pupils to constrict slightly. He did not rush in. Instead, he first peered inside, quickly surveying the area. After confirming there was no immediate danger, he swiftly slipped inside and crouched down, concealing himself behind a half-human-high holly bush. Wang Chu, anxiously waiting outside, grew restless after Ming Dao had been inside for a while without making a sound. Unable to suppress himself, he called out in a hushed voice, "Brother Ming Ming, how is it in there?" "Safe, come in," came the reassuring reply. With a sense of relief, Wang Chu hurriedly shoved the empty buckets one by one through the door's gap before squeezing himself in sideways, struggling to fit. Once inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Not far behind the door, a black Mercedes S-Class lay at a bizarre angle, having crashed into the edge of a flower bed. The front of the car was severely deformed, the hood raised high, and both the driver S and passenger S doors flung wide open, leaving one to ponder what calamity had transpired. The driver's seat was vacant, while the passenger compartment S storage box appeared to have been pried open with some sharp object, scattering documents, CDs, and tissues across the ground, alongside a few $100 bills, forlornly resting on a dust-covered mat, neglected and forgotten. "Brother Ming Ming," Wang Chu's calves began to weaken. "It seems like there's been a shootout here. Just look at that car, those doors. Maybe we should head back? This place feels too sinister." "We've come this far," Ming Dao replied, standing and walking directly to the Mercedes. He crouched down and gently pinched the prints left by the tires on the flowerbed S soil. The earth was completely dry, even hardening a bit. He glanced at the scattered documents and tissues, noting a thin layer of dust upon them. It was evident that whatever had occurred had happened at least yesterday. Ming Dao deduced that the dust's thickness suggested it coincided with the moment they had just traversed. Wang Chu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Ming Dao could ascertain the timeline from such details, but he had no time to inquire. "So, are we going in or not?" "Why not?" Ming Dao shot him a glance, picked up the two empty buckets from the ground, and instructed, "Stay close and be quiet." With that, he ventured deeper into the villa area. Wang Chu observed Ming Dao's retreating figure, glanced around at the eerie surroundings, and ultimately gritted his teeth, hastily grabbing the remaining water buckets and jogging to catch up. As they pressed further in, Wang Chu's heart sank deeper. Along the way, they encountered several villas, all of which, contrary to their usual imposing demeanor, stood wide open now. The expensive solid wood doors had been violently forced open, with half of them clinging precariously to the doorframe. The thick bulletproof glass windows were riddled with cracks, some even shattered with gaping holes, allowing the cold wind to sweep in, causing the curtains inside to flutter chaotically, as if beckoning souls. Clearly, this place had witnessed a conflict far more intense than the struggle over the parcel lockers in the square. The affluent, who once reigned supreme, had become the first targets to be plundered when the apocalypse struck. "Those people were ruthless," Wang Chu remarked, staring at a stone lion at the entrance of one villa, its form shattered to pieces. This is a classic case of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Soon, they had traversed several rows of villas when they came upon an open space. Their target was in sight. At the center of the villa district was a sizable artificial fountain, featuring a uniquely shaped rockery at its core, where a fountain nozzle would typically spout water. At this moment, the fountain had long ceased to function, and the water had lost its former clarity, becoming murky and uninviting. A layer of withered yellow leaves and a few belly-up dead fish floated on the surface, exuding a faint, unpleasant odor. Yet in Ming Dao's eyes, this murky water was akin to a precious oasis in the desert. The impurities were insignificant compared to his water purifier. "This is the spot," Ming Dao declared, placing the water buckets by the lakeside, preparing to draw water. Wang Chu exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. The anxiety that had plagued him during the journey dissipated somewhat upon spotting the water source. He set down his bucket and rubbed his hands, ready to assist. At that moment, Ming Dao abruptly raised his hand, signaling for silence. "Wait." His sudden alertness sent Wang Chu's heart racing again. "What is the matter, Brother Ming?" Ming Dao's skin prickled with unease as he stared intently at the shadows behind the artificial rockery. Something appeared to be lying there. It resembled a person, motionless. Wang Chu followed his gaze and spotted the indistinct figure. A chill raced up his spine. "What is that?" Ming Dao set down the water bucket, tightening his grip on the crowbar, and slowly edged toward the rockery. Wang Chu, his legs trembling with fear, dared not remain behind alone and cautiously followed Ming Dao, scarcely daring to breathe. As they drew closer, a nauseating stench of blood, mingled with a putrid odor, assaulted them. Wang Chu felt his stomach churn violently, summoning their courage. They navigated around a jagged stone of the rockery. The sight before them caused Wang Chu's pupils to dilate to their utmost limit. A person, a corpse. Chapter 32. An unexpected encounter with a matron. A man clad in high-end athletic wear lay face down in a grotesquely contorted position on the ground. Beneath him lay a large area of dried, dark blood that had stained the grass a deep crimson. Most terrifying of all was the gaping wound on the back of his neck, a horrific, mangled laceration that extended from the nape Dao. It was as if a creature endowed with immense biting power had brutally torn a significant chunk of flesh from his neck. Such a wound could not possibly be inflicted by a mere human. It resembled the handiwork of ferocious carnivores, like tigers or lions. Wang Chu vomited until the world spun around him, and only after his stomach could produce no more did he brace himself against the artificial hill and stand upright. Goodness gracious, someone has died. What on earth could have done this? We must leave, quickly. There are monsters here. Ming Dao suddenly recalled the roar that had emanated from the depths of the forest when he first traversed this realm. Initially, it felt like a mere threat, but now it seemed that the menace was far more tangible and lethal than he had imagined. Damn it! Ming Dao rose to his feet, casting a grave glance at the murky pool and then at the corpse on the ground, his expression turning exceedingly solemn. Danger was lurking perilously close. Yet, precisely because of this, they had no choice but to brave the waters. No one could predict when that unknown beast might re-emerge, or if it would invade their community. Should conflict erupt, or should they find themselves entirely trapped within the confines of their neighborhood? This nearby source of water might never again be accessible. They needed to gather supplies as swiftly as possible before the danger fully manifested. Let us fetch the water. He paused for a moment, casting a lingering glance at the corpse. Of course, you could choose to run back alone right now, but I cannot guarantee you won't encounter other dangers along the way. Wang Chu's face instantly drained of color. I'll fetch it. I'll go with you. The two no longer hesitated, suppressing their revulsion as they grabbed water buckets and rushed to the downwind side of the pool. They submerged 4 red plastic buckets into the water with utmost speed and yanked them up again, the murky pool water gushing into the buckets, splashing wildly and startling a few green-headed flies that had been circling the corpse, adding to the overall nausea. Wang Chu was as tense as a quail, flinching at every gust of wind that rustled through the treetops. He hurriedly covered the buckets, breathlessly urging, Ming Dao, we're done. Let us hurry. I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us. Really? Over there. He pointed frantically in a direction, his face pale. Ming Dao glanced in the direction he indicated, finding only a thicket swaying in the breeze. This kid truly had a fragile constitution. Let us go. The burden of nearly 100 pounds made their return journey exceptionally arduous. What had been effortless on the way there now felt as though they were carrying mountains. 50 liters of water equated to 50 kilograms, and even more so when that weight was distributed between 2 unsteady, difficult-to-balance plastic buckets. Each step was laden with profound heaviness, the handles digging deeply into their palms, causing a burning pain. They hadn't traveled far when sweat began to bead on their foreheads, and they gasped for air. Who? Ming Dao, I can't go on. Wang Chu, whose already corpulent frame felt like a burden, found his t-shirt drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his back. The temptation to succumb to fatigue was palpable. Ming Dao fared little better. The muscles in his arms were already crying out in agony. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on in silence. Finally, just as Wang Chu felt he might succumb to numbness, the familiar silhouette of 5 buildings emerged within his field of vision. Upon returning to the ground floor, Wang Chu could no longer endure. With a thud, he dropped the 2 water buckets onto the ground, the murky water splattering out. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. Ming Dao, too, breathed heavily to restore his stamina, his palms marked with deep red impressions from the hard plastic handles, painfully swollen, causing sharp stabs of discomfort with the slightest movement. Carrying 100 pounds of water had indeed proven to be an underestimation of his own abilities. Just then, a middle-aged woman, seemingly in her 50s and carrying a vegetable basket, emerged from the corridor, dressed in a floral sundress, her hair styled in fashionable curls. She was on her way to the forest to see if she could forage for some wild vegetables to enhance her meals. As she stepped out of the building, she immediately encountered the collapsed Wang Chu, the wall supporting Ming Dao, and the conspicuously bright red water buckets. Oh dear, young men, what has happened? You've worked hard. You've worked hard. The woman approached with familiar warmth, a broad smile adorning her face. Yet, her shrewd eyes were fixated on the 4 buckets of water. Darting about restlessly. "Is this water?" she exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a new world, her tone laced with surprise and uncontainable joy. "My goodness, where did you procure so much water?" Ming Dao lifted his gaze to glance at her, utterly fatigued and wishing to utter not a single additional word, only longing to transport the water upstairs and rest. Faced with such a typical, opportunistic neighbor, he opted for the most direct approach. "I'll warn you, this water is undrinkable. It's filthy." Upon hearing this, the woman's smile not only failed to fade but brightened even further, now imbued with a hint of understanding. She pursed her lips, leaned in closer, and in a conspiratorial whisper said, "Oh, young man, that's rather uninteresting. Why keep a secret? Are you afraid everyone will rush to claim it?" Convinced she had deciphered Ming Dao's intentions, she patted her chest and assured him, "Rest assured, I am not one to gossip. Just tell me in confidence. And I promise not to share. You see, my husband is unwell and desperately needs clean water. Please, do me this favor, and I'll be ever grateful." Chapter 33, Drink to Your Doom. Ming Dao furrowed his brow, his impatience escalating. He truly had no energy to engage with such a person, and so he intensified his tone, attempting to convey the gravity of the situation. "I will reiterate, this water was drawn from the stagnant pool in the villa area. That pool hasn't been replenished in years. It's teeming with green algae and dead fish, and even has human remains. Drinking it would be fatal." He deliberately emphasized the words corpse and fatal, hoping to deter her with fear. However, he clearly underestimated the imaginative faculties and stubborn determination of a middle-aged woman. "Oh dear, child, why would you curse people?" The woman's voice soared an octave, her sharp tone ringing out like an alarm, instantly attracting the attention of several neighbors who had stepped outside to escape the heat. Her expression shifted from sunny to stormy, hands planted on her hips, as she assumed a confrontational stance, pointing accusingly at Ming Dao and commencing a moral judgment. "Is it just a pool of water? Corpses, you say? Who are you trying to scare? I see you as selfish. You simply don't want to share. Come and see everyone. Today's youth are so malicious, obtaining water and spinning lies to deceive us elders about dead bodies in it. It's as if you're afraid we might take advantage." Her voice brimmed with indignation, as though she had suffered the gravest injustice. Several neighbors, drawn by her commotion, gathered around, intrigued. "What is going on, Aunt Zhang? What is the fuss?" inquired an elderly man, similarly aged. The woman known as Aunt Zhang seized the opportunity to find an ally, pointing at the 4 buckets of water and embellishing the tale. "Oldly, come look. This young man has somehow managed to bring back 4 large buckets of water. And when I kindly inquired, he cursed me, saying there are dead bodies in it and drinking it would mean death. Tell me, is that how one speaks? Isn't he just unwilling to reveal where the water source is? Must it be so vicious?" "Oh." Oldly adjusted his reading glasses, his gaze flitting between Ming Dao and the water buckets, his expression laden with skepticism. The young man remarked, "This water does have a somewhat fishy smell, but given the current circumstances, having any water at all is a blessing." Another lady, cradling her grandchild, chimed in with agreement. Observing the scene, Wang Chu, who was sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise and explain himself, only to be halted by a mere glance from Ming Dao. With a cold gaze fixed upon the fierce Aunt Zhang and the approving faces around her, he felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. He was attempting to save them, yet this group perceived him as a selfish villain. "I have spoken my piece." Ming Dao's voice was as frigid as ice. "Believe it or not, that is your choice. This water is available to anyone who wishes to drink it. Should anything go awry, do not seek me out." With that, he disregarded the crowd, bent down to grasp the 2 buckets of water, and turned to ascend the stairs. "Hey, don't go. We need to clarify this." Aunt Zhang, seeing him refuse to engage, stepped forward to grab him, exclaiming, "How rude you are. We, your elders, are trying to talk to you. What kind of attitude is this? Get away." Ming Dao sidestepped her outstretched hand, retorting with only 2 words. The icy glare he cast upon her caused Aunt Zhang to freeze in her tracks, her heart racing as she instinctively took a half-step back. Yet, indignation swiftly followed. "How dare you insult me?" She trembled with rage, pointing at Ming Dao's retreating figure and lamenting to the surrounding neighbors. "Look at this. This is what a modern university student has become. Selfish and disrespectful. We were merely trying to speak to him, and he insults us? Is there no justice left in the world?" The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. "This lad has gone too far. Aunt Zhang is indeed an elder. Even if he didn't want to engage, he shouldn't have resorted to insults." The water may be murky, but is it really as exaggerated as he claims? He must be fabricating it. These young people today have truly lost their way. Amidst the whispers and accusations, Ming Dao's figure faded into the darkness of the stairwell. Wang Chu, witnessing this absurd spectacle, was filled with both anger and urgency. He leaped to his feet, pointing at the crowd and shouting, "You are utterly unreasonable. What Ming said is the truth. We saw it with our own eyes. The water really has, what? Dead bodies?" Aunt Zhang immediately redirected her ire towards him, crossing her arms and surveying him with a mocking expression. "You little chubby boy, you are in cahoots with him, aren't you? I see you two conspired to deceive us. What is it? Are you planning to hoard this water and sell it to us at a high price later? Let me tell you, that won't happen." You, Wang Chu, incensed by their blatant distortion of reality and self-righteousness, felt his face flush with rage. "You insufferable." He too struggled to rise from the ground, realizing that reasoning with such fools was a futile endeavor. He ceased his words, bent down with difficulty, and lifted the other 2 buckets of water, casting a thunderous eye roll towards Aunt Zhang before panting heavily as he plunged into the darkness of the stairwell, following in Ming Dao's footsteps. "Humph, what a bunch of nonsense. It's merely 2 buckets of water. What is all the fuss about?" Aunt Zhang spat disdainfully at their departing figures. Yet, as she turned around, her gaze fixated on the small puddle of water that had splashed from the buckets during their brief rest. A water fountain? Aunt Zhang's mind raced, and she quickly recalled the only place in the community that fit the description. Surely that water would be drinkable, right? After boiling it, wouldn't it be the same? A reckless thought began to take root in her mind. 8th floor, climbing and resting, climbing and resting. 8 flights. The two had ascended for nearly half an hour. With a clatter, Ming Dao opened the door and exhaled deeply. This back and forth had thoroughly exhausted him. Wang Chu dropped the 2 buckets onto the floor, breathless as he complained. "Those people down there are a bunch of brainless fools. We were trying to help them, and they treated us like we were the villains." Ming Dao chuckled lightly. "Let them reap what they sow." He stepped into the center of the living room, took one of the buckets he had brought up, and without hesitation, removed the lid and poured the murky, faintly foul-smelling yellow water into the reservoir of the water purifier. A miraculous scene unfolded once more. The rudimentary contraption, made of plastic tanks and PVC pipes, emitted a faint humming sound. The foul, visibly contaminated water flowed slowly into the device. Moments latte. From the outlet on the other end, a stream of clear, crystalline water began to flow forth. Wang Chu instinctively rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was seeing things due to fatigue. No way. Chapter 34. The Overconfident Ant. He rushed to the purifier, his excitement rendering him incoherent. Ming, what kind of black technology is this? Wastewater turning into a divine spring. It's really happening. What else could it be? Activated carbon filtration. It won't kill you, don't worry. Ming Dao casually fabricated a response, retrieving a clean, large empty water bottle from the kitchen and handing it to him. "Fill it up and take it back. Conserve it." This was a reward for Wang Chu's efforts that day, a silent gesture of camaraderie. Wang Chu eagerly accepted the empty bottle, carefully positioning the mouth of the bottle under the spout and watching as the sweet, pure water filled it to the brim. Once the last drop was in, he tightened the cap and hugged the bottle tightly. His labor had transformed into a vital assurance of survival in Ming Dao's hands. This direct conversion from effort to reward elevated his admiration and trust in Ming Dao to unprecedented heights. "Brother Ming," Wang Chu's voice trembled with emotion. "From now on, wherever you need me, just say the word. I will face any challenge without a moment's hesitation." Ming Dao nodded non-committally, casually inquiring, "By the way, do you have activated carbon at home?" Wang Chu, still enveloped in exhilaration, paused in confusion and shook his head. "Activated carbon? What is that for? To remove formaldehyde? The landlord finished renovating years ago. It must have been thrown out. Do you have an air purifier?" Ming Dao asked again. "Actually, I do. As if recalling something. During the severe smog, I bought one on impulse, but it didn't seem to work. So it's just been gathering dust in my gaming room." "Why, Brother Ming? Do you need it?" Ming Dao's mind raced. The filter in the air purifier contained a significant amount of high-quality activated carbon. If the materials were sufficient, he could easily construct another water purifier. Just asking. He waved his hand dismissively. "Leave those 2 buckets here for now. Take the water and head back to rest." "Sure thing." Wang Chu neatly placed the 2 plastic buckets in a corner, cradling the precious bottle of water as he exited 802, glancing back multiple times as he returned to his own 801. He even kindly closed the door behind Ming Dao. The moment he returned home, he could no longer contain his overwhelming joy, lifting the bottle high and grinning like a fool. "Incredible. Meanwhile, below the 5 buildings, after the matron surnamed Zhang watched Ming Dao and Wang Chu ascend the stairs, her agitation grew, and she increasingly felt that the 2 young people were deliberately toying with her. An idea flickered in her mind. Rather than following them directly, she feigned nonchalance, clutching her vegetable basket and meandering toward the villa district. She didn't ponder too deeply about monsters or corpses. In her eyes, these were mere fabrications spun by the 2 cunning youths to monopolize the water source. In her simplistic worldview, all water, once boiled, was fit for consumption. She hurried to the artificial rockery fountain and, though momentarily repulsed by the murky water and the dead fish floating upon its surface, the thought that this might be the only source of fresh water in the community quickly quelled her disgust, replaced by an overwhelming thirst. As for the corpse lying hidden behind the rockery, she was blissfully unaware, having not ventured in that direction. From her basket, she retrieved a plastic basin, bent down, and carefully avoided the dead fish and fallen leaves, scooping a full basin of what appeared to be relatively clean yellowish water. Satisfied with her haul, she returned home and immediately poured the water into a pot, placing it atop a makeshift stove made of bricks. She then fetched a bundle of dried twigs salvaged from the community's landscaping to kindle a fire. "Come, everyone, come and see," she proudly called to her lethargic husband and son in the living room. "Look what I brought back. Water, a whole pot of it. Our family will never go thirsty again." Her husband, a gaunt middle-aged man resembling a slender bamboo pole, approached, peering into the pot at the bubbling yellow liquid and the strange, viscous, yellow-green foam forming on its surface. He frowned. "Wife, can we drink this? It has a peculiar odor." The water in the pot roiled violently, emitting an earthy scent that was nauseating. "What do you know?" Aunt Zhang retorted, her eyes widening as she prodded the fire with a stick. "It's boiling now. All the bacteria and viruses are dead. It's a miracle we even have this. And you're being picky. Your son is nearly dehydrated, and you still question me." Overcome by hunger and thirst, the family ultimately chose to ignore the alarming signals. "Cool, me. Drink up. It'll all be fine once it's boiled." As the water boiled, it cooled slightly, and Aunt Zhang eagerly ladled a generous bowl for each family member. She took the lead, blowing on her bowl before gulping down most of it in one go. The scalding, foul-tasting liquid slid down her throat, despite its abhorrent flavor. The long-forgotten sensation of moisture brought her a sense of relief. She smacked her lips, deliberately dismissing the fishy aftertaste, and urged her hesitating husband and son. "See? Yem me fine. It's not bad at all, aside from being a bit bitter. Hurry, drink up. We'll make another pot afterward." Her husband and son exchanged glances, observing her audacity in testing the waters, and finally set aside their reservations. They picked up their bowls, hesitatingly consuming the ghastly yellow concoction. For the time being, their thirst was quenched, satisfaction etched across their faces. Entirely oblivious to the lethal bacteria and viruses that had survived the heat and were now multiplying uncontrollably within their digestive tracts. From this moment forth, never trust another soul. Chapter 35. The erupting warrior's night gradually fell. The daytime clamor faded into silence as the 2 eerie crimson moons rose to the zenith. Survivors huddled in their homes, nursing the fatigue of the day, barricading themselves against the unrelenting chill of this unfamiliar world with tightly shut doors and windows. Building 5 was equally hauntingly quiet. Yet, in this profound stillness, a chilling scream erupted from a room on the 3rd floor. The entire building was jolted awake. What is happening? An earthquake? Has that monster invaded? Countless doors creaked open, anxious faces peering out, scanning their surroundings with trepidation. However, the anticipated monster did not appear, and the scream abruptly ceased. But soon after, a more unsettling sound emanated from the same direction of the scream. Ugh! It was the sound of violent retching, as if one were about to expel their very insides. The cacophony was so loud that it pierced through walls and floors. Crystal cleared all. Before anyone could recover from the nauseating noise, another indescribable sound followed suit. It was a sound that defied linguistic description. A mix of liquid spraying and solid excretion, accompanied by an eerie echo that resonated with a penetrating quality. The storm of diarrhea had officially arrived. My stomach is about to explode. I need water. I can't hold it any longer. The frantic vomiting, agonizing groans, and the relentless sounds of expulsion were enough to evoke nausea in anyone who heard them. Room 301, where Aunt Zhang's family resided, had transformed into a veritable cesspool. It's room 301, Aunt Zhang's home. My heavens, what has happened to them? Did they eat something wrong? This commotion is terrifying. It sounds like a slaughterhouse. In the corridor, those neighbors who had merely peeked out now wore ashen faces. They exchanged fearful glances, yet no one dared to take a step closer. The sound seeping through the door cracks exceeded their understanding of illness. What kind of calamity is this? Among the crowd, Obli, who had quarreled with Aunt Zhang the previous afternoon, felt a flicker of fear in his murky eyes. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his body to shudder uncontrollably. Water. He mumbled to himself, "It's those buckets of water." His unconscious muttering drew the attention of everyone, their gazes converging upon him in unison. "Obli, what did you say? What water?" A neighbor pressed urgently. This afternoon. Obli pointed toward the upper floors, then gestured downstairs. "Do you not recall? This afternoon, that young man living upstairs along with that chubby one brought back 4 large buckets of water. Aunt Zhang had a quarrel with him over it. Didn't she?" Yes, I remember," another lady exclaimed, smacking her thigh. "That young man warned Aunt Zhang, saying the water was fetched from the dead water pool in the villa district where there were corpses. Drinking it could be fatal. My goodness, is that true?" At that moment, they had all thought the young man was merely being selfish, spinning tales to frighten them. So Aunt Zhang actually went and drank that water. A collective intake of breath echoed through the corridor. That young man, who appeared so cold and distant, was indeed telling the truth, and it had come to pass. Yet, not a single soul believed him. They had even mocked him behind his back. "Thank goodness I still have a few buckets of purified water at home." "What did you say?" "I said it's a pity. My water supply is dwindling too." "Indeed, it's fortunate we didn't join in Aunt Zhang's folly. Otherwise, we might be the ones laying in there. Let's all go back," someone finally suggested. Yes. Quickly return and lock the doors." The crowd scattered in a frenzy. However, the relentless sounds of retching continued to reverberate, penetrating through walls and floors, infiltrating their ears without respite, tormenting their fragile nerves. Throughout the 5th building, it was destined that no soul would find solace in sleep that night. On the 8th floor, room 802, the agonizing screams from outside the window and the commotion below naturally reached Ming Dao's ears without missing a single note. He was not asleep. Truly, one reaps what one sows. All of this had been entirely foreseen by him. He felt no trace of pity for Aunt Zhang's family. Their foolishness, coupled with greed, had brought them to this precarious point. Furthermore, he had already issued a warning, having shown them ample mercy. He slowly rose and made his way to the living room. Beside the water purifier, the 4 large barrels of dirty water had been completely purified. He was uncertain how long this purifier would last, nor did it offer any indication of wear and tear. Yet he thought, let it last as long as it may. He filled a cup to the brim. How sweet it is. Chapter 36, The Day of Reckoning. Midnight struck, punctual as ever. Ming Dao sat cross-legged on the living room floor, his breathing steady, his eyes closed. Before him, a pale blue construction panel hovered in midair, emanating a soft blue glow, the sole source of illumination in the darkness. Time passed with unwavering precision. At the very moment the virtual hand of the clock crossed midnight, the daily settlement system activated. Commencing evaluation of your actions for today. Here it comes. Evaluating your actions for today. Action 1. Constructed a water purifier. You successfully manufactured a fundamental survival facility that surpasses the current level of civilization, effectively resolving the drinking water issue and laying a solid foundation for future development. Evaluation. Exceptional creativity and execution. Score 20. Action 2. Collaborated with Wang Chu to gather a substantial amount of edible mushrooms and tubers. You demonstrated excellent teamwork and risk assessment skills, successfully obtaining a food reserve sufficient for several days. Evaluation. Efficient resource acquisition. Score 5. Action 3. Enjoyed a hearty meal. In the apocalypse, maintaining good physical condition and a positive mindset is crucial, and a meal rich in protein and carbohydrates is the best choice. Evaluation. Wise self-investment. Score 1. Action 4. Acquired 50 liters of water. You fearlessly took the initiative, successfully securing enough initial water supply for the purifier. Evaluation. Proactive foresight and decisive action. Score 2. Action 5. Discovered traces of an unknown creature's attack. You found a corpse in the villa area that had been gnawed upon by a large carnivorous animal, gaining critical intelligence regarding the external danger level. Evaluation. Keen insight. Score 1. Action 6. Survive for a day. Evaluation. Survival is the foundation of all. Score 1. A series of score notifications left Ming Dao somewhat astonished. Particularly, the water purifier received a remarkably high score of 20. A delightful surprise. Overall score, 30 points. Evaluation. An astonishing second day. You have fully adapted to the current environment and begun to establish a significant survival advantage. Beware. Such advantages often attract the covetous gaze of hyenas. 30 points. This number even surprised Ming Dao himself. He understood that he had achieved much today, yet he had not anticipated such an absurdly high score. This score was not merely leading. It was utterly overwhelming. With the settlement complete, the familiar reward selection interface reappeared. Score settlement complete. Rewards distribution commencing. Please select one of the following 3 reward options. 1. First aid kit. White contains antibiotics X10, bandages X3, disinfectant alcohol X1, suturing needle and thread X1, painkillers X20. 2. Blueprint. Random unlocks construction rights for a basic building. 3. Special tool. Random obtains a tool with unique functions. This time, the options were even more enticing than yesterday's. The survival pack had been replaced with a first aid kit. The antibiotics and suturing supplies within the kit were akin to a second life in the apocalypse. Their value is self-evident. However, Ming Dao merely glanced at it before reluctantly letting it go. No matter how precious the medicines, they're ultimately consumables, and once used up, they are gone. No matter how powerful a tool, it remains merely a tool, incapable of providing sustained benefits. Only the blueprint represents a future of sustainable development. Moreover, buildings constructed from the blueprint could also yield points. It was akin to exploiting a scoring bug. I choose option 2, the blueprint. He silently affirmed. Selection confirmed. Rewards distribution in progress. As his words fell, a radiant parchment with a faint golden aura materialized before him, gently descending into his outstretched palm. Its texture was warm and smooth, a rare treasure indeed. Blueprint, simple animal trap, white. Description, a simple trap triggered by mechanical structures. Suitable for capturing small to medium-sized animals, such as rabbits, wild chickens, foxes, etc., with a certain deterrent and damaging effect on larger creatures. Materials required: scrap steel X5, springs X2, iron wire X1. An animal trap. In an instant, the image of the mutilated corpse in the villa area flashed through Ming Dao's mind, along with the enormous wound that had been brutally torn from its neck. This device could not only provide a stable source of protein, but also serve as a crucial line of defense. Simultaneously, within the Blue Bay Peninsula community, the construction panels of all survivors were forcibly summoned. The ethereal blue light illuminated countless dark rooms, revealing faces marked by a myriad of expressions. A new class conflict was brewing. In the property office building, Lu Guodong had transformed it into the temporary command center for the Blue Bay Peninsula Collective Committee. Several desks scavenged from various places were hastily assembled, upon which lay a large community blueprint. Lu Guodong, Lin Yifu, retired soldier Zhao Hu, and several core security team members gathered around, discussing future plans. With a swish, construction panels lit up before everyone. Lu Guodong glanced at his score, his brow slightly raised. Survivor, Lu Guodong. Status: healthy and invigorated. Today's score, 12. Action 1. Establish preliminary order. Evaluation: you successfully wrangled over 2,000 headless flies into a single strand using your baton, identity, and eloquence. Although this strand remains tenuous, at least it has taken shape. Score: 5. Action 2. Organized and completed weekly tasks. Evaluation: outstanding mobilization ability. You transformed a potential crisis that could have led to chaos into an opportunity for enhancing collective morale and scoring. Score: 3. Action 3. Established a distribution system. Evaluation: regardless of fairness, the mere establishment of rules signifies progress. You laid the groundwork for power within this nascent collective. Score: 3. Action 4. Survive for a day. Evaluation: surviving is the foundation of all. Score: 1. Evaluation: an excellent organizer, you successfully united a disjointed group, establishing initial order. However, be mindful that power requires a more solid foundation. Cumulative score: 20. The score of 12 was notably higher than yesterday's. He had rallied the survivors and successfully completed the forest exploration mission, making this score truly well-deserved. He nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze upon the others. Lin Yifu, responsible for medical care, had proposed a plan for faction division, stabilizing morale and earning a commendable score of 5. Meanwhile, the veteran Zhao, who had actively taken on patrol and guard duties, securing 4 points. The remaining security personnel all scored between 3 and 5. An atmosphere of optimism and confidence enveloped the command center. It seemed the system recognized our collective approach. One security guard grinned. "Captain Lu, look, our scores have all improved since yesterday." Indeed, another guard chimed in. "Those foolish enough to go solo are probably still gnawing on their rations. Their scores surely won't be impressive." Hardly had the words left his mouth when the guard's expression shifted upon noticing something. He opened the newly appeared community contribution scoreboard. In the next instant, his smile froze. "Captain Liu, you all need to see this." The crowd turned in response, and they beheld a glaring, anonymous ID, dominating the leaderboard with an overwhelming presence. Trailing behind, it was a series of staggering numbers. Total score, 47. 47. Am I seeing things? This is impossible. The command center erupted in chaos. Liu Guodong fixated on that number. His expression darkened to a brooding intensity. His own score of 20 felt like a mere joke in the face of such a terrifying 47. Investigate. He slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "Bring me all the registration forms from today. I want to scrutinize them one by one. I must see who has hidden such prowess right under our noses." Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother Feng and his last remaining subordinate huddled in a damp, shadowy room, sharing a bag of chips. "Brother Feng, what are we going to do tomorrow?" The subordinate asked weakly, savoring the chips with great care. "What do we do? We must continue searching the woods for food." Brother Feng replied, fiercely determined, "I refuse to believe we can't survive without that useless bunch." Just as he spoke, the construction panel suddenly popped up. Brother Feng glanced at his score. "Survival, Li Yifeng. Status, subhealth, hungry, angry. Today's score, 2. Action 1. Persist in going solo. Evaluation, courageous yet exceedingly foolish. You have chosen the most arduous path without the corresponding capability. Score 2. Action 2. Meaningless wandering. Evaluation. You flitted about the forest like a headless fly, returning with nothing but a few unwanted wild vegetables. Score 1. Action 3. Mia survival. Evaluation. Congratulations. You have lived another day, a noteworthy achievement. Score 1. Evaluation. The price of freedom is hunger. At least you still have chips to eat. Total score 5. Damn it. He kicked over a nearby rickety chair, exasperated. Only 2 points. I spent the entire afternoon in the woods, and I still lost points. His subordinate fared even worse, with a solitary score of 1, labeled merely as a competent follower. When they reluctantly opened the contribution scoreboard and beheld the astonishing 47 at the top, their expressions turned to sheer disbelief. 47? The subordinate's eyes nearly bulged out. Is that even a score a person can achieve? Brother Feng glared at that number, envy flaring in his eyes. He could not fathom it. Why? Why could some soar high, while he struggled like a dog for a paltry 2 points? Clenching his teeth, he murmured, "The person with food must be hoarding a vast supply. We must seize it from him." In room 801, Wang Chu looked at the comprehensive score, 8 points displayed on his panel, nearly leaping from his bed in excitement. 8 points. He had actually scored 8 points. Incredible. Evaluation. Congratulations. You have latched onto a sufficiently substantial leg to stand on. Your expertise is your greatest asset. Please continue to leverage it. He chuckled, rolling around on his bed with his pillow. Upon opening the score leaderboard, he was momentarily taken aback by the familiar yet strange anonymous ID and the exaggerated score that followed. A knowing expression spread across his face. Who else could it be but Ming Dao? What a godlike man. The best decision he ever made in his life was trading those few bottles of water with Ming Dao. As the faint light of dawn crept in, Ming Dao awoke with a start the moment the light brightened. He stretched, turning his head to gaze toward the living room. There, suspended in midair, the construction panel had remained lit throughout the night. The countdown had reached 0. The assimilation was complete. Ming Dao felt a stirring within him as he slowly rose from his bed and approached the panel. He extended his hand, touching it. A hum resonated as the panel seemed to sense his intent, its glow intensifying, revealing a cascade of new information that rippled across the screen. Homeowner, Ming Dao. Residence, Building 5, Room 802, Blue Bay Peninsula. Status, idle. Functions, personal status, building list, space expansion. All original functions remained intact, and at the very bottom of the options, a brand new selection stood out prominently. Space expansion. Almost simultaneously as Ming Dao laid eyes on those 4 words, a system prompt appeared before him. Congratulations. You have successfully assimilated the unclaimed panel of Building 14, Room 201, and obtained a space expansion card, Residence, X1. It's here. Ming Dao immediately focused his thoughts on the card he had just acquired. Space expansion card, Residence. Type, consumable. Effect, upon use. It can increase the internal usable area of any residential building under your name by 100 square meters. Note, this expansion effect only applies internally. The exterior appearance of the building will remain unchanged. No limit on usage. Wow, internal expansion without altering the exterior. This opens up a vast realm of possibilities. This meant he could construct a fortress within this seemingly ordinary residential building, a private stronghold whose true scale would remain forever hidden from outsiders. This ability could overturn the very rules of survival. He took a deep breath. Calm. In times like these, remaining calm is paramount. He extended his hand, gently tapping the ethereal, softly glowing translucent card, which, as if it possessed substance, gracefully landed in his palm. Gripping the card, he turned and walked into his smallest study. The study was modest, barely 10 square meters, accommodating a desk, a chair, and a bookshelf, which made it feel somewhat cramped. Ming Dao locked the door behind him, standing in the center of the confined space. Use, he whispered to himself. In the palm of his hand, the card instantaneously transformed into a pure stream of luminous light, akin to a living fish, which swiftly darted into the cold wall before him. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The wall, now infused with the flowing light, appeared no longer as a mere assemblage of steel and concrete. Its surface rippled, and then the entire wall, along with the sockets and paintings adorning it, retreated like a fluid shadow. Indeed, it receded, not merely shifting or collapsing, but an almost metaphysical retreat, as if the very laws of space were being rewritten. The floor beneath Ming Dao's feet began to expand wildly as the wall withdrew. The original wooden grain seamlessly extended forward at a visibly rapid pace, as though the floor had always been destined to stretch this far. The chandelier hung from the ceiling grew, increasingly distant from the wall, and the depth of the entire space was expanding in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Throughout this entire process, not a single sound was uttered, nor did a speck of dust fall. Was it mere seconds? Or perhaps dozens of seconds? Ming Dao had lost all sense of time. He stood in awe, gazing at this miraculous scene before him. When the flowing light finally dissipated, everything settled into stillness. The once cramped study had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse that was over 10 times larger, yet with the same ceiling height. The sheer openness rivaled that of a small library-esque reading room. Chapter 38. To Building 14 again. Instinctively, he took a few steps back, his back colliding with the wall. Whipping around, he realized it was where the original door had been. Turning back, he beheld this expansive room, which felt somewhat surreal. The materials of the floor, walls, and ceiling were indistinguishable from before, as if it had always been meant to be this grand. Is this real? A surge of overwhelming impulse compelled him, and Ming Dao abruptly turned, dashing out of the study toward the balcony. He yanked open the balcony curtains, leaning over the railing, peering toward the external wall of his study. In his line of sight, the 5 buildings with their gray-white facades remained unchanged. Rows of windows were neatly aligned, showing no signs of alteration. The small window of room 802 on the 8th floor, belonging to the study, still sat quietly in its original position, neither too large nor too small, identical to those of the neighbors above and below. Internally, the space could expand infinitely. Externally, it could maintain its original appearance. All the supplies he had gathered, food, water, medicine, tools, weapons, could be safely stored within this absolutely secure secret space, free from the fear of prying eyes. He could even construct an indoor greenhouse here. However, this advantage could not be retained for long. If he could acquire space expansion cards by absorbing the panels of vacant rooms, what would prevent others from doing the same? Once other survivors, whether in search of supplies or shelter, inadvertently entered those vacant rooms, they too would trigger the absorption mechanism of the panels. At that point, the secret of spatial expansion would no longer belong solely to him. Thus, he must act swiftly, consuming as many unclaimed panels as possible before anyone else could react. Maximizing this snowballing advantage, time was of the essence. He had little opportunity to carefully plan this newly added 100 square meter space. The immediate priority was to take action. He required an accomplice, someone who could assist in carrying more supplies, keep watch, attract attention, and if necessary, serve as a reliable laborer. With this thought, Ming Dao hesitated no longer. He turned back inside, temporarily locking the now magnificent study door from the outside, tucking the key safely away. Then, he swiftly prepared his equipment, a crowbar tucked at his waist, a military knife sheathed at his thigh, and an empty bucket in hand. Everything was ready. Knock, knock, knock. Inside room 801, Wang Chu, nestled in the soft embrace of his bed, was engaged in a fierce mental struggle with Morpheus when he jolted awake, suddenly alert. He stealthily climbed out of bed, neglecting to put on slippers, and padded barefoot to the peephole to look outside. Standing at the door was none other than Ming Dao. In one hand, he held an empty red plastic bucket, while the other hung limply by his side, his expression tinged with excitement. Wang Chu fumbled to unlock the three-door locks and pulled the door open. "Brother Ming, what's the plan?" Ming Dao waved the empty bucket in his hand and replied, "We've nearly used up the purified wastewater. I've also discovered that my water purifier's filter requires more activated carbon to maintain efficient purification. The impurities filtered are more than I anticipated, and I plan to return to Building 14. To Building 14 again." Ming Dao smiled slightly. "Last time I rushed through, only searching the lower floors. With so many vacant rooms in Building 14, there must still be plenty of supplies we can utilize." Moreover, he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice intentionally. "You saw the scoring from yesterday. To achieve a high score, merely hiding at home won't suffice. We must take the initiative." The phrase high score struck Wang Chu like a feather, tickling the most sensitive part of his heart. Having accompanied Ming Dao yesterday, he had achieved a remarkable score of 8, an immense satisfaction recognized by the system that had left him craving more. To scavenge for supplies, to follow the boss, and to earn points. Could there be anything more delightful? The flesh on Wang Chu's face quivered slightly, without hesitation, or perhaps with eager impatience. He thumped his chest and exclaimed, "All right, Brother Ming, I'm coming with you. Just give me 3 minutes and I'll be ready." With that, he slammed the door shut, and a cacophony of rummaging ensued within the room. Ming Dao leaned against the wall, patiently waiting. Shortly thereafter, the door to room 801 swung open again. Wang Chu had changed into a durable outfit suitable for physical activity, donned thick-soled hiking boots, and slung a bulging backpack over his shoulders, exuding the readiness for an expedition. "Brother Ming, I'm all set." The two stepped out once more, embarking on their quest for treasures. It is noteworthy that, following the events of the past few days, many survivors had begun to emerge in search of food. From a distance, one could see numerous elderly individuals bent over in the forest, foraging for vegetables. Everything was thriving. As they passed through a thicket of bushes taller than a person, Ming Dao seemingly slowed his pace, casually turning his head to engage Wang Chu, who was following closely behind in conversation. "Fatty, I discovered something peculiar about the construction panels in those vacant rooms yesterday. They seem a bit different from those in our own home." "Different?" Wang Chu, fully alert and vigilant, paused in surprise. "In what way?" "Heh." Ming Dao shook his head, his acting impeccable. "If you see it later, you can try touching it and see if there's any reaction." "Oh, all right." Wang Chu, though somewhat puzzled, instinctively trusted Ming Dao's words. He did not press for more details, but committed to memory the keywords "special panel" and "can be touched." Building 14 stood quietly at the edge of the community, just as it had the day before, leading Ming Dao to suspect that there were no residents within at all. The two navigated with ease, directly slipping into the open entrance. This time, their target was no longer the lower floors, but the fourth. The two moved in tandem, taking care to tread lightly. Ming Dao located the stairway entrance and leaped over it with agility. Wang Chu was momentarily stunned. "Mingge, you're incredible. Follow me." Ming Dao retrieved a crowbar and began to pound fiercely on the kitchen window. "Impressive, Ming Ye. How'd I not notice this before? Learn more," he exclaimed. "But what if someone is home? Stay vigilant." Before long, they broke the window from the balcony and stealthily entered room 401. A faint odor of formaldehyde wafted through the air. "You wait in the living room and keep an eye on the door," Ming Dao instructed, striding directly toward the master bedroom. His objective was clear: the air conditioner. "All right, Mingge, don't worry," Wang Chu replied, curiously surveying the vacant, unfinished apartment. In the center of the living room, the familiar pale blue light screen hung quietly in the air, displaying the words "No owner." The 3 large characters floated gently at the top of the screen. Instantly, Wang Chu recalled Ming Dao's earlier comment about how the construction panels in vacant homes seemed somewhat special. What made them special? Driven by intense curiosity, he stepped closer to the light screen. Mimicking Ming Dao's description from yesterday, he extended his pudgy right hand, feeling a twinge of apprehension, and gently pressed against the line of text reading "Can be devoured" beneath the screen. Chapter 39. Arithmetic or Multiplication. Buzz. As his finger made contact with the screen, an unexpected transformation occurred. His own construction panel materialized abruptly before him, colliding forcefully with the panel of room 401. The two screens merged in an instant like mercury, and then a countdown of 24 hours, 235,959, materialized prominently on the newly fused panel. Before Wang Chu could fully comprehend this surreal scene, he was astonished to find a line of text he had never seen before at the bottom of his personal information section. Upgrade progress, 11. Ming Ye, come quick. What is happening? My panel, it seems to have upgraded. he exclaimed, trembling with excitement and pointing at the line of text, his words tumbling over one another. Meanwhile, Ming Dao, who was disassembling the air conditioner filter in the bedroom, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. It appeared that everyone's first devouring experience was identical, directly fulfilling the upgrade condition. He casually emerged from the bedroom, crowbar in hand, and glanced at Wang Chu's panel. Not bad. Just wait. In 24 hours, you'll know its purpose. His nonchalant demeanor elevated him in Wang Chu's eyes to an unimaginable level of admiration. Big shot. Ming Dao paid no further attention to the still-dazed Wang Chu. He approached the balcony of room 401 and peered over to the adjacent unit. The balcony window of room 402 stood wide open, indicating it was also an unoccupied apartment. The gap between the two balconies was scarcely a meter, an easy leap for the agile Ming Dao. He secured the crowbar back at his waist and addressed the still-stunned Wang Chu. Stay here and keep watch. I'll check the next door. With that, he pushed off the railing with his hands, effortlessly vaulting over and landing firmly on the balcony of room 402. Entering the living room of room 402, he found yet another, no owner, panel suspended in the same spot. Taking a deep breath, Ming Dao extended his hand and pressed, "Can be devoured." The familiar merging scene unfolded again, as his panel fused with that of room 402, but this time, no countdown appeared. What's going on? He directed his gaze toward the line of notification beneath his panel. Upgrade progress. 12. Halfway. A glint sparkled in Ming Dao's eyes as he suddenly grasped the underlying principle. To achieve another upgrade, one must devour 2 unowned panels. But this raised a question. Was the process of devouring for upgrades arithmetic or multiplicative? Would the next requirement be 3 or 4? Ming Dao hoped for an arithmetic progression. Otherwise, the core needed to fulfill his dream of a fortress would escalate to an unparalleled quantity. This rule was indeed straightforward and brutal, indirectly compelling all who aspired to strengthen themselves to consume and conquer like locusts. He could even envision that as the number of unowned panels dwindled, it would inevitably devolve into a scenario of mutual destruction and consumption. Perhaps this was one of the original intentions of the game as creator. Ming Ye, how is it going over there? Wang Chu's excited voice came from across the balcony. Did your panel upgrade too? No, my progress shows 1/2. He replied while already dismantling the air conditioner in the master bedroom of room 402. The crowbar slipped into a crevice, applying slight pressure, and with a click, the plastic casing opened, revealing the black activated carbon filter within. 1/2. Wang Chu was taken aback. Ming Dao, have you already upgraded once? Of course. Now that we've clarified the rules, our efficiency must increase. The two began a fervent sweep centered around the 4th floor. Having come this far, they could not return empty-handed. Ming Dao's primary objective was to gather materials for the recently acquired simple animal trap blueprint, while his secondary aim was to collect as many spare parts for water purifiers as possible. He had a strong premonition that as time went on, when everyone's stored drinking water ran dry, clean water would undoubtedly become the most crucial currency, surpassing even food, whether for trading goods, winning hearts, or merely boosting scores. Water purifiers would become exceedingly sought after. The blueprint called for scrap steel, springs, and iron wire, all of which were remarkably easy to find in these newly renovated, debris-laden vacant homes. Under Ming Dao's remote guidance, Wang Chu quickly located a large bundle of leftover steel rebar and several rolls of binding wire on the balcony of a neighboring unit preparing to seal its windows, perfectly fulfilling the requirements for scrap steel and iron wire. Ming Ye, I found them. Do you think these are enough? Wang Chu, like a child presenting a treasure, dragged the heavy rebar, poking his head out from the other side of the balcony, his face dusted, yet wearing an exuberant smile. Enough for now, leave them there. Ming Dao's voice floated from the adjacent unit. Be careful. The most critical item, the spring, was more elusive, although commonly found in daily life. It was often integrated into various devices, making disassembly exceedingly troublesome. Standing in an empty room furnished only with a bed in the center, Ming Dao pondered for a moment before finally directing his gaze toward the brand-new mattress, still encased in plastic. This thing is full of springs. Fatty, come over here. I'm coming, Ming Dao. Wang Chu responded, scrambling over from the adjacent balcony. Stand guard at the door and listen for any sounds in the stairwell. Ming Dao drew a sharp military knife from his side. If you hear anything, notify me immediately. Wang Chu gazed at the knife in his hand, then glanced at the pristine mattress, instantly comprehending Ming Dao's intentions. He nodded emphatically and hurried to the doorway, pressing his ear against the security door, assuming the role of a sentinel. With concerns alleviated, Ming Dao no longer hesitated. He approached the bedside, extended his hand, and pressed down on the thick mattress, feeling the robust rebound of the internal springs. Soft yet resilient, excellent indeed. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and the military knife transformed into a streak of silver, mercilessly plunging into the side of the mattress. With a soft thud, the knife tip effortlessly breached the tough fabric. He exerted force with his wrist and made a horizontal slash. With a tearing sound, a massive half-meter gash was savagely dissected open. Having sliced through the outer layer of fabric, he revealed a dense inner layer of white cotton and sponge. Ming Dao did not relent. The knife continued its incursion. Soon, the core structure of the mattress, a matrix of hundreds of independent springs, lay fully exposed before him. The springs, released from their bindings, sprang forth chaotically from the gash, wobbling unsteadily. Ming Dao eschewed brute force, delicately prying open the steel wire clips that secured the springs, selecting several of the most appropriately sized and elastic ones, effortlessly collecting them for his own purposes. Chapter 40, Collective Contribution Points. With the trap materials gathered, time was still on their side. The two did not rush back, instead scouring several more residences within the building. This time, his target was distinctly clear: air conditioners. They divided their tasks. One stood watch while the other took action. Ming Dao violently pried open the casings of brand new air conditioning units, extracting one piece after another of black activated carbon filters. Moreover, with reckless abandon, he dismantled the thickly insulated copper pipes connecting the indoor and outdoor units. Though these copper pipes were of no immediate use, their exceptional malleability and conductivity made them invaluable for future endeavors, be it modifying tools, crafting weapons, or repairing electrical devices. Ming Dao fully exhibited his scavenger instincts, akin to a hamster hoarding provisions in a post-apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Wang Chu, like a curious child, trailed behind, assisting in transporting the heavy copper pipes while breathlessly inquiring, "Brother Ming, what do we need so many air conditioning pipes for? They can't be eaten or drunk." He genuinely could not fathom the use of these twisted scraps of metal. Ming Dao hoisted a disassembled copper pipe onto his shoulder, casually responding, "These are made of copper. Far better than iron. Who knows, we might be able to make a pot, or even bullets." Bullets? Wang Chu's footsteps abruptly halted, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He stared in astonishment at Ming Dao's steady silhouette ahead, a tempest of emotions surging within him. While he worried about securing food and water, Brother Ming had already begun contemplating firearms. Was there anything he could not do? Their bounty was substantial, and they divided the looted supplies into several cardboard boxes found in the vacant apartments. To avoid drawing attention, they chose to traverse through the greenery and shadows behind the building rather than the bustling main road below. Along the way, they noticed an increase in the number of residents compared to the previous days. Most hurried past with expressions of numbness and anxiety. Some noticed them transporting items, but merely cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting their eyes, continuing their desperate search for survival. In this atmosphere of pervasive fear, as long as no one infringed upon their core interests, few were inclined to interfere. As they made their way back to Building 5, they spotted a considerable gathering in the community center, a mass of dark figures. Lu Guodong stood atop a makeshift platform, brandishing a distinctive loudspeaker, seemingly announcing something of great importance with fervor. The crowd occasionally erupted into commotion, the atmosphere charged with tension and excitement. "Brother Ming, should we go take a look?" Wang Chu, curious, rose onto his toes to discern the situation. Not interested, Ming Dao pulled Wang Chu back, almost revealing their presence, and said in a hushed tone, "We have unfinished business, let's not draw attention." With that, he stealthily slipped into the entrance of Building 5, laden with boxes of their spoils. Meanwhile, in the community square, Lu Guodong prepared to unveil a momentous announcement. The sunlight was blinding, yet the intensity of his expression outshone it. The previous day's anonymous score of 47 felt like an invisible needle piercing his heart. It was not merely a crushing point differential, but a silent challenge to his authority. The towering figure at the top of the leaderboard perpetually reminded him that, within this seemingly controlled community, formidable individuals lurked beyond his reach. There were 7 or 8 individuals with scores surpassing his own. What did this signify? It indicated that the community harbored far more hidden talents than he had ever imagined. He realized that relying solely on the security team's batons and his status as a retired soldier would not suffice to unearth these individuals or eliminate the existence of lone wolves. A heavy-handed approach would only breed resistance. It was better to guide than to suppress. He needed an entirely new set of rules, one that could tightly bind the desires and survival instincts of everyone involved. Thus, he collaborated with the calm and rational Lin Yifu, along with several other respected individuals in the community, to deliberate throughout the night, ultimately devising a new system capable of reshaping the power dynamics of the Blue Bay Peninsula. Comrades, friends, Lu Guodong inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the bewildered and anxious faces below. I know that each of you harbors a thorn in your heart. That score of 47 from yesterday, like a mountain, it weighs heavily upon us all. His opening remarks struck directly at the pain points of the crowd, igniting a chorus of suppressed murmurs. Indeed, 47 points. Is that even a score attainable by a mere mortal? Absurd. After toiling in the woods for half a day, we barely scraped together 2 or 3 points. Who on earth is this person? They must be hoarding a vast cache of supplies. Lu Guodong raised his hand, gesturing for silence as the murmurs gradually subsided. I admit, I was mistaken previously. He shifted his tone, sincerity evident. Relying on force and commands will not uncover these experts. Our Blue Bay Peninsula is a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This is a good thing. What we need is not oppression, but guidance. We must establish a brand new set of rules that allows the strong to thrive while enabling the weak to survive. He paused, allowing time for the crowd to digest his words, then declared, word by word, with conviction, I announce, from today forth, our Blue Bay Peninsula will officially implement the collective contribution points system. From this day forward, all members willing to join the collective can earn basic contribution points by surrendering half of their supplies, in addition to completing tasks issued by the collective to earn further points. Such tasks may include patrolling, repairs, construction, logistics, and more. Each task will carry a clearly defined contribution point reward. Contribution points. He emphasized the term, his arms sweeping dramatically. This will be the sole standard for distributing all rare resources in the future. Moreover, sensing the crowd's apprehensions, he promptly added, for the sake of fairness, Lu Guodong. Moreover, the contribution points of all management personnel will be publicly announced daily, allowing for the scrutiny of all. Chapter 41. The first batch of public tasks. This declaration instantly ignited a tempest of excitement. Exchanging contribution points for goods? Isn't this akin to receiving a salary for work as in the past? It sounds remarkably equitable, does it not? Yet, what constitutes rare resources? A young housewife, cradling her malnourished child, could not contain her voice, inquiring loudly. Lu Guodong gestured towards the 3-story building behind him. That structure will be transformed into our communal warehouse and logistics center. Furthermore, the exchange list for contribution points will be displayed daily on the notice board at the warehouse entrance. From a mere packet of salt to a sack of rice. As long as you possess contribution points, you may exchange them. He then pointed to a bespectacled, portly middle-aged man beside him. This is Professor Song Kaming, an esteemed economics instructor at our city's prominent university. Lu Guodong's tone brimmed with respect. To ensure the absolute fairness of the contribution point system, Professor Song has tirelessly devised a value conversion model grounded in the minimum energy, vitamins, proteins, and survival necessities required by the human body. Professor Song adjusted his glasses, somewhat nervously taking the microphone, and bowed slightly to the audience. Greetings, everyone. In essence, my model guarantees that at the bare minimum, residents can exchange contribution points for basic necessities sufficient to sustain life. It will dynamically adjust prices based on the scarcity and importance of resources, striving for utmost fairness. Within the crowd, some educated individuals nodded in agreement. Although most could not comprehend the intricacies of the value model, the title of university professor inherently conferred authority and credibility. However, it was Lin Yifu who truly elevated the atmosphere. Having silently stood behind Lu Guodong, he now stepped forward, taking the microphone with a calm demeanor. All my medications will also be incorporated into the contribution point exchange system. Let me reiterate, basic wound treatment, debridement, and bandaging will remain free, as this is my humanitarian duty as a physician. However, he continued, shifting his tone, certain essential medications, ranging from cold medicine and antipyretics to analgesics, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and even chronic disease maintenance medications, will necessitate contribution points for exchange. My resources are limited, and I cannot supply them indefinitely. Contribution points are the sole means to ensure that these life-saving resources reach those most in need and who have contributed the most to our community. As long as you possess sufficient contribution points, you can secure the chance to survive your injuries. This announcement sparked fervent discussions. While the distribution of food might be contentious, stronger individuals could forage in the forest, and those with reserves might endure temporarily. Medications presented a different dilemma. Who could guarantee that they or their families would never fall ill? Who could promise that they would remain unscathed in this perilous world? A single capsule of amoxicillin, often overlooked in ordinary times, could prove fatal in a post-apocalyptic scenario if a minor wound became infected. At that moment, the contribution points system transcended its status as a mere set of cold regulations, directly gripping the lifeblood of all present. A simple currency system was hereby established. Good heavens! Even medications would require contribution points. The young housewife, initially flashing a glimmer of despair, was soon replaced by an intense sense of hope. She could work complete tasks, and as long as she earned contribution points, her child would have a greater chance at survival. A young man, who had aspired to be a lone wolf, now felt compelled to join in, brushing his fingers over a wound on his arm inflicted by a branch, his countenance darkening. He could endure hunger, but he dared not gamble on infection. An elderly man, frail and ailing, with the support of his family, found a flicker of light in his murky eyes. Though he could not fight, he could contribute in whatever logistical capacity he was able, as long as he could exchange for a modicum of food. Lu Guodong observed the faces in the crowd, mired in hesitation. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. It was nearly certain. Lu Guodong took the microphone from the doctor. I know what you are all thinking. Mere rules are insufficient. We need objectives. We must enable every individual to earn their dignity to survive through their own efforts. With a vigorous gesture, he pointed to another whiteboard that had been prepared behind him. On it, bold black marker lines filled with tasks awaited. From this moment on, the collective committee will announce the first batch of public tasks. Task 1. Locate new water sources. We require more water for unforeseen circumstances. Each valid water source information provided will earn 10 contribution points. Participation in the exploration and successful retrieval of water samples will reward each participant with 5 contribution points. Task 2. Clean the community's refuse. Decaying waste is a breeding ground for plagues. Gather all rubbish from hallways and public areas to designated disposal sites. Rewards will vary from 13 contribution points based on the area cleaned and the amount of waste collected. Task 3. Reinforce the community's perimeter fence. We do not know what lurks within the forest, but a sturdy defense will allow us to sleep more soundly. Participation in reinforcement work will earn each individual 3 contribution points daily. Task 4. Establish a formal patrol team, led by Comrade Zhao Hu, with a 24-hour shift vigilance. Requirements include physical fitness and quick reflexes. Official members will receive a daily allowance of 5 contribution points. Task 5. Collect firewood. We need fuel for boiling water and cooking. Each submission of 10 kilograms of dry firewood will earn 1 contribution point. A series of tasks were announced, most comprising the most basic and labor-intensive tasks. The rewards of contribution points could hardly be deemed generous, and some might even label them as miserly. Gathering 10 kilograms of firewood might exhaust one, only to yield a solitary contribution point, while a packet of the most ordinary instant noodles was priced at 3 contribution points. This was in essence blatant exploitation. Yet, to the ordinary survivors, who were grappling with uncertainty due to their lack of specialized skills, this was undoubtedly a symphony of hope. Fantastic! Work is available. A robust, middle-aged man, who had been idling at home due to unemployment, clenched his fists in excitement. He possessed no particular skills, but he was strong. 3 points for reinforcing the fence, 5 points for patrolling. After 2 days of work, he could exchange for a box of milk for his children. Cleaning rubbish was acceptable too. While the points were few, it was safe. He could do it within the community without venturing into the forest dangers. Hope. For those who could not attain special status like engineers, doctors, or veterans, Lu Guodong's system offered them a tangible path to survival. They needed no profound knowledge or extraordinary bravery. They simply had to sell their most primal strength to secure a means for their families to endure. This was far more substantial than any abstract slogan. In an instant, the crowd's emotions ignited. Those who had previously hesitated now surged toward the registration desk, clamored to sign up for tasks. The entire square transformed from a scene of despondency into a fervently active construction site. Lu Guodong exchanged knowing glances with several managers. From that moment forth, the committee's rule was firmly established. Chapter 42. Brothers, do you wish to embark on a grand endeavor? This system of contribution points resembles an invisible net, mobilizing nearly all the labor force within the community, maximizing production efficiency, and binding the vast majority of survivors securely to the collective chariot of his making, thereby forming a colossal community of shared interests. In this arrangement, they rise together in glory and fall together in disgrace. Conversely, those who drift outside this framework, choosing the path of the lone wolf, find themselves thoroughly isolated amidst this fervent tide. They are deprived not only of the medical security provided by Lin Yifu, but also of any possibility of acquiring resources through collective channels, which has been entirely severed. This serves as a stark warning. The news, disseminated through word of mouth, swiftly permeated every corner of the community, inevitably reaching the ears of those solitary figures. In a residential building far from the central square, Brother Feng paced irritably. The room he occupied was forcibly pried from an abandoned dwelling, devoid of electricity and water, with the air thick with the acrid scent of construction materials. Naturally, they partook in the seized benefits, yet their spirits were anything but elevated. Outside, the distant sounds of cheering only added to his agitation. A subordinate, tasked with gathering intelligence, burst in, panic etched across his face. Brother Feng, it's bad. That bastard Lu Guodong has implemented some sort of contribution point system. What is that? Brother Feng halted, his gaze piercing. The subordinate, breathless, recounted the details he had overheard in the square, from the issuance of tasks to the exchange of contribution points for supplies, culminating in the critical regulation of pharmaceuticals. The more detailed the account, the darker Brother Feng's expression became, upon hearing that even a single cold medicine required contribution points for exchange. His countenance was as grim as a stormy sky. The remaining young men in the room gathered around. These lone wolves had formed a group of their own, with the most aggressive among them, a young man with bleached hair, reluctantly assuming the role of leader. Bang! Brother Feng kicked the wall violently, producing a resounding thud as plaster fell in cascades. Damn Lu Guodong! He ground out through clenched teeth. This move is utterly beneath contempt. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone understood the implications. Lu Guodong did not intend to obliterate them with brute force, as that would incite fierce resistance. Instead, he wielded the power of rules, employing a cunning strategy akin to boiling a frog slowly, effectively trapping them in a web of starvation, sickness, and despair. What shall we do now? A young man with a buzz cut spoke hesitantly. We only have enough food to last 3 or 4 days at most. We don't recognize those wild vegetables in the forest. What if we eat the wrong ones? Yes, Brother Feng. Another tall, lanky figure lamented. I got a cut on my arm yesterday, and now it's starting to get inflamed. If we can't get anti-inflammatory medicine, I fear for my arm. Should we not perhaps soften our stance towards Lu Guodong? A voice, timid and uncertain, ventured forth from the crowd, articulating what everyone had considered but dared not voice. We could join that collective. It's better than waiting to die here. Shut your mouth. Brother Feng spun around, glaring fiercely at the speaker. Join? To be his dog? Have you forgotten how he treated us? If we bow today, tomorrow he'll send us as cannon fodder to the most perilous parts of the forest. But if we don't join, we'll die. The individual mustered the courage to counter. Brother Feng, I know you have integrity, but our 20-plus brothers need to survive. Our girlfriends and parents are waiting for us to bring food home. This appeal resonated profoundly. Yes, Brother Feng, we trusted you and followed you out to fend for ourselves. But now we see no path forward. Though Lu Guodong was no saint, he at least provided work and sustenance. Brother Feng, please think of something. Otherwise, we truly cannot hold on any longer. The chorus of pleas and grievances struck Brother Feng's heart like a hammer. He beheld his brothers, each one now dejected, their eyes filled with uncertainty and retreat. He realized that the unity of their group was fracturing. If this continued, without Lu Guodong needing to lift a finger, their so-called alliance of lone wolves would crumble, leaving him, Li Yifeng, as nothing more than a solitary figure, a complete jest. No, absolutely not. A solution must be forged. He waved his hand, demanding silence, then approached the window, gazing out at the fervent scene beyond, his mind racing. Confrontation was futile. Lu Guodong commanded security teams and veterans, now rallying over 2,000 survivors. Their mere 20 or so men charging forth would be akin to eggs attacking stones. The only viable strategy was to identify a breakthrough, a means to turn the tide in their favor. Resources. Yes, resources. If they could procure a substantial amount of food and medicine, they could stabilize morale and even attract more unwilling to be exploited by Lu Guodong. But where could they find such resources? Brother Feng instinctively opened his construction panel, his gaze habitually drawn to the glaring community contribution points leaderboard. His attention fixated once more on the lofty ID at the top. Anonymous cumulative score, 47. 47 points. What does this even signify? It was double that of Lu Guodong, several times that of their entire group combined. What vast resources must this individual possess to amass such a staggering score? He began to speculate. Who could this person be? He had no idea. Such a high score could not belong to the ordinary residents living in cramped quarters. Even the luckiest among them could not possibly achieve such an extraordinary score in a mere 2 days. Therefore, the answer was evident. The Villa District. It had to be the affluent residing in the Villa area. Brother Feng's mind conjured images of those wealthy individuals, accustomed to driving luxury cars and exuding arrogance. Before the apocalypse, they had looked down upon others. After its onset, they surely continued to live far more comfortably than the average person, utilizing the extravagant supplies from their homes. Why should they be entitled to everything from birth and, in this new world, continue to ride high above others on the backs of their resources? A surge of envious, dark flames ignited within his chest. Brother Feng, what are you thinking? The buzzcut youth cautiously inquired from behind. A sinister smile crept across Brother Feng's lips as he turned slowly, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, sweeping over each person in the room. Brothers, are you ready to pull off a significant heist? Chapter 43. I would be your beast of burden. Upon returning to room 802, Ming Dao secured the door behind him, even neglecting to prop it with the crowbar he had used countless times before. An unprecedented sense of security filled his chest. He meticulously arranged the collection of discarded steel bars, several resilient springs, and a bundle of semi-new iron wires on the living room floor, before extracting the recently acquired blueprint for a simple animal trap. Despite pondering over it for an extended period, the sheer magnitude of such an endeavor continued to astonish him. Ming Dao placed all the materials upon the laid-out blueprint. As the final piece of steel fell into place, an illuminating brilliance emanated from the blueprint. A flash of white light enveloped the room, and in an instant, all the tangible materials were drawn into the blueprint, vanishing without a trace. Almost immediately, accompanied by a soft click, a meticulously crafted metal trap, adorned with fearsome serrations, materialized on the floor as if conjured from thin air. This trap was far larger than Ming Dao had anticipated, nearly the size of a small basin. The jagged edges glimmered menacingly, reminiscent of a beast's fangs. Without the need for a test, he could vividly imagine how upon the activation of the slender trigger, these rows of sharp teeth would snap shut with terrifying speed and force, propelled by the robust springs. Such might could crush the bones of a wild rabbit or fox. And even the leg bone of an adult wild boar would likely be obliterated. No, it would be shattered. Gazing at this instrument of death, Ming Dao felt an increasing sense of security. This device was not merely a tool for procuring meat. It was also an exceptional bastion for safeguarding his territory. Without hesitation, he proceeded to craft 2 more, depleting his gathered materials entirely. The 3 traps, aligned in unison, exuded an imposing aura. He planned to discreetly set these formidable treasures along the path leading from the Villa District to the forest when he found a moment. In stark contrast, room 801 was a different scene altogether. Wang Chu had opened a bottle of guijiao and was sprawled on his bed, eagerly examining the construction panel of his recently completed takeover. The additional line at the bottom of the panel, reading Upgrade Progress, 11, captivated him endlessly as he poked at it repeatedly, mumbling, Upgrade. He's gonna upgrade. I wonder what good things it will bring. Just as Ming Dao was strategizing how to optimize his traps for maximum lethality, a faint but urgent knocking echoed through the air. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was hasty. Ming Dao furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. This was certainly not the kind of noise Wang Chu would make. His knocks were akin to a demolition crew, nearly shattering the door. Who could it be? An instinctive sense of alert coursed through him. Silently, he rose, grasped the crowbar that lay nearby, and stealthily approached the door, pressing his eye against the peephole. Outside, in the dimly lit corridor, a woman was weakly leaning against the wall of room 801. Her face, distorted through the peephole's view, appeared ghastly pale. In her arms, she clutched a small boy who looked about 5 or 6 years old. His eyes were tightly shut, his lips turned purple, and his frail body lay motionless, already in a state of unconsciousness. Ming Dao's pupils constricted slightly. He recognized this woman as Sister Wang, a resident on the 6th floor. They had exchanged nods a few times in the community, making her an acquaintance of sorts. Yet, at this critical juncture, why was she on the 8th floor? Moreover, her appearance suggested she was in grave distress. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Trouble meant unpredictability. In a world where life was as fragile as paper, any deviation could spell deadly peril. He refrained from opening the door, tightening his grip on the crowbar, and asked in a low, measured voice, "What is it?" Sister Wang seemed startled by his sudden voice, her frail body trembling. But soon, as if grasping at a lifeline, she turned towards the door of 802, pleading with a choked voice, Please, please save my child. He's not going to make it. Her voice was hoarse, clearly worn from crying. Yesterday, we drank some water. And since last night, he's been vomiting and having diarrhea. The stuff coming out is just like water. Now he's unconscious, burning up like a coal. I really have no way left. Vomiting and diarrhea? Unconscious? Ming Dao's mind raced, and he almost instantly pieced together the situation. Yesterday, Aunt Zhang's family had consumed the contaminated water from the villa district, causing a ruckus that reverberated throughout the building. It was evident that Sister Wang had followed suit and drank the tainted water. There was no doubt. She had consumed the unclean water. Yet, he couldn't fathom why. If her child was so gravely ill, she hadn't sought out Dr. Lin from the committee. As the sole professional doctor in the community, Lin Yifu possessed all the medical resources and should have been the first choice for any ailment. Why had she come to him, a complete stranger, for help? Before he could voice his thoughts, Sister Wang seemed to read his doubts. Her voice breaking with despair as she explained, I want to find Dr. Lin. I took my child to see him early this morning, but he refused to help. Her voice trembled with indignation. He said the child might have acute gastroenteritis or cholera and needed antibiotics. He has the medicine. He has norfloxacin, but he said his supply was limited. A strategic resource for the entire community. Sister Wang's expression was pathetic, fully displaying her grievance. His medicine is only given to those who contribute to the collective. He said our family has no man, and I lack strength. I didn't gather resources from the forest yesterday, so we made no contribution to the community. Therefore, we cannot use the medicine. She added he even suggested letting the child drink clean water to rely on his immunity to pull through. But we don't have a single drop of clean water left. She continued, her voice breaking. We only boiled and drank what we had, and now it's all gone. At that point, Sister Wang could no longer restrain herself, bursting into tears as she clutched her unconscious son. Please, I know you have a way. I saw you and that chubby kid bringing 2 big barrels of water from outside yesterday. You must have clean water, right? Please, just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Save my child. He's so young. He can't just die like this. If you save him, I'll bow to you. I'll serve you like a cow or a horse. With that, she genuinely attempted to kneel before the closed iron door, cradling her child. Chapter 44. Remember our deal. Sister Wang's pleas echoed with an especially poignant sorrow. Inside, Ming Dao found himself in a moral quandary. Should he save her or not? This thought flickered through his mind, quickly overshadowed by deeper calculations. To save her would mean risking the exposure of his secret to a stable water source. In this chaotic world, where order had collapsed and human intentions were murky, troubles would inevitably follow in quick succession. But to not save her, he glanced at the 4 barrels brimming with purified water beside the purifier. It was far too much. Resources, if not swiftly converted into benefits and advantages, would approach a value of 0. The 4 barrels of water, sitting here, served little purpose beyond quenching thirst. What difference did they hold compared to 4 barrels of stones? In this apocalypse, any surplus resource should serve as a stepping stone for his ascent, not a capital to lay back on and await death. Just as he weighed the pros and cons, the boy in Sister Wang's arms suddenly emitted a faint groan. Ugh! Almost immediately, the small body began to convulse uncontrollably. The moan and convulsion solidified his ultimate decision. He held steadfast to his principles. The blessed virgin, in this apocalyptic world, was the most rapidly perishing of all beings. To save a life was permissible, but it must come at a price. Equivalent exchange was the only truth still worthy of belief in this crumbling world. He slowly stepped back, creating distance from the door, ensuring his voice would not sound gentle due to proximity. I can provide you with water. The woman outside paused, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Overwhelming joy momentarily rendered her speechless. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. What can you offer in exchange? Exchange? What could she possibly have left to barter for her son's life? Desperation caused her to sweat profusely, her mind blank, relying solely on instinct to utter her meager possessions. I still have some rice and noodles at home. Not much, but I can give it all to you. Just save my child. Please. I have no need for food. Ming Dao pondered. What I seek is information. Information? Sister Wang was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the value of such a word in the current context. Can information be consumed? Can it be drunk? Before she could comprehend, Ming Dao's voice resonated again. How long have you lived in this building? 5 years, Sister Wang instinctively replied, her voice tense. Very well. A hint of satisfaction permeated Ming Dao's tone. Now listen carefully. I have 2 conditions. First, from this moment on, you're to monitor the movements of Lu Guodong and his associates downstairs. What they say, any new plans, even which leaders are involved. Any inkling of suspicious activity must be reported to me immediately. Your eyes and ears will, from now on, serve me. Sister Wang gasped, her breath catching. Monitor the committee? This. Second, I require you to disclose all you know about the residents of our building. This should be relatively straightforward. Who has elderly relatives needing care? Who possesses able-bodied individuals that can serve as labor? Who might be hoarding substantial supplies? Who is embroiled in marital discord and could be easily swayed? And who might betray a neighbor for a mere morsel of bread? This information, once trivial, now holds more value than gold. I need you to compile all of this into a detailed map and present it to me clearly. Sister Wang was utterly shaken by these words. She had never imagined that such trivial gossip could transform into bargaining chips. To what depths does this young man's mind delve? Yet, at this moment, she had no choice. Her son's increasingly feeble breaths left no room for hesitation. She would not flinch at the prospect of providing information. Even if Ming Dao demanded she eliminate Lu Guodong, she would likely seize the knife without a second thought. All right, I will tell you everything. I have lived here for 5 years, and I know the ins and outs of every household in this building. Just say, my son, I promise you anything. Inside, there was a brief silence. Wait. Then she heard the faint sound of footsteps retreating, seemingly towards the balcony. Ming Dao did not immediately open the door. Instead, he turned and quickly made his way to the balcony. He opened the window and called softly to the balcony of room 801 across the way, Fatty. Moments latte. Wang Chu's rotund figure appeared on the balcony, having clearly noticed the commotion at the door. Ming, what's going on? Ming Dao wasted no words. He picked up an empty bottle of Nongfu Spring that he had finished earlier, twisted off the cap, and swiftly filled it at the water purifier. Weighing it in his hand, he gauged the trajectory before hurling it with force. The water bottle traced a precise arc through the air, landing with a solid thud on Wang Chu's balcony. Someone will knock on your door shortly. Give her this bottle of water, Ming Dao commanded succinctly. Although Wang Chu was puzzled, he instinctively nodded. Oh, all right. Completing this task, Ming Dao returned to the door and said to Sister Wang, go knock on the opposite door. Sister Wang hesitated but promptly complied, clutching her child as she stumbled toward the door of room 801, summoning all her strength to knock. Creak. The security door of 801 opened slightly, revealing Wang Chu's cautious face behind it. Upon seeing the disheveled Sister Wang and her unconscious child, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Yet he followed Ming Dao's instructions and handed the bottle of purified water through the gap in the door. Just as Sister Wang trembled to grasp the bottle, a cold voice emanated from behind her in room 802. Remember our deal. Sister Wang froze. I have water, but for now on, your mouth and your eyes belong to me. Should you forget or attempt any tricks, Ming Dao paused. I can bring your child's life back once. I can just as easily ensure he never awakens again. I understand. I will remember. She turned to the door of 802, nodding repeatedly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Clutching her child, she babbled her gratitude. Daring not to linger another second, she turned and fled toward the stairwell, disappearing into the darkness. The door to 801 slammed shut with a resounding bang. Ming Dao stood behind the door, quietly listening to the sounds outside until Sister Wang's footsteps faded entirely, then slowly relaxed his grip on the crowbar. One informant, a web of intelligence covering the entire building. This transaction, exchanging a single bottle of water for such information, was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 45, Water Brother. Breakfast was hastily consumed. A few pieces of chicken breast paired with plain water, the feeling of fullness dispelling any lingering fatigue. Ming Dao dragged out 3 heavy animal traps, while Wang Chu retrieved a large mountaineering backpack, carefully stowing the traps inside, relieved that it had ample capacity. Let us go. Time to work, Ming Dao said, patting the backpack. Wang Chu gazed at the bulging pack, about to ask, Ming brother, where did this come from? But thought better of it. He had learned his lesson. Ming Dao harbored too many secrets, and some questions were best left unasked. He merely swallowed hard, feeling that this equipment was more reliable than any weapon. It was a tool born of primal violence, designed to rend flesh from bone. The two descended the stairs one after the other, heading towards the forest. To their surprise, the forest's edge, which had seemed eerie and silent the previous day, was now transformed into a bustling makeshift market. Sunlight filtered through the sparse treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Survivors gathered in groups, engaging in the first large-scale production activity in this post-apocalyptic landscape. Some older women carried baskets, skillfully foraging for wild vegetables and purslane. Young men wielded small shovels brought from home, digging for unknown tubers among the damp tree roots. Even a few nimble children, under parental supervision, carefully harvested wild berries from the bushes. The air buzzed with chatter and laughter, For a fleeting moment, Ming Dao almost doubted he had crossed over into another world. Yet, the dark circles under the people's eyes and their chapped lips revealed that fear still lingered, albeit masked by their attempts to find joy amidst suffering. In this somewhat chaotic assembly of laborers, a particular group stood out conspicuously, like a crane among chickens. This was a cadre of robust men, numbering 7 or 8, who were not, like the others, hunched over in search of wild vegetables. Instead, each wielded a weapon, be it a firefighting axe, a machete, or even a 2-meter-long steel pipe. Its end sharpened to a lethal point. They stood erect, their vigilant eyes scanning the depths of the forest, as though an invisible barrier separated them from the other survivors, delineating a clear distinction. This was evidently an organized and purposeful hunting party. At the helm of this hunting team was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, who was respectfully referred to as Brother Shui by those around him. He was a towering figure, easily exceeding 6 feet 3 inches, clad in professional outdoor camouflage attire and military-grade leather boots, his visage bearing the marks of a life weathered by hardship. Yet, the most striking aspect was the intricately designed professional compound bow slung across his back, its obsidian surface gleaming with precision-engineered pulleys and dampeners. The quiver at his side was filled with rows of brilliantly fletched carbon fiber arrows. This equipment, whether in a pre-apocalyptic world or the current one, would surely ignite the fervor of any man. Unsurprisingly, Brother Shui and his compound bow immediately became the center of attention. Countless envious, admiring, and flattering glances converged upon him. Brother Shui, that bow of yours is truly a treasure. Just looking at it is intimidating. Indeed, Brother Shui, that must have cost a fortune, far superior to those rusty knives and axes. With you around, we are bound to feast on meat today. Our meals depend entirely on you. Feeling somewhat elated by the flattery, Brother Shui revealed a modest smile, cleared his throat, and skillfully removed the compound bow from his back, showcasing it to the crowd. Oh, it's nothing much. He feigned nonchalance, though the pride in his tone was unmistakable. I've been engaged in outdoor activities for over a decade. I'm quite the seasoned player. This bow is a Matthews from the U.S., and the bare bow alone costs nearly 20,000. In this forest, wild boars and deer, once I have them in my sights with this penetrating arrow, within 100 meters, 1 shot, 1 kill, no exceptions. He spoke with grandiloquence, his words flowing like a river, presenting himself as an omnipotent jungle hunter, proclaiming his intent to lead everyone in the hunt for wild game, seemingly positioning himself as the savior of the forest. The surrounding survivors nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with admiration and hope, as if by following this sharpshooter, they would be assured of a meat-laden diet, liberating themselves from the torment of hunger. Ming Dao and Wang Chu lingered at the back of the crowd, taking in the scene. Wang Chu, observing the almost effervescent Brother Shui at the center of attention, leaned closer to Ming Dao and murmured, "Brother Ming, is this guy reliable? He seems quite boastful, claiming to shoot through the clouds as if he's in a movie." Ming Dao chuckled, his gaze lingering on the exquisite compound bow before him. The equipment is indeed exceptional. Its range and power far surpass what we have. However, the man himself is another matter. But it matters little. If he wishes to play the savior, let him do so. If he does good, we shall benefit as well, shall we not? Want you note that? Albeit with a hint of confusion. At that moment, an unexpected commotion erupted, rustling and snorting. What is that? Everyone look! Something is charging towards us. From a nearby thicket, a massive wild boar, covered in coarse black bristles, burst forth, snorting ferociously. This creature weighed no less than 180 or 90 pounds, with tusks curving outward and its small eyes gleaming with a savage red glint. It appeared startled by the voices in the forest, currently in a state of extreme agitation. Good heavens! A wild boar! Run! The crowd erupted into chaos. Just moments ago, the bustling market was alive with excitement. Now it devolved into pandemonium. Survivors scrambled backward, terrified of being struck by the rampaging beast. However, amidst the turmoil, Brother Shui was not dismayed, but rather exhilarated. What a wild boar! What's there to fear? He had hunted such creatures before in his province. Even if this one was larger, it would be a mere trifle for him. Moreover, this was a fortuitous moment. He regarded the charging wild boar as if it were a succulent roast, a golden opportunity to make a name for himself. Everyone calm down. Make way. Brother Shui bellowed, indeed managing to steady some of the panicked crowd. His companions immediately understood his intent, forming a protective circle around him and clearing a shooting area. Go, Brother Shui. Shoot it. Brother Shui is valiant. Amidst the cheers of survival, Brother Shui took a deep breath a determined smile gracing his face. His movements were fluid as he extracted a three-bladed hunting arrow from his quiver, knocking it to the bowstring. Muscles taut, he drew back the bowstring, the powerful compound bow forming a perfect crescent moon. The crosshairs of the scope settled steadily on the head of the frenzied wild boar. The beast. With a low growl, Brother Shui released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a streak of black lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Every onlooker held their breath, wide-eyed, anticipating the dramatic sight of the wild boar collapsing, blood spattering in the air. However, reality proved to be a stark contrast to their expectations. In that fleeting moment, just as the arrow was loosed, the wild boar stumbled, as if tripped by an unseen force, its massive body swaying violently to the side. This fateful jolt caused the arrow, initially aimed at its head, to veer slightly off course. Thud! The arrow struck, not its vital spot, but rather sank deeply into the boar's plump, fleshy hindquarters. A blood-curdling shriek echoed through the woods. The searing pain did not incapacitate the wild boar. Instead, it unleashed its primal fury. Its hulking form halted abruptly, and its crimson eyes fixated on the human who had just wounded it. Enraged, it was ready to retaliate. The wild boar pivoted, hooves digging into the ground, charging towards Brother Shui like a runaway freight train, the stench of its fury palpable even from a distance. The smile on Brother Shui's face vanished in an instant. What the hell? He had never anticipated that his assured shot would result in such calamity. He attempted to ready his second arrow, but the wild boar surged forward with such speed that he scarcely had time to draw again. As those glimmering tusks drew perilously closer, this once arrogant sharpshooter was left with but one thought: run. With a frantic shout, he hurled the compound bow onto his back and, moving with an agility that belied his robust stature, scrambled towards a nearby tree, clambering up its trunk in a most undignified manner. Crash! The wild boar slammed into the very spot where Brother Shui had just stood, gouging the ground beneath it. It raised its head, unleashing a series of furious roars at the trembling figure in the tree, its tusks viciously battering the trunk. A much-anticipated hunting showcase culminated with a wild boar, bearing an arrow, limping away into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, the skilled archer, Shui Gu, found himself hanging helplessly from a tree, too ashamed to descend. The surrounding survivors, initially enveloped in a deathly silence, soon erupted into hushed whispers and low jeers. The once exalted savior had, in an instant, become the subject of ridicule. From the back of the crowd, Ming Dao shook his head with a sigh. He turned to his companion, Wang Chu, and remarked, "Did you see that? No matter how superior the equipment, its efficacy hinges on the hands that wield it. More importantly, did you notice that when the boar charged and he ascended the tree, none of his so-called teammates, nor the hundreds of survivors around, offered any assistance?" Wang Chu paused, reflecting on this revelation, and was struck by a chilling realization. None. Not a single one. His erstwhile companions had fled faster than anyone else. A small clique, utterly ineffectual. A larger collective, a mere scattering of sand. Ming Dao concluded disdainfully that this rabble could never achieve anything of substance. "Let us depart and attend to our own affairs," he declared, having discerned the fragile essence of these survivors, no longer wishing to squander time in their midst. With that, he turned and led Wang Chu deeper into the forest. Only in the remote, untraveled parts of the woods could one find genuine prey. There, too, lay the optimal locations for the 3 lethal traps he had set. No sooner had they ventured another 500 meters into the woods than a scream, one that bore no semblance to humanity, pierced the air once more. The previously buzzing chorus of insects fell abruptly silent. Birds, startled from their perches, erupted into the sky like a shower of fireworks, filling the air with a cacophony of flapping wings. Then, an oppressive stillness enveloped the surroundings. Ming Dao and Wang Chu instinctively retreated, with Wang Chu's back colliding against Ming Dao's chest. The source of that chilling scream was precisely the direction in which the injured boar had fled. At the forest's edge, the once bustling makeshift market had succumbed to an eerie quietude. All activity ceased, be it the women foraging for wild vegetables or the children climbing trees. Each stood frozen in place, their gazes drawn to the shadowy depths of the woods. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Suspended in the tree, Shui Gu was gripped by sheer terror. He was acutely aware of the boar's formidable size and ferocity. Yet even that 200-pound behemoth had emitted such a desperate wail upon retreating into the forest. What did that signify? It indicated that something far more terrifying lurked within those woods. His hands clawed desperately at the coarse bark, his nails splitting and blood seeping forth. Yet he felt no pain. He dared not look down, terrified that an unknown monstrosity might emerge from beneath him. "Stay still," a calm voice whispered in Wang Chu's ear. Ming Dao swiftly yanked Wang Chu behind him, and they pressed tightly against the trunk of a massive tree that required both of them to embrace it, using its girth to conceal their forms entirely. They stifled their breaths. Something was approaching. Ming Dao's expression was grave, his right hand gripping the crowbar tightly, veins bulging against the skin. His hearing, sharper than that of an ordinary man, had detected a heavy, rhythmic footfall following the cessation of the scream. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was deliberate, even leisurely, yet it carried an undeniable weight of menace. The footsteps drew closer. Wang Chu clamped his hand over his mouth, eyes wide with fear. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. After a brief interval, a colossal silhouette emerged from the dense thicket 100 meters ahead. Upon recognizing the figure, panic ensued. It was a beast, one that dwarfed any known feline on Earth. Its shoulder height was nearly 1.5 meters, almost level with an adult man's chest. Muscles rippled over its massive frame, each step exuding explosive power. Its fur shimmered in a bizarre black-golden hue, dark and deep. Yet the most terrifying aspect was the two menacing fangs protruding from its jaws. These fangs, extending from its upper jaw, surpassed 30 centimeters in length, sharp as blades. Glistening with a bone-white sheen, it resembled a sword-toothed tiger from a realm beyond. Chapter 47. The Slaughter. Blood stained its jaws, droplets of thick crimson dripping from its black-golden fur. Beneath one of its forepaws lay a mangled half of a corpse, the remnants of the very boar that had fled moments before. The coarse, dark mane, the robust hindquarters, and the arrow still lodged in its rear now appeared laughably absurd. This fierce creature had mercilessly torn the boar asunder. The saber-toothed tiger lowered its head, elegantly tearing a chunk of bloody flesh from the boar's hind leg with its blade-like fangs, chewing leisurely as if savoring a gourmet meal. After finishing, it extended its barbed, crimson tongue to meticulously lick the blood from its fangs. Then, it slowly raised its head, icy golden slit pupils scanning the surroundings with indifference. Those were the eyes of a top predator, brimming with absolute confidence and disdain. In its gaze, all creatures within the forest could be divided into two categories, prey and non-prey. Ming Dao and Wang Chu wished fervently to meld into the tree trunk. This was a nightmarish encounter. Ming Dao's heart raced like never before as he began to assess the situation. The creature's size, strength, and speed were overwhelmingly superior. Conventional weaponry, whether the crowbar in his hand or Shui Ji's composite bow, will be no more effective than a mere stick against such a monster. Their only hope lay in escape, but that required not being the first target. The saber-toothed tiger seemed sated, losing interest in the remaining half of the boar's carcass, which it casually kicked aside. It stretched languidly, showcasing its powerful physique, each muscle's movement vividly apparent. Then, it began to stroll, its path leading unmistakably toward the forest's edge where the survivors had gathered. In that moment, the hearts of all sank to the depths of despair. It was coming. Run, run, echoed a voice from the crowd, shattering the fragile standoff. A young survivor, positioned perilously close to the saber-toothed tiger, barely 70 or 80 meters away, finally succumbed to the relentless pressure of fear. He screamed, abruptly turning and fleeing toward the community's entrance like a headless fly, limbs flailing in panic. The leisurely strolling, saber-toothed tiger halted abruptly. Its golden slit pupils narrowed to lethal slivers, locking onto the fleeing figure with deadly focus. The young man had turned his back. This was a provocation. In the next heartbeat, the muscles in its hind legs tensed and the ground beneath its feet seems to have collapsed a bit. The massive body crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters at a terrifying speed in an instant. The survivor who was running didn't even have time to run 10 meters. He only heard a gust of wind tearing the air behind him, and then the whole world spun around. Blood splatters. The huge front paws of the saber-toothed tiger, with a force of 10,000 tons, fiercely slapped his back. The young man couldn't even let out a second scream. He was like a tattered sack, thrown away by immense force and slammed heavily into a big tree, leaving no sound. A blow. Just one hit. A living person is gone like this. This bloody scene became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Monster. Killed someone. The monster has killed. Hurry up. Go back to the community quickly. Do survivors care so much? Run frantically towards the direction of the community. Regardless of everything, the saber-toothed tiger stood beside the fresh corpse, slowly lifting its head. It only has one idea in its mind. Food. A lot. The saber-toothed tiger launched an elegant slaughter. Every strike signifies the end of a life. 1 second, the survivors were still on the run. The next second, their necks were easily pierced by razor-sharp fangs, and warm blood gushed out, staining the humus under their feet red. Run away. Hurry up. Don't worry about me. Step on it. Mom. Mom, where are you? The cries, screams, and pleas for mercy are endless. In the chaos, Ming Dao did not run around with the scattered crowd. He grabbed Wang Chu, who had already been scared out of his wits, and whispered, "Don't run his mother to the community. Follow me." Wang Chu's brain had completely shut down, and he could only rely on instinct to stumble and follow behind him. Ming Dao did not choose to flee towards the community, but instead pulled Wang Chu and used thick trees and low shrubs as cover, moving rapidly in reverse towards deeper parts of the forest. His route is tricky, and every turn can just hide his figure in the blind spot of the saber-toothed tiger's line of sight. Running towards the community at this moment is the most foolish behavior. That will only lead this fierce beast towards more densely populated areas with less shelter, causing greater casualties. And the most dangerous places are often the safest. Retreat deep into the forest. Although equally dangerous, there are at least complex terrains that can be utilized. As long as you're not immediately targeted by that saber-toothed tiger, the probability of survival is actually greater. Ming Dao pondered in his heart, but his feet never stopped. The killing of saber-toothed tigers also angered some people. Or rather, it pushed them into a desperate situation. "Damn it, you bastard. I'll fight with you. Defend your home." A few middle-aged men who thought they had a bit of brute force, perhaps unable to retreat, or perhaps fueled by the smell of blood, waved their fire axes and machetes brought from home, roared, and even took the initiative to charge towards the saber-toothed tiger. Their courage is commendable. However, this courage, in the face of absolute power, appears so ridiculous and yet so pitiful. Faced with 3 rushing humans, the saber-toothed tiger didn't even pause in its footsteps. It just casually swung one of its front paws. Bang! A muffled sound. The strong man at the forefront, holding the intimidating fire axe in his hand, along with the thick arm holding it, was thrown away by a tremendous force. The axe spun a few times in the air and deeply embedded itself in the trunk of a nearby big tree. And that strong man, his entire chest collapsed. It flew straight up, and the person was in mid-air, already spewing blood droplets mixed with visceral fragment from their mouth. When it lands, there's no sound anymore. The other 2 had not even had a chance to react when the huge body of the saber-toothed tiger had already passed through between them. Puffed, puffed. 2 soft sounds. 2 great heads soared into the sky. The headless cavity stood still in place for a moment, and the blood fountain sprayed out from the neck more than 3 feet high, then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Its fangs can not only be used for stabbing, but also for cutting. What happened in Chapter 48? Sekel. Another flash sale. Who can beat this? It's over. We're doomed. What cannot be defeated at all. Zhao Hu, a veteran who witnessed all of this, had an unprecedentedly serious expression in his eyes. He was far away, didn't run for the first time, nor did he rush up and die like those reckless men. He was well aware that this type of beast, unless it had heavy firepower, was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of humans. But he knows better. We can't keep messing around like this anymore. Running around for the battlefield like this will only increase meaningless sacrifices. "Don't run around his mother," Zhao Hu shouted loudly. It actually made some people subconsciously stop in their tracks. "Don't expose your back to it while running. That's seeking death. Everyone retreat. Look at it, retreat. Find cover. Find a thick tree. It can only attack 1 target at a time. As long as you can see it, it won't be so easy to sneak attack you. Spread out. Get the hell out of here. Don't gather together. Instead of being chased and killed one by it. It's better to hide and make it impossible to find." Zhao Hu still has 2 brushes. Some people with relatively clear minds began to learn from him, no longer running away in panic, but leaning against thick trees, closely watching the movements of the saber-toothed tiger while cautiously moving backwards. And Zhao Hu himself pulled out an explosion-proof fork issued by the security team. That thing may not have much killing power, but at least it is long enough to prevent fierce beasts from approaching to a certain extent. He held a fork in both hands, took a standard defensive posture, locked his eyes on the saber-toothed tiger, and retreated step by step in an orderly manner. He set the perfect example for those around him through his actions. Zhao Hu's calmness and professionalism played a certain role. The chaotic situation seems to have a hint of stabilization. At this moment, the water brother, who has already escaped over 100 meters and climbed onto a big tree, has almost escaped from the danger zone. I don't know which tendon he got wrong. Perhaps inspired by Zhao Hu's courage. Or perhaps it's because they feel too embarrassed about their last-minute escape and want to regain some face. More likely, He felt that his position on the tree was safe enough to perform a wave of maneuvers without any risk. He stopped his upward climb. He trembled and took the composite bough off his back again. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his intense heartbeat. Trembling, he pulled out an arrow from the quiver and placed it on the bowstring. Shoot it. Shoot it to death. As long as I hit it, I am a hero. I am still the legendary marksman, Water Brother. A crazy idea kept echoing in his mind. He pulled open the bowstring. The crosshair of the sight swayed back and forth on the huge body of the saber-toothed tiger due to the violent shaking of its arm. He ultimately relinquished the daunting task of aiming for the head or heart, instead setting his sights on the flank of the saber-toothed tiger. He released his finger. Whoosh! An arrow was loosed. Its accuracy was commendable, and with the advantage of a massive target area, it struck true. Thud! The alloy arrowhead precisely pierced the tiger's side. However, the anticipated spectacle of blood gushing forth did not materialize. The hunting arrow, capable of penetrating the skull of a wild boar, sank in only a few centimeters, ensnared by the tiger's remarkably resilient muscles. The damage inflicted was negligible. Yet, this trivial pain ignited an unquenchable fury within the colossal beast. Roar! A tiger's roar reverberated throughout the forest. The saber-toothed tiger, which had been confronting Zhao Hu and his companions, instantly abandoned these trivial morsels. It abruptly turned its head. The golden vertical pupils swiftly traversed the 100-meter distance, locking onto the diminutive figure of Shui Gu, the one who dared to provoke it. What the heck? Shuri panicked. This was beyond reality. He was paralyzed with fear. Having just indulged in a moment of bravado, he now found himself transformed into a mobile target, attracting all the beast's wrath. Damn it, he stammered, his mouth agape, helplessly watching the enraged titan as its powerful hind legs propelled it forward like a streak of black and gold lightning. Racing towards him. Boom! 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 The earth trembled. Meanwhile, Ming Dao, who had retreated to a safe distance, observed this entire unfolding drama. He shook his head slightly, as if witnessing a fool's demise. Beside him, Wang Chu stared in disbelief at this turn of events, finally managing to utter, "Is he insane?" Indeed. Ming Dao redirected his gaze, deeming Shui Gu a fool. A self-satisfied fool. At this juncture, you chose to provoke it? Now look, everyone has to bear the consequences of your folly. In his mind, Ming Dao had already issued a death sentence to Shui Gu, just as the saber-toothed tiger was about to pounce on the tree, bringing an end to Shui Ji's existence. A more commanding roar emanated from the depths of the forest. Roar! The enraged, saber-toothed tiger halted mid-leap, its massive form freezing as if enchanted, before crashing heavily to the ground. A flicker of wariness and struggle flashed in its golden vertical eyes. Consequently, it emitted 2 low growls towards the depths of the forest, as if in response, or perhaps a show of defiance. Yet, within those sounds, any previous arrogance had dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable timidity. Ultimately, it relented. It turned back, casting a piercing gaze at the nearly paralyzed prey in the tree, releasing a series of threatening growls that seemed to say, "Consider yourself fortunate this time." Then, with a hint of panic, it retreated into the dense thicket, disappearing in a few swift bounds, as if it had never existed. What had transpired? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Only when they confirmed that the terrifying beast had genuinely departed did the survivors begin to relax their taut nerves. The survivors, having escaped death, felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Some Kuden tea helped but retch, expelling the already empty contents of their stomachs. Acute stress spasms. They could hardly believe they had snatched back their lives from the jaws of that monster. Meanwhile, the hero Shui Gu, who had narrowly evaded becoming the beast's meal, found himself in an even more dismal state. In the throes of life and death, he felt a warmth beneath him, a foul liquid trickling down the rough tree trunk. He had, in fact, urinated in fright. Zhao Hu, suppressing the nausea surging within him, swiftly approached the base of the tree with the explosive spear in hand. He exerted no effort to persuade or assist. Instead, he crudely prodded Shui Ji's backside with the spear, barking, "Get down." The disoriented Shui Gu, like a marionette cut from its strings, fell limply, plummeting from the over 3-meter-high branch with a thud. He lay there, legs trembling, devoid of the strength to rise, staring blankly at the sky, mumbling incoherently, "Monster! Monster!" Chapter 49, 7 dead, over 10 injured. Noah mocked him, even in his utterly disheveled state. Despite the stench of urine that made others grimace, all were equally horrified. The terror of facing death. The feeling of being at the mercy of a creature so effortlessly powerful, shattered whatever remnants of dignity remained within them. When humanity relinquished its status as the apex predator, it revealed itself to be nothing more than an intelligent primate. Zhao Hu surveyed the chaotic clearing and began issuing commands. Those who can move, check on the injured. Count heads. The survivors, numb with shock, began to act. Soon, a rough tally of the casualties lay before everyone. 7 dead, over 10 injured. 7 mangled bodies, barely recognizable as human, sprawled amidst pools of blood. Some had their chests crushed by a single paw, others had their throats pierced by fangs, their deaths horrific and heart-wrenching. Among the 10 or so survivors, though fortunate to have lived, many had sustained injuries during their frantic escape, now lying on the ground in pain and agony. The forest brutality far exceeded anyone's imagination. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters away, deep within the forest, Ming Dao abruptly halted. He too had heard the tigers roar from the depths of the woods. What was that sound? Uncertain, Ming Dao shook his head. But he knew it was a formidable creature, one that even the saber-toothed tiger dared not confront. He took a deep breath. Crisis also meant opportunity. The saber-toothed tiger's retreat, coupled with the intimidating roar, signified that this area had, for the time being, become the safest place. No beast would dare to roam in the territory of this mountain king. He surveyed the surrounding terrain. Here, the trees were dense, the light dim, and the ground was blanketed with thick layers of dead branches and leaves. Several indistinct animal trails, worn by beasts, converged here, rarely trodden by humans, yet teeming with wildlife tracks. This was an ideal location for setting traps. Hand me the backpack. Ming Dao extended his hand towards Wang Chu. Wang Chu instinctively passed him the heavy mountaineering bag. Ming Dao unzipped it and retrieved 3 animal traps. What the hell? Ming Yi, are you really going to set these here? What else? Ming Dao offered no further explanation. He picked up one of the traps, stepped on one side to hold it down, and with force, pried it open. With a snap, the serrated jaws locked into place. He pointed to the slender trigger in the middle of the trap, sternly warning Wang Chu. Do you see this? This is the trigger. It can be activated with the slightest touch. When we set this up, absolutely, under no circumstances touch it, or you'll lose your foot. Do you understand? Wang Chu gazed at the metal strip, exuding an aura of peril, his scalp tingling as he nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Understood. We shall act separately. Ming Dao handed 2 additional traps to Wang Chu, instructing him to find a discreet spot along the beast trail every 100 meters and bury them beneath the fallen leaves. Remember, camouflage is crucial. Ensure that neither man nor beast can discern their presence at a glance. Understood. The 2 immediately set to work. Ming Dao selected a thicket at a bend in the trail, using his military knife to carve a shallow pit where he carefully placed the open trap. Then, with a slender twig, he delicately lifted the surrounding dry leaves and loose soil, meticulously covering it entirely, leaving only the lethal trigger cleverly concealed beneath a seemingly innocuous layer of leaves. To the casual observer, this spot appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. However, should any creature of significant size pass by and step upon that leaf, it would be met with the vicious steel fangs of the trap. Although somewhat clumsy, Wang Chu learned adeptly from Ming Dao's demonstration and cautiously completed the arrangements for the other 2 traps. Once their task was accomplished, the pair did not retrace their steps, but instead opted for an alternate route, stealthily advancing toward the community. Along the way, they encountered several groups of survivors. Upon seeing Ming Dao and Wang Chu emerge unscathed from the most treacherous depths, looked upon them with astonishment and a hint of reverence, their calm demeanor betraying none of the harrowing ordeal they had just endured. When Lu Guodong arrived late with the security team, his expression darkened to a shade of deep anger. What in the world is happening here? Lu Guodong's voice trembled with suppressed fury as he confronted Zhao Hu, hissing, Did I not instruct you to operate in the periphery? Why are there so many casualties? Zhao Hu's face revealed no emotion as he thrust the explosive fork into the ground and succinctly recounted the events, from Water Brother's reckless attempt to hunt the wild boar, to the provocation of the beast, leading to the arrival of the more fearsome saber-toothed tiger, and ultimately, Water Brother's ill-fated arrow that nearly resulted in total annihilation. He embellished nothing, merely stating the facts. Upon hearing this, Lu Guodong's countenance could no longer be described as merely grim. His fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly, his chest heaving with barely suppressed rage. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on the despondent Water Brother. A failure in every sense, if looks could kill, Water Brother would have been executed 100 times over. Yet now is not the time for assigning blame. We cannot linger here, Lu Guodong quickly deduced, commanding the security personnel and Zhao Hu. The scent of blood will draw more predators. Immediately, dispose of these 7 corpses on the spot. Dispose of them? A young security officer hesitated, instinctively asking, Captain Liu, how should we dispose of them? Bury them, Liu Guodong shouted. Do you expect us to find them a feng shui grave and erect a monument? Dig a pit. Bury them. Now, with the order issued, the security team and a few able-bodied male survivors sprang into action. Lacking professional tools, they resorted to using the blunt side of fire axes, machetes, and their hands to dig. On this ground, which had just witnessed a brutal massacre, they held the first makeshift funeral of the post-apocalyptic era for their fallen comrades. There was no music of mourning, only the stifled cries of grief. A young woman knelt by her husband's corpse, weeping inconsolably. Old Wang. Wake up, old Wang. Look at me. Look at our child. How could you leave us like this? Her husband was the very man who had first shouted to confront the beast head-on. His bravery had not earned him glory, but instead left behind a shattered family. Do not cry. Dr. Lin Yifu approached, squatting down to gently pat the woman's shoulder. Offering comfort, let him depart with dignity. Dignity? What the hell does that mean? The woman abruptly lifted her head, glaring at Lin Yifu, then at Liu Guodong, and finally at everyone present, screaming hysterically, You murderers! It's all your fault. You insisted on undertaking this mission. You deceived us into coming to this damned place. What will you use to compensate for my husband's life? Her accusations struck a chord within every soul present. If it were not for the elusive points, if they had not been lured by the promise of a brighter future, they would not have found themselves here. Liu Guodong's lips moved slightly, but he ultimately fell silent. What could he say? That this was for the collective? That sacrifices were inevitable, in the face of vibrant lives lost? Any explanation seemed feeble and would only serve to exacerbate tensions. He could only remain silent, allowing the woman's cries and curses to fill the air. Eventually, 7 rudimentary graves were dug. The cold bodies were lifted by their comrades and kin, gently placed into the pits. The survivors shed the first tears of the apocalypse for their deceased companions on this foreign soil. Ming Dao and Wang Chu bore witness to this sorrowful scene from a distance, refraining from approaching. Wang Chu observed the grieving individuals, his lips trembling as he managed to utter, Brother Ming, did we do something wrong? Ming Dao paused in silence for a moment before shaking his head. We did nothing wrong. The fault lies with this world. Weakness is the original sin. Chapter 50, The Betrayal of the Announcement. At that moment, precisely at noon, the colossal screen suspended above the community square illuminated as scheduled. A ghostly blue light cascaded down like mercury, compelling all survivors, whether mourning the deceased or numbly observing, to confront the familiar construction panel that forcibly appeared before them. A new line of numbers gleamed prominently. Blue Bay Peninsula. Today's points, 3,680. Jinsheng Industrial Park. Today's points, 3,479. The point disparity had widened to 201. Simultaneously, the total points displayed below underwent a change. Blue Bay Peninsula, cumulative 7,100. Jinsheng Industrial Park, cumulative 6,799. We've won. We're ahead again. Over 300 points. We've widened the gap. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. This trivial lead, for those who had just endured a bloodbath and whose morale had plummeted, served as a potent tonic. It was as if it were conveying to everyone that their struggles, their sacrifices were not in vain. Even Liu Guodong's grim visage softened slightly at this moment. However, there was more to come. System announcement. Detection of certain survivors discovering the absorption function of unclaimed panels. Relevant rules will now be disclosed. Rule 1. Any uninhabited dwelling has its internal construction panel in an unclaimed state. Rule 2. Survivors may absorb unclaimed panels through direct contact. Rule 3. Absorbing unclaimed panels can be used to upgrade personal construction panels, unlock new functions, and receive rewards. The more panels absorbed, the higher the panel level and the more powerful the functions. The contents of the announcement were neither complex nor intricate, but rather straightforward and blunt. However, the information contained within was anything but simple. Devour, upgrade, unlock new features, obtain rewards. These words ignited a deep-seated desire within everyone. If the previous leaderboard merely instilled a sense of competition, this announcement laid before all a shortcut to the extraordinary. The so-called survival game finally revealed its allure. Once dim and lifeless eyes now gleamed with a terrifying brilliance. Breaths grew heavy, fists clenched instinctively, and gazes collectively turned towards the towering residential buildings in the community, particularly those vacant units that had long remained in darkness. In the crowd's rear, Wang Chu stared blankly at the insatiable greed spilling from his neighbors' faces, sending a shiver down his spine. He instinctively grasped Ming Dao's arm. They'd all gone mad. Ming Dao's expression had darkened to that of a charred pot bottom. Goodness, what a turn of events. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated that this cursed sky would deliver such a devastating blow, unearthing his greatest advantage before all eyes. This was an outright betrayal. In that instant of silent cursing, someone in the crowd was the first to react. Building 14. Almost all the apartments are vacant. Hurry and seize them. Boom! The crowd erupted, drawn by the allure of an unknown upgrade. Their minds fixated on a singular thought: to seize those uninhabited dwellings, to devour those ownerless panels. Get out of my way. That is my target. Anyone who dares compete with me will regret it. A chaotic war of knocking erupted throughout the entire community without warning. Survivors each had their own objectives, frantically rushing towards the buildings with the lowest occupancy rates, shoving, cursing, and even brawling to secure position. The so-called civilization and order crumbled under the overwhelming temptation of profit. Building 14, once deemed a treasure trove by Ming Dao for its remote location and low occupancy, instantly became the epicenter of this storm. What do we do? Wang Chu asked, gazing at the surging tide of humanity. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ming Dao pulled Wang Chu swiftly behind a large tree, evading the rushing crowd. What can we do? Our advantage has ended. From now on, it's a race for all. Wang Chu lowered his voice, filled with gratitude towards Ming Dao. Thank goodness you upgraded me early. Otherwise, I'd be just like them, fighting for my life in that crowd. His admiration for Ming Dao had reached its zenith at that moment. Prescient. It was almost godlike foresight. Ah, what a pity. Wang Chu lamented, thumping his chest in frustration. If only this announcement had come 2 days later. Even just one day would suffice. We could have secured Building 14. Just think of the levels we could have gained. Stop dreaming. Ming Dao shot him a glance, interrupting his reverie. Let us go back. Back. Wang Chu was taken aback. Aren't we going to seize it? Seize what? Ming Dao scoffed. Have you forgotten your cooldown? Wang Chu exclaimed, his mind racing as he almost forgot. The two did not linger, swiftly departing the square and making their way towards Building 5. As they stepped into the entrance of Building 5, a cacophony of chaos and confusion assaulted them. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. Is anyone in there? Damn it. If you don't open up, I'll kick it down. 7th floor. 702 is vacant. I remember that family moved out ages ago. Hurry up. Nonsense. I found 702 first. Get the hell out of my way. Shouts, threats, and the relentless banging on doors filled the air. The veneer of neighborly civility was torn asunder in that moment. This was the true law of the jungle. Ming Dao and Wang Chu exchanged a grave glance, both recognizing the seriousness of the situation. They pressed on, charging up to the 8th floor. Upon reaching the landing, they spotted a tall, lanky man wildly swinging a baseball bat against the security door of apartment 801. Open up. Damn it. I know no one else in there. I'm familiar with this household. They're hermits, surely dead of starvation by now. Open up already. Wang Chu's face drained of color. Hermits? Dead of starvation? You're the one who LL starve. A surge of anger propelled him forward, without a second thought. He shouted across the distance, there are people inside. The man paused, turning to see Ming Dao, wielding a crowbar with an unfriendly demeanor, alongside a furious Wang Chu. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face, yet he refused to concede, muttering, if you knew there were people, you should have said something instead of banging on the door for so long. With that, he averted his gaze from Ming Dao's icy stare, sheepishly retreating down the stairs, clearly off to find another target. Wang Chu gazed at the battered door, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet with an armed adversary, he dared not retaliate. He could only retrieve his keys, cursing under his breath as he unlocked the door, turning to Ming Dao and suggesting, Ming, why not come in for a bit? It's too chaotic out here. Ming Dao shook his head, gesturing toward apartment 802 across the hall. No, I need to head back and prepare some things. By the way, the upgrade reward is a space expansion card. You should take this time to plan, clearing out unnecessary items to facilitate the expansion later. Chapter 51. The Official Lockpicking Squad. Bang, bang, bang. A burly man was relentlessly hacking away at a dark red security door with an axe he had pried from a fire safety box. The door bore dense from the blows, yet the galvanized steel door, insulated with soundproofing material, remained unyielding, echoing with a dull thud. Damn it. Why is this door so sturdy? The man panted heavily, spitting a thick wad onto the ground before striking the lock again. With a crack, the axe blade bent. Meanwhile, 2 young men were laboring together with a hefty piece of lumber, striking another door in an attempt to breach the barrier with the most primitive siege tactics. 1, 2, hit, boom. The resounding crash reverberated through the narrow hallway, causing pain to the eardrums. Yet, aside from a metallic twisting sound from the lock, the door remained firmly secured in its frame. The knocking war quickly hit a standstill. These modern constructs, designed for security, had now become the greatest obstacle for survivors in their quest for resources. Without professional tools and expertise, ordinary people attempting to forcibly breach a properly secured door were akin to chasing a futile dream. Moreover, with the exception of a few specific layouts, the majority of high-rise residential buildings do not feature platform points, rendering the window-breaking method utterly impractical, unless one has a penchant for performing free falls from several dozen meters above ground. In an instant, the entire community was resonating with a cacophony of door-banging and frantic curses. This overwhelming din soon roused Lu Guodong, who had just returned from the forest. "For heaven's sake, cease this at once." His furious roar, amplified by a loudspeaker, began to echo throughout the vicinity. Lu Guodong, accompanied by Zhao Hu and several security personnel wielding batons, surged into the most chaotic section of Building 14 like a pack of descending tigers. "Who dares to strike again?" Lu Guodong's face was a deep shade of anger as he thrust the loudspeaker almost into the face of a man brandishing a wrench to pry a lock. The man trembled in fear, causing the wrench to clang to the ground. Zhao Hu and his team moved even more swiftly, instinctively dispersing to separate several groups that were engaged in scuffles, forcefully driving those attempting to break down doors down to the ground floor. Faced with a well-equipped security team, these survivors, who had just been brawling over an ethereal upgrade, suddenly regained their composure. "Captain Liu, some are unwilling to relent," one protested. "The system has announced it. These vacant homes can be upgraded." Lu Guodong sneered, surveying the covetous faces around him. "Any announcement from the system is meant for you? Let me make myself clear. From this moment forth, all unclaimed properties in the community shall be managed collectively. No one is permitted to engage in any unauthorized destruction or occupation for any reason. Violators will have all contribution points deducted and will be expelled from the collective." His words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flames of ambition that had just ignited in the hearts of the crowd. Expelled from the collective? In this world, rife with monsters, what did that truly signify? Everyone understood all too well. The crowd stirred, yet none dared to voice dissent. Lu Guodong evidently recognized that his words had been a bit too harsh, somewhat undemocratic. Thus, he modified his tone. "Of course, the collective will not leave everyone empty-handed. I understand your urgent desire for upgrades. Therefore, I have decided to establish an official locksmith team." At the property management office, within the temporary command center of the committee, Lu Guodong extended a cigarette to a rather unremarkable man in his 50s seated across from him, offering a warm smile. "Master Qin, you are indeed a treasure to our community." The man, named Qin Dahai, owned an appliance repair shop outside the community. Usually, he was overlooked, merely fixing televisions and unclogging drains. However, few knew that this Master Qin had traveled extensively in his youth, mastering the intricate craft of lock-picking. At this moment, the once inconspicuous repairman sat nervously before Lu Guodong, cradling a cup of hot tea that Lu had brewed from his own stock. "Captain Liu, you are too kind," Master Qin stammered, waving his hands. "I merely possess a trivial skill. I hardly deserve the title of treasure." Such words are misguided. Lu Guodong personally lifted the kettle of freshly brewed tea to refill Master Qin's cup, adopting a humble demeanor that exuded respect. "Master Qin, what time is it?" "It is the end of days. In these chaotic times, a unique skill is worth more than a mountain of wealth. Your unparalleled lock-picking expertise is, without exaggeration, the golden key for all of us in the Blue Bay Peninsula." Master Qin was momentarily buoyed by this flattery, his posture unconsciously straightening, a hint of pride coloring his cheeks. He cleared his throat twice, tentatively asking, "So what does Captain Liu imply?" "My implication is straightforward," Lu Guodong replied, his smile still warm. "On behalf of the Blue Bay Peninsula Collective Committee, I formally invite you, Master Qin, to join us as the sole technical advisor for our official locksmith team." He paused, laying out his terms. "If you agree, from today onward, you and your family will receive the highest standard of material provisions daily. I will also deposit 100 points into your contribution account right now. For each door you open thereafter, you will earn an additional 10 points. What do you say?" Master Qin's eyes instantly sparkled. Daily provisions at the highest standard? And contribution points to boot? This offer was unparalleled. His sense of self-importance inflated dramatically, making him feel elevated above others. He lifted his teacup, feigning modesty as he took a sip, leisurely stating, Captain Lu's terms are indeed quite sincere. However, I must confess, I have a quirk. I cannot work with anyone hovering over me, and my tools are rather delicate and require special maintenance. This was his attempt to negotiate, seeking to extract further benefits. Lu Guodong maintained his smile, merely lifting his own teacup, gently blowing on the surface to dispel the foam, and replied in a calm tone, Master Qin, your skill is a precious asset to our community, and your tools are likewise invaluable. We will do everything in our power to meet your needs. He set down his cup, the base lightly tapping the table. However, Lu Guodong's tone shifted. The military aura he exuded becoming palpable. You must understand that this is an extraordinary time. Certain things belong to the collective and must serve the collective. Your expertise is no longer solely yours. It is the hope for survival for over 2,000 of us. I trust you comprehend this principle. We guarantee your safety and provide you with the best treatment because you are indispensable. If Lu Guodong left the sentence unfinished, but the unspoken threat lingered in the air, understood by all who were aware. Chapter 52, The Display of Power. Master Qin's earlier pride instantly froze, and he quickly adjusted his demeanor. It dawned on him that he was not facing a courteous client, but rather a formidable tyrant wielding life and death authority over thousands in this apocalyptic landscape. I understand. Captain Lu, rest assured, from this day forth, I, Qin Dahai, am part of the collective. Wherever you direct me, I shall not stray. Whatever lock you ask me to open, I shall open. That's more like it. Lu Guodong's fierce countenance vanished, replaced by his warm smile as he patted Master Qin's shoulder. We are all here for the collective, for everyone's survival. Master Qin, from now on, we are family. Master Qin forced a stiff smile, nodding repeatedly while inwardly cursing the situation. Lu Guodong spoke one way but acted another. His heart was as dark as night, having boarded this ship of thieves. He could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. That afternoon, Lu Guodong summoned all survivors once more. Standing tall, he exuberantly announced the official launch of locksmith services. All survivors could submit applications to the management committee, and our Master Qin would provide professional locksmithing services. A small cheer erupted from the crowd. However, Lu Guodong raised his hand to quell the noise, revealing the true rules. Each application for locksmith services would require a payment of 50 contribution points. This would serve as Master Qin's technical service fee and cover tool wear and tear. 50 points. The crowd erupted in chaos. An ordinary person, toiling away all day, could only earn 3 to 5 contribution points at most, barely enough to exchange for a meager meal. 50 points were nothing short of exorbitant. Yet, even more ruthless terms were to follow. Not only that, all unclaimed houses opened through official channels, along with any materials within, be it sustenance, medications, tools, or even the construction panels you are most concerned about, must yield half to the collective as public reserves. This is nothing short of blatant extortion, a staggering 50% cut. What gives? We have already contributed points. Why must we surrender half to you? Is this not akin to outright theft? Amidst the crowd, a voice of dissent finally broke through the tension. Lu Guodong cast a frigid gaze in that direction, even without uttering a word. Zhao Hu and several security personnel stationed beside him had already fixed their icy stares upon the speaker. You may choose not to comply. Lu Guodong's voice reverberated through the loudspeaker across the square. You may also opt to break down that security door yourself. I, Lu Guodong, will not stand in your way. However, those who cherish the collective spirit, I cannot restrain. A blend of coercion and benevolence. With that single utterance, he silenced the crowd. What would non-compliance achieve? Relying solely on oneself, one would find the door barred, unable even to touch the panels. There was even the risk of being assaulted, accepting Lu Guodong's tyrannical terms. Though it meant being stripped of a layer of one's dignity, would at least leave one with a remainder. Such was the grim reality. The survivors fell into silence. Humanity has always been a herd that submits to adversity. As long as the majority refrains from revolt, no matter how draconian the conditions, acceptance prevails. To encapsulate it in a single word, cowardice. Lu Guodong reveled in this sensation. What he desired was absolute dominion. He aimed to instill in everyone the understanding that in this community, the rules he set forth were akin to divine decree. Contribution points were the sole hard currency. Thus began the manifestation of power. Lu Guodong did not afford the crowd much time to digest or complain. He announced on the spot that the official unlocking team would commence immediately. The first target, the 14th building, the site of the most recent turmoil. A peculiar procession, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, made its grand entrance into the 14th building. Leading the charge was Lu Guodong himself, hands clasped behind his back. exuding an air of authority despite lacking an official title. Following closely was Master Qin, brandishing a black toolbox, his head held high, basking in the envious gazes of the surrounding survivors, as if he were the true nucleus of the team. Behind them trailed several fully armed security personnel, led personally by Zhao Hu, tasked with crowd control and vigilance, ensuring that any curious survivors were kept at bay outside the building and hallways. Bringing up the rear were a few young clerks, armed with paper and folders, hastily summoned to document and inventory the materials. The entire operation unfolded with remarkable order, imbued with an aura of legitimacy and coercion. They arrived at the door of a unit on the ground floor. "This one, 101, a survivor," shouted from beyond the barricade. "I know this family. They are on vacation. It's definitely empty." Lu Guodong nodded and gestured to Master Qin to proceed. Clearing his throat, Qin stepped forward amidst the collective gaze. He extracted a complete set of lock-picking tools from his toolbox, crouched down, placing a device resembling a stethoscope against the lock cylinder, while his other hand deftly inserted a slender hook into the keyhole. The corridor echoed solely with the soft clicking sounds of his manipulation. In less than a minute, click, a crisp sound of unlocking resonated. The security door that had stymied countless attempts swung open. "Well done. Master Qin is remarkable." Cheers and exclamations erupted from the crowd beyond the barricade. Master Qin stood, modestly smiling as he stepped aside. Lu Guodong waved his hand. "Enter." Inventory. Two clerks dashed inside, and moments later emerged with a registration form in hand. "Report to Team Lu. Inside, we discovered a case of bottled water, half a box of instant noodles, and approximately 3 kilograms of rice." And the panels? Lu Guodong's primary concern was this: the unclaimed panels, available for absorption. "Excellent." Lu Guodong nodded in satisfaction. Addressing the individual responsible for recording contribution points. "Allocate half of the discovered materials as points to the one who found this unit. 6 bottles of water. We'll take 3 and credit him with 3. 12 buckets of instant noodles. We'll take 6 and credit him with 6. As for the rice, we'll split it." Regarding the panels, he paused, coldly declaring, "Panels are classified as strategic resources entirely belonging to the collective. However, the discoverer will be rewarded with 10 contribution points. Subsequently, we will formally conduct exchanges based on their rarity and rewards." Thereafter, he commanded his security personnel to step forward and, before all, press the absorb button. Instantly, the panel of that security officer displayed upgrade progress 11. "Let us proceed to the next door." Lu Guodong led his official unlocking team, and soon the news of their endeavor spread throughout the entire community. Those solitary wanderers, such as Brother Feng, upon hearing this news, cursed vehemently. One of his subordinates rushed back with a report. "Brother Feng, that scoundrel Lu Guodong has monopolized the unlocking. Now, to enter an empty house, one must either break in or surrender half of their possessions to him. The panels also belong to them." Bang! Brother Feng kicked over a chair beside him. "Damn, how shameless. Does he truly believe this community is his own private estate? Let us move on." Chapter 53. Sister Wang's Intelligence. Room 802, Building 5. Ming Dao listened intently to Sister Wang's report, nodding. "Indeed, that is the situation." Sister Wang's voice carried a hint of trepidation. "Lu Guodong, accompanied by Master Qin, is conducting searches akin to a raid. Many are cursing him, yet they find themselves powerless against him. Oh, and he has mandated that all items retrieved must yield half to him." "Understood." Ming Dao nodded, retrieving a bottle of fresh water from behind him and handing it to her. "This is your reward for today. Thank you for your efforts." "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ming." Sister Wang gratefully accepted the water, expressing her gratitude profusely before hastily departing. Ming Dao closed the door and moved to the window, gazing at the distant 14th building, a cold smile playing on his lips. What a masterstroke! By monopolizing core technologies and establishing a system of fees and taxes based on them, he consolidates all scattered resources and productivity for himself. Not only does he amass wealth and expand the collective reserves, but he also elevates the dominion of contribution points, this virtual currency, to unprecedented heights. Astute, truly astute. Lu Guodong possesses the aura of a formidable leader. However, it is evident to the discerning that such near-robbery tactics, while solidifying his rule in the short term, will inevitably provoke deeper conflicts. The oppressed survivors, those solitary wanderers deprived of their livelihoods, harbor mounting dissatisfaction and resentment. For now, it simmers silently, but once it reaches a critical threshold, the resulting eruption could shatter the seemingly stable order into smithereens. "Play it slow." Ming Dao withdrew his gaze, The lower floors of the 14th building had already been thoroughly searched. He was curious to see the expressions of those involved. The 14th building. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After breaking into 3 doors consecutively, they had hoped to continue their momentum, only to find themselves empty-handed. Lu Guodong's complexion had deteriorated to an alarming extent. Standing beside him, the technical consultant Master Qin was also wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, hesitant to utter a word. Although he possessed the skill to unlock doors, it was contingent upon the presence of a lock to manipulate. Yet the circumstances surrounding the few households before them were far from satisfactory. Captain Lu, this is already the 3rd unit. There's absolutely nothing inside. Not even a panel, not a single hair. A young man responsible for registration ventured closer. I know. Lu Guodong's gaze was venomous enough to draw blood. What on earth is happening? Is the system announcement a fabrication? Or is it possible that these so-called unclaimed panels do not exist in every vacant property? He had established an official unlocking team, enacted draconian regulations, employing both coercion and inducement, all to secure control over every unclaimed panel, transforming this vital strategic resource into the cornerstone of his dominion. Yet now, after 3 attempts, he had encountered nothing but emptiness. This not only rendered his efforts futile, but also subtly undermined the authority he had just established. Downstairs, the survivors who had been barred from entering were watching the farce unfold with a gleeful glint in their eyes. Damn it, Lu Guodong muttered under his breath, feeling an unsettling aura enveloping the situation. Let us proceed to the 4th floor. Suppressing his fury, he waved his hand and led the team upward. He refused to believe in such misfortune. If he failed to publicly unveil a panel today, where would he place his dignity? However, just as the team reached the staircase landing of the 3rd floor, Zhao, who suddenly halted, pointing toward the 4th floor corridor, his voice low and grave. Captain Lu, look. Following his gaze, Lu Guodong's pupils constricted sharply. The kitchen window of room 401 on the 4th floor was shattered. The cracks were not the result of a blunt force, but rather 4 corners meticulously struck, with shards of broken glass scattered chaotically across the floor within. This minute detail implied that someone had previously infiltrated from the outside. A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Guodong's heart as he rushed up the stairs, signaling Master Qin to follow. Without hesitation, Master Qin advanced to unlock the door. With a click, the door swung open. Lu Guodong took the lead, entering the room himself. The living room was utterly bare, a thin layer of dust blanketing the floor. In the center, the space where the pale blue light panel should have floated was conspicuously empty. Again, it was devoid of anything. No, this cannot be right. Lu Guodong's gaze flickered toward a disassembled air conditioning unit in the corner and a few discarded black sponge filters nearby. An understanding dawned upon him. He hurried to the shattered kitchen window, extending his finger to lightly brush against the window frame. There was no dust. This indicated that the window had been opened within the last couple of days. Someone has long discovered this secret, he murmured. He comprehended. It was not a matter of absence. Rather, it had been claimed long ago by someone else. A vague silhouette in Lu Guodong's mind coalesced with a name atop the leaderboard. Anonymous. Score 47. It had to be him. Only this enigmatic individual, exhibiting remarkable foresight and initiative since the game's inception, could have discerned the secret of the panel prior to the system's announcement. Not only had he discovered it, but he had also exploited the information gap to quietly amass his resources. A chill surged from Lu Guodong's toes to the crown of his head. He had always believed himself the master of this community, the architect of its rules. Yet at this moment, he was horrified to realize that a pair of unseen eyes had been coldly observing everything from the shadows, always a step ahead of him. Who is this person? Who the hell are they? This hidden adversary instilled in him a sense of threat he had never before felt. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the window of room 802, casting slanted rays into an expansive study that had been magnified several times over. Ming Dao knelt on the floor, using a pencil to meticulously sketch out a plan on a piece of paper torn from a notebook, envisioning this secret space that belonged solely to him. On the left, against the wall, he drew several boxes, labeling them as the materials storage area, tools processing zone, and trap crafting table. In the spacious central area, he inscribed physical training ground. In the apocalypse, a robust physique was the foundation of everything. Near the window, in the area with the best lighting, he filled the space with a dense grid, noting beside it the word farming. Although he currently lacked seeds and cards, that did not hinder his foresight. The concept of an indoor farm capable of self-sufficiency was undeniably appealing. He reveled in the thrill of planning his future, akin to a deity constructing his own kingdom. At that moment, A series of rhythmic knocks resounded at the door. 3 long, 2 short. Ming Dao's pencil paused, and he slowly rose. Grabbing the crowbar that leaned against the table, he approached the peephole to peer outside. It was Wang Jie again, clad in an old coat, her hands tucked into her pockets, the brim of her hat pulled low. She anxiously scanned her surroundings like an inexperienced underground operative. After confirming it was safe, Ming Dao unlocked the door, opening it just a crack barely 20 centimeters wide. His imposing figure effectively concealed everything within. What is it? Chapter 54, Night Raid on the Villa Complex. Wang Jie jumped at the sudden sound, quickly retrieving a piece of paper that had been folded multiple times from her pocket and swiftly slipping it through the narrow opening. Mr. Ming, this is what you asked for. Ming Dao unfolded the paper. It was a densely annotated map sketched with a ballpoint pen depicting the layout of their building, number 5. Each room number was circled, accompanied by various fragmented notes. 602. Old Wang, male, around 60 years old, unclear background, enjoys fishing, wife has heart disease, requires long-term medication. Their home must have good cigarettes and liquor. 402. The male head of the household is named Qiangwu, a fitness coach in his 30s, very muscular. Has a bad temper. His wife is quite frail and often scolded by him. But their home seems to have substantial supplies. Just the other day, he heard them chopping meat. 501. 2 young occupants engaged in indoor renovations, likely possess many tools. They seem decent, but are not very talkative. 301. Zhang Dama's family, 3 members. 202. Vacant property. The owner seems to have never returned. This map was a vivid portrayal of the lives within Building 5. Who was strong? Who was weak? Which households harbored ailments? Which had resources? Who had conflicts with whom? And who posed a potential threat? All of this was meticulously recorded by Wang Jie, with her uniquely keen observational skills. While others might overlook it, it was imperative for Ming Dao to take note of the dynamics among the neighbors in this building. This was precisely the intelligence he needed. He nodded in satisfaction, carefully folding the map and placing it in his pocket. Excellent. With a newfound sense of courage, Sister Wang leaned closer to the door seam and lowered her voice. Mr. Ming, there's one more thing. Speak, he prompted. I have had some interactions with those solitary individuals who have not joined the collective. One of them was a friend of mine from the past. Mr. Ming's expression sharpened at this unexpected revelation. Today, while I was foraging for wild vegetables in the forest, I noticed their group huddled together, behaving suspiciously. I pretended to pass by and overheard them discussing plans to raid the Villa District for a big score. The Villa District? Mr. Ming's mind raced with possibilities. The grotesquely torn corpse, the foul-smelling fountain. Images of eerie scenes flashed through his mind. That place reeked of malevolence. Indeed, Sister Wang nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming with a hint of triumph. They seemed to have set their sights on a villa owned by a wealthy family, believing that they must be hoarding a substantial amount of food and a generator. She added, they mentioned that last night while passing by, they distinctly heard the sound of a generator. A generator. Those 3 words held immense significance. Mr. Ming felt a surge of interest. In a world where electricity and the internet had been entirely severed, a generator capable of providing stable power represented so much. Light, the ability to operate various appliances, a refrigerator for food storage, electric tools for precise work, and even a flicker of modern civilization reigniting. Its value was immeasurable. While Mr. Ming maintained a facade of calm, his heart raced uncontrollably. He knew that if he recognized the generator's importance, so too would Lu Guodong. And now, even that group of desperate individuals had set their sights on it. This small generator had evidently become the epicenter of a brewing storm. He retrieved a bottle of purified water he had prepared earlier from behind the door and slid it through the crack. An extra reward. Oh, and if you have an empty bottle, that would be appreciated. Sister Wang eagerly accepted the water bottle, clutching it tightly to her chest. Thank you, Mr. Ming. Thank you. Continue to keep an eye on the movements of both the management committee and the solitary individuals. I want to know everything, especially when they plan to take action. I understand. Sister Wang nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grains. You may go. Mr. Ming closed the door firmly, the lock clicking into place, followed by the sound of a pry bar being wedged against the door panel, a double layer of security separating 2 worlds. Sister Wang hastily tucked the precious water bottle into her voluminous clothing and hurried down the stairs, anxious to avoid being seen. The sun set swiftly. 2 dark red moons hung in the sky, casting an eerie light that bathed the forsaken land in a sinister crimson hue. In the stillness, a dozen shadows moved stealthily like phantoms through the overgrown garden, slipping into the Villa District. Leading them was the yellow-haired youth, Brother Foam. He and his companions, armed with steel rebars or pipes salvaged from construction debris, advanced furtively. The group halted deep within the villa district, their gazes fixated on a particularly grand, standalone villa. Its exterior was adorned with expensive marble, and even in the dim light, its former opulence was evident. Unlike the other villas that had been stripped bare, this one stood with its doors firmly shut, the intricately designed iron gate reinforced from the inside with thick wooden boards, all windows drawn shut with heavy curtains. Devoid of any light. "Brother Feng, this is the one," a slender youth known as Monkey whispered. "I heard it clearly that day. The generator's sound came from here." Brother Feng squinted, scrutinizing the imposing structure before him. He glanced at the boarded-up iron door and scanned the tightly shut windows. A sinister smile spreading across his face under the moonlight. "The more fortified it is, the more valuable treasures lie within. If there's a generator, there's electricity. If there's electricity, the refrigerator can be used. And if the refrigerator is operational, there must be fine meats inside. Do you understand?" "Understood," came the chorus of replies. "Get to work," Brother Feng barked, yet he refrained from ordering a full frontal assault on the door. That fortified iron door would make too much noise, likely attracting unwanted attention. He pointed towards the side of the garden, where a decorative boulder stood, nearly half a person's height. "Don't go through the front. Too loud," Brother Feng commanded. "Go move that rock for me. We'll enter through the window." Immediately, 4 or 5 burly youths rushed over, straining as they heaved the heavy decorative stone. They staggered to the side of the villa, and under Brother Feng's direction, aimed for a relatively weaker large glass door on the ground floor. Although that window was also fitted with security bars, it was undoubtedly a better point of entry than the front door. "Put your backs into it," Brother Feng urged in a hushed tone. 1, 2, 3, charge. Bang! The muffled sound of the impact echoed into the night. The sharp edge of the rock collided violently with the security bars, causing a significant dent. "It's working. Again." Brother Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Bang! Bang! Each resounding crash sent shivers through any potential survivors within the villa. As the third blow landed, the faint glimmer of light that had been visible through the curtain seems extinguished abruptly. Immediately, the intermittent hum of the generator ceased. "Hey, we've been discovered." A mocking grin spread across Brother Feng's face, akin to a cat teasing a mouse. The occupants inside were clever enough to turn off the lights and the generator. Unfortunately, it was too late. Their reaction only confirmed Monkey's intel, further igniting Brother Feng and his followers' greed. They had been hungry all day, and everyone yearned for a feast. "Quick, don't let them escape or hide their belongings," Brother Feng urged sharply, prompting his men to exert themselves even more. They pulled the decorative rock back further and, with all their might, launched one final charge. Crash! A thunderous noise erupted. This time, the deformed security bars could no longer withstand the force. The screws at the joints were ripped from the wall with tremendous power. The entire security grid, along with the double-glazed glass, was breached, creating a massive opening. "We did it! Go!" A fierce glint flashed in Brother Feng's eyes as he dropped the steel pipe to the ground and led the charge, scrambling through the gaping hole. The others followed suit, each one eager to flood into the dark villa. As expected, a rich aroma of meat wafted into their nostrils. An intoxicating scent that was the most irresistible temptation for their ravenous stomachs. "Damn, that smells incredible. Want a tea hand over all the food and drink right now." His voice echoed through the vast emptiness of the living room. "I'm in a good mood today, so I might consider sparing your lives. If you dare to hide anything," he abruptly directed the beam of light toward the staircase leading to the second floor, his tone menacing. "Then don't blame me for being ruthless." However, Brother Feng and his band of thugs, lost in the thrill of their plunder, remained oblivious to the fact that not far behind them, amidst the dense thicket of the villa garden, 2 additional pairs of eyes were observing everything unfold. In the shadows of the bushes, Ming Dao remained utterly still. His companion, Wang Chu, was in a far worse predicament. Dragged from the warmth of his bed by Ming Dao in the dead of night and brought to this cursed place, he was still in a state of bewilderment. When he witnessed Brother Feng's gang violently shattering windows and heard the heart-stopping crashes, his heart leaped to his throat. At this moment, crouched in the underbrush, he dare not even breathe, fearful of being discovered. As Brother Feng's gang stormed into the villa, he gently nudged Ming Dao with his elbow and whispered urgently in his ear, "Brother Ming, should we make our move now?" Ming Dao slowly turned his head, and in the dim light, Wang Chu could not discern his expression, only the startling brightness of his eyes. He shook his head and raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Wang Chu immediately closed his mouth, but the confusion and anxiety in his eyes intensified. "Can we take them?" Wang Chu was momentarily stunned. "Can we take them?" There were over a dozen of them, all wielding steel pipes and rebar, clearly hardened criminals. And on their side, only 2 of them, armed with a crowbar and a hefty physique. Charging him would be akin to courting death. Wang Chu chuckled nervously, choosing not to speak further. No ruse. Let the dogs have their fun for now. Dogs? Wang Chu's eyes widened, momentarily taken aback. Who is the dog? Lu Guodong and the others should be arriving soon. Let us play the role of spectators for now. Ming Dao patted Wang Chu on the shoulder, assuring him to watch the spectacle. He then turned his gaze back to the villa, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But who was the mantis, who the cicada, and who the oriole armed with a slingshot? Until the final moment, no one could say for certain. Damn, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. One of the henchmen ground the muddy soles of his shoes into the opulent Persian carpet, letting out a satisfied murmur. So damn comfortable. Laughter erupted around him. At that precise moment, Brother Feng raised his arm holding the flashlight, directing the beam squarely at the second-floor staircase. There stood 3 figures. An elderly man clad in dark blue silk pajamas, his hair graying but meticulously groomed, behind him. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman clutched tightly to a young girl in her 20s, whose tear-streaked face trembled with fear. The elderly man stood protectively in front of his wife and daughter. Though terrified, he endeavored to maintain a semblance of dignity and composure. The flashlight beam shone directly on his face, unabashedly provocative. After a long pause, it was the elderly man who spoke first. Young man, let us discuss this calmly. His voice was steady as he continued. This is a unique time, and we are all struggling. If you seek sustenance, I can offer you some. There is no need for hostility. He attempted to resolve the conflict with reason, a principle he had relied upon for decades. The mode of communication familiar to the civilized world he knew. Yet, he was facing beasts who had long abandoned civilization. Ha! A derisive chuckle escaped Brother Feng's throat. He brandished his steel pipe, demonstrating his gang's might. Old man, you no longer have the standing to negotiate with me. He paused, and the smile on his face twisted into something more sinister, his tone chilling. You have 2 choices. Either surrender everything consumable, drinkable, or usable in this house and get your family out of here immediately, or I will kill all 3 of you. The goods will still belong to us. The moment the threat was uttered, it shattered the young girl's last vestiges of psychological defense. She involuntarily let out a scream. Her mother reacted instantly, covering her daughter's mouth with her hand just as the scream pierced the air. The middle-aged woman trembled, tears rolling down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. Yet she understood that any provocative action could lead to dire consequences. Mr. Chen's expression was grim. He had anticipated greed and brutality from his assailants, but he had never imagined they would be so unreasonable, so utterly dismissive of human life. Have you made your decision, old man? Brother Feng's impatience was palpable as he rapped the ground with his steel pipe. My patience is limited. Don't do anything. Mr. Chen finally broke, raising his hands to indicate he posed no threat. I will give you everything, all of it. Faced with the specter of death, he ultimately chose to capitulate. Dignity, wealth, and decorum paled in comparison to the instinct to survive. Trembling, he pointed towards the side of the living room, behind a large oil painting. The basement. The generator and supplies are in the basement. Brother Feng followed his finger's direction, the flashlight beam illuminating the painting, which depicted a grand woman, an image of Mrs. Chen in her youth. Monkey, Ollie, Brother Feng called out without turning. Go check it out. 2 henchmen immediately complied, eagerly rushing forward. They roughly tore the painting from the wall, casting it aside, revealing a cleverly concealed hidden door behind. No key required. One of the burly men named Ollie stepped back, then kicked the door lock with all his might. Bang! A loud crash echoed as it splintered, the door quaking violently, yet the lock stubbornly held firm. Damn! Ollie cursed, rubbing his aching ankle. Stant Azida. Let me. Another, smaller youth known as Monkey pushed forward, wielding the crowbar they had previously used to pry open the security bars. He wedged the flat end of the crowbar into the door's seam, applying his entire weight down. Simul, open up. With a tremendous crash, the entire lock and a sizable section of the door were wrenched free, slamming against the wall. That's the power of leverage. Haha. A rich scent of diesel wafted out immediately. Brother Feng's eyes lit up. He shoved aside the 2 henchmen blocking his path and was the first to peer inside. Below lay a staircase leading down to a space far more expansive than anticipated. Brother Feng descended first, followed closely by the others, leaving 2 men behind to keep their steel pipes trained on Mr. Chen's family, preventing any escape or trickery. As the beam of Peak Brothers' flashlight illuminated the entirety of the basement, even he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This was no mere basement. It was akin to a miniature doomsday refuge, a fully equipped supply depot. Spanning over 100 square meters, the basement was well ventilated, dry, and impeccably tidy. Along the walls, rows of towering metal shelves stood proudly, brimming with provisions. On the leftmost shelf, cases upon cases of mineral water and assorted canned beverages, cola, juice, energy drinks were meticulously arranged. The central shelves were dedicated entirely to food. One level held an assortment of compressed biscuits and instant meals. Another was piled high with canned goods, including luncheon meat, fermented fish, and an array of fruits in syrup. The topmost shelf showcased dozens of large vacuum-sealed bags filled with substantial cuts of cured meats, hams, and dried sausages. The rightmost shelf was particularly impressive. Bags of 50-pound rice formed small hills, accompanied by barrels of cooking oil, cartons of instant noodles, and various condiments, salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, and even several large cans of milk powder and condensed milk. Such an abundance of supplies, capable of driving anyone mad in a post-apocalyptic world, lay before them without any form of protection, delivering a visual impact that was nothing short of devastating. In the furthest corner of the basement, a compact diesel generator, towering at half a person's height and appearing remarkably new, stood silently in place. Its body still radiated a hint of warmth, alongside neatly stacked metal barrels filled with diesel. Next to the generator, there was even a large capacity freezer, filled to the brim with premium beef. "Goodness gracious!" exclaimed the monkey, gazing at the room overflowing with supplies, utterly astonished. "Boss, we've struck gold. My word, just look at how much food there is. A generator, and a freezer, a full freezer. Is this the foresight of the affluent? A doomsday shelter? Ha ha ha. We're rich now. I'll never have to starve again." What was that saying? "While the neighbors hoard food, I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary." His subordinates erupted in greedy cheers, charging towards the shelves like a pack of crazed lunatics. Some even unscrewed a bottle of cola and guzzled it down with wild abandon. Peak Brother couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This was what true survival in the apocalypse looked like. He gestured for everyone to refrain from touching the supplies, instructing them to take stock first. Then he turned and leisurely ascended the stairs, returning to the living room. Standing before Mr. Chun, he raised his hand. "Clap, clap, clap. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this sooner?" The corners of Peak Brother's mouth curled into a smirk, relishing the moment. Mr. Chun dared not express his anger. "Bind all three of them up for me, and silence their mouths. Damn it, their wailing is irritating. You, Mr. Chin's heart raced with fear. The other party had no intention of letting his family go. "You bastards." Mrs. Chun clutched her daughter tightly, attempting to use her frail body to shield the girl from the two grinning henchmen approaching. Yet all was in vain. One henchman impatiently shoved her aside, while the other roughly seized the girl's arm. "My word, how fair-skinned." He chuckled. "Let go of my daughter, you beasts. Let her go." Mr. Chin's eyes nearly bulged with rage as he recklessly lunged at the two henchmen. However, his frail, aging body was no match for the youthful, desperate criminals. One of them didn't even need a weapon. With a swift kick, he struck Mr. Chun in the abdomen. Thud! Mr. Chun let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. "Dad!" The girl cried out, her wails piercing the air. But soon enough, a ragged piece of cloth, torn from somewhere, was forcefully shoved into her mouth, stifling her cries. "What's that? Daddy will make you scream even louder later." Chapter 57. A Heroic Rescue? Near the central square, an 8-member patrol team was proceeding at a leisurely pace. They were selected from the willing young men by Lu Guodong, led by the veteran soldier Zhao Hu. At this moment, the tension of the day began to ease, and the team members chatted animatedly, naturally gravitating towards the recent hullabaloo over the panel upgrades that swept through the entire neighborhood that afternoon. "Damn it, I never expected the panel could be upgraded. What do you think the upgrades will do? Will our strength increase several-fold?" A young man named Li Wei exclaimed, waving a steel pipe in the air, his face brimming with anticipation. "I bet it's more than that." Another team member chimed in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I heard from someone in Building 4 that the first security guard upgrade could punch a chunk of wall plaster right off, just like a superhero from the movies." "Are you serious?" "No way." Several people voiced their disbelief. "If I upgrade, I won't even fear a saber-toothed tiger when I head into the forest. One punch for each. That is 666, bro." Their fantasies fermented in the quiet night, transforming into a primal yearning for power. In this unfamiliar land, Anything that could enhance their survival instincts was enough to draw ordinary people in droves. As they spoke, they envisioned the day they would gather enough contribution points to earn an upgrade, elevating themselves above others, ensuring they would dine on meat every day without the fear of danger lurking outside. At that moment, a seemingly clever team member leaned closer to Zhao Hu. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face as he offered a cigarette. Brother Hu, here, have one. I heard that team leader, Lu, upgraded your panel right away. Tell us what's different about it. Let's have a glimpse. The others immediately quieted down, their envious gazes fixating on Zhao Hu. He reveled in the attention, enjoying the feeling of being the center of admiration. He declined the cigarette, instead pulling out a pack of soft chunghwa from his pocket. Taking one and placing it between his lips, Li Wei instantly stepped forward with a lighter, igniting it for him. Puff! Zhao Hu inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick smoke ring that obscured his smug expression. He glanced at the eager faces surrounding him, deliberately dragging out the suspense as he slowly spoke. Of course, there are benefits. Otherwise, why would so many rush to offer contribution points? What do you think? He raised his hand, casually closing his fist, the knuckles cracking with a crisp pop. However, turning into a superhero is impossible. We must trust in science. Besides, there's still a 24-hour countdown, and no one can predict what might happen. Don't just envy me. Zhao Hu flicked the ash from a cigarette, his tone dripping with a condescending sense of superiority. Work hard, and you won't be left out. Lu Guodong is fair with rewards and punishments. He won't shortchange his own people. On the surface, this statement appeared as encouragement, yet inadvertently revealed the class privileges and resource disparities that had already formed within Lu Guodong's faction. The so-called own people clearly enjoyed privileges unattainable by ordinary survivors. Zhao Hu savored this sense of privilege, believing it was his due reward. As one of the earliest supporters of Lu Guodong, a professional military talent, he had trained the security team, maintained order, and even faced saber-toothed tigers in the forest. He had bled and sweated for it, and thus felt entitled to the best returns. Brother Hu, how many contribution points are needed to apply for an upgrade? A cautious voice inquired. Zhao Hu scoffed lightly, dismissively waving his hand. Contribution points? Those are for the outsiders. Aside from myself, Dr. Lin, and Master Qin, our technical talents are prioritized for upgrades. As for contribution points, it's merely a matter of a word from team leader Lu. This proclamation stirred a tempest of emotions among the team members, their expressions quickly shifting from envy to awe, even tinged with jealousy. It became clear that the few contribution points they toiled for in a grueling day of patrol were utterly insignificant in the eyes of the true core circle. Lu Guodong's authority had grown so vast that he could freely allocate such extraordinary resources capable of altering destinies. Their gazes towards Zhao Hu grew fervent, as though they were beholding a living blueprint of their futures. As various thoughts raced through their minds, the atmosphere of conversation took on a peculiar tension, when suddenly, a dull clanging sound echoed from the direction of the northern villa area. The noise was not loud, yet it possessed a penetrating clarity that resonated throughout the stillness of the night. Most were still mulling over Zhao Hu's words, oblivious to the subtle disturbance. However, one astute team member abruptly lifted his head, straining to listen, his expression instantly turning grave. Brother Hu, do you hear that? He nervously nudged Zhao Hu's arm. What is that sound? The group fell silent, their focus sharpening. Clang, clang. The muffled impact reverberated again, rhythmic and deliberate. Is it the sound of something smashing against the wall? Libes pakulata unsartaili. Nonsense. Who in their right mind would be smashing walls at this hour? Another team member retorted. It sounds more like someone is banging on a door. Zhao Hu's brow furrowed. He forcefully crushed the half-smoked cigarette underfoot. His instincts as a seasoned soldier honed his judgment to realize that this was no natural occurrence. It was the sound of deliberate destruction. Moreover, it emanated from the villa area, a place in everyone's mind synonymous with wealth, abundant resources, and the utmost mystery and danger. Everyone, arm yourselves. Follow me to investigate. He swiftly drew a black police baton from his waist, its sound slicing through the air. Stay alert. Maintain silence and alternate cover as we advance. The atmosphere of the patrol team shifted from casual chatter to one of combat readiness. The team members, who moments ago were lost in dreams of the future, turned pale, gripping their steel pipes and wooden clubs tightly, their hearts racing uncontrollably. They followed Zhao Hu, treading softly, stealthily moving towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, outside the besieged villa, two figures remained concealed within a thicket of dense bushes. Upon seeing Zhao Hu lead the patrol team approaching, Ming Dao, hidden in shadows, felt no trepidation. Instead, A glimmer of excitement and anticipation sparked in his eyes. They're here, he thought, as the fish he had been waiting for finally began to enter the net. Beside him, Wang Chu was far less composed. Fear of being discovered gnawed at him, anxious that they might be dragged out and beaten. Ming Ji, it's Luke Wodong's men. They've come too. What should we do? Should we retreat? If they find us, it's all over. Caught between ruthless outlaws and aggressive official security, the two found themselves sandwiched like the thinnest slice of ham in a sandwich, ready to be crushed by the forces at play. Calm down. He pressed Wang Chu's shoulder, pushing him deeper into the shadows of the bushes, then leaned in to whisper. As long as you stay still, no one will notice you. Inside the villa, an unsuitable scene unfolded. The girl is quite the catch. Her skin as smooth as tofu, a burly man sneered, advancing menacingly toward the girl bound on the sofa. As he approached, he unbuckled his belt, his eyes gleaming with depravity. The girl's mouth was gagged with torn cloth, rendering her only capable of muffled whimpers. Her body thrashed violently, tears streaming down her cheeks, nearly losing consciousness from fear. Let go of my daughter, you beasts! I'll fight you. Not far off, Mr. Chun, pinned to the ground, was nearly beside himself. He strained with all his might to shake off the foot pressing down on his back, but it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as the beast drew closer to his daughter. His wife had already fainted from crying, collapsing to the ground, utterly unresponsive. Enough of the racket. Old man, growled another henchman, losing patience as he kicked Mr. Chen's back. Soon, your daughter will serve us well, and we might just spare your miserable life. You should be grateful. A wave of lewd laughter rippled through the room. The man who had unbuckled his belt stood before the sofa, reaching out with his filthy, greasy hand to grasp the girl's collar. Tear. The sound of fabric ripping was jarringly piercing. The girl's pale shoulder was exposed to the cold air, and in despair, she shut her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek. Just as that sinful hand was about to descend further, in the darkest moment of despair, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, resonating from outside the shattered window of the villa. Everyone inside listened. The voice was powerful, imbued with the distinct authority and ferocity of a soldier, instantly freezing everyone in the living room. Moments later, a blinding beam of light shot through the gaping hole, striking the would-be assailant squarely in the face, rendering him pale with shock. Feng Gu and his men were momentarily paralyzed. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the voice, only to find shadows filling the darkness outside, figures brandishing standard-issue batons and riot forks, appearing highly organized. At the forefront stood Zhao Hu, baton in hand, stepping confidently through the shattered window frame. He surveyed the disheveled girl and the leering brute, his voice simmering with barely contained rage. How dare you? You beasts! Do you even have a shred of law left? Feng Gu was initially startled. He hadn't anticipated anyone would dare to disrupt at such a moment. But as he discerned that only a few figures stood outside, armed merely with batons and forks, his astonishment quickly morphed into arrogance. How could he let this prize slip through his fingers? He slammed his steel pipe against the ground with a resounding clang, sneering as he shouted out. Who the hell are you? Running around at this hour trying to play the hero? Zhao Hu stepped over the shards of glass and the twisted security bars, landing squarely on the marble floor of the living room. Behind him, 7 team members followed closely, swiftly forming a wall within the breach. I'm a soldier. Zhao Hu stepped forward with conviction, the temperature in the room seeming to plummet. What is the matter? Do you think you're untouchable just because you're above the law? He extended his finger, methodically pointing at the faces of Brother Feng and his subordinates. One by one. Is you wretched few, solitary and vile? Do you think that in this environment you can act with impunity? That you can trample upon the dignity of others? That you can shamelessly humiliate women? His voice suddenly rose, brimming with righteous fervor. Let me make this clear. As long as I, Zhao Hu, am here, as long as there is even one soldier standing beside me, your schemes shall not prevail. Where do you place your country? Where do you place the law? You people are but parasites within a collective, and outside, mere beasts that prey on the weak. Pathetic. This vehement denunciation visibly unnerved some of Brother Feng's men, instinctively causing them to shrink back. They had never encountered anyone with such a commanding presence. The raw military ferocity emanating from him was almost suffocating. However, Brother Feng was utterly incensed. He despised being lectured on moral principles, especially when he was on the brink of reaping the fruits of victory. What the hell are you afraid of? Brother Feng bellowed to his men, attempting to mask the flicker of unease within him with sheer volume. It's just a handful of them. They don't even have guns. We are a dozen brothers. A single spit from each of us could drown them. We can take them down. He brandished a steel pipe, pointing it at Zhao Hu, his facial muscles taut. So what if you've been a soldier? This is the apocalypse. I can do whatever the hell I want. And I don't give a damn about you. All the resources in this villa district belong to us. Whoever dares to block our path shall die. He gravely miscalculated the combat capabilities of both sides. To him, this was merely a street brawl of 12 against 8, with the odds firmly in his favor. Yet, Zhao had lost all interest in further discourse. For such soulless scum, words were utterly futile. Only through iron and blood could they learn to revere. Zhao did not even issue a verbal command. He simply raised his left hand abruptly, executing a simple yet powerful tactical gesture, bringing his index and middle fingers together and sweeping them forward. Charge! His team members instantly understood the signal. Swish, 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 almost simultaneously with the gesture. 7 team members quickly paired up, one raising a bomb-proof shield to protect the upper body while the other wielded a black baton behind, swiftly forming 3 somewhat unorthodox yet fiercely intimidating assault teams. The remaining member maneuvered along the flank, ready to provide support. This formation had been taught by Zhao Hu in the past 2 days, and they executed it with remarkable flair. Though their movements appeared somewhat disjointed due to their limited training time, the synergy among them starkly contrasted with Brother Feng's disorganized mob, each man standing alone in chaotic formation. Finish them off. A thug sporting a mohawk amongst Brother Feng's men, spurred on by Zhao Hu's professional aura, let out a wild scream and charged first towards the foremost shield-bearer, swinging a thick steel bar. He aimed to rally his comrades with his bravado. However, he faced a professional bomb-proof shield. The shield-bearer stood firm, legs slightly bent, suddenly lowering his body to compress the shield's center of gravity. Just as the steel bar was about to strike the shield, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the attack head-on. Boom! With a dull thud, the moment the shield met the steel bar, the shield-bearer deftly adjusted his wrist, executing a standard blocking technique to dissipate the force. While his forward momentum infused the shield with all of his strength, the thug felt an overwhelming force surge through the steel bar, numbing his grip and rendering his entire arm senseless. The impact of a shield abruptly halted his advance, causing him to stumble, leaving him wide open. Opportunity. In that fleeting moment of instability, behind the shield-bearer, another team member had already prepared his baton. Without a hint of hesitation, he struck. Crack! The first blow landed precisely on the thug's wrist, holding the steel bar. A faint sound of bone cracking echoed. Ah! The thug let out a piercing scream as the steel bar clattered to the ground. But that was not the end. Crack! The second strike followed swiftly, landing mercilessly on the outer side of his supporting right knee. Another dull sound resonated. The thug's cries intensified as his leg lost all support, his body collapsing to the ground uncontrollably, stripped of all combat capability. He could only clutch his deformed wrist and knee, writhing in agony on the ground. From his charge to his fall, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Clean and swift. Beautiful. Zhao Hu's voice rang out, laced with approval. That's how you do it. Follow the formation I taught you this afternoon. Fear not. Keep the shield in front. Use the shield to retaliate. Use the shield to charge. Consider it practice. His words greatly bolstered the confidence of his team. In stark contrast, for Brother Feng's side, it was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. From the outset, the battle presented a lopsided scenario. After the first successful engagement, Zhao Hu's team unleashed their full potential. They adhered strictly to Zhao Hu's earlier teachings, pairing up, combining shields and batons, advancing steadily. Their strikes followed a clear pattern, each baton swing targeting the opponent's wrists, ankles, knees, and collarbones. Vulnerable joints aimed to inflict pain. Standard emergency baton techniques. In stark contrast, Brother Feng's rogues were thrown into disarray. Though each appeared robust, wielding steel bars and iron rods, their tactics were utterly chaotic, lacking any semblance of strategy. Their attacks primarily consisted of wild swings, leaving them open to counterattacks. Such tactics might instill fear against ordinary individuals, but they appeared laughable before a bomb-proof shield. Clang! Bang! One rogue attempted to strike the shield-bearer's head with a steel pipe, but was effortlessly blocked by the shield. Another team member swiftly struck his waist, causing him to double over in pain. Another rogue tried to sneak around for a surprise attack, only to be kicked in the calf by a flanking team member, sending him sprawling. The baton fell upon his neck, plunging him into darkness. Laughter erupted among the team. They had never imagined that fighting could be executed in such a manner. Truly, the military techniques were formidable. As for Zhao Hu, he seized a bomb-proof fork, charging like a tiger down the mountain towards the bewildered Brother Feng. Damn you! Seeing his men floundering in panic, Brother Feng found himself cornered, and his primal ferocity surged forth, gripping the steel pipe tightly. He summoned all his strength and swung it down towards Zhao Hu's head with a force that howled through the air. Yet, Zhao Hu showed no sign of fear. Just in time, at the very moment the steel pipe was about to descend, he twisted his wrist, raising the bomb-proof fork from below to meet it with precision. Clang! A piercing clash of metal resounded as Brother Feng's determined blow was firmly intercepted by the uniquely curved blade of the bomb-proof fork. The steel pipe was firmly embedded in the crescent blade, as if it had been welded in place, rendering Brother Feng utterly immobile despite his strenuous efforts. His pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched on his face. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Hu let out a fierce low shout. Twisting his wrist forward with a powerful thrust, an irresistible force surged through the steel pipe. Brother Feng felt a searing pain in his wrist, the impact fracturing the base of his thumb, causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. Clang! The steel pipe flew from his hand, rolling far across the ground. Disarm! In that moment of shock caused by his lost weapon, Zhao Hu's onslaught came swiftly. A lightning-fast whip kick struck Brother Feng squarely in the abdomen. Bang! Brother Feng felt his internal organs jolt painfully, a surge of agony radiating from his belly, sending him tumbling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground, curling into a ball, unable to utter a single scream. Zhao Hu stepped forward, his foot pinning Brother Feng's chest, looking down upon him with a gaze filled with disdain and contempt. Damn, I thought you were something special? A yellow-haired fool remains just that, incapable of achieving anything significant. If I weren't retired and bound by the rules of this uniform, I could take you down with one hand. Brother Feng coughed violently, each spasm forcing a mouthful of blood-tinged spittle to spill from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with venomous resentment as they locked onto Zhao Hu. The humiliation of defeat clouded his judgment, gathering the blood in his mouth. He spat defiantly at Zhao Hu's pant leg. Spit! What pride do you have in being Lu Guodong's dog? Before he could finish his words, a resounding slap crashed against his face. Slap! The sound was crisp and humiliating. Brother Feng's face began to swell visibly, a buzzing in his ears leaving him dazed. Zhao Hu slowly retracted his hand, his gaze cold as he spoke deliberately. You insolent fool, if you cannot articulate yourself, then do not speak at all. I am no one's dog. I am here to uphold order, while you are but the scum that disrupts collective harmony. Having said that, he turned his back on this utterly defeated waste, striding towards Mr. Chun's family, bound to the sofa. With a knife he carried, he swiftly severed the ropes binding the girl and her mother, freeing them from the rags stuffed in their mouths. It's all right. His voice softened unconsciously, contrasting starkly with the earlier brutality. The girl trembled, lifting her tear-streaked face to gaze upon this man, who seemed like a divine savior descending from the heavens. Once more, she burst into tears. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 60, A Frightening Glimpse. Released from his restraints, Mr. Chun rushed over, tumbling to embrace his wife and daughter, weeping loudly. After his tears subsided, he turned to Zhao Hu, ready to kneel. Benefactor, lifesaver. Zhao Hu, quick to react, supported him. There is no need for that. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chun stammered, gripping Zhao Hu's arm as if clutching the only lifeline. I am willing to surrender all our resources to the collective. All of it. I only ask for your protection for my family's safety. Witnessing Brother Feng subdued in one swift move, the remaining solitary wanderers dared not harbor any thoughts of resistance. They exchanged terrified glances, scrambling to their feet, ignoring their injuries and fallen comrades. Snatching up a few packs of biscuits and cans hastily brought up from the basement, and fled like mad towards a shattered window. Brother Hu, they're trying to escape. A security team member immediately advanced to pursue. Don't chase them. Zhao Hu raised his hand to stop him. A cornered rat should not be pursued. Let them flee. He watched the disheveled figures retreating, speaking coldly. I will report this to Captain Liu for handling. In the distance, among the shrubs of the villa's garden, Ming Dao observed the entire battle unfold. His companion Wang Chu was left utterly stupefied by the swift and brutal scenes, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. He was merely a novelist, having never witnessed such raw, efficient violence. Good heavens! Wang Chu stood there, looking at Zhao Hu with eyes full of admiration. This is simply too fierce. Is this a movie? Ming Dao said nothing, yet his gaze lingered on Zhao Hu. Seeing more than Wang Chu, he perceived discipline, strategy, and a soldier's unwavering adherence to certain principles, even amidst the apocalypse. Zhao Hu's violence served a purpose, aimed at maintaining order, while Brother Feng's was merely a rapacious fulfillment of personal desires. This marked the fundamental distinction between the two, in stark contrast to Lu Guodong, who increasingly resembled a politician with a ruthless edge. The retired soldier named Zhao, who maintained his military integrity and sense of justice even in dire times, was, in Ming Dao's eyes, undoubtedly an ally worth cultivating or engaging with. This man is indeed commendable. A meaningful smile slowly curved Ming Dao's lips in the darkness. Zhao Hu's gaze swept across the chaotic living room, confirming that all threats had been neutralized. His subordinates were methodically restraining the fallen, moaning solitary wanderers with plastic zip ties. Their movements practiced. He nodded in satisfaction, reassured that his teachings were not in vain. He turned, preparing to inquire about the specifics from Mr. Chen's family, his flashlight unconsciously sweeping through the surrounding darkness. The beam sliced through the night, scanning the disordered garden, eventually carelessly gliding over a particularly dense thicket. Just as the beam was about to move away, Zhao Hu's motion abruptly halted. When the light passed over that patch of shrubbery, he thought he glimpsed an unusual glint. It was neither dew nor shattered glass. It felt more like the eyes of something lurking in the darkness. Was it an illusion? Or was there something else in the woods? Following the terror of the saber-toothed tiger, Zhao Hu remained hyper-vigilant about any rustle or movement in this land. He preferred to believe in the possibility of danger rather than dismiss it. The beam abruptly shifted direction, fixating firmly on the thicket. "Who is there?" he bellowed. "Wang Shu, oh my God, it's over. We've been discovered." He could distinctly feel the blinding beam penetrating through the branches, casting a few light spots on his pale face. Every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously, even forgetting to breathe. A paralyzing fear of impending doom threatened to suffocate him. "I'm going to be killed." Just as he felt his spirit leaving his body, a large hand gently pressed on his shoulder. It was Ming Dao. Ming Dao remained in a half-squat position, nearly merging with the darkness. He gestured for silence. Their eyes met, as if conveying, "Do not move, do not make a sound, do not breathe." Wang Chu read the command in those eyes. He bit his lip tightly, mimicking Ming Dao's demeanor, pressing his body lower and remaining utterly still, curled up in the deepest shadows of the bushes, not daring to even blink. Time in that moment stretched unbearably long. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The bushes lay in hushed silence, with no disturbances save for the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the night breeze. No sounds, no figures, not even the slightest hint of suspicious movement. Zhao Hu let out a sigh of relief. Could it be that he was merely overly anxious? Perhaps it was just a small creature in the woods, startled by the light, reflecting it momentarily? Never mind, he thought. Paranoia had gotten the better of him. Eventually, Zhao Hu slowly withdrew his gaze, moving the beam of his flashlight away. "For heaven's sake, be more decisive," he shouted at his subordinates who were binding their captives. "Trying to mask his earlier lapse? Make sure you tie them up tightly. Wait for Captain Lu to come and deal with them." In the bushes, once the deadly beam of light was withdrawn, Wang Chu dared to exhale a breath of relief. What a nerve-wracking experience it had been. He glanced at Ming Dao beside him, only to find that the man remained in his original position. What was this man's nerves made of? Before long, a rapid, dense sound of footsteps approached from afar. Lu Guodong, accompanied by a large group of people, finally made his delayed entrance. He strode at the forefront, flanked by core committee members like Lin Yifu and Song Kaming, along with a dozen young men armed with clubs who had volunteered to assist. The entire procession was imposing, exuding an air of official authority. Upon entering the villa's living room, Lu Guodong surveyed the chaos and the subdued figures of Brother Feng and his men, subdued by Zhao Hu and his subordinates, and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Well done." He patted Zhao Hu on the shoulder, generously offering his praise. However, when his gaze fell upon the gaping hole leading to the basement, and he caught a whiff of the faint scent of diesel wafting from within, his breath quickened. A generator. Chapter 61. The First Beam of Light. He dashed forward, nearly scrambling down the basement stairs on all fours. As he personally switched on a flashlight, illuminating the mountain of supplies, his expression transformed from stern to uncontainable elation upon spotting the brand new, gleaming diesel generator in the corner. His laughter echoed through the basement, a sound tinged with madness. He hurried to the generator, caressing its cold metallic shell, feeling the residual warmth lingering upon it. "Excellent. Wonderful." He abruptly turned around, lavishing praise upon Zhao Hu. "You've made a tremendous contribution to our collective." Zhao Hu merely returned a somewhat unrefined military salute. "It is my duty." Lu Guodong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, knowing it was not the time for celebration. but rather the perfect moment to assert his authority and rally the hearts of his people. He ascended the stairs again, returning to the living room. At that moment, he was invigorated, resembling a general basking in victory. His gaze swept over those bound like Zhongzi, some unconscious, others moaning in pain, finally settling on Brother Feng, who had been mercilessly kicked to the brink of death by Zhao Hu. He approached Brother Feng, towering over the young man who had once dared to challenge his authority, a smirk of feline amusement gracing his features. "What is this? Aren't you quite the fighter? Weren't you rather arrogant?" Lu Guodong taunted, nudging Brother Feng's face with his toe, dripping with disdain. "What has happened now? Reduced to a mangy dog?" Brother Feng glared at him with venomous eyes, but the blood and excruciating pain rendered him speechless. Lu Guodong let out a cold laugh, dismissing the defeated foe. Clearing his throat, he addressed everyone present with a commanding voice, announcing his decision. "I declare, from this day forth, the Blue Bay Peninsula shall establish a new penal system. For those who disregard collective rules, committing arson, murder, and plunder, attempting to undermine our unity, we can no longer merely isolate them as before. That would be too lenient." He pointed a finger sharply at Brother Feng and his unfortunate accomplices. "From this day forth, you shall be the first batch of labor reform prisoners on Blue Bay Peninsula. All the dirtiest, most arduous, and most perilous tasks shall fall upon you. Digging latrines, clearing garbage, disposing of corpses, serving as bait on the outskirts of the forest. You shall atone for your sins through your sweat and labor. Only when your contribution points turn positive will you regain your humanity." His words were resolute and resonant, heralding the birth of a new class within the community, the labor reform prisoners. This was a tier even lower than the lone wanderers, devoid of dignity. They were no longer free men, but stripped of all rights, reduced to slaves who could only barter their lives for a glimmer of survival through endless toil. This was already an extreme punishment within the context of a rule of law society. In other words, it was also a show of force. The tragic fate of Brother Feng and others served as a proclamation to all survivors. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. After dealing with the enemy, Lu Guodong immediately donned a benevolent demeanor, approaching the shaken Mr. Chun and his family. He personally helped the trembling Mr. Chun to his feet, his face filled with concern and sympathy. "I recognize you, Mr. Chun. I apologize for the distress caused to you and your family. On behalf of the Blue Bay Peninsula community, I extend my deepest condolences. Rest assured, we will ensure that these lawless thugs are met with the harshest punishment." Mr. Chun's lips moved, nodding repeatedly. Lu Guodong grasped his hand tightly, as if they were long-lost relatives reunited. "Mr. Chun," he continued, his tone turning earnest, "you must see, this world is perilously dangerous. It is exceedingly difficult for a single family to survive in such an apocalyptic era. Your villa is a prime target, and the supplies within are enough to attract countless wolves." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of supplies, a flicker of barely perceptible greed flashing in his eyes. Yet the words he spoke were laden with righteousness. "Thus, I have a proposal. For the absolute safety of you and your family, and for the future of our entire collective, I hope you will entrust this villa, along with all the supplies in the basement, to be managed and allocated by the collective." He emphasized his words, assuring him with utmost sincerity. "The collective will provide your family with a secure residence in our most tightly guarded residential area. Moreover, you will receive sufficient food rations to ensure a comfortable life for your family of 3. Medical care, safety, everything will be guaranteed by the collective." He shook Mr. Chun's hand vigorously, his eyes aflame with intensity. "Mr. Chun, please rest assured, in the family of the collective, we shall never abandon any compatriot. We are one family." His words were heartfelt, stirring deep emotions. Yet at their core, they were nothing more than a guise for extortion. He stripped Mr. Chun and his family of all their means of production and survival capital, exchanging them for security and food rations, rendering them completely powerless and transforming them into a mere mascot, entirely dependent on the collective for their existence. A living emblem to promote Lu Guodong's unparalleled benevolence. Faced with this seemingly magnanimous arrangement, Mr. Chun, who had just endured a harrowing brush with death, found himself devoid of any capacity or will to resist. His sole desire was to survive and protect his wife and daughter. "I agree," he hoarsely uttered. "We shall abide by Captain Lu's arrangements." "Good." A satisfied smile spread across Lu Guodong's face. With an iron fist, he punished his enemies while extending benevolence to his allies. A balance of firmness and gentleness. A push and pull. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The diesel generator, regarded as a treasure, was cautiously escorted back to the makeshift command center in the property office building by a dozen young men. Master Qin immediately inspected and connected the wiring. At precisely 9 o'clock, as Lu Guodong personally flipped the switch, a faint hum of electricity accompanied the sudden illumination of a glaring incandescent bulb in a window on the 3rd floor of the command center. Light. The first light ignited by human-made electricity since arriving in this world. This beam of light was strikingly conspicuous and astonishingly incredible amidst the darkness of the blood moon-shrouded community. Cheers erupted within the command center. Lu Guodong, Zhao Hu, Lin Yifu, and others stood bathed in this radiance, their faces glowing with the smiles of victors. This light was more than mere illumination. It symbolized hope, proclaiming to all that the flame of human civilization had not been extinguished. Yet simultaneously, it represented power and class. After all, it was no longer a public resource accessible to all, but rather a privilege exclusive to a select few victors. While everyone saw this light, only a small handful within the command center could truly bask in its glow. The light starkly delineated the world of the survivors into 2 distinct realms, the ruling class and the common masses. Chapter 62. Day 3 Settlement. The reactions of the survivors witnessing this light were starkly disparate. In a pitch-dark room, a young mother cradled her hungry, wailing child. Upon glimpsing the distant glow outside, hope ignited in her eyes. She pointed toward the light, softly reassuring her child, "Look, darling, there's light. Everything will be all right." Meanwhile, in another building, a man, reduced to gnawing on hard, dry biscuits due to his lack of contribution points, looked resentfully at the beam, muttering curses under his breath. Why should they have all the benefits? Damn Lu Guodong. He swallowed the biscuit harshly, a flame of jealousy raging within him. Others merely gazed numbly at the window. The light was bright and beautiful, akin to an unattainable dream. Yet they understood that it bore no relation to their lives. Silently, they drew the curtains, turning back into their darkness, continuing to huddle in their cold bedding, pondering where tomorrow's food might come from and whether they would survive to see another dawn. That beam of light illuminated the glory of the upper echelon while casting deeper shadows upon the lower strata. Ming Dao and Wang Chu, having confirmed Lu Guodong's main force had departed with the spoils and captives, quietly withdrew from the bushes and returned to Building 5. On the way back, Wang Chu remained shaken, still immersed in the shock of earlier events, his mind racing. "Damn, that was intense," he remarked as they walked. "Brother Ming, I've truly opened my eyes today. Zhao Hu and his crew are ferocious. Their fighting is like slicing through melons. And that Lu Guodong, he has something else." He halted, casting a complex glance back at the illuminated command center. "Brother Ming, Lu Guodong has solidified his position. With the might of Zhao Hu's guns and the riches of supplies, now he even has electricity. This power is a closed loop. What are we to do?" Wang Chu's concerns echoed the sentiments of the vast majority of survivors who remained on the fringes of the collective. Faced with a burgeoning absolute power, individual strength appeared minuscule and impotent. Upon hearing Wang Chu's query, Ming Dao finally paused, turned his head, and regarded him with a half-smirk. "Your words make us sound like villains." Wang Chu blinked, scratching his head. "I didn't mean it that way. Let them be strong," Ming Dao resumed, continuing his forward march. "What day is it today?" "The 2nd. Each household still has some provisions. Resources are not yet critically scarce. Thus, he can wield his small favors and threats to bind everyone together. Because no one has yet reached the point of desperation, they can still endure. Just wait a week. When every household has consumed their supplies, when everyone must rely on his meager contribution points for food, when hunger truly begins to gnaw at their insides and sanity, that will be the true test of humanity. Lu Guodong's true nature will soon be revealed." Silence enveloped the atmosphere. At midnight, precisely on the dot, in room 802 of Building 5, a vast study expanded by the space expansion card to the size of a small library, Ming Dao sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, breathing steady and deep. In an instant, 2 beams of light simultaneously ignited. One manifested before him as the construction panel, radiating a familiar azure glow. The other erupted deep within his mind, a thunderous awakening of his unique daily settlement system. The azure light pierced the darkness as the cold, mechanical, synthesized voice resonated in his mind at the appointed time. Daily settlement begins. Comprehensive assessment, based on your actions today. Action 1. Witnessing and analyzing the power shift. You observe the collective's cleansing of the lone wolves and the incorporation of the neutrals, gaining insight into the establishment of the power core at Blue Bay Peninsula. The modes of cleansing and consolidation, and acquiring crucial intelligence regarding the 2 factions, the collective and the lone wolves. Evaluation. Strategizing from the sidelines, yet truly accomplishing nothing. However, sometimes doing nothing is the best choice. Score. 2. A subtle smile flickered at the corner of Ming Dao's mouth. This evaluation was both precise and scathing. As per usual, he had indeed done nothing. He neither participated in the foolish plundering of others, nor engaged in Luke Wodong's righteous crackdown. He merely remained a calm observer, taking in everyone's performances and deducing future trajectories from them. The system evidently recognized this detached strategic acumen. Action 2. Incorporating a key informant. You leveraged your information and resource advantages at minimal cost, a bottle of purified water, successfully incorporating the pivotal informant, Sister Wang, and acquiring a comprehensive intelligence network covering all the residents of Building 5. Evaluation. Information is power. In the apocalypse, human sentiment holds more value than brute force, yet is equally inexpensive. Score. 2. A bottle of water exchanged for a pair of eyes to monitor the internal movements of the building, along with an astonishingly detailed map of interpersonal relations. This transaction proved to be extraordinarily lucrative, and Ming Dao was quite pleased with it. Sister Wang's presence completed his final piece of the puzzle in controlling information at the grassroots level. Action 3. Crafting and successfully deploying traps. You utilized blueprints and gathered materials to successfully construct 3 simple animal traps, strategically placing them along the critical game trails leading deep into the forest, showcasing exceptional manual dexterity and strategic foresight. Evaluation. An exemplary hunter, never waiting for prey to come to you. You have made a pivotal transition from a passive survivor to an active predator. Score. 16. 16 points. This stands as the highest individual score among today's actions. Ming Dao speculated that it might be 5 points for each trap crafted and 1 point for each placement. This seems reasonable. Evidently, the system accords the highest value to proactive endeavors that create productive resources and possess long-term strategic significance. In contrast, mere evasion and observation yield considerably lesser value. This reaffirmed his judgment. To attain more, one must embrace greater risks and engage in more actions. Action 4. Survive an attack from a saber-toothed tiger and successfully concealed yourself and your companions. Evaluation. In the face of an insurmountable foe, survival itself is victory. However, remember that fleeing and hiding garner neither respect nor points. Score. 2. Action 5. Survive for a day. Evaluation. Congratulations on surviving another day. Please continue to strive. Score. A stream of settlement information flowed by. Finally, the panel came to a halt. Settlement complete. Comprehensive score, 23 points. Cumulative score, 70 points. Evaluation. In silence, one hears the thunder. In the formless, one achieves remarkable feats. Maintain this momentum, and do not allow those basking in the light to discover your shadow. Chapter 63. Simple Animal Cage. 70 points. This figure left Ming Dao momentarily astonished. He felt akin to a player in a game who had obtained a guide in advance, stepping precisely on scoring points with every move, thus creating a distinct dimensional gap from those ordinary survivors still grappling with the rules. With the score settled, the familiar reward interface reappeared, but this time, the options had undergone a transformative change. Please select your reward. 1 special ammunition box. White contains crafting kits for Molotov cocktails X3, smoke bombs X5, flashbangs X5. 2 building blueprint, random acquire, white, random building blueprint. 3 card, random acquire a white card with special rules. A card? Ming Dao's attention was instantly captured by the third option. The ammunition box undoubtedly held great value. Molotov cocktails and smoke bombs could prove immensely useful in future conflicts. Yet they were ultimately consumables, one used, one lost. The building blueprint, however, was his most familiar tool for scoring points, the foundation for sustainable development. Whether it be a water purifier or an animal trap, both underscored the immense value of blueprints. Had this been yesterday, he would have chosen it without hesitation. However, today, the term card, imbued with an air of mystery, reminded him of the space expansion card that had fundamentally altered his survival paradigm. That card did not simply grant an ability, it bestowed a miracle. It defied physical laws, conjuring 100 square meters of secure space from thin air. This power stood in stark contrast to the blueprints, which required the collection of materials and a methodical approach to crafting. Ming Dao hesitated not at all. His thirst for exploration of the unknown and desire for higher powers swiftly eclipsed his pursuit of stable gains. He was determined to uncover the secrets hidden within this novel system branch. I choose option 3. The card. Ming Dao silently affirmed. The moment he uttered his choice, the reward screen erupted in a dazzling display. The first two options quickly dimmed and vanished, leaving only the third option radiating an increasingly brilliant light. The light coalesced, and ultimately, a tangible card slowly descended, hovering before him. It was a card whose edges burned with dark golden flames, slightly weighty to the touch, imbued with a cool metallic texture. The reverse side of the card bore a grotesque beast's head design, its hollow eyes and interlocking fangs exuding an aura of primal and wild oppression. Ming Dao extended his finger, gently brushing against the front of the card. Card: simple animal cage, white. Type: item card. Effect: upon use, generates a sturdy simple animal cage. Dimensions: 3m x 3m x 3m, directly in front of you. This cage is composed of an unknown metal, impervious to damage, suitable for confining or transporting medium-sized creatures. Special effect: provides a gradual taming and recovery effect on creatures within the cage. Taming. Recovery. Ming Dao's heart raced. He instantly grasped the fundamental difference between card and blueprint. Blueprints provide the means to fish. They impart knowledge and methods, enabling you to utilize the world's resources for sustainable production. Yet they demand time, materials, and personal effort. Conversely, card provide the fish directly. They yield immediate results and manifest miracles that defy the rules. Just like this animal cage, it requires no steel beams or welding skills, with merely a thought. An indestructible cage can be conjured instantly. This is a one-time use, a consumable, yet offers immediate rule-altering power. If blueprints are industrial, then card are magic. Ming Dao gripped the card tightly, a bold plan already taking shape in his mind. This animal cage was perfectly tailored as a follow-up facility for his 3 traps. Meanwhile, in the central square of Blue Bay Peninsula, the colossal heart of the community, canopy illuminated once more at midnight, with personal rankings having shifted slightly. First place, Anonymous. Cumulative score, 70. Second place, Anonymous. Cumulative score, 49. 70 points. The strong remain strong, and the weak remain weak. This number struck like a merciless slap, harshly impacting the face of every survivor. Particularly, it dealt a sharp blow to those collective committee members who had just celebrated a significant victory, basking in joy and power. In the property command room, the only brightly lit room in the entire community, illuminated by a diesel generator, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Lu Guodong, holding a cup of hot tea, beamed with vitality. Zhao Hu, you performed magnificently today. You showcased our collective might. You embodied the courage of a soldier. He clapped Zhao Hu on the shoulder, showering him with praise. I've arranged for the Chun family. Their voluntarily surrendered supplies have been logged by Professor Song, and tomorrow, we will allocate a portion according to contribution points to reward all comrades who participated in today's actions. Especially you, Zhao Hu. I'll credit you with the top merit. Contribution points, an additional 300 for you. Thank you, Captain Liu. Zhao Hu straightened his back, pride radiating from his face. And Dr. Lin, Master Qin, Professor Song. Lu Guodong surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across every core member present. Today, we not only dealt with that gang of societal scum, but more importantly, we acquired a generator. We gained electricity. This is the first step for us on Blue Bay Peninsula towards a new era. It is the cornerstone of our civilization's reconstruction. Come on, I propose a toast to our victory today. Cheers to the collective. Within the room, everyone raised their glasses filled with water, their faces alight with the promise of a bright future. It seemed as though they could already envision a magnificent homeland, orderly and robust, rising with them at its core. Just at the zenith of this exuberant atmosphere, a bystander suddenly exclaimed in a dissonant tone, "Lulu team, look, the leaderboard." All movement froze. The smile on Lu Guodong's face momentarily stiffened. He furrowed his brow and summoned his panel. The screen displayed the leaderboard for Heart of the Community. Then, he beheld the number 70. That glaring, lofty figure seemed to mock all his efforts. The once vibrant atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy stillness. All smiles froze in disbelief, replaced by shock, bewilderment, and incredulity. Is this even possible? Chapter 64, Decomposition and Synthesis Station. 73 points? Lin Yifu adjusted his glasses. Usually composed, he too found it impossible to maintain his calm. Had he truly earned just 23 points today? 23 points. Lu Guodong had led everyone in quelling internal strife, seizing a generator, establishing a penal system, accomplishing monumental tasks, and yet, his personal score amounted to a mere 18 points. This was already an extraordinary achievement for an ordinary person. But that anonymous individual, that scoundrel lurking in the shadows, what had he done? By what right did he receive a higher score than Liu? A wave of relentless humiliation crashed over Lu Guodong, obliterating his rationality. He felt like a jester performing desperately on stage, while that anonymous figure sat in the front row, coldly gazing at him with a look of derision. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Lu Guodong's breath grew heavy as he fixated on that name. Today we captured individuals, seized generators, and established a new order. All significant achievements within the community were ours. How could he alone claim such accolades? By what right does he earn a score surpassing all ours? No one could provide an answer. Zhao Hu's expression grew gravely solemn. He recalled the eerie glint he had observed in the garden that night, flashing through the bushes. Could it be? Investigate. A low growl, suppressed to the utmost, erupted from Lu Guodong's throat. He slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud. Find out. Retrieve all the residents' records. Cross-check their scores, household by household, especially those who live alone. Seldom venture out, and rank high in points. Spare not a single one. I care not who he is, nor the means he employed, even if it means turning the entire community upside down. I demand to unearth this anonymous first. He must be exposed. He would not permit any uncontrollable individual, especially one potentially stronger than himself, to exist beyond his dominion. That anonymous figure must be eradicated. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the curtain seams, a golden beam illuminated the vast study. Dust particles danced in the light, reminiscent of brilliant stars. Ming Dao slowly opened his eyes. With a mere thought, his construction panel silently unfurled. Panel upgrade countdown. 00000. It is complete. Almost as he realized this, two streams of entirely distinct information surged into his mind like converging rivers. Upgrade conditions detected as satisfied. Personal panel upgrading from LV2 to LV3. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have received an upgrade reward. Space expansion card. Residential. X1. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new functional module. Decomposition and synthesis station. Here it comes. Ming Dao clenched his fists, suppressing the overwhelming joy within. As he had anticipated, the panel's upgrade heralded a qualitative transformation. One space expansion card. Another. This meant he could once again augment the usable area of his apartment by 100 square meters. A typical 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, after 2 expansions, would amass a staggering area of over 300 square meters. Without hesitation, he retrieved the softly glowing card. Without a moment's doubt, he stood in the center of the now enlarged study and silently intoned. Use. Buzz. Ming Dao once again witnessed a miracle that defied all conventional laws of physics. The bookshelf before him, along with the wall behind it, seemed to morph into a virtual image within a digital realm, being pulled backward by an invisible hand. The wooden floor beneath him and the ceiling above visibly extended into the distance at an astonishing speed. The already library-like space expanded once more. 100 square meters. Another brand new 100 square meters seamlessly integrated into this domain. The entire study's area surged from 120 square meters to 220 square meters. A colossal underground base, sufficient to accommodate a small factory, had begun to take shape. Ming Dao hastily approached the far end of the study, touching the cold, pristine wall. The surface felt solid and flawless. He dashed to the balcony and gazed down. The outer wall of building number 5 remained unchanged, the windows' positions and sizes intact. From the outside, his room 802 still appeared to be an unremarkable ordinary apartment. No one knew the immense secret hidden beneath this facade of normalcy. Exhaling deeply, Ming Dao released a long breath, the shock within him lingering. This power to create space surpassed his comprehension. Yet, following this astonishment came a deeper excitement. He redirected his gaze back to his panel, focusing on the brand new functional module. Decomposition and synthesis station. What is this? Filled with intense curiosity and anticipation, he gently touched the entry with his mind. Instantly, the entire world around him seemed to shift. A virtual operating station, woven from countless blue beams of light, gradually materialized from a void, ultimately hovering steadily before him. This station embodied the pinnacle of futuristic technological minimalism. Its translucent surface bore no physical buttons. Only 2 enormous icons radiating a soft glow, quietly suspended in midair. One icon featured a downward-pointing decomposition arrow, labeled with the word decompose. The other icon displayed an inward-pointing aggregation arrow, accompanied by the term synthesize. Beyond this, there was nothing else. Ming Dao extended his hand, tentatively passing it through the virtual operating station. His hand encountered no resistance, as if it were merely a projection. Yet, He distinctly felt a slight electric tingle at his fingertips as he glided over the decompose icon. So this is how it operates. Understanding dawned upon him, and he retracted his hand. After pondering for a moment, he turned and walked to the corner. There lay a collection of various scraps he had scavenged the previous day. From a heap of debris, he unearthed a spring. This was it. He inhaled deeply and gently placed the spring at the center of the workstation. An uncanny scene unfolded. The metallic spring did not plummet to the ground. Instead, it remained suspended in midair, cradled by an almost imperceptible blue halo. Ming Dao hesitated no longer. He extended his index finger and precisely tapped the decompose icon. Instantly, the spring on the workstation was enveloped by a descending beam of azure light. Almost immediately, the metal spring began to disintegrate in a manner defying logic under the illumination of the blue beam. Countless minuscule, luminous points peeled away from the surface of the spring, transforming into wisps of blue data streams that were frantically absorbed into the base of the workstation. In a mere 2 seconds, a complete spring, possessing a complex physical form, vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, a new line of information pulsated clearly on Ming Dao's personal panel. Decomposition successful. Acquired. Inferior iron block X3. Acquired. Inferior steel X1. Chapter 65. Wang Chu's Exultation. Holy cow. So this is how it works? He understood. The so-called decomposition meant he could disregard any material's original physical form and chemical structure, reducing it directly to the most fundamental and standardized industrial units. A spring had been decomposed into iron blocks and steel. What about a car engine? A computer? Even a dilapidated reinforced concrete building? They were no longer cumbersome scrap metal and rubbish. They would transform into standardized steel plates, aluminum ingots, copper wires, rubber, plastic, and rare components. What is the greatest pain point in the apocalypse? It is not the lack of resources. The abandoned cities scattered around are, in themselves, vast treasure troves of resources. The real agony lies in the absence of the capability to process these resources with precision. You might be able to detach a steel plate from a car, but you cannot forge it into a sharp military knife with just a hammer. You might find countless discarded wires, but you cannot smelt the copper inside them into casings for bullets with your bare hands. This requires a complete industrial system. It demands stamping machines, blast furnaces, CNC machines, and countless skilled technicians. Yet in the apocalypse, all of this has vanished. But now, Ming Dao gazed at his empty hands and then at the futuristic virtual workstation. He, a solitary individual, constituted an entire industrial system. Every person could become a mobile super factory. He could decompose anything he could find into the most basic building blocks, and then, using the synthesis function, perfectly assemble these blocks into anything he desired according to blueprints. Incredible. Ming Dao opened his mouth, wanting to laugh out loud, but he ultimately restrained himself. Invincible. With this decomposition and synthesis station, he possessed the potential for infinite creation, as long as there were sufficient raw materials and powerful blueprints. He could even single-handedly construct tanks or mechs. Calm down, calm down. Ming Dao pinched his thigh. Now was not the time for exuberance. Although this function was extraordinary, it still required raw materials, and raw materials do not come running with legs. He needed more garbage. Just then, a series of urgent, frenzied knocks echoed from outside, interrupting Ming Dao's thoughts. Ming Ye, open the door. I have monumental news. Monumental news. It was Wang Chu's voice. Just hearing the excitement in his altered tone indicated that he had also received the panel upgrade reward. Ming Dao retracted the virtual workstation, took a deep breath, and restored his calm demeanor. He approached the door and opened it. Outside stood Wang Chu, his rotund face brimming with excitement and admiration. Ming Ye, you are simply divine. Wang Chu rushed in, eagerly pulling a card from his pocket, holding it aloft before Ming Dao. Space expansion card. Ming Ye, my panel has also upgraded. The system rewarded me with a space expansion card identical to yours. It can increase by 100 square meters. 100 square meters. This is nothing short of magic. He babbled, flushed with excitement. All right, no need to make a fuss. It's best to keep an eye on system announcements and look for patterns. Patterns? Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback, his face blank. What patterns? Every announcement released by the system is not without purpose. For instance, the previous ranking announcement was to stimulate competition among survivors. Later, the announcement about unclaimed panels being able to be absorbed was to guide us towards exploration and expansion. Ming Dao's voice was steady and convincing. I merely connected the dots and made some reasonable inferences. since the system encourages us to absorb panels for upgrades. Then this upgrade will inevitably bring immense benefits capable of altering the survival landscape. And for us survivors trapped in cramped apartments, what reward could be more enticing than expanding our living space? Although he felt something was amiss, he could find no grounds for rebuttal. Ultimately, he could only nod in agreement, raising his thumb in admiration. Brilliant, Ming Ye, truly brilliant. Observing Wang Chu's adulation, Ming Dao chuckled inwardly, yet his expression remained placid. He patted Wang Chu on the shoulder, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. It's good that you received the card. Make sure to use it soon. Remember, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. Absolutely do not disclose it to a third party, including the expanded space you create later. Ensure to disguise it well, so that no one notices any anomalies. Do you understand? Understand. I understand. Wang Chu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. I grasp the importance of keeping wealth concealed. Mingo, rest assured my lips are sealed. Ming Dao nodded, then seemingly casually inquired, by the way, have you decided which room to expand? Huh? Wang Chu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I haven't thought it through yet. My home is currently piled up like a junkyard, filled with the supplies I've hoarded. I probably need to tidy up first. Perfect. This was exactly what Ming Dao wanted to hear. He said nonchalantly, why don't you clear out the old metals you aren't using at home, like broken appliances and leftover rebar from renovations, and bring them over to me? Huh? Wang Chu was momentarily stunned. Minggu, what do you want those scraps for? I need some parts to make small things. Ming Dao explained lightly, you should have guessed, my water purifier and animal traps didn't just appear from thin air. This statement instantly enlightened Wang Chu. That's right. Minggu is a technical whiz. Those scraps he viewed as worthless could potentially transform into all sorts of wondrous high-tech marvels in Minggu's hands. No problem. Ming Ye. Wang Chu's chest resounded with a series of sharp thuds, and fortuitously, in the storage room of my home, there lay a broken washing machine and an old microwave. Ah, never mind. I shall dismantle them and bring them over for you. You can have as much as you desire. No rush. First, utilize the expansion card to set up your safe house. Ming Dao waved his hand, indicating that it could wait until he was finished with that. After dismissing the still exuberant Wang Chu, Ming Dao closed the door. The corners of his mouth could no longer contain a triumphant smile. The raw materials for the decomposition station had just presented themselves. Chapter 66, The Trash Yard Treasure Hunt. Ming Dao returned to the expansive study and summoned the decomposition and synthesis station once more. This time, he directed his focus towards the synthesis icon. The interface of the workstation instantly transformed. A display reminiscent of a gaming skill tree unfolded, clearly showcasing two already unlocked blueprint icons, Simple Animal Trap and Water Purifier. These icons represented the reward blueprints he had previously obtained through daily settlements, which the system had automatically cataloged. Focusing his thoughts on the Simple Animal Trap icon, a list of required materials promptly appeared beneath it. Required materials: scrap steel, 55, sufficient. Iron wire, 22, sufficient. Spring, 03, missing. Proceed with synthesis? The lack of materials did not surprise Ming Dao. He had only decomposed one spring, acquiring iron blocks and steel, but not the spring as a finished component. It seemed there existed a more intricate logic between decomposition and synthesis. If it were merely a matter of simple replication, it would indeed be superfluous. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his focus from the Simple Animal Trap blueprint and projected the scrap steel and iron wire he had scavenged into the synthesis station. Subsequently, he also added the inferior iron block X3 and inferior steel X1, acquired from the spring decomposition. He wished to ascertain whether he could directly synthesize the blueprint using these fundamental industrial units, for the raw materials were identical. As all materials hovered above the synthesis station, he redirected his focus to the Simple Animal Trap blueprint once more. This time, the materials list underwent a transformation. Required materials: iron, 1525, sufficient. Steel, 1525, sufficient. Proceed with synthesis? Joy surged within Ming Dao. So it was. The synthesis function possessed two modes. One entailed the assembly of components, necessitating the collection of specified finished parts indicated on the blueprint, such as springs, screws, and gears. The other was a more foundational synthesis of raw materials. As long as a sufficient quantity of basic industrial units was invested, the system could bypass the component manufacturing step entirely and directly produce the final product. However, this would result in a consumption of raw materials at threefold the unit quantity. Moreover, It appeared the amount of redundant materials consumed would vary according to the complexity of the item being generated. Nevertheless, this function was inherently extraordinary. Without hesitation, he mentally commanded, synthesize, buzz, all materials upon the synthesis station, be it scrap steel, iron wire, or the unseen iron and steel elements, transformed in an instant into a dazzling orb of brilliance. The radiance intensified and condensed. 1 second later, the light dissipated, revealing a perfectly structured, menacingly designed animal trap materializing out of thin air. Its serrated edges glimmered with a disconcerting sharpness, while the spring mechanism exuded an explosive sense of power. Every connection was flawlessly crafted, clearly a product of advanced dimensions. Notably, this trap was crafted with greater finesse than the one he had previously assembled manually using the blueprint and real materials. This must be the result of the redundant consumption. Beside the animal trap, a semi-transparent temporary inventory with 10 slots manifested. Notice, synthesized items will be temporarily stored in the temporary inventory, 10 slots. Once removed, they cannot be reinserted. Ming Dao extended his hand to retrieve the pristine animal trap, nodding with satisfaction. In his excitement, he suddenly recalled the 3 traps he had set up in the forest yesterday. Nearly a day had passed. He wondered if there had been any success. He approached the balcony to observe the sky outside, contemplating the right moment to venture out. At that precise moment, he observed below Lu Guodong's labor reform team engaged in cleanup efforts at the community's garbage collection point. Leading the group was the bruised and battered youth, Fengge. He, alongside several similarly unfortunate individuals, was being monitored by a few security personnel as they grumbled and tossed heaps of odorous household waste and construction refuse into a community garbage truck. Damn it, this life is unbearable. Fengge spat, straining to lift a rusted metal filing cabinet. Making me do this, Lu Guodong. May you rot in hell. Another labor reformer chimed in. Fengge, stop complaining. Let's just get it done. If we don't finish, we want to have food today. Food? As if they would provide us with any. Fengye retorted, exasperated. Exhausted. They hurled a discarded microwave, a few twisted drying rods, and an old electric fan into the garbage truck with a cacophony of clattering sounds. To them, these were worthless refuse, a humiliating burden. However, standing on the 8th floor balcony, Ming Dao gazed at the towering piles of garbage below, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. A rusted metal filing cabinet? No, that is quality iron plate, X50. A discarded microwave? No, that contains magnetron X1, copper coil X2, rare electronic components X3, twisted drying rods. No, those are aluminum alloy pipes X5. What others deemed as useless trash, in Ming Dao's eyes, transformed into a shimmering list of resources. That was not a garbage dump. It was a resplendent treasure trove. An audacious plan rapidly took shape in Ming Dao's mind. The trash yard treasure hunt. He intended to convert all the industrial refuse accumulated over the decades on Blue Bay Peninsula into his personal treasure trove. Seizing the opportunity, while he was the only one who had ascended to the 3rd-tier panel, he would gain the upper hand. Chapter 67. The Mutant Porcupine. In a moment, Ming Dao and his companion descended once again to the forest. With familiarity born from experience, they ventured forth early in the morning, finding many already scavenging for treasures within the woods. After the horrifying events of yesterday, everyone appeared visibly apprehensive, well-equipped, with each person wielding a kitchen knife for self-defense, while some even rode electric bikes to facilitate a swift escape. Ming Dao and his companion entered the forest via a narrow path, with Ming Dao leading the way, carefully discerning the trail ahead. Wang Chu closely trailed behind him, maintaining a distance of no more than 3 paces. He had changed. The once timid, plump figure who would tremble at the slightest sound in the forest had now adopted a demeanor of composure. Gripping tightly the boning knife he had retrieved from his kitchen, his not overly large eyes scanned the surrounding underbrush with vigilance, ever alert to any shadows that might conceal lurking dangers. His transformation was palpable. This was not merely an imitation of posture, but rather a profound metamorphosis of mindset. Having witnessed the brutal slaughter of the saber-toothed tiger and narrowly escaping under Ming Dao's guidance, Wang Chu had finally grasped the essence of Ming Dao's assertion that weakness is the original sin. Fear still lingered, but no longer governed his actions. The desire to survive had taken precedence. Stay vigilant, yet do not succumb to excessive tension. Ming Dao's voice suddenly resonated from ahead. He was intentionally nurturing his neighbor, for having an additional ally with combat prowess was advantageous. Excessive anxiety would hasten fatigue and render one's movements rigid. Focus your attention on your auditory and visual senses, not the sound of your own heartbeat. Understood, Brother Ming. Wang Chu inhaled deeply, compelling his taut shoulders to relax. Soon, they arrived at the area where they had set traps the previous day. This was a relatively flat clearing in the woods where several animal trails, worn by beasts, converged, an ideal hunting ground. Ming Dao raised his hand, signaling for them to halt. Wang Chu promptly stopped, crouched slightly to lower his center of gravity, and directed his gaze toward the direction Ming Dao was about to approach, guarding against any flank threats. This instinctive protective maneuver, unbeknownst to him, revealed that he had begun to think and act like a true comrade. Ming Dao was pleased with Wang Chu's response, though he said nothing. He moved quietly, retracing his steps toward the location of the first trap. In the air, a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood began to intensify. This odor was not fresh, mingled with the earthy aroma of soil. Something had fallen victim. A fleeting thought crossed Ming Dao's mind, yet he remained on high alert. He navigated around a massive fern, and finally, his gaze landed on the trap, carefully disguised beneath a layer of dead leaves and dirt. The trap had been triggered. The two rows of menacing steel teeth were locked together, stained with dark red blood. However, the catch was not a complete prey. It was a bloody beast leg, thicker than an adult man's thigh, along with a portion of mangled pelvis, violently severed and left within the trap. The coarse, black hair, reminiscent of deer fur, was matted with congealed blood and dirt, while the jagged bone and torn dark red muscle tissue were exposed to the air, creating a gruesome scene. The ground around was in disarray. Enormous hoof prints were deeply embedded in the mud, trampling the surrounding bushes and weeds askew, illustrating the fierce and agonizing struggle the captured creature had endured. Wang Chu leaned closer, excitement flashing across his face before being replaced by disappointment. Alas, it's just a leg. What a shame. He could not help but sigh, his tone laced with regret. Look at the size of this leg. It must have belonged to a massive deer. If we could have caught the whole thing, we wouldn't have to worry about food for at least half a month. However, Ming Dao felt no disappointment whatsoever. He crouched down, meticulously examining the severed leg's fracture, then used a pry bar to clear the surrounding soil, scrutinizing the shape and depth of the hoofprints. This creature appears to be a mutated black antelope, considerably larger than any species of deer we are familiar with. He analyzed, a hint of admiration in his voice. The fact that it could break its own leg to escape indicates that the creatures in this forest are not only enormous, but possess a terrifying vitality. He rose to his feet and gently kicked the still clamped trap with his toe. Moreover, this proves our traps are effective. Their power is sufficient to contend with such giants. This is not a failure, Fatty. This is a successful data collection. The first trap had confirmed 3 vital pieces of information. First, our direction is correct. This animal trail indeed harbors large herbivores. Second, our tools are effective. The trap's strength is adequate to breach their defenses and inflict fatal injuries. Third, and most importantly, Ming Dao's gaze deepened. We must never underestimate any creature in this region. A being capable of inflicting such harm upon itself would spell disaster if encountered head-on. Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the bloodied beast's leg, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. The mindset of a true expert was indeed extraordinary. I understand now. Brother Ming. Wang Chu nodded, tightening his grip on the knife. Shall we proceed to inspect the second trap? Indeed. Ming Dao nodded. Let's hope the next one brings us some surprises. The two of them retrieved the heavy beast's leg from the trap, securing it with vines and stowing it in their backpack. A single thigh of meat would suffice for quite some time. After resetting the trap and camouflaging it once more, they continued toward the location of the second trap, which was set deeper in a more complex terrain. Having walked for a short distance, Wang Chu suddenly halted. He abruptly raised his hand, pointing towards a dense thicket beneath a colossal banyan tree approximately 50 meters ahead, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother Ming, look over there. Ming Dao followed the direction of his finger. In the underbrush, a colossal, dark silhouette lay motionless on the ground. Behind it, the distinctive steel structure of the second trap reflected a faint glimmer in the moonlight. It's caught, and judging by its size, it's undoubtedly a behemoth. The two exchanged glances, excitement barely contained in their eyes. They immediately softened their footfalls, stealthily flanking the creature from either side. As they drew closer, the full figure of their quarry finally came into view. It was an unimaginably massive mutant porcupine. Its body resembled that of a small electric scooter, crouched low with a shoulder height exceeding half a meter, covered in a glossy black bristle. Beneath its quills, sharp bony spines stood erect, resembling short spears, glinting with a chilling white sheen. One of its robust hind legs was firmly ensnared by the second trap. The steel teeth had sunk deep into its flesh. The ground surrounding was a chaotic mess, with several large pits torn from its struggles and numerous thick bushes shattered and crushed, revealing the terrifying force it had exerted while trapped. Yet, it was evident that it had now exhausted all its strength. The enormous head hung limply, its small eyes half closed. With every breath, its massive body heaved slightly. Several bony spines protruding from its body snapped in the throes of struggle, and the blood oozing from its wounds stained the earth beneath it a dark crimson. Confronted with this seemingly formidable beast, even from a distance of several dozen meters, Wang Chu felt a shiver run down his spine, his legs trembling. The sight of those spikes was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. If it were to collide with him, he would undoubtedly be turned into a bloody mess. With a quivering voice, Wang Chu addressed Ming Dao. How are we going to kill it? Stay calm. It has already exhausted itself, Ming Dao replied, brandishing a crowbar. Instead of approaching from the front, he crouched low, using the trees and rocks as cover, stealthily maneuvering to the beast's flank, an absolute blind spot in its field of vision. Wang Chu. Ming Dao's voice emerged from the shadows. Yes. Wang Chu instinctively straightened his posture. Follow my orders. I will count to 3, and you, from your current position, make some noise, louder the better, to draw its attention. Huh? Wang Chu was taken aback, but soon grasped Ming Dao's intent. This was a classic diversion tactic. However, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive as he gazed at the creature's sharp spines. What if it became enraged and charged at him? No boots. Ming Dao's voice turned stern. It's trapped by its hind leg and cannot move far. Moreover, it has no strength left. Trust my judgment. Execute the command. Understood. Wang Chu gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. Fortune favors the bold. If he couldn't even take this risk, how could he continue to follow Ming Dao? He took a deep breath, gripping the bone knife tightly. 1. Ming Dao's voice resonated as he crept within 10 meters of the porcupine, poised and ready, muscles taut. 2. Wang Chu raised the knife high, aiming at a solid rock before him. 3. At the instant the command was issued, Wang Chu summoned all his strength and brought the knife crashing down onto the rock. Clang! Immediately, Wang Chu bellowed at the top of his lungs, Hey, you foolish pig, look over here. Your grandfather is right here. This tactic proved effective. The already weakened, mutated porcupine was startled by the sudden loud noise and provocation, jerking its head up with a low growl, blood-red eyes locking onto the source of the sound. Wang Chu. Now was the moment. As the porcupine turned its head, Ming Dao surged forward from the shadows. The distance of a few meters vanished in an instant. I'll finish you off. With both hands gripping the crowbar, he twisted his body mid-charge, channeling all his strength, from his feet, through his core, to his arms, into an unparalleled explosive force that surged into the iron tool. It felt almost surreal. He sensed his strength magnifying. With a heavy swoosh, the crowbar sliced through the air, arcing violently down onto the junction of the mutated porcupine's neck and skull. Bang! A critical strike. The massive creature was unable to emit a single cry, its limbs stiffening as it collapsed heavily to the ground, twitching a couple of times before becoming utterly still. One strike and it was dead? At least it was unconscious. Wang Chu stared wide-eyed at the brutal yet efficient spectacle before him, his mouth agape in disbelief. This hefty beast was dispatched by Ming Dao with a single blow? That was astonishing. Ming Dao exhaled slowly, shaking his slightly numb arm. That last strike had drained him, nearly exhausting all his strength. The result was unexpectedly gratifying. He glanced at his wrist, wondering if he truly possessed such power. Never mind. This was not the time for contemplation. He approached the porcupine, giving its body a kick to confirm it was indeed lifeless, before beckoning to the still-dazed Wang Chu. Come here and lend a hand. The two struggled immensely, finally managing to free the astonishingly heavy, mutated porcupine from the trap that had ensnared it. As the colossal beast lay before them, the exhilaration of their significant haul washed over them. My heavens! Wang Chu marveled at the creature, which weighed at least 300, if not close to 500 pounds. How long would Ming Dao be able to feast? The skin, those spines, surely even a saber-toothed tiger could not penetrate them. Wei struck it rich. This is it. He began to fantasize about cooking succulent dishes like braised pork, twice-cooked pork, and skewers. Eat. Ming Dao, however, shook his head, interrupting his reverie. A sudden thought flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the enormous porcupine. No, no, no. Eating would be too wasteful. I have grander plans. Huh? Wan Chu Pao said, utterly perplexed. Why forgo such exquisite meat? Was he considering trading it with Lu Guodong and the others? Ming Dao did not respond, merely offering an enigmatic smile. You'll understand soon enough. Just as they prepared to head towards the third trap, Ming Dao's smile abruptly froze on his face. His ears twitched, catching a faint yet distinct sound. Footsteps. There were muffled, deliberate voices. Someone was approaching, and not just one person. Ming Dao swiftly raised a hand, signaling silence, while pulling the still excited Wang Chu down behind the porcupine. Don't make a sound, he whispered tersely. Wang Chu's heart raced, his throat tightening as he immediately clamped his mouth shut, gripping the knife anxiously. Ming Dao pointed towards the direction of the sounds, which came from the path they had taken. Before long, several unsteady figures emerged, trudging towards them. The one at the forefront sported a distinctive shock of yellow hair. His face bore bruises and cuts, a testament to the previous night's altercation, and he limped, using a steel pipe as a makeshift cane, clearly in a pitiful state. Yet, his eyes burned with defiance and malice. It was Brother Feng. Somehow, he had escaped the watch of Lu Guodong, bringing along several fellow inmates. Chapter 69, A Windfall from Heaven. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of blood, which wafted towards the figures several meters away. For ragged silhouettes appeared, their clothes tattered and their faces gaunt. Each bore the pallor of hunger and fatigue, their eyes sunken and lips chapped. Clearly, the labor camp set up by Lu Guodong had taken a severe toll on them. Leading the group was Brother Feng. His cheeks were swollen, and his eyes bore the remnants of bruises inflicted by Zhao Hu the previous night. He limped at the front, each step tugging at his abdominal wound, causing him to grimace. They had taken advantage of the morning's cleanup at the northern gate of the community, incapacitating 2 guards to make their escape. Their purpose in the forest was clear: to seek food. In a labor camp, they were allotted but a meager morsel of Oreo each day, alongside an unceasing barrage of strenuous labor. Continuing to endure this plight would either lead to their demise through sheer exhaustion or starvation. Clearly, Lu Guodong intended it this way. A man, as emaciated as a monkey, trailed behind Brother Feng, weakly lamenting, "Brother Feng, let it be. What sustenance can this wretched place offer?" We've searched for over an hour, and all we've found are decayed leaves and feces. If we linger any longer, Lu Guodong's gang will surely discover us, and we will meet our end. Silence. Brother Feng retorted irritably, turning back. Return? To wait for starvation? Or would you prefer to taste the truncheons of Zhao Hu's rabid pack? His gaze swept over his 3 equally dejected subordinates, and his anger flared even more. For heaven's sake, pull yourselves together. Search carefully. Wasn't that wild boar slain nearby yesterday? Such a large beast, even if devoured by that creature, must surely leave behind some bones and scraps. If we can find just a little, we might survive. They had all witnessed the terror of the saber-toothed tiger yesterday. But in the face of extreme hunger, fear had long been overshadowed by the instinct to survive. Though they dared not provoke any living creature, they still possessed the audacity to scavenge for remnants. At that moment, the man known as Monkey sniffed intently, and a flicker of light ignited in his deep-set eyes. "Brother Feng, do you smell that?" he asked uncertainly. "It seems there is a scent of blood." The other 2 halted, lifting their heads and twitching their noses like hunting dogs. Indeed, there was a scent of blood. It wafted from that direction. Brother Feng's spirits surged. He fixed his gaze towards the source of the breeze. Let's go. He no longer needed the steel pipe as a crutch. The pain in his abdomen seemed to vanish as he limped forward toward the scent. The 4 men, as if infused with adrenaline, scrambled through the woods. Soon, they discovered the origin of the sanguine aroma. As Brother Feng pushed aside the last ferns, his pupils dilated with astonishment, swiftly overtaken by immense joy. There lay the first animal trap, and within its grip, a remnant of flesh. "Damn it," Brother Feng exclaimed, his voice rising uncontrollably as he lunged towards it. His 3 subordinates followed suit, encircling the meager morsel with eyes gleaming with greed, their throats involuntarily swallowing saliva. Meat. It was meat. Monkey trembled with excitement. Reaching out to touch it, Brother Feng snatched the piece of animal flesh, disregarding the dirt and congealed blood, nearly shoving it into his mouth. However, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. He knew this must be cooked before consumption. His gaze fell upon the triggered trap and the chaotic struggle marks strewn across the ground. His eyes sparkled with realization. A trap. There are traps here. Do you comprehend what this signifies? The 3 subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Brother Feng, observing their foolishness, scoffed derisively yet felt elated enough to overlook their ignorance. He licked his cracked lips and elucidated. "This means there must be more traps nearby." "Well, there are traps. There are undoubtedly prey. This is our true objective today. One piece of meat was insufficient to sustain the four of them, but if they could locate an entire quarry. This thought instantly ignited the appetites of the four starving souls. Let us go. Follow this path. Search carefully. There must be more. Brother Feng led the way, tracing the animal trail deeper into the forest. This time, they no longer wandered aimlessly. Their eyes widened, meticulously inspecting every suspicious disguise upon the ground. Before long, they uncovered the traces of a second trap, along with the more significant destruction left by the struggling, mutated porcupine. The scent of blood in the air grew increasingly potent. As they rounded a massive banyan tree, they finally came face to face with a colossal porcupine, sprawled on the ground like a small mountain. A moment of utter silence ensued. Brother Feng, Monkey, and the two other subordinates, for men, 8 eyes, fixed their gaze upon the immense prey, their minds blank. What did they behold? A giant beast, its body adorned with bony spines, a grotesque visage that could terrify any sane individual. Yet they were not ordinary men. They were 4 ravenous madmen. In their eyes, it was no monster. It was a veritable mountain of meat, a succulent feast, a skewered delight sizzling with promise, a beacon of hope for their survival. Holy hell! Monkey was the first to react, racing forward. Meat! What a colossal pig! We struck gold. We're rich. In an instant, the 4 were swept away by euphoric ecstasy. All caution, all reason, all fear were cast aside in that moment. They cheered and deliriously charged toward the massive porcupine, completely oblivious to their surroundings. They didn't even ponder why this beast lay so quietly, in the throes of extreme hunger. Their brains had lost the most fundamental capacity for judgment. Brother Feng was the first to reach the porcupine. He extended his hand, caressing the creature's glossy black bristles. Feeling its warmth, tears of joy welling in his eyes. It's real. It's real. I'm not dreaming. His 3 subordinates quickly gathered around, each touching and patting, dancing around the porcupine's carcass. Brother Feng, we don't have to go back now. With this pig, we can rule this forest. Damn it. That Lu Guodong thinks he can starve us. Let him eat dirt. Look at this pig leg. You see this hind leg? It's thicker than a dam barrel. This meat must be delicious. After a brief celebration, the stark reality of the situation loomed before them. How to divide it? Brother Feng, this pig is too large. We can't carry it all at once. Monkey wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, a glint of shrewdness in his eye. Why don't we first chop off the 2 hind legs and take those? They're the prime cuts. Another shorter man immediately retorted. Why only the hind legs? The pig's head looks great too. It's full of collagen. I want the head. You don't know anything. How much meat is on the head? We should gut this pig. The innards and offal are the real treasures. Shut the hell up. Brother Feng bellowed, irked by their bickering, temporarily silencing the dispute. He circled the porcupine, making a decision. This hind leg belongs to me. He planted his foot firmly on the fattest hind leg, declaring with authority. This foreleg goes to Monkey. The rest is for the 2 of you to share. If anyone dares to object, they can forget about getting anything. This distribution method instantly sparked discontent among the other 2. Brother Feng, that's not fair. Yes, Brother Feng, why is that? As all eyes were fixated on the porcupine, Ming Dao, hidden behind the banyan tree, made his move. He exchanged a barely perceptible glance with Wang Chu, who was equally tense and breathless. Act now. Wang Chu swallowed hard, gripping the bone-cutting knife tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat, yet he nodded resolutely. In the next moment, the 2 of them sprang from the shadows, one on the left and the other on the right. It was Ming Dao who initiated the attack. His target was the short man, oblivious to him, who was embroiled in a heated argument with his companion over the pig's head. Silent and stealthy, he closed the distance in an instant. The crowbar he wielded was raised high above his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought it crashing down onto the unguarded nape of the man's neck. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The short man's body stiffened, not even a grunt escaping his lips. As the spark in his eyes dimmed rapidly, he crumpled forward, like a sack emptied of its bones, lifeless. A swift kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chu summoned all the courage he could muster. His target was the man shouting for the pig to be slaughtered. Wang Chu let out a primal roar, one that even surprised himself, as he charged forward with the bone-cutting knife brandished. He did not emulate Ming Dao's lethal strike to the neck. Killing was beyond him, but he could intimidate. With all his might, he swung the knife down towards the man's head. The man, who had been vehemently arguing about the pig, was taken aback by the sudden roar behind him. He instinctively turned around, only to see a contorted, plump face and a blade rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. A scream, tenfold more piercing than Wang Chu's, erupted from his throat. He forgot to resist, forgot to flee, and with trembling legs, collapsed to the ground. "Don't kill me. Spare me." He clutched his head, tears streaming down his face, his body shaking uncontrollably. Intimidation had triumphed. The entire encounter unfolded in a mere 2 seconds. Feng Gu and the monkey had yet to fully regain their bearings from their companion's quarrel when the situation had drastically changed. Feng Ji's reaction was the swiftest among them. Upon hearing the dull thud and the scream behind him, he spun around. And then he saw it. "It's you." Feng Ji's pupils constricted to pinpricks upon recognizing Ming Dao's face. He knew this face. He remembered it vividly. It was this young man who, during the incident in the Central Garden, stood out first among the throngs, using logic to highlight the risks of the mission and proposing the scouting team. He had been present, hearing every word spoken by that young man. Such extraordinary calmness, such foresight, it left a profound impression on him. At this moment, the visage before him perfectly aligned with the figure in his memory. A terrifying thought, one that sent chills down his spine, struck him like lightning. The mysterious player who had dominated the leaderboard, infuriating Lu Guodong, yet remained elusive. The one who seemed to possess a divine perspective, foreseeing all the rules in advance, anonymous. Feng Ji's lips began to tremble uncontrollably as he pointed a finger at the expressionless young man advancing toward him. You are the anonymous number one." This was not a question, but a declaration. Only that legendary anonymous number one could possess such terrifying prowess. Only they could lay traps in advance and hunt such sizable prey. Everything was falling into place. In response to Feng Gu's shocking accusation, Ming Dao's expression remained unchanged. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead of words, he answered with a whistling crowbar. He exerted force beneath his feet, swinging the heavy crowbar directly at Feng Ji's face. Identity revealed? Then eliminate everyone who knows this secret. Damn it! Feng Ji's ferocity was thoroughly ignited. He anticipated that the other party would strike without a word. He roared in anger, gripping the steel pipe he used as a cane tightly, and met Ming Dao's assault with a fierce horizontal sweep. Despite his injuries from the previous night's battle, he was, after all, the leader of the Lone Wolves, a position earned through sheer grit and strength. His combat experience far superior to that of his inept subordinates. Clang! The crowbar and steel pipe clashed violently in midair, sending sparks flying. A tremendous recoil coursed through them, numbing their arms. Feng Gu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly not particularly strong young man to possess such strength. However, he had no time to marvel. Ming Dao's relentless assault offered no respite. After his initial strike was blocked, Ming Dao's wrist twisted, and the other end of the crowbar shot forward like lightning, aiming for Feng Ji's chest. Feng Ji's face changed drastically as he hurriedly stepped back, using the steel pipe to block downward. Clang! Another sharp sound. Ming Dao did not employ any specific fighting style. He aimed directly for vital points with cunning angles. In contrast, while Feng Gu was ferocious, he had gone days without food and bore injuries, his stamina severely depleted. His attacks, though seemingly powerful, were riddled with openings. Each swing wasted his already dwindling energy. There was no doubt he was being pushed back, his breath growing heavier, movements increasingly sluggish. He was on the verge of defeat. Chapter 71. We are the same path, brother. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous blocks made Feng Ji's hands tingle. His arms felt weak, nearly slipping from his grip on the steel pipe. He spotted an opening and attempted to retreat to regroup. But how could Ming Dao grant him that opportunity? Just as Feng Gu began to withdraw, Ming Dao lunged forward, delivering a swift, clean side kick that struck Feng Gu squarely in the chest. Bang! A muffled thud. Feng Gu felt as though his sternum might crack under the force of the kick. An irresistible power surged through him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was propelled backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. But the searing pain in his chest rendered him powerless, leaving him to convulsively writhe. Ming Dao approached slowly, raising the crowbar high above his head, aiming for Feng Ji's skull. Yet, just as he was about to bring it down, he paused. He flipped it around, pressing the tip against Feng Ji's throat. The cold touch made Feng Gu shudder. He could feel that with the slightest pressure, the iron bar could easily pierce his throat. It was over for him. Peak was gasping violently, desperate to cling to life. He truly did not wish to perish, driven by an overwhelming instinct for survival. His chaotic mind began to operate at an unprecedented speed. He understood that pleading for mercy would be futile. This young man was as unyielding as iron, decisive in his actions. He had to provide him with an unassailable reason to spare his life, a reason of substantial weight. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. He had thought of it, the sole path to survival. Peak raised his head, suppressing his fear, and uttered a statement that took Ming Dao by surprise. Please, don't kill me. I'm just like you. You wouldn't want the fruits of your hard-won hunt to be forcibly divided by Lu Guodong and his gang under the guise of collective interest, would you? Neither do I. We are the same ilk. Brothers. He gazed into Ming Dao's eyes, speaking urgently with heartfelt sincerity. Brother, listen to me. You and I are the true wise ones. We have seen through the reality that in this world, self-reliance is paramount. Lu Guodong's brand of collectivism is, to put it bluntly, nothing but robbery. Today he can seize everyone's resources. Tomorrow, under the pretense of collective benefit, he can take away the precious boar you have painstakingly hunted. Do you think he is unaware of your prowess? He knows better than anyone. That's why he aims to establish some nonsensical contribution system, designed to ensnare those of us with abilities to starve us and turn us into his slaves. We cannot allow him to succeed. Peak struggled, attempting to rise slightly from the ground, striving to appear less subservient. Release us. Let's join forces. You possess skills and intellect. I have brothers and courage. Together, we can dominate the entire Blue Bay Peninsula. In due time, you shall be the leader, and I will be your right-hand man. No, I will be your loyal dog. I will toil for you. Anything is preferable to being destroyed by that hypocrite Lu Guodong. He rambled on, utilizing all his oratory skills to paint a grand vision, seeking to draw Ming Dao into his camp. Yet, Ming Dao remained silently attentive. The crowbar pressed against his throat had not budged an inch. As Peak's voice grew weaker from oxygen deprivation and exhaustion, Ming Dao finally spoke slowly, uttering a few words. Finished? Taken aback, Peak instinctively nodded. Ming Dao tightened his grip slightly, the tip of the crowbar digging deeper into Peak's throat, eliciting a violent sensation of suffocation that made his eyes turn bloodshot. Dogs can indeed have their uses for guarding and protection, he murmured, leaning closer. But what about your value? Value, my value. Peak's mind went blank. Indeed, what value did he possess? In a one-on-one confrontation, he would hardly last 10 exchanges against this young man. Among his followers, he was left with only a terrified monkey and an unconscious, useless comrade. In terms of resources, he was utterly impoverished, unable to produce even a crumb of food. His so-called alliance was nothing but a grand joke in the face of such a stark power disparity. The other party had no need for him. Killing him, seizing the boar, and vanishing into the forest would be the simplest and most logical choice. Despair washed over Peak. The shadow of death engulfed his last glimmer of hope. No, I do not wish to die. I cannot die. I must live. I must find my sister. The final two words ignited his will to survive. Countless thoughts, images, and memories flashed frantically through his mind. Lu Guodong's hypocritical face, Zhao Hu's cold, anti-riot fork, and then the villa area. Yes, the villa area. That's secret. I know a secret. He coughed as he spoke, blood frothing from his mouth, making him appear even more disheveled. A tremendous secret. At last, Ming Dao's actions showed a hint of hesitation. Peak dared not hold back any longer, spilling his cards like beans from a bamboo tube. The villa area. It's Mr. Chun's house in the villa area. The one in the second row, from the middle. His basement is packed with a mountain of supplies. Most importantly, he has a generator. A diesel generator. I saw it with my own eyes. And there are dozens of barrels of diesel. Having spoken, he looked at Ming Dao with eager anticipation, convinced that no one could resist the allure of those three words, generator. In a world where power was entirely cut off, a generator capable of providing stable electricity was worth its weight in gold, surpassing even food and water. Then he noticed a faint smile curling at the corner of Ming Dao's mouth. It was not excitement, but rather derision. I know, Ming Dao replied casually. I was there last night. What? He was there last night? Peak's pupils dilated in sheer shock, narrowing to their limits. An absurd thought exploded in his mind. Could it be that last night's farce, where the mantis stalked the cicada, was orchestrated from the beginning by this man? Was he the one who informed Lu Guodong's people, prompting them to come for their righteous enforcement? Who exactly was this man? How could he always be privy to everything in advance? Just how terrifying was he? In that fleeting moment, Peak's mind raced with a multitude of thoughts. No, I cannot give up. There must still be an opportunity. Surely he has some unknown weakness. There must be something he desires. Food. He has this massive boar and lacked for nothing. Weapons? The crowbar he wields is deadlier than his own steel pipe. Intelligence? He is already aware of the secrets of the villa area. This bit of information pales in comparison. So what does he lack? What could he possibly need? Chapter 72. Steadily developing. Suddenly, a detail he had overlooked flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. He remembered. On the very first day after crossing over, the entire neighborhood had lost water and electricity. Everyone was struggling for a drop of clean water. This man, no matter how formidable, still required water. How much could he possibly store alone? Could he drink the blood of this boar? Is there water in the forest? Water. It must be water. It is the lifeblood of everyone, and also his sole lifeline. Water. I have water. Clean water. Lots and lots of it. Those words finally had an effect. The calm depths of Ming Dao's gaze stirred with a ripple. The pressure of the crowbar against Peek's throat lessened slightly. Oh, he finally showed interest. Tell me more. Cough, cough, cough. I live on the top floor. The top floor of Building 10. Our building has a door to the rooftop, and only I have the key. Up on the rooftop, there is a massive firewater tank. You know, one of those stainless steel containers. It has been filled with water for years, meant for the fire safety of the entire building. There must be at least a dozen tons of water stored inside. It is undoubtedly the largest water source in our entire community, aside from the fountain. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his complexion to pale sharply. And he cautiously added, but the water has been stored in the tank for too long. It might not be safe to drink directly. Upon uttering this, he nervously sealed his lips and fixated his gaze on Ming Dao's face, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. He feared that this final piece of truth might shatter the slender thread of hope he had just managed to grasp. Yet, Ming Dao revealed no trace of disappointment. He fell into contemplation. A colossal fire-fighting water tank, a storage capacity of several tons, a stable, immense source of water situated at a high vantage point. Easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. These keywords swiftly coalesced in his mind, sketching a blueprint of immense strategic value. Water quality? That was hardly a concern, let alone the fact that it had merely been stored for an extended period. Even water, tainted with corpses and silt, would be rendered indistinguishable from pure water before his water purifier. An inexhaustible fire-fighting water tank, complemented by his revolutionary purification technology. Signified what? It signified that he would monopolize the entire drinking water supply of the Blue Bay Peninsula. Food. Survivors could gamble their fortunes in the forest. But clean water is an indispensable necessity that cannot be substituted by anyone. Lu Guodong had established his authoritarian regime through brute force and a meager distribution of resources. Yet, if he were to control the water source, it would be akin to grasping everyone's throats. This was a resource point of true strategic significance, capable of overturning the existing power structure. Feng Ge continued to fixate on Ming Dao's face, and when he glimpsed the fleeting spark in Ming Dao's eyes, he realized that he might be safe. He crawled forward, disregarding the excruciating pain in his throat and chest, and swore to the heavens, "Brother, no, big brother, spare me a dog's life. I will immediately hand over the key to you. From this moment on, I, Feng Zi, shall be your most loyal dog. You command me to go east, and I shall not venture west. You tell me whom to bite, and I shall bite them." He wept bitterly, snot and tears streaming down as he began to denounce Lu Guodong's atrocities. That Lu Guodong was no human. He confined us in labor camps, providing only a meager piece of bread each day while subjecting us to the heaviest, most grueling tasks. He aims to torment us to death. Boss, believe me, there are many like me in the community who refuse to submit to him. They have merely been momentarily intimidated by Lu Guodong's tyranny. If you stand up and call out, I assure you, I can rally a team for you. I have over a dozen trusted brothers who have been forced into the collective, yet their hearts remain with me. With just a word from me, they could revolt instantly. He lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a sickly fervor for revenge. Boss, do you wish to eliminate Lu Guodong? Do you aspire to become the true king of this community? If you desire it, we brothers are the sharpest knife in your hand. We can assist you with all the dirty work you wish to avoid. Reconnaissance, assassination, being cannon fodder, whatever you wish. He lay on the ground, gazing up at the young man, lowering himself to the utmost humility, dissecting his own value with piercing clarity. He no longer spoke of partnership or brotherhood. He was acutely aware of his current position as a mere dog, a rabid dog with potential utility. Ming Dao observed him quietly, taking in this once formidable leader among survivors, now reduced to a state of utter humility before him. He recognized that Feng Ji's words were half-truths and half-fictions. The so-called dozen brothers were likely exaggerated claims. The notion of rallying people was a mere fantasy. However, one thing he spoke was undeniably true. He and his gang of miscreants were indeed a band of desperate rogues. They were unrestrained, ruthless, and would resort to any means necessary for survival. Such individuals were born to be cannon fodder, the most effective enforcers. Utilizing them against Lu Guodong's emerging regular army might yield unexpectedly fruitful results. Ming Yi. It was Wang Chu. He had remained silently at the side, not daring to breathe. At this moment, he finally summoned the courage to inch closer to Ming Dao. His complexion remained pale. His hand, gripping the bone-cutting knife, trembled slightly. Yet there was a newfound clarity in his gaze that he himself had not fully realized. Mingo. Wang Chu's voice was barely above a whisper. Audible only to the two of them. He does have a point. Ming Dao did not turn around. Seeing this, Wang Chu steeled himself to continue. Lu Guodong's power is immense. He currently possesses resources, generators, doctors, and has tightly bound everyone with contribution points. We cannot continue to operate independently. It is far better to recruit a group than to fight alone. His tone carried a hint of urgency, not only pleading for Fengge, but also expressing concern for his and Ming Dao's future. Moreover, I've heard that Lu Guodong's census team will soon commence a thorough house-to-house investigation. They intend to register everyone's information and resources. By then, we in Building 5 will surely not escape their scrutiny. Your secret, Minggu, and our resources will undoubtedly face exposure. Wang Chu's breathing quickened. He poured out all his worries accumulated over the past few days. We need a force, a power that can attract attention on the surface and create confusion. Though Fengge and his group are scum, they are reckless and willing to do anything. Let them create a ruckus outside, stirring the waters. Lu Guodong's focus will be drawn to them, providing us the time to develop steadily. Chapter 73, The Garbage Collection Brigade. This discourse illuminated a previously dim corner of Ming Dao's mind, akin to striking a match in the darkness. Wang Chu's analysis precisely pinpointed the source of his lingering unease. He had always adhered to a strategy of concealment, growth, and power accumulation. Yet, this strategy harbored a fatal flaw. It required a relatively stable external environment. Lu Guodong's reign was becoming increasingly tight-knit and aggressive. The web centered around contribution points was gradually constricting, continuously compressing the living space of all individualists. The census and resource registration were swords that would inevitably fall upon himself. He cannot remain hidden in room 802 indefinitely. To cultivate and thrive under this encroaching iron curtain, he must, before it fully enveloped him, wield a sharp knife to carve out a niche of his own, one that would allow light to filter through. Fengge and his cohorts, viewed as trash and thorns in Lu Guodong's side, were the perfect tools at hand. They were natural disruptors within Lu Guodong's regime, employing a virus to combat a virus, using chaos to obscure growth. This, perhaps, was the only viable path to break the deadlock. With this thought in mind, the murderous intent in Ming Dao's eyes gradually dissipated. He finally withdrew the crowbar he had pressed against Fengge's throat. Fresh air surged into his lungs, and Fengge gasped deeply. The overwhelming euphoria of having survived a calamity caused him to tremble uncontrollably. Ming Dao looked down upon him with an air of authority and spoke. "I can spare your life. In fact, I can provide you with sustenance." The mere mention of food instantly awakened the four men from their stupor. They ceased feigning unconsciousness and stifled their cries of pain, abruptly lifting their heads, their eyes gleaming with a mix of incredulity and yearning. It had been far too long since they had savored a hearty meal. Elder brother Feng struggled to rise, eager to demonstrate his allegiance, but Ming Dao merely raised a hand to halt his movements. He turned away and retrieved an item from the enormous mountaineering backpack. With a casual toss, he flung it before the famished quartet. Thud! The sound echoed ominously. It was a leg, a blood-soaked black beast leg, thicker than an adult's waist. Enormous. Stout. Gulp. The unmistakable sound of four men swallowing saliva resonated through the forest. The moment their eyes fell upon that beast's leg, they flushed with desire. Did they want to eat? The four of them jolted, springing from their primal hunger to the realization that this young man was the sole arbiter of whether they would feast upon this meat. We want it. We want it. Brother. Feng, the quickest to react, scrambled to Ming Dao's feet, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. Good. Ming Dao nodded with satisfaction. Only the most profound hunger could elicit the most profound loyalty. He issued his first command. Did Lu Guodong not instruct you to clear the rubbish? Feng and the others paused, puzzled by the sudden mention of this task. Continue collecting. Gather all the metallic refuse he deems worthless. Remember, all of it. Whether it's rusty tin cabinets, discarded washing machines, or twisted rebar and broken aluminum windows. If it's metal, and if they discard it. Secretly transport it to the underground garage of Building 5. Conceal it within the innermost fire pump room. Can you manage that? Transport rubbish? or transport it clandestinely. Feng and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their minds struggling to comprehend the command. They could not fathom the purpose behind this mysterious and powerful man's request to smuggle away what was essentially worthless scrap. What could he possibly intend? But they dared not question him. Instinctively, they fervently nodded. Yes, we can do it, brother. We will accomplish the task. For them, the prospect of transporting rubbish was trivial. Even if Ming Dao commanded them to engage in the most degrading acts, they would comply without hesitation, so long as they could survive, so long as they could eat. Ming Dao was pleased with their attitude. He extended his foot and gently nudged the massive black beast's leg, which weighed at least 70 or 80 pounds, enough to sustain them for quite some time. Pointing at the leg, he coldly stated, "Food is not lacking for me. If you perform well, there will be meat at every meal. It shall not be difficult." However, Ming Dao's tone shifted, and a chilling aura of menace surged forth. "Should I discover that you dare to play any tricks or divulge even a word of today as events, I assure you, your fate will be 100 times worse than that of a labor reform team." In that moment, Feng and the others were once again reminded of the instant when they had felt the pressure of the crowbar against their throats. They had no doubt that this man would follow through on his threats. On one side lay the paradise of guaranteed meat at every meal, while on the other loomed a hell 100 times more miserable than the labor reform team. This choice required no deliberation. "Rest assured, brother, even if it costs us our lives, we would never dare betray you." Feng was the first to react, dropping to his knees with a thud. Whether acting or sincere, their submission was genuine. The three men behind him, roused from their stupor, followed suit, kneeling and swearing oaths, eager to prove their loyalty, as if they would lay bare their very hearts to demonstrate their fealty. "We swear to the heavens, from this day forth, our lives belong to you, brother. Whatever you command, we shall obey. Whoever dares to harbor treachery shall be torn to shreds by saber-toothed tigers. Their remains will be unrecognizable." Feng even struck his head heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. "Brother, rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled flawlessly. Not only will I manage it myself, but I will also immediately contact the other brothers oppressed by Lu Guodong, those who, like us, have suffered in the labor reform team, and those who, too terrified to join the collective, are starving outside. I will communicate your decree. Tell them that under your command, there will be meat." This group had long harbored deep resentment towards Lu Guodong, and with just a glimmer of hope, they would undoubtedly rally to Ming Dao's side, expanding his influence. Feng was astute. He understood that his only value lay in consolidating these overlooked individuals into a cohesive unit. He would exploit this value to its fullest extent to secure his position within this new faction. Ming Dao's desire was never mere fealty from a rabble. He required a capable recycling team at his disposal. Without further ado, he used the sharp end of the crowbar to nudge the enormous black beast's leg toward Feng. "This now belongs to you. Take it back, eat well, and regain your strength for work." Chapter 74. Dissection. The porcupine. The weight of the beast's leg landed heavily in Feng's arms. The visceral reality of its mass and the scent of flesh overwhelmed him, leaving him momentarily frozen. Staring blankly at the leg, wider than his own body, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. The three subordinates behind him were equally overcome with emotion, struggling to regain their composure as they helped each other rise, bowing deeply to Ming Dao in gratitude, their eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. We shall never forget your immense kindness." Observing these four new subordinates filled with gratitude, Ming Dao felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction. It was a sensation of wielding the power to control the fates of others, where his words held the weight of law. This feeling, though unfamiliar, was oddly intoxicating. Beside him, Wang Chu watched the scene unfold, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet he was certain that aligning himself with Ming Dao might be the wisest decision of his life. With the transaction complete, Feng and his companions, bearing the astonishingly heavy beast's leg, expressed their gratitude profusely as they prepared to depart. The burden of the leg was so substantial that it took all four of them to lift it, exacerbating their already precarious footing due to hunger. "Brother, rest assured," Feng declared, his chest pounding with determination. "Tonight's events are secured by us brothers, be it metallic refuse or even dismantling Lu Guodong's command center. We will do so without a moment's hesitation." His companions echoed their fervent agreement, their loyalty apparent, as if Ming Dao were their long-lost father. Ming Dao simply nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for them to depart. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the underground parking garage within the fire pump room, he succinctly reiterated the time and place. Understood. Understood. We guarantee timely delivery. The four men, like recipients of a reprieve, dared not utter another word as they hoisted the enormous beast's leg, stumbling as they faded into the shadows of the forest. Even after their figures vanished from sight, their hushed, excited voices could still be faintly discerned, their tones tinged with exhilaration. My goodness, this leg could sustain us for a month, couldn't it? Our boss is truly divine. Such grand gestures right from the outset. Keep it down. We can't let the boss hear us. From now on, whoever dares to harbor any doubts about the boss, I'll be the first to take their head. The forest breeze swept through, dispersing their voices and alleviating the last remnants of tension hanging in the air. At this moment, Wang Chu, who had stood like a transparent figure beside them, finally let out a long, deep sigh. The brief confrontation and exchange of words had drained him mentally even more than his previous encounter with the mutated porcupine. He glanced at Ming Dao, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately asked nothing. Steadying himself, he withdrew his gaze from the direction of the departing men. And inevitably, his eyes fell upon the colossal corpse of the porcupine, sprawled on the ground like a small mountain. A new, more pressing, and troublesome question presented itself before him. Wang Chu's expression grew peculiar as he pointed at the massive creature, his face etched with conflict. What are we to do with this behemoth? He circled the porcupine's carcass, kicking at its barrel-like hind leg and feeling its astonishing weight, deepening the furrow in his brow. I estimate this thing weighs at least 400 to 500 pounds. That's double my heaviest weight. There's no way the two of us can carry it back. Wang Chu began to rack his brain for a solution, his imagination as a web novelist fully engaged at that moment. Should we dismantle it first? Cut the meat into pieces and transport in batches. But that would be an immense undertaking. By the time we finished cutting, it would be dark, and the forest would become even more perilous. Moreover, with so much meat, the scent of blood would surely attract other monsters. At that point, not only would we fail to transport the meat, but we might also become someone else's meal. The more he thought, the more complicated it felt, and he irritably ran his fingers through his greasy hair. Or perhaps we could simply start a fire here, cook the meat before taking it back. Cooked meat is lighter than raw meat and easier to preserve. No, the smoke from the fire would be too conspicuous, like a living target. What if we only take the most prime portions, like the 2 hind legs and the tenderloin? But that feels like such a waste. Look at the skin, the quills, the bones. Surely they're all valuable. To leave them here, I can't bear it. Wang Chu was in a frenzy, vacillating between solutions, each time overturning his own ideas, trapped in a cycle of indecision. This colossal treasure, at that moment, felt like a hot potato in his hands, a sweet burden. After exhausting all the impractical plans he could conceive, he finally drooped his head in despair, concluding, "It's over, Ming Dao. It seems we can't take this pig with us." Ming Dao finally broke into a peculiar smile. "Who said we need to carry it back?" "Huh, not carry it back? Then what shall we do? Just leave it here? That's impossible. Ming Dao is definitely not someone who would waste like that. But if we don't carry it back, can this 500-pound porcupine sprout legs and run away on its own?" Just as Wang Chu was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend, Ming Dao made his move. He stepped forward, slowly approaching the massive porcupine corpse. Wang Chu held his breath, his eyes glued to every movement of Ming Dao. He had a strong premonition that he was about to witness an incomprehensible miracle. Ming Dao halted before the porcupine's head, extending his right hand and gently pressing it against the coarse, bristly forehead. In the next moment, Ming Dao gradually closed his eyes. A thought crossed his mind, and the sci-fi-like virtual interface of the dismantle and synthesize platform unfolded in his mind. His consciousness precisely locked onto the downward dismantle icon. Dismantle. Chapter 75, Célestial Technique. Buzz. A blue luminescent screen, visible only to Ming Dao, erupted from the palm of his hand. The screen spread rapidly along the outline of the porcupine's body in a manner that defied all principles of physics, enveloping the colossal creature in less than half a second. Immediately, in Wang Chu's eyes, which widened in utter shock, a miracle unfolded. No, this was not merely a miracle. It was a divine phenomenon, a force powerful enough to shatter the worldview of a materialist built over more than 2 decades. What did he see? The gigantic mutated porcupine began to disintegrate from the point of contact at Ming Dao's hand, in a manner that defied description. Everything, upon being touched by the blue glow, seemed to transform into a sand painting washed away by the waves on a beach, its physical form losing all significance in an instant. Countless minuscule blue particles frantically peeled away from the surface of the porcupine's body. The entire process was so swift it was breathtaking. Starting from the head, The blue wave of disintegration surged toward the porcupine's tail at a visible speed. Neck, forelimbs, rigid spines, massive torso, rotund hind legs. Everything dissolved silently within that blue radiance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the disassembling blue light finally reached the last bristle of the porcupine's tail, converting it into a myriad of glowing particles, it came to an abrupt halt. All the blue particles transformed into a resplendent blue galaxy, cascading back and ultimately vanishing into Ming Dao's still outstretched hand, disappearing without a trace. The wind continued to blow. The sunlight remained dappled. Yet before him, the once mountainous behemoth had utterly vanished. Not a single hair or drop of blood remained. All that was left was a patch of grass flattened by immense weight and a pool of dark red blood that had flowed out before the disintegration commenced. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded Ming Dao's retina, cascading like a waterfall. Disassembly successful. Acquired. Mutated beast meat X350. Acquired. Resilient beast hide X15. Acquired. Porcupine quills X88. Acquired. Beast bones X45. Acquired. Special beast tendons X12. Acquired. Mutated beast blood X30. Acquired. Low-level beast core X1. In an instant, this vast array of materials surged into the temporary backpack attached to the dismantled and synthesized platform. The temporary backpack, with 10 compartments, was instantly filled to overflowing. Where's the pig? Wang Chu's legs weakened, clearly shaken, and he plopped down onto the ground. He extended a finger that trembled as if afflicted by advanced Parkinson's, pointing at the now empty patch of grass. The pig is gone. Such a colossal creature, that immense pig, has vanished just like that? Not far away, the 4 newly appointed subordinates, who had only just stepped out, were already captivated by the commotion and halted in their tracks. They fortuitously witnessed this miraculous scene in its entirety. Their reactions were no better than Wang Chu's, as the enormous porcupine dissipated into nothingness amidst the azure glow. The black antelope leg they held fell to the ground, unnoticed. Thud, 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 thud. 4 identical thuds resounded in unison, led by Brother Feng. The quartet suddenly buckled at the knees, kneeling heavily in the direction of Ming Dao. Deities, it must be divine intervention. Please, Senior Immortal, spare us. They muttered incoherently, their minds bereft of any vocabulary to adequately describe the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. Terms like moving mountains or turning stone into gold, which existed solely in myth, appeared utterly feeble in the face of the previous spectacle of material vanishing into thin air. This was beyond the realm of human capability. It could only be the legendary arts of immortals. They had previously dared to challenge such an existence. The mere thought sent shivers down Brother Feng's spine, though he was grateful for his clarity of understanding. Ming Dao slowly retracted his right hand, gazing toward the distant forest, and cryptically remarked, "Now, you should comprehend the significance of obedience." He called to Wang Chu, "Let us go. We have one last trap to inspect." With that, he turned, hands clasped behind his back, and leisurely strode deeper into the forest. His silhouette, cast long by the dappled sunlight, exuded an aura of sheer gravitas. At that moment, the air was thick with prestige. Wang Chu stared blankly at the retreating figure, his mind still engulfed in chaos. It wasn't until Ming Dao's form nearly disappeared among the trees that he jolted back to reality, scrambling to his feet in haste. Ming, wait for me. Wait for me." On the quiet woodland path, only the sound of their footsteps echoed, one following the other. Ming Dao advanced steadily, while Wang Chu trailed behind, meticulously mirroring his pace. His steps felt unsteady, his gaze unfocused, as if he were in a trance. He looked at Ming Dao's back. That ordinary black jacket now appeared to him as a robe embroidered with celestial bodies. The crowbar casually held by Ming Dao seemed transformed into a legendary weapon capable of stirring the winds and clouds. He even dared not look directly at the back of Ming Dao's head, fearing to glimpse something he ought not to see. They walked for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Wang Chu to gradually reclaim a fragment of his rationality from the overwhelming shock. He needed to find a plausible explanation for what had just transpired, one that he could accept. Otherwise, he feared he might lose his sanity. He recalled the panel he had just upgraded, the miraculous space expansion card that had appeared. Yes, the panel. If this world could manifest an inexplicable panel in an unfathomable system, then the emergence of even more outrageous abilities seemed conceivable. He needed an answer, a confirmation from Ming Dao himself to validate his hypothesis. Ming. Wang Chu inhaled deeply, summoning all his courage. Was that move of yours a new ability from the panel upgrade? Chapter 76, Drones. As he posed the question, his heart raced in his throat. He yearned for the answer while simultaneously fearing it. If Ming Dao affirmed it, then the logic he had just constructed could still hold. If Ming Dao denied it, Wang Chu dared not contemplate further. Ming Dao responded nonchalantly, sort of. When your panel level rises, you will naturally acquire such abilities. No need to make a fuss about it. He paused before adding, basic skills, don't overthink it. This feigned nonchalance, laced with a hint of arrogance, finally allowed Wang Chu's taut nerves to relax. So that was it. This divine method was merely a capability acquired through panel upgrades. It dawned on him that perhaps one day, with enough level, he too could achieve such feats. An overwhelming surge of joy and relief washed over him. Wonderful. So, Ming Dao was not an immortal after all. He simply walked ahead of everyone else. Wang Chu's posture unconsciously bent lower. To follow such an extraordinary being was the greatest fortune of his life. Soon, they arrived at the location of the third trap. This trap was set among the thickets by a stream, a necessary passage for wild animals to quench their thirst. Even before approaching, they heard a flurry of struggles and the terrified squeaks of a small creature. The trap did not disappoint. A new adventurer's boon. None had escaped. A lively gray rabbit was firmly caught by its hind leg in a steel trap. Perhaps due to its diminutive size, its struggles were feeble, resulting in only superficial injuries, a minor laceration and a bit of blood. It stared wide-eyed with ruby-red eyes, futilely kicking its legs in the trap, attempting to escape the iron confinement. Ming Dao halted, glancing at the rabbit with a glimmer of delight. He did not take action himself, but instead turned to Wang Chu, issuing a command. Go, free it, but don't kill it. I have great use for it. Yes, Ming Dao. At that moment, Wang Chu harbored no doubts regarding Ming Dao's orders. He nodded eagerly and cautiously circumnavigated the trap to approach the rabbit. First, he offered a few soothing hisses, then, with utmost professionalism and proficiency, he pressed down on the trap's spring arm with one foot while gently prying open the menacing rows of teeth with both hands. Throughout the process, he carefully avoided the rabbit's injury, moving with tenderness. After the rabbit was freed, Wang Chu quickly bound its limbs and body with pre-prepared vines, leaving only its small head exposed, quivering in terror as it twitched its nose. Ming Dao, it's done. Let's head back. Ming Dao nodded, casting a glance at the rabbit before turning to retrace his steps. On their return journey, the number of people at the forest's edge had multiplied several times compared to when they arrived. Nearly everyone capable of movement had emerged. Most wore ashen expressions, gathering in small groups, armed with a variety of makeshift weapons, kitchen knives, rolling pins, baseball bats, and even a pair of gardening shears. They dared not venture deeper, instead cautiously scavenging the forest periphery for the remnants of wild vegetable roots that had been unearthed countless as Ming Dao and Wang Chu emerged from the woodland path. They instantly became the center of attention for all. Particularly captivating was the lively gray hair in Wang Chu's grasp, its plump, succulent form drawing the gazes of onlookers like a magnet. Countless envious and jealous eyes fixated upon them, while those laboriously digging for wild vegetables halted their efforts. Their gazes fixated on the rabbit, their throats involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. At last, a matron with a basket could no longer contain herself and squeezed through the crowd. Her basket contained only a few slender, toothpick-like black roots. Hastening to Ming Dao, she forced a smile that was excessively ingratiating, even tinged with flattery. Young man, you are truly fortunate. The matron's voice was sharp and thin, brimming with feigned enthusiasm. Such a plump rabbit is truly a rarity. Where did you catch it? Could you possibly share a hint with me? My family hasn't had a proper meal in nearly 2 days. As she spoke, her murky eyes fixated ravenously on the rabbit, as if she longed to pounce upon it. Ming Dao halted, regarding her with a blank expression. He lifted his hand and gestured toward the shadowy depths of the forest behind him. Just luck, really. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. It is not safe within. Just as we exited, we heard the roar of a beast. If you value your life, it will be wise to refrain from entering. The mention of a beast's roar instantly conjured images of the terrifying saber-toothed tiger and the 7 mangled corpses from the previous day in her mind. The matron's face drained of color, turning ashen, devoid of any trace of blood. Yes. Thank you for the warning, young man. Thank you. Her voice trembled as she hurriedly averted her gaze from the rabbit, daring not to utter another word. Like one fleeing from a plague, she retreated into the crowd, exclaiming in terror to those around her, "Don't go in there. Don't go in. There are monsters. Flesh-eating monsters." The murmurs among the crowd, already suppressed, dwindled further. All eyes turned toward the forest's depths, now imbued with fear. They were aware that resources lay within the woods, yet none possessed the courage to venture inside. Undoubtedly, the choice between hunger and life was clear. Ming Dao observed this scene, shaking his head. He paid no further heed to the terrified survivors, instead leading Wang Chu through the throng toward building number 5. At that moment, a peculiar, discordant buzzing sound reached his ears from nearby, capturing his attention. The noise was faint yet possessed a remarkable penetrating quality, resonating with a distinctly mechanical frequency. Following the sound, he spotted a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, appearing rather scholarly. Nervously gazing upwards, his hands clutching a white remote control as his fingers deftly maneuvered the joystick. Above him, a white quadcopter drone was precariously descending from the forest canopy. Ming Dao's expression shifted instantly. A drone. In this apocalyptic world, it was a genuine reconnaissance asset. Its strategic value was immeasurable. Chapter 77. Your drone seems to have sustained considerable damage. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the wriggling rabbit and, accompanied by bewildered Wang Chu, changed course to approach the bespectacled young man. The young man, noticing Ming Dao's advance, was initially captivated by the lively hair in Wang Chu's hands, a glimmer of unabashed envy flickering in his eyes. However, upon meeting Ming Dao's imposing gaze and his purposeful stride, that envy swiftly transformed into wariness. In this dystopian reality, an approaching stranger often heralded trouble. As Ming Dao approached, the young man instinctively took a half-step back, shielding the remote control protectively against his chest, and cautiously inquired, "Did you need something?" His voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with the characteristic timidity of a tech enthusiast. Ming Dao's gaze settled on the drone that had just landed on the grass. It was a consumer-grade DJI aerial drone, appearing relatively new, yet it bore the scars of battle. Of its 4 propellers, 2 showed significant cracks and notches, as though scraped by some sharp object at high speed. The drone's white body was riddled with fine scratches, the most prominent being a deep claw mark that extended from the nose to the tail, as if a formidable raptor had viciously raked it. Most critically, the gimbal camera beneath the nose bore a glaring crack in its protective glass. Although it had not shattered completely, the clarity of the footage was severely compromised. Ming Dao took in the scene, forming his judgment. He returned his gaze to the young man, whose forehead glistened with sweat and flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly whites. "Hey there, your drone seems to have endured quite a bit of damage." Confronted with this unexpected remark, the young man's face flushed, akin to a tech enthusiast caught off guard. He gestured toward the battered drone on the grass, his voice laden with helplessness and sorrow. "Don't mention it. It was just snagged by some strange bird up in the sky, and I nearly lost it. This drone is my livelihood." Strange bird? Livelihood? The combination of these 2 phrases instantly piqued the interest of all the survivors eavesdropping in the vicinity. Ming Dao raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing the vital information within the young man's words, and took a step closer, pressing for more. "Oh, what did you see up there? Can you locate a water source?" Water. The previously distant observers, who had feigned interest in digging for wild roots, now halted their activities and converged toward the conversation. The young man was evidently taken aback, suddenly thrust into the spotlight. He glanced nervously at the onlookers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, and felt a wave of panic wash over him. Instinctively seeking reassurance, he looked to Ming Dao, who offered a reassuring smile, allowing him to regain his composure. "I found it. I found it. I found it. Is that true? You found water? Where? Is it far? Is it clean? Oh my goodness. Finally, salvation has arrived. We won't have to drink that filthy water anymore." This was the first genuine piece of good news they had heard since the onset of the apocalypse 3 days prior. In the face of the surrounding clamor of inquiries, excitement flickered in the young man's eyes as he raised his voice to cut through the din. "I found it. To the north. Just head north from here, about 3 or 4 kilometers away, there's a small stream. It's not wide, but the current is strong." I zoomed in with the camera, and the stones at the bottom are crystal clear. It looks very clean. He paused, as if recalling something, and his expression shifted from exhilaration to dejection. Regrettably, just as I was preparing to return, an ominous black bird emerged from the shadows, moving with astounding speed. It lunged directly at my drone. I desperately maneuvered to evade it, yet its claws raked fiercely across the fuselage. He pointed at the ghastly claw mark on the drone and, with a lingering sense of dread, remarked, at that moment, the entire aircraft was spinning wildly in the sky, nearly spiraling out of control and crashing. I barely managed to regain stability and flew it back. However, it seems the flight control system has malfunctioned. You all witnessed its erratic descent just now, swaying uncontrollably completely unresponsive. It's likely beyond repair. The individuals who had just been reveling in the discovery of a new water source now wore expressions of dismay. What good is finding a water source if it lies 3 to 4 kilometers away? That distance signifies traversing an entirely unfamiliar territory, fraught with unknown perils. Just yesterday, on the forest's edge, a saber-toothed tiger had slaughtered 7 people. Who knows what monstrous creatures lurk near that stream? And now, the only eyes capable of providing aerial reconnaissance and charting a safe route have been rendered inoperative. Without the drone to scout ahead, who would dare risk an encounter with ferocious beasts to venture into that alien expanse 3 kilometers away? Who could be sent to scout? Who would go? The crowd fell into a heavy silence once more, as the weight of despair often proves more excruciating than hope. Yet, just as everyone despaired, Ming Dao executed an unexpected maneuver. He crouched down, scrutinizing the battle-damaged drone with keen interest, extending his finger to gently trace the deep claw mark visible down to the bone. Perhaps I have a solution, he mused. What? Li Iwan exclaimed, jerking his head up in astonishment. His eyes brimmed with incredulity, as if he were questioning his own sanity after being gripped by acute tension moments before. He pointed at the drone on the ground, his voice tinged with the indignation of a professional challenged by an amateur. Brother, are you joking? Do you think this is as simple as swapping out a battery? Look closely. This is an issue with the flight control motherboard, the core control unit, and the gimbal camera is also damaged. The stabilization axis inside is likely broken. This requires specialized diagnostic equipment, original replacement parts, a clean workstation, and precise soldering tools. Unless there's an official DJI service station, even a deity couldn't fix it. His tone sharpened, reflecting his belief that Ming Dao's words were not merely ignorant, but a profound affront to his expertise. The surrounding survivors cast skeptical glances, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, this equipment appears exceedingly precious. How could it possibly be repaired so easily? Young man, don't be absurd. This is no laughing matter. A murmur of low discussions rippled through the crowd. In the face of the Yuan's skepticism and the surrounding jeers, Ming Dao chose not to engage in argument. Instead, he countered, "It's of great importance to you. I assent to it." Li Yuan paused, taken aback. "If it cannot be repaired, you may very well find yourself unable to locate the next water source, nor could you utilize it to earn contribution points from Lu Guodong and the others, correct? Without it, what distinguishes you from those digging for roots on the forest edge?" Chapter 78. Half an hour each day. Indeed, he was not wrong. Not at all. Li Yuan was a tech enthusiast, a quintessential embodiment of someone who exerted little physical effort or engagement with agriculture. If he were to compete for resources, he would surely lose. If tasked with manual labor, he would falter. This drone, purchased with 3 months' worth of his salary, was his sole means of survival in this wretched apocalypse. Just yesterday, he had utilized this very drone to hover above the community, aiding Lu Guodong's patrol team in observing several anomalies atop buildings, thereby earning himself 50 contribution points and 2 precious packets of compressed biscuits. He had believed he had discovered a dignified way to survive amidst this desolation. Yet now, this singular asset had transformed into a heap of scrap metal. Li Yuan's complexion drained of color in an instant. His lips trembled as he sighed. Let us treat a dead horse as a living one. What if he truly isn't just boasting? Can you actually fix it? Li Yuan stared intently into Ming Dao's eyes, searching for even the slightest hint of deceit. What do you want in return? He posed the pivotal question. In this world, there are no free lunches. To gain, one must pay. He braced himself for a hefty price. Upon hearing this, Ming Dao smiled. I do not require contribution points. I'm uncertain whether I can indeed repair it, as I am not a professional. However, I also possess a DJI drone that I lost a long time ago. It crashed and has been gathering dust in my storage room. Given the current situation, perhaps I could dismantle it for parts. This explanation was reasonable, instantly alleviating much of Li Yuan and the onlooker's skepticism. Dismantling for parts, while still demanding technical skill, sounded far more feasible than attempting a restoration from thin air. Ming Dao paused momentarily before articulating his true condition. In exchange, I require your drone to serve me for half an hour each day. I will dictate where you shall scout. Of course, the matter of battery life is a separate issue. Half an hour each day, and it would be entirely at my command. This effectively meant relinquishing half of the drone's operational rights. It is essential to note that the drone's battery life is limited. This DJI model boasts a mere 51 minutes of flight time. Even with a generator, charging remains a luxury. In this current reality of unstable power supply, each takeoff consumes precious battery life. Half an hour every day is no trivial cost. Yet, the ability to fly, however limited, far outweighs the alternative of being grounded. Ming Dao awaited Li Yuan to come to his own realization. A forced agreement bears no sweetness. Only a willing acceptance from the other party ensures the longevity of this collaboration. Seconds ticked by. Finally, Li Yuan seemed to reach a resolution, abruptly raising his head. A glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He did not immediately acquiesce, but instead proposed his own terms, seeking to retain a semblance of control. It's a deal. He first concurred with the overarching framework of the agreement, then shifted his tone to a professional one, stating, "However, you may allow me to inspect your drone. I am knowledgeable enough. As long as the parts are intact, I can repair it myself. If it can indeed be fixed, I will lend you half an hour daily, and you may use it as you wish. You need to find a way to charge it safely." He emphasized the terms lend and use, indicating that he was merely loaning the equipment, not becoming Ming Dao's subordinate alongside the equipment. He wished to preserve his independence and dignity as a pilot. Upon hearing this proposal, Ming Dao's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. He had anticipated needing to employ considerable persuasion, perhaps even revealing some of his capabilities as leverage. To his surprise, Li Yuan was far more astute than he had initially assumed. Among the crowd, there remained good individuals. At the very least, Li Yuan was a clever person open to dialogue and negotiation. Agreed, Ming Dao readily affirmed, extending his hand and patting Li Yuan's shoulder. It is settled. With your drone in tow, let us return to Building 5. Huh? Oh, all right. Li Yuan, in a flurry, clutched the drone and remote controller to his chest, not daring to show any hesitation, and hurriedly jogged to catch up. The trio made their way back to Building 5. Li Yuan's gaze wandered. He occasionally turned his head, casting a curious glance at the man in the lead. In stark contrast, Wang Chu strode behind Ming Dao, proudly bearing the tightly bound wild rabbit. Resembling a triumphant general Zaidadakam. His look towards Li Yuan was tinged with a hint of superiority, as if he were a seasoned veteran. Along the way, they encountered more survivors foraging for food. The sight of the plump rabbit in Wang Chu's hands elicited voracious stares from those around, as if they wished to devour it whole. Yet, upon their gaze falling upon the bloodied bone knife, those greedy looks quickly turned timid. Heads bowed as they willingly parted to clear the path. The strong grow stronger, while the weak diminish. The laws of the apocalypse were being inscribed in the very bones of every individual in the most unambiguous manner. Before long, the trio arrived at the foot of Building 5. They had reached their destination. Ming Dao halted before door 802, extracted a key from his pocket, and inserted it into the lock. With a crisp click, the door swung open, and he stepped aside to allow passage. 1, 2. Stand guard at the entrance and remain alert for any sounds from the stairwell, he instructed without turning his head. Yes, Brother Ming. Wang Chu immediately assumed the posture of a dutiful sentinel, placing the rabbit on the ground, standing tall, and scanning the dimly lit staircase with keen eyes. Only then did Ming Dao turn his attention to Li Yuan, gesturing for him to enter. Please come in. Okay, sure. Li Yuan, cradling his precious drone, cautiously stepped across the threshold of 802. The moment he entered the living room, he froze. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, perhaps a chaotic storeroom overflowing with supplies, or stark, minimalist camp stripped to bare essentials. Yet, he never anticipated encountering such a scene. The entire living room was immaculate, orderly, and could even be described as pristine. Every piece of furniture was arranged with precision, the floor gleaming as if newly polished, and the air devoid of any unpleasant odor, instead wafting a faint, purifying fragrance reminiscent of some botanical essence. Were it not for the bizarre, high-hanging sky outside, Li Yuan might have assumed he was merely visiting a friend with obsessive cleanliness. Is this truly the apocalypse? He glanced down at his own clothing, soiled with dirt and grass from navigating the forest, and felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. His steps became tentative, fearful of tarnishing the immaculate floor. Chapter 79, Surveying Drone. Make yourself comfortable. Ming Dao gestured towards the sofa and proceeded down the hallway toward the bedroom. I'll fetch something for you. Li Yuan awkwardly perched on the edge of the sofa, placing the drone on the coffee table as if it were a priceless treasure. He dared not move or look around, sitting stiffly as if awaiting a job interview, hands resting on his knees in a poised manner. Soon, a faint rustling emerged from the bedroom. Moments later, Ming Dao reappeared, bearing a large, dust-covered hardshell storage box, towering nearly to his height. Thud! He carelessly set the box down on the coffee table before Li Yuan, sending a cloud of fine dust into the air, prompting Li Yuan to cough involuntarily. Cough this the items you requested should be inside, Ming Dao stated succinctly, Li Yuan gazed at the colossal box before him, doubt creeping into his mind. He struggled to connect this dust-laden relic with the precision of the drone he envisioned. Tentatively, he reached out, brushing the dust away to reveal two metallic clasps. Click, click. With two sharp sounds, the lid swung open. Inside, the box was densely packed with thick foam, each groove corresponding precisely to a component. At the center lay a black drone, its design embodying the elegance of industrial artistry, sturdy lines and robust arms. A stark contrast to Li Yuan's petite white consumer-grade drone, akin to the difference between a heavy-duty truck and a family sedan. However, its condition could only be described as tragic. The surface was similarly coated in dust, one arm fractured in the middle, exposing a tangle of colorful, complex wiring, akin to a broken bone. The other arm's propeller was missing, leaving only a bare motor shaft. The gimbal camera at the bottom was in even worse shape, the lens shattered, with mere shards of glass stubbornly clinging to the frame. What was this if not a heap of electronic refuse? Li Yuan's lips wisha involuntarily. He lifted his gaze, casting an incredulous look at Ming Dao. Are you certain this is the drone you mentioned? His voice brimmed with disbelief and absurdity. This object was so far removed from a mere accessory that it would scarcely qualify even as recyclable waste, let alone usable parts. Ming Dao shrugged nonchalantly. It once flew, but during one flight, it soared too high, lost signal, and plummeted from several hundred meters, resulting in this state. The company abandoned it, and I thought I might salvage it and tossed it in storage, forgetting about it. He gestured toward the pile of scrap metal, casually stating, "Aren't you the expert? Open it up. Perhaps there are still usable components within." Li Yuan was left speechless. He felt akin to a consumer duped by a rogue merchant. Yet there was nowhere to lodge a complaint. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his frustration. Now that he was here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Perhaps a dead horse might still be treated as a live one. He retrieved a Swiss Army knife from his pocket, deftly unfolding a Phillips screwdriver, and bent down to commence a forensic examination of the electronic refuse. His movements were focused, his expression turning serious. He meticulously inspected every blemish on the drone's body with a flashlight, muttering to himself. Structural fracture of the arm, exposed motor shaft, damaged wiring. This isn't crucial, as the arm is unusable anyway. The gimbal camera is physically destroyed, the lens shattered, and the stabilization axis is likely ruined. This too is unimportant. My gimbal should be intact. The exterior shell has multiple cracks, but the main frame remains unwarped. Interesting. As he continued his inspection, he began to disassemble the drone's exterior with the screwdriver. Tiny screws were expertly removed and lined up neatly on the coffee table. Wang Chu, stationed at the door, couldn't resist the curiosity and leaned in to observe. He watched Li Yuan's precise and practiced motions, his eyes filled with intrigue. Before long, the upper shell of the drone was entirely removed, revealing an incredibly intricate circuit board within. The green motherboard was densely populated with various chips, capacitors, and wiring, a dazzling sight. Li Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and his breathing quickened. "Oh my heavens!" he gasped, unable to contain his astonishment as he extended a finger to delicately brush away the dust from the mainboard. "It is simply exquisite. Do you see this flight control board? It is an industrial-grade, custom board. The chip fabrication and circuit design far surpass consumer-grade standards. And this GPS module features a dual-mode redundancy design. No wonder it can soar to such heights." He resembled Columbus discovering a new continent, completely engulfed in a fervor characteristic of a tech enthusiast. He forgot his surroundings and his original purpose, lost in the overwhelming awe that this intricate circuit board inspired within him. This transmission chip is actually military-grade. Its anti-interference capability is at least 3 times that of civilian-grade equipment, and these electronic speed controllers are remarkably robust. Each one is equipped with its own independent heat sink. Wang Chu was bewildered, entirely unable to comprehend the significance of these technical terms, yet he could not help but feel the profound excitement in Li Yuan's voice. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he quietly inquired, "Ming Dao, what does he mean? Can this thing actually be used?" Ming Dao crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, shaking his head. He certainly recognized the value of this drone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to seize the opportunity. This was a professional-grade surveying drone that his company had acquired at great expense, with performance, anti-interference capabilities, and endurance that far exceeded those of ordinary drones available on the market. In simpler terms, Ming Dao explained to Wang Chu, "Your drone is akin to a family sedan, while mine is like an armored personnel carrier, even though this armored vehicle has been reduced to just an engine and a few intact circuits. If we transfer its engine to that sedan, The sedan can possess the power of an armored vehicle. Wang Chu instantly grasped the concept. I understand. Ming Yi. You mean to use the best components from your drone to replace the damaged parts of his drone, effectively upgrading it? That's about the gist of it. Chapter 80. Humanity is also a form of life. While they conversed, Li Yuan had already meticulously extracted a black chip the size of a fingernail from the mainboard using the tweezers from his Swiss Army knife. Holding the chip up to his eyes and illuminated by the flashlight, he carefully discerned the model. Indeed, it is the PMU power management unit that has burned out. Like a doctor who has finally identified the ailment, his voice trembled with excitement. I knew it. The aircraft was so unstable during the descent. It had to be a power issue. When it plummeted from several hundred meters, the immense current surge easily damaged this component. He looked up, his gaze intense as he met Ming Dao's eyes. Though your drone has also crashed, its PMU was well protected and remains unscathed. If we simply replace this chip in my drone and reflash the firmware, it can soar again. I have the tools at home, but there's no electricity. All of these tools require power. Doesn't Lu Guodong have a diesel generator? Ming Dao suggested. Just tell him you discovered a water source with the drone. But the exact location cannot be pinpointed, and the drone needs repairs to continue the search. I refuse to believe he won't provide you with power. Li Yuan azitata. All right. Excellent. Ming Dao nodded. Since it's still early, you should head for the repairs. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Ideally, I want to fix today. I need it for today. He paused to add, if anything comes up, just knock on my door. 3 long knocks followed by 1 short. Understood. I got it. Li Yuan affirmed. And with the conversation reaching its conclusion, he efficiently cradled his suitcase in his arms, preparing to depart. By the way, which building do you live in? I will come looking for you when I need your assistance. Building 9, room 601. Ming Dao nodded, committing the address to memory. He waved his hand, signaling the end of the conversation. All right, take care of your things and be safe. Yes, Ming Yi, I'll be on my way. If you need anything, don't hesitate to find me. Li Yuan, laden with belongings, exited room 802 with Wang Chu's assistance, glancing back several times. It was only after their figures vanished around the staircase corner that Ming Dao slowly closed the door. Click, as the lock clicked into place. The world once again fell into tranquility. His primary motive for assisting Li Yuan in repairing the drone was still to locate the unclaimed construction panel. The vacant units in the neighborhood were limited, and as time passed, the remaining ones would dwindle. Time was not on his side. Ming Dao turned away, bypassing the living room and heading straight into his study. In the center of the room, he retrieved a card from his pocket that shimmered with a faint bronze glow. It was the simple beast cage. Gazing at the vividly illustrated cage on the card, he focused his thoughts. Use. In an instant, the card transformed into a stream of light, merging into his palm. Shortly thereafter, countless bronze-hued specks materialized in the empty space before him. These luminous points intertwined, traced, and combined in an enigmatic pattern. In less than 3 seconds, a massive metallic cage appeared in the corner of the study. It was a cubic metal cage, precisely 3 meters in length, width, and height, constructed from unknown metal bars as thick as an infant's arm. These metal strips seamlessly joined to form an indestructible enclosure, with one side featuring a gate that could be pulled outward. The entire beast cage was simple yet robust, exuding an air of extraordinary presence. Simple beast cage. Type, consumable item. Description, generates a sturdy, simple beast cage. Dimensions, 3m times 3m times 3m before you. This beast cage is made of unknown metal, indestructible, and suitable for confining or transporting small to medium-sized creatures. Special effect, provides a gradual taming and healing effect on creatures within the cage. Ming Dao approached the beast cage, extending his hand to gently tap the cold metal bars. Clang! He even felt a slight, tingling sensation at his fingertips. Indestructible. The system does not deceive me. Satisfied, he nodded and exited the study, returning to the living room where he retrieved the gray wild rabbit still futilely struggling on the floor. He opened the cage's gate and casually tossed the rabbit inside. With a resounding thud, the gate automatically closed. The rabbit, having been thrown into the cage, was evidently terrified. It dashed around the vast enclosure, leaping and attempting to escape. Its hind leg, injured by a trap, reopened due to the frantic movement, staining a small patch of the floor with blood. However, at that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. A soft, gentle white light began to rise from the bottom of the cage, enveloping the agitated rabbit. Under the radiance of the white light, the wound on the rabbit's leg, which had been bleeding, began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate. Although the process was exceedingly slow, requiring a keen eye to detect. The torn flesh was indeed gradually retracting and the bleeding was steadily subsiding. This, without a doubt, indicated the effects of recovery. Even more astonishing was the phenomenon of taming. The once terrified wild rabbit, which had been frantically darting about, gradually quieted under the gentle embrace of white light. It ceased to leap, to struggle, and even the frantic squeaks that had escaped its lips fell silent. Slowly, it settled into a crouch, adopting a demeanor of docility and tranquility. Ultimately, it curled up in the corner of its cage like a domesticated pet, quietly grooming its paws, as if it had come to regard this confinement as its nest. Ming Dao observed this scene with a heart full of awe. The effects of taming and recovery were indeed remarkable. What if he could capture a powerful mutated creature, like that saber-toothed tiger, and confine it within this cage? Given time, would he not possess a formidable companion akin to the mythical guardian beasts of lore? This thought sent his heart racing with exhilaration. Wait! Exhibits slow taming and recovery effects on the caged creatures. Creatures. Humans are also a form of creature. Are they not? If a person were confined within this cage, what might transpire? Would they too, like the wild rabbit, undergo restoration? Would they be tamed? A wounded individual confined within would surely see their injuries heal. And a disobedient person confined within, would they not also have all their sharp edges smoothed away, shedding their wildness, ultimately transforming into an utterly loyal pet? As Ming Dao pondered this, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, culminating in a silent grin. The next opportunity must surely be seized for such an experiment. Chapter 81. The Pit of Excrement. Since arriving in this era, the populace had largely forsaken the habit of breakfast, with some even subsisting on but a single meal a day. Ming Dao, however, decided to indulge himself. He retrieved several strips of partially dried chicken breast jerky from the balcony, their texture firm and imbued with a savory saltiness. He also unearthed a few dried mushrooms, rehydrating them in water, as their unique forest aroma wafted throughout the air. A simple fire stove ignited in the corner of the balcony, the orange flames licking the bottom of the pot. The water was pure and purified, and the pot was of excellent iron. As the water reached a boil, he added the sliced chicken jerky and mushrooms, allowing them to simmer gently. The fats and salt from the chicken were gradually coaxed out by the heat, merging perfectly with the mushroom's exquisite essence, and the rich aroma of the broth began to spread restlessly. Minutes later, the broth transformed into a milky white, its fragrance becoming increasingly robust. Ming Dao tore open a packet of pickled vegetables, snapping a flatbread into 4 pieces and tossing them into the bubbling, thick soup. Finally, he added the soul of the dish, squeezing in the seasoning and sauce packets. Sizzle. Here it comes. The combined aromas of meat, mushrooms, noodles, and the unique allure of the pickled vegetables surged forth from the window of apartment 802. It slipped through the crevices of the building, infiltrating one household after another. On the 7th floor, Li Ku, who was boiling the last remnants of rice into a clear porridge, inhaled deeply. The scent clawed at his stomach, igniting a protest from his already ravenous belly. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with envy. Damn, they're feasting again. On the 6th floor, Sister Wang had just given water to her feverish child, having eaten only a half of a hard biscuit herself. With the overpowering aroma wafted into her home, she froze momentarily, her expression shifting to one of complex emotions. Gratitude mingled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and longing for a life so starkly different. She, too, yearned to partake in such a meal. The residents below were driven nearly to madness by the tantalizing scent. Damn, who the hell is cooking meat? Is there no respite for us? This smell is too enticing. I can't endure it any longer. And the architect of this culinary delight, Ming Dao, savored his apocalyptic feast with a clear conscience. The noodles had absorbed the essence of the broth, each strand perfectly chewy. The chicken jerky had become tender and flavorful, while the mushrooms were succulent and delicious. He relished every bite, devouring the meal with abandon, even working up a sweat. After consuming a pot of hot soup, every fiber of his being felt as if it had been soothed and rejuvenated. This was life. After his hearty meal, Ming Dao held a cup of water as he strolled to the edge of the balcony, leaning against the railing and gazing out at the forest. Time slipped by in a leisurely manner. Suddenly, a commotion erupted below, unannounced. Open the door. Hurry, open the door. What is that smell? It's nauseating. Help! It's suffocating. A wave of chaos erupted without warning from below. Ming Dao raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the source of the disturbance. Was it from units 4 and 3 downstairs? The epicenter of the turmoil was none other than room 301, old Madame Zhang's household. Something terrible had occurred. Below, a throng of people had gathered, all covering their noses and mouths with their hands or sleeves. Their faces etched with fear as they pointed at the tightly shut security door of room 301. The aroma of instant noodles had triggered an offensive stench. The scent, once a mere background note they had grown accustomed to, now provoked a visceral reaction, making them gag. This was beyond foul. Soon, several figures approached at a rapid pace. Lu Guodong and Dr. Lin Yifu, accompanied by a team of patrollers, hurried to the scene. What is going on? Lu Guodong's voice boomed. A neighbor from the third floor, upon seeing Lu Guodong, rushed forward as though he had found a lifeline, pointing at the door of 301. Captain Lu, you've arrived just in time. You must come and smell this. Something has gone terribly wrong in 301 since the night before last. It has been howling like a banshee, and today there has been no sound. Now a foul odor is seeping out from the cracks of the door. The smell is simply... He could not finish his sentence, seemingly recalling the odor, and promptly bent over, retching violently. Without needing further explanation, both Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu caught a whiff of it. It was an odor that defied description. It mingled the sour stench of rotting food, the fetid scent of fermenting waste, and an even more indescribable odor reminiscent of the putrid gases emitted by a decaying corpse. This odor seemed to possess substance, so thick that one could almost see a pale yellow trail in the air. It invaded everyone's nostrils, shooting straight to the brain, eliciting tears and causing their stomachs to churn violently. Even Lu Guodong, a hardened veteran, turned pale at the smell, his stomach twisting in knots. Lin Yifu's response was more clinical. He quickly retrieved 2 medical masks from his pocket, donned one himself, and handed the other to Lu Guodong. His brow furrowed, his expression grave. Make way. Everyone step back. After donning the mask, Lu Guodong felt slightly better and waved his hand to disperse the crowd, instructing the patrolling team to encircle room 301. Master Qin, I'm here. Knock on the door. If there is no response, unlock it for me. Lu Guodong ordered in a low voice. Understood. Master Qin nodded and approached the door of 301. The foul odor made him grimace. Bang, bang, bang. He raised his hand and knocked forcefully on the door. Is anyone inside? Oh, Madame Zhang, open the door. The room was enveloped in an oppressive silence, devoid of even the faintest echo. Master Qin glanced back at Lu Guodong, noting the gravity etched on his face as he nodded solemnly, prompting Qin to act without hesitation. He retrieved an assortment of unusually shaped metallic instruments from a small leather pouch at his waist. Carefully, he inserted a thin strip of tin foil into the lock, gently maneuvering it with a slender probe. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their anticipation palpable. In less than 10 seconds, a barely audible click resounded, a sound of unlocking. The door creaked open. Master Qin barely had time to retract his tools, instinctively pushing the heavy security door ajar. At that very moment, a stench, intensified 100-fold, found its escape, erupting as a yellowish wave through the crack in the door. This was no mere odor. It was a thick, viscous miasma of excrement. Ugh! The nearest to the door, Master Qin and the 2 security guards flanking him had no time to react. The foul tempest struck them head-on, prompting gut-wrenching retches. They dropped everything and scrambled to a nearby space, leaning against the wall as they expelled the contents of their stomachs. The surrounding survivors screamed, retreating further in horror, their gazes fixated in terror on the now-ajar door. What lay beyond was not of this world. It was hell itself, a depiction of the dung pit hell described in Buddhist scriptures. Chapter 82. Beneath the heavy bounty, brave souls emerge. The entirety of the living room floor, walls, and even the ceiling were cloaked in a thick layer of foul, yellowish-brown detritus, a grotesque amalgamation of semi-solid and liquid filth. Excrement, vomit, and unidentifiable fragments filled every visible corner. Amidst this ocean of filth lay 3 grotesquely swollen, blackened corpses, contorted in a nightmarish pose upon the ground. They were Anzhang, her husband, and their son. Their skin bore an eerie bluish-black hue, their bellies grotesquely distended, as if they might burst at any moment. Their faces contorted in agony, mouths agape, as though they had endured unimaginable suffering in their final moments. Swarms of flies and unidentified insects buzzed ominously above the bodies, the sound sending shivers down the spine. Damn it! A bold neighbor, daring to glance inside, caught but a glimpse of this hellish tableau. His face drained of color, turning a ghastly white. How utterly revolting! Cursing under his breath, he could endure it no longer, turning to flee, retching as he disappeared down the corridor. His reaction acted as a signal. Ugh! Don't look! Run! This house is unsalvageable. One by one, The remaining onlookers succumbed to panic, cursing as they scattered in all directions. In mere seconds, the once crowded corridor became desolate. Only Lu Guodong, Lin Yifu, and a few other psychologically resilient core members remained, their faces pale, breaths quickening. Zhao Hu, fighting against the nausea, dragged the still retching team members to a safe distance and instructed others to erect a temporary cordon. Lin Yifu, the most composed among them, felt a flicker of unease. Such grotesque signs were rare even before the catastrophe. Yet, adhering to his medical training, he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, retrieving a mask from his pocket to form a double layer of protection. He approached the entrance, halting at the threshold. The interior was no longer a space for humanity. With no other recourse, he stood at the door, illuminating the area with his flashlight, scrutinizing every detail within, particularly the state of the 3 corpses. Lu Guodong, stifling the overwhelming stench that threatened to render him unconscious, turned to a few neighbors who had yet to flee. "Speak. What transpired here?" An elderly woman trembled as she replied. "It seems they drank from the fountain pool in the villa area." "Oh yes, that's right, Captain Lu. The day before yesterday, Aunt Zhang disregarded the advice of a young man from the 8th floor, insisting that the water was safe to drink once boiled. We all witnessed it." "Yes," another neighbor quickly added. "The night prior, their home was in disarray. There was crying, shouting, and sounds of severe diarrhea that persisted throughout the night. We thought it was merely a case of food poisoning. Who could have imagined it would lead to death? Especially in such a horrific manner." He refrained from uttering the word disgusting. The crowd, animatedly discussing, quickly pieced together the timeline of Aunt Zhang's family from drinking the water to their demise. The more Lu Guodong listened, the darker his expression became. He turned to Lin Yifu, who continued to observe from the door, and asked gravely, "Dr. Lin, what is your assessment?" Lin Yifu slowly turned, removing the now yellowed outer mask and casting it aside, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness. He shook his head. "This is abnormal. Absolutely abnormal. Even in the case of cholera or other severe intestinal infections, the outcome would only be acute diarrhea and dehydration, leading to eventual exhaustion and death. It cannot, under any circumstances, result in such rapid decomposition and swelling of the body in just a few days." He pointed at the 3 corpses, now unrecognizable as human forms, his voice betraying a slight tremor. "This defies any known medical principles. The rate of decay is astonishingly rapid, beyond comprehension. There is undoubtedly a lethal pathogen in that water. Perhaps even some unknown microorganism." Lethal pathogens. Unknown microorganisms. This is dire. A chill coursed through Lu Guodong's veins. The threat posed by the water source was more horrifying than he had imagined. He had initially intended to utilize this stagnant water, but if such pathogens were to spread. Lu Guodong dared not dwell further on the thought. Decisively, a steely glint flashed in his eyes. "Zhao Hu, Gulme, immediately gather people. Wrap the bodies inside with the thickest plastic sheets and transport them to the forest. Find a secluded spot and burn them with gasoline. Reduce them to ashes. Leave nothing behind. This house must be boarded up. Seal all doors and windows. No one is permitted to approach." Taking a deep breath, he shouted at the few remaining team members. "This task will yield 20 contribution points. 20 contribution points. Beneath the heavy bounty, brave souls will emerge." The young men, preoccupied with thoughts of their next meal, steeled their resolve. Disgust? Fear? In the face of survival, all of it paled in significance. "Captain Lu, I'll do it. Count me in." 3 young men stepped forward immediately. "Good. Excellent." Lu Guodong nodded at them. "Remember, once you finish, burn all clothing along with the bodies." "Understood." Stimulated by the prospect of 20 contribution points, the 3 young individuals who had stepped forward swiftly sprang into action. They retrieved 3 explosive-proof forks with crescent-shaped prongs from the security team and unearthed a massive roll of thick industrial plastic from the storage room. With all preparations complete, the trio donned triple-layered masks, their expressions resolute. They pushed a small delivery cart, inhaled deeply, and ventured into room 301. The odor was overwhelming. Even at a distance of several meters, some residents with fragile constitutions leaned against the walls, retching uncontrollably. The atmosphere in the corridor was fraught with anxiety. The survivors' initial yearning for the fountain pool in the villa complex had morphed into sheer terror. They shunned it, preferring the prospect of dying of thirst to daring to touch a single drop of that water. Simultaneously, the yearning for clean water reached a crescendo. After all, one could survive 7 days without food, but without water, death would come swiftly. At the 4th-floor stairway, Ming Dao and Wang Chu stood, their eyes capturing every detail of the unfolding scene below. Wang Chu's complexion was paler than the wall, his lips trembling, and his stomach churning violently. He felt an overwhelming urge to turn away from the horrific spectacle, yet a peculiar curiosity compelled him to maintain his gaze. After all, witnessing a giant corpse was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Ming Dao's expression was taut with anxiety. He regretted having eaten a hearty meal, as the stench nearly induced him to vomit. In this moment, he seized the opportunity to glance at several individuals standing outside the cordon: Lu Guodong, Lin Yifu, and Zhao Hu. These were the core members of the committee. Lu Guodong stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor dark and foreboding, clearly in a foul mood. Beside him, Lin Yifu, masked, surveyed the interior of room 301 with a scrutinizing eye, as if engaged in analysis. The veteran soldier, Zhao, who maintained order with a few team members. Ming Dao's gaze swept across the crowd, matching their features and expressions with the information provided by Sister Wang. Suddenly, his attention was firmly captured by a figure standing behind Zhao Hu. It was a man, an exceptionally tall and robust individual. His height was estimated to be nearly 6 feet 3 inches, towering a head above Zhao Hu. He wore no security uniform, just a black fitted tank top, revealing his bulging muscular arms. His pronounced biceps seemed on the verge of bursting through the sleeves. Merely standing there, he exuded an aura of intimidation. Chong Wu. The name sprang to Ming Dao's mind. The fitness coach. Ming Dao squinted, sensing that this man differed significantly from Zhao Hu, whose strength was disciplined and restrained. In contrast, Chong Wu embodied raw power. In terms of sheer strength, he represented a genuine threat. Ming Dao mentally flagged him as the foremost target for vigilance. Just then, a stifled gasp emanated from room 301, signaling that the 3 young men responsible for handling the bodies had finally commenced their task. They cautiously employed the explosive-proof forks to extract the 3 swollen, deformed corpses from the viscous filth, rolling them and wrapping them in the thick plastic. This process undoubtedly posed yet another challenge to the limits of human spirit. Ultimately, the 3 securely encased body bags were hoisted onto the creaking little cart. One young man, after completing the task, could no longer withstand the strain. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, removing his mask and retching uncontrollably. The other 2 appeared equally unsteady, as if drained of all vitality. The 20 contribution points were indeed a hard-won prize. They cautiously pushed the cart down the stairs, the crowd parting in a panic. Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu engaged in hushed conversation for a moment. Lin Yifu nodded, and then, as if sensing something, Lu Guodong abruptly looked up. His gaze inadvertently locked onto Ming Dao, who stood at the 4th-floor stairway. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze in that instant. "Young man, please wait a moment." Lu Guodong's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable undertone. After speaking, he stepped forward, directly ascending the stairs. Lin Yifu adjusted his glasses and followed suit with a smile. Ming. Wang Chu's breath hitched. He watched the 2 figures ascend the steps, his heart racing. Is that Lu Guodong? Is he coming for us? Instinctively, Wang Chu stepped forward, positioning his stout frame in front of Ming Dao, resembling a hen protecting her chicks. Despite his own trembling, his palms were slick with cold sweat. He couldn't bear to meet Lu Guodong's gaze and instead focused intently on the approaching footsteps. Ming Dao delivered a punch to him. Are you feeling guilty? What are you afraid of? Relax. All right. No fear. No fear. Wang Chu stiffened, but upon reflection, managed to calm himself slightly. Hesitantly, he took a step back, allowing space. Ming Dao emerged from the shadows, stepping into the light at the stairway's entrance, awaiting the approaching figures. Lu Guodong halted on the final step, looking up at the young man before him, who was half a head shorter. A perfectly measured smile adorned his face as he extended his right hand. This young man, it seems we meet again. I am Lu Guodong, the temporary head of the committee. Ming Dao extended his hand, and their palms touched briefly before parting. Ming Dao. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Lu Guodong's overt warmth. Wang Chu stood behind, holding his breath. He sensed an invisible pressure permeating the air. This was not a mere neighborly exchange. It felt more like a strategic confrontation. Lu Guodong appeared unfazed by Ming Dao's coolness, naturally retracting his hand while maintaining his smile, his eyes subtly appraising Ming Dao. This was a very young man, seemingly in his early 20s. His build was well-proportioned, not exceptionally muscular, yet he stood with remarkable steadiness, notably characterized by a calm demeanor. Lu Guodong was particularly attuned to his gaze. He had only encountered such eyes in 2 types of individuals: veterans who had long since come to terms with life and death, and reflections of himself in the mirror. Which of these would the young man named Ming Dao embody? As Lu Guodong's mind raced with thoughts, he initiated the second round of engagement, adopting a more congenial tone. akin to that of an elder expressing concern for a younger relative. Ming Dao, do you live alone? Are you managing well? Not too bad. Is there enough food? I see you possess quite the skill, frequently venturing into the forest. Your harvest must be substantial. However, the forest harbors dangers, so one must exercise caution. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to communicate with the committee. We are now a collective, and mutual assistance is paramount. Lu Guodong's words were imbued with a sense of camaraderie. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the lofty authority he typically displayed towards ordinary survivors. He held a remarkably favorable impression of this young man, whether it was during the calm analysis of task regulations in the central square or just moments ago, when, amidst the terror induced by the tragic fate of room 301, he remained unfazed, observing from above with an air of detachment. Such composure and courage were qualities not possessed by the average individual. If such a person could not be utilized for one's own ends, then they must be. A fleeting glimmer of concealed malice flickered in Lu Guodong's eyes. Ming Dao appeared oblivious to the subtext of his words and responded with calm assurance. Sufficient. Just 2 words, quintessentially reflective of Ming Dao's character. Lu Guodong felt as though he were addressing a brick wall, a sensation that left him distinctly uncomfortable. Yet, it was not unusual for the youth of today to exhibit a bit of temperament. After all, his own son back home was even more obstinate. Lin Yifu, who had been silently observing from the side, seized the moment to interject. Adjusting his glasses with a gentle smile, he assumed the role of the conciliator. Brother Ming Dao, please do not misunderstand. Captain Lu harbors no ulterior motives. He is simply concerned for your well-being. His voice was much softer than Lu Guodong's, easily disarming any apprehension. To be honest, I hold a profound admiration for you, Brother Ming Dao. Your interpretation of the task regulations during our last meeting in the square was astute and incisive. I thought to myself, this is undoubtedly a talent. He paused, his tone growing more sincere. Brother Ming Dao, as you have observed, the world has transformed. It is chaotic, perilous, and rife with uncertainty. The power of an individual is ultimately limited. The committee is still in its infancy, requiring the intellect and capability of young individuals such as yourself. He stepped closer, reducing the space between them. On behalf of the committee, I extend a formal invitation to you. Should you choose to join us, you need not surrender all your resources, similar to Zhao Hu and the others. You would merely bear a portion of the collective responsibility. In return, you will become a core member of the committee, enjoying priority access to resources and the utmost medical assurance. Core member, priority allocation, superior medical coverage. Ming Dao regarded Lin Yifu's earnest face and then glanced at the expectant Lu Guodong beside him. He understood. This duet was indeed well performed, but regrettably, they had chosen the wrong audience. Chapter 84. I'll reserve a portion just for you. Ming Dao offered a slight smile, although he did not openly express his stance. His tone had softened. He bypassed their overtures and directly broached the topic that genuinely concerned him. I appreciate the goodwill of Brother Lu and Dr. Lin. For now, food and drink are not lacking. It is merely the water. He did not complete his sentence, allowing a poignant pause to convey his feigned distress, as if genuinely troubled by the matter. The instant the word water escaped his lips, Lu Guodong's smile faltered momentarily. Lin Yifu's habitual gesture of adjusting his glasses also paused. The two exchanged a swift, almost imperceptible glance, ultimately nodding in tacit agreement. Water. At this moment on Blue Bay Peninsula, it was a taboo topic. The hellish scene of room 301 lingered vividly in everyone's memory. The issue of water sources had transcended mere survival difficulties, becoming a shackle looming over the heads of over 3,000 survivors. Lu Guodong sighed heavily, and his expression shifted to one of unguarded sincerity among comrades. Brother Ming Dao, to speak candidly, the water situation is currently a critical vulnerability for our entire community. He adopted a posture of sharing privileged information, demonstrating his sincerity. You've seen the water pool in the villa area. He gestured towards a lower level, lowering his voice. Toxic. Exposure results in death, the manner of which is gruesome. This is no mere contamination. There are malevolent forces within that water. In an effort to further garner Ming Dao's trust, he divulged additional information. We are not solely reliant on that one location. I have dispatched individuals to inspect the firewater tank atop the high-rise. Unfortunately, I must report that the water quality is even worse. He shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. While it appears ostensibly acceptable, Dr. Lin conducted a sample analysis, and the bacterial content is alarming. He sighed. Our only hope lies within the forest. But do not fret, young brother. Lu Guodong's voice took on a fervent tone as he thumped his chest. I have arranged for a drone to search for water sources in the forest. I am confident we shall have results soon. He leaned in closer, speaking in a tone of promise to Ming Dao. Rest assured, brother, the moment we receive news, I guarantee you will be prioritized for clean water. We shall not adhere to the collective protocol. I will reserve a portion just for you. Ming Dao smirked inwardly. Professionals. Li Yuan, were it not for his serendipitous encounter with him in the forest and his coincidental ability to assist in repairing the drone, Lu Guodong's so-called hope would presently be little more than a heap of scrap metal lying on the grass. To downplay another's contributions and package them as one's own foresight was a tactic Lu Guodong had mastered with increasing finesse. Despite his disdain, Ming Dao's expression betrayed a hint of genuine emotion. Then I shall not be polite. He extended his hand to accept the offering. That's the spirit. We are all brothers here. No need for formality. Lu Guodong laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. He deftly issued a final invitation, a last probe. By the way, Ming Dao, which floor do you reside on? I see you live alone. While it offers tranquility, it is ultimately rather unsafe. Why not move closer to the property management? We've cleared out several offices adjacent to the command center. They're completely secure. Living together would provide mutual support. Wang Chu felt his heart leap into his throat. He anxiously watched Ming Dao, fearing that he might acquiesce. Ming Dao smiled. 8th floor. He casually disclosed his floor number, yet in a relaxed tone, he declined Lu Guodong's goodwill. Thank you, brother Lu, but I'm accustomed to solitude. A simple yet irrefutable rationale. Lu Guodong's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. All right, since you prefer peace, I won't insist. But remember, whenever you reconsider, there's always a spot reserved for you at the property. Certainly, Ming Dao nodded, acknowledging the gesture. Well then, we shall not disturb you further. We need to handle the situation with 301. We'll take our leave. Lu Guodong said, waving farewell to Ming Dao before turning away. Lin Yifu also smiled and nodded at Ming Dao, silent farewell, before following Lu Guodong down the stairs. Their footsteps gradually faded away. Only after the two figures vanished completely around the corner of the staircase did Wang Chu let out a long sigh of relief. The two ascended as well. Ming Yi, Lu Guodong and his crew are undoubtedly keeping an eye on us. I could practically feel the scrutiny in his gaze. And Lin Yifu, with that seemingly benign smile, is even more intimidating than Lu Guodong. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Ming Dao's lips. Lu Guodong was ambitious and ruthless, yet he was no mere brute. His foremost desire was to establish an order entirely under his control, until he thoroughly understood my cards, or deemed my threat too significant to manage. He would refrain from taking action. Killing us would yield him no advantage. Rather, it would cost him a potential ally, while tarnishing his reputation among survivors. What he truly needed was stability. What we lacked, however, was time. What shall we do now? Just let him watch us? Wang Chu still felt uneasy. Let him watch. Ming Dao replied nonchalantly. Our advantageous period is nearing its end. It is now a competition for all. Being under his scrutiny was merely a matter of time. No need to make a fuss. That may be true, Wang Chu said, patting his chest still shaken. I nearly acted out in that tense atmosphere. Ming Dao smirked. I think you were more inclined to run. Hey, what do you mean by that, Ming Ge? Who are you looking down on? The two arrived at the 8th floor. Ming Dao halted, glancing back at Wang Chu. Go rest for a while. We have serious business to attend to this afternoon. Bang! The door closed. Ming Dao approached the living room sofa, casually placing a bottle of Waha purified water on the coffee table. He gazed at the bottle, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Through that brief exchange, he had gleaned much about Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu's operational styles. One played the role of the enforcer, while the other acted as the negotiator. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. Yet, this was advantageous, at least for now. They viewed him as a valuable ally to be courted rather than a formidable threat to be eradicated. One could only imagine their expressions when they discovered he was the so-called anonymous number one. Chapter 85. The ultimate escape that afternoon, shortly past 3 o'clock. The underground parking garage of Building 5 was dark and damp, with most of the car windows shattered and the interior stripped bare of supplies. Notably, Ming Dao had attempted to dismantle a vehicle directly, but for reasons unknown, perhaps because the car did not belong to him, he could only salvage some unwanted scrap and neutral items for decomposition. Ming Dao and Wang Chu advanced to the farthest corner of the garage, the almost forgotten fire pump room. This location was exceedingly secluded, adjacent to a load-bearing wall, and would be nearly impossible to find without a thorough search. Mingo, what are we doing here? Wang Chu whispered, nervously scanning the surroundings. The place felt eerie, sending chills down his spine as if it were haunted. Collecting supplies, Ming Dao replied succinctly, choosing a dark corner shielded by pipes and walls, where even those passing through the main corridor would be unlikely to notice any activity. He leaned against a fire pipe, shutting his eyes as if to feign sleep. Wang Chu, seeing this, dared not ask further, instead mimicking his stance, clutching a kitchen knife, vigilantly standing guard nearby. As time ticked by, an eerie, creaking noise gradually approached, shattering the garage's silence. "They're coming." Wang Chu perked up, tightening his grip on the knife and instinctively inching closer to Ming Dao. Ming Dao opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. In the dim light, the silhouettes of 7 or 8 figures pushing garbage carts became visible. At the forefront was Brother Huang Mao. They hurriedly pushed several old sanitation garbage trucks to the corner of the fire pump room. Without further ado, at a gesture from Brother Feng, the group collectively tilted the carts. A cacophony of clattering metal erupted. A heap of scrap metal cascaded down, rusted filing cabinet skins, crushed microwave exteriors, twisted aluminum window frames, and the drum of a discarded washing machine, entangled with various wires. In mere moments, what seemed like worthless industrial refuse piled up to nearly 2 meters high in that corner. Having completed this task, Brother Feng immediately signaled his subordinates to step back and swiftly approached Ming Dao. The arrogance he once displayed was now replaced by a demeanor of servility. Bowing slightly, he respectfully stated, "Ming Ge, the first batch of items you requested is here, all stealthily transported from the recycling points of the other buildings, absolutely undetected." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he continued, "As per your instructions, I've contacted a few trusted brothers. While they're not many, they're all formidable characters. From now on, the LL find a way to bring all the metal waste from the entire community here. This is only the first batch. There will be more to come." After his report, he raised his head, eyes filled with anticipation, asking, "What shall we do next? Please advise." "Well done," Ming Dao encouraged him. Such simple affirmation from a superior sent a flush of excitement to Brother Feng's face. "Take your men and leave, but be discreet. Do not leave any traces." Ming Dao waved him off. Yes, rest assured." Brother Feng nodded enthusiastically before turning to his lingering subordinates, barking, "What are you all standing around for? Move out." A group of individuals, pushing an utterly empty garbage cart, swiftly vanished into the dark depths of the garage amidst a cacophony of creaking sounds. Once their footsteps had completely faded, Wang Chu gazed at the mound of refuse, emitting a scent of rust before him, his mind swirling with questions that he could no longer suppress. "Brother Ming, what on earth do we need this heap of scrap metal for? It can't be consumed or drunk." To him, Ming Dao's actions were utterly incomprehensible. Why expend such effort, risking detection by Lu Guodong, merely to gather a pile of unwanted refuse? Upon hearing Wang Chu's words, Ming Dao turned, regarding the perplexed visage of Wang Chu with a mysterious smile. "Scrap metal? No, these are treasures." With that, he offered no further explanation, merely instructing Wang Chu, "You stay outside, regardless of what sounds you hear or sights you witness. Do not enter and, above all, remain silent. Remember, if anyone approaches, alert me immediately." "Huh? Oh, all right, Brother Ming." Although Wang Chu was filled with confusion, he nodded, trusting Ming Dao, and took his position in the corner, clutching a kitchen knife. Ming Dao stood before the mound, suppressing his excitement, and extended his right hand. Silently chanting "decompose" in his heart, he gently pressed his palm against the severely deformed metal filing cabinet. The moment his hand made contact with the metal, an extraordinary transformation occurred. A ghostly blue light suddenly erupted from his palm, enveloping the entire cabinet. Simultaneously, it began to silently disintegrate from the point of contact with Ming Dao's hand, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The entire process transpired in a breathless instant. Taking no more than a second, Ming Dao's palm swept forward. The discarded washing machine, twisted rebar, shattered aluminum alloy. All the refuse encountered the same fate as he passed. They were devoured by that ethereal blue light, transforming into a rain of luminescence, cascading into his outstretched hand one after another. Wang Chu, stationed at the entrance, watched with envious eyes. If only he possessed such abilities. Meanwhile, a flurry of system notifications inundated Ming Dao's mind. Decomposition successful. Obtained. Iron blocks X150, steel X80, plastic X50, rubber X20. Decomposition successful. Obtained. Copper coils X5, rare electronic components X8, glass X10. Decomposition successful. Obtained. Aluminum ingots X30, iron blocks X40, screws X100. The numbers in the resource repository were soaring at an unprecedented pace. This feeling was exhilarating. It was 100 times more thrilling than gaming with cheats. Ming Dao was filled with immense satisfaction. This was the crushing advantage brought by the information gap, while others were still fighting for mere sustenance. He had quietly begun to ascend the technological tree of industrialization. In less than a mere 10 seconds, he had decomposed nearly all of the mountainous heap of refuse. However, just as he reached out to decompose the last pile of rebar, a crimson warning box unexpectedly appeared in the center of his vision. Warning: temporary backpack space is full. Items exceeding the storage limit will automatically drop in 60 seconds. Immediately following, a vivid red number occupied the upper right corner of his vision. 59. The countdown had begun. Chapter 86. Who is the anonymous number one? Damn! Ming Dao cursed inwardly. The backpack limitation. This was the sole, most rigid constraint of the system. He had completely overlooked it in his excitement. There was no time to explain to the still-dazed Wang Chu. He could only command, guard this spot. Do not leave. As his words faded, his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing out. 55. A sprint of 100 meters. Ming Dao unleashed his physical potential to the utmost, his leg muscles tensing instantaneously, transforming him into a blur as he dashed from the corner of the fire pump room towards the garage exit. Brother Ming. Wang Chu was jolted awake by a shout, just as he intended to inquire what was amiss, only to glimpse the rapidly retreating figure. 45. The lengthy ramp of the underground garage receded beneath Ming Dao's feet. His lungs began to burn, and his heart pounded fiercely, nearly leaping from his chest. But he dare not halt. He could not stop. 40. Bursting from the underground garage. The blinding sunlight instantly pierced his eyes, yet he had no time to blink. 5th building. 8th floor. Gritting his teeth, he charged into the corridor of the apartment building. Hai mui lam bang, 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 bang. He leaped up 3 steps at a time, lowering his center of gravity, using the railing for support, scaling upwards in a near parkour style. His hurried footsteps and labored breaths echoed through the corridor. Sweat trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes, but he could not afford to care. 15. 6th floor, 7th floor. He felt as if his legs were leaden, each lift becoming a Herculean effort. His lungs felt as though they might explode. 5. 8th floor. He had arrived. He spotted the familiar door of room 802. 4. Fumbling for his keys in his pocket, his trembling hands fumbled, unable to align with the keyhole. Damn it. Ba bang. The door swung open. 2. Ming Dao dashed into the study. With a thought, he commanded, empty the backpack. 1. As the countdown neared its conclusion, his virtual backpack finally found its release. Metals, plastics, rubber, glass, and countless electronic components poured forth like a deluge from the void, instantly forming a true mound upon the study floor. Iron blocks and steel pieces clashed, while copper coils rolled across the ground. Everything transformed into the most tangible, reliable entities. 0. The countdown ended. The world fell silent. Phew. Ming Dao knelt beside the pile of resources, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. He gasped, his chest heaving violently. Thankfully, he had made it just in time. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure. Gazing at the abundance of resources, he could no longer contain his joy, breaking into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Take that, backpack. Within the property management command center, smoke swirled. The ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts, resembling a small grave, burying the patience of its occupant. Red circles and crosses, hastily drawn on the map, exuded an air of chaotic frustration. Lu Guodong paused in his pacing, his rough palm irritably brushing over his somewhat thinning hair. The failure to recruit Ming Dao gnawed at him like a fishbone lodged in his throat, leaving him restless. The young man's calm gaze lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Dr. Lin, do you think that lad Ming Dao could possibly be the anonymous figure at the top of the leaderboard? Lin Yifu was absorbed in polishing his glasses. Upon hearing the inquiry, he shook his head, dismissing the conjecture. Unlikely. From a thick stack of documents at his side, Lin Yifu leisurely extracted a sheet of A4 paper. The edges of the paper were slightly curled, and it listed 7 or 8 names or code names. Following each name was a series of brief annotations, including age, occupation, address, personality assessments, and so forth. Ming Dao's codename was prominently featured among them. High IQ Kid. However, it was not placed at the top, but rather in a middle position. Behind his name was a clear note. Subject of observation. Temperament far exceeds age. Threat level moderate. Lin Yifu gently slid the paper to the center of the table. From a probabilistic standpoint, it seems improbable. Adjusting his glasses, he articulated his analysis. The anonymous individual had demonstrated an advanced understanding of the rules from the very first day of the disaster, immediately taking the most efficient actions to amass points. This necessitated either exceptionally well-informed channels of information or an almost prodigious capacity for logical deduction. More crucially, he must possess the resources and execution capabilities to swiftly translate his deductions into tangible actions. While Ming Dao was undoubtedly intelligent, he remained too young. Lin Yifu was not optimistic. Based on the information we currently hold, he lives alone, his parents are absent, his social connections are minimal, and there is virtually no communication with neighbors. Such a person does not appear to have a profound background. To orchestrate such a level of planning on the first day seems nearly impossible. He paused before rendering his final judgment. I am more inclined to believe that our target is in the Villa District. Among those with overseas backgrounds, or those who are titans in various industries, they possess broader perspectives, heightened crisis awareness, and may have received warnings through channels unknown to us. Listening to Lin Yifu's analysis, Lu Guodong's initial irritation gradually morphed into a deeper, more sinister frustration. He nodded in agreement, momentarily setting aside his doubts about Ming Dao. And the conversation naturally shifted to the matter that troubled him even more. I also think it is improbable. Lu Guodong's countenance darkened considerably. These old foxes in the Villa District were the true source of his concern. With a bang, he slammed his fist on a map-covered conference table, sending ash flying. His pent-up fury erupted at that moment. Damn it! A bunch of bastards who won't shed tears until they see the coffin. The other survivors in the office, who were busy organizing materials, were startled into silence by the loud crash, ceasing their work in trepidation. Lu Guodong's anger was not unfounded. Earlier that day, he had personally ordered a census and material registration team, led by Zhao Hu, specifically tasked with the Villa District. He had expected that, bolstered by the previous day's crackdown on Feng Ji's gang and the rescue of Mr. Chen's family, these individuals would comply. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Their team had encountered a resolute refusal at the Villa District. Out of 10 households, 8 did not even bother to open their doors, leaving the team members knocking in vain, met with an eerie silence from within. The remaining 2 households that did open their doors merely offered a perfunctory and haughty attitude, dismissing them with a few curt words. Registration? Sure. Name and age, here you go. Supplies? None. We only have a few packs of instant noodles left. We're starving ourselves, let alone having surplus supplies to contribute. Such pathetic lies made Lu Guodong feel as though his intelligence and authority were being ruthlessly ground into the dirt. This is a miracle, exclaimed a weary team member who had just returned from outside. He was one of the members sent to the Villa District. Removing his hat, he bore a look of humiliation as he reported to the 2 men. Captain Lu, just as we suspected, the folks in the Villa District are all liars. He recounted what he had witnessed. We went to knock on the door of Building A07, the residence of that Wong boss who deals in import-export trade. His maid, speaking through the door, lamented about their lack of food and begged us for something to eat. But I swear, I saw it with my own eyes through that door crack. In their living room, there was a whole row of imported canned goods, all in English packaging. Next to it, there were stacks of Evian bottled water piled higher than a person. Yet, that old man claimed they only had a few packs of instant noodles. Parasites of society. A bunch of vampires who only care for themselves while ignoring the plight of others. Lu Guodong's fury ignited completely. The apocalypse is upon us. Yet they cling to their riches, watching helplessly as people outside starve and thirst. These people deserve to be executed. Lin Yifu also furrowed his brow. He waited for Lu Guodong's breathing to settle before speaking slowly. A strong assault is inadvisable. He analyzed calmly. If we were to forcibly break down doors using violence, it would mean we are shattering the very rules and order we have established. At that point, everyone would be on edge, and the entire community would descend into chaos. This would be counterproductive for us. However, we cannot turn a blind eye. Lin Yifu's gaze sharpened. They now resemble independent feudal kingdoms, hoarding the strategic resources we desperately need, yet existing outside our system. They do not contribute to production, do not lend their strength, yet they consume the survival space of this community. If this continues, it will undermine the very foundation of our rule. In the words of great leaders, they are a gaggle of capitalists. Lu Guodong despondently sank back into his chair, burying his hands in his hair, painfully rubbing his scalp. To fight is not an option. To not fight is also not an option. It feels like a no-win situation, leaving me utterly perplexed. Is there truly nothing we can do about these wealthy individuals who have resolutely turned into turtles? Just as both men fell into silence, a faint buzzing sound echoed almost simultaneously from Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu. The sound seemed to resonate directly within the depths of their minds. Both men startled, glancing down in astonishment. They were shocked to discover that the panel, which had long served merely as an information display tool, was now emanating a soft, ethereal blue glow. At the center of the panel, a line of system prompts they had never seen before glimmered with golden light, slowly materializing. Countdown complete, panel upgraded to LV2. What? An upgrade? In an instant, the previously clouded expressions on their faces were replaced by an overwhelming surge of elation. Before either could react, the panel interface began refreshing, ultimately coalescing into an entirely new operational interface. The borders of the interface took on a more metallic aesthetic, and the previously existing function icons were rearranged, while 3 or 4 unknown icons appeared at the bottom, currently locked in a gray state. But that was not the most significant revelation. Most importantly, at the very moment the panel upgrade was completed, Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu simultaneously sensed a subtle, yet remarkably distinct surge of power, akin to a gentle stream, flowing from their hearts and instantly permeating their entire beings. Lu Guodong, having surpassed the age of 50, were the scars of a long military career followed by a life of ease, resulting in numerous hidden ailments. His lumbar and cervical vertebrae ached with a dull pain whenever the weather turned damp. Lin Yifu, though somewhat younger, faced similar challenges. As a physician, his long hours hunched over a desk and erratic lifestyle had left his health in a state of suboptimal condition. Yet at this moment, where the warmth of that current flowed, all aches, fatigue, and discomfort were gradually soothed by a gentle force. Their bodies felt as though they had been reinvigorated, rejuvenated by at least 5 years. The disadvantages of age rendered their perception of strength far more acute than that of the healthier young individuals surrounding them. Ming Dao and Wang Chu, though youthful and physically fit, were oblivious to the subtle changes, only marveling at the increase in their strength. For the older men, however, the effects were immediate and striking. Lu Guodong, reveling in the unprecedented ease within him, felt his lips tremble with excitement. However, before he could fully articulate his thoughts, an even greater surprise awaited. In the very instant the upgrade was completed, a brand new reward notification suddenly sprang forth. Congratulations! You have successfully annexed the unclaimed panel of Room XXX in Building 14 of Blue Bay Peninsula and have received a space expansion card, residential. X1. Annex? Space expansion card? Without hesitation, they both extended their fingers simultaneously, pointing towards the icon of the card labeled Space Expansion Card. In the next moment, the card's detailed information vividly appeared before them. Space Expansion Card, residential. Type, consumable. Effect, upon use. It can increase the internal usable area of any residential building under your name by 100 square meters. Note, this expansion effect is effective internally only. There will be no change to the building's exterior. This card can be reused on the same building without any limit on the number of uses. Wow! Incredible! They exclaimed in unison. An increase of 100 square meters of internal usable area, and the building's exterior remains unchanged? What does this signify? This is a miracle, a creation from thin air. Space folding, a room that, from the outside, appears unchanged, yet upon entering, has magically gained an extra 100 square meters. This transcends their understanding of the laws of physics. Gulp. Lu Guodong swallowed hard, turning to glance at Lin Yifu beside him. Lin Yifu likewise turned slowly to face him. They exchanged a stunned look, their eyes reflecting a shared astonishment, as well as the ambition that lay beneath it. They realized that this was not merely a game, nor just a fight for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. This was a stairway to divinity, and annexing those unclaimed panels was the sole path to ascend this stairway. After a long pause, Lu Guodong slowly opened his mouth, his expression wild with excitement. Continue unlocking. Chapter 88, The Inner Shock. Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu made their decision almost simultaneously. They quickly descended the stairs and headed straight for the storage room on the first floor, piled high with supplies. This is the place. Lin Yifu nodded, locking the door behind them. The two stood in the cramped storage room, surrounded by disordered supplies, with scarcely a place to stand. Use. Lu Guodong produced the card, swiftly dispersing its energy. Lin Yifu completed the action in sync. The world before their eyes began to warp. The wall directly in front of them transformed into a rubber-like surface, being pulled by an invisible hand. Stains and cracks on the wall were elongated and distorted in a manner that defied physical logic. A few damaged office chairs stacked in the corner appeared to be subject to cinematic stretching effects, their outlines maintaining their original form while the distance between them and the wall widened at a visible pace. The room's dimensions silently expanded. The dim bulb on the ceiling cast light over an ever-increasing area, its rays growing longer and fainter. Lu Guodong instinctively took a step back, only to find that the ground beneath him was also extending. The distance between himself and Lin Yifu remained unchanged, yet visually it seemed to stretch apart. This sensation was akin to standing inside a balloon being inflated, where the entire space expanded, rendering its inhabitants as insignificant as dust. In mere seconds, the once cramped storage room transformed into a vast hall the size of a basketball court. Aside from the clutter near the entrance, deeper within lay an expansive space that induced a sense of unease. It was sorcery. It truly worked. Lu Guodong's breath quickened. He reached out, trembling, to touch the wall, then stepped forward several paces to the room's deepest end, turning back to gaze at Lin Yifu. This was all real. He spread his arms wide, pacing like a madman in this newly emerged expanse, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet and the echo of emptiness surrounding him. Sorcery. This is sorcery. Lin Yifu, do you see this? This is the power of the immortals. His eyes burned with an unprecedented flame of ambition. As long as we can continue to upgrade, to keep annexing those panels, not just a small Jinsheng industrial park, unifying the whole world is within reach. In this moment, Lu Guodong's ambition was ignited by this extraordinary power, expanding at an unprecedented rate. He was no longer just a mere security captain, nor merely a retired soldier. He envisioned the possibility of becoming an immortal. In contrast to Lu Guodong's fervor, Lin Yifu, though equally stirred within, maintained his composure and quickly regained his cool demeanor. However, he astutely pointed out the most significant obstacle to realizing this grand vision. Old Lu, calm down. Your thoughts are not incorrect, but you've overlooked the most critical point. Lu Guodong halted, breathing heavily, and turned to him. According to the system's prompts and our recent experience, the core logic of upgrading hinges on the annexation of numerous unclaimed panels. Yet unclaimed panels are ultimately finite. Therefore, we must alter our strategy. A shrewd gleam sparkled in Lin Yifu's eyes. From now on, we must monopolize two key aspects. First, the unlocking rights. No one should be able to bypass us and enter any house independently. Second, the allocation rights of the panels. All unclaimed panels must be determined by us. Contribution points must also be increased. We must maintain an unattainable height. He took a step forward. Master Qin, that locksmith Qin Dahai, this person is crucial at this moment. We must seize control of him at the earliest opportunity. Lin Yifu's words awakened Lu Guodong. Yes, Master Qin, the man who can unlock a security door in a minute. Well said. Lu Guodong's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he strode purposefully out of the storage room. Summon everyone. Immediately gather all core members and Master Qin from the unlocking team to the command center. At once. 10 minutes later, the property command center was bustling with activity. Zhao Hu, Professor Song Kaming, and several other minor leaders from the security team sat upright, their demeanor serious. In stark contrast, the fidgety locksmith, Qin Dahai, nervously rubbed his hands, bewildered as to why the usually resolute Captain Lu had summoned him with such urgency. Seated at the head of the table, Lu Guodong crossed his hands before him. He no longer beat around the bush or engaged in motivational rhetoric. Having witnessed that miraculous power, he had grown weary of pretense. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust some of you have already begun to appreciate the benefits of the upgraded panels. I shall no longer keep this to myself. Starting today, the committee will implement a new policy. He paused, his piercing gaze finally resting on the visibly anxious Master Qin. In order to thoroughly investigate the security risks within the community and prevent tragedies akin to that of Room 301 from occurring, we must safeguard the lives of all survivors. I hereby announce that the official unlocking team will immediately conduct mandatory security inspections on all suspected unoccupied residences throughout the community. The weight of the phrase mandatory inspections reverberated through the room. Everyone was taken aback by the forceful and uncompromising tone of Lu Guodong's words. This was no longer a mere request for unlocking. It was an order to forcibly breach doors. Master Qin's complexion turned pale at once. While the command came from the committee, he was the one executing the unlocks. He could not shoulder the blame for this. He was the first to stand, stammering. See, Captain Lu, this isn't feasible. The workload is too immense. With thousands of households in the community, the 515 building is manageable. But the 14 building has 30 floors. For units per floor, even if most are occupied, the number of vacant units could easily reach dozens or even hundreds. I alone, even if I do not eat or drink, cannot accomplish this task. He was not only concerned about the workload. but also the significant risks and potential conflicts that could arise. However, Lu Guodong merely regarded him coldly, his expression darkening. At that opportune moment, Lin Yifu stood up, approaching Master Qin with a gentle smile, yet his words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Master Qin, we have considered your concerns. He pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from his folder and laid it down emphatically before Master Qin. That was a brand new material exchange and contribution points reward standard chart. The contents caused Master Qin's eyes to widen in disbelief. Captain Liu has declared that in these extraordinary times, those capable must work harder. Lin Yifu pointed at the paper, articulating each word deliberately. This is your new standard. From today onward, Master Qin, for every lock you open, regardless of whether anything lies within, you will be awarded 100 contribution points. With ample resources now available, 100 contribution points can be exchanged for quite a few valuable items. 100 points. Master Qin's breath quickened, but that was not the end. Lin Yifu's finger continued to move down the page. Additionally, you will enjoy the highest level of material supply from the committee. There will be rice, meat, and water. Your family will also receive equal food rations and will be placed in the safest rooms of the property building, under the protection of the security team. 24 hours a day. Any personal needs you have will be prioritized by the committee. These terms were not merely generous. They were akin to imperial privileges in a post-apocalyptic world. Master Qin's throat constricted as he hesitated. Yet in that fleeting moment of uncertainty, Lin Yifu's tone shifted dramatically. The facade of warmth stripped away to reveal a chilling coldness. Master Qin, now is not the time for negotiation. Lu Guodong's icy voice cut through the air. This exchange chart is not a proposal. It is a notification. If you comply, you will be hailed as a hero of Blue Bay Peninsula, a benefactor to all. Your family, your future, will be fully taken care of by the committee. His words turned ominous, an unmistakable threat looming. If you refuse, we view your skills as the greatest security risk to the community. And for such risks, we have only one method of management. The significance of the word management hung heavily in the air. Everyone understood. Master Qin's face drained of color as he grasped the underlying menace in those words. Should he refuse to cooperate, his fate could be even more tragic than that of the solitary individuals imprisoned in labor camps. His expertise could become the sole justification for his confinement. I will comply. The new policy was forcefully enacted without room for dissent. The operation commenced immediately. Lu Guodong took the lead, accompanied by Master Qin and several clerks tasked with inventorying supplies, along with 20 fully armed security personnel led by Zhao Hu. They advanced with determination, beginning their inspections at the 15 building, which, like the 14 building, had a low occupancy rate. This was one of the two most peripheral, small high-rises, located in a secluded area with low rental prices and few residents. This time, they would no longer wait for survivors to voluntarily request assistance. Bang, bang, bang. One of the security personnel forcefully struck the sturdy anti-theft door of room 101 with the end of a baton. Is anyone home? This is a community safety inspection. After 3 knocks, silence reigned within. Lu Guodong's expression remained impassive as he coldly gestured with his chin towards Master Qin. Master Qin, fearing any delay, quickly stepped forward, retrieving a set of slender metal tools from his kit, and inserted them into the lock under the watchful eyes of all present. Click! In less than 30 seconds, the robust anti-theft door swung open. The security team surged in, rapidly taking control of the entire room. This almost thuggish behavior sent shockwaves through the entire building. Some remaining residents opened their doors, peering out with expressions of horror and anxiety. What are you doing? On what grounds do you invade someone else's home? A brave neighbor from the second floor rushed down, attempting to intervene. She recognized the owners of room 101, knowing they had long since left for another city. Yet their acquaintance still mattered. Surely she was entitled to a share of the resources inside. However, before she could approach, 2 security personnel wielding riot shields swiftly blocked her path. Ma'am, please step back. We are executing our duties. What nonsense duty? You are robbing us. Robbing us in broad daylight. The elderly woman, her emotions running high, reached out to push against the shield. Get out of the way. One of the younger security personnel, visibly impatient, thrust his arm forward with force. Bang! The riot shield slammed against the woman's chest, violently toppling her to the ground. Ouch! She cried out, landing on her back. The surrounding neighbors, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of rage and helplessness, their faces etched with fear as they could only watch in silence. Standing within the ranks, Zhao Hu's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene unfold before him. Instinctively, he moved to assist the elderly woman who had fallen. Yet his steps faltered abruptly. He sensed that such an action was fundamentally flawed, deeply flawed. They were soldiers, guardians tasked with safeguarding the lives and properties of the populace. Yet now, they were inflicting harm upon an unarmed elder, intruding into someone else's home in broad daylight. He lifted his gaze to his comrades surrounding him. The young security personnel displayed no trace of remorse, mimicking his earlier stance as they brandished their batons, exuding a fervent excitement born from wielding authority. He then glanced at Lu Guodong, the captain, whose countenance bore only indifference. In that moment, Zhao Hu's heart was ensnared in an unprecedented turmoil and anguish. He realized that this so-called committee, this collective for which he had once been willing to sacrifice everything, appeared far less just than he had envisioned. It had crossed the line. At that instant, a cry erupted from room 101. "We found it! Captain, there's a panel here." Lu Guodong's spirit soared, and he immediately rushed inside with his team. There, on the living room wall, a softly glowing blue panel hovered quietly in the air. Unclaimed panel could be absorbed. A fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in Lu Guodong's eyes, and he instinctively reached out to touch it. Just then, a hand emerged from the side, gently resting on his shoulder. It was Lin Yifu. Without uttering a word, Lin exchanged a knowing glance with him, casting his gaze toward the eager security personnel outside. Lu Guodong instantaneously comprehended. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his inner desires, gritting his teeth. He understood that Lin Yifu was right. Stabilizing the regime and consolidating public support far outweighed the importance of his personal advancement. Moreover, he had just promised that the subsequent panels would be allocated to the security team. To go back on his word now would only serve to undermine his own authority. "Damn it! Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, you two come here." Lu Guodong pointed at the two security guards who had earlier pushed down the elderly woman. "Your enthusiastic participation in this operation has been commendable. This panel shall be your reward." The two guards were momentarily stunned, only to be soon engulfed by overwhelming joy. "Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain." Chapter 90. Successful repair of the drone. They rushed forward, engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Wang emerged victorious, trembling as he pressed his hand against the panel. Lin Yifu approached Lu Guodong, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. "Winning hearts is far more crucial than personal strength. Only with unwavering loyalty from your subordinates can your rule be solidified." Lu Guodong nodded gravely, then adopted an encouraging expression, patting Xiao Wang's shoulder. "Keep up the good work. Stick with me, and you will reap the rewards." Simultaneously, the clerical work was completed. "Report to the captain. Room 101 has revealed 20 pounds of rice, a package of noodles, a case of milk, a box of apples, and canned goods. Proceed according to protocol." Lu Guodong waved his hand decisively. "Yes." The clerk immediately divided all the supplies in front of the gathered crowd, half designated as collective property of the unlocking team, while the other half was packed in bags marked as public reserves. This visible distribution of benefits, this immediate feedback of investment yielding returns, ignited the greed of all present. "Captain, I'm sure. I know room 302 must be vacant. They haven't returned for the new year. And room 401, it hasn't even been sold. The 11th floor. It seems like it's been under renovation forever." The crowd erupted with excitement. Since they could not unlock the doors themselves, they preferred to barter favors. Those who had once dared not voice their anger now scrambled to provide information about their neighbors, eager to partake in this feast of plunder. The most despicable facets of human nature were laid bare under the allure of greed. Observing the ever-growing throng, Lu Guodong's mind raced as he resolved to deliver an impassioned speech. He instructed the crowd to make way, stepping atop a stool to address them. "Ahem, fellow compatriots. Our actions today are not acts of robbery or plunder. We are consolidating resources. We aim for each and every one of us to thrive. This is for the future of our entire Blue Bay Peninsula. Those vacant houses, those wasted resources and panels, rather than allowing them to rot and become obsolete, let's put them to use. Let the strong grow stronger, and let the weak find shelter. This, my friends, is true collectivism." His speech was met with applause and cheers. Yet, on the fringes of the fervent crowd, a few resentful figures glared at him intently. They were remnants of Brother Feng's faction, the remnants of the lone wanderers. Hatred flickered in their eyes. Some survivors, accustomed to solitude, silently clenched their weapons, their expressions icy. Zhao, who stood behind Lu Guodong, witnessing this absurd spectacle, his heart heavy with unease. Though he relished the conveniences and privileges bestowed by the collective, he found himself questioning whether this was truly right or wrong. Uncertainty loomed within him, a seed of doubt already buried in his heart, patiently awaiting its moment to take root and flourish. At 4 in the afternoon, a rhythmic knock, 3 long and 2 short, interrupted Ming Dao as he strategized resource allocation in what could no longer be termed study, but rather a vast warehouse. Setting aside the sketch he had been working on, he approached the door and peered through the peephole. Standing outside was a young man, Li Yuan, clutching the repaired drone in his arms, his face alight with barely contained joy. Ming Dao opened the door. "Brother Ming." Upon seeing Ming Dao, Li Yuan immediately lowered his voice, though the excitement was impossible to conceal. He slipped through the doorway, swiftly shutting it behind him with a sense of caution. "I fixed it. Brother Ming, I've repaired it." The drone's exterior still bore the savage scratches inflicted by the strange bird, yet several critical components had clearly been disassembled and reassembled. With exposed wiring and chips now neatly encased, the seams meticulously wrapped in black waterproof tape. Though it remained somewhat unsightly, it was functional. "The battery is fully charged." Li Yuan continued in a hushed tone, a hint of pride and cunning in his voice. "I want to find Lu Guodong and his crew." The moment they heard I was going to the forest to search for a water source, their eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they took me to the generator, letting me charge it as I pleased. They even stationed 2 guards to prevent anyone else from snatching it away. He mimicked the sycophantic demeanor of the security personnel. His imitation spot on. They told me, "Brother, you must put in the effort. The lives of our entire community depend on you." Huh. If they only knew that half of this drone's time is for your use, I wonder what their reaction would be. This remark subtly underscored the extent of Lu Guodong's pathological desperation for water sources. "Well done." Ming Dao nodded, accepting the drone from Li Yuan's hands. The weight of the device felt substantial, its industrial-grade components seamlessly integrated with a consumer-grade exterior, bestowing it with capabilities far beyond the ordinary. Li Yuan, upon perceiving Ming Dao's approving gaze, felt a rush of excitement that flushed his face. He handed the controller to Ming Dao and earnestly declared, as agreed, 30 minutes. "The timer starts now." Although his tone was deliberately aloof, it bore a warmth of goodwill. He was acutely aware that without Ming Dao, he would amount to nothing more than a mere tech enthusiast guarding a heap of electronic refuse, utterly devoid of value in this apocalyptic world. It was Ming Dao who had bestowed upon him the means to reclaim his destiny, albeit modestly. Ming Dao accepted the controller and said, "Let us proceed to the balcony." The two of them walked in succession to the balcony. Not far below, the commotion from Building 15 continued unabated. The raucous festivities stemming from Lu Guodong's forced unlocking and citywide treasure hunt still thrived. It was a gathering of individuals with nothing better to do. Instead of indulging in such frivolity, they might have better spent their time foraging for wild vegetables in the forest. Li Yuan adeptly positioned the drone on the balcony floor, conducting final pre-flight checks. The flight control system self-tested successfully. GPS signal was lost, but that was inconsequential. The image transmission system was stable. "Brother Ming, we are ready for takeoff." Li Yuan lifted his gaze towards Ming Dao, who nodded in affirmation. With a crisp and melodious hum, the 4 carbon fiber propellers began to whirl rapidly, generating a strong airflow that caused the furs drying on the balcony to flutter. The drone ascended vertically with remarkable steadiness. Li Yuan's piloting skills were indeed professional. The takeoff was as smooth as silk, devoid of even the slightest tremor. The high-definition camera transmitted images that were as stable as if captured by a camera mounted on a rail. "I'll elevate it to a safe altitude," Li Yuan explained while maneuvering. "This height will circumvent most signal interference from the buildings and also prevent detection from those below." The drone swiftly ascended to approximately 50 meters, hovering above the side of Building 5. From this vantage point, a significant portion of the complex came into view. The screen displayed the chaotic scene below at Building 15. A dark throng of people swarmed the entrance, while several security personnel, clad in uniforms, violently shattered windows with crowbars and hammers. "What are they doing? Have they lost their minds?" Li Yuan gasped, his mouth agape at the spectacle on the screen. "Vandalism," Ming Dao replied coolly, taking the controller from Li Yuan's hands. He wasted no time. His objective was crystal clear from the outset. With a gentle push of his finger on the joystick, the drone traced an elegant arc through the air, silently descending closer to the exterior wall of Building 5. His reconnaissance commenced with this very building, starting from the top floor and working his way down. The high-definition camera acted as an omniscient eye, meticulously unveiling the unknown secrets of the building, inch by inch. He flew slowly and patiently, approaching each window, particularly those with tightly drawn curtains and vacant balconies, indicating uninhabited rooms. 15th floor, vacant. 14th floor, East unit occupied. Clothes hanging on the balcony. West unit appeared empty. Curtains drawn, yet upon zooming in through the glass crevice, the living room was barren, littered only with renovation debris. 13th floor, West unit. A man in pajamas stood by the window, numbly smoking a cigarette while gazing at the chaos below. The drone glided past his window, silently, and he remained oblivious. The East unit had its curtains tightly shut, but when Ming Dao aimed the camera at the locked kitchen window, his pupils constricted slightly. There, on the kitchen wall, floated a construction panel, emanating a faint blue glow. Another one. Ming Dao's heart remained unperturbed, merely noting the location. Building 5, 13th floor, East unit. He continued his descent. 12th floor, 11th floor, 10th floor. Upon reaching the 10th floor East unit, yet another unclaimed panel appeared in the frame. 9th floor, 8th floor. He even spotted his own balcony and saw Wang Chu standing by the railing, anxiously observing the drone's flight. Wang Chu seemed to sense something, hesitantly waved towards the drone, even giving it the middle finger. Ming Dao's expression darkened as he pressed on. 7th floor, 6th floor, 5th floor, 4th floor. He maneuvered with exceptional skill, circling around to ensure no detail was overlooked. Soon, the drone hovered at the 3rd floor height. A familiar window emerged at the center of the screen. Room 301, Auntie Zhang's residence. The window, which should have been intact, had been boarded up with thick wooden planks from the outside, leaving only a few finger-width gaps at the seams. An ominous silence seeped through those crevices. Li Yuan, standing behind Ming Dao, shivered involuntarily while gazing at the sealed window on the screen. Brother Ming, that must be the place where the incident occurred the other night, right? I heard it was particularly gruesome. The entire room was deemed uninhabitable. Ming Dao did not respond. His full attention was fixated on the screen. He carefully piloted the drone, inching closer to those gaps, curious to peer inside. The lens gradually advanced, penetrating the human hell beyond. The living room flashed briefly on screen. Despite the dim lighting, the chaos and filth were evident, just as the rumors had described. Ming Dao adjusted the controller slightly, maneuvering the drone half a meter to the side, directing the lens towards another gap. This crevice offered a glimpse of a partially open bedroom door. At the time of the body retrieval, all attention had been focused on the 3 terrifying corpses in the living room. No one dared to venture into any other corner of the house. The bedroom had become a forgotten, entirely sealed space. The drone's lens slipped through the door gap, delving into the deeper darkness. Initially, the screen was pitch black, revealing only vague outlines of furniture. Ming Dao adjusted the camera's sensitivity, cranking the ISO to its maximum. Noise began to accumulate in the image, yet the scene gradually sharpened. It was a similarly filthy bedroom, the bedding in disarray, exuding a musty odor. Clothing and trash littered the floor. However, amidst this filth and gloom, 3 points of eerie blue light unexpectedly illuminated the center of the frame. They flickered like will-o'-the-wisps in the night, casting an uncanny blue glow. Ming Dao's breath caught momentarily. He swiftly zoomed the lens in closer. The image magnified instantly, becoming clear. In that forsaken, filthy bedroom, 3 construction panels floated silently, each radiating a faint blue glow. Not one too few, not one too many, exactly 3. The corpses lay in the living room, while the panels resided in the bedroom. No one had entered. Thus no one had discovered them. They lingered quietly, awaiting their discoverer. Boom! Within Ming Dao's mind, it was as if thunder had erupted, unleashing tumultuous waves. A bold conjecture, so startling it sent shivers down his spine, surged forth. At Aunt Zhang's residence, 3 lives had perished. Here, 3 unclaimed construction panels had emerged. The vacant houses previously annexed were devoid of owners. But here, does death trigger the appearance of panels? This revelation sent chills through the spine. It transcended mere resource, plundering, and survival competition. Beneath it lay a far more sanguinary rule of the underbelly. A ladder steeped in the cost of life. Ming Ye, what troubles you? Li Yuan's voice called from behind, tinged with concern. He observed Ming Dao standing frozen in place, motionless, and initially thought something was amiss with the drone. Ming Dao abruptly snapped back to reality. I am fine. He subtly angled the screen of the controller to evade Li Yuan's gaze. The signal was slightly disrupted. It lagged for a moment. Oh, that is a relief. Li Yuan exhaled, his worries dissipating. For him, this drone was akin to a lifeline. Without further ado, Ming Dao maneuvered the drone, swiftly ascending away from the tumultuous 3rd floor. He continued executing the preordained reconnaissance plan, scanning the 2nd and 1st floors. Yet within, a tempest raged. He was fervently calculating and deducing. If this conjecture bore truth, what would it signify? It would imply that in this world, Human lives could be quantified as a strategic resource. Liu Guodong and his cohort were embroiled in a frenzied scramble for the vacant panels, creating chaos within the community. Meanwhile, he had uncovered a darker, more efficient vein. No wonder it was called a survival game. The system passively unleashed more unclaimed panels to incite competition and annexation among survivors. This world epitomized a brutal Eden project. The drone swiftly completed its comprehensive reconnaissance of Building 5, yielding no new findings apart from the previously identified ones. Time dwindled to 10 minutes. Without pause, Ming Dao directed the drone towards the neighboring Building 6. He needed to ascertain the locations of as many panels as possible within the limited time frame. The drone deftly skimmed past window after window, marking the hidden blue light points shrouded in darkness. In Building 6, one on the 7th floor, one on the 9th floor. Chapter 92, Li Yuan's Return. Time raced by. Ming Gu, only 3 minutes remaining, Li Yuan reminded from the side. I know, Ming Dao replied, guiding the drone as it began its return. The drone descended smoothly onto the balcony floor, its rotors gradually ceasing their whir. A half-hour experience of the divine I had come to an end. Ming Dao returned the controller to Li Yuan. Thank you. No need for thanks, Ming Gu. It is my obligation, Li Yuan replied, flustered as he accepted the controller, carefully stowing it away. He gazed at Ming Dao, hesitating before he couldn't resist asking, Ming Gu, did you discover something? He sensed something was amiss with Ming Dao's earlier reaction. Ming Dao turned, leaning against the balcony railing. I found the dead. Li Yuan trembled. He regretted asking. He had heard of the tragedy that befell room 301, where the bodies were said to be grotesquely displayed. He recalled the drone's prolonged hover before the window nailed shut by wooden boards on the 3rd floor. So that was what he was observing. A wave of intense nausea surged from his stomach, and he instinctively gagged, yet nothing emerged, only the acrid bile burning his esophagus. I'm so hungry. Li Yuan's gaze inadvertently drifted to the other side of the balcony. There, a row of deep brown jerky hung, strung with coarse hemp rope. In the glow of the setting sun, the surface of the jerky gleamed enticingly with a layer of oil. They were perfectly dried, retaining the meat's firmness while concentrating all flavors within. For someone who had subsisted on cold, watery rice for 3.5 days, the aroma was intoxicating. Li Yuan's throat involuntarily convulsed, and his saliva began to flow uncontrollably, attempting to dilute the sour nausea in his stomach. He could hardly recall the last time he had tasted real meat. Was it the $20 pork knuckle rice from before the apocalypse? Or the hot pot he shared with colleagues long before that? Memory had blurred, yet his body's instincts were brutally honest. A loud gurgle erupted from his abdomen. His face flushed crimson, the heat creeping from the nape of his neck to the tips of his ears, as if he might bleed from embarrassment. Mortification, shame, and awkwardness engulfed him, compelling him to wish for a crevice in the ground to dive into. Ming Dao's eyes flickered, a chuckle escaping his lips. He calmly turned away, silently moving to the other side of the balcony. He reached out, leisurely plucking 2 substantial pieces from the enticing jerky. These were dried chicken breasts, each the size of an adult's palm, thick and hearty. Despite being completely dehydrated, the robust aroma of the meat remained undiminished. He tore off a clean plastic bag from the nearby shelf, placed the 2 pieces inside, and handed it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan stared at the plastic bag presented before him, momentarily taken aback. Is this for me? I bought this for my workouts. There is plenty left. Ming Dao offered graciously. You have nothing to eat. Take it. Li Yuan stepped back, shaking his hands. No, Ming He. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Absolutely not. Take it. Ming Dao dismissed his objections, his tone unwavering. He stepped forward, forcefully placing the heavy plastic bag into Li Yuan's embrace. We are partners. Your drone and your skills reflect your worth. This is not charity. It is what you deserve. Accept it and continue to work diligently. Partnership. Worth. What is deserved? Ming Dao preserved Li Yuan's meager dignity as a man in this post-apocalyptic world. Such impactful gestures bore infinite weight. Should you ever find yourself short of food, feel free to seek me out. Li Yuan was moved, unable to utter another refusal. His eyes brimmed unexpectedly with tears. A veil of mist swiftly blurred his vision, rendering the world before him indistinct. He blinked furiously, trying to suppress the surge of emotion, but ultimately in vain. Lowering his head, he hastily wiped his face with the back of his hand, and when he raised his gaze again, his expression had irrevocably shifted. Ming Gu, rest assured, from now on, this drone is yours to use whenever you wish. Use it for as long as you desire. Let us not even mention that half-hour business again. As long as it has power, it's yours 24 hours a day. He willingly offered his greatest value as a return on this investment. This was still insufficient. He clenched his teeth, as if he had made an exceptionally significant decision. Furthermore, I shall not divulge a single word about the discovery of the water source in the forest to Lu Guodong and his entourage. I swear. Oh. Ming Dao Gao glanced at him, his expression remaining inscrutable, and nodded lightly. He withdrew his gaze, seemingly casually casting a glance towards the property management building. With a distant roar of a generator could be faintly heard. In a nonchalant tone, he casually inquired, "How is the diesel supply for the generator on Lu Guodong's side?" Li Yuan recounted every detail. "Not much left. Brother Ming, absolutely not much." His tone was remarkably assured. "When I went to recharge this afternoon, I overheard their internal members complaining. The one responsible for monitoring the generator, an old electrician named Lao Zhang, was lamenting to Captain Zhao that although Mr. Chan's dozen barrels of diesel appeared plentiful, that generator is a real fuel guzzler. After just a few hours of use, it has already consumed a small barrel to bolster the credibility of his intelligence." He even recounted the details of the individuals and their dialogue. Lao Zhang remarked that this generator was like a small horse pulling a heavy cart. Its power was insufficient to support so much lighting and equipment, leading to it operating under high load conditions, consuming fuel at least twice the normal rate. If they continue to keep the command center's lights on all night, as they did last night, it would likely last at most another week. They were quite distressed over this matter. They seemed to be planning to send someone to the underground garage to see if they could siphon some gasoline or diesel from those abandoned vehicles. But Lao Zhang mentioned that most of them were gasoline cars, with very few diesel ones. Furthermore, even if there were, a specialized siphon pump would be necessary. Otherwise, it would be impossible to extract it. They were now in a predicament. Without diesel, the generator would be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Without electricity, Lu Guodong's hard-won authority would be significantly undermined. It sounded like promising news. "I understand," Ming Dao nodded. "You've worked hard today. Return to rest early. Don't forget the meat." All right. Good, Brother Ming. I'll take my leave now. Call me anytime if you need something." Until the door was gently closed behind him, Ming Dao's gentle demeanor faded, replaced by an icy countenance. He stepped into his study. After seeing Li Yuan off, his focus returned to his own plans. His gaze traversed the mountain of metal resources on the floor, finally settling on the corner. There lay a bundle of extraordinarily thick hemp rope, disassembled. It was an emergency escape rope that Fengge had found in the community's fire cabinet. Each strand as thick as a thumb, woven from dozens of fine hemp strands, boasting remarkable tensile strength capable of withstanding hundreds of kilograms of pull. Once disassembled, it had transformed into a longer, sturdier, oversized rope, measuring over 50 meters in length. He slowly approached, bent down, and grasped the bundle of rope. The coarse texture against his palm offered an incredibly reliable feeling. In his mind, the 3 points of bluish light from room 301 resurfaced. 3 unclaimed panels, within arm's reach. All it would take was to break a window and slide down the rope to collect them all. To seize 3 panels in one fell swoop would be sufficient for a qualitative leap in his level and power. Would it elevate him directly to LV4? The temptation was overwhelming. Yet he ultimately shook his head, setting the rope down. No, not now. With so many people around during the day, it's too conspicuous to attempt a rapid descent from the 8th floor. It would easily expose me. I must wait. Wait until the dead of night, when everyone is fast asleep. He resolved to act tonight. Chapter 93. A Night at Hadaleo. The night was eerily silent. The twin moons hung in the sky, the darkness obscuring the light, rendering the atmosphere even more enigmatic. Ming Dao hoisted the heavy fire safety rope onto his shoulder and arrived at the door of room 801. 2 short knocks, 1 long, followed by 2 more short knocks. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Wang Chu. Soon, sounds of slippers scraping against the floor could be heard from within, accompanied by indistinct mumbling. Who is at this late hour? Click. The lock turned, and the door opened a crack. However, at that moment, a wave of overpowering aroma surged forth. It was not a singular scent. It was the rich fragrance of beef fat melting under high heat, mingling with the sautéed Pichon bean paste, dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and dozens of spices, simmering for an extended period, culminating in a complex bouquet. The flavors of numbness, spiciness, freshness, and fragrance blended perfectly, instantly invading Ming Dao's nostrils, invigorating him. Hadaleo. Spicy beef, fat hot pot. Ming Dao immediately recognized that familiar scent. The crack in the door revealed Wang Chu's round face, his cheeks stuffed full, clearly relishing his meal. Upon seeing Ming Dao outside, he erupted with enthusiasm comparable to the heat of the pot. His mouth was full, and he excitedly waved the chopsticks in his hand, pulling the door wide open and unceremoniously dragging Ming Dao inside. The aroma of the hot pot intensified. "Brother Ming, your nose is incredible. Come in and taste." Wang Chu struggled to swallow the food in his mouth. He proudly gestured towards the self-heating hot pot on the coffee table. Bubbling with steam, his face radiating sheer happiness. "A Haidaleo, self-heating hot pot. I've treasured it for so long. I couldn't bring myself to eat it. But today, I just couldn't resist. Come quickly, I have fatty beef rolls and shrimp paste. The fridge completely thawed today, and I couldn't keep these things any longer. So I figure I might as well eat them all." He evidently thought Ming Dao was drawn in by the enticing aroma, intending to mooch a meal. Ming Dao shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the coffee table. Besides the self-heating hot pot, there were several boxes of open fatty beef rolls and even a small dish of prepared sesame sauce for dipping. In this apocalyptic world, where even a sip of clean water had become a luxury, this fellow had actually closed himself off and treated himself to such a lavish hot pot feast. Living like this, he was even better off than most people before the apocalypse. "Well done, you, Wang the writer," Ming Dao couldn't help but tease. "While everyone outside is nearly driven to madness for a morsel, you're here, hiding at home, relishing a feast all to yourself." Wang Chu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Isn't it because I'm with you, Brother Ming? I feel secure. Besides, I thought if I fill my stomach, I'd have the energy to help you out." As he spoke, he deftly opened a new pair of chopsticks and enthusiastically handed them to Ming Dao. "Don't just stand there, Brother Ming. Sit down. This fatty beef is just right. If you wait too long, it'll be overcooked. This is my last stock, authentic Australian fatty beef. I want to eat." Ming Dao waved his hand, declining his kindness. Immediately, the teasing expression on his face vanished, and he forcefully threw the heavy bundle of rope to the ground. Bang! Wang Chu instinctively fell onto the rope, which was thicker than his thigh, and the smile on his face gradually faded. "We'll eat later. We're going to pull off something big." Wang Chu was momentarily taken aback. He glanced between the hemp rope on the ground and Ming Dao's stern visage, momentarily at a loss for words. The tender slice of beef he had just placed in his mouth was forgotten, left to sit there, unchewed. "A hefty ticket? Where to?" He mumbled. "Brother Ming, are you going hunting in the forest again? Or are you planning to pilfer Lu Guodong's supplies?" Ming Dao did not respond directly, but posed a question in return. "What do you believe we are most lacking at this moment? Water? Wanju instinquito ziblit?" But then shook his head. "No, we have a water purifier. The source may be a hassle, but it's not our most pressing need." He pondered, tentatively suggesting weapons? Or perhaps manpower? Neither, Ming Dao slowly articulated. "Panels." "Panels?" Wang Chu was even more perplexed. The vacant apartments in their complex had all been monopolized by Lu Guodong and his cohorts. There was no way for them to acquire any. Surely, they couldn't resort to stealing from those who already claimed ownership. "You will understand soon enough," Ming Dao replied, choosing not to elaborate further. "By the way, I'm heading to your downstairs, 301. Cough, cough, cough. The morsel of beef Wang Chu had been about to swallow suddenly surged back, uncontrollably lodging itself in his throat. He swiftly turned, bracing himself against the wall, retching violently. Ugh, ugh. He could not expel it. Yet the tumultuous sensation made his face turn ashen. What had once seemed like a delectable hot pot now appeared increasingly revolting. Leaning against the wall, he regarded Ming Dao with incredulity, as if gazing upon a madman. "Brother Ming, are you out of your mind? 301? That hellhole? You can't be serious about going there." The memory of the foul stench wafting up from below made his stomach churn once more. He scrutinized Ming Dao with an expression of utter disbelief, struggling to utter. "Brother Ming, be honest with me. Do you have some peculiar penchant?" "Peculiar penchant, my foot," Ming Dao retorted, striding forward and delivering an unceremonious kick to Wang Chu's ample backside. "Stop with the nonsense. Just get down from your balcony. Your balcony faces 301 directly. The angle is perfect, and the distance is the shortest. No more chatter. Hurry up." Wang Chu stumbled from the kick, the sharp pain jolting him into a clearer state of mind. Once Ming Dao made a decision, no one could alter it. Moreover, each time, Ming Dao's judgments proved to be correct. Surely, this instance would be no exception. "Fine, fine," he conceded with a dejected sigh. "What do you want me to do?" "Tie the rope around me," Ming Dao instructed, pointing to the hemp rope on the ground. "The other end must be secured to the thickest, load-bearing pillar on your balcony." Hearing this, Wang Chu's eyes brightened instantly. The earlier nausea seemingly diminished. He patted his chest with an air of pride and confidence. "Brother Ming, you've chosen the right person for this. I am a professional in the art of binding." As he spoke, he struggled to drag the hefty bundle of hemp rope before Ming Dao. Chapter 94. The master of binding, Wang Chu. I must tell you, I studied various knotting techniques to write a novel about spies. I am well versed in climbing knots, sailors' knots, figure eights, everything. He boasted, you see. Those bindings in those little films are merely for show, not practical. True professional binding emphasizes security. As he rambled on about his expertise, he began to work. Ming Dao stood still, allowing him to proceed, merely observing with an expression akin to that of a fool. Wang Chu's methods were indeed unorthodox. He did not employ any conventional knotting techniques. Instead, he wrapped the hemp rope around Ming Dao's waist 3 times before weaving the trailing end through in a complex fashion, forming a structure reminiscent of a cross. Look here, brother Ming. This is called the cross dynamic lock. It's an improved version I learned from an old film. Its core principle is to utilize the cross structure to distribute all the stress points across your core muscle groups. Thus, no matter how you move, the rope will not constrict your vital areas, and it will absolutely not loosen. As he explained, he tightened the rope further around Ming Dao. Next, he seized another segment of rope and, with an even fancier technique, crafted a net-like structure across Ming Dao's chest. This is called the multi-point safety net. Inspired by ha. Its purpose is secondary fixation, preventing you from losing balance during descent due to body rotation. Each node here is an independent sailor's knot, interconnected for security. Ming Dao felt as though he were a pig destined for the spit, bound tightly in an intricate web of ropes. He could even sense Wang Chu's fingers stealthily pinching the soft flesh around his waist, all the while muttering about how slim and muscular Ming Dao was. The veins on Ming Dao's forehead began to throb uncontrollably. Had their circumstances not necessitated this alliance, he would have gladly kicked this fool off the 8th floor. After an arduous 5 minutes, Wang Chu finally completed his artistic endeavor. He stepped back, hands on his hips, admiring his handiwork with great satisfaction. Ming Dao was thoroughly ensnared. The hemp rope encircling him from chest to abdomen, adorned with an array of bizarre knots, seemingly secure enough. Most audaciously, Wang Chu had fashioned a large, flamboyant bow at Ming Dao's side. Brother Ming, look, he exclaimed, pointing at the bow with pride. The pièce de résistance. This isn't merely for aesthetics. It's a double-lock safety knot. Observe its structure. Once under tension, the 2 loops will lock together, tightening further, unless cut with a knife. Not even a deity could undo it. Absolutely secure. Ming Dao gazed at him impassively. Are you certain? Of course. Wang Chu confidently thumped his chest. I swear on my future happiness. Enough chatter. Let us head to the balcony. The 2 made their way to the balcony in succession. Wang Chu secured the other end of the hemp rope around the thickest concrete load-bearing pillar with the same convoluted technique, ultimately tying a flamboyant double-lock safety knot. Once this was completed, the grin on his face faded, replaced by a newfound seriousness. He repeatedly tugged at the rope, inspecting each knot, ensuring the pillar showed no signs of looseness. His chubby visage bore an unprecedented gravity and focus. He understood that this rope now tethered Ming Dao's life. After triple-checking to guarantee everything was flawless, he turned to face Ming Dao earnestly. Brother Ming. He inhaled deeply, adopting a tone befitting a final farewell. If you do not return, I shall consume the supplies at your home. Go to hell, Ming Dao retorted, rolling his eyes. He approached the balcony's edge. Grasping the railing, with Wang Chu immediately grasped the rope with unwavering determination, his feet firmly planted against the load-bearing pillar, exerting his entire weight to provide Ming Dao with a steadfast anchor. With a powerful push against the exterior wall of the 8th floor, Ming Dao propelled his body outward. In that instant, he released one hand, deftly manipulating the hemp rope as he began to descend gradually. The descent commenced. He pressed closely against the cold, rough wall, akin to a gecko in the night, silently gliding past the window of the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, at Li Ku's residence, darkness enveloped the space. No lights illuminated the interior, no sounds pierced the silence. Despair and numbness seemed to have consumed its inhabitants. He continued his descent. Outside the 6th floor window lay Sister Wang's home. The heavy curtains were tightly drawn, and he could faintly discern the sound of muffled sobs emanating from behind them. Was it Sister Wang or her ailing child? No one could tell. It was the silent struggle and lament of a mother in a world gone awry. The 5th and 4th floors passed by in a blur, windows flashing before him. Soon, the balcony of the 3rd floor loomed close. He halted his descent, his body swaying gently in midair. Just as his feet were about to touch the ground of the 3rd floor balcony, an indescribable stench surged upward, overwhelming him. Even though he had mentally prepared himself and had covered his mouth and nose with his collar, the moment he encountered that foul odor, his stomach churned uncontrollably. A wave of intense dizziness surged through his mind, and he bit down on his tongue to regain a semblance of clarity. Was this the stench of excrement? He dared not linger for a moment longer, springing off the balcony railing with precision and landing steadily on the balcony of room 301. The sliding door was securely locked. Withdrawing a crowbar from behind his waist, he aimed the flat end at the lock on the glass door. As his arm muscles tensed and his wrist exerted force, he struck with precision. Crack! The glass lock shattered in response. He swung open the sliding door and resolutely stepped into that nightmarish realm of filth. Upon entering the room, the stench intensified exponentially. Yet, amid this sordid darkness, his pupils dilated sharply. He beheld, directly opposite the balcony, beyond the half-open bedroom door, 3 points of alluring blue light, suspended enticingly in the air. Chapter 95, A New Condition. Ming Dao quickened his pace, disregarding all caution, and charged forward. As he pushed open the bedroom door, a rush of relatively fresh air escaped through the crack, providing a momentary reprieve for his taut nerves. The noxious odor here was somewhat less potent than in the living room, yet still sufficient to make an ordinary person faint on the spot. The bedroom was in even greater disarray than the living room, with clothes, miscellaneous items, and indescribable filth strewn across every corner of the floor. On the disheveled bed, 3 panels emanating a soft glow floated serenely. They radiated pure light, casting an aura of strange sanctity wherever their illumination reached. This purity starkly contrasted with the surrounding filth, creating an absurdly powerful dichotomy. Ming Dao stood frozen, panting rapidly, before reaching for the 3 panels in succession. The instant his fingertips brushed against the surface, he silently intoned within his mind, "Assimilate." Ding! Unclaimed panel detected. Assimilation complete. Conditions for upgrading to LV4. Assimilate unclaimed panels, 15. Devour mutated beast cores, 05. Next, he approached the second panel. The same sensation, the same process, the same notification sound. Ding! Unclaimed panel detected. Assimilation complete. Conditions for upgrading to LV4. Assimilate unclaimed panels, 25. Devour mutated beast cores, 05. What? The requirements for panel upgrades had changed. Ming Dao realized this with a sense of shock. He suppressed his astonishment and extended his hand toward the final panel. Ding! Unclaimed panel detected. Assimilation complete. Panel level, LV3. Conditions for upgrading to LV4. Assimilate unclaimed panels, 35. Devour mutated beast cores, 05. Indeed, to ascend to LV4, not only was it necessary to assimilate as many as 5 unclaimed panels, but there was also a newly introduced, unheard-of condition, devouring mutated beast cores, beast cores. In an instant, Ming Dao recalled the massive, mutated porcupine he had previously disassembled. He distinctly remembered the system notifying him of the substantial quantities of beast meat, hide, and a low-level beast core he had received upon completion. So that was what it was for upgrading. Damn! He suddenly grasped the system's logic. Transitioning from LV3 to LV4 represented a significant threshold. It no longer merely evaluated the survivor's ability to explore and gather information. It now began to assess their combat prowess. To continue growing stronger, one must hunt those terrifying mutated creatures. The days of hoarding supplies and quietly assimilating vacant panels in the comfort of one's home were over. Ming Dao shook his head. Just as he prepared to flee this treacherous locale, a corner of his eye caught sight of something beneath the bed. There lay a partially opened cardboard box, seemingly intended for shoes. Inside, it appeared to contain some model toys. Exercising caution, he refrained from using his hands and instead gently prodded the edge of the box with the tip of his crowbar. A black object rolled out and clattered to the floor, narrowly avoiding a foul landing. Upon closer inspection, his heart skipped a beat. It was a handgun, an incredibly realistic model of a Glock 17, nearly indistinguishable from a real firearm. He crouched down, using the crowbar to nudge the model to a relatively clean spot before gingerly picking it up with 2 fingers at the grip end. The weight felt substantial in his hand, and the matte texture combined with the cold metallic slide lent an almost authentic illusion. The detail was astonishingly high. Even the engravings and serial numbers on the gun were clearly visible. If he hadn't known it was merely a model in the dim light, it could easily be mistaken for the real thing. Instinctively, he pressed the magazine release button. Click! A black magazine slid out in response. However, as he peered inside, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. The magazine was neatly packed with bright orange, round plastic balls. Water beads. It was merely an upscale water gun toy. He shook his head, casually reinserting the magazine before stowing the hefty toy gun into his jacket. Perhaps it would serve some unexpected deterrent purpose at certain times. After all, in this era, not everyone had the chance to encounter real firearms. Having ensured there were no further oversights, Ming Dao lingered no longer. Remaining in this place for even a second longer would challenge the limits of his physical and mental endurance. He swiftly turned and retreated to the balcony at the fastest possible pace. He drew the shattered sliding door shut, a meager attempt at concealment. Then, he approached the balcony's edge, grasping the rope and pulling forcefully 3 times. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Wang Chu. It was time to pull. Above, Wang Chu felt as though time was stretching infinitely. He clutched the rope tightly. Each passing second felt like a century. He could scarcely fathom what Ming Dao was enduring below, only able to sense the activity through the taut rope. At one point, he even wondered if Ming Dao had succumbed to the noxious stench and perished within. When the rope transmitted 3 distinct tugs, Wang Chu jolted as if electrified. He had returned. He was alive. With a mighty shout, he exerted all his strength and began to frantically pull the rope upwards. Ming Dao below cooperated eagerly, using both hands and feet, leveraging against the exterior wall like a rock-climbing expert, ascending in leaps that significantly alleviated Wang Chu's burden. As he climbed, Ming Dao pondered his own physical prowess. Wait, why had he become so strong? He even entertained the illusion that he could leap upwards without the rope's assistance. Could it be? Soon, the balcony of the 8th floor loomed near. When Wang Chu spotted Ming Dao's familiar silhouette re-emerging at the balcony's edge, he yanked him back inside with a sudden force. Thud! Ming Dao flipped and landed heavily on the floor of Wang Chu's balcony. A flawless extraction. The first thing he did was hastily untie the complex knots that Wang Chu had referred to as a work of art. Observing the embarrassed blush on Wang Chu's face, Ming Dao's expression darkened, and he swiftly drew a multifunctional military knife, cutting through the bindings with brutal simplicity. Without delay, he began to strip off his clothes. His sneakers, caked in grime, were unceremoniously discarded into the farthest corner of the balcony. The jacket, emanating a hellish odor, was similarly flung away. He felt as though the stench had permeated his very soul, clinging to every inch of his skin, impossible to escape. Wang Chu stared blankly at the disheveled Ming Dao. He could hardly imagine the horrific trials Ming Dao had endured in that legendary infernal cesspit just moments before. Minggu, are you all right? Wang Chu hesitated to approach, repelled half a step by the foul smell emanating from Ming Dao. Quite well indeed. Ming Dao waved his hand dismissively, retching slightly. Chapter 96. Where did you get this thing? Minutes later, Ming Dao emerged from his own bathroom, clad in a spare set of clothes. Having washed himself with scant water, upon returning to room 801, he found that Wang Chu had already cleared away the fragrant hot pot from the living room and was now sitting stiffly on the sofa, looking rather awkward. Have some warm water, Wang Chu offered, handing over a cup. Ming Dao accepted it and drank it all in one go. The soothing warmth flowed into his stomach, providing a modicum of comfort. He sank into the soft embrace of the sofa, exhaling a long sigh. He had survived. Minggu, Wang Chu observed him, his thoughts lingering on the edge of speech. Ming Dao remained silent, quietly raising his hand to summon his construction panel, projecting it into the air between them. Wang Chu's gaze was instantly captivated by the enormous blue screen. His breath caught as he beheld the panel's contents. Name, Ming Dao. Level, LV3. Requirement for LV4 upgrade. Absorb unclaimed panels, 35. Devour mutant beast nuclei, 15. Wang Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. What the 3? You absorbed 3 panels at once. This meant Ming Dao had indeed found 3 unclaimed construction panels in that hellish place. How could this be possible? An unoccupied room could only contain 1 panel. This was a fact corroborated by all the survivors in the community. Why would room 301 have 3? Wang Chu's mind raced as he connected this astonishing number to the tragic events that had transpired in room 301. A chilling thought crept into his consciousness. 3 people, he murmured, his gaze becoming vacant. 3 people had died in room 301. Aunt Zhang, her husband, and their son. 3 corpses. 3 panels. His voice dwindled, his complexion paling. Do people die and drop panels? Ming Dao regarded him, slowly nodding. It seems you're not entirely foolish. With this confirmation, a wave of cold washed over Wang Chu, sending chills down his spine. He could scarcely fathom how brutal the competition would become moving forward. What the hell is this? Killing people for loot? Turning the real world into a bloody survival game? Ming Dao shook his head, correcting him. I would say it is far more cruel. In games, killing for loot is an active choice among players. But now, it is this world, what we might call the Eden Project, that passively catalyzes all of this. It forces us to kill one another to survive and grow stronger. Wang Chu suddenly interjected, "This is the ultimate manifestation of social Darwinism. Survival of the fittest." Ming Dao applauded. "A writer truly lives up to their title. You possess some level of insight." Yet, Wang Chu could not muster a smile. He recalled Lu Guodong and his collectivist theories. A more terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. If Lu Guodong and his group discovered this secret, would they begin actively eliminating those they deemed unworthy survivors to obtain panels? Perhaps the elderly without special skills, the children unable to contribute labor, or even those disobedient troublemakers. The moment this idea dawned upon him, it sent shivers down Wang Chu's spine. Once Pandora's box was opened, the entire Blue Bay Peninsula would transform into a true battlefield. They will, Ming Dao affirmed his fears. With Lin Yifu's analysis, combined with Lu Guodong's character, I can almost guarantee they are just a breath away from uncovering the secret. And that opportunity will arise soon. Ming Dao's gaze fell once more on his panel. However, that is a matter for another time. We now face a new dilemma. He pointed to the new line of upgrade requirements, mutant beast nuclei. Wang Chu's attention was drawn to it, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the text. Beast nuclei? What are those? They sound like something from those mutated monsters? Precisely, Ming Dao nodded. When I dismantled that mutated hedgehog, I obtained a low-tier beast nucleus from its body. Now it makes sense. Wang Chu suddenly realized that the key to upgrading was not merely the act of assimilating panels, but also necessitated the hunting of mutated beasts, followed by utilizing the decomposition ability to extract a substance known as a beast core from within them. He comprehended the true strategic value of the decomposition and synthesis station. It was not just a means of processing refuse and crafting tools, but the sole avenue for extracting upgrade materials. Indeed, I believe I am still aware of the specific locations of 5 unclaimed panels. Beyond that, I cannot absorb more, but it will suffice to elevate you to level 3 and unlock the decomposition station. A surge of joy filled Wang Chu's heart. Brother Ming, how can this be? Before he could finish a sentence, he saw Ming Dao draw a black Glock handgun from his pocket and place it on the coffee table. What the hell? What the hell? Brother Ming, where on earth did you acquire this thing? Ming Dao smiled at him, raising the weapon and pressing it against his forehead. Brother Ming, Bang. Chapter 97, Simple Animal Trap, 19. A trace of moisture was left behind. Is this a water gun? Wang Chu was taken aback, instinctively stepping back a half step, but soon his curiosity compelled him to lean closer. He reached out and took the black Glock from Ming Dao's hand. The main body of the gun was composed of matte black engineering plastic, while the slide was metallic. Its surface treated with a frosted finish, exuding an exquisite texture. Wang Chu turned the gun over in his hands, emitting a series of impressed clicks of his tongue. The quality is astonishingly good. It looks just like a real one. Brother Ming, where did you get this? Was it also synthesized from decomposition? As he spoke, he brought the muzzle close to his nose and inhaled deeply. The next moment, his expression twisted in horror. Ugh, what a foul stench. He distanced the gun, his face contorted with disgust. This gun hasn't been soaked in the cesspit at 301, has it? Ming Dao observed his comically conflicted demeanor, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. All right, enough of the games. Let's get down to business. The playful expression on Ming Dao's face gradually faded. You've seen the new conditions for panel upgrades. Upon hearing this, Wang Chu immediately wiped the grin off his face, his demeanor turning serious. He nodded. I see, Brother Ming. Assimilating panels requires devouring mutated beast cores. This means that to continue upgrading, we must take the initiative to hunt those mutated creatures. And hunting necessitates weapons and traps. Although I have unlocked the decomposition station and can create traps, acquiring materials poses a significant challenge. Relying on just the two of us to collect them is far too inefficient. Wang Chu quickly grasped Ming Dao's implication. So, you want to have Feng and his crew do it? Exactly. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Ming Dao's eyes. Lu Guodong's labor reform team is currently clearing the outdated metal waste from the entire neighborhood as garbage. This presents a fortuitous opportunity for us. I need Ah Feng to secretly transport all the scrap metal that others deem useless to our underground garage. In the eyes of others, this refuse is worthless. But for us, it is a treasure trove for crafting traps. I understand, Brother Ming. He nodded vigorously. We must leverage the resources at hand. Lu Guodong's group has monopolized the panels and supplies due to their numbers. Thus, we shall utilize our informational advantage and technical prowess to transform this refuse into our combat power. Ming Dao cast him a sidelong glance, continuing to outline the plan. Therefore, starting tomorrow, We will undertake 3 tasks. First, I will personally contact our phone. This matter must remain absolutely confidential. We cannot allow Lu Guodong's group to sense anything unusual, at least not suspect us. Lu Guodong's upgrade is inevitable, and the timing is pressing. Second, once the materials are secured, I will commence the mass production of simple animal traps. We can no longer afford to set just 2 or 3 traps along the beast trails as we did before. I intend to transform our designated hunting area and even deeper into a trap-laden zone. Luck is too capricious. We must rely on sheer numbers. Ming Dao's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, envisioning that forest. What he desired was to turn that forest into his exclusive hunting ground. Wang Chu listened, instinctively swallowing hard. He could imagine the terrifying scene when dozens, if not hundreds, of animal traps were set in the forest. Even the saber-toothed tiger would struggle to escape. And what is the third task? Wan Zhu In Guit? Ming Dao's eyes fell upon Wang Chu, and that gaze sent a shiver down his spine. The third task pertains to you. Me? Wang Chu pointed at himself, bewildered. Yes, you. You will soon reach LV3 and unlock the decomposition and synthesis station. At that time, the system will grant you a temporary backpack with 10 slots. I will explain its specific uses later. There's no rush on that. Ming Dao shifted the conversation. By the way, if you have the time, leverage your knowledge from writing novels to study those mutated creatures. I need a comprehensive guide detailing their habits, weaknesses, and attack methods. Knowing ourselves and our enemies will lead us to victory in every battle. Just like today, if I hadn't fortuitously known about the porcupine's weakness at the nape of its neck, we could not have so effortlessly dealt with it. But what about next time? Next time, we may encounter mutated beasts that are entirely unfamiliar to us. To be frank, my knowledge in this area is rather limited. How about you? Wang Chu was momentarily stunned. He had never considered that the seemingly frivolous knowledge he had accumulated for writing novels, which others regarded as a waste of time, would one day become a valuable asset for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. An unprecedented sense of recognition and worth flooded his heart. No problem at all. Brother Ming. He straightened his back, his face flushed with excitement. This is my specialty. Don't even get me started on ordinary pigs, cattle, and sheep. Even dinosaurs or the ancient gods from the Cthulhu mythos. Given some time, I could analyze their physiological structures and theoretical weaknesses. He gestured toward the stack of books in his study. Rest assured. Ming Dao nodded in satisfaction. Then it settled. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we'll have our work cut out for us. He rose and departed. Ming Dao returned to room 802, first discarding the cut rope and the foul-smelling clothing into a corner. After completing these tasks, he locked the door and entered his study. This was now his secret base, his true sanctuary. He first emptied the temporary backpack, removing everything except for the meat and beast core from the decomposed, mutated porcupine. After clearing the temporary backpack, Ming Dao sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind in the decomposition and synthesis station within his consciousness. He skillfully bypassed the decomposition interface and directly accessed the synthesis interface. Among countless gray icons, the already unlocked icon for this simple animal trap emitted a gentle white glow. Ming Dao focused his thoughts on the icon. In the next moment, a materials list popped up beneath the icon. Redundant version. Required materials. Iron, 15,465, sufficient. Steel, 15,288, sufficient. Proceed with synthesis. Observing the lengthy list of material reserves, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment surged within Ming Dao. This is the sensation of possessing a mine. He calculated that the iron and steel he currently owned were sufficient to craft 19 simple traps. Synthesis complete. Synthesizing simple traps, 19. Synthesis finished. As the system's notification chimed, Ming Dao promptly redirected his thoughts to the temporary backpack. To his delight, he discovered that the 19 freshly crafted traps did not occupy 19 separate storage slots as he had anticipated. Instead, they quietly resided beneath the icon of the original trap, with the number changing from 1 to 19. The same item occupied merely a single slot. Moreover, it appeared that this quantity had no upper limit. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. A slight smile crept upon Ming Dao's lips. This revelation alleviated his lingering concerns significantly. He could now produce and stockpile a vast quantity of the same item without the fear of his backpack becoming congested. When the time came to utilize them, he could simply employ them one by one. After completing this process, an indescribable fatigue washed over him. Having been occupied from dawn until dusk, and then descending into the depths of the foul pit late into the night. Both his mental and physical energies had been utterly drained. At this moment, he yearned for nothing more than a restful slumber. with little appetite, upon returning to his bedroom. He fished out a piece of chocolate from the bedside cabinet, tore open the wrapper, and swiftly consumed it in a few bites. The cloying sweetness dissolved in his mouth, rapidly transforming into warmth to replenish his depleted body. Outside the window, the twin moons hung high, casting a deep night. There were still several hours until the daily settlement at midnight. Yet, Ming Dao could no longer wait. He pulled the quilt over himself, enveloping his entire being within it. Almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 98, Reminiscing the Past. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the property building, a once spacious employee lounge was now brightly lit. This space had been transformed into a temporary dormitory for the security team, with several makeshift army beds tightly clustered together. The air was thick with the pungent odors of sweat and smoke, an unpleasant concoction, dubbed as a measure to facilitate nighttime patrols and ensure the safety of the entire community. Everyone was acutely aware that its true purpose was to serve as the last line of human defense guarding the command center on the third floor, protecting those leaders who reveled in their power and privilege. Zhao Hu dragged his weary body through the cacophonous corridor and returned to his window-side bunk. Unlike others who carelessly tossed aside their clothing, he silently removed his black security uniform, folding it meticulously into a standard square and placing it neatly by his pillow. Next, he unbuckled his utility belt, aligning his rubber baton parallel to the edge of the bed with precision. His sleeping area, along with the combat boots, neatly positioned beneath it with their toes facing outward, stood in stark contrast to the chaotic surroundings. In the neighboring bunk, Xiao Wang had a heap of cigarette butts and peanut shells strewn at his feet, while across from him, Xiao Li's space was crammed with various snack wrappers and crumpled dirty socks. In contrast, Zhao Hu's territory was pristine, orderly, and austere, resembling not a corner of a post-apocalyptic refuge, but rather a model room for military inspections just minutes before. This dissonance extended beyond mere environment. "Hey, Tiger Brother, back already?" Xiao Wang turned over in his bed. He had accompanied Lu Guodong today for a forced lock opening and had been assigned a piece of an unclaimed panel. The experience was exhilarating. The anticipation of the future left him so invigorated that he struggled to fall asleep, a sickly glow on his face. "I am exhausted. I ran all day with Lu's team. My legs feel like they might snap," he complained, though his tone was laced with pride. "But it was absolutely worth it. Tiger Brother, you wouldn't believe it. After our merger, I feel fantastic. No more sore back or aching legs. I can sprint up 15 flights without even gasping for breath. I'm full of energy." Shally also sat up, one of the fortunate ones from today. He flexed his arm, a look of ecstasy on his face. "Not to mention, I feel like my eyesight has improved dramatically. I used to squint to see a girl 10 meters away, but now I can clearly see her eyelashes from 50 meters. The two had barely finished their countdown when they eagerly began to boast. Indeed, Xiao Wang's voice grew louder, unabashedly glancing at those ordinary team members who had yet to receive their upgrades, casting envious glances their way. Now we're different from those ordinary survivors. Were they? Just livestock waiting to be farmed. A moving supply package. This community will be under our control from now on." Xiao Li let out a lewd chuckle, leaning in closer and lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Tiger Brother, you should have seen how those women looked at us today, both fearful and wanting to approach. Especially that widow from Building 15, the one whose husband went missing on the first day. The way she sways her waist, that curvaceous figure, it drives me wild." Xiao Wang made a crude gesture towards Zhao Hu, his face adorned with a knowing smirk that any man would understand. "Look, it's the apocalypse. Laws are gone. Can morals fill our stomachs? Those girls are delicate and tender. Rather than letting them starve or fall into the hands of those wild men from outside, why not let us enjoy them? Bringing them over for some fun is also a way to feed them, right? We're doing a good deed." The phrase "doing a good deed" tumbled from his lips, laden with irreverence. Zhao Hu sat silently at the edge of his bed, his back turned to them, meticulously cleaning his baton with a clean cloth. He did not turn around or utter a word. Instead, his movements paused momentarily. Seeing that Zhao Hu remained unresponsive, Xiao Li, emboldened, made a direct invitation, his tone tinged with encouragement and flattery. "Tiger Brother, you've been in the military for so long. You must be pent up. That freshly graduated girl from Building 7, what's her name again? All right, Su Shui. She's absolutely stunning, curvy and with skin as white as milk. I heard she's living alone and has little food. She cries all day. Why not have the brothers help you invite her over? You can have a taste first, and then we can all enjoy it together. It'll be a team benefit. Enjoy it together." The very phrase pierced Zhao Hu's eardrums, igniting the fury he had suppressed all day. His hand's motion abruptly halted. The air around him seemed to freeze in that moment. Slowly, Zhao Hu turned around. His previously weary face now hardened into a grimace. His lips pressed into a rigid line, the muscles of his jaw clenched, bulging with tension. Rising from his bed, he emanated an oppressive aura that swept across Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's faces. The lewd grins on Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's faces instantly froze. They had no doubt that if they uttered even a single word more, this man before them would not hesitate to strike. Ultimately, Zhao Hu said nothing. He merely let out a cold grunt and strode out of the dormitory with purpose. Bang! At the end of the corridor outside the dormitory lay an open-air platform. The cold wind stung his face painfully. Zhao Hu approached the precipice of the platform, rummaging through his pocket to extract a crumpled pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes, from which he deftly withdrew one and ignited it. The crimson flame flickered briefly in the darkness, illuminating his visage, which bore the marks of relentless struggle. He inhaled sharply, the acrid smoke surging into his lungs, causing tumultuous thoughts to whirl within his mind. He recalled the year he enlisted, standing beneath the crimson banner, raising his right fist, and with all his might, proclaiming his oath to serve the people wholeheartedly, to obey orders, to uphold discipline, to be valiant and unyielding, unafraid of sacrifice, to diligently hone his skills, to vanquish foes, to be ever prepared for battle, and to never betray the military, pledging to defend the homeland unto death. Memories surged forth, standing at the border, hand in hand with comrades, rescuing a shepherd child who had tumbled down a cliff, and the harrowing scene of tirelessly battling against floods for 3 days and nights, carrying sandbags through waist-deep muck until he collapsed upon the embankment. Protecting the people. These 4 words were etched into his very bones, coursing through his veins, serving as the sole guiding principle of his actions throughout the first half of his life. But now, Chapter 99, this is humanity. Before him stood comrades he had personally elevated, those he believed would restore order amidst chaos and safeguard the vulnerable, now animatedly discussing how to violate an innocent girl, how to treat the survivors they were meant to protect as mere playthings. And he, a retired Special Forces soldier, once revered as Brother Tiger, had somehow become the target of their camaraderie, regarded as one of their own to share in their merriment. What bitter irony! What profound sorrow! The word collective escaped his lips, dripping with self-deprecation. He found himself engulfed in deep skepticism regarding the so-called great collective espoused by Lu Guodong. Was this truly the collective he had yearned for? At that moment, the long-dormant construction panel in his mind emitted an imperceptible hum. A spectral blue light flickered before his eyes. Zhao Hu's body stiffened abruptly as he realized the countdown on his panel had concluded at that very instant. Ding! Your construction panel has been upgraded to LV2. A fresh notification materialized upon his retina. Space expansion card, residential. Type, consumable effect, upon use. It increases the internal usable area of any residential building under your name by 100 square meters. Note, this expansion effect is effective only internally. The building's exterior will remain unchanged. This card can be reused on the same building, with no limit on the number of uses. Gazing at the miraculous description of the card, Zhao Hu felt no elation. Rather, it was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, sending a chill coursing through his being. He immediately recalled the afternoon when Lu Guodong, under the guise of safety inspections, had compelled them to forcibly breach the doors of innocent residents. He envisioned the scene of a woman who had stepped forward to intervene, being brutally shoved to the ground by Xiao Wang using a riot shield. He recalled Lu Guodong publicly rewarding the most ruthless and diligent members of their team with the plundered panels and supplies, their faces twisted with greed. The system's reward. This was what collective action entailed. In that moment, clarity washed over him. The idyllic collective Lu Guodong had described, where everyone had food to eat and clothes to wear, was nothing more than a sham. Its essence was but a tool to fulfill his personal ambitions for power. The means employed were to bind all survivors to his chariot, inciting and encouraging the greed and violence inherent in human nature under the pretext of collective interests and contributions, allowing them to tear each other apart, ultimately funneling all the blood and flesh to him at the pinnacle. And he, a soldier steadfast in principles and devoted to protecting the people, had unwittingly become the most loyal guardian and accomplice of this colossal deception. Unbeknownst to him, the cigarette in his hand had burned down to the nub, the hot ash searing his fingertips with a sharp pain. Zhao Hu snapped back to reality, glancing at the alluring car before him, then crushing the smoldering but into the concrete beneath his feet, as if to obliterate all the humiliation, anger, and confusion festering within him along with that spark. He lifted his gaze towards the community contribution points leaderboard in his mind. His eyes finally settled upon the mysterious name that topped the list. First place, anonymous, points 179. He studied that name, contemplating for an eternity. Minutes later, Zhao returned to the dormitory. As he pushed the door open, the raucous chatter within ceased abruptly, all eyes converging upon him. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, who had been trembling moments ago, scrambled from their beds, their faces plastered with obsequious and fearful smiles. "Brother Hu, you're back. Brother Tiger. We were just a bit tipsy, spouting nonsense. Please don't take it to heart." Zhao Hu offered them no glance. Ignoring their sycophantic overtures as he strode directly to his bunk, removed his shoes, and lay down, pulling the blanket over himself, closing his eyes, as if the menacing figure from moments ago had been merely an illusion conjured by the masses. Meanwhile, in the office on the third floor of the property management building, bathed in soft light, Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu lounged comfortably on an inviting sofa, savoring the exceptional Dahong Pao harvested from Mr. Chen's home. Lin Yifu held a freshly organized personnel allocation list, his finger lightly tapping Zhao Hu's name. Zhao Hu is a pivotal figure, Lin Yifu remarked with a smile. He is proactive, capable, and more importantly, he commands absolute respect among the retired soldiers and security personnel. With him, our commands can be executed most effectively. He paused, shifting his tone. Yet this lad's sense of justice and responsibility is formidable, like a stubborn stone in a cesspit, foul and unyielding. Much of what we do must circumvent him. Avoid his scrutiny. This afternoon's forced break-ins, his expression was clearly off. Lu Guodong lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating leaves, emitting a knowing chuckle. "I've been a soldier, I understand." His eyes sparkled with shrewd insight. The soldier's sense of honor and ingrained commitment to serving the people rendered him inherently difficult to manipulate. Nonetheless, it is precisely this sense of honor that, when coupled with ample justification and benefits, will transform him into our most loyal weapon. He sipped the scalding tea, continuing, "He is currently filled with doubts and uncertainties. This is entirely normal. But as long as we firmly grasp the notion of the collective and continually present him with tangible benefits, like this panel upgrade, or future resource allocations, his laughable military principles will soon be worn down by the weight of reality. This is humanity. After all, we represent the interests of the majority." Lin Yifu nodded in agreement, wholly convinced. The two raised their teacups, lightly clinking them together, producing a crisp sound. "To our collective." They exchanged smiles, their expressions filled with the calculating demeanor of the powerful. They believed themselves to be in control of everything, unaware that human nature itself is an unpredictable force. Chapter 100, Fourth Day Settlement. As the midnight chimes had yet to resonate, the second hand danced upon the clock face for the final moments, heralding yet another day of evaluations. Once more, a day filled with trepidation. Time, once the most trivial and easily squandered commodity in the old world, had now transformed into the proverbial sword of Damocles, looming ominously over all. Ming Dao awoke at 11:30, unable to find solace in sleep. The heart-pounding descent of 301, the explosive growth of industrial reserves, and his grim understanding of the brutal rule regarding the death penalty had filled the previous day. Every action he undertook had the potential to leave any survivor awestruck. He held unprecedented expectations for his score today. 23, 59, 59, 00, 00, 00. Fourth day survival settlement commencing. Analyzing your actions from today. Action 1. Investigated the simple traps deployed yesterday, successfully procuring a substantial amount of food. This act garnered respect from those around you. Evaluation. Luck is also a facet of strength. Score, 15. Action 2. Consolidated subordinate forces. You successfully integrated the road team, led by Brother Feng, and assigned them covert tasks. Evaluation. The nascent form of a king. You have begun to realize that an individual's strength is ultimately limited. Transforming the discarded detritus of the mainstream order into blades solely for your own use is the first step in leveraging power. Score 5. Action 3. Developed an intelligence network. You acquired technician Li Yuan at minimal cost, securing access to his drone for half an hour daily. Evaluation. An astute investment. In a world shrouded in information scarcity, a reliable aerial reconnaissance unit holds immeasurable strategic value. You have not only gained an eye, but also the initial loyalty of a technician. Score 3. Action 4. Discern the rules of the world. Through drone reconnaissance, you uncovered the pivotal rule that upon human death, their construction panel transforms into an unclaimed panel. Evaluation. A milestone discovery. You're the first on Blue Bay Peninsula to glimpse the bloody truth of the Eden Project. While others struggle for survival, you have discerned the promotional ladder based on life as a resource. The information gap is your greatest advantage. Score 5. Action 5. Explored high-risk areas. Despite knowing the significant biochemical contamination risk in room 301, you chose to enter and successfully annexed 3 unclaimed panels. Evaluation: a madman's audacity, a hyena's instinct. Risk and reward are eternally proportional, and your actions perfectly exemplified this. Score 5. Action 6. Established an industrial foundation. Utilizing newly unlocked decomposition abilities, you transformed vast amounts of scrap metal into fundamental industrial materials. Evaluation: an industrial revolution. While others remain in the workshop phase, you have already established your own miniature industrial system. This is the cornerstone of civilization and the source of your confidence to crush all rivals. Score 20. Action 7. Executed large-scale arm deployment. You synthesized 19 simple traps in one go using industrial reserves. Evaluation: a manifestation of war potential. You have transitioned from a passive defender to an active hunter. When traps blanket the forest, that land will become your exclusive slaughterhouse. Score 50. Triggered the maximum score limit for single production actions. Action 8. Conducted domestication experiments. Utilizing the simple beast cage card, you began experiments on live creatures. Evaluation: the exploration of unknown forces is never-ending. You are attempting to manipulate the rules in novel ways. Score 5. Action 9. Survived one day. Evaluation: not only have you survived, but you have thrived. Score 1. A cascade of positive notifications swept through Ming Dao's mind like a tempest. Particularly the 7th action, large-scale arm deployment, with its dazzling score of 50, left him momentarily stunned. Given that a single simple trap is worth 5 points, if calculated over 2 days, he could have amassed 95 points. Yet, the scoring does not work that way. He was already quite satisfied with a maximum score of 50. Evaluation: every step you take exponentially widens the gap between you and other survivors. Comprehensive score: 109 points. Current accumulated total: 179 points. Gazing at the final fixed number, even Ming Dao's composure faltered and his breath quickened. 109 points. He had surpassed the century mark. This was nearly 15 times the sum of his scores from the previous 3 days. The accumulated total of 179 points loomed like a towering mountain, capable of instilling despair in any who gazed upon it. He slowly opened his eyes, excitement bubbling within him. Meanwhile, in the central plaza of the community, the enormous blue screen, heart of the community, flickered dramatically at the stroke of midnight. The leaderboard refreshed once more. The top positions remained largely unchanged, with most scores gradually increasing. Yet, the strong thrived while the weak faltered. First place, Anonymous, points 179. Insanity. This number shattered the last flicker of hope for all survivors to catch up. In its shadow, every subsequent name and score appeared laughable, insignificant. Second place, Anonymous, points 70. Third place, Anonymous, points 68. This was no longer a mere gap. This was biological isolation. In the Property Management Command Center on the 3rd floor office, Lu Guodong lounged with his legs crossed, reclining on the sofa, a smug smile adorning his face. After a night of vigil, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. The successful forced unlocking operation and the exponential improvement in physical capabilities following his acquisition of panels immersed him in a sensation of absolute control. Just moments ago, the panel in his mind had also completed its daily evaluation. Survivor, Lu Guodong. Status: healthy and exuberant. Today's score: 17. Action 1. Monopolized core technology. You managed to coerce and entice Locksmith Chin Dahai into your control. Evaluation: well done, fool. You have finally grasped that controlling the means of production is less effective than controlling those who wield them. However, loyalty obtained through threats is as fragile as a sandcastle. A mere push will bring it crashing down. Score 3. Action 2. Established tyrannical clauses. In the guise of the collective, you forcibly breached and plundered unclaimed properties. Evaluation: the saying about a whore wanting to set up a moral high ground probably applies to you. Do you think packaging robbery as resource integration is clever? Every survivor in the community is either your accomplice or your potential enemy. Guess which group is larger? Score 10. Action 3. Bought loyalty. You publicly rewarded the most obedient dogs with the plundered panels and supplies. Evaluation: a clumsy imitation of the art of subjugation. You have managed to entice a pack of starving dogs to serve you with a few bones, which seems successful. But do not forget, dogs will bite for bones and will also turn on you for greater rewards. Score 3. Action 4. Survived one day. Score 1. Evaluation: a newly wealthy individual who has just escaped lowbrow interests, believing he has ruled a community, when in reality, it is a rabble. Your ambition does not match your intellect. Continue your performance without pause. Accumulated score, 65. Chapter 101. The boss is impressive. Gazing at the astonishing score of 17 points for the day, Lu Guodong felt an overwhelming surge of joy within him. Although the system's commentary remained as acerbic as ever, he paid it no heed. After all, numbers are the ultimate truth. This score of 17 was ample proof of the wisdom and correctness of his decisions today. He had even begun to formulate plans to double the scale of forced unlocking tomorrow, propelling his score to unparalleled heights once more. Yifu, see? I told you my method was right, Lu Guodong proclaimed triumphantly to Lin Yifu, who sat across from him. If we bind everyone to our chariot of war and demonstrate the tangible benefits, then who sets the rules but us? Lin Yifu nodded with a smile, poised to offer some words of praise, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the freshly updated leaderboard. The smile instantly froze on his face. His pupils dilated in shock. Guodong. Look at that. Following his gaze, Lu Guodong's expression of self-satisfaction shattered upon seeing the glaring, anonymous, 179 points at the top. No, this was not envy. It was sheer terror. Damn it. Lu Guodong leapt to his feet, seizing the purple clay teapot from the table and, with all his might, hurled it against the wall. Crash! The teapot shattered, wasting what little water resources they had. Yet, he seemed unappeased, kicking over the chair in front of him. What has that bastard done? Has he slaughtered everyone in the Villa District? Or discovered a gold mine in one fell swoop? Over 100 points. How could he possibly score over 100 points in a single day? Lin Yifu was taken aback by his wild demeanor and quickly rose to calm him. Guodong, please, remain calm. Stay calm. Calm. Lu Guodong was frantic, grabbing Lin Yifu by the collar, his contorted face nearly pressing against Lin's nose. How can you expect me to be calm? Over 100 points. He alone has outscored all of our core committee members combined. Do you understand what that implies? It means that everything we painstakingly built, our so-called order, our so-called collective, is nothing but a joke in his eyes. Releasing Lin Yifu, the madness, jealousy, and murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. No, absolutely not. I will not permit such an extraordinary figure to exist on my territory. He paused, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his gaze. Yifu, he said, his tone chillingly resolute, starting tomorrow, mobilize all personnel. Zhao, the security team, everyone capable, send them out. I will personally inspect those 30-story buildings. Conduct a thorough population census. I want it done meticulously. Check every household. Identify everyone who has not participated in collective actions, who has not contributed supplies, who has remained outside our sight, no matter who he is, no matter where he hides. Even if I have to turn the entire Blue Bay Peninsula upside down, I must unearth this anonymous figure. And then, he paused, a cruel grin forming at the corners of his mouth. Kill him. In the security team dormitory, Zhao abruptly opened his eyes. The panel in his mind had concluded its calculations as well. Survivor, Zhao. Status, healthy but confused. Today's score, 5, Action 1, Executed Orders. You participated in the forced unlocking of abandoned houses. Evaluation. As a soldier, obeying orders is your duty. But as a human, have you considered whether the orders you executed are just? Score 2, Action 2, Maintained Order. During the operation, you curtailed some team members' excessive behaviors. Evaluation, a trivial effort. You attempted to extinguish a wildfire with but a cup of water. Score 1, Action 3, Faith Shaken. You have developed profound doubts about the collective ideals. Evaluation, congratulations. Your mind has not yet been entirely corrupted by power. Maintaining independent thought amidst a deluge of lies is, in itself, a form of courage. Score 1, Action 4, Survived one day. Evaluation, living grants you the opportunity to make the right choices. Score 1, Evaluation, a soldier lingering at a crossroads. Should your gun be aimed at the enemy or at those comrades who have transformed you into a monster? Reflect carefully. Cumulative score, 41. Staring at the pitiful score of 5, Zhao Hu's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this outcome, the moment he chose to stand by. Watching Lu Guodong's minions act with impunity, he ceased to be the hero worthy of high scores. He lifted his gaze to the leaderboard. First place, anonymous, 179 points. In his eyes, there was no envy, nor was there fear. Instead, a glimmer of inexplicable anticipation flickered. He realized that Lu Guodong's iron-fisted rule was not unassailable. This mysterious anonymous first-place holder, This entity, so powerful it defied logic, might just be the variable that could shatter everything. He was not a savior, but he could be the pebble tossed into still waters, capable of stirring great waves. Zhao took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. He needed strength, the strength to make his own choices in the storm that was inevitably approaching. In the underground garage, in a dim corner, a bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the faces of several men, glistening with sweat. Brother Feng, bare-chested, wielded a sharpened fire axe, laboriously carving into a massive black antelope leg. The others, including Monkey, held sharpened steel rods skewered with large chunks of meat, sizzling over the flames, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. "Damn, this is amazing," Monkey exclaimed, biting into the tender, charred meat, wincing from the heat yet beaming with delight. Following Ming Dao is a whole different experience. Meat at every meal. I wouldn't trade this life for anything, not even for a deity. Another brother chimed in, his words slurred. Exactly. Back home, we can't even get a warm bowl of porridge, let alone meat. Now, huh? Those bastards are probably still gnawing on compressed biscuits. Laughter erupted among them. Just then, Brother Feng abruptly halted his actions. He lifted his head, gazing toward the entrance of the garage, where a flicker of bluish light had flashed. The leaderboard for Heart of the Community has been updated. Everyone, stop eating. Quickly check your panels. Brother Feng shouted. The men immediately set down their grilled meat and scrambled to pull up their construction panels, scrutinizing the scoreboards. The next moment, a chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. What the hell? 179 points. Am I seeing things? First place with 179 points. Is that even a score a person can achieve? Chapter 102. At the pinnacle. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying number, their mouths agape, as if witnessing a miracle. Brother Feng was equally dumbfounded. Yet within mere seconds, the astonishment on his face morphed into fervent admiration. He suddenly sprang to his feet, pointing at the ethereal screen, and bellowed at his still-dazed comrades. Do you see that? Make sure you comprehend it fully. 179 points. This is our esteemed leader. This is a deity. Lu Guodong, Zhao Hu. Those worthless wretches mean nothing. They are not even worthy to carry our leader's shoes. He waved his arms passionately, spittle flying. Do you still think we've been at a disadvantage by secretly providing him with some scrap metal? Do you understand now? This is an immense fortune. Our ancestors' graves are surely smoking with pride. With him, not only will we feast, but I assure you, the entire district will belong to our leader. In due time, we shall be the founding heroes. Each one of us will have our own apartment building. We can choose whichever we desire. Girls? What type of girls do you want? His fervent words were undeniably effective. As they gazed at that unreachable score, reflecting on their indulgent lives, there was not a shred of doubt regarding Brother Feng's declarations. Their adulation for Ming Dao reached its zenith at that moment. Our leader is magnificent. Following our leader, we shall live in luxury. We shall take down Lu Guodong and his ilk. The fervent shouts echoed throughout the dim underground garage. Room 801. Wang Chu glanced at the daily score displayed on his panel. It was lukewarm. However, when his gaze shifted to the name atop the leaderboard, he opened his mouth, and 1,000 words coalesced into a single phrase. The boss is incredible. The scene shifted. Ming Dao took a deep breath. No matter how high the score, it was merely an abstract figure. What truly mattered now was claiming the reward that accompanied surpassing the 100-point threshold. He redirected his focus from the leaderboard to the unique daily settlement system panel in his mind. Congratulations. Your daily composite score has surpassed 100 for the first time. Achievement unlocked. At the top of one's game. At the top of one's game, random rewards have a 1 probability of increasing in quality, generating your exclusive reward. It has arrived. Ming Dao's heart skipped a beat, his fists instinctively clenched. The azure glow flickered before his eyes, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. As if engaged in intricate calculations and selections, he waited patiently. What would it be? A more advanced architectural blueprint? Perhaps an automated defense turret? Or a soilless cultivation greenhouse that could reliably produce food? These were all urgently needed items that would significantly enhance the security and sustainability of his territory. Or maybe a more potent card, such as a universal repair card, capable of mending any machinery? Or a pool card that could conjure a water source from thin air. Just as his thoughts swirled, the flickering of the screen finally ceased. 3 reward options gradually emerged before him. Please choose one of the following rewards. A random building blueprint white. B random item card white. C random weapon green. Ming Dao's breath caught at the sight of the third option. Green. It had broken through the tiers. Observing the familiar white star symbols denoting ordinary levels next to the first 2 options, he felt a tinge of aesthetic fatigue. Too low tier, my friend. The white no longer sufficed. He yearned for a higher power, a rare reward that could bring about a qualitative change and create a significant gap. And now it had appeared. Green, a weapon. A crowbar was merely a tool. It could not bear the weight of his burgeoning power, nor could it encapsulate his ambitions. He desperately needed a true weapon, a bloodthirsty blade that would serve as an extension of his strength, as his trump card. Without a moment's hesitation, without even a second for deliberation, he declared, "I choose C." Almost instantaneously, the two white options dimmed and vanished, leaving only the resplendent green option. Congratulations! You have obtained the weapon, Tang Hung Dao Green. Immediately, a mass of jade-like emerald green light coalesced in the air before Ming Dao, the size of a fist. The glow was warm as jade, and within the luminous orb, countless tiny light points fused together at high speed. Buzz! As the brilliance dissipated, a long knife silently floated before Ming Dao. It was a knife, straight and elongated, differing from ordinary blades in its rigid sharpness. The blade reflected the moonlight, casting a cold gleam, leaving behind a chilling silhouette. The spine of the knife was robust, exuding an unparalleled sense of reliability. The entire design of the knife was ancient and grand, imbued with the iron-blooded spirit of the Tang dynasty, evoking an atmosphere of conquest and valor. A chilling aura that seemed to drop the temperature of the study by several degrees. The handle was wrapped in coarse black non-slip rope, its knots both practical and traditional, ensuring a firm grip in any situation. At the end of the handle was a simple circular metal weight ring, balancing the knife's center of gravity. It hung there quietly, like a slumbering king of blades, awaiting the master who would awaken it. Ming Dao extended his right hand, a hint of tension coursing through him. The moment his palm grasped the handle, a solid sensation surged through his body. It was an extraordinary feeling. It felt less like grasping a cold weapon and more like holding a part of himself. It was as if this knife was a natural extension of his arm, intertwined with his blood and thoughts. A profound weightiness coursed through his palm. He could distinctly feel the sharpness of the blade, the resilience of the body, and the overwhelming power contained within, as if it were ready to burst forth. He gently withdrew the knife from the air. It felt slightly heavy, the weight just right. He didn't even need to search intentionally. With a slight motion of his wrist, the knife's center of gravity naturally settled into the most comfortable point for him to wield. What a magnificent knife! Ming Dao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration within his heart. He gripped the knife with one hand and gently swung it forward in the confined study. Whoosh! A faint whisper of wind emerged, as if the very air had been effortlessly sliced by the unmatched sharpness of the blade. Talk is cheap. The true test of this knife's power must be conducted in practice. Ming Dao's gaze swept over the mound of scrap metal piled in the corner of the study. He rummaged through that heap and unearthed a steel plate. This plate was a solid 3 millimeters thick, its edges still bearing the roughness of cutting, and it felt substantial in his grip. In the old world, slicing through such thickness would typically require a grinding machine or a plasma cutter. Ordinary knives would struggle to even leave a notable scratch on its surface. This was undoubtedly the perfect test for his new blade. He steadied the cold steel plate with his left hand, positioning it upright on the ground. In his right hand, he firmly gripped the handle of the Tang Hung Dao. He did not immediately wield his blade. Instead, he closed his eyes, focusing on regulating his breath. He could distinctly sense a surge of energy converging from his limbs, coursing through the core muscles of his abdomen, and transmitting through to his arms, ultimately coalescing upon the long knife in his grasp. He felt the blade's yearning. You desire it? Then I shall grant you what you seek. Chapter 103, Practicing the Blade. Abruptly, Ming Dao opened his eyes. A terrifying glint flashed momentarily from the depths of his gaze. Huh, he uttered sharply, the muscles of his right arm bulging instantaneously, his waist exerting force as his entire body spun. The Tang Hung Dao slicing through the air in a succinct arc, descending with the force of a thunderclap. There was no flamboyance, only the purest, most direct amalgamation of power and speed. Clang! The crisp sound, akin to the clash of metal, erupted in the silence of the study. Maintaining his stance, Ming Dao slowly opened his eyes. He beheld that sturdy, thick steel plate, now cleaved in twain. Lowering his gaze, he examined the cut. It was as smooth as a mirror. The severed edge gleamed with an almost surreal smoothness, reflecting his astonished visage under the moonlight. The border of the incision bore no curling or roughness, resembling a flawless cut made by the most sophisticated laser cutter, perfect to the point of evoking awe. By the heavens! He extended a finger and cautiously traced the cut surface. Hiss! Instantly, a line of blood appeared on his fingertip, as easy as slicing through mud. These 4 words, typically confined to the realm of martial arts novels, now presented themselves before him in a most visceral and shocking manner. Ming Dao gradually straightened, gazing at the Tang Hung Dao in his hand. The blade remained sharp and glinting, leaving not even a grain-sized nick. He swallowed hard. From this moment forth, he truly possessed the means to secure his existence in this world beset by darkness and monsters. The instant he grasped the knife, he felt not the thrill of slaughter, but an unprecedented sense of solidity and security, a feeling of reclaiming control over his fate from the damned system and unknown foes. This, indeed, was the essence of power. Reflecting on this, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Ming Dao's eyes. Lu Guodong, Lin Fu, how long can your collective continue to revel? He sheathed the Tang Hung Dao carefully, as he had no suitable scabbard at hand. Instead, he wrapped it in several layers of thick cloth and concealed it beneath his bed. Sleep. The following morning, as the sky transitioned from deep blue to the hazy light of dawn, the twin moons had not yet fully vanished. While another sun's brilliance stirred at the horizon's edge, Ming Dao opened his eyes, devoid of any weariness and entirely free of the fatigue that typically accompanies a sleepless night. On the contrary, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. As though he might burst forth, every muscle, every nerve was in an unprecedented state of vitality. The exhilarating aftermath of last night's score exceeding 100 and the arrival of the legendary weapon ignited a fervor within him that eclipsed the effects of any caffeine. With a swift motion, he sprang from his bed, sword in hand, and strode purposefully to the study. The day begins with the morning. Ming Dao unwrapped the cloth. Buzz. The blade's emanating dark, cold light appeared even more chilling under the morning rays. He extended his hand and gripped the hilt once more. That sensation of connection, as if the blade were an extension of himself, surged anew. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer. He positioned himself in the center of the open area, adopting a somewhat unrefined stance, gripping the knife with both hands raised overhead. Countless fragmented images from films, animations, and games flashed rapidly through his mind. Those techniques, wielded masterfully by protagonists, now became his sole models for imitation. Lacking a master, devoid of secret texts, he relied solely on memory and a body enhanced beyond the ordinary. Whoosh! He suddenly stepped forward, engaging his core, and with arms imbued with tremendous strength. He struck downward with ferocity. The blade cleaved the air, producing a sharp whistle. A dark blade of light flickered through the space, seemingly cleaving the very air before him in two. The gust generated, sending fine dust swirling, creating visible ripples. Exaggerated, perhaps, but the essence remained. Even this most fundamental strike bore enough might to instill fear in any ordinary person. Ming Dao did not pause. Slice, chop, slash, thrust. He repeatedly practiced these 4 fundamental actions. Initially, his movements bore clear signs of imitation, appearing awkward and rigid. Each action transitioned with noticeable pauses and disjointedness, reminiscent of a child just learning to walk, clumsily mimicking the run of an adult. Yet his advantage lay in his unknowing but system-enhanced physique. His remarkable strength rendered each swing of the blade overwhelmingly forceful, while his extraordinary coordination allowed him to swiftly correct his erroneous postures. And his extraordinary stamina enabled him to engage in high-intensity repetitions like a perpetual motion machine. In just 10 short minutes, his movements evolved from clumsy and stiff to markedly fluid. The blade's light danced continuously, a relentless symphony of sound. He began to experiment with combinations of different foundational actions, a lateral slash followed by a fierce upward thrust, the blade tracing a peculiar Z-shaped trajectory in the air. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the blade's tip darted forward like a striking serpent, glimmering with starlight, piercing accurately toward the steel target 3 meters away on the wall. Thud! The blade halted just before making contact with the wall, perfectly precise. Obri! Ming Dao could not help but exclaim in admiration of his own fluid combination of moves. He felt like a natural prodigy in martial arts. Any technique he had observed just once could be executed with apparent grace. The exhilarating sensation of unleashing power at will, the commanding feeling of wielding a lethal weapon, intoxicated him, ensnaring him in its grip. Within the study, the sounds of the blade slicing through the air echoed incessantly. Dark blades of light wove a web through the space, at times expansive and thunderous. At other moments, they struck with cunning angles, as swift as lightning. The swirling gusts generated felt like miniature whirlwinds, stirring up dust throughout the entire room. Yet, after another 20 minutes had passed, When Ming Dao completed a sequence he deemed perfect, he suddenly halted. Leaning on his sword, he stood still, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. The excitement and intoxication on his face had vanished, replaced instead by deep confusion. He slowly raised his right hand. The hand that held the blade was red and swollen at the base, the skin beneath quivering uncontrollably, waves of soreness and numbness coursing through it. This was not right. Chapter 104. Recognizing his limitations. He recalled each swing of the blade he had just executed. Each time, he had expended all his strength, striving to maximize the blade's potential. Indeed, with a single stroke he could sever steel plates and tear through the air. Yet, with every clash against his imagined adversaries, the overwhelming recoil reverberated through the blade and coursed back into his arms and body with unrestrained intensity. He resembled a brutish warrior, each swing an act of self-sacrifice, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon his foes while sustaining 800 upon himself. His speed was remarkable, so swift that it left behind phantoms of movement. However, when he attempted a series of rapid directional changes in pursuit, he found himself unable to effectively manage his explosive velocity and momentum, resulting in a chaotic footwork that nearly caused him to trip. He could only charge forward in a straight line. The moment he needed to evade or maneuver with agility, his true limitations were laid bare. His techniques appeared dazzling, impressive even, yet he was acutely aware that this so-called combo was riddled with superfluous movements and glaring vulnerabilities. Each exertion was a total explosion of energy, leading to an immense drain on his stamina. Within merely half an hour, fatigue had already begun to set in. Ming Dao discerned a fatal flaw, one that could render him utterly defenseless in the ever-shifting chaos of real combat. All his actions relied solely on brute force. Like a child wielding a formidable weapon, possessing the capacity for destruction, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it. He did not comprehend the art of dissipating force, nor how to convert an opponent's strength to his advantage. He was oblivious to the nuances of leveraging power, nor did he know how to execute the most effective strikes at minimal cost. He was even less aware of how to reap victory through the simplest of maneuvers amidst complex battles. His so-called swordsmanship was nothing but a series of calisthenics, impressive in appearance, yet utterly useless in actual combat. This two-star quality Tang Hung Dao in his hands barely unleashed half its potential. Ming Dao exhaled a deep breath, his brows furrowing tightly. He recognized where his shortcomings lay, against those lowly mutated beasts devoid of intelligence, who charged blindly. Perhaps he could still prevail through sheer strength and a sharp blade. But what would happen when confronted by a cunning, saber-toothed tiger, or an even mightier mountain king, or even those humans who had similarly acquired enhancements, boasting improved physical attributes and having undergone systematic combat training, such as Zhao Hu? Ming Dao had no doubt that in his current state, if he were to face Zhao Hu head-on, even with an advantage in strength and speed, he would likely falter within 10 exchanges. The opponent merely needed to exploit a single opening from his reckless exertion to swiftly subdue him with the simplest and most effective grappling or joint techniques. Raw physical power is advantageous. In a contest of equals, skill determines everything. What he required was efficiency. But how could he systematically enhance his combat techniques? He fell into contemplation. Should he seek Zhao Hu's guidance? That was out of the question. The timing was not right. Then who could he approach? Within the entire neighborhood, who possessed such expertise? Names and faces flashed rapidly through his mind, each one dismissed in turn. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket, searching. Nothing. He quickly realized that the intelligence map was on the bedside table in his bedroom. He hastened into the room, yanked open the drawer, and retrieved the hastily drawn resident intelligence map of Building 5 provided by Sister Wang. His gaze swiftly scanned the rudimentary paper, ultimately landing on a name circled in red ink. Room 402. Chongwu. Profession, senior personal trainer at Xiangjin Gym. Character profile, Sister Wang's subjective evaluation: large build, explosive temper, difficult to get along with. Previously witnessed him in an elevator arguing with someone, nearly coming to blows. Rarely seen outside since the apocalypse. Chongwu, a fitness instructor. Ming Dao's eyes brightened instantly. A fitness instructor implies he possesses a profound understanding of human anatomy, muscular exertion, and core strength application. Precisely the theoretical foundation he currently lacked. Moreover, a typical fitness coach often has some background in combat or sparring techniques. While he may not compare to a military-trained killing machine like Zhao Hu, he would undoubtedly suffice in guiding a complete novice like Ming Dao. More importantly, according to Sister Wang's intel, Chong Wu's volatile temper and solitary nature suggested he was an individual of strong self-reliance, unlikely to be swayed by Lu Guodong's hypocritical collectivism. He was a neutral entity worth winning over, a perfect candidate for mentorship. However, his explosive temperament posed a challenge. Ming Dao's fingers lightly tapped on those words. This was both the reason Chong Wu could remain neutral and the barrier to Ming Dao's approach. To simply knock on his door and say, "Hey buddy, teach me how to fight, and I'll give you food," would likely result in being dismissed as a fool, sent flying from the 4th floor to the ground below. For someone of his disposition, communication must be conducted in a manner he could comprehend and accept, either through overwhelming strength to prove his worth, or by presenting an irresistible offer that struck at his core desires. Ming Dao pondered for a moment. While his current strength might allow him to win, it likely wouldn't be sufficient to convince a professional combat instructor. A misstep could entirely sour their relationship, eliminating any chance of collaboration. Thus, the latter option must be chosen, an offer. What could he offer that this muscular man would find irresistible? Food? Water? These constituted hard currency. Yet perhaps the man lacked for neither at present. He required something more unique, something more targeted. Ming Dao refolded the intelligence map and placed it back in the drawer. A meaningful smile slowly crept across his lips. There was no rush. He would proceed with deliberation. Having identified his target, the next step was to gather more information about Chong Wu, to uncover his weaknesses and desires. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Time was drawing near. Those 19 freshly minted animal traps awaited his attention in the forest, ready for him to find them suitable homes. Today, he intended to present a grand gift to the beasts of that forest. Ming Dao carefully wrapped the Tang Hung Dao in cloth once more, this time tying it in a manner convenient for carrying, slinging it diagonally across his back. Then, he approached the door and slipped on his shoes. "Wan Zhu," he called to his neighbor. Moments later, the door of apartment 801 creaked open, revealing Wang Chu's sleep-drenched visage. "Ming, so early? Early for what? You can't play on your phone, yet you still manage to sleep this long? Get dressed and get to work." Chapter 105, Thief. The morning mist had yet to disperse, yet the edges of the forest were already abuzz with activity. Ming Dao and Wang Chu, stepping carefully on the slick, decaying leaves, entered the woodland, only to be met with a scene that tightened their brows in concern. This was entirely different from their previous visits. In the past, survivors dared only to venture at the fringes of the forest, akin to timid groundhogs, fleeing in a panic back to their enclaves at the slightest rustle. However, today, their range of activity has evidently expanded inward by at least 100 meters, perhaps even more. Groups of 3 or 5 are dispersed throughout the woods, wielding an assortment of tools, from kitchen knives and fruit peelers brought from home to fire axes pried from emergency boxes and even sharpened steel rods, all while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. They no longer search aimlessly for wild vegetables or mushrooms. Instead, a greater number are employing every conceivable means to extract resources from this ancient forest. Some laboriously crack open nuts with stones, others dig fervently for tubers, and some collaborate to fell a slender tree, subsequently sawing off its branches. When their eyes occasionally flicker towards Ming Dao and Wang Chu, the glances are no longer mere neighborly appraisals. They are laden with malice. They are assessing the strength of these newcomers, evaluating the supplies they may carry, and determining whether they are easy targets. Why are there so many people in the woods today, as if for a market? Wan Chu Mumut, instinctively inching closer to Ming Dao. Although he had faced several battles and his courage had grown considerably, the atmosphere of this potentially volatile crowd instinctively instilled fear in him. After all, he and T brushed his teeth, and his mouth still bore the scent of food. Ming Dao, too, meticulously observed his surroundings, taking in every detail. The scarcity of food has intensified. The edibles on the periphery have nearly been exhausted, he finally remarked. If we don't venture further in, we will only go hungry for another day. This crowd of over 100 must truly be out of provisions at home. Strangely enough, I find myself somewhat curious about Lu Guodong's response. Ming Dao mused, diverting his gaze. The expansion of the survivors' territory signifies an escalation in resource competition. Yet this is not what concerns Ming Dao the most. His true apprehension lies with the carefully arranged possessions he has concealed. Those traps, crafted from the advantages of information and technology, are not only efficient tools for procuring food, but also serve as a means for him to accumulate points. The dire predicament arises if anyone discovers the traps themselves. A thought flickered through Ming Dao's mind, sharpening his gaze. Let us go quickly. He no longer lingered and quickened his pace towards the first trap's burial site. Wang Chu, not daring to lag behind, immediately followed closely. As they navigated through the bustling crowd, the figures around them grew increasingly sparse. The vegetation beneath their feet became denser. The light filtered through the overlapping canopies, casting a dim and mottled glow. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Two towering ancient trees, nearly identical in growth, stood before them as markers. Wang Chu recognized the spot instantly. He hastened a few steps, circling to the familiar clearing between the two trees, but his expression froze in an instant. No, 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 he murmured, the color draining from his face. Before them lay no trap whatsoever. Indeed, there were not even signs of struggling quarry. Only a small patch of soil, evidently disturbed and still bearing a hint of moisture, remained. The area was scarcely larger than a circle of about 1 meter in diameter. Aside from that, the ground was pristine, as if nothing had ever transpired there. The massive trap, composed of heavy steel plates and high-tension springs, capable of snapping the leg bones of a black antelope, along with any potential prey, had vanished without a trace. How could it be gone? Wang Chu's face was a mask of confusion and disbelief as he circled the two marked trees multiple times, anxiously searching for any possible clues. I remember it clearly. It was right here. It can't be mistaken. I even camouflaged it with leaves and loose soil. From the outside, it was completely undetectable. Ming Dao approached the disturbed patch of soil in silence, crouching down to pinch a bit of dirt between his fingers. The soil was loose, evenly turned. He closed his eyes, and the scene materialized vividly in his mind. The absence of struggle indicated either the trap had not been triggered, or the prey, upon triggering it, had been completely subdued by some force before it could emit a cry. There were no bloodstains, no scattered fur. The ground was impeccably clean. This did not resemble a scenario where a large animal had triggered the trap and been dragged away along with it. Such an event would undoubtedly leave a chaotic trail and ample blood. It rather resembled a person who had inadvertently discovered the location of the trap, then meticulously unearthed the entire device along with any potential prey, even taking care to restore the surrounding environment to its original state. Could have been that saber-toothed tiger? Wang Chu, unwilling to give up, climbed a small tree, supporting himself on a branch to survey from above, but the outcome remained fruitless. He jumped down and searched the surrounding underbrush for a considerable time, ultimately returning to Ming Dao's side, dejected. No, this doesn't seem like the work of a wild beast. It's too clean. Ming Dao slowly rose, brushing the dirt from his hands. His expression remained inscrutable. Yet his gaze had turned cold. Let us move to the next location. An ominous premonition enveloped the two. 5 minutes later, they halted before the burial site of the second trap. The result mirrored the first location precisely. The soil had been expertly disturbed. The scene was excessively clean, and the trap had vanished without a trace. Wang Chu's complexion had turned ashen. In a fit of rage, he kicked a nearby tree, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it! Which bastard did this? Stealing the prey was one thing, but taking the trap as well. Ming Dao's expression darkened further. He turned in silence and made his way to the final trap's burial site. No ser praisi se watif. When they stood at the last trap's burial point and beheld the similarly disturbed, barren ground, all hopes and conjectures dissipated like smoke. 3 traps had been stolen. The method clean and efficient, the target unmistakably clear. This was no coincidence. It was a calculated theft aimed directly at him. Ming Dao's countenance at that moment turned entirely grim. He could tolerate others pilfering prey from his traps and could endure the ignorant survivors inadvertently destroying his setups through their folly. But this brazen act of complete theft, this direct appropriation of his means of production, had crossed a line. Damn it all. A curse escaped Ming Dao's lips. His fist clenched slowly by his side. This scoundrel was truly despicable. Someone was provoking him. Whoever it was, they must pay the price. Chapter 106. The Thief's Confession. Ming. So what are we? Wang Chu observed Ming Dao's dark expression, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Ming Dao exhaled a deep breath. He temporarily relinquished the intention of setting new traps. Clearly, the area on the outskirts of the forest was no longer safe. The thief lurking in the shadows had already tasted the sweetness of success. If he were to continue laying traps here, the outcome would merely be a tailoring of garments for others. It is imperative to delve deeper, venturing into the more perilous and uncharted territories for safety. He paused, lifting his gaze to scrutinize the increasingly dark and silent thicket ahead. Sunlight was sparse in this place, with colossal canopies layered upon one another like an impenetrable veil, obscuring the sky. A damp, decaying odor permeated the air, and the surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional sound of dew dripping from the leaves and the intentionally amplified heartbeats of himself and Wang Chu. In that very moment, an overwhelming sensation of being watched surged from behind without warning. It felt akin to a cold serpent, slithering slowly across his spine, even through his clothing. It was as if, in the depths of darkness, a pair of eyes was observing him from some hidden corner. Ming Dao's muscles tensed instantaneously. In the next heartbeat, he instinctively reacted, swiftly unfastening the cloth bag he had been carrying on his back. With a flick of his wrist, the thick fabric unraveled and was cast aside. A piercing metallic resonance echoed through the stillness of the forest. A chilling cold light abruptly sliced through the shadows. Dang Hang Da, unsheathed, at its emergence. It seemed as though the very air had chilled several degrees. A palpable sense of pressure radiated outward from Ming Dao. Standing beside him, Wang Chu's eyes widened in astonishment. His breath momentarily caught in his throat. He gazed in awe at the long blade held by Ming Dao, marveling at its flawless, otherworldly contours, utterly entranced. As a novelist, he had penned countless descriptions of formidable weapons, from the likes of the heavenly sword to the frostmourne. Yet, when a genuine weapon, surpassing all his imagination, manifested before him, he realized that no amount of his meager vocabulary could encapsulate the shock this blade evoked. What an astonishing weapon! After a long while, Wang Chu finally managed to stammer those few words from his throat. However, he wisely refrained from further inquiries. He understood that everyone harbors their own secrets. Especially for someone as powerful as Ming Dao, who seemed nearly superhuman, his secrets were undoubtedly beyond his right to pry into. It sufficed for him to harbor this envy and reverence deep within his heart, and steadfastly follow in this man's wake. With the long knife in hand, the sensation of being watched evaporated the instant the blade appeared, as if whatever lurked in the shadows had been cowed by its brilliance and chose to retreat momentarily. Who could it be? A sabir to tiger. Or, he remained vigilant. Addressing Wang Chu, he said, the traps have been tampered with. The periphery is no longer secure. Wang Chu immediately averted his gaze, his demeanor turning serious. We shall proceed inward, placing new traps in locations they could never discover. Ming Dao turned his head, his dark eyes shining brilliantly, fully alert, sensing that the surroundings might not be clean. This unclean referred not only to the unknown, more formidable mutated creatures, but also to the hidden thief daring to challenge him. Understood. Wan Chu note emphati sali. Gripping his crowbar tightly, he stepped forward, taking the lead ahead of Ming Dao. Brother Ming, I will scout ahead to rouse the hidden dangers. Ming Dao cast him a glance, offering no refusal. One would keep watch for threats from above and afar, while the other remained alert to dangers on the ground and nearby. Thus the two of them, one in front and the other behind, officially ventured into the depths of this forest, fraught with uncertainty and peril. On the opposite side of the forest, in stark contrast to the direction taken by Ming Dao and his companion, Li Lao San and his seemingly dim-wit son, Li Zhuang, were stealthily traversing the woods, burdened by an enormous, bulging snakeskin bag, akin to two gluttonous rodents foraging among the underbrush. In Li Zhuang's left hand dangled a thoroughly deceased wild rabbit, its eyes wide in shock, as if it could not fathom why it met such a grim fate. Dark crimson blood had congealed at the corner of its mouth, dripping on Li Zhuang's mud-caked trousers. Hee. In stark contrast to the surrounding gloom, Li Zhuang's face radiated a twisted excitement. The light in his eyes seemed ready to overflow from their sockets. As he walked, he frequently glanced back at his father's face, etched with lines of shrewdness and cunning. Dad, you're incredible. Li Zhuang could no longer contain his exhilaration, deliberately lowering his voice, though the thrill was impossible to conceal. How did you know we could find ready-made traps and rabbits here? This stuff is clearly superior to what we could make ourselves. This iron contraption is so heavy. If it catches a big one, it will be effortless. He vigorously shook the rabbit in his hand and passionately kissed its head, though the rabbit was not large. For them, having gone days without meat, it was akin to a windfall. Moreover, this fortune was acquired without any effort. Li Lao San hate, casting a glance at his lackluster son, a smirk of pride creeping onto his face. He chuckled, a piece of unidentifiable grass wedged between his teeth, and lowered the snakeskin bag from his shoulder, letting it drop heavily to the ground with a dull metallic thud. He patted the bulging bag, feigning grandeur. This is what we call serendipity. Clearing his throat, he spat, as if imparting some arcane wisdom. You think we just stumbled upon it? This was acquired through my intellect. I sensed something was off yesterday afternoon. I caught a whiff of blood from quite a distance. I figured there must be some foolish expert secretly setting traps in the woods, and we simply had to follow. He gestured with his rough fingers, his face creasing into deeper lines of mirth. My nose is sharper than a hound's, though the scent of blood was faint. It was distinct from the smell of decaying leaves, fresh. It indicated that something had met its end recently. I kept my mouth shut and led you straight back. This morning, we returned, and guess what? Li Zhuang's eyes widened in admiration, his face beaming with the eagerness of a child awaiting a tale. What happened? Chapter 107, Dad. You are truly brilliant. Following that scent, I indeed discovered something. Li Laosan boasted, thumping his thigh with pride. The first trap caught this dead rabbit. The second and third traps were empty. Isn't that a stroke of luck? What does that indicate? It means that the fools setting traps only came by yesterday. They haven't had time to collect them today. This is meat delivered right to our doorstep by the heavens. He spat a thick gob onto the ground, his gaze brimming with self-satisfaction. Yesterday, I spotted someone sneaking around here, one tall, skinny fellow and a hefty one, both carrying large bags, moving swiftly. I kept my eyes peeled. That kid didn't seem like a good sort, too much energy, definitely not out here for foraging. When I came back today, sure enough, such fortune must be quietly enjoyed. It should never be made public. If Lu Guodong and his gang found out, they would seize both the man and the goods. Li Zhuang nudda vigorously, his admiration for his father soaring to new heights. In his eyes, his father was akin to Zhuge Liang in a post-apocalyptic world, strategically astute and capable of determining victory from 100 meters away. The neighbors, who loitered aimlessly around the community and only knew how to complain, were nothing more than a herd of mindless swine compared to his father. Oh, what fools they were! Father, your foresight is truly remarkable. Li Zhuang's flattery was perfectly timed. Shall we hasten back? Let us stew this rabbit and hide these 3 iron traps well. Tomorrow, we might return and find that fool. That expert has left new offerings. He could hardly contain his eagerness to savor the taste of rabbit meat. And the mere thought of that rich broth made his mouth water profusely. Return? Li Laosan unexpectedly shook his head, his murky eyes glinting with even greater avarice than before. Why go back now? We'd just be in time to encounter those people emerging from the woods, carrying a rabbit in a large sack. Do you think they're all blind? If Lu Guodong and his gang catch sight of us, they'll surely seize it in the name of the collective. At best, we'd earn a few contribution points, which are utterly worthless. Not worth it. Li Laosan's calculations were precise. He understood well that Lu Guodong's brand of collectivism merely concentrated everyone's labor into his own hands for redistribution. This was a losing proposition that he, Li Laosan, would not entertain. Yet, when it came time to divide the spoils, he would naturally call out brotherly terms. But for now, little brother, you still have to train. He pointed in another direction, one that diverged starkly from their original path, deeper and darker into the woods. We shall not retrace our steps. Let us venture that way, find a new location, and set these 3 precious traps anew. Damn it, this forest shall be our private meat market. We'll take what we desire whenever we wish. The promise of immense rewards and a bright future intoxicated the father and son like 2 goblets of fine spirits. They were so consumed by greed that they failed to recognize that the direction they pointed towards had long surpassed the safety boundaries of the survivors' daily activities. Wonderful. Father, you're truly impressive. Li Zhuang was ignited by his father's envisioned blueprint, as if he could already envision a future of feasting on meat and sipping broth daily. Even his not-so-bright mind began to fantasize that once they stockpiled enough meat, they could barter it for women, cigarettes, elevating themselves in status. The 2 exchanged smiles. Hoisting the heavy, snakeskin bag once more, clutching the lifeless rabbit, and strode confidently into the depths of the forest. As they walked, they engaged in lively conversation. Dad, where do you think we should place these traps? Shouldn't it be near a water source? Animals need to drink, after all. Of course. We must also find a narrow passage, one that's impenetrable. Let those creatures have no place to hide, and they'll step right into it. But what if we catch something large like a deer or a wild boar? How we bring it back? Those beasts weigh hundreds of pounds. Are you foolish? If we can't bring it back, we'll simply break it down right here in the woods. Cut the meat, cure it with salt, and make jerky. The bones can be used for broth. Not a bit wasted. When the time comes, you carry the meat, and I'll carry the bones. Ants can move homes, and we'll make several trips. Father, you're so clever. Indeed, I've consumed more salt than you have rice. In this world, mere strength is of no use. One must employ their intellect. They reveled in their self-spun dreams, oblivious to the peculiar changes unfolding around them. The path beneath their feet became increasingly treacherous. The once clear animal trails fading away, replaced by a tangled mess of roots and slick moss. The trees surrounding them transformed from ordinary pines and birches into towering ancient trees that required several people to encircle. The air grew oppressively damp and cold, imbued with a heavy, almost primordial scent of decaying matter. Most unsettling of all, the sounds had vanished. The cheerful birdsong, the chirping of insects, and the distant noise of other survivors had all evaporated without a trace. The world around them seemed to have been muted, leaving only their heavy breaths echoing in the silence. This was a deathly stillness, one that sent chills deep into their bones. They wandered, lost in time, until Li Zhuang, suddenly aware, halted, realizing he was now in a completely alien and oppressive realm. Breathless, he leaned against a stout trunk and gazed upward, only able to see an endless canopy of dark green leaves. Turning back, he saw that the path they had taken was now swallowed by a dense layer of shadows. The community's outline entirely obscured. A sense of inexplicable panic gripped him, prompting him a question. "Dad, have we gone too far?" Li Laosan also came to a stop, gasping for breath as he warily surveyed their surroundings. "Damn it, these unfamiliar towering giants, the dim light, they're giving me chills." He estimated that they had walked several miles since discovering the traps, far beyond his comprehension. An emotion named fear began to break through the thick shell of greed that had enveloped him. His heart raced. They possessed nothing more than 2 kitchen knives brought from home and a half-meter-long steel pipe that Li Zhuang had casually picked up. No other means of defense. The thought of encountering any large mutated beast, like the saber-toothed tiger glimpsed from afar, sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 108. I hear water. Fear is pointless. Li Laosan suppressed his rising panic, masking it with a coarse curse. He shot a fierce glare at his son, as if Li Zhuang's cowardice was a challenge to his authority. "Here's fine. Let's set it and hurry back." As he spoke, he clumsily extracted one of the animal traps from the snakeskin bag. Clearly unfamiliar with the device, he fumbled for some time before locating the mechanism. With all his strength, he pressed down on the steel plates on either side of the trap and forcefully pried apart the deadly jaws. His face reddened, veins bulging on his forehead. After considerable effort, he finally managed to open the trap with a resounding snap, carefully securing the small safety lever. Sweaty and exhausted, he placed the open trap in a hollow beneath a tree root and meticulously camouflaged it with leaves and loose soil. Once completed, he seemed unsatisfied. To enhance the trap's success rate, he glanced at the rabbit in his son's hands, a flicker of regret and struggle crossing his eyes. Yet in the end, greed prevailed over reason. "Hand me the rabbit." He took the wild hair from Li Zhuang, withdrew the kitchen knife from his waist, and with a swift motion, severed the rabbit's long ears. Blood gushed forth instantly, a rich, metallic scent rapidly filling the air. He hung the bloody ears from a drooping branch above the trap, the blood dripping rhythmically onto the camouflage below, significantly increasing the area's allure. "It's done." Li Laosan clapped his hands in satisfaction, admiring his handiwork. His face once again dawned with an air of self-satisfaction. "Just wait. Tomorrow, there will surely be something substantial here." At that moment, Li Zhuang, who had been anxiously scanning his surroundings, suddenly felt a peculiar twitch in his ears. He pivoted sharply, straining to listen, his face contorted in a profound expression of bewilderment. Amidst the oppressive silence, he seemed to detect a faint sound that was distinctly different. It was soft, distant, yet undeniably present. The gentle trickle of water. Li Zhuang's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Foolish luck indeed, water. This was astonishingly water. Dad, I hear water. I can actually hear water. The sound, to his parched throat that felt as if it were about to ignite, was akin to the sweetest melody. The gentle trickling continued. "Dad, it's real. There's water." Li Laosan, engrossed in his own small trap, was startled by his son's sudden exclamation. Furrowing his brows, he too paused to listen. But apart from the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, he heard nothing. A sense of unease, born from years of experience, instinctively gripped him. This forest was too deep, too quiet, exuding an air of menace. The unknown heralded danger. "Surely, you must be mistaken." Li Laosan whispered to Li, seizing his son's arm to prevent him from bolting. A flicker of wariness danced in his eyes. "Stop your foolishness. This place is off. We need to set the remaining traps and leave immediately. No unnecessary complications." Yet, at that moment, Li Zhuang was impervious to such warnings. His mind was consumed by thoughts of the refreshing liquid. What danger? What caution? All of it was cast aside into the ether. "It's real. I'm not mistaken." He forcefully shrugged off his father's grip, astonishingly strong, exclaiming, "It's just over there. Not far. I can hear it clearly. You little rascal. Come back." Li Laosan back go. However, Li Zhuang was beyond hearing. He discarded the lifeless rabbit in his hands and, heedless of the consequences, pushed through the towering thicket before him, racing toward the increasingly distinct sound of water. Sharp branches tore at his cheeks and arms, leaving trails of crimson, yet he felt nothing. The gnarled roots nearly tripped him repeatedly, but he always managed to regain his footing in a desperate scramble, pressing on. Li Lao San watched his son's frenzied, retreating figure, stomping his feet in frustration, cursing under his breath, "You little brat, seeking your own demise. I'm done with you." Nevertheless, he couldn't shake off his concerns. He picked up the rabbit from the ground, grasped the kitchen knife, and hurried after him. Li Zhuang's sprint did not last long. In less than 100 meters, the scene before him opened up magnificently. He burst forth from a dense thicket of ferns into a clearing that appeared without warning. Not far ahead, a stream, never charted on any map, wound its way through the forest, its crystalline waters glimmering under the dappled sunlight that filtered through the trees, creating a dazzling display of shimmering waves. The pebbles lining the stream were smooth and rounded, while a few unknown red leaves floated on the surface, swirling gently with the current. The air was infused with a refreshing, earthy aroma, a stark contrast to the stifling, decayed scents he had encountered moments ago. By sheer coincidence, this was the very life-giving water source Li Yuan had discovered with a drone several kilometers away. Gasping in wonder, Li Zhuang stood transfixed before this paradise. He tossed aside the cumbersome steel pipe and lunged forward. With a splash, he collapsed at the water's edge, sending droplets flying. He barely had time to cup his hands before eagerly plunging his entire head into the icy, crystal-clear stream. The cold water enveloped his head, washing over his fevered skin, banishing the heat and thirst that had plagued him for days. He opened his mouth wide, gulping down the life-giving nectar. The sensation was more exquisite than any delicacy on earth. He was utterly parched. He drank deeply, feeling vitality flood back into his body, completely immersed in this blissful moment. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, beneath the shade of a massive boulder, eternally cloaked from sunlight by the sprawling canopy above, a pair of golden vertical pupils slowly opened. It was a saber-toothed tiger of unimaginable size. It had been lazily lounging in the shadows, savoring the tranquility of the morning. The unexpected intrusion, coupled with the raucous noise that shattered the stillness, evidently disrupted its peaceful slumber. Silently, it rose, its long, powerful limbs exuding explosive strength. Its golden fur, adorned with dark patterns, allowed it to blend seamlessly into the dappled light of the forest. Most striking were the two elongated canines protruding from its upper jaw, each over 30 centimeters long, resembling curved daggers, their edges gleaming with an ivory sheen, while the tips bore a hint of darkness. It was indeed the saber-toothed tiger. Chapter 109, My Dear Son. Its golden eyes coldly fixed upon the unsuspecting figure at the stream's edge, who was obliviously burying his head in the water. It reflected on the hunting scene from days past, a playful thought igniting in its mind. This bipedal creature seemed weak and defenseless. It began to tread softly, its thick paw pads landing silently on the leaf-littered ground, a characteristic stealth of felines, its lethal weapon for survival. Rather than opting for an immediate kill, it found the prospect of dispatching such a feeble, foolish creature, utterly lacking even the most basic instincts of caution, to be rather dull. What it relished was the thrill of fear in its prey upon realization of its presence, along with the futile struggles that would ensue. It had no shortage of food. What it craved was the sport of the hunt. With a playful demeanor, the saber-toothed tiger stealthily approached Li Zhuang from behind, halting just a breath away. It stood there, casting a shadow so immense that it nearly enveloped Li Zhuang entirely, lowering its massive head. The distance between its enormous skull and Li Zhuang's vulnerable nape was less than half a meter. It could even detect the unpleasant aroma of sweat, mud, and inferior fabric that clung to the biped. As if savoring a breakfast about to be served, it exhibited an unsettling patience. Completely oblivious, Li Zhuang finally quenched his thirst. Sighing contentedly, he slowly lifted his head from the water, droplets cascading down his tousled hair, tracing over his flushed face. Now rad time, at this very moment, has been momentarily suspended. Li Zhuang's facial muscles had become utterly rigid. He even forgot to breathe and lost track of his heartbeat. His mind was a blank slate. He yearned to move, but discovered that he could not even twitch a finger. Those golden slit-like pupils gazed intently at him. It was impossible to tell how much time had elapsed. Perhaps a second, perhaps a century. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from Li Zhuang's throat, shattering the serene silence of the forest and startling countless birds into flight. This scream, at last, elicited a hint of annoyance from the saber-toothed tiger. The noise disturbed its peace. It irritably parted its massive jaws, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth, sharp as daggers. Following this, it extended a long, barbed tongue, coarse and rough like sandpaper. In Li Zhuang's distorted vision, that tongue, carrying a warm and metallic scent, gently, one might even say tenderly, licked his face from his left temple down to his chin. With a sharp sound, Li Zhuang felt an indescribable agony surge through his left cheek, as if a red-hot steel brush had brutally scraped across his skin. Then, a warm liquid erupted uncontrollably, obscuring his vision and flooding his mouth. It was blood. The flesh of his left cheek, along with his eyelid and lip, had been completely stripped away by what seemed a gentle lick, exposing the stark white of his cheekbone and the mangled remnants of his gums. Excruciating pain. Ah. He let out an even more harrowing wail. As the instinct to survive finally triumphed over fear, he began to struggle wildly, retreating on hands and feet, desperately attempting to distance himself from this demon. Yet, all was in vain. The saber-toothed tiger appeared to have grown weary of the game. It impatiently lifted one of its forepaws, a paw larger than Li Zhuang's head, covered in thick pads, yet the claws protruding from them were as sharp as knives. With a casual downward motion, it pressed. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Li Zhuang's thrulas seaza abruptly. That immense paw effortlessly pinned his entire upper body against the pebbled bank of the stream. The overwhelming, crushing force instantly shattered his shoulder blades and ribs, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. He was firmly held down, unable to move an inch, reduced to issuing meaningless gasps from his throat. The anguished cries of his son pierced through Li Laosan's eardrums in an instant. His heart tightened. The fear and pain in that voice were unlike anything he had ever heard. Something was amiss. He hastily dropped the trap in his hands, not pausing to consider the dangers that might await him, instinctively gripping the polished kitchen knife and rushing toward the source of the sound. Brat, what are you screaming about? He bellowed, attempting to dispel the growing sense of foreboding in his heart. Breathless, he dashed to the stream's edge. However, the sight that met his eyes made his heart drop. He saw his son, Li Zhuang, lying motionless at the water's edge. His head was almost touching the surface, his back slightly rising and falling, as if he were still drinking. Li Laosan sighed in relief. He halted, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for air. You scare the life out of me. Observing his son's focused silhouette, a surge of anger flared within him. So, the little rascal had found water and was overjoyed, causing him needless worry. He straightened up, his expression shifting from concern to irritation. He strode forward, cursing under his breath, raising his rough hand to deliver a hard smack to the back of his son's head as a form of punishment. You little rascal, found water and forgot your father. Huh, screaming like you've lost your parents. Sooner or later, you'll give me a heart attack. He chuckled, grumbling, as his palm swung toward that familiar, untidy crown of hair. However, as his hand fell, he struck nothing but air. The sensation he expected, the familiar dull thud against bone, was replaced by an unsettling void. Li Laosan froze. The smile on his face stiffened at the corners. Blinking in confusion, he focused his gaze. The body at the stream's edge remained there, clad in the muddy clothes he recognized so well, maintaining the posture of drinking from the water. Only the neck of that body was empty. A headless corpse. Blood gushed from the jagged neck like a fountain, staining the clear stream with a shocking and rapidly expanding crimson. Li Laosan's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks in that moment. His breath halted. The thoughts in his mind seemed to freeze as well. He could not comprehend the scene before him. Unable to understand, he stiffly lifted his gaze, following the trail of the bloodied water as it flowed downstream. Then, he saw it, not far away, atop a massive rock. The golden creature that resembled a mythological beast lay lazily. Between its two forepaws rested a human head, one he recognized all too well. It was the head of his son, Li Zhuang. The eyes of that head remained wide open, the expression of sheer terror forever etched upon its face. The enormous saber-toothed tiger lowered its head, as if savoring a freshly plucked, juicy apple. It opened its cavernous mouth and bit down on the head. Crack! The chilling sound of splintering bones echoed through the quiet forest. A satisfied rumble emanated from the saber-toothed tiger's throat. Vivid red blood and white brain matter dripped slowly from the corners of its fearsome mouth, leaving behind a sticky and glaring stain upon the rock. Li Laosan stood there, motionless. The kitchen knife fell from his hand with a clatter. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if sifting through flour. A warm liquid flowed down his pant leg. The entire world before him began to spin. So, my dear son, Chapter 110, A Fat Pig, Is It Tougher Than Steel? Ming Dao and Wang Chu pressed deeper into the heart of the forest, where the vegetation grew increasingly dense. Enormous ferns stretched their feather-like fronds, nearly obscuring all available ground, while the ancient trees, some requiring several people to embrace, multiplied in number. Various mushrooms emerged from the humus, some resembling elaborate umbrellas in vibrant colors. Others emitted faint, ghostly blue glows, flickering in the dim forest light. The mere sight of these assorted mushrooms and wild vegetables was enough to leave Wang Chu, a human encyclopedia of botany, utterly dazzled, his mouth continuously uttering low exclamations of astonishment. "Brother Ming, look at that one, the purple one. It has a mesh-like pattern beneath the cap. This is the purple net chanterelle, a true delicacy. Back home, a pound of wild-dried ones can fetch over $1,000. Wang Chu pointed at a cluster of mushrooms sprouting from a fallen, decaying log, rushing over to harvest them. "And that one, the white one, resembling a small pom-pom. It's definitely a lion's mane mushroom. This is excellent for the stomach. It's a potent tonic." However, Ming Dao paid no heed to his enthusiastic food commentary. Instead, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, scanning the surroundings for any lurking shadows that might conceal danger. "Enough of that," Ming Dao interrupted coldly, cutting off Wang Chu's gastronomic appreciation. "These things won't escape. But we have but one life. We must find a truly safe place to set the remaining traps." At this, Wang Chu instinctively drew in his neck. The two continued forward for approximately half an hour, and the environment had transformed into a completely alien landscape. They had entirely departed from the survivors' usual territory. The eerie silence was palpable, with animal trails growing denser around them. Just then, Ming Dao's ears perked up slightly. He halted abruptly, raising a hand to signal for silence. Tilting his head, he held his breath, concentrating all his attention on his auditory senses. A deep, rhythmic sound was emanating from approximately 200 meters ahead. Puff, puff, puff. The noise was methodical, akin to an antiquated pile driver. Each rise and fall reverberated through the ground beneath their feet. Interspersed with this puffing sound were the sharp cracks of trees being snapped by some colossal force. "There is something," Ming Dao whispered, gripping Wang Chu's arm and stealthily maneuvering behind a tree with a trunk over 2 meters in diameter. He cautiously peeked out, directing his gaze toward the source of the noise, and his pupils constricted in alarm. Not far ahead, an area that had once been a dense forest was now a chaotic wreck. Dozens of trees, as thick as a person's waist, had been violently snapped in half, their jagged stumps and scattered branches creating a scene of utter devastation, as if a miniature bulldozer had rampaged through. At the center of this wreckage stood the perpetrator, a wild boar, a creature comparable in size to a heavy-duty Harley motorcycle, was furiously rooting through the ground. It was covered in a thick layer of black, horn-like skin, resembling hardened volcanic rock. Particularly on its broad back, this layer formed uneven, rugged ridges, dotted with countless small protrusions and crevices, akin to an organically forged heavy armor that could send shivers down one's spine. 2 massive tusks as thick as ivory curled menacingly upward from its wide mouth, their tips glinting ominously. With every shake of its head in charge, it could effortlessly splinter any tree that stood in its path, displaying an astonishing and terrifying capacity for destruction. It seemed to be in a frenzied state, using its iron-like snout to violently excavate the earth, uprooting large clumps of soil and grass, as if searching for something or merely venting its uncontainable wrath. Ming Dao's gaze shifted downward, quickly identifying the cause of the beast's fury. At the spot where its tail should have been, there was only a bloody, gaping wound. A portion of its tail had been viciously severed by some predator, and the wound was still oozing dark red blood, staining the black skin of its hindquarters in a sticky, deep hue. The excruciating pain had evidently shattered the creature's sanity. Gulp. Wang Chu swallowed nervously, hiding behind Ming Dao, daring only to steal glances through the gaps. "Brother Ming, this beast is unlike the one we encountered the day before yesterday. That one was merely an enhanced domestic pig. This one is a colossal rock-armored boar, an elite among the mutated species." Wang Chu, ever the novelist, effortlessly conjured apt gaming terminology in moments of crisis. Suppressing his fear, he rapidly activated his vast mental database. "I've seen similar creatures in apocalyptic documentaries. Wild boars possess an absurdly high vitality and resistance, even on Earth. Their tough skin and thick layer of fat serve as the best bulletproof vest. Look at that horn-like layer. It's impervious to ordinary attacks. I suspect even small-caliber bullets wouldn't penetrate. Target its weak points, its eyes, and the abdomen. The area near the hind legs is devoid of that horn-like layer. It's the softest part of its body." Ming Dao listened attentively, nodding slowly. This truly was a formidable adversary, a mobile light armored unit. Given his current abilities, confronting it head-on would be utterly imprudent. The best course of action was to retreat immediately, leaving this pain-crazed behemoth to other unfortunate souls in the forest. Just as he was about to pull Wang Chu back, his steps faltered slightly. His gaze once again fell upon the rock-armored boar. Observing the terrifying strength it displayed with each charge, the impenetrable black armor that encased its body, and its eyes, now reddened with rage, Ming Dao felt no fear. On the contrary, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. Was this not the perfect opportunity to test his prowess and gauge the true might of his Tang Hung knife? The previous night's razor-sharp edge had instilled in him unparalleled confidence. That morning's practice, akin to a calisthenics routine, had starkly illuminated his shortcomings. Theory and practice, after all, were separated by a chasm, and this robust beast before him was the ideal whetstone to bridge that gap. Moreover, could this hefty creature withstand steel? A laughable notion. He craved a genuine battle, a visceral experience to uncover all his weaknesses and rectify them one by one. Chapter 111. Calm. With this thought, Ming Dao's heart began to race uncontrollably, his blood seemingly boiling. A long-lost fervor surged through his mind. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Yet the fire of battle within his eyes burned ever brighter. He turned to Wang Chu, signaling him to remain silent and stay put. Seeing the fierce glint in Ming Dao's eyes, Wang Chu instantly grasped his intent. His eyes widened in terror, and just as he opened his mouth to dissuade him, a cold glance from Ming Dao silenced him. With no choice left, he tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, ready for any eventuality. Ming Dao lowered his stance, using the surrounding dense foliage as cover, and silently maneuvered toward the still rampaging rock-armored boar from the side. He recalled every movement and detail of force from his morning practice. Lowering his center of gravity, his legs slightly bent, muscles coiled like tightly compressed springs, ready to unleash explosive power. Now was the moment. Seizing the fleeting moment of the rock-armored pig's brief rigidity, exhausted from its violent thrust into the ground yet not yet rejuvenated, Ming Dao's eyes sparkled with determination. He inhaled deeply, propelling himself from the earth beneath him, creating a shallow pit with his forceful push. Like a released arrow, he tore through the air with resolute momentum, charging directly towards the beast's massive flank. The Tang broadsword in his grip sliced through the dimly lit forest, emanating a shadowy gleam. Its trajectory targeted the soft, unarmored spot that Wang Chu had just mentioned, its most vulnerable and lethal weakness. However, the chasm between training and real combat was insurmountable. Facing such a colossal creature for the first time, the overwhelming sense of pressure and the adrenaline coursing through him sent Ming Dao into an unprecedented state of exhilaration. Overwhelmed with excitement, he lost control. He poured every ounce of his strength into that strike, reaching an unparalleled speed. Yet this very ferocity caused him to lose balance in his high-velocity charge. The seemingly swift blow veered slightly off course. That minuscule deviation prevented his blade from piercing the soft underbelly as intended, instead crashing forcefully against the hard, rock-like black keratin layer beside it. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted in the woods, akin to a hammer striking an anvil. A dazzling array of sparks erupted upon the collision of the dark blade and the black shell, illuminating Ming Dao's astonished visage. The sharpness of the Tang broadsword exceeded all expectations. Even striking the hardest part, its unmatched edge cleaved through the tough keratin, leaving a terrifying gash several inches deep. The black plates rolled back, and dark red blood gushed forth. One could even hear the muted thud as the blade bit into bone. Yet, the immense recoil transmitted from the blade instantaneously jolted Ming Dao's arm. He gasped in pain. An indescribable agony surged from his palm, reverberating through his arm, numbing half of his body. He nearly lost his grip on the sword. Roar! The rock-armored pig, in pain, let out a bellowing roar. Its voice thundered like a rolling storm, echoing through the forest, causing eardrums to ring and leaves to tremble. What the hell? Who provoked whom? I was just minding my own business when this bipedal creature decided to attack me. Damn it! The searing pain clouded its small mind. It spun around violently, its massive body creating a foul wind as its enormous tusks, imbued with tremendous force, charged towards the now vulnerable Ming Dao. The wild boar's charge. Damn it! Ming Dao silently cursed. At that moment, the overwhelming recoil had rendered his body momentarily rigid, leaving him unable to execute any effective blocking or evasive maneuvers. In the blink of an eye, He could only rely on his extraordinary reflexes to make the most desperate yet effective choice. He rolled sideways with all his might. The movement lacked grace, resembling a drunken man tumbling down a staircase, rolling several times through the decaying leaves and mud before finally coming to a stop, covered in filth. Boom! Almost instantaneously as he rolled aside, the massive tusks crashed into the spot where he had just stood. The ground reverberated with a dull thud. The soil and grass uprooted by the tremendous force, leaving behind a gaping and alarming pit. Ming Dao, heart pounding, scrambled to his feet, staring at the deep hole, his back drenched in cold sweat. Had he been struck full force, he would have undoubtedly been split in two. His so-called swordsmanship was riddled with flaws in genuine combat. All that talk of fluidity and unbroken sequences became a mere joke in the face of absolute power and speed. That seemingly flawless strike had, in a life-and-death struggle, only relied on the sharpness of his weapon and brute strength. As he mentally berated himself, he dared not pause for even a moment. He realized that pure brute force could not effectively resolve the battle. He needed to change his strategy. The rock-armored pig, enraged by the miss, became even more ferocious. Its crimson eyes now burned like two blazing coals. It roared, pawing at the ground, charging once more. Its massive body crashed through the woods like a runaway freight train, obliterating everything in its path, whether bushes or small trees, with relentless ferocity. Ming Dao chose not to confront it head-on. He maximized his speed advantage, darting through the complex terrain, using the ancient towering trees as cover, engaging the beast in a deadly game of hide-and-seek. It was precisely this perilous sidestep that ignited the true essence of humanity within him. The adrenaline, coupled with the comprehensive enhancements from his abilities, allowed him to understand his own body, strength, and speed more deeply with every evasive maneuver. He learned in battle. He grew in the face of death. Boom! Another harrowing dodge. Ming Dao seized the opportunity created by the rock-armored pig's sluggish turn due to its massive inertia, catching sight of its bloodshot eyes, filled with fury within arm's reach. Now or never. He did not allow himself to be carried away by fervor as before. This time, he consciously and deliberately slowed his heart rate. A single thought echoed in his mind. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. He no longer sought grandiose slashes, which would only exhaust him and create vast openings. Instead, he employed the same tactic, propelling himself forward once more, positioning himself close to the beast's enormous head. But this time, he did not swing the blade. He concentrated all his strength and focus at the tip of the sword, with a thrust instead of a slash. The Tang broadsword transformed into a ravenous serpent, slicing through the air in the most straightforward line. Target, the boar's eye. Chapter 112, The Fatal Strike. The blade penetrated the rock-armored pig's eye socket with pinpoint precision. To his astonishment, it met no resistance from the hard skull as he had anticipated. It felt akin to a heated knife gliding through butter, smooth, fluid, and profoundly satisfying. Warm liquid erupted forth in an instant. Brain matter mixed with blood formed a thick, foul-smelling cascade, splattering Ming Dao's face. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. The wild boar thrashed its colossal head violently, attempting to dislodge the sword buried in its skull. The overwhelming force surged through the handle, transmitting unreservedly to Ming Dao. According to Newton's third law, the force of action is mutual. The exhilaration of the thrust was now countered by the utter chaos of its aftermath. Ming Dao gritted his teeth, propelling himself into the air with sheer determination. His muscular arms bulged, veins prominent, as he gripped the hilt of his knife with fierce resolve, refusing to be flung away by the overwhelming force. He resembled a tattered rag, swaying violently side to side, flipping up and down as the world spun around him. His internal organs felt as if they had been dislocated, and a tumultuous wave of nausea surged within him, threatening to rise in his throat. To make matters worse, everything in his field of vision morphed into a blur of colors, rendering him unable to distinguish between sky and ground. He could only rely on his extraordinary physical capabilities and an unwavering tenacity to cling desperately to the dying wild boar beneath him. A deadlock ensued. This was a brutal contest of willpower against brute strength. In the distance, Wang Chu crouched behind a colossal tree, his heart racing as he was horrified by the bloody scene unfolding before him. He watched Ming Dao like a small boat in a tempest. Fearing it could be swallowed whole at any moment, his heart lodged in his throat. He yearned to assist, but felt utterly powerless. The crowbar in his grasp seemed as fragile as a mere toothpick against the armored beast. Brother Ming, he muttered unconsciously, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. helplessly witnessing Ming Dao and the armored boar locked in a stalemate where neither could prevail over the other. Just then, an unexpected surge of courage surged through him. Observing Ming Dao's struggle atop the beast's head, witnessing his body nearly falling apart from the relentless shaking, a rush of adrenaline ignited within his plump frame. Damn it! I can't just stand by and watch. If Brother Ming dies, I'm next. With a resolute expression flashing across his face, Wang Chu's corpulent body burst forth with unprecedented agility. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the only weapon he had, the crowbar, and charged toward the massive, exposed wound on the boar's tail, akin to a crazed piglet. His target was glaringly clear. With a mighty shout, he pinned all his hopes on this strike, pouring every ounce of strength into it. Damn it, Brother Ming, run! With that final cry, brimming with camaraderie and resolve, Wang Chu launched himself forward. The boar's heart-wrenching shriek ceased abruptly, replaced by a sound filled with confusion, terror, and an indescribable humiliation. What is this? An unprecedented, bizarre sensation from the depths of its being caused its colossal body to stiffen. The excruciating pain in its brain was suddenly overshadowed by an even more peculiar, unbearable feeling. Its frantically thrashing head came to a halt, and its remaining eye, ablaze with unending fury and murderous intent, turned menacingly toward its back. Wang Chu let out a panicked scream, instinctively releasing his grip, and sprinted away with all his might. He had never run so fast in his life. He felt like Usain Bolt, the scenery around him rapidly receding, leaving only the roaring wind and his pounding heart in his ears. Damn you, don't come after me. In the midst of the violent shaking, Ming Dao, bracing himself for the next onslaught, could scarcely believe his eyes. He witnessed Wang Chu's valiant charge, and even heard his stirring proclamation. Ming Dao couldn't help but chuckle through his disbelief. This fat man was truly a genius. He certainly would not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. As the armored boar's attention was drawn behind it, momentarily pausing its movements, Ming Dao seized the moment to free his now-numb left hand. His mind instantly locked onto a new slot in his temporary backpack. Simple animal trap. His left hand delved into the virtual compartment of the backpack, and a massive trap, fully opened and glimmering ominously, materialized in his grasp. Without a hint of hesitation, seizing the fleeting moment when the boar shook its head, Ming Dao channeled all his remaining strength and let out a low growl. With all his might, he struck fiercely at the boar's remaining intact eye. Crack! A crisp, spine-chilling metallic sound echoed as the razor-sharp teeth snapped shut with unstoppable force. They embedded deeply into flesh, shattering the giant eyeball, along with the surrounding tissue and bone, contorting and fracturing under the terrifying grip. Light was utterly obliterated in that moment. Roar! The armored boar succumbed to despair. This dual assault completely shattered its sanity. It abandoned the insignificant human upon its back, forgetting the portly figure behind it that had inflicted such profound humiliation. In its world, only boundless darkness, excruciating pain, and a rage capable of incinerating everything remained. It began to rampage uncontrollably, indiscriminately crashing into its surroundings. Boom! A giant tree, requiring two people to embrace, shattered like a fragile matchstick upon impact. Wood splintered, and the severed trunk, propelled by tremendous force, soared dozens of meters, obliterating countless shrubs in its wake. Boom! 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 One after another, trees collapsed under its onslaught, the earth trembling as if a minor earthquake had struck. In the distance, Ming Dao and Wang Chu had hastily retreated to what they deemed a safe distance. They watched, hearts pounding, as the beast wreaked havoc in the forest, witnessing the once vibrant land reduced to ruins beneath its fury, their faces etched with shock and trepidation. This was no longer a battle. This pig was truly extraordinary. Fortunately, the boar's frenzy did not last long. After demolishing everything within its path, its enormous body gradually slowed due to excessive blood loss and the rapid decline of its vitality. Its charge became staggered, its roars weakened. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, its colossal form crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Its powerful limbs twitched a few times before falling silent. The forest finally returned to tranquility, leaving only the remnants of destruction as proof of the harrowing battle that had transpired. Ming Dao, leaning on his broadsword, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat, blood, and the viscous, foul-smelling brain matter mixed together, dripping from his forehead and hair. He was utterly soiled, resembling someone who had just crawled out of a blood-soaked hell, a picture of utter disarray. He felt his arms had lost all sensation, a fiery pain coursing through his lungs. He had clearly overestimated himself in this skirmish. Wang Chu slumped against a nearby tree, his face pale, clearly shaken. After a moment, he struggled to his feet, limping toward Ming Dao, extending his still trembling hand to help him up. "Brother Ming, are you okay?" Ming Dao gave a thumbs up to him. "You're impressive." His gaze transcended Wang Chu's shoulder, directing itself towards the immense corpse not far away, his magnum opus. A mutated elite monster, which even bullets might struggle to penetrate, lay lifeless beneath his blade. Any other survivor in this moment would likely be overjoyed, perhaps even laughing heartily, celebrating a victory monumental enough to be enshrined in the annals of their community. Yet, within Ming Dao, there was no joy. On the contrary, an unprecedented clarity enveloped his mind. Luck. This triumph was steeped in fortune and disarray. He recalled every detail of the battle. During his initial assault, fueled by adrenaline, he had exerted too much force, resulting in a loss of balance that not only missed the vital strike, but nearly sent his weapon flying from the recoil, granting the beast an excellent opportunity for retaliation. Had he not reacted swiftly, that wild boar charge could have easily claimed his life. The subsequent skirmish was devoid of any finesse. It relied solely on his superhuman physical prowess, dancing precariously on the knife's edge, executing the most clumsy evasions. The final, lethal blow was contingent upon Wang Chu's serendipitous interference. Were it not for Wang Chu creating that fleeting, mere fraction of a second window for attack with his crowbar, Ming Dao would never have been able to so effortlessly thrust the trap into the creature's other eye. His skills were utterly inadequate. Their victory stemmed from the fact that this rock-armored boar, despite its might, was ultimately just a mindless beast, its attacks singular and frenzied, riddled with vulnerabilities. But what if next time he faced a saber-toothed tiger, adept at ambush and cunning beyond measure? Or what if he encountered that formidable mountain king, capable of scaring off even a saber-toothed tiger with a mere roar? No, change is imperative. This reliance on brute force and serendipity is far too unstable. He could not count on such luck forever. He needed true combat skills. He needed a mentor. Room 402, strong combat skills. It was time to expedite the process. At all costs, he must learn authentic combat techniques from him. This thought crystallized with unprecedented clarity in that moment. Ming Ye, Wan Zhu, observing the tumultuous expressions on Ming Dao's face, called out with concern. "Are you really all right? Why are you silent? Did you get hurt?" Ming Dao finally snapped back to reality. He slowly exhaled a breath, shaking his head, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I'm fine." He turned to look at the worried Wang Chu, and for the first time, a serious gravity surfaced in his dark eyes. "Wang Chu," he began slowly, "thank you for today." Wang Chu was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the usually cold and formidable Ming Dao would express gratitude towards him. Surprised, he waved his hands dismissively, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. "Hey, what are you saying, Ming Ge? We're brothers, right? It's nothing." Ming Dao chose not to elaborate further. He patted Wang Chu on the shoulder and then turned, making his way toward the colossal pig carcass. This was not the time for reflection. The spoils awaited his collection. Standing before the massive corpse, resembling a small mountain, he extended his hand and pressed it against the cold, hard rock armor. Decompose. Familiar blue light surged forth like a tide, enveloping the gigantic pig carcass in an instant. Under Wang Chu's admiring gaze, the enormous body melted away in the blue glow, disintegrating into countless tiny points of light. Moments later, the radiance faded. Ming Dao's mind swept across the remnants. Acquired. Mutated pork X 876 units. Acquired. Rock armor beast skin green X1. Acquired. Low-level beast core X1. Ming Dao suddenly realized. No wonder it was so tough. It truly was an elite monster. 2-star beast skin, what a steal. He left the other items in his temporary backpack untouched. He retrieved the recently acquired low-level beast core from another compartment of his backpack. He took out the unused, low-level beast core, obtained from the decomposition of that mutated porcupine. The 2 crystalline beast cores, each the size of a fingernail, lay quietly in his palm, emanating an enticing glow. "Mingo, what is this?" "Wanju inquit gudio sili." Energy blocks, Ming Dao succinctly explained, needed for panel upgrades. Without hesitation, he tossed the 2 cores directly into his mouth, swallowing them down like jelly beans. The cores dissolved upon contact, transforming into 2 streams of cool, subtly sweet warmth that glided down his throat into his belly, quickly diffusing throughout his limbs. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt an overwhelming refreshment at that moment, as if the fatigue of recent days had been washed away by this warm flow. Simultaneously, A clear prompt resonated from his panel. Detected consumption of mutated beast cores, X2. Current upgrade progress. Incorporate unowned panel, 35. Consumi mutated beast cores, 25. Chapter 114. A mix of surprises. Meanwhile, at the central square of Blue Bay Peninsula, a wailing cry echoed from afar, filled with despair. The terror and hopelessness embedded in that voice were so intense that every awakened survivor in the square felt their hearts skip a beat. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, a patch of dark green forest. A staggering figure tumbled out from the shadows of the tree-line. It was Li Lao San. No, he could no longer be considered a complete person. His clothes were tattered into shreds, hanging raggedly on him, revealing deep, dried, blackened wounds underneath. His hair, face, and exposed skin were caked in dirt and blood, as if he had just clawed his way out of a grave. His spirit was clearly shattered. The eyes that once brimmed with shrewdness and street smarts were now hollow. In a desperate plight, using all four limbs, he appeared to be pursued by unseen demons. With a thud, he finally exhausted his last ounce of strength, collapsing onto the concrete surface of the square. He curled up, tears and saliva mingling with the blood on his face, flowing freely. The monster ate him. My son, Jvanger, was eaten. Eaten. These fragmented words detonated like a bomb among the gathered survivors. What? What did he say? His son was eaten by a monster? Oh my God. There really are monsters in the forest. Panic rippled through the crowd once more. The survivors in Lu Guodong's countenance turned ashen, his gaze sharp as a blade. Sweeping across the agitated crowd, without a moment's hesitation, he issued a command to the man beside him. Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu. Mobilize your team to restore order. Erect a cordon and separate everyone. Quickly. Understood. Zhao Hu responded, immediately charging forward with several security personnel wielding batons. Their movements were both professional and assertive, swiftly clearing a space around Li Lao San, blocking the emotionally charged survivors attempting to approach. The chaotic scene was forcibly subdued under the intimidating presence of absolute authority. In stark contrast to Lu Guodong's decisive demeanor, Lin Yifu appeared considerably more composed. He adjusted his glasses and walked deliberately to the convulsing and howling Li Lao San. Gradually crouching beside him, without attempting to touch Li Lao San, he spoke in a steady tone, softly saying, Masterly, look at me. I am Dr. Lin. Li Lao San remained oblivious, lost in his own turmoil, emitting strange sounds from his throat. Masterly, it's all right now. You are safe, Lin Yifu continued gently. Listen to my voice and follow my lead. Inhale. He demonstrated a slow, deep inhalation. Yes, just like that, breathe in slowly. Good. Now exhale, releasing all the fear from within you. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Under Lin Yifu's patient guidance, Li Lao San's violent trembling gradually subsided, his unfocused gaze finally locking onto Lin Yifu's calm visage. With a sudden, heart-wrenching cry, all the sorrow he had bottled up erupted forth, manifesting as a thunderous wail. Like a child, he collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in despair, weeping uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lu Guodong stepped forward, crouching down, and cut straight to the point. Li Lao San, once you're done crying, I need you to clarify what happened. Where's your son? His tone was forceful, singularly focused on extracting information. Upon the mention of his son, Li Lao San's sobs faltered, morphing into an even more agonized lament. He lifted his face to Lu Guodong, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate the harrowing ordeal he had endured, squeezing the details from his throat. There's water. A stream deep within the forest, with clear, pristine water. The mere mention of water sent a tidal wave of hope crashing through the hearts of the surrounding survivors. What? A water source? Has he found water? Is it true? The crowd erupted in incredulous gasps and commotion, their eyes alight with possibility, their parched lips moving uncontrollably. However, Li Lao San's subsequent words extinguished their enthusiasm. My son, Zhuang, he just wanted a sip of water. He was so thirsty. Li Lao San's eyes grew vacant again, his recollections steeped in anguish that made him tremble. The thing was lurking behind the rocks. I couldn't even see it clearly. His voice sharpened with fear, his hands flailing in the air, its fangs golden and enormous like knives. One bite. Just one bite. Zhuang's head is gone. Gone. It was like biting into a watermelon, crunching. The creature is a saber-toothed tiger. That beast guards the stream. Whoever ventures forth shall perish. Whoever ventures forth shall perish. This revelation plunged the entire square into an eerie silence, a blend of astonishment and dread enveloping the crowd. The tantalizing allure of the water source clashed violently with the lethal threat posed by the saber-toothed tiger. Expressions amongst the survivors grew exceedingly complex, a tumult of conflicting emotions. There is water. We won't die of thirst. Yet, that water is protected by a monster. To fetch it would mean risking our lives. Lu Guodong's complexion darkened at that moment. His mind raced faster than anyone else's. As a leader, he understood all too well that the issue of water was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Until this issue was resolved, the fragile order he had painstakingly established would inevitably collapse under the weight of internal strife. Now, the solution was tantalizingly close, a stream within reach. This was monumental news. But at what cost? A saber-toothed tiger capable of obliterating an adult with ease. Lu Guodong hardly needed to ponder to reach a conclusion. Logically, an animal's lair would be situated near a water source. Without a doubt, that stream was the territory of the saber-toothed tiger. Its hunting grounds, its dining table. Sending someone there would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Yet, failing to send anyone meant they would all await death together. What to do? Chapter 115. If all else fails, we may have to sacrifice lives to fill the gap. Lu Guodong weighed the pros and cons. He observed the survivors around him. Their eyes filled with both yearning and fear, and heard their muffled discussions. What to do? There's water, but we dare not go for it. Surely Captain Lu has a plan, right? Don't they have weapons? What good are weapons? Didn't Tu hear Li Laosan say? That monster could bite a person's head off in one go. Can the anti-explosive fork even handle it? We can't just wait idly. He could not allow their murmurs to continue. If panic spiraled out of control, or someone, driven by survival instinct, took it upon themselves to venture forth recklessly, his authority would be utterly undermined. Lu Guodong made a swift decision, rising abruptly. He inhaled deeply, gathering his resolve, and announced loudly to all the survivors, "Everyone quiet down. Listen to me." The cacophony of the square fell silent, all eyes fixated on him, awaiting his directive. "I have ascertained the situation regarding the water source. This is a momentous revelation. It proves that our Blue Bay Peninsula has the potential for survival." He began with a stirring declaration that affirmed the value of the water source, igniting hope among the crowd. Then, he shifted his tone, his expression turning grave. "However, danger also looms. Master Li's ordeal serves as a bloody lesson. I will not allow any further lives to be lost recklessly. I hereby issue a command." His voice rose, brimming with authority. "From this moment forth, no one, no organization, is permitted to venture into the depths of the forest without authorization. The investigation into this incident and subsequent plans will be deliberated collectively by our committee until the committee presents a formal and safe plan. All of you are to remain within the community. Those who defy this order will bear the consequences." This stringent command temporarily quelled the restless chaos. Survivors exchanged glances. Though reluctant, no one dared to openly oppose under the shadow of the saber-toothed tiger's terror. Lu Guodong's edict provided them an escape route, a rationale for evasion. "All right, disperse. Return to your tasks." Lu Guodong waved his hand, signaling Zhao Hu and the others to disperse the crowd. The throng slowly dissipated. Yet the strange tension in the air lingered. While this command had momentarily stabilized the situation, it also seeded a hint of doubt and discontent regarding the committee's efficacy among the survivors. Another meeting to discuss the situation, by the time they reach a conclusion, will be parched corpses, a young man quietly complained to a companion. "Exactly. What good is all this talk? Aren't we just left waiting? I have heard whispers about that enigmatic figure at the top of the leaderboard, whose points are nearing 200. He must possess some remarkable abilities. If he were to assume leadership, perhaps we would have already quenched our thirst." "Hush, lower your voice. Do you wish to be taken away for hard labor?" These vague, sardonic remarks pricked Lu Guodong's ears like tiny needles. His expression was as impassive as water. Yet the deepening furrow of his brow and the slowly clenched fist at his side betrayed his inner turmoil and ire. Look, people are even drawing comparisons between him and that anonymous leader. How can he possibly endure this? He turned his gaze towards Li Laosan, who was being supported by 2 security guards, still lost in despair and crying out. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. A useless wretch, incapable of achieving anything, is better off perishing in the forest. "Dr. Lin," he lowered his voice and addressed Lin Yifu beside him, "take him back and comfort him properly. Furthermore, inquire thoroughly about the specific location of that stream, the surrounding topographical features. Extract every detail without omission." Lin Yifu nodded, his gaze behind the glasses as profound as the ocean. "I understand. However, Guodong, this matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. We must prepare for the worst." "I am aware. Lu Guodong's eyes were cast towards the depths of the shadowy forest, his voice imbued with a fierce determination. If all else fails, we shall have to pay with lives. Ming Dao and Wang Chu were oblivious to the fact that the theft of the 3 animal traps they had set had cast a heavy, inescapable shadow over the future of the entire Blue Bay Peninsula. They were even unaware that the foolish thief named Li Zhuang had paid the ultimate price for his greed, while his father, Li Laosan, had become the catalyst for igniting a new wave of panic and crisis within the community. At this moment, they found themselves deeper in the forest. After advancing a full mile inward, completely shedding any potential prying eyes, Ming Dao finally halted his steps. He chose a location with an extremely intricate terrain, resembling a natural labyrinth shaped by geological movements and the passage of time. Dense thickets stood like towering green walls, fragmenting the space into disarray. The ground was a patchwork of crisscrossing ditches and hollows of varying depths, a veritable trap in itself. Countless fallen giants lay in disarray, their decayed trunks adorned with slick moss and a riot of fungi, adding an eerie vitality to the area. This place was a natural hideout, an exceptional hunting ground. This is it. Ming Dao unloaded his backpack, placing it upon a relatively dry rock. Wang Chu trailed behind, panting, bracing himself against a tree, his face etched with confusion as he gazed at the nearly impassable terrain before him. Brother Ming, what are we doing here? This place is far too difficult to navigate. It's like a maze. It's not even as manageable as that flat ground we were on earlier. Ming Dao chuckled softly, first unbuckling his backpack and spilling out various materials and tools. With a thought, the temporary backpack was dispensed. 19 glinting, ominous, simple animal traps formed a daunting mound. Brother Ming, are you planning to? The flat ground offers efficiency, but the risks are substantial. We must contend not only with the dangers posed by beasts, but also with those from humans. I believe this is the most suitable approach. Chapter 116. This is what we call professional. Ming Dao clapped his hands and turned around. Wang Chu, you witnessed the battle with that armored boar. I emerged victorious, but it was a rather unseemly and precarious win, fraught with luck. I underestimated the strength of these mutated creatures. If the outer perimeter boasts such tough-skinned wild boars, I can only imagine the dangers lurking deeper within the forest. Relying solely on brute force and chance in combat is foolish and perilous. These words struck Wang Chu with a chill. He recalled the heart-stopping scene moments before, where Ming Dao was tossed about like a rag doll. And even his own moment of brilliance, the 1,000-year kill, now left him feeling weak in the knees. He had to admit Ming Dao spoke the truth. Thus, Wang Chu tentatively inquired, so, we need to alter our hunting strategy? Ming Dao pointed to the pile of traps beneath their feet and gestured to the complex terrain. From this day forward, we shall employ our intellect in hunting. The traps will be the main focus. We humans are merely suited for the finishing blow. I intend to transform this place into a true death zone. A meat processing factory. Wang Chu repeated the term meat processing factory to himself, a shiver coursing through him. You, Ming Dao looked towards Wang Chu. Your knowledge of botany is an essential component of this plan. I will handle the heavy lifting and tactical layout, while you will be responsible for the intricate camouflage and biological lures. Together, we form a team. The word team struck Wang Chu like a jolt of electricity. He froze, the chill in his heart replaced by an unexpected warmth. He was no longer merely a quivering burden trailing behind. He was an indispensable part of this grand plan, his knowledge and value acknowledged by Ming Dao in a way he had never experienced before. I understand, Brother Ming. A unique glow radiated from Wang Chu's face as he emphatically nodded. Leave it to me. I will ensure the task is completed. Ming Dao nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the response he sought. Excellent. He bent down to pick up the first trap, weighing it in his hands, and declared now, let the work commence. Without a hint of delay, he immediately began his arrangements. The first trap was set on an exceedingly narrow animal trail, wedged between 2 massive rocks, less than half a meter wide, a necessary thoroughfare for all medium-sized creatures traversing this area. Ming Dao skillfully excavated a shallow pit with a steel plate shovel, placing the open trap securely within. Subsequently, rather than using the surrounding loose earth, he procured soil of identical color and moisture from a distance, meticulously covering the trap, then scattered some fallen leaves atop in a seemingly casual manner. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and within a mere minute or two, the lethal trap vanished from sight, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment without a trace of flaw. This is prepared for those in the mire. A murky layer of rainwater had accumulated. He submerged the trap into the depths, allowing only the small, mud-caked platform to become faintly visible beneath the turbid surface, resembling an ordinary stone for animals to alight upon. What purpose does this serve? Wang Chu had thoroughly transformed into a curious child. Thirst. Ming Dao uttered a single word. All creatures require water. When they discover a source, their vigilance diminishes significantly. Although this puddle was small, it sufficed to quench the thirst of numerous small animals. As it lowered its head, fixating on the water's surface, its feet would naturally tread upon the stone I had prepared for it. Wang Chu listened, utterly astounded. He felt that Ming Dao, rather than confronting challenges head-on, was more adept at employing cunning. Ming Dao, however, was evidently not content with just that. After meticulously setting a dozen traps, sealing off every conceivable route in this area, he paused and turned to Wang Chu. All right, the physical aspect is settled. Next, we shall deploy chemical weaponry. It is your turn to perform. Wang Chu straightened with renewed vigor. Minggu, what effect do you desire? Merely to mask the scent, or to attract specific prey? Both, Ming Dao replied succinctly. I require one or several plants whose aroma is sufficiently potent to completely overshadow the metallic scent of rust and the odor of our perspiration. Moreover, this fragrance should ideally allure the larger herbivores with substantial flesh. Not a problem. Wang Chu promptly acquiesced. This was entirely within his realm of expertise. He began to navigate swiftly through the intricate woodland, discerning his surroundings. Found it. Within 5 minutes, Wang Chu returned, exuberantly brandishing several peculiar plants. The first, with thick leaves exhibiting an eerie deep purple hue and fringed with fine hairs, was known as the purple stinkwood, or stinking ash. Wang Chu presented it proudly. Observe its leaves. With just a gentle rub, it emits an intensely pungent aroma akin to a blend of decaying fruit and rotten eggs. While unpleasant to us, it possesses a strong allure for many omnivorous creatures, such as wild boars. Furthermore, its scent is remarkably penetrating, effectively masking metallic odors. The second was a vine bearing cherry-sized, glistening red fruits. This is the sweetheart fruit. Wang Chu plucked one, cracking it open with his fingernail, releasing an overwhelming sweetness that wafted through the air. Its high sugar content makes it a favorite among herbivores like deer, antelope, and rabbits, an irresistible delicacy in times of scarcity. The third appeared unremarkable, resembling a mint-like herb. This last one is a precautionary measure. Wang Chu brought the plant close to his nose, inhaling. I don't know its name. I call it beast-repellent grass. Its scent is refreshing, yet most carnivorous animals, such as wolves, foxes, and any potential felines, find it exceedingly distasteful. We can apply it around the perimeter of the trap area, creating a sensory barrier to deter larger predators from being lured in and disrupting our traps or perceiving our catch as prey. Upon hearing this, Ming Dao's eyes sparkled with approval. Now, that is professionalism. Chapter 117, Serendipitous Success. Excellent. Let us proceed. Right away. For the next hour, the two collaborated, engaging in the final touches. Ming Dao directed the precise locations of each trap, while Wang Chu, akin to a seasoned perfumer, meticulously blended and applied the juices of the various plants. Around the traps aimed at omnivorous creatures like wild boars, he slathered a generous coating of purple stinkwood juice. At the traps situated in open areas, likely to attract deer, he crushed the sweetheart fruit's flesh and spread it on nearby tree trunks, crafting enticing bait. Finally, around the entire trap zone, he evenly sprinkled the juice of the beast-repellent grass, erecting an invisible olfactory wall. As the final trap's disguise was completed, the area spanning several hundred meters had quietly transformed into a veritable hell of traps. Superficially, it remained a tranquil and primal forest, brimming with the untamed beauty of nature. However, beneath that serene facade lay 19 steel pincers, lying in wait. Any creature that ventured into this domain would confront a barrage of lethal assaults from all directions. Evade the first trap beneath one's feet, yet not the second lurking around the corner. Resist the allure of the open, yet succumb to the peril concealed in the shadows. Surviving one would be fortunate. Escaping two would be deemed a stroke of fate. If one could navigate through all 19 interconnected traps unscathed, then not even the divine would escape without reverence. Ming Dao stood atop a fallen giant log, surveying his masterpiece from an elevated position. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, casting dappled shadows across the meticulously altered terrain, which appeared so deceptively tranquil and serene. Perfect. Let's depart. He leaped down from the log, beckoning to the equally fulfilled Wang Chu. We shall see the fruits of our labor tomorrow. Having accomplished their task, the two tidied up any potential traces they might have left behind and labeled their traps before quietly returning, laden with fatigue and satisfaction. Little did they know, shortly after their departure, on the opposite side of the forest, the area hastily set with stolen traps by Li Lao San welcomed its first visitor. The golden saber-toothed tiger, having just finished its postprandial dessert, had nearly consumed Li Zhuang entirely. It belched contentedly, clearly satiated. However, within its golden slit-like pupils, there was no trace of post-feast languor. Instead, a glimmer of mockery flickered. That bipedal creature had escaped. It vividly recalled the scent of that two-legged beast, possessing an almost obsessive fixation on its prey. It leaped down from the rocks, its immense form landing silently on the forest floor. It quivered its black nose, meticulously deciphering the air. Soon, it caught a whiff of the fading scent. It commenced a leisurely pursuit, following the aroma left in Li Lao San's wake. There was no haste. It relished this chase, savoring the thrill of its quarry fleeing in desperation, ultimately to be caught and torn asunder. It glided through a thicket, its lithe body resembling a specter. Just then, it paused slightly. A strong scent of blood, mingled with that of a rabbit, wafted into its nostrils. Following the scent, it spotted, not far away, a bloodied rabbit's ear hanging from a branch, droplets of blood still dripping down. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes flashed with disdain. Such a clumsy bait. It could scarcely be bothered, intending to circumvent this distraction and continue tracking the scent of the bipedal beast. However, as it lifted its right forepaw, poised to step onto the seemingly secure carpet of leaves, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack! The sharp sound of metal snapping shut resonated through the air. Li Lao San still possesses a certain flair. His right forepaw, enveloped in a thick cushion of flesh, landed squarely upon the steel trap. The two rows of razor-sharp iron teeth, propelled by the immense force of the spring, snapped shut with a thunderous ferocity in an instant. Agony. It surged through his paw. The horrifying clamping force was no trifling matter. It effortlessly rent through his resilient flesh, embedding itself deep within his bones. He could feel one of his toes being brutally severed beneath that overwhelming power. A thunderous roar erupted from the throat of the saber-toothed tiger. Countless birds took flight, and the woodland creatures fled in panic. The king was enraged. Lowering his head, he gazed at the iron monstrosity that had clamped down on his paw, inflicting upon him a pain he had not felt in ages. In his golden, slitted eyes ignited an all-consuming hatred for humanity, a flame fierce enough to incinerate everything. Once more, the tricks of these bipedal creatures. Once again, it was them. The excruciating pain had ignited the ferocity of this apex predator. Unlike ordinary beasts that would have frantically struggled to extricate their paw from the trap, he executed a violent act that no human could ever fathom. He bit down upon the steel trap itself. Clang! The clash of teeth against iron unleashed a piercing sound. His formidable canines transformed into the most terrifying hydraulic shears. Creak, creak! The spine-chilling sound of twisting metal resonated. The robust trap, capable of crushing a bison's leg, began to deform and twist at a visibly alarming rate under his horrific biting force. The steel axis connecting the two serrated plates was bitten clean through. The hardened spring steel was torn apart. He was indeed crushing the trap to bits with his very teeth. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the once deadly trap lay in a heap of utterly mangled, shapeless metal scraps clattering to the ground. The saber-toothed tiger lifted his head and released his grip. He glanced at his bloodied paw, now missing a toe, and then at the pile of metallic debris on the ground, emitting a low and dangerous growl from his throat. The relentless agony at the wound continuously stimulated his nerves, driving his overwhelming hatred to a fever pitch. Slowly, he raised his head, his golden slitted eyes fixed upon the not-so-distant horizon. The scent of the bipedal beast wafted from that direction. He resumed his stride, dragging his injured paw towards the vicinity of the community, his figure swiftly disappearing into the dense underbrush. Chapter 118, Intelligence from Sister Wang. When Ming Dao and Wang Chu reappeared beneath building number 5, the atmosphere felt decidedly eerie. It was quiet, yet not genuinely tranquil. It was a cacophony forcibly suppressed. The survivors no longer sat numbly or chattered in small groups as usual. Instead, they gathered in various corners as families or small units. They deliberately lowered their voices, whispering to one another, their faces etched with complex expressions. Fear was palpable. Yet beneath that fear lay a glimmer of yearning. Their gazes flickered restlessly, yet invariably gravitated towards the same direction, the dark green forest. Wang Chu's corpulent form instinctively sensed danger. Something was amiss. The atmosphere felt off. It seemed as though something significant was about to unfold. Ming Dao nodded. Indeed, something was not right. A major upheaval that could overturn the current situation must have occurred. You go ahead and transport the supplies. I have a matter to attend to and will return shortly. Huh. Okay. Although Wang Chu felt a surge of anxiety, he had developed a conditioned reflex to obey Ming Dao's words. He dared not ask further questions, merely nodding heavily before awkwardly shouldering a backpack filled with various tools and trudging towards the stairwell. Ming Dao watched Wang Chu's figure vanish into the darkness of the corridor, then observed carefully for a moment. He leisurely hoisted his own backpack and returned to the 8th floor. Without pausing, not even taking a sip of water, he gathered his belongings and stepped out once more. He arrived at the 6th floor, halting before room 601. This was Sister Wang's home, and also his source of information. Knock, knock, knock. Ming Dao raised his hand and rapped 3 times on the door with just the right amount of force. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from within. Moments later, the security door was cautiously opened just a crack. A face, somewhat haggard, yet relatively tidy, peeked through the gap. It was Sister Wang. Upon recognizing Ming Dao standing outside, her pupils constricted sharply, her expression shifting from shock to a mixture of gratitude and reverence. Mr. Ming. Sister Wang fully opened the door, stepping aside with a posture bordering on humility, inviting Ming Dao inside. Please come in. Please do come in. Ming Dao, not one for niceties, stepped into the modest room. A faint, familial warmth enveloped him. The space was small but impeccably organized, the floor swept clean, and everything arranged neatly. Such order was a rarity in the chaotic environment following the apocalypse. Ming Dao's gaze immediately fell upon a simple folding bed in the corner of the living room. A small boy lay peacefully upon it, covered by a thin blanket. His breathing was steady and deep, and the flushed face, once reddened by fever, had now regained a healthy hue. On the small bedside table rested a nearly empty bottle of mineral water, accompanied by an open medicine box with the word ibuprofen clearly visible. Evidently, the child had escaped danger. Mr. Ming, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Sister Wang closed the door, and upon turning, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She hurried to stand before Ming Dao, her voice trembling with emotion, choked with gratitude. I really don't know what to say. Little Bao drank the water you gave him, and his fever truly subsided. It dropped remarkably fast. As she spoke, she uncontrollably raised her hand to wipe away the tears streaming from her eyes. It was you. You saved both our lives. You are our family's great benefactor. This kindness, Wang Xiaoa, could never repay in this lifetime. In her fervor, she nearly bowed before Ming Dao. Enough. Ming Dao extended a hand, as if to gently halt her. He despised such empty expressions of gratitude and did not require others to feel indebted to him. What he sought was value, an equitable exchange. I did not come here for your thanks. Ming Dao's tone was direct. The child is fine. And now, tell me what is happening outside? Why is everyone gathered in the square? Where does that tense atmosphere originate? Sister Wang was momentarily taken aback by Ming Dao's forthright questioning, but quickly regained her composure. Not daring to show any hint of negligence, she hurriedly recounted everything she knew, pouring out the information like beans from a bamboo tube. It's Li Lao-san. That Li Lao-san from building number 9. Sister Wang's tone was laced with a hint of dread and revulsion. Just over an hour ago, he had sprinted out of the forest like a madman, looking utterly disheveled, wailing and sobbing, alarming everyone around him. He claimed that his son, Li Zhuang, had been devoured by a monster while seeking a mere sip of water. A monster? Ming Dao raised his brows slightly, intrigued. Yes, a monster. Sister Wang nodded vigorously. Terror etched across her face. Li Lao-san had described the creature as identical to one that had appeared days prior, with golden fur and teeth as sharp as blades. It was a saber-toothed tiger. He said that the beast had bitten off his son's head in one swift motion, as effortlessly as one would slice through a watermelon. As she spoke, she shivered involuntarily, clearly shaken by Li Lao-san's gruesome account. The crux of it all. Sister Wang swallowed hard and lowered her voice to convey the most crucial information. Li Lao-san had ventured deep into the forest with his son because they had discovered a hidden stream, one that had never been known to anyone, with water so crystal clear. The stream, the saber-toothed tiger. Upon hearing these 2 phrases, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Ming Dao's dark eyes. In that moment, several seemingly unrelated clues coalesced in his mind. The stream that Li Yuan had identified with the drone from 3 to 4 kilometers away. The mysterious beast roar he had heard deep in the forest, powerful enough to frighten off the saber-toothed tiger. And now, the intelligence brought back by Li Lao-san regarding the tiger guarding the water source. The answer was rapidly becoming apparent. That stream might very well be the lifeblood upon which all creatures in this region depended. The saber-toothed tiger was merely a link in the food chain surrounding this vital source. It was both a predator and likely prey for some more formidable entity. The Mountain King, capable of sending the saber-toothed tiger into a panicked retreat with a single roar, likely had its lair in proximity to that stream. The entire ecological chain of the forest was becoming clear, all due to a single stream. However, these deductions were not yet fully certain. Ming Dao nodded subtly, signaling Sister Wang to continue. Chapter 119. Your intelligence is invaluable. And then, what did Lu Guodong and the others say? What else could they say? Sister Wang scoffed, disdain evident on her face. Captain Lu immediately issued a command, declaring that until their committee presented a safety plan, no one was permitted to enter the forest, with dire consequences for violators. He claimed it was for everyone's safety, but to me, it sounded more like he was afraid others would get ahead of them in finding the water and disrupt his authority. Now, everyone outside was in a state of frenzied anxiety, torn between the desire to fetch water and the fear of being eaten by that monster. Not to mention the dread of being captured by Lu Guodong's men as an example. They were left in a state of limbo, barely clinging to life. Despite Sister Wang's analysis being colored by personal emotion, it accurately articulated the conflicted mindset of the survivors at that moment. After listening, Ming Dao had formed a complete judgment in his mind. The water crisis, exacerbated by Li Lao San's reckless actions, had been thrust into the open. Lu Guodong's oppressive policies might stabilize the situation temporarily, but in the long run, they would only intensify the conflict between him and the ordinary survivors. As the torment of thirst overwhelmed the fear of death, the onset of chaos was merely a matter of time. He suppressed his swirling thoughts and abruptly shifted the conversation, posing what seemed to be an unrelated question. What do you know about the resident of room 402, a person named Chongwu? Chongwu. Sister Wang was momentarily taken aback, evidently not expecting Ming Dao to inquire about this individual. She strained to dredge up memories of her neighbor. At that moment, Ming Dao slowly withdrew a clean plastic-wrapped object from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. It was 2 pieces of smoked chicken breast jerky. The jerky emitted an enticing, glistening dark brown hue, and even through the plastic barrier, it stubbornly invaded the olfactory senses, overpowering the nostrils. Sister Wang's eyes widened the instant she beheld the jerky. Her breathing became rapid, and a clear gulp echoed in her throat. She had lost track of how long it had been since she had seen real meat. She hadn't indulged in any flesh during her months of dieting before the catastrophe. She was practically salivating at the sight. This is your payment for information. Ming Dao lightly tapped his fingers on the table. I require every detail about Chongwu. As thorough as possible. Every word you utter must be truthful and reliable. Do you understand? Sister Wang snapped back to reality, gazing at the 2 pieces of jerky on the table, then at Ming Dao's stern visage, and her sense of reverence for him surged to new heights. This man was terrifying. He not only possessed a water source, but could casually produce strategic resources like meat as if they were mere snacks to barter for information. His strength surpassed her wildest imagination. In that moment, Sister Wang's instinct to align herself with the powerful reached its zenith. She realized that clinging tightly to this unimaginably robust lifeline was her and her son's only hope of survival in this wretched world. Understood. Understood. Mr. Ming, rest assured. I will divulge everything I know without reservation. Sister Wang's demeanor shifted to an unprecedented level of respect. She didn't even dare reach for the jerky. Instead, straightening her posture, her mind racing to organize all her memories about the volatile neighbor in room 402. To be frank, I'm not well acquainted with Chongwu. He and his wife moved in about 6 months ago and rarely interacted with us old neighbors. He is particularly large. I've seen him a few times. And he must be around 9 meters tall, with muscles bulging all over. I've heard he's a high-end personal trainer at a pretty sizable gym outside the community, teaching wealthy clients. However, Sister Wang paused, seemingly collecting her thoughts. Despite his imposing stature, he hasn't ventured out much lately. In our building, aside from you and Mr. Wang Chu, he has been the quietest. You would think someone with his physical prowess would find it easy to procure some food, yet he stays indoors all day. And I have no idea what he is doing. Is there anything else? Ming Dao pressed, seeking critical information, vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Sister Wang furrowed her brow, racking her brain. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had recalled something of utmost importance. Right, I remember now. His wife. She is pregnant. Sister Wang's voice dropped even lower, tinged with the thrill of sharing a secret. I'm certain that about a month before the catastrophe, I encountered a delivery man arguing with him at their door. I had been hiding around the corner on the stairs, listening in. Sister Wang's face bore a hint of gossip, as if that scene had unfolded just yesterday. The delivery man had come to retrieve a return. A rather large box adorned with labels for maternity, wear, and radiation-proof clothing. Chang Wu had erupted in anger when the delivery man asked him to confirm the return information. Sister Wang became animated, mimicking Chang Wu's voice as she recounted. "You're being so annoying about returning something. I said to just take it." His booming voice could be heard throughout the entire floor. He has quite the explosive temper, tearing into that poor delivery man mercilessly. Later, his wife emerged from the house. Her belly noticeably rounded, suggesting she was 4 or 5 months pregnant. She stepped forward to placate him, saying, "Dear, please don't be angry. Just talk to them nicely." However, the formidable Qiangwu turned around and unleashed a tirade upon her. His words were harsh and unrestrained, exclaiming, "What do you know? Go back inside. The freight costs are money, do you understand?" In that instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, and without uttering a word, she silently retreated into the house. It was after that incident that I became convinced of his volatile temperament, deeming him too dangerous to provoke. Thus, I would always take a detour to avoid him. Sister Wang recounted this memory in vivid detail, each nuance articulated with precision. She merely presented a fact, a piece of evidence to substantiate her claim of Chang Wu's irascibility. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly mundane neighborhood gossip reverberated in Ming Dao's ears like a thunderclap. A pregnant wife, a man brimming with aggression and a tempestuous disposition, a soon-to-deliver mother-to-be, fragile and vulnerable in a post-apocalyptic world. These two images coalesced in Ming Dao's mind, forming a coherent and vivid tableau. He instantly grasped why someone as physically formidable as Qiangwu would choose to remain sequestered following the onset of the apocalypse. For such a staunch patriarch, it was not a matter of desire, but rather one of fear. Even with resources still at hand, he dared not step away from his wife for a moment. All his strength, all his fury, all his aggression likely stemmed from an overwhelming instinct to protect his family. Yet, this very instinct became his Achilles heel. A comprehensive plan crystallized in Ming Dao's mind in an instant. The corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile. He rose to his feet. Excellent. He regarded Sister Wang, nodding slowly, acknowledging the value of her intelligence. With that, he turned to leave. "Mr. Ming." Sister Wang hurriedly stood, glancing at the 2 pieces of jerky on the table, uncertain of what to do. Ming Dao paused, looking back at her, as if struck by a sudden thought. He reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 items, casually tossing them onto the table. They were 2 chocolates wrapped in exquisite foil. "This is for your son." His voice remained flat, yet this statement struck Sister Wang like a warm current, piercing her heart's most tender spot. She stared at the chocolates in a daze, then glanced at Ming Dao, her eyes glistening once more. This man, though cold and domineering, nonetheless, as Sister Wang's emotions surged, Ming Dao had already reached the doorway. He pulled open the door, pausing just before stepping out, without turning back, leaving behind a parting remark that would ensnare Sister Wang's heart entirely. "Water is running low. Feel free to come to the 8th floor for me. All you need to do is help me gather more and more precise information." With that, he stepped forward, his figure swiftly vanishing into the corridor. Sister Wang stood there in a daze, gazing at the now empty door, her mind lingering on the moment. Chapter 120. The first encounter with Qiangwu. He never engages in a battle unprepared. Upon returning to room 802, Ming Dao made his way to the study. The additional 200 square meters had been meticulously organized. At the farthest end lay the supplies storage area, where the original wardrobe had been dismantled, its shelves repurposed for storage. Neatly stacked upon them were all the spoils he had gathered during this period. Food, medicine, tools, and materials, all categorized. Not to mention the makeshift backpack. To put it mildly, if it were just for him, it would suffice for an entire year. Ming Dao's gaze swept over the shelves. To him, these items were merely fuel for sustaining his survival plan. His footsteps halted at the forefront of the food section, where he had deliberately set aside a few luxuries. He retrieved an entire box of unopened organic pure milk, its packaging pristine, a product of a courier blind box. In a world where even a drop of clean water was a rarity, such a box of high-quality milk was invaluable beyond mere contribution points. Next, he moved to the meat storage rack on the opposite side. There hung several hefty chunks of desiccated mutated beast meat, firm and exuding an enticing deep red hue. This was the prime cut he had extracted from a giant porcupine, each piece weighing over 10 pounds. He selected the largest, most appealing piece and wrapped it in plastic. The milk was for the pregnant woman. The meat was for the man in need of replenishing his strength. He stuffed these 2 strategic supplies into an unassuming black garbage bag. After weighing the contents in his hand, he deemed it sufficient. The bait was prepared, now. It was simply a matter of whether the fish would bite. As he stepped outside, on the 4th floor, Ming Dao halted. The security door of room 402 was firmly shut, devoid of any notices, unnaturally pristine. He did not approach to knock immediately. He needed to test the waters first. Taking a deep breath, he began to pace back and forth in the narrow corridor of the 4th floor. His steps were neither heavy nor light, each footfall resonating against the concrete floor with a rhythmic sound. He was deliberately making noise. For someone who had sequestered themselves, constantly on guard against the slightest disturbance, such intrusive sounds would be provocatively challenging. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. The corridor echoed only with the monotony of his footsteps. Inside room 402, there was no response. Ming Dao's expression sharpened, though he remained unperturbed. He possessed more patience than anyone. Sister Wang's intelligence was infallible, a fiery man, a pregnant wife. Such a combination ensured their mental state was akin to a taut string. At last, creak. The grating sound of the door hinge shattered the standoff. The security door of 402 swung open abruptly, revealing a narrow gap barely wide enough for a person to slip through. A tall, imposing figure filled that gap like a wall, casting a shadow that enveloped the corridor with an overwhelming sense of pressure. A closely cropped head emerged from behind the door, and the face, which should have radiated masculinity, now bore an unhealthy waxen yellow hue. His lips were cracked and peeling, his eyes sunken. Evidently, the torment of dehydration had left its mark on this formidable physique. Yet, beneath this facade of weakness, the ferocity in his gaze surged forth, a primal intensity nearly spilling over. His eyes were filled with vigilance, irritation, and a volatile fury, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. Muscles bulged beneath his black tank top, filled to capacity, and even in the dim corridor, the pronounced definition of his deltoids and pectorals exuded an astounding sense of power. He fixed his gaze fiercely on Ming Dao, demanding, "Are you done yet?" This man was none other than Qiangwu. Ming Dao stopped, slowly turning to face him. A perfectly measured expression of apology graced his features. "I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Ming Dao, and I reside on the 8th floor. I would like to ask for your assistance with a small favor." Qiangwu's brow furrowed even deeper, his impatience nearly palpable. He waved his hand brusquely, the motion creating a gust of air. "No time." His voice was abrasive, akin to two pieces of sandpaper grating against each other. "Go find Lu Guodong at the Property Command Center," he barked. "I'm not a do-gooder." With that, he resolutely turned, poised to slam the door shut. Bang! Just as the door was on the verge of closing completely, Ming Dao lightly uttered 3 words. "I have meat." The sound was not loud, yet it precisely wedged itself into the narrowing gap of the door. Qiangwu's action of shutting the door abruptly halted. The imposing security door, now barely an inch from the frame, came to an abrupt stop. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. A few seconds later, the door creaked open slightly wider than before. Qiangwu's eyes peered through the crack, his expression no longer one of mere annoyance, but now tinted with a scrutinizing suspicion. In essence, every pore of his being still radiated wariness. "What do you mean?" Ming Dao took a step forward, halting at a distance that allowed him to see clearly without feeling threatened. He lowered his voice as well. "I heard you're a professional fitness coach. I need your guidance." Ming Dao's words were direct. He needed to learn the most efficient techniques for exerting force and the most practical combat methods. "I will barter food for your expertise." Upon hearing Ming Dao's proposition, Qiangwu appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke of the century. He first froze in disbelief. Then, his lips involuntarily curled into a mocking smile. He pulled the door open wider, leaning against the frame, regarding Ming Dao with an expression akin to that of observing a fool. Ah, he laughed. "In this damned apocalypse, you're still practicing that?" He shook his head, as if regarding someone utterly foolish. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Or caught in the door?" He was utterly incredulous. He could not fathom that in a world where human life was worth less than that of a dog, and where a mere biscuit could buy betrayal, someone would be foolish enough to offer life-sustaining food in exchange for something so ephemeral and, in his eyes, utterly useless. Combat skills? Techniques for exertion? Can they be eaten? Can they quench thirst? In the face of absolute hunger, even the mightiest fighter is but a frail sack, easily toppled with a push. Besides, was there even enough time for that? This kid was either a colossal fool or engaged in some trickery. Unfazed by Qiangwu's unabashed mockery, Ming Dao maintained his composure. Smiling gently, he shook the inconspicuous black plastic bag in his hand. Clatter! Qiangwu's gaze narrowed instantly at the sound. He had heard it. There were quite a few items inside. Everyone has their own way of living. Ming Dao began slowly. However, he paused, his eyes drifting past Qiangwu's shoulder. as if he could see through the heavy security door to the true target he wished to conquer beyond it. I believe this item is likely more significant than meat for your sister-in-law and future child. Chapter 121. Arm Wrestling. Child. These two words struck a nerve in Chong-Woo. Every expression on his face froze in that instant. His pupils contracted to an extreme within a mere second. He suddenly yanked open the security door. Bang! The door slammed against the wall with a thunderous noise. Chong-Woo's towering frame was fully revealed to Ming Dao for the first time, unreservedly exposed. The immense pressure emanating from pure muscle and bone bore down on Ming Dao. Are you investigating me? Anger. Beneath that fury lay a deeper fear. A complete stranger had articulated his family's circumstances. The sensation was akin to being stripped bare, leaving one feeling acutely uncomfortable. Instinctively, he wished to mask his panic with violence. Chong-Woo stepped forward, extending an arm thicker than Ming Dao's calf, his index finger nearly poking Ming Dao's nose. Kid, I don't care who you are or where you heard this nonsense. I have a bad temper, really bad. Do you believe I would snatch away whatever you have in your hands and throw you out of this fourth-floor window? By then, no one will know what happened here. Just think another unfortunate soul took a fatal leap. A threat. A death threat. The tension escalated. Ming Dao still wore that tranquil smile. He appeared utterly unperturbed. Suddenly, Ming Dao extended his left hand, not to block or retaliate. His palm was open, facing upward, making an inviting gesture. Direct confrontation was too crude. Let's adopt a more civilized approach. Arm wrestling. Ming Dao observed the shock widening in Chong-Woo's eyes, and the smile on his lips deepened. If you win, all these items will be yours. I will double the offer. If I win, we shall continue our discussion, shall we? Chong-Woo laughed. He truly laughed. It was a laugh tinged with offense. He scrutinized Ming Dao anew. He had a well-proportioned physique, standing just over 6 feet tall, dressed in ordinary casual attire, appearing neat and tidy. While he did possess some muscle, it was merely the healthy contours of someone who exercised regularly. A stark contrast to the professional caliber of Chong-Woo, akin to a plastic model in a children's play area, standing beside a genuine granite sculpture. This scrawny frame dares to challenge me in an arm wrestle? Chong-Woo even questioned whether he was hallucinating due to dehydration. Arm wrestling was not merely a pastime. It was his domain, his kingdom. He had once subdued 2 men whose combined weight exceeded 400 pounds with a single hand in the gym. He could distinctly feel every fiber of his muscles contracting, precisely harnessing every ounce of strength from his fingertips to his core. Strength was his creed. And now, a seemingly fragile youth dared to challenge him in his sacred arena? This was no mere provocation. This was a tempting morsel offered on a silver platter. A pie dropped from the heavens, the very definition of a fool. Are you certain? Chong-Woo's smile vanished, his eyes gleaming with a determined light. He couldn't be bothered to ponder any schemes Ming Dao might have. In the face of absolute strength, all plots were mere paper tigers. He was 100% confident that within the briefest contact, he would completely shatter Ming Dao's wrist bone, making him pay dearly for his foolishness and arrogance. I am certain. Ming Dao's smile remained unshaken. Good. Chong-Woo barked, wary of Ming Dao's potential change of heart. He had no intention of inviting Ming Dao inside. Dealing with such a minor character was hardly worth tarnishing his own floor. He turned, pointing to the cold, hard concrete stair railing in the hallway. Right here. To spare you the lamentations that would disturb my wife's rest. Both parties exchanged no superfluous words. Their left hands clasped together. The frigid armrest served as the most primitive battleground for their strength contest. At the very moment their arms rested upon the armrest, the anti-theft door of 402 was silently nudged open, revealing a slender yet exquisite face peering from behind. It was the wife of Chien-Woo. Her visage was etched with concern. Her gentle eyes fixated intently on her husband and the unfamiliar challenger, her lips slightly parted as if she wished to utter something. Chien-Woo sensed his wife's gaze. He did not turn around but shot a fierce glare from the corner of his eye. That look was as sharp as a blade. Go back. He spat through clenched teeth. Watch how I deal with this insolent brat. The face behind the door recoiled at her husband's reprimand, yet she eventually retreated, her expression still laden with worry, disappearing reluctantly behind the door. The door was gently closed, yet Ming Dao knew that the eyes behind it remained vigilant, peering through the peephole, anxiously observing the scene. Very well. The audience is now in position. This performance may commence. Ready? Chien-Woo flexed his neck, producing a series of crackling sounds. At any moment, Ming Dao replied. Begin. Chien-Woo barked. The instant his voice fell, his right arm, resting on the armrest, swelled with muscle. Each fiber was taut, veins pulsating. In that moment, His arm seemed to expand by an entire circumference. Even a lion uses its full strength when attacking a rabbit. He summoned every ounce of his power. He had even envisioned the scene that would unfold next. The opponent's wrist would emit a sound of unbearable strain, his entire arm pinned against the armrest. And then, he would kneel like a dog, begging for mercy. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the anticipated spectacle of overwhelming force failed to materialize. The terrifying strength capable of bending steel was met with no resistance, dissipating like a stone cast into the vast ocean, leaving not a ripple. Ming Dao's arm remained utterly unyielding, steadfast as a mountain. The smile on Xiangwu's face froze. His wide-open eyes brimmed with disbelief. How is this possible? This was utterly unfathomable. Chapter 122, Beneficial and Harmless. Xiangwu distinctly felt his strength pouring forth without reserve, yet his opponent's arm remained unchanged. A low growl escaped his throat. He would not succumb to fate. Xiangwu twisted his torso sharply to the left, channeling core strength through his latissimus dorsi, shoulder blades, and deltoids, ultimately converging upon his right arm. This was the power technique he prided himself on as a professional coach. The veins on his forehead bulged like twisted roots. His face flushed crimson from exertion, even tinged with purple. His teeth ground together, and the muscles in his jaw quivered. He exerted every ounce of strength he could muster, yet still it remained unmoved. No matter how vigorously Xiangwu strained, how fiercely he roared, or how he summoned the last vestiges of potential within his body, that seemingly unimposing arm steadfastly held its ground, unwavering and resolute. A tempest brewed within Xiangwu's mind. This defied logic. This was irrational. It completely contradicted everything he had learned over the past 30 years regarding the human body and strength. How could one individual possess such extraordinary power? Was he wrestling with a prehistoric behemoth? As Xiangwu's worldview began to shatter, Ming Dao, on the other hand, experienced an unprecedented and wondrous sensation. The moment their hands met, he sensed Xiangwu's strength. It was immense, truly formidable. This power, among ordinary individuals, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle, a top-tier presence. Yet it was merely that. When compared to his own current strength, the disparity was staggering. It was akin to a small stream colliding with a mighty dam. He need not exert himself to resist. His enhanced physical attributes alone, through passive defense, effortlessly neutralized all of Xiangwu's assaults. This sensation was one of composure and ease. It was precisely this ease that solidified his conviction regarding one undeniable truth. Consuming the essence of beasts would fundamentally transform one's physical capabilities. He perhaps no longer fell within the realm of ordinary humanity. He gazed at Xiangwu, whose face had contorted in shock and exertion. Ming Dao's smile remained serene and unperturbed. He resolved to bring this farce to a close and present this proud fitness coach with a gift capable of dismantling his entire worldview. Indeed, Ming Dao began slowly, approximately 1/5 the strength of a wild boar. A wild boar. Wait, a wild boar? Xiangwu's face, already flushed from exertion, turned an even deeper shade of purple. He dared to claim he was akin to a wild boar. Unbelievable. I refuse to accept this. He bellowed, his entire body trembling. He even began to cheat, pressing down with his weight. Yet, Ming Dao too began to exert himself, gritting his teeth. Still, there was no progress. Xiangwu was astonished. He suddenly realized that his opponent spoke the truth. As a seasoned fitness coach with over a decade of experience, he understood better than 99% of the world where the limits of a normal person's strength lay. An individual's maximum strength is inexorably linked to their weight, muscle dimensions, neural recruitment capacity, testosterone levels, and even bone density. All these factors are scientifically grounded and possess limits. He had once trained a provincial weightlifting champion whose maximum squat was 300 kilograms and deadlift was 320 kilograms. This was nearly the apex of human strength he had witnessed. Yet even that champion might not triumph over him in an arm wrestling match. For arm wrestling is not merely about raw strength. It demands technique and the strength of specific muscle groups. Yet this man before him exhibited a strength that transcended the boundaries of humanity. It was an overwhelming and crushing force. 1/5 the strength of a wild boar? Xiangwu even thought that assessment was somewhat conservative. He had witnessed how the survivors in his community described the mutated wild boar rampaging through the forest. It was a creature the size of a motorcycle, capable of easily uprooting trees. A whole wild boar? Was this still a human? Even if someone told him that Ming Dao, standing before him, was merely an alien disguised in human skin, he would believe it. At that moment, Xiang Wu's worldview collapsed. Yet, Ming Dao afforded him no time for contemplation or reaction. It was over. He murmured softly and exerted his strength once more. Crack! Bang! A muffled thud resounded. Xiang Wu's robust wrist was unceremoniously pinned against the stair railing. He stood frozen in place, lost in thought, gazing blankly at his own arm. His muscles trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of the nerve spasms following the abrupt disintegration of his strength. A searing pain radiated from his wrist, and he could almost sense that his wrist bone had likely sustained a sprain. However, this corporeal agony paled in comparison to the psychological impact he endured. Defeated. Had he truly lost? Moreover, he had succumbed without even a flicker of resistance. What do you truly desire? Qian Wu realized that if Ming Dao genuinely intended to kill him or seize him, he need not resort to such complexities. With the inhuman strength displayed moments ago, he could have easily crashed through the door and forcibly subdued him. The choice to engage in an arm wrestling match was merely a means to kill, to strike at the heart. Such ruthless tactics. Ming Dao withdrew his hand. I stated my needs. I require a coach who can teach me how to fight effectively, how to unleash the full potential of the power within my body. He paused, his gaze falling upon the unceremoniously placed black plastic bag on the ground. I will pay my tuition with food, milk to nourish your wife, meat to replenish your strength. This transaction benefits you and your family immensely, with no detriment. Qian Wu fell silent. He kept his head bowed, concealing his expression from view. The corridor descended into silence. Ming Dao did not press him further, understanding that this man needed time to digest it all. After what felt like an eternity, Qian Wu slowly lifted his head. The fury and ferocity in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a sense of confusion and a hint of resignation. He glanced at Ming Dao, then at the black plastic bag on the floor. Inside it lay not merely milk and meat, but hope. The hope for him, his wife, and their yet-to-be-born child to survive. Ultimately, he nodded. Very well. You may come in. Chapter 123. Every family has its own difficult scriptures. Ming Dao stepped inside. A long unventilated heaviness, tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood, rushed to meet him. This odor was a common symbol of domesticity in apocalyptic times, a byproduct of resource scarcity and mental strain fermenting together. The room was modest, a two-bedroom apartment. Yet it was extraordinarily tidy, revealing that his wife was a diligent woman. This stood in stark contrast to the image of the irascible man outside. The bedroom door was ajar, and as Qian Wu moved, it swung open fully. A figure peeked out from behind it, Qian Wu's wife. She was young and beautiful, embodying a gentle, scholarly demeanor. Yet at that moment, her beauty was shrouded in a pallid aura of fear and fragility. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and she bore a pronounced belly, unsure of how to proceed. Initially, she cast a timid glance at her husband, and upon witnessing Qian Wu's taut jawline and acquiescent stance, she dared to direct her gaze toward Ming Dao, this uninvited stranger. Ming Dao offered her a smile, slowly extending the nondescript black garbage bag in his hand. Qian Wu's wife's eyes were instantly captivated by the bag. Her gaze darted back and forth between the bag and her husband's face, filled with confusion and inquiry. Qian Wu's throat tightened, as if wrestling with some internal pride and struggle. Sigh. Ultimately, he nodded. The moment that heavy bag of hope fell in her hands, her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. It was meat and milk. They had food now. Ming Dao observed this scene unfold. Sympathy? Pity? He preferred to regard everything as a transaction, perhaps lacking a touch of humanity. He retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, deftly flicking it with his thumb and forefinger until a cigarette sprang forth. He offered it to Qian Wu. Care for one? Qian Wu lifted his head, a long-forgotten sense of relaxation flickering in his eyes. A cigarette. He could hardly recall the last time he had indulged in such a vice. Since his wife's pregnancy, he had sworn off smoking. After traversing to this realm, he had scarcely dared to consider it. Perhaps now, a dose of nicotine would not be amiss? Silence. In the end, he extended his hand, pinching the cigarette between his two robust fingers, accepting it from Ming Dao. Thank you. Neither man uttered another word, yet an unspoken camaraderie developed between them, a unique understanding among men. Ming Dao turned and walked toward the balcony at the end of the living room. Qian Wu hesitated for a moment, but silently followed suit. Pushing open the glass door, a brisk, invigorating scent of grass and foliage rushed in, awakening the senses. Ming Dao produced a lighter from his pocket. Qian Wu leaned forward, igniting the cigarette, then inhaled deeply, greedily drawing in a mouthful of smoke. Exhaling, a plume of pale smoke erupted from his lungs, carrying with it a hint of acrimony. The allure of nicotine was undeniable. The tautness in Qing Wu's nerves finally began to dissipate. Leaning against the railing, he gazed out the window, setting aside safety concerns. The entire forest was, in truth, quite beautiful. The pale smoke swirled between the two, gradually bridging the gap in their relationship. I am Qiangwu, hailing from the north, a man from the Black Province. I've been in Haiqing for over a decade. He paused, taking another drag, then coughed slightly. For my wife. Ming Dao remained silent, simply leaning against the other side, cigarette poised between his fingers, allowing the smoke to swirl around them. This man needed a listener, not a lecturer. Qiangwu seemed not to require a response. He merely sought an outlet for his pent-up emotions. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, ash tumbling from the tip of his cigarette, momentarily burning his fingers, yet he appeared utterly oblivious. Her name is Lin Hui, a local, well-educated, with a master's degree. Her family consists of prominent figures who look down upon me. His tone was flat, as if recounting someone else's tale, that of a poor boy from afar. A high school graduate laboring in a gym. In their eyes, a man of my ilk was unworthy of their cultured, refined daughter. To provide her family with a sense of assurance, and to offer her a genuine home, Qiangwu's gaze turned distant as he focused on the two blazing suns outside. As if reliving the days of relentless struggle. I took on a mountain of debt to purchase this apartment. I thought that with our own home, we could marry, that we could be together without fear of judgment. His voice held a trace of concealed tenderness. I admit, my temper is explosive, and I possess a certain machismo. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, the smoke obscuring the expression on his face, yet I have never laid a finger on her. Whatever she desired, I have always supported. She has a passion for painting, so I transformed the study, the room with the best natural light in our home, into her studio. When she expressed a wish to pursue a doctorate, I assured her that she need only focus on her studies, and I would find a way to manage the financial aspects. Yet it proved futile. His tone grew somber. After her pregnancy was announced, her family became even more vociferous, asserting that I could not provide a good life for her and the child, that there were societal hierarchies, and that I would only drag her down. They even urged her to terminate the pregnancy. At this point, Qiangwu's fingers tightened around the cigarette, knuckles blanching from the pressure. The previously relaxed fire in his eyes reignited with suppressed rage. Ming Dao listened quietly, piecing together a complete narrative from Qiangwu's fragmented account, a modern tragedy of love between a phoenix man and a peacock woman. Yet, this tragedy had been abruptly halted by the unforeseen force of an apocalypse, switching to a far more brutal mode. No, perhaps reality was not as harsh. He flicked the ash from his cigarette. Every household has its own burdens, Ming Dao murmured. This seemingly mundane phrase acted as a key, unlocking the door to Qiangwu's heart. Indeed, every household bears its own struggles. Qiangwu's tense physique relaxed a fraction. He had not anticipated that this younger man before him could articulate such wisdom. In this apocalyptic world, safeguarding those we cherish holds paramount importance. Ming Dao's voice continued, urging him to let the past remain in the past. Now, you have survived, and that is sufficient. This statement resonated deeply with Qiangwu. Yes, were those so-called dignities, facades, and the judgments of others in the face of survival. The house he painstakingly purchased with a loan, the money he earned in a bid to prove himself, all became a farce in a world where even clean water is a luxury. The only realities that mattered were the woman beside him, willing to endure hardship together, and the unborn child she carried. Protect them. This thought crystallized into Qiangwu's singular obsession. Chapter 124. Show me your true colors. Qiangwu took a final, fierce drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the butt against the railing with a force that seemed to sever all remnants of his past grievances and frustrations along with that last wisp of smoke. Brother. He turned to Ming Dao, for the first time regarding him with a solemn gaze. I appreciate what you've done today. This address of brother signified his complete relinquishment of all defenses and pride. Food at home can last us a few more days, albeit with a hint of trepidation and relief in his voice. But last night, we both had to settle for raw rice. Raw rice. Those two words were painfully difficult for him to utter. For a man who values his wife and child above his own life. Admitting his helplessness to the extent that he could only provide his pregnant wife with raw rice was more painful than death itself. A fleeting shadow of fear crossed his eyes as he continued. I had genuinely intended to go to the property management office today to report Lu Guodong. I thought, with my strength, I could at least barter for some food and water. But I couldn't bear to leave her alone at home. I feared that as soon as I stepped out, someone might intrude. This was the true reason he preferred to wait for death behind closed doors rather than venture outside. In a world where order had collapsed, a pregnant woman alone at home signifies an unspeakable peril. Ming Dao nodded, affirming his choice. You did well not to go. Lu Guodong's place is a den of wolves. Once you step inside, you are at their mercy. Your strength, to them, is merely expendable. They will assign you the dirtiest, most laborious, and dangerous tasks first. Once you have been drained of your value or perish outside, the meager rations you procure will become their spoils, along with your family. Ming Dao's words peeled back the facade of false collectivism, revealing its inherent nature of survival of the fittest. Qiangwu shivered, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Though he had a fiery temper, he was not foolish. He had merely been blinded by concern for his family and failed to see the broader implications. Yet, upon Ming Dao's revelation, the pieces fell into place. Indeed, how could someone like Lu Guodong ever engage in a losing proposition? Once he joined their ranks, he would be surrendering his life and that of his family into the hands of others. You need not worry about food and water for now. Ming Dao's voice pulled him back from his fear. You need only focus on teaching me. This is our agreement. Qiangwu gazed at Ming Dao, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. He nodded gravely, refraining from expressing further gratitude, etching the name Ming Dao and his youthful yet profound visage firmly in his heart. He was the first true person he had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse. Not one of those who only knew how to seize and scheme, nor a politician spouting benevolence while devouring others whole. Instead, he was someone like himself, flesh and blood, principled, steadfast, and possessing a formidable presence that inspired awe. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open. Qiangwu's wife, Lin Hui, emerged cautiously, bearing 2 cups of milk. Approaching the balcony door, she handed 1 cup to Qiangwu and reverently offered the other, cradled in both hands, to Ming Dao. Though her face still bore traces of timidity, it was overshadowed by a profound gratitude. Thank you, sir, she spoke softly yet sincerely. We have nothing at home, so please do not disdain this milk. Ming Dao, however, gently declined. Sister-in-law, you should drink it. I'm not thirsty. I will go upstairs shortly to fetch some bottles of water for you. Consider this milk as a supplement for you. Lin Hui paused, noticing that Qiangwu had not taken any either, and smiled at her husband. Finally, a semblance of a smile graced her face, a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, instantly brightening her pallor and weariness, infusing her with vitality. She chose not to intrude further, quietly retreating to the living room to organize the black bag containing their food. In the absence of their gaze, she could no longer contain herself, pressing her hands to her mouth as silent tears streamed down her face. On the balcony, Ming Dao once more retrieved a cigarette from the pack, extending it towards Qiangwu. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Qiangwu accepted it, tucking it behind his ear. If you need anything in the future, come find me on the 8th floor. Ming Dao exhaled a plume of smoke. Let's begin. My time is invaluable. All right, let's go. Qiangwu took the lead, stepping toward the inner living room. Ming Dao flicked the ash from his cigarette and followed, their destination the study that Lin Hui had repurposed as her art studio. Upon opening the door, they found the room modest in size but bathed in splendid light. The distinctive floor-to-ceiling windows allowing sunlight to pour in unreservedly. The easel, canvas, and various bottles of paint that once occupied the center of the room have now been meticulously gathered into a corner, draped under a large dust cover, clearly indicating that Lin Hui had preemptively tidied up during their conversation. Nevertheless, several unfinished oil paintings still adorn the walls. These canvases depict serene beaches, gentle sunsets, and sunflowers blooming on a windowsill. The vibrant colors and delicate brushstrokes silently narrate the soft and hopeful inner world once possessed by the mistress of this home. Qiangwu's gaze lingered on those artworks for a fleeting moment, a subtle tenderness and guilt flickering in his eyes. To survive, he had to temporarily commandeer his wife's sanctuary of creativity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed that flicker of emotion, turning to face Ming Dao, fully adopting the demeanor befitting a professional coach. Remove your jacket. Let me assess your foundational skills. Do not hold back. Unleash your most commendable techniques, so I may witness what this so-called 1/5 power of a wild boar truly rests upon. In compliance, Ming Dao shed his outerwear, revealing a snug black, quick-dry t-shirt beneath. Though slender, the conditioning from his training endowed him with a well-proportioned physique, exhibiting streamlined muscle contours. While lacking the exaggerated bulk of Qiangwu, he nonetheless exuded a latent explosiveness. He flexed his limbs without the slightest hesitation. The next moment, he sprang into action. Please guide me. Chapter 125. This transaction is invaluable. Disregarding all else, Ming Dao initiated a set of improvised calisthenics, which he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, simplifying them into a series of punches and kicks. As he launched his first strike, he stepped forward with a sudden thrust, his right fist exploding forth like a cannonball, producing a resounding crack in the air. Following this, his body contorted into an awkward twist, his left leg snapping out like a whip, conjuring a gust of wind. The slicing, chopping, flicking, and stabbing motions originally meant for knife techniques were forcibly emulated with fists, palms, elbows, and knees. From an outsider's perspective, this display was undeniably formidable, each blow resonating with power and ferocity, brimming with strength. However, to Chang Wu, a consummate professional, it was nothing short of disaster. He observed for less than 30 seconds, perhaps only 20. His expression transformed from professional scrutiny to astonishment, then to disbelief, ultimately culminating in a heart-wrenching, frantic exasperation typical of his profession. Stop! Chang Wu could no longer bear to watch. Another second of this would irreparably tarnish his eyes and 30 years of professional insight. Ming Dao halted at once, exhaling a long breath, his chest slightly heaving, beads of sweat forming at his temples, although he had only exerted himself for less than half a minute. Such an unreserved outburst of energy had taken a significant toll on his stamina. He looked to Chang Wu, his gaze calm, awaiting judgment. Chang Wu swiftly approached him, extending a finger almost to the tip of Ming Dao's nose, his expression laden with disappointment, as if he were a teacher chastising a wayward student. You call it a technique? This is self-mutilation. You're not boxing. You're at odds with your own joints and ligaments. He launched into a rapid-fire critique, each word striking precisely at Ming Dao's shortcomings. You're relying on brute force, not technique. Do you understand what technique entails? The essence of technique is efficiency. It is about inflicting maximum damage at minimal cost. And you are riddled with flaws. Each punch you threw, each kick you executed, was an egregious waste of energy. Chang Wu seemed ignited by fervor, circling around Ming Dao, punctuating his points with jabs at the very joints where Ming Dao exerted force. Your strength is remarkable, I concede. Almost absurdly so, yet your body, your muscles, your nerves have no clue how to harness it. They're like a disorganized militia, each fighting its own battle, leading to mutual attrition. Under such circumstances, if you were to unleash your full power, the only outcome would be to injure yourself as much as your opponent. To me, each of your explosive movements is not an assault on the enemy, but an injury against your own self. Chang Wu's voice escalated. Perhaps while you're young, buoyed by your physical foundation, you feel no repercussions. But once you reach my age, indeed, it won't take long, by the time you turn 30, those hidden injuries accumulated from improper exertion will all come to the fore. Your shoulders will habitually dislocate. Your knees will throb with pain like 1,000 needles in damp weather, and your lumbar spine will protrude due to long-term compensation, compressing your nerves. Believe me, if you continue training this way, in less than 3 years, you will become a mere shell, unable even to bend down to pick something up. This inhuman strength will ultimately lead to your own destruction. His words were unflinching. Ming Dao felt a chill in his heart. He knew he had issues, but had not anticipated their severity. The scenarios Chang Wu described sent shivers down his spine. Yet, Chang Wu's diagnosis was far from complete. His discerning professional eye had penetrated Ming Dao's very essence. Moreover, your overall posture is problematic. Chang Wu's gaze traveled from Ming Dao's face down to his shoulders, spine, pelvis, and finally to his ankles, his expression akin to that of a high-precision 3D scanner. It is evident you were once a desk worker, one who sat in front of a computer for over 10 hours a day. He made this assertion with a tone of undeniable certainty. Look here. He moved behind Ming Dao, pressing firmly on the top edge of his pelvis. Your pelvis is tilting forward. Very typical. Your core muscles, especially the transverse abdominis and gluteus maximus, are extremely weak, while your iliopsoas and erector spinae are overly tense. This results in your pelvis being forcibly pulled forward, not only making your abdomen protrude, but, more importantly, preventing you from effectively utilizing your body's engine, your hips and core, when exerting force. All your strength is disconnected. Next, his hand shifted to Ming Dao's shoulders. And here, your humerus is shifted forward, commonly referred to as rounded shoulders and a hunchback. Just look at the position of your shoulders. They're nearly reaching your chest. This severely restricts the range of motion and stability of your shoulder joints, causing a complete breakdown in the force transmission chain during pushing, pulling, and lifting actions. Each punch you threw just now was not powered from your core, but rather yanked by the muscles of your shoulders and arms. This is self-sabotage, my brother. Most glaringly, you also suffer from uneven shoulders. Chang Wu moved to face Ming Dao, pointing at his shoulders, where the right shoulder was noticeably higher than the left. This not only affects your appearance, but critically impacts your entire body's balance and symmetrical force production. One can imagine your right trapezius and levator scapulae are likely as taut as stone. Having expounded upon all the issues, Chong-Woo took a breath, finally summarizing. Each of these postural problems will necessitate prolonged and deliberate training to rectify, until you resolve these fundamental issues with your physical framework. Discussing any martial arts techniques is akin to building castles in the air. With a shaky foundation, how can one aspire to erect towering edifices? The studio fell into a profound silence. The air was thick with the profound impact of those words. Ming Dao stood motionless, undeterred by the merciless critique that might have incited shame or anger in another. On the contrary, his heart swelled with an exhilarating wave of joy. It was worth it. This exchange was exceedingly valuable. With each additional word from Chong-Woo, he felt that the box of milk and the piece of beast meat were worth their weight in gold. This knowledge, an understanding of the underlying mechanics of the human body that ordinary people could scarcely access in their lifetimes, held a value in this apocalyptic world that eclipsed even food and water. This was the very essence that would secure his existence. Chapter 126. The distinction between fireflies and the bright moon. I understand. Ming Dao spoke slowly, his tone imbued with sincerity. So, Coach, where do we begin? The address of Coach flowed from his lips with remarkable naturalness. Upon hearing this title, the anger and excitement on Chong-Woo's face gradually dissipated. He gazed into Ming Dao's clear and focused eyes, and the smoldering rage within him was supplanted by a thrill of recognition for this perceptive young man. This lad possessed an understanding. He was receptive to feedback, and his gaze held no trace of wavering or retreat. Remarkably, he maintained his composure in the face of such acerbic judgment. This temperament, more admirable than his raw strength, earned Chong-Woo's esteem. Not bad, Chong-Woo remarked. Shall we begin? A cruel, yet professional smile crept upon his lips. Let us start with the basics. Forget all that flashy nonsense you just demonstrated. For now, you need to focus on one action, the straight punch. He stepped before Ming Dao, personally adjusting his stance. Feet shoulder-width apart. Lower your center of gravity. Chest in. Back straight. Pelvis tilted back. Tighten your core. Yes, just as if someone were about to land a punch on your stomach. Tuck your chin slightly. Keep your gaze level. Relax your shoulders. Relax. Your trapezius is so tense, it could hang soy sauce. Under Chong-Woo's guidance, Ming Dao assumed a standard fighting stance. Now, throw a right straight punch. Remember what I said. Feel the power emanating from the ground. Twist your ankle, knee, and hip. Let this rotational force drive your shoulder. And finally, extend your fist. Your arm is merely an extension, not the source of power. Again, Ming Dao took a deep breath and followed Chong-Woo's command. Delivering a punch. Incorrect. Your core is loose. Go back. Bang. Your wrist isn't locked. Do you wish to fracture it? Back. Bang. The trajectory of your punch is erratic. All your power is dissipating. Back. Bang. Under Chong-Woo's straightforward and unrefined instruction, Ming Dao repeatedly practiced this fundamental movement. Chong-Woo refrained from additional explanations. Instead, he observed. He was keenly watching Ming Dao's physical learning ability and his level of focus. The results astonished him yet again. This man's capacity for learning was nothing short of terrifying. Any mistake he made, once pointed out, would never be repeated. His body seemed like a sponge with exceptional memory, voraciously absorbing the correct application of force. Within a matter of minutes, his once awkward and stiff straight punch had transformed into something commendable. Though still far from proficient, it had at least evolved from trash to recyclable material. That's enough. Chong-Woo called a halt, his expression growing increasingly serious and excited. Before we commence formal posture correction and foundational training, I require one final piece of information. He regarded Ming Dao intently, enunciating each word carefully. Your strength limit. The chaotic manner in which he had previously struck had only tapped into a mere 30% of his physical potential. Now, I wish to witness your maximum explosive power under a relatively correct application of force. With that, he turned and exited the studio. Moments later, he returned with an item from the living room wall. It was an old boxing mitt, its leather surface polished and marked with an array of striking scars. This was a testament to his past professional career, the very tool that had sustained him. He secured the mitt firmly to his left forearm and returned to face Ming Dao, assuming a steady defensive stance. Listen, Chong-Woo's expression was unprecedentedly grave. With the right straight punch you just practiced, directed at the center of this mitt, using all your strength. Hold nothing back. You need not worry about injuring me. I require the most authentic data. His words were casual, yet his body was prepared for the impending impact. With slightly bent legs, a lowered center of gravity, and a tightened core, he stood like an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth, unwavering as a rock. He had calculated that, given the power Ming Dao had demonstrated, coupled with a relatively correct application of force, the impact of this punch would be significant. Yet, he possessed unwavering confidence in his years of expertise in absorbing force and his ability to withstand physical confrontation. He was eager to discover just how much raw power this wild boar possessed. Ming Dao observed Chang Wu's poised demeanor and glanced at the weathered mitt in his hand. He nodded, taking a deep breath. He rotated his hips, shifted his shoulder, and unleashed his punch. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The punch was as swift as lightning, as thunderous as a storm. Bang! A muffled explosion resonated through the studio. In that instant, Chang Wu felt an overwhelming and unimaginable force emanating from the very center of the mitt. Holy smokes! That force was utterly beyond comprehension. The unloading technique Chang Wu prided himself on had underestimated this sheer power. It felt as though he hadn't merely received a punch, but had been collided with by a speeding dump truck. The point of contact between the mitt and his arm erupted with a searing pain, followed by a shockwave surging up his arm, rendering it instantly numb, leaving only a deep-rooted ache. Staggering back 3 giant steps, Chang Wu barely managed to regain his balance. Pain radiated from his knuckles, and a mitt that was secured to his arm seemed on the verge of being dislodged by that tremendous force. What the hell? So strong. Chang Wu was taken aback. The skin beneath the mitt was already red and swollen, with tiny spots of subcutaneous bleeding visible. He gazed at his trembling hand, then turned to see Ming Dao retracting his fist, a hint of apology etched on his face. Chang Wu's expression was filled with astonishment. This power, what manner of strength was this? Mike Tyson? No, Chang Wu roared internally. Even at his peak, Tyson could never deliver such a terrifying punch. What kind of monster are you? Facing Chang Wu's nearly shattered gaze, Ming Dao shrugged. He knew that he could no longer conceal the truth. In the face of absolute power, any pretense seemed feeble and ineffective. Moreover, he had no intention of hiding indefinitely. To compel this proud coach to submit entirely, he needed to demonstrate a strength capable of shattering all his preconceptions. You must have already guessed something. There is no need for further elaboration. The matter of assimilating the panel has ceased to be a secret, thanks to the reminder from the celestial panel. It is common knowledge that rewards accompany the assimilation of panels. However, the substantial enhancement experienced by Ming Dao is rather extraordinary. Thus, he gazes at Chang Wu with earnest eyes, expressing his need for a professional coach to guide him in mastering the astonishing power that even he finds overwhelming. Chang Wu suddenly comprehends. So that is the case. He is well aware that assimilating panels can amplify one's physical attributes. Over the past few days, he has observed Lu Guodong's security personnel striding with an air of confidence, their strength considerably surpassing that of the average individual. Yet compared to the man before him, they are akin to fireflies next to the bright moon, utterly incomparable. Could it be that there exists an immense disparity between panels? Or perhaps this young man has assimilated numerous panels. Chapter 127. Since I am here, I shall make the most of it. Chang Wu, without the luxury of time for contemplation, is unwilling to delve further into his thoughts. Since such a magnificent gem lies before him, it is only natural that he should cultivate it diligently. Given your own assertion, I shall raise the stakes. He instantly adopts the role of a coach. Cough, cough. Breathe. He bellows at Ming Dao. From this moment forth, forget all your previous breathing techniques. Breathe, using your abdomen. Inhale through your nose. Feel the breath sink into your dantian, allowing your belly to inflate like a balloon. Yes, not your chest, your belly. Exhale. Use your mouth, releasing the breath slowly and deeply, while simultaneously tightening your core. Can you feel the deep muscles in your abdomen engaging? This is where all your strength originates. Your engine. Tighten your core, not your backside. Do you know Kegel exercises? Can you engage your glutes? Chang Wu firmly grasps Ming Dao's rear. Ming Dao instantly tenses, swallowing hard as he casts a dubious glance at him. Heh, exactly. Just like that. Chang Wu transforms into an exceedingly strict and relentless drill sergeant, leaving nothing in reserve as he imparts his most guarded training secrets, usually reserved for elite professional athletes, without hesitation. Standtal, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent. Never lock them. Imagine your feet as roots deeply embedded in the earth, drawing strength from the ground. Pelvis, tuck it in. Yes. Find that sensation as if a heavy iron ball is hanging from your tailbone. Maintain your spine in a neutral position. This is the pathway for power transmission. There must be no curves or points of energy leakage. Center of gravity. Learn to shift your weight from one leg to the other. Go slow. Feel it with your heart. Sense how the power travels from your feet, along your legs, to your hips, and then to your waist. Your body is a cohesive whole, a finely tuned system of interconnectivity. Chang Wu's teaching is nothing short of devilish. One is passionately engrossed, while the other is utterly focused. Despite occasional inexplicable movements, they do not detract from the overall effort. Stand firm. The simplest horse stance. Hold it for half an hour. Chang Wu personally adjusts every minute detail of Ming Dao's muscle engagement, imperceptible to the average observer. Feet. Grip the ground tightly. Knees. Do not let them extend beyond your toes. This is common sense. Do you wish to ruin your meniscus? Open them a bit more. Yes. Feel that tearing sensation in your inner thighs. Hips. Sit back. I told you, it's not about sticking your butt out. It's about sinking your hips. Imagine there's a stool beneath you. Sit firmly, core tight. Engage your abdomen. Chang Wu's hands, like iron clamps, ruthlessly strike various parts of Ming Dao's body. Each blow is accompanied by a fierce shout, every command striking at the heart of the matter. Ming Dao grits his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, nose, and chin, quickly saturating the floor beneath him. The horse stance, seemingly the simplest and most tedious of actions, has become a dual torment for his body and spirit. His muscles burn, his joints groan. Had this been an ordinary person, or even the pre-panel Ming Dao, he would have likely failed to endure even 5 minutes. Yet at this moment, he exhibits an astonishing resilience that even Chang Wu finds remarkable. His exceptional physique allows him to maintain basic stability even in such extreme conditions. Furthermore, his heart, tempered by apocalyptic trials, perceives all pain as an investment, a necessary path to strength. He can distinctly sense that under Chang Wu's guidance, the dormant, deep muscle groups within him, previously unengaged, are gradually awakening. Initially fatigued, then sore, and ultimately, a sense of comfort emerges. Subtle waves of warmth begin to manifest in those unfamiliar regions of his body. He is learning to stand anew in an unprecedented manner. Time ticks away. The agitation on Chang Wu's face gradually gives way to profound astonishment. He had anticipated that at this intensity, the young man would collapse within 10 minutes. Yet now, 20 minutes have passed, then 30, and though Ming Dao's body trembles violently, his feet remain steadfastly rooted to the ground. Does this fellow not tire? What is his physical limit? Chang Wu cannot help but wonder if he has set the training intensity too low. Breathe. Chang Wu suppresses his astonishment and begins to teach the next crucial point. Do not, for heaven's sake, breathe with your chest. I'll say it again. That is the least effective method of breathing. Use your abdomen. Engage your core in your breathing. Inhale through your nose, slowly and deeply. Then exhale through your mouth. Even more slowly. As you exhale, tighten your core, expelling all the stale air. This is the correct way to breathe. It maximizes oxygen supply to your muscles and allows you to remain calm under extreme conditions. I have reiterated this about breathing more than once. I do not wish to waste my breath. Pay close attention to this. Ming Dao promptly complies. Mistakes are common, as habits are hard to break. Enforced corrections are indeed challenging. However, upon successfully completing a full abdominal breath for the first time, an unprecedented sensation spreads throughout his body. It is as if a clear spring has been injected into his nearly exhausted muscles, miraculously alleviating some of the soreness. Moreover, his consciousness, previously clouded by oxygen deprivation, becomes clear once more. So this is how it is. Even breathing harbors such profound intricacies. Chang Wu observes Ming Dao mastering abdominal breathing after only 2 attempts, leaving him speechless. This young man's capacity for learning is truly formidable. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. Chang Wu finds an excuse to conclude the standing training session early. We shall pause here for today. Correcting posture is not an overnight endeavor. For each day moving forward, as long as you are standing, you must consciously maintain this feeling. Ming Dao slowly straightens up, the searing pain in his legs causing him to stagger, nearly losing his balance. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his entire body drenched as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. Merely standing still for over half an hour proved to be more exhausting than his previous fierce battle with the rock-armored boar. Yet, this fatigue was of an entirely different nature. It was a profound exhaustion, one that left him feeling utterly drained, yet simultaneously imbued with a sense of hope, as if something new were taking root within him. Do not rush to rest. The voice of strong Wu echoed once more, offering him no respite. Next, it was time for the assessment. Chapter 128. Comparison of points on the third day. As Ming Dao diligently trained, the clock struck noon. The colossal screen, heart of the community, suspended directly above Blue Bay Peninsula, updated its content on schedule after a barely perceptible ripple of blue light spread across its surface. All survivors engaged in outdoor activities or merely gazing out from windows instinctively lifted their heads. The sun blazed fiercely. The twin suns hung high in the sky. Yet the figures on that blue screen pierced the heart more sharply than the harshest winter wind. Third day points comparison. Blue Bay Peninsula, 3,988 points. Golden Prosperity Industrial Park, 4,119 points. Total points. Blue Bay Peninsula, cumulative, 11088. Golden Prosperity Industrial Park, cumulative, 10918. Initially, there was a collective moment of stunned silence. People stared blankly at the two lines of numbers, their minds grappling with the implications of the information. Leading, overcome, in a single night, they had been surpassed by a staggering 131 points. Although, in terms of the cumulative total for the third day, Blue Bay Peninsula still held a slight advantage. No one was naive enough to ignore the troubling momentum that had shifted entirely against them. Am I seeing things? Someone tell me. Am I hallucinating? An elderly woman inquired. How could this be possible? Just yesterday, we led by over 300 points. How did they manage this? Did they slay dragons overnight? It's over. It's all over. At this speed, we can never catch up. The onlookers were consumed by panic, for no one wished to be among the unfortunate 20. The external turmoil swiftly morphed into an internal suffocation. Whispers gradually escalated into debates filled with doubt and outrage. I told you so. I said Lu Guodong's approach wouldn't work. What else with the contribution points and the collective efforts? Look where it's gotten us. We've been left behind. A man huddled in the corner grumbled to his companion. Shh, keep your voice down. Don't speak like that to me. His companion glanced around nervously. What is there to fear? Everyone sees it. It's clear his methods are worthless. Look at Golden Prosperity Industrial Park. They're the ones truly taking action. What about us? All we do is hold meetings and patrol. And what has that accomplished? Have our points increased? Those fools. I do a better job leading. But haven't we been winning? Winning? That's an illusion. It's all thanks to that anonymous first place holding us up. Did you not see yesterday's leaderboard? He alone accounted for over 100 points. Without him, we would have been overtaken today. That does seem to be the case. Our community's points seem to rely heavily on just a few individuals. Most of us have done little more than gather mushrooms in the forest. The blame, though unspoken, subtly began to shift towards the Property Management Command Center. Survivors cast their gazes towards the central building. Their eyes no longer filled with admiration and envy, but rather laden with suspicion, disappointment, and even veiled resentment. Meanwhile, within the Property Management Command Center's conference room, the atmosphere was equally tense. At the elongated conference table, Lu Guodong was engaged in a heated discussion with several core members. The issue of water sources is paramount. We must verify the news brought back by Li Lao-san, regardless of its veracity. Lu Guodong's fingers rapped emphatically on the table, his voice resonant. The saber-toothed tiger represents a threat, yet the stream signifies hope. We cannot relinquish hope in the face of danger. I concur with Director Lu's perspective. Lin Yifu adjusted his glasses. However, we must conduct a thorough risk assessment. The combat capability of that saber-toothed tiger far exceeds our previous estimates. To send someone recklessly into its territory would be tantamount to suicide. What do you propose we do? Just sit idly by? Lu Guodong's tone grew impatient. The amount of drinkable water in the community was dwindling, and the price of contribution points to exchange for water was nearly unmanageable. If we do not find a solution soon, when everyone runs out of water to drink, we need Golden Prosperity Industrial Park to attack us. We will descend into chaos ourselves. My suggestion is to deliberate carefully. We could first organize a well-equipped reconnaissance team armed with weapons and equipment, gradually infiltrate from the periphery, map the area in detail, locate the stream, and assess the saber-toothed tiger's range of movement and behavior. Rather than charging in blindly like Li Lao-san, Lin Yifu stated calmly, reconnaissance? That's easier said than done. We lack the manpower and equipment. Our patrol team is already stretched thin. Lu Guodong's brow furrowed deeply. Just as the meeting reached an impasse, bang, the conference room door burst open violently. A security team member, responsible for vigilance, tumbled in, his face etched with terror, struggling to articulate his words. Director Lu, it's bad. Lu Guodong's expression darkened, and he sprang to his feet, exuding an aura of unquestionable authority. What is the panic? Is the sky falling? Far worse than that. The security officer pointed towards the window. Our points have been overtaken. What? In the conference room, everyone, including the previously composed Lin Yifu, sprang to their feet in shock. Lu Guodong's pupils dilated as he dashed towards the window, followed closely by Lin Yifu, Song Kaming, and the others. When they stood on the steps outside the command center, gazing up at the glaring blue screen, every face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Blue Bay Peninsula, 3,988 points. Golden Prosperity Industrial Park, 4,119 points. That deficit of 131 points struck Lu Guodong and all his core members like a resounding slap to the face. The stinging pain was palpable. Internally, they faced a water crisis and wavering morale. Externally, a formidable enemy pursued them relentlessly. Internal strife and external threats. These four words crystallized their predicament. How could this happen? Economics professor Song Kaming murmured, unable to accept the reality, for it contradicted the growth model he had established for points accumulation. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, attempting to stabilize the morale with rational analysis. Everyone, do not panic. This is likely just an isolated incident. I hypothesize that Golden Prosperity Industrial Park must have coincidentally completed a high-reward weekly task, resulting in a sudden surge in points. He looked at the crowd, striving to persuade them. The likelihood of this situation is quite high. It does not represent a sustainable growth model. We merely need to maintain our position and adhere to our established guidelines. Ultimate victory will surely belong to us. These words momentarily steadied the frayed nerves of several committee members nearby. Yes, perhaps it was just their good fortune in completing a weekly task. However, Lu Guodong swiftly dismissed such an overly optimistic and naive notion. Chapter 129, The First Friction. Professor Song, kindly retract your theoretical discourse. He slowly turned around, sensing that this was likely not a mere coincidence. Pausing momentarily to gather his thoughts, he then revealed a startling piece of information. I have acquaintances at the Jinsheng Industrial Park. Before the traversal, he served as a security guard there. It is not an ordinary residential complex. Lu Guodong articulated each word deliberately. It is a complete, systematic industrial park. Inside, there are lathes, stamping machines, and various production lines. More importantly, it is stocked with mountains of steel, plastic, and countless industrial raw materials. The information gap has widened. An industrial park? A systematic one. The implications of these four words left everyone momentarily breathless. Observing the expressions of those present, Lu Guodong made his most pessimistic yet closest to the truth assessment. It is highly probable that they have already commenced small-scale, systematic industrial production utilizing the equipment and materials within the park. They are manufacturing something that can be deemed valuable by the system, allowing for the accumulation of points at an astonishing rate. Lin Yifu's brow furrowed tightly as he raised a logical objection. Industrial production necessitates a substantial supply of electricity. Even if they possess diesel generators, they cannot sustain such a scale of consumption. Our generator merely maintains the command center's lighting and communication, and the diesel supply is nearly depleted. Dr. Lin, you are mistaken. A voice, slightly hoarse, emerged from the periphery of the crowd. All eyes turned to the speaker, the previously reticent and seemingly inconspicuous retired senior engineer, Zhang Jingguo. The elderly gentleman, though past his 60s, exhibited an unusual brightness in his eyes, radiating the distinctive brilliance of a technical expert. He stepped forward, adjusted his reading glasses, and explained to Lin Yifu and the others, "You are overcomplicating industrial production. Many fundamental processes do not require electricity at all. For instance, basic metal shaping can be accomplished using a manually operated press. Cutting thin sheets of metal can be done with a large shear operated by the leverage principle, manageable by a single adult. Even simple turning and grinding can be achieved with hand crank machines." Zhang Jingguo surveyed the room, noting the bewildered expressions of the clerical staff and security personnel, a smirk of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. He even jested, saying, "Forget about those details. Just provide me with sufficient steel, springs, some basic chemical materials, and a hand crank drill, and I could even craft a rudimentary single-shot pistol for you." The notion of handcrafting a firearm. This statement struck like a thunderclap in everyone's minds. Their gazes towards Zhang Jingguo shifted dramatically. For the first time, they grasped the terrifying value of an engineer possessing genuine skills in this apocalyptic world. This transcended mere appliance repair or equipment maintenance. This is creation, the creation from nothing, the very foundation of civilization. In that moment, the focus of the meeting underwent a decisive shift. No one was concerned about the elusive streams or the ferocious, saber-toothed tigers anymore. The water crisis, while daunting, was a natural disaster. Yet, the technological supremacy of the Jinzheng Industrial Park represented a man-made calamity, a lethal blow capable of fundamentally relegating Blue Bay Peninsula to obsolescence. The atmosphere in the conference room grew oppressive once more. Just as everyone was racking their brains for a countermeasure, a calm, yet resonant voice shattered the silence. It was Zhao Hu. The former Special Forces member had been observing with crossed arms throughout the discussion. At this moment, he finally spoke. Esteemed leaders. He did not glance at anyone. His gaze fixed ahead. I have been leading patrols and have traversed the entire community over the past few days. I have identified a concerning issue. In our community, excluding those missing or deceased, I estimate there are still over 3,000 individuals. However, among these 3,000, at least 80% remain confined to their homes, doing nothing. Those willing to venture outside are either compelled by dire shortages of food or, like us, have run out of water and must seek paltry contributions to exchange for drinking water. His words were stark, incisively peeling back the seemingly united exterior of Blue Bay Peninsula to reveal its frail essence. Under such circumstances, our community's points are entirely propped up by select few individuals. Zhao Hu's voice rose sharply, his gaze finally landing on the sullen-faced Lu Guodong, particularly that anonymous first. Yesterday, he single-handedly accrued over 100 points. One person, surpassing the combined score of more than 100 others. Anonymous first. When these four words escaped Zhao Hu's lips, Lu Guodong's visage darkened further. He shot Zhao Hu a glare, his repressed anger and jealousy almost palpable. However, he refrained from erupting. Zhao Hu, entirely undeterred by the murderous glare directed at him, continued unabated. Therefore, my proposition is this. Rather than expending all our energy discussing how formidable Jinzheng Industrial Park is and how they have outpaced us, we should redirect our focus back to ourselves, back to how we can elevate the points of all residents of Blue Bay Peninsula. Zhao Hu stepped forward, his voice ringing with conviction. I believe that the young man who spoke on the first day was correct. Under the premise of maintaining our substantial population base, we must engage in unified production and collection, mobilizing everyone, ensuring that each individual contributes to the accumulation of points. This is the most fundamental way to enhance our overall score. He candidly highlighted the crux of the issue. Rather than fretting over the might of our adversaries, we should devise ways to invigorate the enthusiasm of all 3,000 individuals on our side, fully leveraging this vast pool of potential points. This is the essence. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was taken aback, particularly when Zhao Hu simultaneously invoked the title of Anonymous first alongside the proposal made by the young man on the first day. Lu Guodong's expression had darkened to a degree beyond mere gloom. It was a complex amalgamation of jealousy, fury, and the humiliation of being publicly exposed for his inadequacy. He gazed at Zhao Hu, his eyes flashing with an uncontainable malice, akin to a viper, momentarily revealing its fangs. Chapter 130, 600 Calories, Comrades. What does this signify? Zhao Hu's remarks were the product of careful contemplation, especially the final sentence, which practically tore open the carefully constructed facade of collectivism that Lu Guodong had erected, exposing the dictatorial essence wherein a minority dictates the fate of the majority. Those around sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Surprisingly, it was the economics professor, Song Kaming, who proactively intervened. Adjusting his glasses, he cleared his throat, and on his face, a countenance usually marked by scholarly concern, there now flickered a rare glimmer of agreement and excitement. I concur with Comrade Zhao Hu's viewpoint. Song Kaming, a purely academic figure, harbored few convoluted thoughts. He was entirely oblivious to Lu Guodong's darkened visage, instead casting his gaze toward Zhao Hu, his eyes reflecting a kindred appreciation. From an economic perspective, the greatest advantage of our Blue Bay Peninsula at present is not the quantity of our armaments or the caliber of our elite, but rather our substantial population base. He extended 3 fingers, his tone shifting to one of urgency and certainty. Over 3,000 individuals. This represents an immense reservoir of labor resources and a vast foundation for production points. Why has the Jinzheng Industrial Park managed to surpass us? Zhang's earlier analysis holds considerable merit. They may have leveraged industrial equipment. However, what lies at the essence of industrial production? It is scale. It is assembly lines. It is the collective labor of each worker converging into immense productivity. And what about us? A faint note of anguish crept into Song Kaming's voice as he lamented. We are currently squandering our greatest advantage. We have 80% of our workforce idling at home. This is an unforgivable waste of resources in any economic model. Our current point growth entirely relies on the high output of a select few elites, a structure that is exceedingly unhealthy and precariously unstable. Should anything happen to these leading elites, such as that anonymous number one, if they fall ill today or encounter an accident, our point growth would collapse in an instant. Song Kaming's words stripped away the veil of denial. As soon as he finished speaking, the retired engineer Zhang Jingguo nodded emphatically in agreement, exclaiming, "Professor Song is absolutely right. It is precisely this reasoning." He turned to Lu Guodong, his gaze earnest and urgent. "Director Lu, we cannot afford to wait any longer. How many skilled craftsmen are there in our community? How many strong young men? These individuals are currently languishing at home, consuming their supplies while awaiting death. This is a crime. If we can organize these people, even for relatively simple tasks, let them dismantle old cars, break down walls, or collect rebar and cement. With a few knowledgeable individuals at my side, we can transform this waste into weapons, tools, and traps. The system will allocate points for these endeavors, little by little. With over 3,000 people working together, what does that signify?" The more Zhang Jingguo spoke, the more fervent he became, his wrinkled face illuminated by the unique passion of a technician. The acknowledgement from the pragmatists instantly alleviated Zhao Hu's isolation in this discourse. The atmosphere in the conference room seemed to shift subtly. Several committee members, who had previously bowed their heads, began to whisper to one another, evidently moved by this discourse. Lu Guodong remained silent. He sat quietly, observing the harmonious exchange between Song Kaming and Zhang Jingguo, and the increasingly resolute expression on Zhao Hu's face, bolstered by support. While the fire of anger in his eyes gradually diminished, he was not in haste to retaliate. He awaited an opportunity. The one to present this opportunity was none other than his most trusted ally, Lin Yifu. "Comrades Zhao Hu, Professor Song, Engineer Zhang." Lin Yifu began slowly, still embodying the demeanor of a mediator. "Your ideas are indeed constructive, originating from a desire for the future of our entire Blue Bay Peninsula. Theoretically, if we could mobilize all 3,000 survivors into unified production efforts, our point growth rate would indeed experience a qualitative leap." He offered ample affirmation, causing a flicker of joy to grace the faces of Zhao Hu and others. However, the next moment, Lin Yifu's tone shifted. "Yet, theory is ultimately just theory. In terms of execution, we face a nearly insurmountable obstacle." He scanned the room, allowing his gaze to linger on each face before finally resting on Zhao Hu. "Comrade Zhao Hu, your idea is certainly commendable, but have you considered why ordinary citizens would come forth? What incentive do they have to heed our call? To leave the relative safety of their homes, to engage in labor that is both strenuous and hazardous?" Zhao Hu frowned and replied earnestly, "We can incentivize them with contribution points. For every labor hour, we can issue contribution points, which can be redeemed for food, water, and medicine." "Incentives?" Lin Yifu chuckled, his smile tinged with the bittersweetness of an adult observing a child's naivete. "Incentives are based on the premise that the benefits outweigh the costs. Comrade Zhao Hu, you have only considered the benefits of their participation. But have you meticulously calculated the costs they would incur?" Lin Yifu's expression turned exceedingly serious and professional at that moment. "In our Blue Bay Peninsula, excluding the Villa District, there are a total of 16 buildings. Among them, 4 32-story skyscrapers. These 4 buildings house over 60% of our community's population. This is our demographic core, the primary force we wish to mobilize." To be frank, he offered a wry smile, "I haven't returned home for 2 days. My residence is on the 28th floor of one of those buildings. The night before last, when my wife and child ran out of food, I brought them some compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and a few bottles of water from the command center. Just that one trip involved climbing 56 flights. Comrade Zhao Hu, you are a special forces veteran. Your physical strength surpasses that of the average person. Yet even for me, a person who exercises regularly after making that journey, I needed to sit on the stairs outside my door for a solid 10 minutes to recover. My legs are still trembling as if filled with lead." His words were imbued with life's details, resonating with palpable realism. The room fell into a hushed silence as everyone envisioned that scene, picturing the terrifying ordeal of climbing nearly 30 stories in a world devoid of elevators. Lin Yifu did not pause. He swiftly transformed that emotional description into precise data. "I have roughly calculated. A 70-kilogram adult male, carrying a 5-kilogram load, expends approximately 15 to 20 calories per flight of stairs. Climbing to the 28th floor would thus consume around 400 to 500 calories. For a round trip, assuming he saves energy on the way down. That amounts to about 600 calories. 600 calories, comrades, what does that signify? A bowl of rice contains roughly 200 calories. This means that a resident living on a higher floor, after laboriously descending and then ascending again, expends energy equivalent to 3 bowls of rice. And what is he descending for? To venture into the wilderness, risking being devoured by monsters, to gather a few mushrooms, or to labor on a construction site, breaking walls all day for 2 blocks of compressed biscuits? The energy yield from their foraging and labor may not even compensate for the energy expended in traversing those stairs. This is a guaranteed losing proposition. In a time when survival resources are exceedingly scarce, every survivor subconsciously calculates their energy expenditure to its utmost precision. How many would be willing to engage in such a losing endeavor? Wouldn't that be sheer folly? Chapter 131, The Stream Assault Team. Lin Yifu's voice echoed in the conference room. The steadfastness on Zhao Hu's face gradually waned, replaced by silence. He found himself at a loss for words. For Lin Yifu's assertions were likely grounded in reality. He himself was the best example, having chosen to reside in the property command dormitory not only for the convenience of executing tasks, but also to escape the arduous climb. He lived on the 24th floor. Even for him, fully armed, traversing that distance required leaning against the wall to catch his breath for a while. What of those ordinary individuals, unaccustomed to such physical demands? The tangible barriers of reality loomed like an insurmountable mountain, obstructing their grand vision for collective production. The excitement on the faces of Song Kaming and Zhang Jingguo dissipated, and they opened their mouths, only to realize they had indeed failed to account for this crucial factor. One was an economist, and the other an engineer, accustomed to contemplating issues from macroeconomic and technical perspectives, yet they had overlooked this most fundamental and fatal detail. The conference room once again fell into silence, but this time, it was particularly tinged with frustration and helplessness. The gaze of all present converged, once more, upon the man who had remained unfazed throughout, Lu Guodong. He finally spoke. I believe it is quite simple to bring them down. A chilling smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Cut off the water. Those 2 words floated lightly from his lips, yet they startled everyone. Cut off the water. Professor Song Kaming's complexion turned ashen, and he instinctively rose, exclaiming, Director Liu, this is absolutely out of the question. Denying contributions for water will cost lives. Cost lives? Lu Guodong scoffed. Professor Song, tell me, how many households in our community still have ample water reserves? Song Kaming was speechless, unable to utter a single word. How could he possibly know? Let me enlighten you. After my visits and research over the past couple of days, aside from a few affluent families in villas with independent water supply systems, the vast majority of ordinary residents have nearly depleted their water reserves after these days of consumption. They are either rationing their water meticulously, using the caps of mineral water bottles to measure their intake, or relying on contribution points to exchange for it from us. The situation is clear. Today, or at the latest by tomorrow, our community will experience a widespread water crisis. At that point, even if we cut off the water supply, they will still find themselves without drinking water, rather than allowing them to perish in despair on the upper floors or resort to violence over water. It is better for us to proactively lance this festering boil. Lu Guodong rose slowly, his imposing figure casting a large shadow in the sunlight streaming through the window, enveloping the teacup on his desk. No one will choose to die of thirst. When a person is on the brink of dehydration, they will scale 28 floors. Or even 100, if necessary. Climbing might exhaust them, but not climbing will certainly lead to death by thirst. It is a straightforward choice. When the time comes, they will cry out, begging us for work, just to secure a life-saving sip of water. They will unleash an overwhelming fervor for a mere contribution point, smashing walls, tilling land, patrolling, doing whatever we ask of them. Lu Guodong's gaze swept over each person's face in the room, his eyes radiating an inscrutable cunning that would fuel our scoring and help us win this war. A twofold gain, a double-edged strategy. This was a ruthless yet utterly irresistible scheme. He intended to exploit the physiological limits of all, forcibly compelling the thousands of survivors from their self-imposed high-rise prisons, transforming them into tools for his profit. Lu Guodong's predatory ambition was glaringly evident. Song Kaming sank back into his seat, his expression forlorn. The brutal reality of Lu Guodong's words weighed heavily upon him. Zhang Jingguo bowed his head, unable to accept the cold logic that viewed his fellow humans as mere fuel. Yet that logic was disturbingly correct. Zhao Hu merely stared at Lu Guodong, his teeth clenched audibly. His fists were tightly balled beneath the table, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. At that moment, he recognized within Lu Guodong a familiar yet loathsome essence, the ruthless demeanor of a tyrant who disregards human life in the pursuit of their goals. His feelings of dissent reached a crescendo. He was on the verge of slamming his hand on the table and denouncing Lu Guodong as a beast. However, he refrained, knowing he could not halt the proceedings. In this fractured world, whoever controlled resources and wielded violence dictated the rules. Lu Guodong was pleased with the reactions of the assembly. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yifu and nodded. This was the absolute intimidation he sought. With a swift gesture, he redirected everyone's attention back to the initial agenda. Our stored water, regardless of how frugally we utilize it, will not last a day. Once the water cutoff plan is implemented, our demand for clean water will increase exponentially. Therefore, we must secure that stream. At all costs, it must be seized. The meeting, having circled back, ultimately returned to this most primal and core issue. Yet, the significance had shifted entirely. Previously, seizing the stream was aimed at addressing the impending water crisis. Now, it was to support his imminent water cutoff plan. It was to ensure the compliance of all survivors on Blue Bay Peninsula with the committee's preconditions. The first hastily convened meeting concluded amidst a stifling atmosphere. Having crystallized a clear action plan, I hereby announce, Lu Guodong's gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the silent Zhao Hu, whose face had remained taut throughout. The establishment of the Stream Assault Team. Comrade Zhao Hu shall serve as the team leader. He regarded Zhao Hu, a significant smile playing at the corners of his lips. Comrades Zhang Jingguo and Song Kaming, you are responsible for providing all necessary technical support and logistical planning. The committee will grant the assault team the highest priority in resource allocation. Team leader Zhao Hu, Lu Guodong's voice bore an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Your first task is to recruit team members. I do not care how you do it, through coercion or inducement by nightfall. I want to see a team of at least 30 standing here. The objective is singular. Recruit. Chapter 132. Let us go. Aoli give. Room 402. The art studio. Immersed in their physical training, the two remained oblivious to the world outside. Chang Wu approached Ming Dao, his expression grave. Remember, kid, the superhuman strength you possess is your greatest asset, but if you do not learn how to wield it, it can become your most lethal weakness. True combat is never a matter of brute force. That is the most primitive form of conflict. The wisdom imparted by Chang Wu stemmed from countless sweat and pain. The essence of true combat can be distilled into two concepts: yielding force and leveraging force. Yielding force, he raised a finger, means learning how to neutralize and redirect the opponent's strength through body movement and angle adjustment when they are too powerful to confront directly. Let their force slide past you, rather than colliding head-on. Like water. And leveraging force, he raised a second finger, is an advancement upon yielding. While dissipating the opponent's strength, you must also harness it. Transform their kinetic energy through your body's axis into your own power, returning it to them in an unexpected manner. Inflict maximum damage at minimal cost. In the apocalypse, every ounce of your strength is invaluable. Learn to engage your mind in battle, rather than relying solely on your seemingly boundless brute strength. This, indeed, is the most fundamental lesson I can impart to you. These words cleaved through the fog in Ming Dao's mind. In all his previous skirmishes, whether confronting a delivery locker or a rock-armored boar, he had essentially been pitting his own hardness against that of his adversaries. He had never considered that strength could be wielded in such a manner. I understand, Ming Dao nodded solemnly. Understand what? Qian Wu interjected without reservation. Your mind may grasp the concept, but your body is still far from capable. Now, once more, straight punches. Integrate the feeling you had while standing still, along with your understanding of deflection and leverage, into this punch. He raised the weather target once again. This time, Ming Dao thought of nothing at all. He closed his eyes, his mind a canvas of clarity. He felt the connection between his feet and the earth, sensed the flow of his center of gravity between his legs, and perceived the contraction and release of his core muscles. He no longer sought the explosive force, but instead sought the momentum that surged from the ground, permeating his entire being. At the moment that momentum peaked, he opened his eyes and delivered a punch. This strike appeared far less formidable than the previous earth-shattering blow. It even stirred little wind. Unremarkable, unadorned. However, when his fist made contact with the bullseye, a resounding crack echoed. The sound transformed, no longer the dull thud of before, but a penetrating explosion. Qian Wu felt a force emanate from the target that was entirely different from what he had experienced previously. It was no longer a brutish impact. but rather a spiraling thrust that bore forward. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, the methodology was indeed correct. Ugh! Qiangwu let out a muffled grunt. Unable to restrain himself from sliding back half a step, he glanced down at his arm. The target remained unscathed. His skin bore no redness or swelling as it had previously. Yet, the bones in his forearm buzzed with an aching numbness, rendering him nearly unable to form a fist. In just a single afternoon of training, merely correcting the most fundamental aspects of stance, breathing, and force application, this man had achieved such a terrifying transformation. He gazed at the young man before him, who was slowly retracting his fist, a hint of astonishment gracing his face, and Qiangwu found himself momentarily speechless. He had never encountered someone with such an extraordinary capacity for learning. Such a person, in any endeavor, would surely find success. He even harbored a premonition that the individual he had taken on today was not merely a student, but rather a potential harbinger of chaos in the impending apocalypse. How does it feel? Ming Dao moved his shoulders and arms, a genuine, exuberant smile illuminating his face. I must practice more. A metamorphosis. This was the sole sentiment coursing through him at that moment. He could clearly sense that he had yet to fully grasp the essence of that punch. Yet, the energy expended was scarcely a third of what he had used previously. Excellent. Ming Dao looked at Qiangwu, speaking earnestly, very well indeed. Qiangwu observed Ming Dao's fluid retraction of his fist, his composure after exertion, a stark contrast to the earlier clumsiness. He felt a twinge of guilt for the tuition he had paid. The training session concluded. Qiangwu, exhausted like a lifeless dog, collapsed onto the ground. Teaching an extraordinarily gifted student drained him more than a day of his own practice. Although Ming Dao felt equally fatigued, his spirit soared to unprecedented heights. He said little, merely turning silently to retrieve several empty mineral water bottles left at the entrance of Qiangwu's home and ascended the stairs. Minutes later, he returned, placing 4 bottles filled with pristine drinking water neatly before Qiangwu. Your tuition for today. With that, he turned to depart. I shall return tomorrow. Qiangwu stared at the 4 bottles of pure water, now akin to gold in the apocalypse, then glanced at his still tingling arm, shaking his head in a bemused manner. Who, pray tell, is truly profiting from this? Leaving room 402, Ming Dao did not linger for a moment, heading straight back to his own quarters. Upon arriving home, the first thing he did was dash into his study, pulling out the gleaming Tang Hung knife. As the hilt settled in his hand, an entirely different sensation surged through him. This time, he no longer perceived the divine weapon as an unwieldy burden. It felt as though it had transformed into an extension of his arm, a sense of kinship coursing through his veins. Indeed, Ming Dao inhaled deeply, instinctively adopting the stance Qiangwu had taught him, grounding his center of gravity, tightening his core. He no longer imitated any ostentatious swordplay techniques, but simply cleaved forward with the knife. Whoosh! A sharp sound, tearing through the air, erupted suddenly. It was sharper than any sound he had made while wielding the knife before. Success! A wave of elation washed over Ming Dao. This time, he found each strike to be remarkably effortless and graceful. Power surged from his feet, twisting through his hips, flowing seamlessly up his spine, and ultimately transmitting through his shoulders and arms, unimpeded to the blade's edge. The entire process was fluid and cohesive, entirely unlike the previous clumsy attempts that felt like a struggle against himself, laborious and unrewarding. This absolute mastery over power intoxicated him. He did not pause, but rather deepened his commitment to training. Following Qiangwu's foundational corrections of posture and force application, he diligently practiced again and again in the spacious study, his focus unwavering. He understood that these seemingly simple elements were the true cornerstone upon which he would build his future stability. Every drop of sweat was a renewal for his life. Keep going. Let's do this. Chapter 133. In a hurried flurry, rolling and crawling. Meanwhile, at the edge of a residential area near the western forest of Blue Bay Peninsula, a makeshift sentry post had been established, manned by 2 members of the security team on rotation. At this moment, the young guard on duty, named Sun Peng, remained unbothered by the arrival of the apocalypse. After confirming that no anomalies surrounded him, and that Captain Zhao, whose patrol team had just departed, he idly squatted beside the flower bed at the sentry post, carefully digging up a few edible wild vegetables with a small spade. In these times, even the tiniest morsel was precious. However, just as he was engrossed in battling the roots of a dandelion, an exceedingly strange sensation abruptly halted his actions. Silence. Too silent. The once cacophonous sounds of insects and birds in the forest had inexplicably vanished. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button, plunging the entire world into a profound stillness. The wind ceased. Even the leaves no longer rustled. A faint whiff of blood began to linger in the air. No, there was also a scent of wild beasts. A wave of inexplicable oppression settled heavily upon Sun Peng's heart, rendering his breaths laborious. He too had once laid claim to an unoccupied construction panel, albeit at level 2, which had significantly heightened his sixth sense. It was with this acute awareness that he first detected the ominous anomaly. "Hey, Lao Wang," Sun Peng's voice trembled, and he dared not turn around, rigidly addressing his comrade, who was napping at the sentry post. "Do you feel something amiss?" Yet, within the sentry's confines, there was no reply. Sun Peng's heart sank further into despair. Suddenly, he whirled around. There, his companion Lao Wang remained slumped in his chair, still in the throes of slumber, but a horrific gash, deep enough to expose bone, marred his throat. Blood stained his attire as his eyes, wide open, were filled with terror. He had not even uttered a scream, meeting his end in a mere instant. "Ah!" Sun Peng's pupils dilated to their utmost, and he cried out involuntarily. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards the forest. In the distance, a pair of golden, emotionless slit pupils coldly scrutinized him from the underbrush. The gaze was laced with mockery. Team leader, Sun Peng summoned the last vestiges of his strength, unleashing a heart-wrenching howl towards the center of the community. "So yeah, something feels terribly wrong." No sooner had the words left his mouth than those golden slit pupils moved. A golden blur, so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, sprang forth silently from the thicket. In an instant, the saber-toothed tiger leaped towards Lao Wang, sinking its teeth into him. Crack! Sun Peng's eyes threatened to burst from their sockets. He witnessed the grotesque tiger's head effortlessly engulfing Lao Wang's upper body, akin to a ragged doll being devoured by a monstrous maw. Warm blood, mingled with shattered innards, gushed forth from the creature's fangs, splattering Sun Peng's face and hair. A searing liquid instantly soaked his pants. Sun Peng, paralyzed by fear, found himself urinating in terror. He had never run so fast in his life. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. He forgot he still clutched a steel fork meant for explosive situations, scrambling on all fours like a terrified mutt, heedlessly racing towards the community center. In a frantic rush, he crawled and rolled, driven solely by the primal need to escape. He was determined to run with every ounce of strength his life could muster. He dared not look back, fearing the sight of those frigid golden slit pupils or the ghastly visage of his fallen comrade, Lao Wang. That horrifying image would haunt him for eternity. Lao Wang had perished too swiftly, too abruptly, without even a cry. One moment he was snoring in his chair, and the next he had met his demise. That beast, when had it appeared? How had it approached so silently? Sun Peng could not fathom it, nor did he dare to ponder. He only knew that if he ceased moving, his fate would be 100 times more tragic than Lao Wang's. Like a madman, he scrambled, tumbling but immediately rising again, pushing forward. He needed to reach a populated area, to the property management office, to the central square. There, you would find team leader Zhao, security personnel, and weapons. Only there could he hope to survive. His piercing scream echoed throughout the community, slicing through the languorous tranquility of noon like a knife. Before the property command building, Zhao, who had just descended the steps, his brow furrowed, and his expression dark enough to extract water. Behind him trailed several equally dejected security team members. The recently concluded meeting had left him feeling unprecedentedly stifled and nauseated. Lu Guodong's ruthless scheme to exploit the water crisis, coercing all survivors into becoming fuel, sent chills through his very bones. That was not the decision of a leader. It was the sinister stratagem of a butcher who regarded human life as mere fodder. What irked him further was Lu Guodong's final task: recruit a stream assault team of at least 30 members before nightfall. How to entice them? With contribution points, as bait? Or through coercive force? Just contemplating it made Zhao Hu feel queasy. He was a soldier, not a tyrant forcing the unwilling into servitude. Damn it, Zhao Hu muttered under his breath, retrieving a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, preparing to light it to dispel his agitation. Just then, that piercing scream erupted unexpectedly from the western edge of the community, shattering the air. Zhao Hu's hand froze mid-motion. What was that sound? Which rascal was making such a commotion? It seemed to emanate from the direction of the western sentry. His fellow team members exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of it. Zhao, who paid them no mind, straining to listen, quickly realizing something was amiss. This was no ordinary quarrel or fight. It was the sound of a person gripped by extreme fear. This is bad. Chapter 134. The only reversal. A warning bell rang in Zhao Hu's mind as he prepared to issue orders to his team to investigate. In the next moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure rolling and scrambling towards the central square from the western road. It was Sun Peng, one of the sentry members stationed in the west today. Yet, the Sun Peng before him bore no semblance to his usual laid-back demeanor. He was covered in dirt and grass clippings, his uniform torn and tattered, and his face smeared with blood, presenting the visage of a ghoul that had escaped from hell. That vacant expression sent a jolt of alarm through Zhao Hu. Something was terribly wrong. All units stand by. Zhao Hu barked his command almost instantaneously. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, everyone's attention was drawn to the colossal shadow that had risen behind Sun Peng. It was a golden apparition. It soared over the community's western wall with an impossible leap that defied the laws of physics. In the sunlight, its sleek, muscular form shimmered with a golden sheen, and the 3-meter-high wall, crowned with sharp anti-theft spikes, appeared merely as a trivial threshold before it. It effortlessly vaulted over what humans deemed a sturdy barrier, tracing an elegant and lethal parabola through the air. Thud! A resounding crash. The beast landed squarely on the community's lawn, its massive claws sinking deep into the earth, sending a spray of grass and mud flying. The ground itself seemed to tremble in response. By the heavens! What the hell is this? Everyone who witnessed this spectacle was left utterly stunned. Is that a saber-toothed tiger? Its massive form, comparable to that of a bison, emanates an overwhelming sense of menace. Particularly striking are its 2 iconic curved canines. With its golden vertical pupils, it opens and closes its eyes, surveying the unfamiliar jungle of steel and concrete with an air of indifference. Yet, what sends chills down the spine is its mouth, which is clenching a half-bleeding human carcass. The severed body, bitten cleanly in half at the waist, bears remnants of tattered clothing, none other than the uniform of the Blue Bay Peninsula security team. A leg dangles helplessly, swaying gently with its movements. Blood mixed with flesh drips steadily onto the grass below, turning the once verdant expanse into a shocking shade of dark red. It approaches, racked with excruciating pain from its crushed toes and driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. It steps into this territory claimed by humans. Following the scent left by that cursed human, silence lasted barely 2 seconds. Oh my God! A young man, just emerging from a building to exchange supplies at the property office, drops his half-eaten compressed biscuit with a thud, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. His legs weaken, nearly buckling beneath him. Ah! A monster! What is that thing? It's eating a person. Run. Run for your lives. Don't block my way. Get out of my way. For heaven's sake. Get out of my way. Help. Someone. Save me. My legs are giving out. The panic screams instantly ignited chaos in the central square. A handful of survivors, momentarily stunned, now erupted with a fierce instinct for survival. They discarded the wild vegetables they carried and tossed aside mushrooms, fleeing in all directions without a second thought. Some sprinted toward the nearest hallway. Others hid behind flower beds, while some, in their frantic rush, stumbled and fell, mercilessly trampled by the throng behind them. Chaos, panic, total collapse. Zhao, whose pupils constricted in that fleeting moment, narrowing to the most perilous pinprick. That beast, it has truly breached our defenses. Moreover, it did so in a show of force. There was no time to ponder how this creature found its way here, nor to rage at the failure of the watchtower. He only knew he must not allow this bloodthirsty monster to charge into a defenseless crowd. Quick, organize an evacuation. Protect the civilians. Zhao Hu roared hoarsely at his team, who stood pale and paralyzed, as if turned to stone. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the temporary guard booth beside the property office, seizing the bomb-proof steel fork propped at the entrance. The cold metal brought his stunned, numb hand back to life. However, as he gripped the fork and turned to face the threat, what he beheld ignited a blaze of fury within him. None of the team members he had placed his hopes upon had followed him. Each wore a ghostly pallor, their legs quaking as if sifting through flour. One young man even dropped his rubber baton with a clang, cradling his head in despair, emitting incomprehensible whimpers. To expect them to advance was wishful thinking. Merely fleeing was already a feat useless. A bunch of useless cowards. Zhao Hu's heart sank. He had forgotten that these individuals before the apocalypse were merely ordinary people earning meager wages in a community. They donned these uniforms in search of shelter and the illusion of superiority amid the chaos. They might intimidate defenseless survivors, but confronting a true predator robbed them of even the courage to stand tall. A bunch of worthless fools. Zhao Hu cursed bitterly, a glimmer of profound disappointment crossing his eyes. Alone, he tightened his grip on the bomb-proof fork and a resolute fire ignited within his steadfast gaze. He turned his back on the cowering comrades and the trembling allies. He defied the tide of panic, charging toward the bloodthirsty beast, which had just locked its gaze on the densest cluster of survivors. The saber-toothed tiger, seemingly disinterested in the scattered morsels fleeing around it, lifted its head slightly, its enormous nostrils flaring as it greedily inhaled the air imbued with a scent it both loathed and yearned for. It was the human who had injured it and cruelly severed its toes with a despicable iron trap. The scent lay in that direction, where the crowd was thickest. It let out a primal roar and, with heavy strides, ignored the nearby Sun Peng, striding directly toward the most densely packed area of survivors. It intended to obliterate everything there until it found that accursed biped, only to rend him to pieces in the most brutal fashion. Hey! Zhao, who realized the gravity of the situation. If it broke through, it would be a massacre. An inexplicable surge of bravery coursed through him, igniting a fervor within his heart. He forgot his disappointment in Lu Guodong, his uncertainty about the future, and his fear of death. In that moment, he was no longer merely the security captain under Lu Guodong's command. He was simply a soldier, one who watched helplessly as innocent civilians were on the brink of slaughter. A special forces soldier of the People's Liberation Army. Zhao, who poured all his strength into his legs, bursting forth with unparalleled speed. Stop right there. Chapter 135. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Meanwhile, engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the precise formation of the stream assault team, Lu Guodong, Lin Yifu, and Song Kaming abruptly halted their conversation, their heads snapping up in unison. What is happening? Lu Guodong's brow furrowed, an expression of annoyance crossing his face as he felt interrupted. It seems to be coming from the western watchtower, Lin Yifu remarked, straining to listen, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze behind his glasses. Before he could finish, a second, third, and even more chaotic and terrified chorus of screams erupted, rapidly spreading toward the central square. An ominous premonition took root. Let's go. We must check it out, Lu Guodong decisively declared, the first to burst out of the conference room. He bounded up the stairs 3 at a time to the 3rd floor, where an observation window offered the best view, nearly overlooking the majority of the central square. Lin Yifu and Song Kaming followed closely, accompanied by several core members of the committee, all sharing an unease that weighed heavily on their hearts. As they crowded around the window, casting their gaze towards the source of the turmoil, they were met with a scene straight out of hell. They beheld a blood-soaked figure, none other than Sun Peng from the security team, scrambling on all fours in a desperate state. Behind him, on the lawn of the central square, where survivors usually gathered to exchange supplies and bask in the sun, a colossal golden figure stood defiantly. What left Lu Guodong and the others paralyzed with fear was the fact that the beast's jaws were unmistakably clenching a half-human carcass. The shredded uniform was all too familiar, having been distributed by them to the security team as their standard gear. With a thunderous crash, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to find the morsel in its mouth bothersome, abruptly tossing the lower half of the corpse aside with a fierce shake of its head. The remains traced a crimson arc through the air before crashing heavily into a nearby flower bed, sending up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Lu Guodong, who prided himself on his unflinching demeanor in the face of calamity, felt a surge of fear. Almost instinctively, he took a small step back, a movement that shattered his veneer of authority, composure, and ambition into fragments. Standing beside him, Lin Yifu reacted even more swiftly. Upon witnessing the blood dripping from the beast's fangs, his mind completed a risk assessment in mere hundredths of a second. This is bad. He grasped Lu Guodong's trembling arm and yanked him sharply away from the perilous proximity of the window. His voice dropped to a whisper, laden with urgency. Do not confront it. Just 4 simple words encapsulated all their despair. This was not a creature humanity could contend with. Any attempt at direct confrontation would be tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, the economics professor Song Kaming, trailing at the back, exhibited the most palpable distress. It was his first encounter with a corpse, and under such circumstances, he crumbled. Just a glance was enough to render his legs weak. Had there not been someone to support him, he might have made a fool of himself. Leaning against the wall in a daze, his lips murmured repeatedly, "This is bad. Truly bad. A monster has entered the community. We are all doomed." Below, Zhao, who surged against the tide of fleeing people, charging alone toward the colossal beast. His not particularly tall figure loomed large amidst the chaos. Above, the leadership, hidden behind heavy curtains, dared only to reveal their terrified eyes, peering outward. They possessed the highest nominal authority, yet they did not dare step beyond the confines of safety. One was in the light, the other in the shadows. One rushed toward death, while the other clung to life. In Building 5, on the 8th floor, room 802, a piercing scream resonated just as Ming Dao concluded a round of sword practice. He stood in the center of his spacious study, eyes closed, savoring the remarkable transformations in his body brought on by the techniques taught by his martial mentor. Sweat soaked his undershirt, yet his focus and tranquility were unprecedented, until he was startled by an unusual sound. Ming Dao opened his eyes, a glint of cold lucidity flickering within. With a swift movement, he dashed to the balcony, instantly pinpointing the direction of the noise. The saber-toothed tiger, his grip on the hilt of his Tang-hung sword instinctively tightened. Even from several hundred meters away, he could feel the suffocating aura of terror emanating from the beast, a pure essence of dominion that reigned at the pinnacle of the food chain. Then, he caught sight of another figure, a solitary silhouette charging against the crowd, hurtling toward death. It was Zhao Hu. Witnessing Zhao Hu's resolute advance, even Ming Dao felt a tightening in his chest. Goodness, is this fellow reckless enough to throw away his life? He acknowledged Zhao Hu's strength, a true soldier, yet the nature of the adversary was paramount. In the face of such overwhelming power and size, human combat skills appeared laughably fragile. Zhao Hu's actions, in Ming Dao's eyes, were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. An impulse flickered within him. Should he intervene? With his current strength, combined with the sharpness of the Tang-hung sword, perhaps. Perhaps not. This thought lingered for barely half a second before being forcibly extinguished by his rational mind. Zhao Hu was indeed a rare talent. If he could be recruited, he would undoubtedly become a crucial ally in Ming Dao's future plans. But the timing of a wise man does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. He remained still, yet unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, pondering deeply. This situation was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. Fear, he certainly felt, but his dread had long been honed into a survival instinct known as caution through the trials of the apocalypse. How did this beast dare invade the community? The surrounding walls were mere illusions to it, which was understandable. However, with over 3,000 humans present, the collective scent should have deterred the beast. Why would it abandon its guarded territory to venture into such a perilous human settlement? Who was its target? In a flash, Ming Dao's mind conjured the image of Li Laosan's large, affable face. Was it revenge? Had the creature tracked him down due to Li Laosan and his son encroaching upon its territory? This seemed the most plausible explanation. Yet, were there deeper motives at play? Was it the machination of an unseen force? Or did this saber-toothed tiger possess intelligence, an obsession far surpassing that of ordinary beasts? Countless questions swirled in Ming Dao's mind. In these past few days, he had not been idle. Aside from the necessary tasks of scoring points and eating, he had spent his time plotting and strategizing at home. However, the sudden appearance of this saber-toothed tiger had undoubtedly become the most significant variable. He resolved to observe first. He was not Zhao Hu, lacking that noble resolve to sacrifice himself for strangers. In this apocalyptic world, ensuring his absolute safety was paramount. Although Zhao Hu acted impulsively as a former Special Forces operative, he possessed rich combat experience and an astute mind. His decision to charge forward must have been calculated. He should be able to hold the beast at bay for a while, at least long enough not to be instantly annihilated. That brief diversion would afford Ming Dao an excellent opportunity, a chance to observe this apex predator's combat style, speed, strength, and weaknesses from a position of absolute safety. Knowledge is power. In an age where information's value far outweighs all else, this was undoubtedly wiser than rushing in recklessly to meet his demise. Chapter 136. Bite your tongue. Fall back. Quickly retreat. Zhao Hu yanked the nearly paralyzed son Peng behind him, shielding him with his body. As they drew closer, he truly grasped the overwhelming sense of dread that this prehistoric giant instilled. It was utterly despairing. It was immense. Simply standing there, the shadow it cast enveloped both him and son Peng entirely. The massive head lowered slightly, and those golden, slitted pupils gazed down upon them like twin suns, indifferently surveying the two insignificant ants before it. Those iconic fangs were longer than his own forearm, and they glistened with remnants of flesh and sinew, whether belonging to Old Wong or some other creature. With each breath the beast took, a wave of bloody, foul heat washed over Zhao Hu, nearly making him retch. He could even discern dark red soil and fragments of broken grass clinging to the base of those fangs. Zhao Hu's he 1, 2, 3. Zhao Hu murmured in a low yet remarkably steady voice, attempting to soothe the young man behind him, who was on the brink of collapse. My legs won't move. Sun Peng's voice trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in a cacophony of fear. It was not an act. This was a genuine physiological response. Damn it. Bite your tongue. Don't fear the pain. You need to stimulate your nerves. Zhao Hu growled, thrusting the steel forks in forcefully against Sun Peng's lower back. The excruciating pain jolted Sun Peng back to some semblance of awareness amidst the paralyzing terror. Without uttering further superfluous words, Zhao Hu grasped Sun Peng's hand firmly under his arm, while his other hand tightly clutched the anti-explosive fork, its prongs angled defensively toward the ground. He dared not aim the prongs at the saber-toothed tiger, as that would be perceived as a provocation. Instead, he opted for this gesture to convey his lack of hostility, simultaneously restraining the creature while maintaining a minimal defense. Retreat. Step by step, he commanded. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he cautiously led the nearly dragged Sun Peng, moving deliberately toward the buildings behind them. He needed to draw this monster from the open area to a space with structures and visual blind spots. Only there could he leverage his speed and agility to buy even a fleeting second of survival for himself and the other panic survivors behind him. The saber-toothed tiger, however, did not seem eager to attack. It stood in the center of the Blue Bay Peninsula's plaza, its head tilted curiously as it surveyed the towering concrete edifices around it. These stark, rigid stone giants were entirely foreign to it, a stark contrast to the lush, vibrant primordial forest embedded in its memory. Yet, this unfamiliarity did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited a profound desire for conquest. It surveyed the territory it had just claimed, digging its claws into the soil and lifting its hind leg, marking its dominion with a defiant spray of urine. This feels right. Its massive nostrils flared, capturing the melons of unfamiliar scents in the air, sweat, decay, and the sweetness of blood. Yet, it could not detect the one scent it loathed above all else, that despicable biped who had cruelly severed one of its toes with a laughable iron trap, subjecting it to the most excruciating pain it had ever known. That scent was indelibly etched into its very soul. The absence of it sparked a tinge of impatience within the creature. Its thick, whip-like tail swished irritably behind it, striking the grass with a muffled thud. Since the main course had yet to be found, it decided to indulge in a playful appetizer with the two bipedal creatures before it. One stood relatively upright, clutching a ridiculous metal stick, its fearful eyes betraying a flicker of defiance. The other quaked like a leaf in the wind, a foul odor emanating from its soiled trousers. A most unpleasant scent. To assert its dominance over this new territory and all the beings that dared to observe it, the tiger resolved to engage in a thrilling game. With a crack, a bone shattered. The saber-toothed tiger's enormous jaws, capable of crushing granite, snapped contemptuously. It effortlessly severed the remaining upper half of Old Wong's lifeless body, cleanly disconnecting the skull from the spine. Following that, it casually flicked its paw at the severed head, which still bore the security guard's cap, sending it soaring into the air in a grotesque arc of blood and brain matter. Tumbling and spinning, those unblinking eyes seemed to gaze in bewilderment at the world it had just departed. Ultimately, with a dull thud, it landed precisely at Zhao Hu's feet, warm, viscous blood splattering his uniform, mingling with fragments of unknown tissue. The head rolled twice before coming to a halt. Face up, its wide, staring eyes locking onto Zhao Hu's downcast gaze. Old Wong. Zhao Hu recognized him. A man in his 40s, typically quiet and unassuming, whose work ethic was lackluster. No one knew from whence he came. Perhaps he was merely an ordinary tenant. He had boasted to Zhao Hu more than once about his youthful aspirations of joining the military, only to have been disqualified during the physical examination. And now, he had become nothing more than a plaything for a beast. This visceral visual assault, the culmination of blood and death, caused even Zhao Hu's steely nerves to fracture slightly. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, threatening to rise to his throat. He clenched his molars, forcing the bile back down. It was sour. He could not allow himself to vomit. He understood that if he succumbed to the urge here, the courage that had anchored him in this moment would dissipate instantly. At that point, he would become a sacrificial lamb, just like Sun Peng behind him. Yet, his ability to endure did not guarantee the same for others. Chapter 137. A sudden thunderclap, a whirlwind of chaos. Ugh! Sun Peng, upon seeing the familiar yet alien head roll to his feet, could no longer contain himself. He bent over, retching violently against the ground. The meager remnants of his breakfast erupted forth in a torrent. Following there was a stream of bile, a bitter, acrid fluid. He vomited uncontrollably, his body curling up like a dehydrated shrimp, convulsing wildly. Sun Peng was utterly broken. The saber-toothed tiger advanced slowly. Its massive, star-shaped paws pressed silently into the grass. Yet each step bore an unparalleled weight of terror upon Zhao Hu. With every inch it moved forward, Zhao Hu's heart tightened. It regarded the two insignificant prey with its golden, slitted eyes, a mocking glint in its gaze. Zhao Hu fixed his stare upon it, every muscle in his body taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. He could not retreat. Behind him, though most survivors had scattered in disarray, a handful remained, paralyzed with fear, unable to flee, or trembling behind obstacles. Should he retreat, none of them would survive. He took a deep breath, recalling everything he had learned as a special forces soldier about survival in the wild and how to confront large predators. Where were its vital weaknesses? The eyes? The throat? The abdomen? No, none of these would suffice. Zhao Hu's mind raced, swiftly dismissing conventional vulnerabilities. The beast's size was colossal, and it was evidently a mutated species. Its skeletal density, muscle strength, and reaction speed vastly surpassed those of any known creature on Earth. The explosive fork in Zhao Hu's hand was utterly incapable of inflicting fatal harm upon it. The only path to survival lay in retreating. Retreating to what extent? Zhao Hu himself was uncertain. Perhaps he could draw it out until it grew impatient and departed on its own? Or perhaps until the aloof leaders at the Property Command Center finally experienced a pang of conscience and dispatched genuine reinforcements. Or maybe until the legendary anonymous figure, known only in whispers, would miraculously appear, like a divine warrior descending from the heavens? A series of unattainable fantasies flickered through Zhao Hu's mind, only to be extinguished one by his own skepticism. He could rely on no one but himself. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger moved, without warning. In one moment, it had been striding with an elegant gait. In the next, its massive body plunged down, its limbs muscles tensed as if they were four springs compressed to their utmost. Erupting with thunderous force, its form transformed into a streak of golden lightning. There was no unnecessary movement, just a straightforward, ferocious charge. The distance of less than 10 meters between it, and Zhao Hu became nearly negligible in the face of its terrifying, explosive power. A tempest, mingled with the stench of blood, rushed toward Zhao Hu, and the world in his eyes was instantly filled with that rapidly expanding gold. It was fast, unbelievably fast. So fast that Zhao Hu's mind barely had time to formulate any tactical evasion commands. His body relied entirely on his honed combat instincts, functioning on autopilot. Yeah, Zhao Hu roared, infused with a tragic determination. He poured all the extraordinary strength he had gained from his enhanced combat abilities, along with the last vestiges of his dignity and warrior spirit, into the explosive fork in his hand, thrusting it before him. Come at me. Clang. The fork's prongs collided with the saber-toothed tiger's claws in mid-air with a resounding clash. Good heavens! A force akin to being struck head-on by a 100-ton behemoth surged through the fork and into Zhao Hu's body. Crack! The anti-riot fork, forged from a special alloy capable of withstanding a full-force assault, crumpled before the seemingly casual swipe of the tiger's paw, rendered as fragile as a twisted piece of dough. It didn't even last a tenth of a second before being crushed into an exaggerated U-shape, instantly bent and deformed. Following that, Zhao Hu's body bore the brunt. His palm split open, his thumb fractured, and the fork slipped from his grasp. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining his entire hand a deep crimson. But that was not the end. He felt as though his very organs had been reduced to a gelatinous mass by that overwhelming force. His body was sent hurtling back like a baseball struck by a home run. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. His feet left the ground, tracing a hapless arc through the air, ultimately crashing heavily onto the concrete surface over 3 meters away with a dull thud. Ugh! A mouthful of scalding blood erupted uncontrollably from his lips. Darkness swam before his eyes, and a buzzing filled his ears. He felt nothing but excruciating pain. Just a single blow, merely a casual lunge. Zhao Hu, the apex of personal combat prowess on Blue Bay Peninsula, had been utterly defeated. The saber-toothed tiger slowly retracted its claws, shaking off the blood that clung to them. Its golden slit pupils remained filled with disdain. It stepped forward, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to this bipedal creature that dared to resist it. At that critical moment, roar! From deep within the forest, in the treacherous, unknown territory that all survivors dared not tread, a familiar beastly roar echoed once more. The saber-toothed tiger's paw, poised to strike, halted midair. Its massive body froze. The mocking gleam in its golden eyes was swiftly replaced by an incredibly complex array of emotions. There was wariness. There was reluctance. and even a trace of fear stemming from primal instinct. It abruptly turned its head toward the source of the roar, emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat, as if engaging in some silent protest and standoff. However, mere seconds later, it conceded defeat. It slowly averted its gaze. The brutality and murderous intent in its eyes replaced by humiliated resentment. With a fierce glare at the nearly lifeless Zhao Hu on the ground, it bared its fangs and claws. Then, it abruptly raised its head, opening its massive maw to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated across the entire Blue Bay Peninsula. Roar! This roar was like a resounding thunderclap, crashing between every residential building, causing countless windows to tremble. It was a declaration. After the roar, it made no further delay, turning to seize the remains of old Wang's half-eaten corpse in its jaws. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its immense form transformed into a streak of golden light, effortlessly vaulting over the 3-meter-high wall, vanishing into the depths of the jungle filled with the unknown and death. Just as it had arrived, with the suddenness of a thunderbolt, what remained was a desolate central plaza, a thoroughly incapacitated Sun Peng, a Zhao Hu whose fate hung in the balance, and a solitary head lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death. Chapter 138. A fortuitous opportunity. The wind stilled. Survivors huddled like frightened quails, hiding behind flower beds, pressed against walls, and crouching in the shadows of corridors, peering out with terrified eyes from behind curtains and doorways. They held their breath, fearing that the monstrous beast might return, when survival itself became an uncertain luxury. The false sense of security derived from having a roof over their heads and food in their bellies shattered like a bubble in the sunlight, disappearing without a trace. Brother Zhao. Sun Peng scrambled to his feet from the ground, disregarding his filthy state, and crawled toward the figure sprawled in a pool of blood not far away. He remembered that it was Zhao Hu who had saved his life. Zhao Hu struggled to cough up a mouthful of blood, his enhanced physique preventing him from losing consciousness on the spot. He fought to prop himself up with his arm, but was met with a searing pain. "Don't you dare touch me," Zhao Hu warned. Just a single blow. His palm had been brutally shattered, blood pouring out. His right thumb twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. He had been sent flying 3 whole meters by that overwhelming force, and the internal damage was likely immeasurable. He needed to recover. "They're here. Director Liu and the others are coming," someone shouted from the hallway. The terrified gazes of the survivors turned in unison toward the direction of the property command center. Lu Guodong was the first to charge forth, his face etched with anxiety and concern as he hurriedly burst from the building. Trailing closely behind him were Dr. Lin Yifu and several core members of the committee, arriving at just the right moment. "Comrade Zhao Hu! How are you, Comrade Zhao Hu?" Lu Guodong exclaimed, rushing to Zhao Hu's side. Without a hint of hesitation, he half knelt in the pool of blood, supporting Zhao Hu's faltering body. His countenance, usually authoritative and imposing, was now filled with profound sorrow and fear, as if the injured man were his own brother. "Hold on. You must hold on," he shouted, his voice strained and trembling, embodying the image of a leader who cherished his soldiers as his own children, calm in the face of crisis. Steadying his hand on Zhao Hu's shoulder, his gaze swiftly swept over Zhao Hu's injuries with a speed almost imperceptible. When his eyes landed on Zhao Hu's mangled and contorted right hand, a fleeting shadow of chilling dread and apprehension flickered deep within his pupils. Just a single claw had rendered his strongest warrior nearly incapacitated. The beast's combat prowess far exceeded his expectations. This was beyond the realm of human strength to contend with. "Director Liu, allow me to assist," Dr. Lin Yifu said calmly, squatting down with a medical kit in hand. He quickly assessed Zhao Hu's pupil response, palpated his cervical spine and sternum, and finally focused on the injured hand. Only external wounds and internal shock, no immediate danger to life. Dr. Lin diagnosed with precision, skillfully retrieving disinfectant spray, gauze, and splints from the kit. He snipped away the sleeve to reveal the abrasions, meticulously cleaning the wound with disinfectant, causing Zhao Hu to gasp in pain. "Bear with it," Dr. Lin urged, carefully wrapping the wound with gauze using tweezers and finally securing Zhao Hu's fractured thumb with splints and bandages. The entire process was fluid, professional, and efficient. Lu Guodong continued to support Zhao Hu without uttering another word, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He noticed the survivors peering out from their hiding places, their eyes still reflecting the lingering fear, and their faces painted with confusion and desperation, yearning for salvation. He also caught sight of the severed head of old Wang, lying not far away. Suddenly, Lu Guodong's expression shifted in that moment. The facade of concern and sorrow vanished. replaced by a fierce resolve and a blazing intensity reminiscent of a true leader. Fear. Yes, fear. This was the most potent weapon, a catalyst for rallying hearts. The cornerstone of absolute authority. Today, this saber-toothed tiger had unwittingly propelled him forward. To turn away now would be a disservice to old Wang's spirit. A thought sparked in his mind like a flash of lightning. He abruptly rose, snatching the loudspeaker from a stunned security guard nearby. A crackling sound erupted. Lu Guodong took a deep breath, bringing the megaphone to his lips. His resonant and magnetic voice, amplified by the device, reverberated throughout much of the square. To all survivors of Blue Bay Peninsula, fellow compatriots, neighbors, his voice echoed between the buildings, capturing everyone's attention. I am Lu Guodong. Just moments ago, we collectively endured a harrowing catastrophe. A bloodthirsty beast has invaded our home. It has slaughtered our companions and trampled upon the dignity of humanity. It has used its bloody fangs to demonstrate that the sanctuary we rely upon for survival is anything but safe. His voice rose with fervor, filled with righteous indignation. I know you are frightened. I am frightened too. But fear does not resolve any issues. Hiding will not bring true peace. Today, it has breached our defenses once. Tomorrow, it may do so again, a third time, until it tears us all to shreds. We have nowhere left to retreat. Behind us are our families, our children. Lu Guodong clearly had experience in delivering speeches. He grasped the essence of oration with remarkable precision. The mothers hiding behind curtains instinctively clutched their children tighter, while men concealed in the corridors gripped their kitchen knives. What shall we do? Lu Guodong's voice thundered with urgency. Will we cower like lambs awaiting slaughter, trembling in fear for the next massacre to descend upon us? No. He provided his own answer, his tone resolute. We are human. We are the last embers of human civilization. We can be knocked down, but must never be crushed. From this moment forth, we must unite. With iron discipline and indomitable will, we shall construct a true steel wall to safeguard our home. He raised his arm high, his imposing figure transforming in that instant into a savior. I declare, from this moment on, Blue Bay Peninsula enters a state of wartime emergency. First, from this moment on, no one, for any reason, may leave the community without authorization. All excursions must be organized and commanded by the collective committee. Violators will be deemed traitors to all survivors, and we will take all necessary measures. Repeat offenders will bear the consequences. Second, from this moment on, all supplies in the hands of survivors, including food, water, and medicine, will be subject to stricter military registration and control. This esteemed professor of economics from a renowned university will establish a resource statistics team to verify each household. This is not plunder. It is to ensure more efficient and equitable use of our limited resources, ensuring that everyone can survive. Third, from this moment on, the powers of the patrol team will be vastly expanded. They will have the authority to question and search any suspicious individuals wandering within the community and in emergencies, to take all necessary coercive measures. Meanwhile, we welcome strong and capable survivors to join our patrol team. Contribute your strength for the collective and for humanity. These 3 iron rules, each more stringent than the last, were introduced at this fortuitous moment. Wrapped in Lu Guodong's impassioned rhetoric, these draconian measures, which trampled upon freedom and privacy, sounded like the only lifeline. When an individual is subjected to extreme fear and hunger from dual pressures, most tend to lose their capacity for independent thought. They only hear protection, unity, survival. They only see the leader standing in the square, clutching the loudspeaker, hoarse in voice, envisioning a future for them. Among the crowd, soft sobs began to emerge, followed by scattered agreement. Director Lu is right. We will listen to Director Lu. Only by uniting can we find a way to survive. Fear was successfully transformed into a yearning for the protection of power. A subtle smile of victory curved Lu Guodong's lips, unnoticed by the crowd. Chapter 139. Zhao Hu's Determination. Building number 5, 8th floor balcony. Ming Dao observed the unfolding monologue below with a cold detachment. He meticulously absorbed every expression, gesture, and utterance of Lu Guodong. What a masterstroke of leveraging circumstances. What a splendid maneuver of transforming peril into opportunity. A sardonic chuckle escaped Ming Dao's lips as he swiftly unraveled Lu Guodong's entire scheme. By exploiting external threats, he sought to consolidate internal power. This cunning old fox certainly spares no opportunity. From the initial rallying cries of collectivism, through the subsequent merit-based system, to the current state of emergency, Every step Lu Guodong took resonated with the very rhythm of human nature. Today, the unexpected incursion of the saber-toothed tiger undoubtedly became his most effective card, a flawless instrument. Its bloody carnage paved the final path for Lu Guodong's dictatorial reign. Henceforth, on Blue Bay Peninsula, there would be no distinction between solitary wanderers and the collective. There would only exist two types of individuals, the rulers and the ruled. Ming Dao cast a final glance at Zhao Hu, silently resolving that time was running out for him to break the deadlock. Below, Zhao Hu leaned against Sun Peng, absorbing the impassioned rhetoric echoing in his ears, witnessing Lu Guodong's grandstanding as the self-proclaimed savior. He recalled, mere moments ago, the pale, terrified visage he had glimpsed from behind the third-floor window. The memory of rushing alone towards the saber-toothed tiger, amidst the eerie silence of the property building, surged forth, mingling disappointment, fury, and disgust within him. A hero? Who the hell is a hero? Is it the politician who trembled upstairs and now leaps forth to reap the rewards and win hearts? Or is it the nameless old Wong, whose head was bitten off, barely remembered by anyone? Or perhaps it is I, the fool, who was used as a pawn, nearly lost my life, only to be relegated to a mere backdrop? Zhao Hu's gaze fell upon the unblinking head not far away, then shifted to Lu Guodong's radiant face under the sun. He couldn't help but emit a low, derisive laugh. Ha, ha ha. The sound was hoarse, dry, and unabashedly mocking. He pushed away Sun Peng, struggling to find his footing. Raising his head, his eyes gleamed like knives, piercing directly at the leader, who had just concluded his speech and was preparing to bask in the adoration of the crowd. Director Lu, Zhao Hu interjected, momentarily stalling the fervent atmosphere that had just been incited. All eyes converged upon the bloodied man before them. You saw clearly from upstairs, didn't you? The words, simple yet laden with meaning, struck Lu Guodong like a resounding slap to the face. No one was oblivious. The immense weight of sarcasm embedded in that statement was perceptible to all. Lu Guodong's expression of benevolence froze instantly, the light in his eyes dimming to a cold, menacing glare. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Hu, filled with disappointment. This ungrateful wretch, how dare he undermine him in front of so many? The atmosphere thickened with impending violence. Yet, merely a second later, he forcefully quelled that thought. His facial muscles twitched, swiftly regaining the composed demeanor of a leader. He strode toward Zhao Hu, ignoring the piercing question, and laid a hefty hand on Zhao Hu's shoulder, coincidentally striking his injury. Hiss! Zhao Hu gasped in pain, his complexion paling further. You, Comrade Zhao Hu, have worked tirelessly. You are the hero of Blue Bay Peninsula. Our collective hero, Lu Guodong proclaimed, smiling at him. He aimed to distort the nature of Zhao Hu's inquiry with a mantle of heroism, alleviating his own embarrassment while seizing the moral high ground. Look, everyone, Lu Guodong turned, pointing at Zhao Hu, addressing all the survivors. This is the backbone of Blue Bay Peninsula. Faced with the saber-toothed tiger, he did not falter. With his own flesh and blood, he shielded us from lethal assault. Each and every one of us owes him our lives. Scattered applause arose from the crowd. Rest well, Comrade Zhao Hu. Lu Guodong turned back, his expression again taking on a gravitas. The collective needs you. The people need you. Your contributions, I, Lu Guodong, shall remember. And so shall all. His intricate rhetoric was impeccable. However, just as everyone assumed the farce was nearing conclusion, Lu Guodong suddenly leaned down, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them, laced with authority. Since Dr. Lin has declared your injuries are not severe and you shall not perish, the plan for the stream assault team will proceed as originally scheduled. Zhao Hu's head snapped up in disbelief, staring at Lu Guodong. He thought he had misheard. He had nearly sacrificed his life to protect this community. The corpses were still warm. The blood was yet to dry. This man was immediately dispatching him to undertake another perilous task. Lu Guodong disregarded Zhao Hu's astonished expression, straightening up, resuming his authoritative demeanor, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Hu and the several shaken security personnel behind him. He issued his final command. Let us do it this way. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is the absolute limit for everyone's water supply. It is also the breaking point of their psyche. Before nightfall tomorrow, I want you to gather 30 heroic warriors. Target, forest stream. Fail to accomplish this, and you know the consequences. With that, as long as he can enlist a sufficient number of able-bodied individuals, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, utilizing contribution points and food as incentives, the outcome would be equally favorable, perhaps even superior. For those who strive desperately for survival are far more manageable and cost-effective than soldiers like Zhao Hu, who still cling to the absurd notion of honor. Moreover, Liu Qiudong's gaze inadvertently swept across the periphery of his vision, where a semi-transparent panel was emanating a soft glow. Construction Panel LV2. Upgrade Countdown 41732. In just over 4 hours, his panel would ascend to LV3. Each upgrade brought a leap in physical capabilities, a sensation of wielding power that left him utterly entranced. He had begun to sense that this construction panel concealed the pathway to ascendance. If he could devour enough panels and elevate his level sufficiently, he might very well become the mightiest in this new world. At that point, what would Zhao Hu amount to? With his thought crystallizing in his mind, Liu Qiudong felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He immediately turned to face the still trembling survivors, his expression once again embodying the steadiness and reliability of a leader. He raised his arm and called out once more, "Comrades, though danger has temporarily receded, our homeland lies in ruins. We require more hands to fortify our defenses, to patrol our community, and to secure the hope of survival for us all." Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I hereby announce that the patrol team will be expanding its ranks. Any willing young adult who passes the assessment will receive a guaranteed 50 contribution points daily. Furthermore, they will receive priority in the allocation of food and water." Contribution points. Food, water. The previously hesitant survivors instantly transformed, their eyes alight with a new fervor. While fear was indeed a formidable adversary, hunger was a far more tangible torment. Moreover, joining the patrol team meant wielding weapons, gaining power, and securing a superior status in this chaotic world. "I want to sign up." A tall, slender young man was the first to break from the crowd, his face marked by a resolute determination. "Me too. Director Liu, count me in." With the first came the second and the third. Ultimately, the survivors, faced with the overwhelming temptation of survival, chose to submit. Observing the eager young adults rushing to enlist, Liu Guodong's face broke into a satisfied smile. He realized that from this moment onward, Zhao Hu was no longer indispensable. His era had passed, while his own was just beginning. On the other side of the crowd, Dr. Lin Fu did not follow Liu Guodong to bask in the glory of victory. He cast a thoughtful glance at Zhao, whose desolate figure retreating into the distance, his gaze lingering for several seconds. Then he glanced at the impassioned and spirited Liu Guodong. He said nothing, merely lifted his medical kit and turned towards the property building. Yet, his destination was not the committee's conference room. He ascended to the second floor, entering an empty office, from which he retrieved a bulging black backpack from a cabinet. The bag appeared heavy, as if it had been prepared long in advance. Once he slung the pack over his shoulders, he did not pause for a moment, instead descending the stairs, weaving through the chaotic crowd, and heading towards a direction starkly different from both Zhao Hu and Liu Guodong. Building 2, Unit Room 802 Balcony. Ming Dao withdrew his gaze. Having heard Liu Guodong's words vaguely, yet he had formed a clear assessment of the saber-toothed tiger's strength. An elite-level template, it possessed extraordinary explosive power and defense, with intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Its quality was at least green, possibly even a boss-level creature within this region. Given his current skills, a direct confrontation would likely end in mutual destruction. Though the Tang broadsword was sharp, his reaction speed, striking technique, and the prowess honed in the life-and-death struggles of a top predator left much to be desired. He needed to fully assimilate the teachings of the strong martial school, transforming them into instinctual abilities. Ming Dao gripped the hilt of the Tang broadsword tightly, coming to a profound realization. Power devoid of technique was merely fragile brute force. Zhao Hu's dismal defeat was the finest testament to this truth. He turned back to his study, seated himself at the desk, and opened the notebook where he recorded all his plans and thoughts. Grabbing a pen, he swiftly inscribed new analyses and strategies on the paper. The pages were already densely packed with various information: available resources, potential threats, covert collaborators, next steps. His eyes lingered on the name, Zhao, drawing a heavy circle around it. Next to Li Yuan, drone, he marked a question mark. Li Yuan's skills were indeed valuable, but he remained in a controllable cooperation phase, so there was no rush. However, regarding Zhao Hu, Ming Dao pressed down harder on the circle, almost piercing through the paper. Time was fleeting. Though unclear about the specifics of their conversation, he had observed the friction between them, the cold, disposable demeanor of Liu Guodong, clearly from the 8th floor. Given Zhao Hu's character, his deeply held beliefs must have shattered by now. At this moment, he was physically wounded and mentally vulnerable, lost in confusion. This was the optimal moment to sway him. Perhaps even the only chance, if he were allowed to recover, or if Liu Guodong managed to reassure him through other means. Extracting him from Lu Guodong's chessboard would become an insurmountable challenge. He had to take the initiative to firmly grasp this pivotal piece within his own hands. Contemplating for a moment, a comprehensive plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He stood up, removed his damp tank top, donned a sharp black outfit, and concealed the Tang broadsword in a cloth bag strapped to his back, covering it with a loose jacket. Then, he turned and exited his room, knocking on the door of apartment 801 next door. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar coded signal. A few seconds later, the door creaked open a crack. Wang Chu's face, still bearing traces of shock, peeked through the gap. Ming Dao, his voice trembled slightly. Did you see that saber-toothed tiger downstairs? It was terrifying, like something out of a prehistoric movie. Zhao Hu, such a formidable person, was taken down in one blow. He was about to animatedly describe the horrifying scene. But Ming Dao interrupted him directly. Stop. What do you think of that veteran named Zhao Hu? Chapter 141. From Dragon's Minister? Wang Chu was taken aback. The abrupt shift in topic left his racing mind momentarily stalled. He stared at Ming Dao, unsure how to respond. Yet, as a seasoned web novelist, his instincts kicked in, prompting him to think and analyze swiftly. He immersed himself in the omniscient perspective of an author to dissect the character of Zhao Hu. Wang Chu's breathing gradually steadied, and his gaze became more focused. A tragic hero ensnared by his own ideals and misguided loyalty. This assessment elicited a glimmer of approval in Ming Dao's eyes. He nodded, encouraging Wang Chu to continue. Bolstered by this encouragement, Wang Chu's thoughts flourished. It was as if he were not evaluating a real individual, but analyzing a significant supporting character of his own creation. Brother Ming, observe. Zhao Hu's characterization is remarkably upright. He is a soldier, a special forces operative, with an unwavering core etched with the principles of obedience to orders and the protection of the people. In times of peace, or perhaps during the initial stages of an apocalypse, such individuals serve as steadfast anchors, embodying heroism. However, Wang Chu's tone shifted, lowering slightly. The world has transformed. The old order has vanished, supplanted by the stark and brutal law of the jungle. Lu Guodong is the type who understands and wields this ruthlessness. Consequently, he swiftly exploits the rules to establish his dominion. Yet Zhao Hu remains oblivious, or perhaps unwilling to comprehend. He clings to the moral standards of the old world to govern himself and to scrutinize this new reality. His loyalty is to the nation and to the people. But now, with the nation dissolved and the people fragmented, this loyalty becomes a form of aimless, misguided devotion, suspended in the void. He obeys Lu Guodong not out of recognition, but because Lu Guodong embodies a semblance of collective order, the very vestiges of what Zhao Hu reveres. Thus, he would risk everything to protect those survivors with whom he shares no ties, facing the saber-toothed tiger head-on. Yet, he also experiences disappointment and anger in response to Lu Guodong's cruelty. Wang Chu, drawing from his scant knowledge of Zhao Hu, engaged in speculative analysis, growing increasingly animated as if he had discovered a wellspring of creative inspiration. He resembled a man trapped in the past, his ideals having transformed into a prison, confining him within its walls. He yearned to rebel, but realized that his rebellion would be against the very things he had long endeavored to safeguard. Thus, he is destined for tragedy, either to be drained of his worth like a consumable in countless heroic acts, ultimately perishing, or to witness the collapse of his faith upon recognizing the harsh truths, leading to his self-destruction amidst suffering and confusion. Upon concluding, Wang Chu exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of pride in his incisive analysis. Ming Dao listened quietly, refraining from interruption. Wang Chu's insights surpassed his own contemplations. This was professionalism. He nodded in affirmation of Wang Chu's assessment before posing a second, more direct question. Ming Dao, gazing into Wang Chu's eyes, inquired, word for word, about granting Zhao Hu an opportunity to cease being a tragic hero. Wang Chu's breath caught abruptly. The pride that had graced his face vanished instantly, replaced by profound astonishment. He was no fool. As a web novelist entrenched in the complexities of human nature, power struggles, and cunning schemes, he deciphered the chilling implications of Ming Dao's words in a mere fraction of a second. An opportunity for Zhao Hu to escape the seemingly impenetrable power structure of Lu Guodong. This signified the necessity of unearthing Zhao Hu from that oppressive regime. It entailed finding a new, more substantial foundation for his suspended, misguided loyalty. And this foundation, Wang Chu gazed at the ever-composed, perpetually ahead leader before him. In that instant, he recognized that Ming Dao was not merely discussing a character. He was formulating a scheme, a madcap plan potent enough to upend the existing power dynamics of the entire Blue Bay Peninsula. And Zhao, who was the linchpin of this plan. Wang Chu felt his heart racing, blood surging with unprecedented vigor to his brain, causing his cheeks to flush. This was the true battle for supremacy in the apocalypse. This was the narrative he had long yearned for. He was fortunate to partake in a storm capable of altering destinies, even assuming the role of a strategist within it. Wang Chu dared not dwell further. If this plan were to succeed, would he not be the undisputed dragon's minister? This was 1,000 times more exhilarating than merely striking the keys to conjure an air of dominance. Ming Dao observed the kaleidoscopic expressions on Wang Chu's face, almost suspecting a cerebral climax. He needed Wang Chu to fully comprehend the risks and rewards of this venture. He sought not a quaking sycophant, but a genuine ally capable of keeping pace with his thoughts and enhancing the plan. Finally, Wang Chu exhaled a long breath, the smirk on his face dissipating. He lowered his voice, his gaze regaining clarity. "Brother Ming, I understand. You wish to draw him over." Ming Dao nodded slightly, tacitly affirming this notion. Wang Chu continued along this line of thought. Zhao Hu is akin to a fine blade, straight and true, yet prone to breakage. Lu Guodong wields him as a cleaver, discarding him when spent. But you, Brother Ming, desire to ensure that this knife is wielded with precision. This metaphor resonated deeply. Ming Dao regarded Wang Chu, his eyes reflecting increasing approval. Yet, could a single Zhao Hu indeed alter the entire situation? Wang Chu pondered, almost seeking Ming Dao's validation. Although he possessed combat prowess, he led no followers and held no sway within the council. He will have them, Ming Dao finally spoke, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Chapter 142. Our leader, the anonymous first on the scoreboard. Ming Dao proactively revealed his strategy. What is Lu Guodong's greatest reliance? It is neither his stirring slogans nor Lin Yifu's cunning machinations, but rather violence, a force embodied by the patrol team trained under Zhao Hu, with Zhao Hu serving as the benchmark of martial prowess. This unit is the cornerstone of Lu Guodong's rule, and Zhao Hu is the very soul of this foundation. At least for now, Lu Guodong publicly humiliated him today, using him and then discarding him. Do you think those security personnel are blind? They may temporarily submit out of fear and self-interest, but the seeds of doubt and discontent have already been sown. Once Zhao Hu, this banner, shifts allegiance to us, Lu Guodong's violent reign will be undermined at its very roots. I do not expect to topple him instantly. Managing a collective of thousands is exceedingly challenging. I understand that. But I possess two advantages that Lu Guodong lacks. First, I have access to production resources and tools beyond his imagination. This, you need only to understand. I can and have the confidence to do so. Ming Dao smiled subtly, his gaze imbued with mystery. The advantages bestowed by the settlement system will become increasingly pronounced as time progresses. Secondly, I can readily provide food and water, a feat no one else can accomplish in the short term. Ming Dao left it at that, allowing Wang Chu to ponder the implications. Wang Chu felt a surge of excitement, nodding emphatically. He believed. Thus, Zhao Hu. Ming Dao gazed intently at him, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness as he pronounced each word with deliberate weight. He shall become my right-hand man. He paused momentarily, uttering a few words that made Wang Chu's heart momentarily halt. The crucial link to counter Lu Guodong. Wang Chu's mouth fell agape. It dawned upon him that Ming Dao's aim from the very beginning was to stand toe-to-toe with Lu Guodong, perhaps even to usurp him. Just as Wang Chu's thoughts surged, nearly overwhelming him, a heavy hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. Ming Dao's composed face leaned closer. Fatty. A hint of a smile played at the corners of his lips. I must say, you possess quite the talent. Your thoughts align closely with mine. This unexpected praise, rich in sincerity, brought a sudden sting to Wang Chu's nose, and his eyes grew warm. He felt acknowledged for the first time since the family dog back home. In that moment, Wang Chu silently vowed to cling to this pillar of support. Even if Jesus came, he would not let go. Brother Ming, rest assured, I will meticulously plan the defection of Zhao Hu. I guarantee he will be utterly devoted to you, Wang Chu proclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor. No need, Ming Dao replied, shaking his head as he withdrew his hand. To deal with someone like Zhao Hu, cunning is beneath us. What I seek is not deceit, but rather respect and recognition. Our task now is not to subvert him, but to save him. With that, Ming Dao offered no further explanation and turned back to his room. A few minutes later, he emerged once more, now bearing a heavy black backpack upon his shoulder. Let's proceed to work. He pulled from the side pocket of the backpack a substantial chunk of mutated beast leg meat. securely wrapped in cling film and weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, and handed it to Wang Chu. Take this. Next, he retrieved a nearly full 2-liter bottle of Nongfu spring water from within the room, stuffing it into the backpack. Having completed these tasks, he led the way toward the staircase. Clutching the hefty piece of beast meat, Wang Chu hurried to follow. Brother Ming, where are we headed? To the underground garage. To meet Feng Ge. Since the group of lone wolves had been driven out by Lin, this place had seemingly transformed into a secret base for Feng Ge and his crew. They dared not kindle a fire or raise their voices upstairs, fearing denunciation from neighbors who had joined the collective, which might attract Lu Guodong's patrols. Thus, this forgotten underground space, shrouded from the sun, became the sole refuge where they could savor a semblance of freedom. Aside from returning home to sleep, Feng Ji's group spent nearly all their time hidden in one of the double-car garages. As Ming Dao and Wang Chu's figures appeared at the dimly lit threshold of the garage, they immediately captured everyone's attention. The sight before Wang Chu caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The small gang, initially composed of just Feng Ge and 3 others, had now expanded to a dozen individuals. A makeshift fire pit, constructed from bricks, was set in the center, roasting several pieces of charred meat that emitted a peculiar burnt odor. Car doors had been removed and repurposed as makeshift stools and tables. 3 or 4 scruffy young men were gathered around a car mirror, using a broken comb to tidy their untamed hair, occasionally erupting into coarse exclamations. Others leaned against the walls, their expressions vacant, idly tapping the ground with sticks scavenged from who knows where. The entire garage was imbued with an atmosphere that blended rebelliousness with a sense of languid despair, resembling a makeshift troop in a post-apocalyptic world. Upon noticing Ming Dao and Wang Chu, particularly the bulging backpack they bore, the expressions of the group shifted instantly, akin to a pack of hungry wolves spotting 2 intruding sheep. Well, guests have arrived. A young man with a shaved head and the words, "I love Wang Union" tattooed on his neck was the first to rise. He scrutinized Ming Dao and Wang Chu with a sidelong glance, his gaze ultimately landing on the substantial piece of beast leg meat in Wang Chu's arms, swallowing hard. He did not recognize Ming Dao. He had escaped from the collective due to the unbearable strictures imposed by Lu Guodong, who required half of any foraged goods to be surrendered. In his eyes, Feng Ge was the leader of this motley crew, while the elusive figure known as the Anonymous First was their unseen protector. In this Blue Bay Peninsula, aside from Lu Guodong's men, they feared no one. 2 brothers. You seem unfamiliar. The shaved-head young man swaggered over, blocking their path. Behind him, 2 or 3 other newcomers also stood up, wearing expressions of ill intent, subtly forming a circle around them. Where have you 2 brothers struck it rich? That backpack looks heavy. The young man gestured toward Ming Dao's bag with a swaggering tone. Here, we have a rule. Newcomers must show some understanding. He reached out, patting the beast leg meat in Wang Chu's arms, leaving behind a greasy fingerprint. Our boss is that Anonymous First on the leaderboard. You must have heard of him, right? When you meet us, the wise thing to do is to show a bit of respect. That way, my brothers and I can look out for you in this neighborhood. Chapter 143. Report to Feng Ge. Catastrophic news. The words of the young man sent Wang Chu's expression into a peculiar turmoil. He nearly burst into laughter. Anonymous First? Your boss. Are you seriously suggesting that the main character must pay homage to his underlings? This was utterly ludicrous. Just as Wang Chu was about to voice his thoughts with his signature sarcasm to commend the audacious warrior before him, he caught a glimpse of Ming Dao's expression out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the mirth in Wang Chu's heart froze. A wave of chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Ming Dao's previously calm demeanor had evaporated in an instant, replaced by an expression of profound anger. An invisible, icy aura emanated from him, causing even the flames of the fire to flicker in fear, dimming their glow. Wang Chu shivered involuntarily, instinctively retreating a step. He had never witnessed this side of Ming Dao before. It was 100 times more terrifying than facing an elite-grade rock armored boar in the forest. In Ming Dao's heart, alarm bells rang loudly. A rage, touched upon his absolute limit, was on the verge of exploding. His most cherished secret, the identity he had painstakingly concealed, the greatest card he held for survival and quiet prosperity. How could it be so casually disclosed by this ragtag bunch he had effortlessly gathered? He could envision that today, this young man dared to speak thusly to him. It was likely he had already boasted about it to others in the community yesterday. One word would lead to another, and soon it would be common knowledge. Before long, the entire Blue Bay Peninsula will be aware that the enigmatic figure known as Anonymous First is the leader of this group of solitary wanderers. How much time will it take for this news to reach the ears of Lu Guodong and Lin Yifu? How long will it be until they deduce his true identity? All of his subsequent plans, enticing Zhao Hu, establishing a water resource base, monopolizing industrial production, will inevitably collapse. He will transform from a concealed hunter into a target under the relentless gaze of all. This, indeed, touches upon his absolute limit. Unforgivable. At the very moment when a murderous intent surged within Ming Dao, the reckless green-skinned scorpion continued his performance. Observing the silence from Ming Dao and his companion, he mistakenly believed they were intimidated by his background. His grin grew more self-satisfied as he reached out to snatch the backpack behind Ming Dao. What? No words? It seems I do not wish to show respect to my group. Just as his hand reached halfway, a shadow darted out like a hunting cheetah. It was the thin monkey, the most astute of Brother Feng's subordinates, who had witnessed Ming Dao's true face. In that instant, the thin monkey's face bore no traces of his usual lewdness and slickness. He looked as if he had nearly been rendered impotent from fright. Damn it! With a thunderous crash, the thin monkey summoned all his strength and delivered a ferocious sidekick squarely to the waist of the green-skinned scorpion. A howl escaped the scorpion's lips as he was sent sprawling, curling up in agony and weeping uncontrollably. The thin monkey held nothing back with that kick. The entire garage fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The newcomers who had been cheering for the green-skinned scorpion were left with their smiles frozen in place, bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. How could one of their own strike another? Was it a mistake? However, what transpired next further widened their eyes in disbelief. The thin monkey, who had just kicked his companion, did not spare him a glance. Instead, he suddenly knelt before Ming Dao with a thud. He dared not raise his eyes to meet Ming Dao's gaze, his body trembling violently, forehead pressed against the cold concrete, pleading in a voice laced with tears. Immortal, please spare my life. I was blind and ignorant. I failed to discipline this newcomer. He did not know your identity. He spoke recklessly. Please, do not take it to heart. I beg you to forgive us this once. I will immediately deal with his insolence to make amends. The thin monkey's posture was pitifully subservient, reduced to dust. After all, he had witnessed Ming Dao's supernatural prowess firsthand, killing without a flicker of an eye. Bah! He had even erased the corpses. He would not be afraid. His soul deep terror stood in stark contrast to the bewildered expressions of the surrounding newcomers. At this moment, everyone realized that the seemingly ordinary young man before them, who had remained silent throughout, possessed an identity far beyond their comprehension, one that was terrifying in ways they could scarcely imagine. With this unexpected interruption, Ming Dao lost his opportunity to unleash his fury. He snorted coldly, his tone heavy. Go. Bring me Li Yifeng. Meanwhile, at the far end of the underground garage, behind a BYD vehicle, Brother Feng was grappling with one of the most arduous battles of his life. He squatted in a horse stance, gripping the rear bumper of the car tightly. His face reddened like a monkey's bottom. Sweat beads the size of mung beans cascaded down his forehead, soaking his bangs and sticking to his skin. He felt as though his intestines were twisted into a braid, dry and hard. Yet the final barrier felt as if it were sealed with concrete, impenetrable. Damn this apocalypse. Damn these compressed biscuits. It had been 2 days since he had dealt with his physiological needs smoothly. The lack of water, oil, and fresh vegetables had plunged his body into an unprecedented state of constipation. Damn it, Brother Feng muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth as he attempted to muster a new wave of effort. He felt like a woman in labor, striving with all his might to bring forth a child as hard as iron. Just as he finally concentrated, summoning all his strength, feeling that long gestating, earth-shattering sensation about to break forth, it's happening. Right now, Brother Feng, terrible news. A panicked voice thundered in his ears like a clap of thunder. The thin monkey's pale, paper-like face suddenly appeared at the front of the car. This sudden exclamation startled Brother Feng, causing the hard-won energy to dissipate instantly. He felt as though he had just lost everything. His face turned from a pig liver hue to a deep purple. A surge of nameless rage, mingled with the profound humiliation of failure, welled up within him. Damn it! Brother Feng managed to squeeze out a word through gritted teeth, feeling the world around him darken. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Chapter 144. Your people seem to enjoy boasting about my name. He sprang up abruptly, disregarding his embarrassment, intent on rushing out to twist the thin monkey's head off and use it as a chamber pot. What are you mourning for? Brother Feng roared in a fit of rage. I've worked so hard. Before he could finish, the thin monkey had already knelt down, gasping for breath. He was genuinely terrified. Brother Feng, don't stop. The immortal has arrived. The immortal? Brother Feng paused, quickly realizing, and erupted in a torrent of curses. If the immortal is here, then what? Who are you talking about? The immortal. It's that esteemed one. Brother Ming. He is here. Very angry. The thin monkey cried, his voice trembling. What the hell? Why didn't you say so sooner? Brother Feng's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks in a fraction of a second. Those two words were 1,000 times more terrifying than any demon or ghost to him. They were the true deities who governed the lives and deaths of people like him. What was he here for? And why was he angry? A barrage of questions left him utterly perplexed. But that was of little consequence. His sole thought was, hurry. He must appear before that esteemed one as swiftly as possible. Startled, Brother Feng fumbled to pull up his trousers. In his panic, he nearly failed to secure his belt several times. He didn't even have time to wipe himself. Hastily throwing on his tattered outer pants, forgetting to zip up, and bolting from behind the car in a frantic scramble. His disheveled appearance resembled that of a husband caught in the act. As Brother Feng rushed to join the others, the atmosphere in the garage had descended to an icy silence. He immediately spotted the figure standing at the center of the crowd, face as stern as water. Just a mere silhouette made his legs feel weak. It was Brother Ming. Brother Feng rushed over to Ming Dao, his waist bent at a perfect 90 degrees. His face adorned with an obsequious smile. Ming Yi, esteemed leader, celestial being, what an honor it is to have your presence. You should have given us a heads up so we could prepare the fire hydrant to welcome you. He bowed and fawned, addressing Ming Dao as Ming Gu, an esteemed leader repeatedly, his demeanor a stark contrast to his usual arrogant bravado in front of his subordinates. This scene solidified the most incredulous speculation harbored by the newcomers. Meanwhile, the scrawny scorpion, still groaning on the ground after being kicked, had ceased his whimpering. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding drama, the color draining from his face at a visible pace until he was left pallid. He had dared to attempt to rob this celestial being, whom even Brother Feng revered. Game over, folks. He had kicked a steel plate. The surrounding ruffians, who had just been cheering alongside him, now wore expressions of sheer terror. They realized the truth. This young man was none other than the legendary Anonymous No. 1. He was the boss of their boss, the ultimate leader, and they, the foolish lot, had just attempted to seize his possessions, even expecting him to pay them respect. Observing the disheartened faces of his subordinates, Brother Feng sensed something was amiss. He didn't know what had transpired, but he understood he needed to take action. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. Did these rascals offend you in any way? Just say the word, and I will break their legs for you. Let me avenge you. Enough with the chatter. Suddenly, Ming Dao moved, as swift as lightning. One moment he was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the next, his right hand had transformed into a blur, precisely gripping Brother Feng's throat. Ugh! Feng's pupils dilated, all sound caught in his throat. In the next instant, an irresistible force surged from his neck. His body, weighing at least 130 pounds, was effortlessly lifted off the ground by Ming Dao with a single hand. His legs flailed helplessly in the air, hands instinctively clawing at Ming Dao's arm. Yet it was futile. The sensation of suffocation engulfed him instantly. His brain began to darken from the lack of oxygen, and everything before his eyes started to blur. He could not comprehend it. Why? Why was this happening? He could not fathom what he had done to deserve such a terrifying punishment. This display of power served its purpose effectively. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Wang Chu was also taken aback. He knew Ming Gu was angry, but he had not anticipated such an explosive manifestation of fury. This group had gone too far. Your people seem to enjoy flaunting my name, do they? Apparently. You didn't grasp the gravity of the situation. Gather everyone now, immediately, right here, without affording Brother Feng a moment to breathe. Ming Dao hoisted the nearly asphyxiated Feng with one hand, turned, and strode deeper into the darkness of the underground garage, each step echoing like a drumbeat. Wang Chu stood frozen, clutching a piece of beast leg meat, a cold sweat forming on his back. He was witnessing firsthand the terrifying wrath that erupted when their usually calm and rational leader's limits were breached. This was not a performance. This was genuine, lethal intent. The scrawny monkey scrambled to his feet, watching as Brother Feng was dragged away, trembling with fear, before he snapped back to reality at Ming Dao's command. What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear the celestial being's orders? Get moving. Call everyone. Gather everyone here. Those outside. Those sleeping. Those in the bathroom. Get them all here within 3 minutes. Anyone who doesn't show up, I will personally break their legs, under the threat of dire consequences. This ragtag group finally mustered unprecedented motivation. Meanwhile, Ming Dao had brought Brother Feng to a secluded garage. He stopped, releasing his grip. Cough, cough, cough. Fresh air flooded Feng's lungs as he collapsed on the ground, coughing violently, tears and snot covering his face. He felt as though he had just danced with death. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a loud crash resounded. Ming Dao kicked open the rolling shutter door. Get in. Chapter 145. This slap will be quite painful. In the dimly lit underground garage, memories of unpleasantness lingered. The scrawny monkey crouched on the cement floor. Beside him, the unfortunate scorpion still cradled his waist, casting a resentful glance his way. Under the scrawny monkey's urging and intimidation, 14 or 15 so-called lone wolves began to gather from the various shadowy corners of the garage. Most of them were young, in their early 20s, their faces still marked by the innocence of youth and confusion. Before the apocalypse, they might have been college students skipping classes to play video games or office workers lamenting the 996 work culture. The sudden disaster had violently yanked them from their sheltered existence and thrown them into this brutal jungle of survival. They tried to snarl like wolves, yet their inherent uncertainty was still evident. Of course, there were exceptions. On the periphery of the crowd stood 3 or 4 older men. Unlike the younger ones who whispered among themselves, they remained silent, leaning against the wall, observing the absurdity before them with skeptical eyes. Their gazes were fierce, and their demeanor exuded a sense of danger. These men were seasoned veterans, perhaps former denizens of the gray areas before the end times. They chose to be lone wolves not out of a desire for freedom, but from a fundamental distrust of others. At this moment, they watched the scrawny monkey kneeling on the ground and the half-dead scorpion with a glint of inscrutable interest in their eyes. Everyone had arrived. All eyes converged on the 2 figures at the entrance of the garage. One was tall and corpulent, clutching a hefty piece of beast meat, resembling a mobile mountain of flesh, his face wearing a peculiar, half-smiling expression. The other appeared far more ordinary, with a balanced build and a calm demeanor. But his eyes were such that one dared not meet his gaze. Ming Ye. Brother Feng bowed and scraped, trailing behind Ming Dao, clearly humbled after the earlier encounter. He did not know what Ming Dao intended to do. He only understood that the esteemed individual was in a very foul mood. And when he was in such a mood, it usually meant someone was about to face dire consequences. Open the door. Brother Feng jolted, not daring to delay even slightly. He grasped the door handle with all his might, using his entire weight to force it open. With a loud crash, the entire underground garage was plunged into darkness. Light was utterly severed. The only source of illumination was a small hole in the rolling shutter door, through which a few feeble beams of light struggled to penetrate, sketching out shapes that were visible yet untouchable. The beams of light, so faint they could scarcely illuminate anyone's visage, merely managed to sketch the indistinct outlines of each individual, further intensifying the eerie atmosphere. Darkness serves as the finest catalyst for fear. The whispers that had previously lingered vanished entirely, and every mouth was sealed shut, breaths instinctively slowing, as if to avert impending doom. From this moment forth, all of you must heed my first rule. Ming Dao's voice was frigid. Among the crowd, someone involuntarily shivered. The phrase anonymous first, I implore you, refrain from uttering it from any of your lips, especially in the presence of outsiders. As his words echoed, the newcomers displayed expressions of realization, while the elders, led by the emaciated monkey, lowered their heads even further. Ming Dao turned slowly, and though no one could discern his expression in the darkness, each felt an unmistakable aura of malice emanating from him. I am a person of decisive action. Should anyone dare to flaunt this title, indirectly exposing my identity, he paused once more, extending the silence. Particularly, if the committee were to become aware, I shall be the first to personally eliminate him. Do you understand? No one dared to respond, nor did anyone muster the courage to do so. Yet, as is often the case, exceptions exist. There are always those who are either foolish enough, confident enough, or perhaps a combination of both. A discordant scoff pierced the silence, resonating sharply among the hushed crowd. Subsequently, a towering figure emerged from the throng, taking a step forward. The dim light outlined his gleaming bald head and his fierce, brutish countenance. It was Brother Dao, a formidable newcomer. Before the apocalypse, he had been a rough-and-tumble figure on the streets, carving a name for himself with reckless bravado. He had little patience for threats. In his eyes, all rules were meant to be broken, all strong individuals to be challenged. His allegiance to Brother Feng stemmed from the allure of the title Anonymous First. In his simplistic worldview, aligning with the most formidable leader would ensure prosperity. Yet now, this leader forbade them from claiming their name? What was this? A stealthy masquerade? On what grounds? Brother Dao's coarse voice dripped with insolence. He tilted his head, casting a provocative gaze in Ming Dao's direction. I came here, having heard that Anonymous First is our boss, someone truly formidable, and brought my brothers along to pledge our allegiance. And now, we are told we cannot utter our name? Are you toying with us? His loyal underlings behind him erupted in raucous laughter, seemingly rallying behind their leader's audacity. Brother Feng and the emaciated monkey's hearts sank to the depths of despair. This was it. These fools, unaware of their impending doom. Just as Brother Dao finished speaking, Wang Chu moved. No one witnessed his initiation. In one moment, he appeared as a pudgy figure clutching a beast's leg, seemingly innocent and easily deceived. In the next, his corpulent form unleashed an astonishing speed utterly incongruous with his size. Boom! With a single, explosive stride, he closed the 2 to 3 meter gap, lunging toward the unprepared Brother Dao. The smirk on Brother Dao's face had not yet faded, his pupils barely registering Wang Chu's rapidly approaching figure before a wave of foul air, mingled with the scent of blood, assaulted him. He had no time to react. Slap! A resounding, crisp sound, echoing with reverberation, erupted. Harnessing the terrifying momentum of his charge, Wang Chu summoned all his core strength, pouring every ounce of reinforced power into his palm, striking with unparalleled force. The blow was both fierce and solid. Caught completely off guard, Brother Dao was spun around twice by the impact, unable to emit even a single cry of agony. His eyes rolled back as he spewed a mixture of blood and shattered teeth, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. He twitched a couple of times before becoming utterly still. Perhaps the strike through his jaw had rendered him unconscious instantly. Chapter 146. Different groups necessitate different rules. At this moment, everyone understood. If Ming Dao's earlier words had served as an invisible pressure, Wang Chu's slap was a tangible, palpable threat. Those who had initially approached with a sense of detachment now wore expressions of trepidation. They questioned themselves, realizing that even in a state of readiness, they could never withstand such a cataclysmic blow. Brother Feng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His mouth agape, he stared at the rotund figure, then glanced at the stoically expressionless Ming Dao, his mind buzzing. He recognized Ming Dao as a celestial being, a formidable leader. But for the love of all that is holy, who could explain why this seemingly harmless fat man beside him was equally ferocious? How could anyone survive this? Wang Chu gradually withdrew his slightly numbed hand, his chest heaving. An unprecedented sensation, a blend of ferocity and exhilaration, surged within him. Delightful, utterly delightful. He cast a glance at the unconscious Brother Dao, contempt swirling in his eyes. In that fleeting moment of action, a singular thought consumed him. Brother Ming's authority shall not be challenged by mere insects. This slap was not merely a strike against Brother Dao's face. It shattered the thick shell of cowardice and social anxiety that had enveloped him for over 2 decades. It rang like a thunderclap in the hearts of everyone in the garage. Wang Chu snorted, retreating back behind Ming Dao, clutching the beast's leg even tighter. Now, does anyone still have objections to my first rule? This time, not a soul dared to voice any dissent. They finally comprehended why Brother Feng and the emaciated monkey held these 2 individuals in such profound reverence. This was an entirely different caliber of existence. That rotund man, merely a subordinate, possessed such terrifying explosive power. What of the youth who had remained silent throughout, whose mere presence had caused the temperature of the entire space to plummet? What kind of terror must he embody? No one dared to ponder further. The implications were chilling. Ming Dao reveled in this effect. He had awaited a bold soul to rise. Rules devoid of consequence are but scraps of paper. Wang Chu's decisive action was perfectly executed. It established authority without necessitating his direct intervention. A demonstration of power had been made, and the lesson imparted. Excellent. Ming Dao stepped forward, positioning himself beneath the pale beams of light, allowing his silhouette to become more pronounced. Since there are no objections, let us discuss the second rule. He surveyed his diverse subordinates, his tone laced with mockery. My approach to matters diverges significantly from Lu Guodong's. I shall not engage you in those tedious and foul meetings, nor shall I present you with unattainable visions, and certainly, I shall not indulge in some nonsensical rhetoric about collective ideals. Bang! A dull thud echoed. He gestured to Wang Chu, who understood and promptly tossed the mutated beast's leg meat onto the dusty concrete floor. The somber sound resonated in everyone's hearts. The meat lay discarded on the ground. In this apocalyptic world, where food is more precious than gold, such an act is utterly unforgivable. Several young individuals, starved for an unknown duration, felt their eyes welling with tears, their throats involuntarily convulsing, fixating on the piece of meat as if they might pounce upon it. The sound of swallowing echoed in the air. Lu Guodong cannot provide you with food and water. I shall ensure that you have plenty. I shall not impose absurd contribution points, nor compel you to sacrifice yourselves in the name of some so-called heroism. I speak candidly. You assist me, and I shall reward you. Perform well, and you shall dine on meat and drink fresh water. In the future, there may even be weapons. Food, water, weapons. The three essentials of the apocalypse. This is more tangible than any flowery words, more alluring than any grand ideals. Why have they become lone wolves? Is it not because they could no longer endure Lu Guodong's hypocritical collectivism? Why should the wild vegetables they toil to unearth be surrendered in half? Why should the resources they risk their lives to procure be distributed by those elderly individuals hiding upstairs, doing nothing through so-called contribution points? Why? At last, someone has emerged to voice the thoughts they dared not express. And with weapons, those two words instantly sharpened the gaze of the seasoned veterans. If food and water are the necessities of survival, then weapons are fundamental for self-defense and the plundering of others in this dystopia. They embody dignity, status, and the very confidence that allows them to stand tall. His words shattered the last vestige of doubt within them. In stark contrast to Lu Guodong's nebulous vision of a collective future, Ming Dao's proposition felt palpably real and achingly attainable. The moment was ripe. Ming Dao shifted his tone. However, my provisions shall not sustain idlers, nor shall they nourish the inept or the traitorous. Starting tomorrow, I shall assign you tasks daily, primarily to gather various resources, such as scrap metal, usable electronic components, pipes, and chemical materials. Furthermore, I require intelligence. I want to keep a close watch on Lu Guodong's committee, who they meet, what meetings they hold, and any new developments. We shall trade our respective needs, exchanging your value for the capital necessary for survival. His words struck precisely at their vulnerabilities. Ming Dao understood that different groups necessitate different rules. Lu Guodong's hypocritical collectivism may serve to ensnare those ordinary residents still clinging to hope. Yet, to tackle this unruly bunch, more akin to street thugs, simpler, more brutal, and direct rules are required. Pure transactions, blatant exchanges of interests, and sufficient audacity are the only means to command their respect. Chapter 147, Violator shall die. Now, we arrive at the third rule. Ming Dao raised 3 fingers. You may confront Lu Guodong's committee, seize their tasks, undermine them, or even find opportunities to set traps for them. I would be quite pleased to see such actions. However, his voice deepened once more. There exists a red line that none shall cross. That is, you are forbidden from laying hands on those ordinary survivors who merely wish to live peacefully. Should anyone dare to use their numbers to snatch the last morsel of food from the hands of the elderly, the weak, or women, or to bully their families? Ming Dao did not need to finish his sentence. The coldness of his tone conveyed the unspoken threat. Our objective is to replace Lu Guodong, not to become an even worse bandit than he. When recruiting newcomers, I prefer quality over quantity. I do not wish for my team to be plagued by fools like those we see today. Keep your eyes sharp. I seek intelligent individuals, ruthless ones, not mindless cannon fodder. He paused momentarily, yet felt compelled to elaborate. This is for our grand plan's future. Lu Guodong's vision is limited to this community. My ambitions, however, extend far beyond your current imagination. To realize this, we must accumulate strength in the shadows, avoiding unnecessary complications. Enduring minor losses now is a means to reclaim much more later. From this day on, Afong and Shouho will oversee everyone. Should anyone wish to play the traitor and foolishly run to Lu Guodong to report, violators shall die. Faced with the varied expressions of the crowd, Ming Dao abruptly turned, his right hand darting toward his back. Clang! A resounding, invigorating dragon's roar echoed throughout the garage. The tang hung Dao at his back was unsheathed with a flourish. A brilliant flash of cold light, like lightning cleaving through darkness, sliced through the dim space. All were seized by this sudden motion and the chilling blade's gleam, their hearts contracting in fear. Ming Dao, wielding the long knife, did not even glance at the corner of the garage where an abandoned, 2-finger-thick engine guard lay. He struck down with ferocity. He employed no elaborate techniques, merely a simple downward slash. Yet this blow harnessed the power techniques taught by the martial arts. His feet rooted, his waist generating force. The power traveled along his spine to his arm, ultimately channeling into the blade's edge. Swoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air. Contrary to the anticipated thunderous clash of metal, only a delicate, slicing sound followed. The hefty steel plate, under the Tang Hung Dao's edge, snapped as easily as if it were mere paper. The blade's momentum remained unyielding, crashing with terrifying force into the concrete wall behind the steel plate. Boom! Concrete debris flew in all directions. A ghastly, gaping crack appeared in the sturdy load-bearing wall, unfathomably deep. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All gazed wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if ensnared by a spell, transfixed by the extraordinary spectacle before them. Their minds had utterly short-circuited. That was a steel plate, designed to protect an automobile engine. It was cleaved in half and driven into the wall. Is such power even possible for a human to possess? This had far surpassed their understanding of physics, strength, and the limits of humanity. Under the bewildered stares of the onlookers, Ming Dao slowly withdrew his Tang Hung Dao from the wall. Sizzle. He raised the knife, positioning it before his eyes. The dim light flowed along the flawless blade, reflecting a chilling brilliance. The blade, pristine and perfect as ever, had not even a single frayed edge after cleaving through steel, and they finally comprehended the profound gravity of the words "violators shall die." It was not merely a threat. It was an unequivocal declaration. A painful groan shattered the oppressive silence. It was the blade-wielding brother, who had been rendered unconscious by Wang Chu's slap, slowly regaining consciousness. Shaking his buzzing head, he struggled to rise, muttering curses. Who the hell ambushed me? However, as his gaze focused and he beheld the scene before him, all curses lodged in his throat. He saw the neatly severed steel plate, the gaping crack in the wall, the terrified, contorted expressions of those around him, and finally, the youth holding a long knife, resembling a demonic deity. His mind rapidly connected all these pieces of information. Oh no! With a gulp, the blade-wielding brother felt the color drain from his face at an alarming rate. The next moment, with his knees buckling, he collapsed to the ground, scrambling to prostrate himself before Ming Dao, fervently bowing his head. Thud! 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 The sound of his shiny forehead striking the concrete echoed clearly. Doi Fun! Doi Fun! I am blind to your greatness. I was wrong. I spoke out of turn. I am no human. I am but a fool. I am worthless. Please spare my life. Great sir, I beg for your mercy. As he bowed, he simultaneously slapped his own face with fervor, tears and snot streaming down, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. Feng Gu observed this spectacle, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Quickly realizing this was his moment to shine, he swiftly approached, casting a respectful glance at Ming Dao, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, he gathered his courage. Slap! Feng Gu retaliated with a sharp slap to the already swollen face of the blade-wielding brother. Damn it! Remember this. This slap was directed at the blade-wielding brother, but was also a spectacle for all to witness. It symbolized the shattering of old rules and the establishment of a new order. Ming Dao, observing this scene, remained silent, gradually sheathing his Tang Hung knife. With a soft clink, the cold glimmer vanished, yet everyone understood that something fundamental had irrevocably changed. Thus, this gathering of rogues, composed of the blade-wielding brother and bewildered youth, was thoroughly consolidated under the undeniable force of authority and stark self-interest. At that moment, Ming Dao's absolute leadership was officially affirmed. Chapter 148. Understanding the Path to Self-Destruction. Ming Dao signaled Wang Chu to leave the beast leg meat and the bottle of purified water on the ground. He then turned his attention to Shou Ho and Feng Ge. From today onward, the 14 of you will be divided into 2 groups. Shou Ho, your mind is sharp. Take 6 individuals and form an intelligence unit. Your task is to keep a close watch on the property command center and those troublemakers in the neighborhood. I do not care what methods you use, be it eavesdropping or bribery. I want to know their every move. Upon hearing this, Shou Ho trembled with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he eagerly nodded. Understood. Rest assured, I will fulfill the mission. Ming Dao nodded and shifted his gaze to the others. The remaining members would form the recovery unit, temporarily led by a phone. Your task is to collect all unclaimed scrap metal. Remember, it must be unclaimed. Do not touch anything that belongs to someone else, whether left at their doorstep or stored in their garage for personal use. It will only bring trouble. The command left the group puzzled. Scrap metal? What use could that possibly serve? Could it be eaten or drunk? However, having witnessed Ming Dao's extraordinary prowess, no one dared to voice their doubts. This matter is of utmost importance, Ming Dao emphasized, more significant than you can imagine. If you perform well, there will be meat and water for you. Although confused, upon hearing the promise of meat and water, everyone promptly replied in unison, not daring to show any sign of defiance. All right, disperse. The recovery unit will gather the supplies at the fire hydrant by building 5 tonight. Ming Dao waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away flies. The band of loners, feeling as if released from a heavy burden, scattered like birds. even dragging the half-conscious blade-wielding brother into the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the vast underground garage was left with only Ming Dao, Wang Chu, and the trembling Feng Ge. 3 individuals, 3 distinct shadows. The atmosphere shifted to one of subtle tension. Ming Dao slowly turned, silently regarding Feng Ge with a cold gaze. The weight of that stare made Feng Ge's scalp prickle, and cold sweat drenched his back. He was uncertain whether being singled out by this capricious leader was a blessing or a curse. Li Yifeng, Ming Dao pronounced his full name. Feng Ge's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. Ah, Brother Ming, you could just call me Xiaofeng. I am dissatisfied with your management of the team today. Ming Dao's tone remained flat, ignoring his attempt at familiarity. I entrusted you to lead, yet your people flaunted my name recklessly, nearly jeopardizing my plans. Is this your version of management? Fortunately, it is only the first day, and the risks remain manageable. If my identity leaks, you will be the first to pay the price. Feng Ge's mouth opened, his smile freezing in place. He felt his knees weaken, instinctively wanting to kneel. Brother Ming, I was wrong. I stand up. Ming Dao barked, halting his descent. Kneeling is not welcome here. I need subordinates who can assist me, not mere sycophants. Feng Ge's body hung in limbo, caught between rising and kneeling, his expression more woeful than before. Ming Dao scrutinized him for a few moments before abruptly shifting his tone. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue. I will observe your performance. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Feng Ge's eyes, as if grasping a lifeline, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Brother Ming, you are correct. I will certainly improve. I will ensure these rascals comply. Merely managing them well is insufficient. What is crucial is having an opportunity for redemption. Ming Dao's voice grew distant as he took a couple of steps forward, closing the gap between them. Lowering his voice, I have a secret mission for you. Feng Ge's head snapped up, disbelief shining in his eyes. Zhao Hu, you know him, right? Ming Dao fixed his gaze on Feng Ge, articulating each word with precision. I want you to get close to him. Whether by joining his security team or any means necessary, I need you to gauge his intentions. Zhao Hu. At the mention of that name, Feng Ge's pupils contracted sharply. Zhao Hu, the very man who had beaten him like a dog and thrown him into a labor camp. The one who had stripped him of his dignity. That name would forever be etched in his memory. Feng Ge was astute, at least in certain respects. He immediately fused Ming Dao's command with his own thought process. Get close to him, gauge his intentions. In Feng Ge's world, such language could only be interpreted in one way. The flicker of resentment in his eyes was swiftly replaced by a fierce determination. I understand, boss. Feng Yi exclaimed, slapping his chest, instantly grasping Ming Dao's deeper meaning. Gauging intentions? That was merely a euphemism. How could someone like Zhao Hu be easily recruited? The big shot's intention is clearly to find an opportunity and kill him. This is giving oneself an opportunity to seek revenge. I got it, boss. You want me to find an opportunity to take him. He made a gesture of wiping his neck, lowered his voice, and excitedly said, kill me, right? Don't worry. I remember this grudge. As long as there is a chance, I will definitely. He hasn't finished speaking yet, snap. It was not Ming Dao who took action, but Wang Chu standing aside. Wang Chu's slap, although not as terrifying as the previous slap from Brother Fendeo, still caused Feng Ge to stumble, and half of his cheek became red and swollen at a visible speed to the naked eye. Feng Ge covered his face, completely bewildered. What did he do wrong again? Wang Chu looked at his foolish appearance and was so angry that his eyelids twitched. He almost wanted to pry open his brain to see if there was any tofu residue inside. Are you fucking stupid? Wang Chu pointed at his nose and cursed loudly, spitting saliva all over Feng Ge's face. He asked you to probe his tongue, which means he wants you to kill him. Can you beat his mother? Last time in the villa area, someone alone managed to knock you down with just one move. Did you forget? Are you going over now to give him a head or a late-night snack? Pig brain. Wang Chu was really angry. He really couldn't understand how there could be such a foolish person in this world who could play a good hand until it was torn apart. Ming Ge finally gave him a chance to make up for his mistakes, but he could still understand the meaning of this self-destructive path. Feng Ge was also stunned by Wang Chu's scolding. Isn't that what I meant? He stared blankly at Ming Dao, who was looking at him with a gaze that was filled with disappointment and impatience. Feng Ge's heart instantly cooled halfway. Chapter 149. No doubt in hiring people. Doubtful people don't need to. I have realized the importance of education and cognition. Ming Dao finally spoke slowly, with a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Fatty was right. You can't beat him. Moreover, I asked you to go find him, not to kill him. You have to remember that your real conflict is with Lu Guodong, not under his command. I don't care what kind of festivals you had with him before. Now, what you need to do is let go of those personal grudges and bring him over. Do you understand? Feng Ge was stunned when he was struck by lightning. Attracting Zhao Hu? Let the enemy who crippled himself and imprisoned him in a labor camp become one of our own? This idea is so crazy that his brain can't process it for a moment. But when he calmed down and thought about it, he instantly understood the key. Yeah, no matter how horizontal Zhao Hu is, he's just a dog of Lu Guodong. The real enemy is Lu Guodong, who stands tall and treats them like weeds. If we can snatch Zhao Hu's knife over. After thinking through this layer, Feng Ge finally realized how foolish and ridiculous his bold words just now were. Ming, brother, I understand now. But immediately, he fell into a huge dilemma again. Ming, this is impossible. I provoked him before, and he wished he could kill me. How would he trust me? As soon as I get close to him, he probably treats me like a spy. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed impossible. Ming Dao nodded, as if he had expected him to say so long ago. He turned around and slowly took out two things from his backpack behind him. A fresh animal meat carefully wrapped in cling film with blood streaks and a clean medical bandage. He handed these two things to Feng Ge. But now is the best time. Take it. This is the key that unlocks his heart. Feng stared blankly at these two things, puzzled by their meaning. Zhao Hu is a hero, but also a mortal. Today, in order to protect those useless people, he was injured by a saber-toothed tiger, with bones and bones broken and bleeding. The result was not commendation and compensation, but Lu Guodong's orders and suspicions. The soldiers under his command, seeing his miserable situation and the leader's ruthlessness, had already dispersed their hearts. I dare say that he is currently at the lowest point of his life. Ming Dao is not bad. Analyze Zhao Hu's inner thoughts at this moment. Go find him now and give him these things. Tell him that although you hate him, you also respect him as a man and don't want to see a hero die so cowardly. Feng's breathing became rapid. He seemed to have already seen that scene. When necessary, Ming Dao's voice can be lowered, and you can reveal the existence of Anonymous first to him. Tell him that Anonymous first appreciates his actions today, and Lu Guodong, his so-called leader, is also very dissatisfied. A fallen hero, a mysterious powerhouse, a common enemy Afeng. How do you think this play should be sung? Feng Ge took the piece of meat and bandage, looked at Ming Dao's bottomless eyes, and a bone-chilling sensation rose from his spine, instantly spreading throughout his body. He finally realized that he was being caught up in a terrifying storm of power struggles. And the young man in front of us is the center of the storm. He is just a chess piece on his chessboard. But even chess pieces have their own value. After the task was assigned, Ming Dao didn't say much and turned around with Wang Chu to walk outside the garage. Let's go, fatty. Our business should also be done now. Wang Chu responded with a nod and finally glanced at Feng Ge, who was still standing still. His eyes were complex, and he quickly followed in Ming Dao's footsteps. The empty underground garage once again left only Feng Ge. He stood in the dim light and shadow, looking down at the flesh and bandage in his hand, and then looking up at the direction where Ming Dao and the other disappeared, his eyes changing unpredictably. There is fear, struggle, shock, and a hint of pathological excitement about being entrusted with important tasks. In the end, all emotions turned into a resolute and ruthless expression. Isn't this his only chance? A chance for him to escape the fate of low-level cannon fodder and to truly climb up. On the way back, Wang Chu followed Ming Dao step by step, but couldn't hold back and asked softly, Ming and Feng Ge are obviously not very intelligent and have a grudge against Zhao Hu. Aren't you afraid that he might mess things up when you send him to carry out such an important task? If he gets into a fight with Zhao Hu on impulse, wouldn't our plan be ruined? This is a logical question and also the real concern in Wang Chu's heart. Ming Dao didn't turn back. His footsteps didn't stop. He just said lightly, although Huang Mao is a fool, he doesn't doubt people when using them. And he doesn't need to doubt people. Since it has been used, we need to give him enough trust. Wang Chu pursed his lips, clearly dissatisfied with the official answer. Ming Dao chuckled lightly, and his footsteps slowed down slightly. And, who do you think is the most suitable person to send to persuade people like Zhao Hu? He asked in reverse. Wang Chu thought for a moment and tentatively said, send a strong person like you who can convince him? Or, could you send someone who is eloquent and knows how to attack the heart? It's all wrong. Ming Dao shook his head, realizing that the most effective way to deal with heroes like Zhao Hu was precisely with villains like Feng Ge. Why? Wang Chu was puzzled. Ming Dao stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and looked at him with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Because heroes also have a dark side. They possess their own pride, their own stubbornness, as well as their own anguish and resentment. These emotions are not ones they would confide in a fellow luminary, nor would they bare their souls to a silver-tongued lobbyist. However, they are willing to lower their defenses in the presence of a once subjugated individual who now approaches them with respect and empathy. In the eyes of Brother Feng, Zhao, who stands as a formidable figure, a victor, this sense of superiority derived from his status allows him to let down his guard. The meat and bandages that Brother Feng brings symbolize a recognition from the weak towards the strong, which significantly appeases his wounded sense of pride. A humble adversary knows what it means to be a hero, yet the leader to whom he pledges loyalty regards him as mere fodder. This stark contrast pierces his heart like a dagger. Consequently, Ming Dao concludes that Brother Feng is not merely the best candidate. He is the only candidate. His foolishness, impulsiveness, humility, and the hatred he harbors towards Zhao, who, at this moment, become our weapons. Wang Chu listens in astonishment, realizing he must cultivate greater wisdom. He shudders involuntarily, his reverence for Ming Dao reaching new heights. Brother Ming, you're incredible. A person like you is bound to succeed at anything. Haha, I shall take your words as a good omen. The two engage in light conversation, soon disappearing into the shadows around the corner. Chapter 150. Lu Guodong. Has he ceased to feign, or has he truly lost his mind? 5th building, 8th floor. You go in first. Tonight's panel annexation operation needs to be replanned. Ming Dao pushed open the door to room 802, finding the situation in building 6 more intricate than he had anticipated. Plans often fall short of reality. Lu Guodong's men could patrol that area at any moment. So are we still going? Wang Chu asked cautiously, locking the door from the inside. Yes, but we must alter our route and timing. Ming Dao removed his coat and approached the window, instinctively scanning the activity outside. Everything appeared normal. Just as Ming Dao was about to elaborate on the plan, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a woman's muffled voice. He peered through the peephole. It was Sister Wang. Why the urgency? Has something serious happened? Ming Dao slowly unlocked the door, creating a narrow opening just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Guomin, he whispered firmly. Sister Wang slipped through the gap. With a bang, Ming Dao quickly shut the door behind her and locked it again. Mr. Ming, you have finally returned. A grave situation has arisen. She gasped, her words tumbling forth in a disjointed manner, lacking any semblance of logic. First, have some water. Don't rush. Speak slowly. Ming Dao urged, turning to pour her a glass of water. Thank you, thank you. Something monumental has occurred, she exclaimed, after the saber-toothed tiger retreated at noon. Lu Guodong wielded a megaphone. Sister Wang's narrative spilled forth chaotically, yet the information she imparted was of utmost significance. She was one of the principal witnesses. He declared that from this moment on, Blue Bay Peninsula is to enter a state of wartime emergency. Wartime emergency? Wan Zhu Ga Pet. His sensibilities as a web novelist, making him acutely aware of the implications behind those words. Yes, a state of wartime emergency. He then announced 3 ironclad rules. First, from now on, no one is permitted to venture into the forest without the committee's permission. She raised her second finger, her fear intensifying. The second rule states that in response to the crisis, all survivors must register their household supplies. Any excess will be allocated by the committee. What? Wang Chu's expression darkened as he instinctively glanced towards his own home. Allocated? ISNT, that outright theft. I've stored a significant amount of beverages and instant food. Strategic resources. Sister Wang, noticing his reaction, continued. It has already begun. A supply registration team has started knocking on doors. Over in Building 15, several households refused to open up, and they summoned the locksmith, Master Chin, to forcibly break in and seize their rice and flour. Anyone who resists is accused of undermining collective unity, labeled as a pariah of the community. A young man who objected was beaten with a baton by the patrol team, his leg shattered, and he was dragged away. It's terrifying. This is no different from banditry. At this point, Sister Wang's voice trembled as she began to weep softly. The reality of the situation had truly frightened her. Ming Dao remained silent, yet his gaze deepened with contemplation. The fragmented snippets he had overheard from above paled in comparison to the harrowing details Sister Wang had witnessed firsthand. In the brief moments they had been outside, Lu Guodong's actions had exceeded his expectations in both speed and ruthlessness. Is he no longer pretending? Or has he truly gone mad? And the third rule? The third rule, she stammered, the terror palpable in her voice. This was the most frightening of all. Lu Guodong declared that to maintain wartime discipline, the powers of the patrol team have been vastly expanded. They possess unlimited enforcement authority. They can interrogate and even detain anyone they deem suspicious at any time and place. No justification or evidence is required. If they consider you suspicious, they can take you away. Doesn't that mean everyone's lives are now in their hands? Sister Wang completely broke down. What difference is there between us and the pigs or dogs they raise? Wang Chu could vividly imagine the scene. A group of armed individuals, granted boundless power, rampaging through the community. Any disapproving glance or utterance of dissent could spell disaster. Ultimately, life had transformed into a reflection of the narratives in his novels. Moreover, Sister Wang seemed to recall something and added, Lu Guodong's patrol team is frantically recruiting. Right in the square, in front of everyone. He stated that any able-bodied young person willing to join the patrol team and pass the assessment would earn 50 contribution points daily. Moreover, they would receive priority in food and water distribution. 50 contribution points? He vaguely remembered that just a few days prior, the committee had offered mere handfuls of contribution points for tasks. How could inflation escalate so rapidly? Indeed, 50 points. Sister Wang nodded vigorously, her expression a complex mix of jealousy and fear. Many who are struggling to find food are frantically signing up. In our unit alone, I know of 3. Upon hearing this, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place for Ming Dao. What he had previously heard from above was merely a blurred outline. Now, through Sister Wang's chaotic yet detail-rich account, he comprehended Lu Guodong's grand scheme. By exploiting the extreme fear instigated by the saber-toothed tiger's invasion and invoking wartime status, he had enacted 3 ironclad rules, legally stripping everyone of their freedom and private property. Using contribution points and food as bait, he absorbed all the desperate and violent young men within the community into his apparatus of brutality. One hand pulls, the other pushes. In less than a few hours, Lu Guodong had accomplished the preliminary monopolization and centralization of violent resources throughout the entire community. A cunning strategy, Ming Dao coldly assessed in his mind. This has only strengthened his conviction that Zhao Hu has reached a critical juncture in this game. In the context of the patrolling team's reckless dilution and expansion, the old chief instructor like him faces either complete marginalization, becoming a mere pawn, or seizing this opportunity to ascend further and consequently amplify his power. The crux of this matter lies in his own maneuvering. Chapter 151. I have my own plans. What else have you heard about Zhao Hu? Ming Dao subtly steered the conversation towards his primary concern. Zhao Hu. Wang Jie paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Oh right. Captain Zhao Hu's injuries don't seem severe. Dr. Lin mentioned it was merely a fracture and some internal bruising, with no immediate life-threatening danger. However, her tone shifted, imbued with a peculiar blend of sympathy and confusion. Lu Guodong is utterly indifferent to Captain Zhao Hu's condition. In front of everyone, he brazenly issued orders to him. He established a team called the Stream Assault Team, appointing Zhao Hu as the captain. He is sending him into the depths of the forest, specifically to that stream where Li Laosan mentioned saber-toothed tigers lurk, to fetch water. Isn't that a death sentence? Wang Jie's voice carried a hint of indignation. Captain Zhao Hu turned pale at that moment, yet he said nothing. Lu Guodong even stated that a hero must bear the responsibilities of a hero. How repugnant. Just looking at that smug face makes me sick. And the outcome? Did anyone volunteer? Ming Dao pressed on. No, not a single person. Wang Jie shook her head emphatically. Everyone's not foolish. That's where the saber-toothed tigers are. Everyone has heard how Li Laosan's son met his end. Who would dare go? Captain Zhao Hu called out several times, but no one paid him any heed. In the end, he had to be supported by 2 security guards as he walked away. His back looked truly pitiful. This news was fresh. Ming Dao felt a surge of exhilaration. He had previously struggled to accurately gauge the relationship between Lu Guodong and Zhao Hu. Was it purely hierarchical? Or was there a camaraderie tinged with personal ties? Now he understood there was a rift. A vast and irreparable chasm had emerged between these 2 individuals. Lu Guodong's actions, under the guise of reassigning power, were in fact an act of banishment. He aimed to exploit this opportunity to completely marginalize Zhao Hu, the disobedient yet highly esteemed hero, even going so far as to use him as a pawn. This update of information was crucial. It served as the perfect entry point for his subversive plan. Wang Ye, did you observe any other peculiar occurrences? He inquired, guiding her thoughts. Anything you deem abnormal, please share. Wang Jie strained to recall, the chaotic scene in the square flashing vividly in her mind. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she slapped her thigh. Yes, there's one thing. I found it quite peculiar myself. She lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially. I saw Dr. Linifu. He was tea with Lu Guodong and the others the entire time. I noticed him carrying a bulging black backpack, and his movements were particularly suspicious as he stealthily slipped into Unit A of Building 2. Unit A of Building 2? Ming Dao's heart raced. Yes, that's right. Unit A of Building 2. Wang Jie affirmed, our complex is 4 tall buildings, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Due to the height, most people stay up there and rarely come down. One of my former colleagues lives in Building 1, and I haven't seen him around in days. Lin Yifu. This name instantly illuminated a critical point that Ming Dao had overlooked. The doctor, who had remained in Lu Guodong's shadow, playing the role of a gentle strategist, was likely more dangerous than Lu Guodong himself. The latter exhibited a blatant ruthlessness, while Lin Yifu's sinister nature resembled that of a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision at the most opportune moment. From factional delineations to the establishment of contribution points, and now to the scheming regarding water supply, the doctor's influence was evident. Now, he had once again ventured alone, clandestinely infiltrating a high-rise residential building. There was certainly something amiss. Ming Dao astutely recognized that thus far. Both Lu Guodong's sphere of influence and the primary activity zones of the survivors were concentrated within the lower-rise buildings, yet the 4 high-rises, which housed the most residents, had been shrouded in a concerning silence since the onset of the apocalypse. This was highly irregular. It resembled a void of information, filled with too many unknowns. Lin Yifu's actions could very well be the key to unraveling this mystery. Ming Dao discreetly committed this suspicion to memory. He rose, took Wang Jie's empty water bottle, approached the water purifier, refilled it, tightened the cap, and returned it to her. Wang Jie, thank you for the valuable intelligence today. It is immensely important. Wang Jie, taken aback, accepted the water bottle, its weight providing her with a sense of reassurance. In this world where water was more precious than life itself, this bottle of clear, pure water would sustain her and her child for several days. You're too kind. It's merely my duty, she replied. This task is imperative. You must keep a close watch. Ming Dao's tone left no room for dissent. I need you to closely monitor Lin Yifu's movements, especially the frequency of his entries into Building 2 and the duration of his stays. If possible, try to get closer and ascertain what he is doing inside. Of course, prioritize your safety above all else. I understand. Wang Jie clutched the water bottle tightly to her chest, nodding vigorously. In recent days, she felt as though she was living the life of a covert agent. Aside from settling her child, she meandered through the entire complex, and thankfully, she had reaped some rewards. At the very least, she could continue to survive. Be cautious on your way back, Ming Dao urged as Wang Jie expressed her gratitude profusely, cautiously opening the door to peek into the corridor before swiftly slipping out and vanishing into the hallway. With the door shut once more, only Ming Dao and Wang Chu remained in the room. Brother Ming, this doesn't sound like good news, Wang Chu lamented, collapsing onto the sofa in despair. The mandatory registration of supplies will eventually lead back to us. We've stockpiled so much. Once discovered, we can only imagine the consequences. And that prohibition prevents us from freely accessing the forest. We can't retrieve the animal traps, nor can we procure new food. And Zhao Hu, now struggling for his own survival, is being forced into a suicidal mission with no one willing to respond. His utility as a pawn is likely already nullified. Wang Chu felt increasingly overwhelmed as he analyzed the situation, perceiving nothing but dead ends. Was it possible that Lu Guodong had some formidable advisors behind him? Yet, in the face of Wang Chu's despair, Ming Dao held a different perspective. Fatty, your view is rather one-dimensional. Lu Guodong has torn off the mask of civility and is no longer pretending. This might not be a bad thing. The more he oppresses, the deeper the seeds of resistance will be sown. The more he expands his recruitment, the loyalty and combat efficacy of his team will diminish. The harder he tries to enforce ironclad rules to crush everyone, the more individuals will yearn for a savior capable of shattering this oppressive reality. In my view, Lu Guodong must have uncovered something monumental to act with such urgency. Ming Dao's gaze sharpened as he instinctively glanced at the panel. He seemed to have guessed something, yet he remained silent. As for Zhao Hu, Ming Dao chuckled. The newly acquired information does not conflict with our actions. I have my own plans for that water collection team. Chapter 152 to be precise, it is the 15th floor and a half. Ming Dao approached the coffee table, picked up a pen, and sketched a rudimentary map of the community on a blank sheet of paper, then decisively marked the location of Building No. 5 with the tip of his pen. As for the rest, let the bullets fly for a while. Now, allow me to inform you of our plans for tonight. Wang Chu involuntarily straightened his posture, concentrating all his attention. Firstly, the resource registration team, led by Lu Guodong, poses both a threat and a cover for us. They are currently making a grand show, knocking on doors from house to house, creating chaos and drawing everyone's attention. This fortuitously provides us with the best window of opportunity for action. Ming Dao's pen traced a line on the map, extending from building No. 5 to the opposite side of the community. Tonight, we must seize the chance before they can react, and consume all the abandoned panels we marked during our last reconnaissance in buildings number 5 and number 6. We cannot afford to delay any further. Wang Chu was taken aback, but isn't the property management command building just below building number 6 too dangerous? It will only become increasingly perilous. Ming Dao shook his head, and currently, the main force of the patrol team is over at building number 15 enforcing mandatory registration, while another group is maintaining order in the central square. At this moment, buildings number 5 and number 6 have ironically become the dark under the lamp. He gazed intently at Wang Chu. After we successfully execute our plan tonight, you'll be able to gather the panels required to upgrade to LV3. I need you to unlock the disassembly and synthesis station as soon as possible. Your backpack will be of great use to me. As for me, Ming Dao's pen heavily circled on the map. I intend to completely fill the panels required for upgrading to LV4. Only by becoming stronger myself can I face the more brutal battles ahead. Wang Chu nodded vigorously, his initial fear replaced by a surge of excitement. But what about Zhao Hu? He still harbored some concerns regarding Huang Mao. The knife belonging to Huang Mao has already been handed over. Now, it depends on how he wields it. Lu Guodong is forcing Zhao Hu towards his demise, which conveniently provides us with a perfect excuse. Huang Mao merely needs to perform his role well, and Zhao Hu's already wavering heart will naturally lean towards us. Moreover, I do not require him to rebel immediately. I only need him to know that he has an alternative path to follow, aside from being Lu Guodong's dog. That will suffice. Ming Dao's words unraveled the complex situation with clarity, akin to peeling layers from an onion. So that is how it is. Brother Ming, I understand now. Let us do it. The spark reignited in Wang Chu's eyes. However, just as the plan was set and everything seemed under control, Ming Dao's gaze inadvertently drifted toward another corner of the map. It was in the direction of building number 2. Lin Yifu's gentle face, framed by glasses, flashed through his mind. Those 4 towering buildings, isolated at the edge of the community, stood like silent giants, overseeing this land of struggle and survival. Lin Yifu's clandestine actions pricked at Ming Dao's heart like an invisible thorn. What lies within those walls? Where has that person gone? What does he carry in that bulging backpack of his? Is it medicine, food, or something else entirely? The uncertainty gnawed at him. A feeling of inexplicable discomfort surged within. This was not an analysis based on intelligence or a logical deduction, but a pure instinct. Within those 4 buildings lay a danger he could neither comprehend nor control. This sensation enveloped him in a long-forgotten sense of oppression. He abhorred that feeling. He despised all the unknowns that eluded his grasp. Yet he also understood that one must take life bite by bite, step by step. At present, he had yet to deal with Lu Guodong. Unifying the entire community was still far beyond his reach. Time flew by, and darkness descended. The wartime state of emergency proclaimed by Lu Guodong was no mere hollow slogan, but a call to substantive action. Patrol teams moved mechanically between buildings. With no electricity, there was naturally no entertainment. Rather than languishing at home, they opted to patrol and perhaps earn some contribution points. Most were young and robust, their faces still bearing a hint of youth. Yet their eyes glimmered with a pathological excitement of wielding newfound power. Their weapons varied greatly. From small steel pipes issued by the property management to baseball bats and fire axes they unearthed from their homes, and even one individual brandished a menacing-looking golf club. They wandered aimlessly, searching for any potential targets while passing the time. Behind every tightly drawn curtain, countless pairs of eyes could be watching them. This newly formed violent machine reveled in its unbridled power, with Lu Guodong's tacit approval. Amidst all this chaos and oppression, it ironically served as the best cover. Room 802, building number 5. Ming Dao and Wang Chu had donned the most inconspicuous dark clothing. Black sportswear allowed them to blend seamlessly into the night. Wang Chu stood in the center of the living room, making final preparations. The 50-meter-long fire rope was meticulously coiled in a professional figure-8 pattern. This method ensured that the rope would not tangle or knot upon use, allowing for swift and smooth deployment. The coiled rope was compressed to its minimal size, fitting snugly into the climbing backpack. You carry it. Ming Dao tossed the backpack to Wang Chu. Oh, all right. Ming Dao himself donned a smaller leisure backpack. Inside were the essential tools for tonight's operation: a crowbar, a multifunctional military knife, several rolls of tape, gloves, and a few masks. Everything was ready. Ming Dao stood behind the curtain, slightly parting it to observe the patrolling security personnel below. He was calculating the patrol route and time intervals to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Brother Ming, Wang Chu could not suppress a gulp. Do we really have to go through with this? This is from the top floor down, nearly 20 stories high. It's actually the 16th floor. Ming Dao corrected him. To be precise, it is the 15th floor and a half. Wang Chu's face turned pale. This time is not like the last. This is double the height. If we fall, it's really the end. Ming Dao finally turned around and glanced at him. Are you afraid? No, no. Wang Chu immediately straightened his back. Though his voice betrayed him, I just feel that this is far riskier than last time. The risk is proportional to the reward. You only need to focus on what I instruct. The rest is up to me. Let us go. Ming Dao wasted no more words, gently opened the door, and seamlessly melted into the profound darkness of the corridor. Chapter 153-45. Their first target was the rooftop of their own building number 5. The stairwell leading to the rooftop was cluttered with debris, mostly cardboard, which held little value. The iron door at the end was securely locked, secured by a standard metal padlock. This space was originally intended as a private garden for the top floor residents. The developers had discreetly granted rooftop usage rights as an invisible perk to incentivize sales of the top floor units. They constructed a floral arch above, arranged foam boxes, and cultivated a few scallions and peppers, finding joy in their simple endeavor. After the apocalypse descended, this place was naturally secured with a small lock, becoming the last bastion of private property in the hearts of the top floor residents. Under the faint moonlight, Wang Chu discerned the lock, and a pang of dread washed over him. Minggu, it's locked. If we make too much noise, those below will undoubtedly hear us. No kidding. Step back. Ming Dao withdrew a crowbar and dawn gloves. He opted against brute force, knowing it would create an unbearable clamor, proving counterproductive. Instead, he deftly wedged the flat end of the crowbar into the narrow gap between the lock cylinder and the door bolt. With his feet slightly apart and body lowered, he assumed a standard horse riding stance. The teachings of Chong Wu manifested in every detail of his form. Rather than applying sheer strength, he channeled his bodily power through the twist of his waist, smoothly transmitting it to his arms. He maximized the principle of leverage. With a sudden thrust of his wrist, he pressed down hard. Crack! The crisp sound of metal fracturing echoed. The lock was undone. The duo hesitated not. Like two agile raccoons, they slipped inside. Wang Chu quickly followed, gently closing the rooftop door from within, thoughtfully rehanging the damaged lock in its original position. From the outside, everything appeared normal, with no one suspecting a thing. On the rooftop, the night breeze was exceptionally biting, occasionally pierced by the roars of beasts from the forest. Ming Dao paid no heed to these distractions, making his way directly to the eastern edge of the rooftop. Peering down, he noted that the windows of the 13th and 10th floors were tightly shut. No issues there. Below, the patrol team drifted aimlessly, akin to a pack of bothersome, tenacious dogs. He retrieved a neatly coiled fire rope, securing one end firmly to a robust cement block intended for tethering lightning rods at the rooftop's edge. He did not rush. Though not as extravagant as last time, he still employed the simple yet professional double figure-8 knot, known as the king of knots, which tightened under immense tension, ensuring no chance of slipping. Once secured, he grasped the rope with both hands, applying his full weight repeatedly to test its strength. The cement block remained steadfast, and the knot held firm as a rock. Satisfied, he straightened, letting the other end of the rope descend slowly along the wall. Fatty, you'll be my lookout here. Ming Dao instructed. Keep an eye on the rope, and most importantly, watch the patrol team's movements. If anything seems off, tug the rope to alert me. Stay sharp. My life depends on you. Minggu, Wang Chu replied, suddenly feeling anxious. You take care. Ming Dao offered no further words. With the first attempt behind him, he felt more familiar with the task. Lacking professional descending gear and safety harness, he resorted to the most primitive yet technically demanding method. He wrapped the rope around his waist and hips several times, creating a rudimentary friction brake and harness. Then, gripping the main rope tightly, he leaned back. His body adhered to the outer wall of building number 5 like a giant gecko. The howling night wind enveloped him. A sensation of weightlessness surged, yet he remained calm, engaging his core powerfully, his feet gently pushing off the wall to stabilize his form. His dark silhouette melded seamlessly with the pitch-black surface. He began his descent, movements light and rhythmic. The alternation of his hands, the control of the rope from his waist, and his toes leveraging against the wall created a visually captivating performance. At that moment, the majority of survivors were distracted by the commotion caused by the patrol team below. No one would think to look up into the obsidian night sky. Soon, Ming Dao found himself hovering outside the balcony of room 1302. It was an open balcony, unsealed, with only a half-height railing along the edge. Through the expansive glass windows of the living room, he could clearly see the unclaimed panel on the wall, emanating a faint blue glow. It resembled a ghostly flame in the night, exuding a deadly allure, quietly awaiting his acquisition. Ming Dao swallowed hard, suspended in midair, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Confirming no disturbances from above or below, and noticing the patrol team turning toward another alley, he hesitated no longer. With a powerful push against the rough wall, he propelled himself like a pendulum toward the balcony. Just as he was about to collide with the railing, he engaged his core, twisting his body gracefully in midair, and released his grip on the rope. Thud! A barely audible sound. His feet landed precisely and steadily on the balcony tiles. Safe landing. He quickly vaulted over the railing, slid open the unlocked glass sliding door, and slipped inside. A pungent odor of construction materials assaulted his senses. The room was vacant, littered with discarded wallpaper, paint cans, and wooden planks, indicating the owner had been renovating before the apocalypse struck. Ming Dao wasted no time, striding directly to the glowing panel. Detected unclaimed construction panel, LV1. Do you wish to assimilate? Yes. The panel vanished. Simultaneously, a faint yet exceptionally pure energy surged from the depths of his being, flowing throughout his body. He distinctly felt his physique undergoing a remarkable and profound transformation. He clenched his fist, sensing a newfound fullness. He could feel the muscle fibers in his arms seemingly denser, becoming more resilient and explosive. He threw a straight punch into the air, not employing the techniques taught by Chong Wu, but relying solely on pure muscle strength. He could even distinctly perceive the air before his fist being displaced by an invisible force, the resistance now considerably lighter than moments before. His body felt lighter. His senses had sharpened. This comprehensive evolution at the level of life granted him a sense of control, a rare solace amidst the apocalypse. Let us go onward. Chapter 154. This is bloody bungee jumping. Ming Dao continued his methodical descent. Soon, he hovered outside the balcony of his target, room 1002 on the 10th floor. The entire process was clean and efficient, devoid of superfluous movements. Observe, assess, swing, land. The second assimilation proceeded surprisingly smoothly, as that ethereal blue panel vanished once more. Merging into his being like a warm current, Ming Dao distinctly felt a subtle enhancement in both strength and reaction speed. Though minuscule, this growth compounded to yield a qualitative change. He sensed his muscle fibers becoming denser, and the neural reflex arcs appeared to shorten by mere milliseconds. The power techniques imparted by Chong Wu now crystallized in his mind, as if he could execute them flawlessly at any moment. He summoned his panel. Construction panel level, LV3. Requirements for upgrading to LV4. Annexing unoccupied panels, 55. Devouring mutated beast cores, 25. The progress bar is full. The required number of panels for upgrading to LV4 has been completely achieved. Now, only the final beast core remains. An uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up from within LV4. What a new realm that would be. Would it unlock even more extraordinary functions, or would it herald yet another leap in physical prowess? At this thought, he felt invigorated, his breath quickening with anticipation. Yet, he forcibly suppressed this thrill. It was not yet the time for celebration. The task was only half complete. He signaled Wang Chu on the rooftop by gently tugging the rope 3 times. Wang Chu immediately understood. Grasping the rope, he exerted all his strength, slowly inching it upwards. With the upward pull aiding him, Ming Dao felt akin to Spider-Man in a movie. He alternated his feet against the wall, his body astonishingly light, ascending even faster than he had descended. The path that had previously required great effort to climb now felt as effortless as walking on level ground. Soon, he vaulted over the rooftop railing, landing steadily beside Wang Chu. Their operation at Building 5 had exceeded expectations. Done. Let us move to Building 6, Ming Dao whispered, his voice infused with a palpable confidence. He felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated by the consecutive boosts in strength. Brother Ming, you're incredible. Wan Zhu Ga Pet. Admiration etched on his face. He had merely pulled the rope above, yet felt utterly exhausted, while Ming Dao appeared as if he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. The two exchanged no further words, swiftly coiling the rope and preparing to depart from the rooftop of Building 5. Like shadows merging into the darkness as they stealthily infiltrated the adjacent Building 6. The structure of Building 6 was akin to that of Building 5, and they hardly exerted any effort before reaching the rooftop once more. The familiar scene, the familiar night breeze, yet this time, the atmosphere was markedly different. It was Wang Chu's turn to face a formidable challenge. The targets were the 7th and 9th floors. Ming Dao reconfirmed the target locations and spoke softly. Building 6 had more vacant units than Building 5, yet most had been previously accessed. After careful selection, only these 2 units remained their objectives for the night. Glancing at Wang Chu, whose complexion had begun to pale, he swiftly made a decision. Let us do this. Divide the rope into 2 sections. I'll descend first and head to the 9th floor. Ming Dao pointed downwards, where the 9th floor posed a lower risk. I'll go in, secure a safe landing point, and once I confirm everything is clear, you can follow. This way, I can assist you if anything goes awry, minimizing the risk. This plan was undoubtedly the most prudent approach. Although fear gripped Wang Chu's heart, he recognized it as their sole option and nodded resolutely. With the plan set, Ming Dao expertly secured the rope once more and commenced the second descent. This time, he felt even more composed, his body melding with the darkness as he silently glided down to the balcony of room 902. Upon successfully entering, he surveyed the surroundings to ensure safety. He swiftly approached the balcony edge, observing below from this new vantage point. His pupils constricted sharply. Not far beneath Building 6 lay the commanding structure of the Property Management Office. At that moment, the command center was ablaze with lights, silhouettes flitting about, starkly contrasting with the surrounding buildings. Patrol teams emerged from the office in droves, their frequency far exceeding that of other areas. What startled Ming Dao further was the clear sight of several patrol members wielding flashlights. Beams of blinding light swept across the buildings like searchlights, slicing through the darkness and casting fleeting patches of illumination on the shadowy walls. Lu Guodong truly valued his life. The danger here was exponentially greater than he had anticipated. He could not afford to delay any longer and promptly signaled Wang Chu on the rooftop that it was safe to descend. On the rooftop, Wang Chu received the signal, inhaled deeply, and began what would be the most arduous challenge of his life. Fumbling, he clumsily tied the rope around himself, his fingers trembling from anxiety. His fingers, usually adept at crafting million-word novels, now struggled to tie even the simplest knot. He wrapped the rope haphazardly, tying several clumsy knots that appeared both ridiculous and pitiable. Finally, he believed he had secured it sufficiently. With trembling legs, he approached the rooftop edge and peered down. Just one glance sent a wave of vertigo crashing over him. The height of 16 stories loomed like an unfathomable abyss in the night, the indistinct shadows of trees below resembling clawing specters. The howling night wind rushed into his collar, chilling him to the bone. His body weight, exceeding 200 pounds, felt like an immense burden at that moment. His legs weakened, feeling as if they were filled with lead, rendering him immobile, his complexion turning as pale as paper. Don't look down. Focus on the wall. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, Ming Dao's voice resonated clearly from below. Though soft, it was steady. Trust me, and trust the rope. Trust me, and trust the rope. Wang Chu closed his eyes, refusing to gaze into the abyss below, his heart pounding fiercely, his mind echoing Ming Dao's words. Yes, trust Brother Ming. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, determination flashing within. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to climb over the rooftop railing. However, the more one fears something, the closer it seems. A chunk of wall plaster crumbled, causing him to lose his balance. He was nearly thrown off. A short gasp was stifled in his throat. His considerable weight caused him to plummet at an astonishing speed, akin to free-falling. The rough friction of his massive form against the wall created a harsh sound. His thick athletic were scraping against the surface, stained with crimson blood. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor balcony, Ming Dao felt the rope suddenly tighten, an unanticipated, terrifying force pulling him upwards. His feet left the ground in an instant. Damn, he is heavy. Ming Dao cursed under his breath, his expression shifting dramatically. Wang Chu's weight far exceeded his expectations. This was not a descent. It felt like bungee jumping. He could not afford to hesitate for a moment. His core strength surged explosively. His feet braced firmly against the inner wall of the balcony, his arm muscles bulging, veins protruding as he gripped the rope with all his might, attempting to reduce Wang Chu's descent speed through friction. Yet it was too late. The screeching sound of friction seemed to rouse the feral dogs below. What was that? It sounded like it came from above. A commotion erupted below as a 4-man patrol team, just exiting the command center, arrived at the base of Building 6. They immediately halted, raising their heads warily. In the next moment, a brilliant beam of flashlight sliced through the darkness, illuminating the exterior walls of Building 6 with ruthless precision. The beam of light ascended layer by layer, meticulously scrutinizing its surroundings. Every tile on the wall and every speck of dust was rendered in stark clarity. Don't move. Chapter 155. What is the point of shining a broken lamp? At that moment, Ming Dao and Wang Chu's bodies froze in tandem. Damn it, they resembled two geckos, clinging desperately to the wall, holding their breaths entirely. Ming Dao was relatively safe, concealed in the shadow of the balcony. However, Wang Chu, suspended midair, became a veritable target. His substantial physique moved cautiously, making it nearly impossible to avoid detection. The beam of light swept chaotically across the wall. One beam passed overhead, illuminating the wall several meters above him, while another traversed from his left, the edge of its glow nearly grazing his arm. Fortunately, Wang Chu was clad in all black. At a glance, he was almost indistinguishable from the wall. Time elongated infinitely amidst the frantic scanning. Then, the most terrifying scene unfolded. The beam began to sweep from the bottom upwards, inch by inch. The light spot drew nearer, growing ever brighter. Wang Chu watched in horror as the circular beam slowly ascended from beneath his feet, illuminating his athletic shoes. The beam hesitated momentarily, as if the person wielding the flashlight was equally perplexed. What the hell is that? The beam's edge was now less than 10 centimeters from Wang Chu's toes. He could even discern the logo on his shoes, lining, "It's over." The only thought occupying Wang Chu's mind was this two-word phrase. Suddenly, Ming Dao, in a moment of brilliance, peeled a piece of wall plaster and flicked it downward. Thud! The light dispersed, illuminating the fallen plaster on the ground. Cold sweat instantly drenched Wang Chu's back. They had just been a second away from disaster. Did you see that? Must have been the wind. This cursed weather is so damn cold. One voice grumbled, sounding youthful. Another voice chimed in, rubbing their hands together. Stop dawdling. Let us finish the rounds here. We can still grab a loaf of bread on the way back. Is that for real? We need to hurry. They seemed to be merely going through the motions, circling below as the flashlight beam wobbled and drifted into the distant shadows. Wang Chu, suspended in midair, breathed a sigh of relief. This scare had rendered him so paralyzed with fear that he dared not move even a finger. Terrified of making any sound, Ming Dao also relaxed, but his nerves remained taut. He immediately signaled with a rope, gently tugging twice, urging Wang Chu to act swiftly. Time waits for no one. Receiving the signal, Wang Chu gritted his teeth, attempting to regain control of his body. He recalled Ming Dao's movements from his descent, mimicking his technique, aiming to use the strength of his legs against the wall to propel himself toward the 9th-floor balcony. However, ideals are often more alluring than reality. His weight of over 200 pounds, coupled with nearly non-existent core strength, rendered this seemingly simple action an insurmountable challenge. Summoning all his courage, he forcefully pushed off the wall with both feet. His body did indeed swing upward, but the arc was pitifully small. He resembled a massive meatball dangling against the wall, futilely tracing awkward arcs, utterly unable to approach the balcony. Once, twice, thrice, he exerted every ounce of his strength, his face turning crimson, sweat cascading down his temples. Yet with each attempt, he found himself drifting further from his goal, his stamina rapidly depleting. Use your core. It's not just your legs. Ming Dao's voice, low and urgent from the balcony, guided him anxiously. Wang Chu heard him and aimed to comply, but his body refused to cooperate. The more anxious he became, the more distorted his movements became. During yet another failed attempt, he overexerted himself, scraping his foot harshly against the rough wall. Rip! A large chunk of plaster crumbled away. Just as luck would have it, the very thing he feared came to pass. There was movement above. Below, another patrol team, having just exited the command center, was immediately drawn to the noise. One rookie, with ears as sharp as a dog's, abruptly looked up, instinctively directing the beam of his flashlight upward. This time, it struck true. The beam landed squarely on the enormous figure suspended between the 9th and 10th floors. The conspicuous rope hanging from the rooftop, along with the massive black silhouette resembling a zongzi at the rope's end, was illuminated in stark detail, rendering it utterly exposed. Holy crap! Someone's hanging! What? No way! Holy crap! Hurry! Let's go check it out! The lead veteran barked, his reflexes sharp, instinctively charging upward. The three rookies behind him buzzed with excitement. Is it a male or female? How should I know? Let us go see, they whispered, a mixture of fear and exhilaration in their voices. On the 9th-floor balcony, Ming Dao's heart sank. At this moment, there was no time to worry about exposure. His arm muscles tensed, unleashing a terrifying force as he yanked the rope back with all his might. Wang Chu's massive body was hurled forward like a projectile from a catapult, crashing awkwardly onto the balcony of room 902 with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, Ming Dao swiftly reeled in the exposed rope back into the room. However, It was already too late. Ninth floor. Quickly. Room 902. Hurry. The rapid footsteps echoed from the stairwell, approaching the ninth floor at an astonishing speed. 10 seconds at most. They would be at the door in mere moments. What to do? Ming Dao's mind raced in that split second. Force a breakout? There were at least 4 of them. While he could outfight them, any gunfire would undoubtedly attract more attention. Hide? They might very well call for reinforcements, a mere band-aid solution. His hand instinctively reached for his multifunctional military knife. This was the worst-case scenario. If it came to that, he would not hesitate to act, swiftly eliminating them all. Yet in this dire moment, Wang Chu, gasping and sprawled on the floor, suddenly flashed a look of resolute determination. He noticed Ming Dao's hand resting on the knife's hilt, and his heart trembled. He understood that Ming Dao was resorting to this drastic measure to protect him. But once they resorted to violence, there would be no turning back. They would become public enemies within the entire community, relentlessly hunted by Lu Guodong's forces. No, this cannot be. He must not allow Ming Dao to be ensnared in an eye in the dead of night. Amidst the cacophony and commotion, a voice thundered. What on earth are you doing with that wretched lamp? Chapter 156. Are you a resident of this household? Wang Chu's voice boomed loudly as he propped his substantial belly, one hand rubbing his weary eyes, his expression rife with impatience. His demeanor and tone exuded the unmistakable air of a disgruntled homeowner. This furious outburst momentarily halted the footsteps of the patrol team, who were on the verge of ascending to the 9th floor. Goodness, a zombie has risen. The veteran officer leading the group was momentarily taken aback. He swallowed hard, instinctively glancing at the new recruits. They exchanged bewildered looks, hands raised in innocent confusion. Did we misjudge the situation? The veteran officer attempted to reassure himself as the beam of his flashlight locked onto Wang Chu's disgruntled visage. Phew, he is indeed a living being. Are you the resident of this household? The uncertainty in the veteran officer's voice was palpable. We distinctly saw someone scaling the exterior just moments ago. Scaling the exterior? Scaling your mother's exterior. Wang Chu suddenly transformed into a theatrical figure, his performance reaching an apex of intensity. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at the veteran officer's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses. I just returned from a friend's house and realized I had forgotten my damn key. I was contemplating whether I could climb through the window to access my balcony. After futile attempts, I nearly met my demise. As he railed, he exaggeratedly patted his chest, embodying someone still shaken by the ordeal. You all have the audacity. Wang Chu's tone shifted from reproach to accusation, gesturing towards his elbow, which bore the marks of recent friction, blood seeping through the abrasions. Seeing me dangling from the wall, and not only did you choose not to assist, but you also illuminated me with your blinding light. Do you want me to fall and perish? Huh, do you? His growing agitation was punctuated by flying spittle, embodying a brazen, reckless defiance that was strikingly vivid. His arguments, while seemingly absurd, were laced with a degree of plausibility. The members of the patrol team exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless by his fervor, especially as Wang Chu had taken the initiative to step outside, dispelling much of their doubt. After all, which guilty thief would brazenly confront them in such a manner? In the darkness within the dwelling, Ming Dao observed the unfolding drama. His grip on the knife relaxed gradually. This ordinarily timid, bashful individual, who turned crimson at the mere act of conversing, possessed such audacity. In the corridor, although the leading veteran officer was momentarily intimidated by Wang Chu's bravado, he ultimately remembered his duty. Having come this far, they could not simply depart empty-handed. He adopted a stern demeanor. We are the property committee's patrol team, currently operating under a state of emergency, conducting a safety inspection. He pointed his baton towards the room behind Wang Chu, speaking with resolute authority. Let us enter for an inspection. Inspection? Certainly. Wang Chu ziplit non tialen. His considerable bulk blocking the doorway like a wall of flesh. He exhibited no fear. Instead, he sidestepped to create a narrow passageway. Inspect as you please. This dilapidated place is barren. Even a rat would leave in tears. However, I must warn you, I possess very little in here. If you misplace or take anything, I shall promptly report to Captain Liu at the command center tomorrow. His brazen and audacious demeanor seemed to bolster the veteran officer's conviction in his words. The officer's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, yet his vigilance remained intact. He gestured to a keen new recruit beside him. You there, go take a look. Yes, Captain. The eager recruit wasted no time, shoving past Wang Chu and practically rushing inside, the flashlight in his hand sweeping frantically across the room. Pots, pans, and furniture stood starkly empty. The beam then moved towards the bedroom. The simple decor raised no alarms. In the corner lay a scattered assortment of supplies, well within the permissible limits for an ordinary survivor. At that very moment, within the shadowy depths of the bedroom, concealed by the fabric of the curtains, Ming Dao's heart nearly skipped a beat. His movements were silent, swift as a specter. The backpack filled with tools was deftly nudged by his toe, sliding silently into the obscurity beneath the bed. Having completed this maneuver, he pressed himself tightly against the corner formed by the load-bearing wall and the wardrobe, reducing his breathing to a minimum. Do not see me, do not see me. The beam of the recruit's flashlight swept past him, mere inches away, the glow brushing against his nose. He remained motionless. Bang, bang, bang. Report, Captain. Nothing of note found. The recruit soon lost interest, retreating from the bedroom, reporting his findings with a hint of disappointment. The veteran officer's gaze flickered slightly at the response. This lad truly lacks insight. How could he claim there was nothing found? What will he gain then? What a fool. He snorted disdainfully, stepping into the dwelling to conduct his own thorough inspection. He was far more meticulous than the recruit, his eyes darting around, scanning for supplies, even peering into the bathroom. Before long, he arrived at the bedroom. Spotting the bed frame and the shadow beneath it, he even bent down, shining the flashlight underneath. The beam grazed the edge of the backpack Ming Dao had kicked into the shadows, but due to the angle and the obscurity, he only glimpsed a few tangled rags. What a load of nonsense. He then approached a cardboard box in the corner, giving it a gentle kick. A heap of clothes tumbled out, revealing nothing amiss. What the hell? Such a hefty fellow, and not a single snack to be found. How is that possible? Ming Dao, still hidden within the wardrobe shadow, held his breath. He could distinctly feel the veteran officer's gaze linger on his hiding spot for a full 2 seconds, as if contemplating something. Ming Dao's heart raced, poised for action, ready to strike the moment the officer drew closer by a mere inch. The light drew nearer, the footsteps echoed closer. Just as that hand was about to lift the curtain. Hey, I say, big guy, that's enough, all right? Chapter 157, what about the spoils? At the entrance, Wang Chu once again showcased his Oscar-worthy performance, stifling a dramatic yawn, his face marred with impatience. I still need to sleep. Don't disturb my bed. The veteran officer's eyes brimmed with disappointment as he ultimately exited without further rummaging. For the sake of a misunderstanding, they had stirred the pot in the dead of night, finding not even a crumb. What a waste of time and energy. Damn it. All right, all clear. The seasoned officer, brimming with impatience, waved his hand dismissively, thoroughly disinterested. He shot a glare at Wang Chu, his tone laced with hostility. Don't ever engage in such perilous antics again. Roaming about at night, dressed as a doll, nearly terrified me to death. Whether you lost your keys or whatever else, if I catch you doing this again, I'll treat you as a thief. Do you understand? With that, he could scarcely be bothered to glance at the corpulent figure again, turning to lead his subordinates away. Inside the room, Ming Dao exhaled a deep breath, the tension dissipating. He had to concede that Wang Chu's performance tonight had far exceeded his expectations. Yet, just as the patrol officers were grumbling and about to vanish around the corner of the corridor, Wang Chu's voice resonated once more. Wait, Ming Dao? Team members? The patrolmen froze in their tracks, almost in unison, turning back with expressions rife with hostility. Particularly the leading officer, whose gaze had turned dangerously intense, brandishing his baton menacingly at Wang Chu. What the hell do you want now? A rookie couldn't restrain himself from cursing. Is this never-ending? Do you believe I? His words were abruptly cut short by a fierce glare from the senior officer. He was on the brink of eruption. Should this oblivious fat man utter another word of nonsense, he would undoubtedly demonstrate what the patrol team's absolute authority truly entailed. Hey, no need to rush. In the face of these nearly murderous glares, Wang Chu not only remained unperturbed, but rather smiled broadly. His grin, a blend of simplicity and shrewdness, exuded a certain charm. In full view of everyone, he leisurely rummaged through the pocket of his tracksuit. Ultimately, he produced a slightly squished red and gold cigarette case. Furong Wang. Smoke only Furong Wang. Destined to be an emperor in the next life. Wang Chu skillfully flicked open the case and extracted 4 cigarettes from the dwindling pack, performing the act as if it were a sleight of hand. With his belly protruding and a broad smile adorning his face, he sauntered over to the patrolman. Brothers, you've worked hard, out here patrolling in the dead of night. You truly care for the safety of our community. His demeanor was exceedingly humble, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. He first approached the leading officer, respectfully offering him a cigarette. Brother, here, take one, relieve your fatigue. The senior officer's eyes sparkled upon seeing the Furong Wang presented before him. Oh, still Furong Wang, such a premium brand. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately succumbed to the temptation, reaching out to accept the cigarette. "You got some sense, kid." The senior officer's tone softened significantly. Bringing the cigarette to his nose, he inhaled deeply, relishing the long-lost aroma of tobacco, his expression relaxing instantly. 90%, a rare item. Wang Chu noted the shift in demeanor, feeling reassured. He did not pause, but turned to offer the remaining 3 cigarettes, one to each of the rookies. "You guys have worked hard too. Here, take one, a token of respect." The 3 rookies exchanged glances, instinctively looking to their captain. The senior officer, cigarette in hand, feigned a cough, but did not intervene. This was tantamount to tacit approval. The 3 rookies were instantly elated, nearly scrambling to accept the cigarettes from Wang Chu, their prior displeasure and animosity vanishing into thin air. "Thank you, big brother. You're too kind. Who are we to each other? From now on, we are family." A single cigarette had effortlessly won their hearts. Wang Chu even thoughtfully produced a lighter, personally igniting the senior officer's cigarette. With a flicker, the orange flame illuminated the dark corridor, casting a glow on the senior officer's slightly flushed face. He took a deep drag, and his entire demeanor transformed. "Behave yourself from now on." The senior officer's tone shifted from a warning to that of a mentor, advising against further foolishness. Yes, brother, you're right. I'll definitely change, I promise." Wang Chu nodded eagerly, then feigned casualness as he leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice to inquire, "By the way, brother, how lucrative is the patrol work? I see you all toil daily. The command center must provide ample provisions, right?" This question was posed with exquisite tact. As expected, upon hearing the mention of lucrative, the senior officer's eyes brightened further, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. He glanced back at the 3 rookies, now happily puffing away, and then at Wang Chu, who appeared to be quite savvy, fully letting down his guard. "Let me tell you the truth." The senior officer's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, infused with a sense of superiority. "The contribution point for that stuff are practically worthless now. The good things from the command center aren't exchanged publicly. Just a regular pack of instant noodles has skyrocketed to 30 contribution points, even if you have them. You have nowhere to spend." He exhaled a smoke ring with pride, continuing, "But we're different." With the hand holding the cigarette, he gestured towards the insignia on his sleeve, a hint of arrogance gracing his features. "We could take advantage of inspections, wink, wink." That smile was laden with implications and unspoken understanding. Wang Chu immediately donned an expression of epiphany, a look of admiration and longing plastered across his face. "So that is how it works. How incredibly clever." This perfectly timed flattery put the senior officer at ease. The more he observed Wang Chu, the more he found him agreeable. He was resourceful, understood the rules, and most importantly, was willing to invest. Such a person, if brought into his team, would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset. The senior officer's gaze swept over Wang Chu's robust physique. Weighing over 200 pounds, while somewhat rotund, he had solid foundations. Should the need arise, his sheer size alone could overpower most survivors. A bold idea began to blossom in his mind. "I see you have a decent physique, and your wits are sharp. If you keep muddling along like this, you'll starve eventually." The senior officer spoke in a tone that suggested he was offering a clear path. "What do you say? Are you interested in joining our patrol team tomorrow?"